Chapter 1. The First Encounter. In the stillness of a midnight alley in Ottawa, Canada, a young blonde girl, clad in a rather revealing outfit, was sprinting with all her might. Ha! 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 She gasped for breath, her hair plastered to her forehead with sweat, leaving no time for concern as she persistently dashed forward, fleeing from the terror that pursued her. Her high-heeled boots echoed lightly against the ground, yet behind her, the ominous thud of heavy footsteps resonated, instilling fear. These footsteps, measured and deliberate, maintained a steady rhythm, closely tailing the girl as she ran for her life, always keeping a distance that was neither too far to lose sight, nor so close as to extinguish her hope. Like a hyena awaiting its prey to tire, he savored the thrill of the hunt. Ha, 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 ha. Suddenly, her feet faltered, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, her face etched with despair. Before her stood a towering, formidable wall, blocking her escape on the right and left as well. Enclosed on three sides, the girl realized that even a leap would not suffice to reach the top of the wall. With three sides trapped, the only escape route was being steadily approached by a menacing figure. It was a dead end, a hopeless alley. Yet, in the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. The alley appeared to be under construction, and not far from her feet lay a pile of steel rods covered by a tarp. The girl's despair transformed into a flicker of hope. Drawing strength from an unknown source, she lifted the tarp and grasped a pipe, roughly the size of an infant's arm. Thud! At that moment, the footsteps behind her drew nearer, echoing clearly in her ears. Stay back. Please don't come any closer. Hearing the voice from directly behind her, she gasped and slowly turned, aiming the pipe forward in a desperate attempt to intimidate her pursuer. Thud! 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 The footsteps advanced, and her eyes widened in terror as she finally discerned the demon stalking her in the shadows. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary adult male clad in a sports jacket. However, his limbs and head were marred by dark, bulging veins, and his muscles unnaturally swelled. His tongue, drooling and elongated, hung out like a hunting dog's, nearly reaching his chin, flicking like a snake's tongue, while his eyes glowed a menacing red. The terrifying man let out a chilling laugh. Ha, ha, ha. Little sister, the game of hide and seek is over. He extended his saliva-slicked tongue, stepping forward with a thud. No, please. If you come any closer, I won't hold back. The girl screamed, wildly swinging the pipe in a futile effort to deter him. Ha, ha. You need not fear. I shall not take your life. The man's voice dripped with a sinister softness as he fixated on the trembling girl, revealing an unsettling blend of madness and delight. Uncle only wishes to show you some affection. Do not be afraid. Ha ha. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the girl's sweat-drenched neck and the delicate thighs exposed beneath her skirt, his long tongue slithering across his lips with crude desire. Just let me have a little taste of you. Your skin? Ah, can't take it anymore. He bellowed, lunging toward his prey with insatiable lust. Oh! The girl emitted a terrified scream, dropping the pipe and curling into a ball, surrendering all hope of resistance. Ha ha ha! Uncle is coming, ugh! His frenzied laughter abruptly ceased, transforming into a wail of agony as he crashed into the adjacent wall. Bang! The loud impact resonated, the man who had just been laughing now sliding down the wall, creating a scene reminiscent of a comical anime. Did you really think you could take advantage of a girl with that foolish appearance? A youthful voice suddenly rang out, disrupting the tension. Though it seemed out of place, it was akin to a lifeline for the girl, who had been screaming with her eyes shut. She cautiously opened her eyes to find a handsome young man with golden hair standing beside her, while the horrific man lay crumpled against the wall, unconscious. Wow! Like a child reuniting with a long-lost family member, the girl lunged into the boy's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Indeed, first impressions are crucial. Compared to the grotesque man, the strikingly handsome youth quickly won her trust. Gently patting her shoulder, the boy spoke with an air of impatience. All right, stop crying. What's there to fear from a mere pervert? Women can be so dramatic. Yes, you read that correctly. The boy's expression was one of utter annoyance. Were it not for the girl clinging to him, he would have pushed her away without a second thought. Ugh, you bastard. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. The man, now regaining consciousness, shook his head and slowly rose, emitting low growls as he turned to face the boy and girl with blood-red eyes fixed upon them. Interesting, the boy remarked with surprise upon seeing that the man could still stand. A normal person would be bedridden for days after such a blow, yet this man was remarkably resilient. Get out of the way. The boy pushed the girl behind him, confronting the man alone. She offered no resistance, quietly observing the unfolding situation while stealing glances toward the alley's exit. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, the man repeated, his gaze wild and feral, reminiscent of a wounded wolf, devoid of humanity, appearing more like a wolf in human guise. Kill me? The boy chuckled derisively. Don't entertain such delusional thoughts. If you can even harm a single hair on my head today, I will spare your life. Die. Seemingly provoked, the man's body swelled dramatically as he charged at the boy, his right fist slicing through the air with a whoosh. Some strength, but still too weak. The boy shook his head lightly, stepping back to evade the punch. Before the man could react, he swiftly raised his foot and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Bang. The man slammed heavily against the wall, slowly rising to his feet. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he gathered his resolve and lunged at the youth with a frenzied intensity, this time with increased speed and force. Goodness, you actually managed to amplify your strength. The youth's tone was tinged with surprise. However, the outcome remained unchanged, as he effortlessly sent the man flying once more with a single kick, his demeanor suggesting he regarded the man as nothing of consequence. Bang! This collision finally drained the man of any remaining strength to rise again. He glared menacingly at the youth, emitting a guttural sound akin to a wounded beast. The previously silent girl suddenly shrieked and turned to flee, leaving the youth bewildered. Damn it! I saved you, and you can't even muster a thank you? Canadians can be so utterly rude. Muttering to himself, the youth glanced back at the man on the ground. Considering you still possess the courage to challenge me, I shall spare your life this time. Congratulations on your continued existence. Haha. Laughing heartily, the youth pocketed his hands and strode out of the alley without a backward glance, completely unfazed by the man's venomous glare directed at his retreating figure. Chapter 2. An intriguing encounter. Beep beep. The phone in the youth's pocket vibrated, and as he strolled along the street, feeling quite bored, the sound jolted him to attention. He promptly retrieved his phone. Hello, who is this? Bang, bang, bang. The response from the other end was not the voice of the caller, but a series of gunshots, accompanied by the sharp clatter of bullet casings hitting the ground. Listening intently for a moment, a wry smile crept onto the youth's face. Hey girl, how many times have I told you not to call me during a fight? I absolutely detest attending funerals. Damn it, Alex, even if you die, I won't. A coarse voice retorted from the phone. Surprisingly, the voice was melodious, cutting through the chaos of gunfire and clatter, though its content was hardly refined. TCH, if you have something to say, get to the point. I'm currently in Canada, enjoying the sights. The youth casually shifted the topic, clearly accustomed to the other's brash behavior. Oh, so you're off to Canada for a vacation. No wonder no one is home. How inconsiderate. Amidst complaints, the gunfire intensified, and Alex could discern that the distant girl was launching a counterattack. The fact she had time to call him suggested her adversaries were not formidable. How do you know no one is home? I distinctly remember locking the door securely. Alex replied, feeling a wave of frustration. As anticipated, the next moment brought a response that nearly caused him to sputter in disbelief, as the girl boasted, a mere door lock is no match for me. Hit girl. I rang the bell for ages, and when you didn't come out, bang, I shot your door lock to pieces. Impressive, right? The impressiveness lies not in your skills, but in your intellect. Alex sighed deeply. Sigh. Knowing you, I can bet you didn't replace my door lock, did you? Of course not. I'm not a locksmith. You. Alex gritted his teeth, lamenting the precious collectibles at home, national treasures he had gathered from his travels. If that oblivious little thief made off with them, he would be utterly dismayed. I can only hope the security in the villa is reliable. I certainly have no faith in you, hit girl. Just as Alex was about to reprimand her, his expression shifted subtly, a faint smile forming at the corners of his lips. Hey girl, I must cut our conversation short. Something intriguing has just occurred. I'll hang up now. Hey, I haven't finished speaking. When you return to America, I'll teach you a lesson. You bunch of dogs. Bang, bang, bang. Alex shook his head, utterly speechless at the antics of his little friend. He turned off his phone and hurried towards a nearby alley, where the intriguing event was unfolding. In a dim corner, a young girl clad in tattered clothing and worn shoes curled herself against the wall, trembling in fear as she gazed ahead. What terrified her were the two men before her, dressed in bizarre, tight-fitting combat gear, their guns aimed squarely at her. She knew that any attempt at resistance would result in them pulling the trigger without hesitation, the bullets soaring forth to claim her life in an instant. Good luck, we got ourselves a mutant. Once we get her to the island, we'll earn a handsome bounty. The white man with peculiar eyes flashed a broad smile at his companion. Exactly. I heard from that guy Sam that for every mutant captured, a substantial reward is given. That lucky fellow must have caught a mutant, which is why he's living so extravagantly. Once we secure that money, we'll indulge ourselves as well. The other large man chuckled. Hee. Both men shared gleeful smiles, entirely disregarding the girl cowering in the corner. The white man stepped forward, seizing her wrist. All right, little one, let's go. No, please don't. The girl struggled, but her efforts were futile against the robust man, who easily hoisted her up and dragged her towards the alleyway. Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted from the white man as he turned to discover the mutant girl had bitten down hard on his right arm in a desperate attempt to resist. Damn it! The white man cursed, his anger flaring. In a fit of rage, he shoved the girl against the wall and aimed his weapon at her. His companion, startled, quickly intervened. Damn it, are you crazy? Stop. If you kill her, what about our bounty? Bounty, the white man muttered, reluctantly lowering his gun. You're right. I can't be impulsive, or the reward will slip through my fingers. With that, he kicked the girl and leered at her. If you weren't a mutant, I'd have shot you dead. Next time you dare to resist, I won't hold back. They want live mutants, not those who are maimed. Do you want to become a cripple? The girl's pupils dilated, and she instinctively shook her head. That's right. The white man sneered menacingly as he reached out to pull the girl closer. Under the duress of his weapon and threatening words, the girl, despite her reluctance, felt compelled to comply, step by step following them out of the alley. Outside the alley, a black sedan awaited them, presumably their means of transportation for the mutants. Wah! Under the intimidation of the two armed men, the girl hesitantly approached the dark vehicle, her heart filled with dread and anxiety for the uncertain life that lay ahead, causing her to involuntarily sob. Why are you crying? The white man impatiently exclaimed, raising his hand as if to strike her. Hey, hold on. Picking on a little girl is hardly the mark of a gentleman. At that moment, a light-hearted voice rang out, and a blond youth named Alex strolled over from afar, hands tucked casually into his pockets, seemingly unafraid of the weapons brandished by the two men. Upon hearing his words, the girl's eyes filled with hope as she turned to look at Alex. However, that hope swiftly evaporated when she realized he was no match for the two armed brutes. Who the hell is this punk daring to meddle in our affairs? The white man cursed angrily, aiming his gun at Alex. See this? You'd better scram while we're still in a good mood. Just a couple of sticks, Alex replied nonchalantly with a grin, his stride unwavering. In my eyes, they're less intimidating than a fruit knife. You little bastard. The white man's companion was incensed, raising his submachine gun and firing a shot. Bang! The bullet struck the ground near Alex's feet, sending sparks flying and debris scattering. Those who wish to live should get lost. The white man chuckled mockingly, dismissing Alex. Today's youth never learn, thinking they're superheroes after watching a few movies. Ha, what fools. Exactly. Big brother, you should leave quickly. You can't defeat them. A faint voice suddenly echoed in Alex's mind, drawing his gaze instinctively to the girl, who was staring intently at him. Superpowers, perhaps. Pondering this, Alex's pace remained unchanged, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he softly declared, "Just for your words, I shall save you today." As his words fell, a glimmer of red light began to manifest in Alex's eyes. Chapter 3. Annihilation of the Eye. You have ignited my fury. You wretched little brat, perish. The white man and his accomplices, upon realizing that Alex had no intention of fleeing, erupted in rage, raising their weapons and unleashing a barrage of gunfire in his direction. These mercenaries, accustomed to the brutality of their trade, regarded a mere human life as less valuable than $1. Since Alex had chosen to court death, they were more than willing to extinguish his existence. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, two submachine guns simultaneously spitting flames. As bullets wove a fiery net before the terrified eyes of the girl, hurtling towards their target with a piercing shriek. The relentless bullets wreaked havoc upon the ground and walls, leaving deep craters in the asphalt and concrete, fragments scattering in all directions. However, the intended target was beyond their reach. Amidst the rain of bullets, Alex sauntered through the fiery web as if in slow motion, effortlessly evading each projectile that hurtled toward him. The lethal barrage, potent enough to transform a lion into a mere hive, could not even impede his advance. The two mercenaries, now driven to madness, screamed in fury, pouring fire from their weapons. They realized that the young man before them was performing feats beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. The conclusion was inescapable. They were facing a mutant. Are you still afraid? The smile on Alex's lips deepened as he approached the two men with unhurried steps. You, who care only for the bounty, can feel fear too, can't you? At a critical moment, the white man's submachine gun ran dry, cursing under his breath. He deftly retrieved a fresh magazine from his pocket and continued to fire at Alex, even though they both understood that their firearms could not stave off his relentless advance. The rhythmic sound of Alex's footsteps echoed clearly through the chaos of gunfire, tormenting the minds and spirits of the two mercenaries. Their psychological defenses crumbled under the weight of his approach, leading them to curse in unison as they turned to flee towards their car. Once inside, they believed they could escape the demon pursuing them. However, Alex's smile widened at their attempt to flee, and his eyes suddenly transformed, a mesmerizing red light illuminating from within. Alas, it was too late. With a resounding crash, one of the fleeing mercenaries was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force, his body hurtling uncontrollably into the wall beside the parked car. With a heavy grunt, he swallowed his fear and the blood surging in his veins. A hand, stronger than that of a raging bear, grasped his throat with a vice-like grip, lifting his body against the wall. He gazed in terror at the strikingly handsome youth, whose strength belied his slender frame, his eyes wide with fright, as though he were staring into the visage of a demon from the depths of hell. In his line of sight, he clearly discerned the transformation in the boy's eyes, which were unmistakably not the eyes of an ordinary human. To his horror, two crimson crosses vividly emerged within Alex's gaze, the entirety of his eyes radiating a blood-red hue, combining with his exquisite features to create an unnervingly enchanting and terrifying presence. This was a power from another realm, a gaze that, once possessed, would earn one the title of a demon, specifically the Demolishing Eye. The most formidable of the 5 magical gazes, capable of absorbing the essence of life from both air and flesh. Demon. This was the word that screamed within the man's mind, yet with his throat constricted, he was rendered mute, only able to plead with his eyes in abject terror. Do you think that when you plead for mercy, others will spare you? Alex sneered, casting a glance at the white man not far off. Fear, tremble, run for your life. Before I catch you, flee with all your might. When I next stand before you, it will be your descent into hell. Until then, run. The white man, upon witnessing Alex's eyes, nearly lost control of his bladder, abandoning thoughts of his companion's fate as he scrambled into his car, fleeing without a backward glance. Seeing the white man escape in his vehicle, the man struggled even more fiercely. Though he was uncertain whether he was pleading for Alex's mercy or cursing the white man's disloyalty. In any case, it mattered little, for Alex held no interest in his true intentions. Demolishing Eye activate. Unmoved by the man's desperate expression, Alex showed no mercy. His eerie blood-red eyes quaked violently, unleashing an invisible force upon the man. The man's gaze widened, and his entire body instantly succumbed to a debilitating weakness. With a soft hum, every part of him, every organ, every cell, shattered into countless fragments as if they had been hidden away for millennia. These fragments then rushed into Alex's eyes with a swift whoosh. The man vanished completely from existence, his clothing and weapons falling to the ground. Having absorbed him through his enigmatic gaze, Alex let out a satisfied belch. Feeling a surge of power, for the efficiency of devouring souls was far superior to any ordinary means. The elder brother, you are also a mutant who has witnessed Alex's cannibalistic behavior. The little girl, though terrified, did not flee. Instead, she stood there trembling, gazing at him. It is indeed rare for someone to encounter me in such a state and not run away. Alex looked at the little girl with mild surprise and murmured, "Is it because I am a mutant?" After a brief pause, he observed the quaking child, reining in his destructive gaze, and said with a smile, "I know nothing of mutants. I am a genuine human. If you seek companions among mutants, then go ahead." With that, he disregarded the little girl and strode purposefully towards the direction where the white man had fled in his vehicle. The hunt begins, easily dodging bullets and devouring humans. The elder brother must undoubtedly be a mutant. The little girl watched his receding figure, her resolve solidifying as never before. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had been met with fear from her parents, devoid of any semblance of care. The disdain, exclusion, and bullying from her peers had become the daily rhythm of her existence. Finally, upon learning that she was deemed a mutant, the little girl escaped her hellish home, embarking on a quest to find her kind. Now that she had finally found someone of her kind, how could she possibly leave so easily? Despite her fear of Alex's otherworldly eyes, the little girl chose to follow him. She gently bit her lip and quickened her pace to chase after his distant silhouette. Chapter 4. Pursuit. Devil, devil, devil. That fellow must undoubtedly be a devil, the white man muttered nervously under his breath, steering the vehicle as if it were a drunken sailor, swaying dangerously. Had it not been for the late hour with scarcely any traffic on the road, he would have surely met with a catastrophic accident. The police station. No, no, no. I possess illegal weapons. They would throw me straight into prison. Where to go? Where to go? That man said he would find me. In a flustered state, the white man drove the car while sweating profusely, his complexion growing increasingly pallid with every thought. Oh God, why have you not protected me? Oblivious to the fact that the unfolding chaos was entirely of his own making, the white man showed no remorse, instead shifting the blame onto God, cursing incessantly in the vehicle. Ah, the base. Amidst his curses, a flicker of realization lit up his mind as he recalled the organization that had instructed them to capture mutants. It was a place brimming with modern weaponry and formidable guards, a location he would not dare approach. Moreover, it housed numerous mutants and superpowered individuals who would certainly take an interest in him. At that moment, I could amass a fortune. The more he pondered, the more sense it made, the more he perceived it as a golden opportunity. Without hesitation, the white man decisively turned the steering wheel, racing towards the coastline where the solitary island awaited. The direction has changed. It seems he intends to head to that so-called place above. At a distance of 2,000 meters from the white man's vehicle, separated by countless buildings and debris, Alex strolled leisurely, his eyes seemingly capable of traversing that expanse, clearly perceiving the movements of the white man. Huh, finally come to your senses. Alex smirked softly, taking a single step, his figure instantly darting forward several meters while maintaining a distance of no more than 2,000 meters from the vehicle driven by the white man. His devouring eye enabled him to consciously absorb the ethereal energy present in the air and within living beings, thereby permanently enhancing his physical capabilities and facilitating rapid healing from injuries, even those approaching fatal severity. Given the willingness to expend vast amounts of ethereal energy, his speed could reach astonishing levels, nearly akin to instantaneous movement. The white man naively believed he could evade Alex by simply driving away. In truth, Alex had intentionally allowed him to escape from the very beginning. His devouring eye could efficiently siphon ethereal energy from the human body to strengthen himself, rendering humans akin to mere monsters in a game. However, he adhered to a strict principle, only eliminating those who brought their doom upon themselves. Upon learning from the white man that there were individuals orchestrating events from behind the scenes, he had already marked those hidden figures as prey. Compared to the malicious henchmen, the puppet masters were the truly despicable and deserving of demise. By effectively eradicating them, he could simultaneously enhance his own strength. What could be more advantageous? Therefore, Alex opted to bait a larger fish, using the white man as bait to lure out the shadowy puppeteers behind him, intending to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Based on his past experiences watching Japanese anime, those who specifically hunt down mutants are likely conducting experiments. He was curious about the nature of their findings. With that thought, Alex quickened his pace, his silhouette resembling a wrathful arrow shooting forward, rapidly closing in on the distant vehicle driven by the white man. 2 hours later, a small figure approached, diligently running while focusing intently on something. She quickly determined the direction Alex had taken and jogged after him. After a night of relentless pursuit, the white man, after refueling several times, finally drove to the coast, halting his vehicle in a flurry, leaving his weapon behind. Near the shoreline, there was a sizable dock filled with numerous boats, and at the perimeter, several well-equipped soldiers patrolled cautiously. Upon seeing the white man rushing in a state of panic, 2 soldiers immediately approached, their weapons aimed directly at his head. This is a military-restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Here are my credentials. I must get to the island immediately. The white man urgently handed his identification from his pocket to the soldiers while constantly glancing back, deeply fearful that Alex's figure might emerge from the shadows of the night. The identification is authentic and aligns perfectly with the individual. You may proceed. After meticulously verifying the white man's credentials, the 2 soldiers confirmed their accuracy, returned the documents, and granted him passage while using their communicator to notify those behind to prepare a vessel for him. Thank you. The white man accepted the documents, casting a cautious glance over his shoulder. Noticing the absence of any commotion, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, slightly adjusting his breath and mindset before hastening towards the rear. He needed to reach the island swiftly to convey the situation regarding that individual. With this thought in mind, the white man quickened his pace until he reached the shore, where personnel had already prepared a boat for him in the dock. He greeted them and leaped into the vessel, steering it away with great speed. Indeed, as depicted in Japanese manga, such large-scale projects involving human experimentation bear the imprint of government involvement. 1,000 meters away from the dock, Alex stood there, calm and collected, showing no signs of fatigue despite having run all night. Well, I must also procure a vessel. Otherwise, I shall have no means to cross the ocean. With this in mind, Alex strolled toward the dock controlled by the soldiers. The nearest port was dozens of kilometers away, and this was the most convenient location to obtain a boat, so he certainly would not take unnecessary detours. Halt! A soldier pointed his weapon at Alex as he approached. The other soldiers, perhaps deeming him too young to be a threat, did not intervene. This is a military-restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. You, boy, get out of here. The soldier waved the gun towards Alex, signaling him to leave. Ignoring the soldier, Alex continued his advance. I require a vessel. May I borrow one from you? Stop. Halt immediately. The soldier shouted, sensing the gravity of the situation as Alex did not relent. If you do not stop, I will open fire. You think that rusty piece can harm me? Alex scoffed disdainfully. Fire away. Observing Alex's bold demeanor, the other soldiers reacted quickly. The orders from above were clear. Eliminate unauthorized personnel without hesitation. They dared not disobey and aimed their weapons at Alex. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as dozens of submachine guns discharged, bullets erupting from their muzzles, forming an impenetrable web of firepower that rained down upon Alex within mere meters. I merely sought to borrow a vessel, but since you have chosen to strike first, I shall not hold back. With a wicked smile, the crimson cross appeared in Alex's eyes, activating his annihilation vision. In an instant, he surged forward with a speed akin to a phantom, effortlessly navigating through the barrage of gunfire, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized beside a soldier, his right hand firmly pressing against the man's head. Upon seeing Alex encroach upon his comrades, the other soldiers, fearful of inadvertently harming their allies, hastily ceased their fire and formed a tight encirclement around them. I sprang into action. However, Alex paid no heed to their movements. With a gentle smile, he touched the soldiers' bodies, which instantly shattered into countless fragments. Absorbed into the abyssal eye, he devoured Katie. My heavens! Open fire. He is no human. Several soldiers, their resolve stronger than that of their peers, despite sharing the same trepidation, did not succumb to despair. They shouted and pulled their triggers in unison. The machine guns erupted once more, bullets roaring through the air, mercilessly sweeping towards Alex. Alas, their efforts were in vain. Why do you never learn? Alex mused as he lunged forward, effortlessly breaching their barrage. With a hum, he consumed another soldier. The abyssal eye could transmute the devoured essence into the purest of powers. Each transformation yielded 5 layers absorbed by the eye itself for continued evolution. 3 layers stored within his body, while the remaining 2 layers were utilized for permanent enhancement. Though the 2-layer enhancement seemed minimal, Alex's prolonged accumulation had fortified his physique to an astonishing degree. Even a close-range shot from ordinary bullets would struggle to breach his skin. In the presence of such formidable physical prowess, how could these elite soldiers stand a chance? With a mere casual charge, Alex sent them fleeing in terror. Hums echoed, accompanied by soldiers being devoured whole by the abyssal eye. Soon, every soldier on the field was reduced to fragments, assimilated into Alex's gaze. leaving only spent shells, traces of gunfire, and scattered clothing and weapons. Really, if only you had obediently complied, Alex lamented, licking his lips as the cross within his eyes glowed ever more vividly. Now, let me uncover the secrets of the island. Casting a glance towards the distant, elusive laughter, Alex smiled softly and strode towards the shore where vessels lay docked, oblivious to the fact that cameras had already transmitted the recent events to the research base on the island. Chapter 5. The Isolated Island. Oh dear. Look at that. What an extraordinary ability. On a small island isolated in the sea, a man clad in a white lab coat gazed in astonishment at the images on the monitor. A dozen soldiers being consumed one by a boy with crimson eyes. A mutant with such capabilities had never before been documented. This is Strick, and he is exceedingly dangerous. Beside him, a woman clad in a white lab coat reminded the former. S.H.I.E.L.D tapped a few keys on the computer, pointing at the values that popped up on the screen, his expression betraying an undeniable excitement. I know he is dangerous. Of course, I am aware. But look closely, observe his speed, reflexes, and combat awareness. They surpass those of the mutants in the Research Institute. Moreover, his ability to directly consume humans undoubtedly renders him formidable. Just as the woman contemplated something, the door swung open, revealing a man in a general's uniform, exuding the ironclad aura of a soldier and the authority of a superior. S.H.I.E.L.D, I have heard that someone intends to cause trouble on the island. Is that true? Yes. General Monson. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes, though it went unnoticed by anyone. However, this mutant's abilities are exceedingly intriguing. He could very well become our 12th weapon. Oh, are you suggesting he is even more powerful than the recently birthed 11th weapon? General Monson looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with astonishment. He had witnessed the prowess of the 11th weapon. Could a mutant more potent than it have emerged so swiftly? Indeed, General Monson. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded fervently, a hint of zeal gleaming in his gaze. The success of the 11th weapon has granted us a substantial grasp of the technology for merging mutant abilities. If we can transfer the capabilities of the 11th weapon to him, we could create an even more formidable 12th weapon, one with greater lethality against mutants. As he spoke, he turned the computer screen for General Monson to see. General, look. Even in his most rudimentary state, his speed is already nearly surpassing that of mutants in this regard. His reflexes and combat capabilities render him an exceptionally perfect specimen for experimentation. He is wholly deserving of the title of our 12th weapon. General Monson mused, his eyes scanning the images and values on the computer. Indeed, he appeared to be an impeccable subject for experimentation. Well then, since he is a mutant coming for us, there is no need for courtesy. S.H.I.E.L.D, you are the expert in dealing with mutants. The task of capturing him falls to you. Rest assured, General, I will ensure you meet our 12th weapon. A fleeting spark of ecstasy crossed S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes as he earnestly assured General Monson. I await the results with great anticipation. General Monson cast a deep glance at S.H.I.E.L.D before striding out of the office. S.H.I.E.L.D, you. However, S.H.I.E.L.D disregarded the woman beside him, directly picking up the communicator on the table. No more words. You may leave now. I must make arrangements. Oh, the woman's words ultimately transformed into a deep sigh as she opened the door and exited the room. The sky was devoid of helicopters, and the sea was free of obstructing vessels. This location should have been well within their defensive perimeter. Why, then, was there no movement? 1,000 meters from the solitary island, Alex halted the vessel, perplexed. He activated the first auxiliary ocular technique evolved from his Annihilation Eye, the 1,000-mile eye. With each evolution, his Annihilation Eye differentiated into entirely new abilities, and thus far, he had manifested only the 1,000-mile eye. This technique, as its name suggests, grants the power of long-distance vision. However, Alex's 1,000-mile eye encompasses far more than mere distance. It bestows night vision, X-ray vision, and a comprehensive 360-degree field of view. If one were to be precise, Alex's 1,000-mile eye could be regarded as a fortified and more versatile version of the Byakugan. A distance of 1,000 meters was ample. With a confident smile, Alex gazed toward the island, observing as the distant scenery rapidly drew near, the situation on the island beyond 1,000 meters becoming vividly clear. Oh, so they had long since laid a trap, deliberately inviting me in. I have become one of these so-called mutants. Watching the scene unfold, Alex chuckled. On the nearest coastline of the distant island, well-equipped soldiers lay in ambush, their concealment methods remarkably sophisticated. Had it not been for Alex's X-ray vision, he would not have detected their presence. Moreover, he discerned that each soldier was equipped with a net crafted from a special alloy, indicating that the enemy had received orders to capture him alive. Firearms would pose little threat to me. Did they really intend to seize me in such a manner? With this thought, Alex shifted his focus, bursting into laughter. It turned out that at the potential landing sites, the soldiers had set numerous traps of various kinds, conventional ropes, hidden pits, barbed wire, and many advanced technological devices that Alex could not comprehend, all designed with the intent of capturing him alive. The sheer number of perilous obstacles truly signified their high regard for him. With this in mind, Alex delved deeper into his observations, seeking to uncover the conditions within the island's base. As he surveyed the landscape, his gaze fell first upon a magnificently constructed dam. Below, a dense cluster of buildings and sturdy roads crisscrossed the area, while pairs of armed soldiers patrolled incessantly, maintaining vigilant watch. Within the architectural complex, various metallic instruments of all sizes were assembled, some towering several stories high, others merely the size of a person, evoking a sense of awe in Alex, who, despite being entirely ignorant in this domain, felt an inexplicable reverence. This must be the longing of the uneducated for civilization. He had discovered it. They were the captured mutants. As his vision continued to penetrate deeper, Alex beheld peculiar cages fashioned from strange metals, each containing a varying number of young men and women, all adorned with expressions of deep despondency. "Who are you?" As Alex observed the mutants with great interest, one of them surprisingly sensed his gaze and turned to look at him. A beautiful girl. Such is the nature of mutants. Fascinating. With a soft sigh, Alex momentarily lost his desire to continue his scrutiny. He withdrew his gaze, restarted the vessel, and advanced towards an island situated 1,000 meters away. "White Queen, what's wrong?" inquired the girl who had noticed Alex's gaze. As her roommate expressed concern, "I just felt someone watching us." While responding to her roommate's question, Diamond Girl glanced around. But the sensation soon dissipated. "I don't feel it anymore." Her roommate, well aware of the formidable psychic abilities of Diamond Girl, had no doubt about her words and feelings. She pondered, could it be that an ability user from the base was spying on us, or perhaps a mutant allied with them? Do they have some ulterior motive? Probably not. They are likely not from the base. Diamond Girl shook her head. When they looked at us, it felt as though they were seeing someone similar. I believe they are either a captured comrade about to be imprisoned or a rescuer seeking trouble at the base. Comrade and rescuer, her roommate murmured, a bitter smile crossing her face. I truly hope it is the latter. To be honest, I have endured enough of this iron cage. I long to roam freely outside. Do not lose heart. That day will come soon. Diamond Girl reassured her roommate. How can you be so sure? Her roommate instinctively retorted, then paused, apologizing. I'm sorry. I overreacted. No need to apologize. Diamond Girl gently embraced her roommate. My intuition tells me that significant events will unfold at the base soon, and our days of confinement are numbered. Really? You should trust the instincts of a telepath. Diamond Girl feigned displeasure as she said this. True, her roommate replied, albeit uncertain whether Diamond Girl was genuinely comforting herself or truly sensed impending events. Nevertheless, her spirits were slightly lifted. After all, life must move forward. Chapter 6. A solo venture with the vessel's full power. The distance of 1,000 meters was hardly a challenge. In no time, Alex steered the boat ashore and leaped onto the beach. Well, since the enemy is prepared, I cannot simply bypass them. Alex scratched his head and walked directly towards the dam at the center of the isolated island. This location was the core of the entire base, where a multitude of soldiers lay in ambush along the path leading there. Having decided to strike straight at the heart of the matter, Alex was determined to proceed directly to that location. Under the watchful gaze of the all-seeing eye, be it high-tech or low-wit traps, Alex perceived everything with crystal clarity. To fall into their snares, he would have to leap willingly into their midst. Captain, our traps are utterly ineffective, exclaimed an impatient soldier, witnessing how effortlessly Alex evaded their painstakingly laid traps, as if he had already foreseen their locations. Frustrated, the captain pondered briefly before activating the communicator to contact the operations chief, who was monitoring the situation from the base. General S.H.I.E.L.D, what should we do now? The mutant possesses extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he can evade danger itself. The calm voice of General S.H.I.E.L.D resonated through the communicator, since the capture traps have proven futile. You must advance and apprehend him. The The captain hastily inquired, "What if he resists?" "I require only a living specimen for experimentation," replied General S.H.I.E.L.D. evasively, before abruptly disconnecting the call. The implication was clear. As long as he remained alive, that was sufficient. Truly, his coldness was unwavering. The squad leader smirked, switching the communicator's channel, where it was stated that they could fire as long as the target remained alive. The personnel involved in this operation were equipped with specially designed tranquilizer bullets, each capable of bringing down several elephants in an instant. Remarkably, these bullets would not inflict the same injuries as conventional metal rounds. As long as a direct headshot was avoided, the chances of capturing the quarry alive were maximized. In other words, should Alex be struck by a single bullet, even if he were a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he would obediently succumb, allowing the soldiers to bind and control him. Understood. The soldiers, concealed in various positions, received the command and quietly prepared, loading their weapons, waiting for the captain's signal to surge forth and seize the target. The moment to strike was finally at hand. Observing the movements of the hidden soldiers with disdain, Alex allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. The energy within him stirred, and a crimson cross flickered into his eyes. The Annihilation Gaze activated, and combat was imminent. Suddenly, a familiar sound resonated from the distant sky, growing increasingly closer and louder. Peering up cautiously, the soldiers spotted a helicopter racing towards the island. A helicopter? We weren't informed of anyone coming to the island. Meanwhile, General S.H.I.E.L.D., watching the situation unfold from the base, felt a surge of unease. He quickly adjusted the surveillance equipment's lens to focus on the approaching helicopter, only to be astonished by the sight of a figure he knew all too well. Wolverine. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D's old acquaintance turned around and exchanged a few words with the people inside the plane before leaping out, maneuvering his parachute towards the small island. Damn it! This scoundrel has chosen this moment to return. Infuriated, S.H.I.E.L.D. cursed vehemently, his mind racing as he swiftly issued commands for his entire team to mobilize. More enemies were approaching the base, and capturing that boy was imperative. Yes, sir. Although the commanding soldier at the forefront was unaware of the situation. Obedience is the soldier's duty, and he promptly accepted S.H.I.E.L.D's orders. One team opened fire to provide suppressive cover, while the second team advanced to apprehend the target. Understood. Understood. No sooner had the words left their mouths than soldiers concealed at a distance sprang forth from their hiding spots, brandishing submachine guns to simultaneously fire at Alex's surroundings and lower body, restricting his movement. Meanwhile, not far from Alex, additional soldiers emerged, advancing rapidly with peculiar footwork, clearly adept in close combat. This is how battle should be. Just as the thought crossed their minds, Alex's figure vanished in a flash from the range of fire, like a specter darting towards the members of the second team engaged in hand-to-hand combat. So swift. Cease fire. Startled by Alex's sudden burst of speed, the captain hastily halted his team from firing, realizing that their aimless shooting would only endanger their own comrades. You are the first. Dashing to the side of a soldier. While his opponent was still reeling from the speed, Alex seized him by the neck, a buzzing sound echoing as he was consumed into the Annihilation Eye. You bastard. Die. Witnessing his comrade absorbed before his very eyes ignited a soldier's fury, who swiftly drew a dagger strapped to his calf and lunged fiercely at Alex's heart. Alas, while his bravery was commendable, it was futile against Alex's superior physique, akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Alex effortlessly grasped the soldier's wrist, leaving behind an assessment of commendable courage but insufficient strength, before unceremoniously devouring him into his eye. Damn it, how bizarre is this fellow's ability? The captain, witnessing the loss of two skilled men in what was merely a skirmish, was horrified and urgently commanded, "Fall back. Do not let him catch you." Just as he issued the order, the communicator crackled with a series of agonizing screams. Several soldiers caught off guard were snatched away, transforming into pure ethereal energy within Alex's eye. Damn, his speed is too great. Maintain distance. Suppress him with handguns and submachine guns. Be cautious. The soldiers of the second team stood as fragile as paper, instantly torn asunder by Alex. The troops cried out in panic. Some fired their handguns, inadvertently hitting their unprepared comrades, while others unleashed a barrage from submachine guns, transforming their allies into a hive of chaos. The cacophony of frantic screams, curses, and gunfire intermingled, leading to utter disarray. Such remarkable speed, nearly akin to teleportation. S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed in awe at the scene displayed on the monitor, utterly indifferent to the soldier's demise. These inept beings could not possibly ensnare him. The saber-tooth was still needed to contend with Wolverine. It seemed the time had come to deploy Weapon 11. With this thought, S.H.I.E.L.D resolved to act, swiftly rising from his office and racing towards the confidential location where Weapon 11 was secured. Once I possess Weapon 12, it shall mark the official commencement of my war against mutants. This time, I shall obliterate them entirely. I must eradicate every mutant in the world. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island base, Wolverine found himself suspended from a treetop, both he and his parachute hanging precariously. Calmly, he unsheathed his claws and severed the cords of the parachute before leaping to the ground. Oddly, no one attempted to intercept him. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, Wolverine was perplexed by the absence of expected enemies. Given their concern for the island, they should have detected his presence. What could possibly be amiss? Never mind. I must focus on the task at hand. After a moment of contemplation, he shrugged off his confusion and swiftly infiltrated the base, following a path that felt familiar. This time, he was determined to rectify past mistakes. Failure was not an option. Whether obstacles lay ahead or not, he would press on, to atone for his previous errors. Wolverine was resolute. S.H.I.E.L.D, I have come for you. The memories of those who perished by S.H.I.E.L.D's hand, both comrades and innocents alike, fueled Wolverine's hatred, propelling him forward with increasing determination. Chapter 7. Perilous Useless, your movements are too sluggish. Alex effortlessly dodged a soldier's grappling maneuver, preparing to strike when a sudden sense of danger surged within him, as if a grave threat was approaching at breakneck speed. Quickly, he evaded, ignoring the chance to finish off his opponent. What an opportunity! Die! The soldier opposite, noticing Alex's unexpected vulnerability, let out a surprised exclamation. Yet, before he could finish his words, an external force abruptly interrupted him, as a high-velocity bullet pierced through his body. It was a sniper. Alex was startled, his heart racing at the thought that he had been observed like a birdwatcher by a sniper for an extended period, sending chills down his spine. Ignoring the other soldiers on the field, he hastily accelerated to his maximum speed, transforming into a shadow as he sprinted along a zigzag path toward the nearby cluster of buildings. Once he found cover, he would no longer fear the sniper's aim. With the plan to capture Alex thwarted and soldiers being picked off one by one, General Monson could no longer remain passive. He dispatched his elite sniper to eliminate the target. Bang, 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 bang. The ensuing scene left the seasoned soldiers and their companions utterly astonished. Alex's movements were unceasing as he darted left and right in a zigzag pattern, while the ground around him was pockmarked with bullet holes from the large-caliber sniper rifle. In less than 3 seconds, he had sprinted over 100 meters, safely reaching the side of a building. With a powerful kick, Alex sent the door flying open and swiftly entered the structure. How infuriating! He managed to escape. Despite firing 3 shots without hitting him, it was truly alarming. The abilities of this mutant were indeed formidable. Watching the figure vanish completely within the building through the sniper scope, the 3 snipers grudgingly stowed their weapons. It was not that their marksmanship was lacking. Rather, Alex's reflexes were astonishingly swift, coupled with his remarkable speed, leaving them no time to properly aim at him. The fact that they could even keep up with him was a testament to their extraordinary skills. Let us go. The general has ordered us to eliminate the target. Our mission is not yet complete. One of them quickly rose, gazing toward the location where Alex had concealed himself. I really do not wish to confront that fellow again. I fear my confidence as a sniper might be shattered. I feel the same. The other 2 snipers exchanged wry smiles. Nevertheless, they picked up their sniper rifles and followed their leader, hastening towards a vantage point. Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. After all, they were soldiers. Once inside the building, Alex wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cursing himself for being careless, nearly falling prey to the sniper. In the heat of battle, he had focused solely on the soldiers, forgetting that his most dreaded threat was long-range attacks, for he lacked any offensive capabilities at a distance. Had it not been for his instinctive awareness of danger and timely reaction, he would have already been reduced to mere flesh by the sniper's bullets. Uncertain of when his eyes might evolve to possess long-range ocular techniques, Alex found his thoughts drifting to his own vision after temporarily resolving a crisis. As an avid fan of Japanese anime, he found himself inexplicably transported to this world. Initially, like the protagonists in certain novels, he was overwhelmed with excitement, dreaming of grandiose battles. However, upon reading a newspaper one fateful day, he was utterly dismayed. To his astonishment, he had landed in a world teeming with superheroes. Despite his prior indifference towards American comics and films, being a devotee of Japanese culture, he was not entirely ignorant of the brutal realities depicted in American comics. The likes of Superman, capable of obliterating countless galaxies, and his formidable adversaries, alongside supervillains hell-bent on world and cosmic destruction, painted a grim picture. The American comic universe was scarcely populated by ordinary beings. Encountering such perilous circumstances was more than just bad luck. With no money to his name and stranded in a foreign land, compounded by his transformation into a youthful appearance, Alex inevitably came face to face with the dark underbelly of society. It was only until one fateful day that he unexpectedly acquired a peculiar power, the Annihilation Eye, transforming his destiny irrevocably. He began to consume all those who had bullied him and eliminate anyone who sought to harm him. After adopting this new identity, Alex underwent a rapid metamorphosis. While he reveled in his newfound destructive capabilities, his Annihilation Eye absorbed sufficient mystical energy, birthing a groundbreaking ocular technique, the 1,000-Mile Eye. It became clear to Alex that his eyes were not merely endowed with the power of the Annihilation Eye. Rather, it served as an energy collector to facilitate further evolution. Once the energy amassed reached a certain threshold, his eyes would unlock entirely new abilities. Thus, in pursuit of greater strength, Alex embarked on a journey across various nations. Alongside his quest for power, he utilized unique methods to acquire numerous valuable items, including those treasures he had previously mentioned in conversation with a certain heroine. This time, he fortuitously found himself in Canada, where he encountered a series of unfortunate events. The faint sound of military boots striking the ground echoed around him. Alex realized that soldiers were in pursuit. They had no desire to engage with him further, but under the orders of General Monson, they understood that avoiding sacrifice to complete their mission was impossible. It was a matter of life or death, whether they defied the General's commands or faced demise at the hands of the young man. Regardless, they braced themselves with the honor of soldiers and prepared for action. The general's orders had eliminated any pretense of capturing him alive. They were to end the confrontation with lethal force. The commanding officer shouted directives, and the soldiers sprang into action. What had initially seemed like a straightforward task now appeared to necessitate a more serious approach. As Alex switched his vision to the clairvoyant mode, he observed the soldiers' movements and couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet his face bore no trace of fear, for they were simply not worthy of it. Whoosh! Several rocket launchers erupted from their tubes, and the high-explosive projectiles detonated violently upon contact with the walls. The soldiers were filled with exhilaration, thick smoke obscuring their vision as they either prayed or cursed for Alex's demise. However, having already discerned their intentions, Alex would never allow the rockets to reach him. The thunderous explosions crumbled a significant portion of the structure, but Alex had long vacated the blast radius the moment the detonation occurred. He effortlessly leaped to a height of 3 stories, slipping through a window into an adjacent room. It was not fear of their firearms that drove him, but rather his discovery of peculiar yet seemingly useful items in a nearby, heavily guarded location piqued his interest, prompting him to momentarily disregard the ruffians below. Quickly pursue him. He dashed towards the laboratory. The action captain shouted urgently, and the soldiers, who had been scanning for Alex's figure, immediately identified their target, hastily shouldering their weapons and ammunition to chase after him. The soldiers at the forefront, undaunted by the possibility of Alex countering their assault, fired their submachine guns while running, attempting to intercept him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated, bullets ricocheting off metal, sparking brilliantly, yet not a single shot found its mark on its intended target. Against Alex's superhuman physical prowess, it was an almost impossible feat for ordinary soldiers to land a hit. Futile endeavors. Once I secure what I seek, I shall deal with you. Glancing back at the soldiers trailing behind him, Alex revealed a bloodthirsty grin, springing forth with a light push of his feet. He soared several meters into another room. Chapter 8. The onset of battle. Alex approached his objective with remarkable speed, violently dismantling the closed doors in his path. The blaring sirens within the base did nothing to distract him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets whistled through the air, raining down like a storm upon the ground and metallic instruments beside Alex, exploding into a myriad of dazzling sparks. Faced with the escalating chaos, General Monson began to lose his composure. He promptly mobilized the majority of the soldiers stationed on the island to participate in the hunt for Alex. At Monson's command, another 1 to 200 fully armed soldiers swiftly arrived, joining forces with their predecessors to pursue Alex relentlessly. Simultaneously, the snipers, including 3 elite marksmen, maneuvered to the front to seize advantageous terrain, calmly seeking the opportune moment to fire from their concealed positions. The rifles they wielded were formidable anti-material weapons, capable of penetrating even a tank with a single shot. If they could just find the right moment to pull the trigger, they would surely catch Alex off guard. A fatal strike. This epitomized the essence of a true sniper. These soldiers exhibited remarkable psychological resilience, showing no fear even now. Alex mused as he dashed through the base, when suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Without warning, he leaped backward, his body performing several agile rolls in midair before landing firmly on the ground. Bang! The instant Alex propelled himself backward, the solid ground erupted, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with debris flying and wisps of smoke rising. Another sniper. A chill coursed through Alex's mind as he realized a sniper had taken aim. He could not afford to be careless. He resumed his erratic zigzag pattern, relying on his superhuman danger sensitivity to evade the sniper's shot once more. Yet he remained acutely aware that he could not let his guard down. Who knew how long this heightened sense would remain effective? The exhilarating sensation of skirting death, with the specter of mortality lurking at every turn, was truly intoxicating. This was the essence of battle. This was a man's true passion. With a wicked grin, Alex quickened his pace, narrowly evading another shot. The sniper, frustrated by yet another failure, cursed under his breath before swiftly repositioning. The prime opportunity for a shot had been lost, and he needed to relocate. The elite sniper in the squad was clearly at a loss against him. This individual was no ordinary adversary. Is this what they call a mutant? Remarkable. Oh God, humanity stands no chance against them. Seeing his troops falter in resolve, the captain quickly rose to rally their spirits, urging them not to panic. After all, he was merely one man. If they all fired together, they would surely bring him down. Indeed, the captain was right. Encouraged by his words, the soldiers regained a semblance of morale, continuing their pursuit of Alex, unleashing a barrage of bullets and rockets upon his elusive figure. In the most concealed corner of the base, the secretary anxiously reported to General Monson, "General, the enemy is rapidly approaching Lab 4. Our soldiers cannot hold him back. Order the outer troops to continue the chase, and coordinate with the soldiers stationed at the lab to eliminate the enemy. He must be decisively neutralized. Tell the soldiers that this battle determines their loyalty to the nation." General Monson, in a state of agitation, issued commands to his secretary before inquiring about the whereabouts of Major S.H.I.E.L.D. "Why have I not seen him in the command room?" The secretary, after a moment of hesitation under Monson's stern gaze, reluctantly divulged that Major S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone to the chamber housing Weapon 11 just 10 minutes prior. That scoundrel S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury etched across Monson's countenance, for the mental state of Weapon 11 remained precarious. Should anything go awry, I must intervene. With that, he brushed past his secretary and, accompanied by 2 soldiers, set off in search of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Wolverine, consumed by thoughts of vengeance against S.H.I.E.L.D., encountered someone he never anticipated, a woman, one he believed to be deceased, his beloved Silver Fox. "Kara, why are you here?" Logan's expression bore no trace of joy. Disbelief clouded his features as he gazed at the woman before him, feeling as though the very world were conspiring against him. "I'm sorry, Ron," Silver Fox Kara said, meeting Logan's gaze momentarily before lowering her head with a resigned sigh. Despite her reasons for deceiving Logan, deception remained deception, and no matter how noble the rationale, it could not conceal the unyielding truth. "I'm sorry," Ron managed a bitter smile, silently observing her as he awaited her explanation. He needed an explanation. Just as Kara began to speak, another voice interjected from the side. "My brother, I have long told you that this woman is not worth your sacrifices." "Victor." Logan turned to the source of the voice, locking eyes with his elder brother, Sabretooth. The gaze shifted between Kara and Victor, and Logan could not help but let out a grim laugh. "So you two were in cahoots from the very beginning. I truly am a fool, a simpleton, to have allowed you both to manipulate me." "No, Logan, please listen to me," Kara pleaded, understanding his turmoil as she stepped forward in an attempt to explain everything. However, before she could articulate her reasoning, Victor interjected, seemingly intent on derailing her words. "Logan, you are indeed a fool. This woman is merely a pawn used by S.H.I.E.L.D. To ensure your compliance with the subsequent experiments, S.H.I.E.L.D. orchestrated your acquaintance, your affection, and ultimately, your heartbreak, all preordained. Victor proclaimed with a mocking smile. Kara, is this true? Logan turned to his beloved. Yes. However, after a moment of silence, Kara conceded to Victor's words. Just as she contemplated further explanation, Victor's voice resonated once more. Logan, my brother, I am the only one in this world who truly needs you. Come now. If we unite as brothers, we can attain everything we desire. With that, Victor extended his hand and stepped toward Logan. Logan regarded his elder brother with a mixture of emotions, feeling that today was indeed an unfortunate day. He had not only discovered that the woman he cherished was an agent sent to deceive him, but he also learned that Victor still sincerely wished to bring him back into his fold. The juxtaposition of deceit and sincerity rendered everything profoundly ironic. Logan, do not heed his deceitful words, Kara urged, her gaze fixed anxiously on Wolverine. Yet, neither Logan nor Victor acknowledged her. Come, Logan. You know I have always awaited your return. Victor continued to advance, his right hand outstretched as if anticipating a response. However, what Victor received was Logan's outright refusal. Victor, you know it is impossible for us to collaborate again. We have many scores to settle. Is that so? How regrettable. Victor maintained his smile, his hand still extended, seemingly unfazed by Logan's rejection. We are brothers, and we should have fought side by side. Since you are so stubborn, I shall fulfill my duty as your elder brother and enlighten you about the true nature of this world. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Victor's right hand suddenly unleashed a sharp bone claw, aimed at Wolverine's face. With a resounding clang, this unexpected strike was met by Wolverine's metallic claws just in time. Victor, you remain as treacherous as ever, Wolverine exclaimed, wearing an expression of unyielding resolve as he firmly blocked Victor's attack, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to his brother's chest. Haha, Victor chuckled, his left hand also brandishing a bone claw, using it to repel Wolverine's right leg, while swiftly swiping upward to dislodge Wolverine's claws. The two stood in a cautious standoff, the tension of brotherly conflict palpable. Chapter 9. The sharp blade amidst the joint onslaught of soldiers and snipers. Alex navigated with trepidation towards his initial objective, coming upon a laboratory marked with the number 4. Finally arrived. With that thought, Alex raised his foot and delivered a heavy kick to the laboratory's imposing door. Bang! The thick metal door buckled inward, yet it resolutely maintained its primary function, preventing outsiders from entering the laboratory. Goodness! Upon witnessing this, Alex could not help but be taken aback. While outsiders may be unaware of the force behind his kick, he was all too familiar with it. After years of relentless training, his physique had transcended the limits of humanity. Take, for instance, that recent kick. Its destructive power rivaled, if not exceeded, that of a compact car colliding head-on. Yet, astonishingly, this formidable strike failed to breach the imposing door. One must concede, the defenses of laboratory no. For we're exceptionally robust. Let us see how many more of my strikes you can withstand. Fueled by a competitive spirit, Alex retreated a few steps, focused his energy, and charged forward. With a resounding crash, the metal door finally yielded, propelled backward with tremendous force. The deformed door, soaring through the air for several meters, collided violently with a machine, reducing the seemingly precious apparatus to ruins. Unfazed by the chaos behind him, Alex strode confidently into the laboratory, reveling in his triumph over the door. He cast a casual glance around the interior before making his way to the right. Laboratory No. 4 bore a resemblance to other laboratories around the world, cluttered with various electronic devices of ambiguous purpose, while the floor was ensnared by a web of tangled wires. However, Alex, who was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of high technology, paid little heed to these details. His attention was drawn to an object that appeared distinctly out of place within the lab. In the corner stood a massive glass cabinet, solemnly displaying an array of cold weapons. The exterior glass was evidently not ordinary. It resembled reinforced glass capable of withstanding bullets. In a world dominated by firearms, such protection for cold weapons was perplexing and certainly worthy of contemplation. Inside the cabinet, an assortment of cold weaponry was exhibited, featuring Eastern long spears and swords, as well as military-grade combat knives. However, the collection was predominantly composed of samurai swords and popular small blades, alongside some auxiliary tools like throwing claws, showcasing an impressive variety. Such fine treasures. Alex's voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement. He was taken aback by the foreigner's interest in samurai swords. Having previously encountered resistance from the metal door, Alex was determined not to underestimate his next challenge. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch, shattering the reinforced glass of the cabinet into fragments. "Remarkable weight," he exclaimed, lifting a samurai sword and admiring its balance. Alex was instantly enamored with this cold weapon. No fervent anime enthusiast could resist the allure of a samurai sword. Delighted and eager to test its capabilities, Alex approached a nearby metal apparatus and aimed the blade at a protruding metallic tube, preparing to strike. Whoosh! The air was pierced only by the sound of a blade slicing through it, devoid of any superfluous noise, as if the edge had never come into contact with any obstruction. However, the subsequent clatter of metal falling to the ground unmistakably told a different tale. The strike had indeed cleaved through the metallic tubing of an instrument, splitting it cleanly in two. Such effortless precision. This was the true essence of cutting through iron like clay. Alex could scarcely contain his excitement, exclaiming that during the recent strike, his wrist had felt almost no resistance. And there was no doubt that this was a genuine divine weapon. Like a child who has found a treasured toy, Alex could not help but fondle the katana in his hand, his gaze suddenly darting to the weapons displayed in the glass cabinet, recalling two friends back in America. Those two were enthusiasts of cold weaponry, and he knew they would be utterly delighted to receive such gifts. With this thought in mind, Alex swiftly began to extract the katana, daggers, and shurikens from the glass cabinet, binding them securely with the cord attached to the shurikens. Fortunately, these swords and daggers had been fitted with user-friendly sheaths. Otherwise, he would have faced great difficulty in transporting them. After a moment's reflection, Alex selected a favored dagger and tucked it into his right pocket, while the bundled cold weapons were slung over his back with his left hand. Satisfied, he smiled to himself. He had acquired what he desired, and it was time to attend to more pressing matters. With a grin, Alex disregarded the sheath of the katana in his right hand and stepped out of the laboratory, having heard the footsteps of soldiers approaching outside. It was time to dispatch these minor foes. In his haste, Alex did not notice the name Eadman inscribed beneath the glass cabinet, nor did he grasp the rarity of the weapons he had taken. Indestructible, impervious to wear, and nearly indestructible. That was the significance of the name Eadman. Eadman alloy, a superior composite formed by blending extraterrestrial meteorite powder with carbon alloys, stands as the hardest metal on Earth, surpassing even diamond. Once refined and cooled, this Eadman ore exhibits no signs of melting even at temperatures soaring to 500,000 degrees Celsius. It is a man-made, indestructible alloy. The chemical structure of Eadman alloy is a closely guarded secret of the U.S. government, with only the government and its core allies possessing any related information. In other words, it is a luxury that cannot be purchased, no matter the wealth. In truth, this laboratory was originally intended for the production of Eadman alloy, transforming it into weapons designed for destruction. However, when Starker proposed a new plan, successfully transforming Logan into the indomitable Wolverine, this research was subsequently shelved, and the previously created weapons were temporarily sealed away. In the midst of a fierce battle, Alex inadvertently glimpsed them through his clairvoyant mode and instinctively felt they possessed remarkable qualities. This prompted him to boldly venture into the area. Ultimately, the weapons placed here were simply wasted. They were destined to fulfill their true purpose through the hands of Alex and his companions. The target was emerging from Laboratory No. 4, and the captain's voice crackled through the communicator, urging all soldiers to fire at will upon sighting the target. With heightened vigilance, the soldiers cautiously encircled Laboratory No. 4, their weapons poised for action. Fire! Alex stepped out from Laboratory No. 4, instantly bombarded by a torrential downpour of bullets. The towering soldiers roared, launching a fierce assault. Among the barrage of bullets, a dozen explosive grenades erupted, while behind the soldiers, several individuals wielding rocket launchers sought their moment to strike. The situation was perilously dire. If you seek my life, then there is little more to say. Unfazed by the hail of bullets, Alex grinned maniacally, crimson crosses reflecting in his eyes, his pupils mirroring a world drenched in blood. In the next instant, Alex's figure vanished like a phantom, followed by the agonizing screams of three soldiers. Glancing back, he saw those three wailing soldiers had lost all strength to cry out again, having been cleaved in two, blood pooling around them, a death most final. As the nearby soldiers gasped in horror, a flash of glimmering steel appeared, carving an elegant arc through the air. The cold blade swiftly sliced through one soldier's throat. "Why, you monster?" the soldier murmured in his final moments, his words trailing off as blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering in all directions. With a thud, the soldier collapsed. Devil! Demon! Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of their comrade, several soldiers descended into madness, indiscriminately spraying their submachine guns in all directions, heedless of their fellow soldiers. The cacophony of gunfire, the cries of the wounded, the splatter of blood, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground intertwined, creating a scene of utter carnage, a hellscape beyond imagination. Only one figure, ethereal and ghost-like, danced amidst the chaos, both graceful and bloodstained. Chapter 10. A new transformation of the Crimson. Narrow passage resembled a nightmarish hell from legend, where it felt as though blood could seep from any corner at any moment. Alex stood amidst a pool of blood. His eyes gently closed, a blade gripped firmly in his hand, his casual attire marred by splatters of crimson, resembling a garment woven from the very essence of blood itself. The surroundings bore an eerie resemblance to a sea of blood, the ground littered with an abundance of bullet casings, firearms, and combat gear, yet conspicuously devoid of the human corpses one would expect in such a grim tableau. Silence enveloped the scene as Alex maintained his stance, his figure unwavering and upright. In that moment, he was neither lost in regret nor nostalgic for the brutality he had inflicted. Rather, he endured the searing pain radiating from his eyes. Having annihilated every soldier that besieged him and consumed their remnants, Alex was suddenly beset by a piercing agony in his eyes, a sensation both familiar and alien. Filling his heart with unexpected elation, he understood that after years of accumulation, the Eye of Obliteration had absorbed sufficient ethereal energy, heralding the imminent emergence of a new ocular technique following the Eye of Foresight. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating torment, Alex stifled groans as the pain gnawed at him like a relentless swarm of ants. The unyielding nature of the discomfort rendered even his years of enhanced physical fortitude through the Eye of Obliteration ineffective. He sensed a profound transformation brewing within his eyes, burgeoning and intensifying, waves of pain coursing through him, yet utterly unable to overshadow the joy swelling in his heart. The ocular techniques were his lifeline in a world where superheroes and supervillains clashed, and the more thoroughly his eyes evolved, the stronger his capacity for self-preservation would become, ensuring a life of greater tranquility. Now, as his eyes prepared to birth a new technique, how could mere pain diminish the exhilaration that surged within him? Approximately 10 minutes later, Alex felt the pain emanating from his eyes gradually abate, a bittersweet culmination of suffering giving way to relief. In the moment, the pain dissipated entirely. A sensation of indescribable comfort flooded his vision, swiftly radiating to every corner of his being. With a sigh of relief, Alex allowed himself to relax. Gently opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he immediately perceived the transformative effects of his new ocular technique. The world appeared sharper, the movements and trajectories of all things crystal clear within his sight. Simultaneously, a surge of information burst forth into his consciousness, flooding his mind. Alex staggered momentarily but quickly regained his composure, having absorbed the entirety of this newfound knowledge. The Ghost Eye, this was the name of his new technique, accompanied by an unexpected skill. Just how formidable were his eyes? Gazing into the reflection of his own eyes in the polished blade, Alex mused to himself. As a qualified aficionado of the anime realm, Alex was undoubtedly aware of the origin of the demon eye. In a certain Japanese anime, the demon eye serves as a testament to a Shinkijryu, swordsman transcending the mortal plane to attain a divine state. Yet, in this world, Alex possessed the demon eye before acquiring the requisite skills of a Shinkijryu swordsman. In other words, the emergence of the demon eye disrupted the original causality, leading to an outcome that now preceded its cause. Consequently, Alex instantaneously ascended to the status of a godly Shinkijryu swordsman. Truly, the eye technique, cultivated over several years, proves to be immensely powerful. The gleaming metallic blade vividly reflected the essence of the demon eye, a blood-red hue of unparalleled purity, devoid of any impurities. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the Annihilation Eye, yet lacked its distinctive dual crosses. It possessed only an infinite expanse of blood red, devoid of emotional expression and devoid of murderous intent. It exuded a chilling calmness, pure to the utmost degree, capable of freezing human blood, a terrifying tranquility. As a swordsman, maintaining the most fundamental composure in any circumstance is paramount, and as a godly Yin-Yang Shinkidryu swordsman, their calmness is truly unparalleled. Now, in the mode of the demon eye, Alex too embodied this dreadful serenity. These eyes render me so composed that I scarcely feel human. With a self-deprecating sigh, Alex surveyed the surroundings and then stepped forth. It was time to confront the captured mutants. Clang, clang. The adamantium claws clashed violently, igniting countless sparks as two figures enacted a tragic scene of brotherly conflict before the Silver Fox Carla. Having endured both world wars and numerous skirmishes, Wolverine and Sabretooth possessed an exceedingly refined arsenal of lethal techniques. Each of their strikes targeted the most vulnerable points of the human body. Even though both possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, a successful hit would momentarily incapacitate them, leaving one at a significant disadvantage. Clang. During the fray, Sabretooth's bone claws forcefully broke through Wolverine's defenses. As Wolverine attempted to evade, a deep gash, revealing bone, marred his side. Logan, you're as useless as ever. Sabretooth Victor grinned, launching himself towards Wolverine with formidable speed, one claw aimed at his head and the other at his chest, a relentless assault. However, as a battle companion to Victor for an indeterminate duration, Wolverine would not succumb so easily. In the instant Victor pounced upon him like a ravenous tiger, Wolverine swiftly fell to the ground, delivering a powerful kick to the unsuspecting Victor's chest. Bang! The force of the kick was tremendous, and Victor's hefty frame was sent soaring by Wolverine's strike, crashing into the ceiling and creating a significant dent before he fell heavily to the ground. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to such an injury, yet Victor, a formidable mutant, demonstrated his resilience. Without even a moment's hesitation, he sprang back to his feet, looking somewhat exasperated at his brother, Wolverine. Victor, you underestimate me. Wolverine slowly rose from the ground, shaking his head as he glanced at Victor, whose wounds had already healed to the point of leaving no scars. Both Wolverine and Sabretooth possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. As long as they were not utterly defeated, they could swiftly recover and continue the fight. In fact, Logan's survival through the brutal experiments conducted by Stryker, ultimately transforming him into the indestructible Wolverine, hinged upon this extraordinary healing power. Otherwise, he would have perished the instant the searing adamantium was infused into his body, overwhelmed by the heat and pain. You've made me angry, Logan. Sabretooth Victor glared fiercely at Wolverine, his bone claws regrowing in his hands. This time, I will kill you. Let us settle the score between us. Wolverine defiantly unsheathed his adamantium claws, prepared to confront his elder brother, the very one who had repeatedly slain his friends and family. Nearby, Silver Fox Carla watched anxiously as the two faced off, feeling utterly powerless. After Wolverine learned the truth, it seemed she had lost her standing to intervene. Meanwhile, General Munson hurried to the chamber housing Weapon 11, relieved to find the door intact. Fortunately, Stryker has not yet activated Weapon 11. You two return to the command room and stand by. I must have a word with Major Stryker. The general commanded the two soldiers, who promptly saluted respectfully before departing hastily. Entering the room by inputting the password, General Munson glimpsed Stryker standing beside Weapon 11, his head bowed. He strode in urgently. Major Stryker, what are you doing? I told you, no one is to touch Weapon 11 without my orders. Do you intend to defy my commands? No. I was just... Stryker looked up in astonishment at the approaching General Munson, shrugging as he prepared to explain. No need for further words. Munson interrupted Stryker with impatience, reprimanding him. Your presence here speaks volumes. If you wish to avoid spending the rest of your life in prison, Major Stryker, I command you to leave this place immediately. Strick, with a sense of resignation, lowered his head, a wild glimmer flashing in his eyes. He murmured, General, I understand. I shall leave at once. Upon witnessing Strick's submission, General Monson's tone softened. Noticing that weapon number 11 appeared unremarkable, he turned away, prepared to lead Strick out of the room. However, the moment he turned his back, Strick lunged forward with a swift motion, his weapon piercing Monson's body with a sickening sound. Strick, you... General Monson turned in disbelief, glancing at Strick. He could hardly fathom that this submissive individual, who had always bowed to him, would dare to assassinate him. As he stared into Strick's impassive face, Monson suddenly realized he had never truly understood this man. In the next instant, he slumped to the ground, consciousness and vitality ebbing away from his form. Humph! Strick uttered with a cold smirk, discarding his weapon carelessly. He hastened back to weapon number 11, intent on swiftly adjusting its status. For outside awaited a most promising experimental subject. Chapter 11. Advance stepping out of the hellish chamber. Alex had barely taken a few steps when he encountered a dozen fully armed soldiers. The moment these soldiers laid eyes on Alex, they immediately brandished their weapons. A barrage of submachine guns erupted, bright tongues of flame spitting forth as bullets whizzed toward Alex. Seeking death, Alex smiled at the soldiers firing at him, their gazes akin to those directed at a corpse. In the next instant, his form vanished from the spot, reappearing in close proximity to the soldiers. His katana slicing through the air with a chilling swiftness. The faint sound of slicing filled the air, and the soldiers, who had been firing frantically, abruptly halted their actions, standing frozen in place as though time itself had stopped. What had transpired? It turned out that the moment Alex closed in on them, the Edmund alloy knife had, like the scythe of death, swiftly claimed their lives. In an instant, the soldiers' movements ceased as if they had received a command, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence, as though even time stood still. Subsequently, Alex performed a few elegant flourishes with the Edmund alloy knife before resting it behind his back. In the brief span of 2 seconds, the eyes of the soldiers around him were filled with reluctance, fear, and a desperate yearning for life. They instinctively lowered their gazes, resembling mechanized puppets, only to see a fine line appearing on the combat suits over their abdomens, with blood seeping out along the delicate trail. Puff! Blood cascaded from the heavens like the water of a fountain, striking the earth with a violent force, painting the surroundings in a vivid crimson hue. A dozen soldiers, filled with regret, unwillingness, and a profound attachment to life, collapsed, bewildered by the suddenness of their fate. They were oblivious to how they had fallen prey to this adversary, who had merely feigned an advance, remaining motionless until the moment of their demise. When had he drawn his blade? When had he struck? Alas, Alex had no inclination to provide them with any explanations. The last sensations they experienced were the resounding thud of their bodies hitting the ground and the encroaching darkness before consciousness slipped away entirely. The sword-drawing technique of the Shining Flow. This was one of the fundamental techniques bestowed by the Demon Eye, the cornerstone of all swordplay within the Shining Flow. In its original conception, the Shining Flow swordsmanship belonged to the realm of Yin and Yang, encompassing 4 categories: ordinary sword techniques, profound sword techniques, secret sword techniques, and miscellaneous arts, including body techniques and defensive maneuvers. The drawing technique serves as the foundation for the swift unsheathing of the sword, holding immense significance. As a fundamental sword skill, it falls under the first category of ordinary techniques and is the prerequisite for executing the secret sword techniques, such as the May Rain Slash and the Flying Swallow Blade Mist Slash. Without proficiency in the drawing technique, one cannot utilize these moves. Moreover, a Shining Flow swordsman lacking mastery in the drawing technique will forever be incapable of fully unleashing the profound level techniques, such as the Floral Dance of Chaos and the Cherry Blossom Gale Slash, as their drawing speed would be too sluggish, allowing opponents to interrupt their strikes. This technique seeks to achieve speed and explosive power, qualities that Alex has come to rely upon as his advantage. After years of enhancement from the Annihilation Eye, his own speed and explosive force have transcended human limitations, reaching an astonishing 40 meters per second. Those who seek his life must perish. Let us hope they do not cross paths with him in their next lives. With a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, Alex approached the fallen bodies, driven by a spirit of conservation to avoid waste, and activated his eye technique, the Annihilation Eye, to consume them entirely. Upon the evolution of his eyes into the Demon Eye, Alex gained a clear understanding of a crucial aspect. His eye technique now possessed direct offensive capability. This signified that the side effect of relying solely on his innate strength to combat foes was beginning to wane. He needed to find a way to store more spirit power. Until now, due to the Annihilation Eye's unconscious absorption of spirit power from the air, Alex had been unable to harness the spirit power within him for additional attacks. However, with the emergence of the Demon Eye technique, this significant flaw was entirely rectified, elevating his offensive capabilities to unprecedented heights. If Alex prior to acquiring the Demon Eye was merely a warrior capable of battling 100 foes, with it, he had transformed into a harbinger of doom, capable of facing not merely 100, but 1,000, even 10,000 adversaries. However, after evolving this ocular technique, Alex was compelled to confront the issue of depleted energy from the spirits. For any skill that requires a substantial accumulation of spiritual energy or chi to enhance its power, the supply of energy presents a significant challenge. Possessing a weapon of exceptional quality is futile if there are no bullets to expend. In summary, it was high time for Alex to contemplate solutions for this dilemma. As pure spiritual energy was absorbed in large quantities by the Annihilation Eye, Alex felt a marked improvement in both his physical strength and the reservoir of spiritual energy within him. Once he completed these tasks, Alex straightened up, declaring, "Now that my affairs are settled, let me see where the mutants are confined." With that, Alex switched his ocular technique to the distant vision mode, and his sight burst forth, unhindered by walls and clutter, rapidly expanding. Scenes invisible to the ordinary human eye swiftly materialized before him, within large iron cages. Numerous human mutants were confined as if they were mere animals. In that direction, 300 meters away, how conveniently close. Retracting his gaze, Alex activated the ghost eye technique and strolled towards a wall adjacent to his target. He raised the Edmund alloy knife. Now that he was aware of the target's location, he would charge directly towards it. Adhering to the designated path was not the way of a destroyer or a miscreant. Moreover, the property did not belong to him, so he felt no remorse in dismantling it. Open up. Without employing any techniques from the divine sound flow style, Alex relied solely on his superhuman strength to strike down the Edmund alloy knife forcefully. With a resounding crash, the sturdy wall was cleaved open, creating a passage large enough for a person to pass through. Alex chuckled heartily, stepping through. At long last, the Edmund alloy had not betrayed its reputation as the hardest material in the world. If such reckless behavior on Alex's part were to damage it, it would indeed be an unfortunate turn of fate. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding crashes echoed continuously. Before the might of the Edmund alloy knife and Alex's inhuman strength, the walls of the base, constructed at great expense, crumbled as if made of tofu, each being punctured with gaping holes. In this violent manner, Alex rapidly approached the location where the mutants were imprisoned. With another thunderous roar in the distance, the ground trembled violently beneath his feet. A female mutant looked anxiously towards her companion. "Diamond Girl, did you hear that noise?" "I'm not sure," Diamond Girl replied, equally perplexed. Boom. At that moment, an even louder crash echoed from outside, and the ground shook more violently, as if the source of the tremors was drawing nearer. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Let us out. Please release us." The mutants were utterly bewildered by the sudden sound that reverberated through the air. Anxiously, they pounded on the iron door that confined them, shouting at the top of their lungs, yet no soldiers appeared to intervene from outside. This only heightened their unease. Were the humans in the base truly preparing to entomb them here? "Hey, folks, do you recall what I mentioned earlier?" Diamond Girl suddenly exclaimed, her voice cutting through the chaos, prompting all the mutants present to momentarily cease their clamoring and turn to gaze at her. Her roommate looked at Diamond Girl with a glimmer of hope. "Are you suggesting, indeed?" Diamond Girl affirmed solemnly, a smile breaking across her face. "Everyone, someone is coming to rescue us. I can feel it approaching." Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, a wall nearby erupted in a violent explosion. Bricks and debris flying as gaping holes appeared in its surface. "Ah!" The unprepared mutants shrieked in panic, while Diamond Girl regarded the newly formed openings with an expression of confusion. "This makes no sense. It shouldn't happen this quickly." Chapter 12. The mutants. The sudden detonation of the wall startled several timid mutants into loud screams. Yet many others gazed curiously at the cloud of dust and debris emanating from the breach. This unnatural occurrence could not possibly have been orchestrated by the humans of the base. Could it truly be that the ones coming to rescue them had arrived? Ha. My apologies. Did I frighten you all? As the mutants exchanged glances filled with mixed emotions, a clear voice emerged from the smoke, revealing a well-proportioned young man who stepped into their line of sight. Upon recognizing the youth, all the mutants expressed surprise, and even those who had been screaming fell silent, their astonishment directed at him. He possessed a mane of flowing golden hair, a quintessentially Western visage with exquisite features, yet it was not these attributes that astonished the mutants. Rather, it was his blood-red eyes, devoid of any impurities, the gleaming katana in his right hand, and several other melee weapons slung over his back. The newcomer was none other than Alex, the one who had bulldozed his way through the walls. Is this fellow a merchant of cold weapons? Though the situation was far from appropriate, all the mutants could not help but internally critique the absurdity of their thoughts. Excuse me, but are you? A girl, emboldened by curiosity, dared to speak up, her voice trembling noticeably. Are you a mutant as well? Are you here to rescue us? No, I am not a mutant. Alex promptly dismissed her query. Upon hearing his response, the expressions of all the mutants dimmed. He was not one of their kind, and it seemed he was not there to save them. Upon witnessing their expressions, Alex grasped the essence of their sentiments. Those who had been subjected to experiments in the laboratory, akin to mere lab rats, fervently yearned for a savior to liberate them. The emergence of an outsider before them, however, did not embody the hero they had envisioned, which rendered their disappointment entirely understandable. Thus, with a faint smile, Alex declared, "Though I am not a mutant, I shall not idly stand by while you endure these inhumane experiments. Rest assured, I will release you at once." Really? You are willing to save us? The mutants gazed at Alex with unbridled joy. Even the typically aloof Diamond Woman could not suppress her excitement. Finally, they were on the brink of escape from this iron cage. If I were not to rescue you, what purpose would my presence here serve? As he spoke, Alex stepped forward, gently raising the Edmund alloy knife, which he then swung down with a resounding clang, severing several of the metal bars of the cage. Almost immediately, a heavy metal lock clattered to the ground, and the entrance of the cage swung open, presenting an unobstructed path for the mutants within. Oh, the three mutants within erupted in jubilant cheers as they flung open the iron door and rushed out. Many of the others in their cages were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed at Alex with the adoration reserved for a savior descending from the heavens. They were finally on the verge of escaping this hellish place. "Take your time, one at a time," Alex called out as he moved toward another cage. Glancing at the sword in his hand, the blade was pristine, devoid of any nicks or dullness, a testament to its exceptional quality. As he raised the sword high, preparing to rescue more mutants, those within the cage covered their mouths, poised to cheer once again. However, at that moment, a sudden instinctual warning surged through Alex, a foreboding sense of danger that was more acute than when he had been targeted by a sniper. Without a moment's hesitation, he narrowed his pupils and leapt backward with astonishing speed. In the instant of his retreat, he executed a series of rapid slashes with the Edmund alloy knife, creating a dazzling display of light while simultaneously shielding himself from impending peril. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of metal clashing, sparks flying in every direction, as a towering figure abruptly materialized in the very spot where Alex had just stood. Oh! The few mutants who had never before experienced the proximity of an actual battlefield began to scream, instinctively resorting to the dual skills of cowering and fleeing in panic, resulting in chaos. Steadying himself, Alex regarded the man who had suddenly appeared on the scene with grave attention. He was bald, bare-chested, adorned with inexplicable thick black stripes. And even more astonishingly, his mouth was sealed. The marks around his lips suggested he had been silenced through some cruel means. The speed of this individual was astonishing. The chilling sensation from earlier had sent shivers down Alex's spine, and the unmistakable tactile evidence indicated that his clothing had been torn. A glance at the sharp blades sprouting from the man's hands made him inwardly exclaim how perilous the situation was. Such terrifying velocity indicated that this person was certainly not an ordinary individual. More precisely, he was not a typical mutant, for no normal person could grow such appendages. Taking advantage of Alex's moment of distraction while he attempted to rescue the mutants, this adversary had launched a surprise attack. In the midst of his endeavors, one inevitably overlooks the surrounding circumstances, and this assailant had exploited that very lapse to strike. His combat awareness and cunning were evidently formidable. Cursed be my negligence. I almost lost my life. The Punisher was right. Any minute oversight on the battlefield could lead to fatal consequences. One must be cautious, vigilant, ever watchful. Such errors must never be repeated. As Alex engaged in this self-reprimand, the large man opposite him paid no heed to the other mutants around them. His gaze fixated solely on Alex, devoid of any distractions. Is he targeting me? Alex mused, realizing that the puppet master orchestrating this encounter had not abandoned the notion of capturing him alive. The man before him was merely a tool for that purpose. How utterly useless. A glance at the nearby mutants revealed their age, greater than his own, yet they displayed no rationality in the face of danger. Were it not for the fact that the large man's focus was on Alex rather than the fleeing mutants, they would have already been systematically dispatched. Mutants possess an array of extraordinary abilities, yet these individuals had descended to the status of mere guinea pigs for experimentation, a testament to their own cowardice playing a significant role in their plight. Were I in Alex's position, I would resist with all my might. If one has power, they should wield it. If they lack power, they should rely on their intellect. And if they possess neither, they should still fight with fervor, rather than allow others to trample upon them. Nonetheless, despite this sentiment, Alex was not one to stand idly by in the face of peril. As he confronted the large man, he discreetly unfastened a metal dagger with his left hand and tossed it to a mutant boy behind him. With this dagger in hand, the boy could liberate the mutants from their iron cage. This brute is my responsibility to confront. Understood. The boy, emboldened by an unknown courage, seized a dagger and dashed towards the iron cage. With a series of metallic clangs, the cage was deftly unlocked. You, a mutant yourself, obstruct your comrade's escape. Do you not feel a twinge of shame? Alex inquired softly, gazing at the man. The brute remained silent. After all, have you ever witnessed a mute person speak? His eyes betrayed no emotion, presenting himself as a cold-blooded automaton cloaked in human skin. Lacking the means for normal communication, Alex had no choice but to resort to a different approach. He brandished the adamantium blade in his hand, and the crimson intensity of his eyes revealed a surge of battle fervor. Since acquiring the Ghost Eye technique, he had yet to fully harness the Shin Mingliu's swordsmanship in combat. Now, as a fierce battle loomed, Alex felt the long-dormant blood within him boiling once more. The brute revealed the blades that had sprouted from his hands, signaling that a monumental clash was imminent. Chapter 13. Weapon 11. Upon entering the 20th century, Earth entered an era of rapid advancement. However, the conflict between mutants and humans intensified. In a bid to exert control over mutants, the U.S. government dispatched Major William Stryker to conspire with the Canadian government, establishing the X-Weapon program. The objective of this initiative was to transform mutants into instruments of governmental power. Sabretooth Victor and Wolverine Logan also joined the X-Weapon program, with the latter gaining an indestructible body and unyielding adamantium claws. Following experimental modifications, Wolverine's strength significantly escalated, bolstered by his rapid healing abilities and formidable claws, combined with an unparalleled combat instinct, rendering him a terrifying super soldier. Weapon 10. However, at the moment of success, Wolverine regained consciousness prematurely. To avert the tragic erasure of his memories, he broke free from the laboratory and escaped the isolated island. In response to Wolverine's flight, Stryker dispatched his elite soldiers to pursue him while continuing to cultivate even more powerful mutants. Thus, prior to Alex and Wolverine arriving at the island, Stryker and his team successfully engineered a weapon even stronger than Wolverine, Weapon 11. This weapon possessed the extraordinary ability to deflect a barrage of bullets fired from multiple guns using dual blades, coupled with exceptional physical prowess. After experimental enhancement, he acquired Wolverine's regenerative capabilities, Cyclope's optic laser power, and the Ghost's instantaneous teleportation ability, making him a near-perfect warrior. Yet, as Major Stryker aptly stated, if only he could rein in his incessant chatter, Weapon 11 would indeed be the epitome of a flawless soldier. Indeed, this formidable martial artist possesses an acerbic tongue, often remarking that the saber-toothed tiger's claws resemble mere feminine fingernails. His ability to offend others surpasses even the speed at which he makes acquaintances. Subsequently, during his transformation experiment, Stryker deliberately sewed his mouth shut, rendering him a voiceless killing machine. Thus, the final visage of Weapon 11 manifested before Alex's eyes. Of course, Alex, who typically remains indifferent to the realm of American comics, was utterly unaware of the terrifying nature of the entity before him. Alex and Weapon 11 stood in a tense standoff, neither willing to strike first. As a super swordsman with unparalleled swordsmanship, they both awaited the other's moment of vulnerability. Meanwhile, the mutant boy effortlessly severed all the iron cages with his adamantium dagger, liberating the mutants confined within. A group of 20 or so mutants huddled together, silently observing the two combatants. As time ticked away, Alex suddenly shouted, "Shinming Flow Sword Technique," and launched the first attack. His swordsmanship, infused with the essence of the Ghost Eye, paled in comparison to the innate endurance of Weapon 11. Acknowledging this reality, Alex wisely chose not to engage in a mere test of stamina. Instead, he decided to strike first, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. In an instant, the adamantium dagger in Alex's hand transformed into a brilliant phantom, a dazzling sword light illuminating the arena. The blade, shimmering with a cold gleam, sliced through the air, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds as it advanced relentlessly towards Weapon 11. Clang! Just as the adamantium dagger was about to make contact with Weapon 11's body, a razor-sharp blade abruptly emerged from the side, intercepting Alex's swift strike with seamless precision. Upon closer inspection, it was the blade that had sprouted from Weapon 11's right hand, effortlessly countering Alex's attack with fluid grace, devoid of any hesitation. Impressive. Both warriors exhibited extraordinary prowess. Blinding sparks erupted from the clash of their blades, the violent shockwaves causing the onlooking mutants to experience erratic heartbeats. They had never witnessed swordsmanship reach such terrifying heights. Despite successfully parrying Alex's strike, Weapon 11 was forced to retreat several steps, barely managing to channel the tremendous force into the ground beneath him. In that fleeting moment of impact, he felt a jolt reverberate through his hand, almost tearing it apart. Yet, through his exceptional martial skills and superior swordplay, he swiftly redirected the shockwave throughout his arm, absorbing the force evenly. Although he had been forced back, his body remained unharmed. In an instant, he executed the most precise technique to dissipate energy, revealing his extraordinary prowess. At that moment, Alex's vigilance towards Weapon 11 escalated significantly. His body, having undergone years of enhancement through annihilation, possessed strength exceeding several hundred kilograms with a mere casual strike. Despite enduring one of Alex's formidable sword strikes, his opponent retreated a mere few steps, demonstrating an undeniable power not to be underestimated. With a fierce motion, Weapon 11 crossed his arms over his chest, diving forward with reckless abandon, as twin blades sliced through the air, spiraling towards Alex from both sides. Clang! Clang! Sparks erupted as Alex, leveraging his superior strength, swung his sword twice in a bid to force his opponent back. It appeared that Weapon 11 was entirely oblivious to Alex's intentions, engaging head-on with his strikes, the tremendous force reverberating through his body as he was compelled to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Alex felt a surge of excitement and pressed forward aggressively. The tip of his Edmund alloy blade was aimed directly at Weapon 11's chest, delivering a brutally precise thrust. The thrust is one of the most fundamental techniques of the katana, simple yet devastatingly powerful, should it find its mark. It could inflict tremendous damage. In the hands of Alex, whose physical attributes had reached superhuman levels, its potency was exponentially magnified, capable of breaching even the toughest steel walls. The thrust was swift and fierce, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky. As Weapon 11 retreated, it seemed he lacked the ability to defend himself in time. With a soft thud, the blade pierced his right chest. A triumphant surge of joy filled Alex's heart as he prepared to exploit this injury further. However, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the confident gaze emanating from Weapon 11, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Immediately, he shifted his strategy, hastily attempting to withdraw his katana, only to find it firmly ensnared by Weapon 11's dual blades. Bang! Before Alex could react, Weapon 11 lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick directly to Alex's chest, sending him flying backward, nearly losing his grip on the katana. The force of the kick was immense, propelling Alex several meters away, exposing his back to Weapon 11 without any protection. Seizing this rare opportunity, Weapon 11 charged forward, blades at the ready, closing in on Alex with fierce determination. Thud! Alex's body crashed heavily against the ground, and a wave of tremendous force surged from his back, causing his internal organs to churn violently, his blood boiling in response. The sound of air being swiftly sliced through grew ever closer, as the arms of Weapon 11 wielded blades that cut through the atmosphere, rapidly aiming for Alex with astonishing force. With a resounding clang, Alex's reflexes proved remarkably swift. His formidable physique played a decisive role at this moment, as the Edmund alloy blade was instantly positioned to counter the dual strikes. As the sharp metallic clash echoed twice, three blades veered off in different directions. Seizing the opportunity, Alex forcefully struck the ground with one hand, propelling himself several meters away and swiftly regaining his stance. One must never be careless. Sighing inwardly, Alex's gaze fell upon the right chest of Weapon 11, where the horrifying wound left by his sword had inexplicably vanished, as though he had never harmed him at all. No wonder he did not evade. It turned out he possessed the ability to heal rapidly. This individual was indeed a mutant with 2 powers. He quickly regulated his breathing, gripping the hilt of his katana tightly. While casually tossing a dozen or so blades, he was holding to a nearby mutant. "Take care of these for me." "Sure, sure, sure." The mutant boy responded blankly, clutching the blades tightly. With renewed vigor, Weapon 11 swung his arm once more, charging in swiftly. The sharp dual blades aimed fiercely at Alex's vital points, moving even faster than before. Chapter 14. The Clash of Swords. Bring it on, Alex shouted, drawing his sword to meet the challenge. This time, however, his strike was noticeably swifter and more powerful than before. As he became increasingly familiar with the effects of the spectral eye technique, his mastery of the shouting stream's swordsmanship grew more refined and intricate. The most direct and simple manifestation of this was the evident change in his swordplay's speed and strength. Clang! Seizing the moment, Weapon 11 pivoted his sword's blade, forcefully striking Alex's sword, causing a tremor that deflected his weapon. In the next instant, his left hand surged forward, aiming directly for Alex's throat. What a swift change of tactics! The fierce strike aimed at his throat demanded Alex's utmost attention. Instantly, the energy within him transformed into a powerful force, effortlessly neutralizing the might of Weapon 11's strike. In the blink of an eye, Alex's counterattack surged forth, preemptively positioning itself before the blade could reach his throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena, captivating the nearby mutants, who were so engrossed in the thrilling battle that they completely forgot to escape. In the next moment, Alex, having mastered the Shinshin swordsmanship to a divine level, launched a fierce counterattack. The katana, propelled by the force of recoil, swiftly positioned itself to the right rear of his body. With a powerful flourish, the Shinshin drawing technique was unleashed once more, the razor-sharp blade resembling a white ribbon slicing through the void, radiating a terrifying brilliance as it surged towards the 11th weapon with lightning speed. However, the 11th weapon, a master of swordsmanship capable of deflecting bullets from multiple machine guns with 2 blades, was not so easily struck by such a technique. Almost instantaneously, he discerned the trajectory of the strike and, with remarkable agility, evaded the lethal arc, deftly maneuvering to counterattack Alex with his twin blades. Well dodged. Upon witnessing the 11th weapon effortlessly evade his lightning-fast strike, Alex felt a mixture of astonishment and elation, astonished by the opponent's extraordinary skill, yet delighted that such a master could aid him in rapidly grasping the essence of Shinshin swordsmanship through practical combat experience. With a surge of exhilaration, he thrust his katana forward, wielding it with the swiftness of the wind. Clang! 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 The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the spacious hall, reverberating with a symphony of sound, occasionally accompanied by the dazzling sparks produced by the collision of blades. In a whirlwind of flashing steel, the 2 combatants unleashed their full prowess, engaging in a fierce melee. The residual force from their strikes was unparalleled, obliterating anything in their path. Any ordinary person who dared to intrude upon their battlefield would be instantly reduced to mere shards of flesh, irrevocably lost. To the untrained eye, this spectacle would seem too extraordinary to be real, a genuine clash of swordsmen in the contemporary world. The intensity of the duel between Alex and the 11th weapon surpassed that of any ostentatious superhero, particularly with the palpable tension of imminent peril, rendering the theatrics of those flashy heroes utterly trivial. Nearby, a throng of mutants stood transfixed, their hearts filled with admiration for the swordsmanship displayed and respect for the 2 masters. The prowess they exhibited with cold weapons was nothing short of extraordinary. In a different location, another observer watched this legendary duel, but unlike the mutant's admiration, he was consumed by fury. Indeed, it was Major S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it! The 11th weapon possesses the ability to teleport. With a mere flicker of movement, he could apprehend the opponent in moments. Why, oh why, was he not utilizing this power? Gazing at the footage transmitted from the surveillance monitor, Major S.H.I.E.L.D. felt an urge to smash the computer in his rage. He had commanded the 11th weapon to capture Alex, yet the latter disregarded his orders and engaged in an open duel instead. What was the meaning of this? Was this the so-called hero sentiment, where true comrades are hard to find? Nonsense. S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed with contempt at the adjacent monitor, where the fierce confrontation between Wolverine and Sabretooth had escalated into a heated struggle. The 2 adversaries, intimately familiar with one another, fought with an intensity that defied separation, each confident in their remarkable regenerative abilities. The brutality of their clash could only be described as a carnage of flesh and blood. Although Sabretooth Victor possessed a superior combat awareness compared to Wolverine, his self-healing capabilities fell short. Yet, in this duel, both strengths balanced each other, rendering their contest remarkably equitable. As the battle intensified, the arena of their conflict began to shift, whether by design or happenstance. They were inexorably drawing closer to the battlefield of Alex and Weapon 11. Moreover, the Silver Fox, Carla, trailing behind, quickened her pace, driven by the urgency of rescuing her sister, Diamond Woman, who lay captive. Run, run, right into the trap where Weapon 11 can ensnare you all. S.H.I.E.L.D glared at Wolverine on the screen, cursing vehemently. The image of the bothersome Wolverine being obliterated by Weapon 11 elicited a hearty laugh from him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, Wolverine's combat prowess is formidable. It would indeed be a pity for him to be vanquished so easily. He recalled the properties of adamantium metal, and an idea took shape. With a flash of inspiration, S.H.I.E.L.D rose abruptly, opened the drawer before him, and retrieved a finely crafted box. Inside lay several pure metal bullets. Chuckling to himself, he loaded the bullets into a magazine, which he then inserted into his sidearm. Satisfied with his preparations, he mimicked the act of firing at the shadowy figures displayed on the screen. Bang! Beware of my divine sound flow's ultimate rock-slicing sword. The two combatants engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes for what felt like an eternity. As their blades clashed with an intensity that reached its zenith, Alex suddenly retreated, a low, determined growl escaping his lips. Simultaneously, the elemental energy within him coalesced rapidly around his adamantium blade. In less than a tenth of a second, his retreating form halted abruptly, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike that seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of reality. This strike, as swift as lightning, bore the power to cleave mountains in twain. In that moment, the essence of the most fundamental sword technique of the divine sound flow manifested with ferocity. As this formidable strike approached, the previously emotionless eyes of Weapon 11 suddenly shone with unparalleled brilliance. Sensing the imminent threat of death posed by Alex's sword, his combat instincts and competitive spirit ignited. In the next instant, an aura exclusive to super swordsmen erupted forth from him. With a resounding boom, Weapon 11's form surged with a powerful presence, enabling him to collide head-on with Alex's titanic blow at an astonishing speed. The clash echoed with a tremendous sound, igniting flames in all directions. In the fleeting moment when two swords clashed, a brilliant spark erupted in the void. This collision harnessed an equal force from both blades, and at the center of their impact, a sound akin to thunder reverberated with a resounding boom. A torrent of air was violently torn apart, creating a visible shockwave that surged outward. A soft grunt escaped, and Weapon 11 swiftly retreated, his face flushed and betraying his struggle. Each step backward leaving behind a footprint marred with fine cracks on the solid ground, which could bear several tons. Though the rock-slicing sword was a fundamental sword technique, its power surpassed that of ordinary swordplay, enhanced further by Alex's superhuman strength. Even a master of swordsmanship like Weapon 11 could not hope to escape unscathed. The adage "one force can overcome 10 techniques" aptly illustrates this principle. Unfortunately, after executing such a formidable technique, Alex found himself momentarily exhausted. Otherwise, he could have seized the opportunity to expand his victory. Chapter 15. Instantaneous movement. After an extended and intense confrontation with Weapon 11, culminating in the unleashing of a profound sword technique, even Alex's robust physique began to show signs of fatigue. His right hand, gripping the Edmund alloy sword, involuntarily trembled slightly. In contrast, Weapon 11 quickly regained composure thanks to its rapid healing abilities. One must admit, such swift recovery is truly formidable. In truth, Alex possessed the ability to heal rapidly through his Eye of Annihilation, utilizing spirit power to mend even near-fatal injuries. Regrettably, this ability was only accessible in the Annihilation Eye mode, as he could not employ both ocular powers simultaneously. In other words, if Alex did not swiftly neutralize Weapon 11, he would inevitably be worn down, rendered as helpless as a tiger without its claws, vulnerable to being easily subdued. Impressive that you can withstand this strike. However, I am weary of our entanglement. Prepare yourself for death. With those words, a dramatic shift occurred in Alex's aura. If his presence during the battle had resembled that of an eagle, now it transformed into that of a ferocious tiger, brimming with aggression and ferocity. Though Weapon 11 remained silent, a discernible brightness ignited in its eyes as the blades sprouted from its hands crossed before its chest, awaiting Alex's next move. Invisible spirit power surged forth from within Alex, like an unrelenting tide, continuously flowing into the blade of the Edmund alloy sword. Buzz the Edmund alloy sword suddenly erupted with a radiant glow, which intensified with each passing moment, becoming increasingly dazzling. Soon, the sanguine hue of Alex's ghostly eye shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. At this moment, the Edmund alloy sword was ablaze with light, its brilliance flickering like an impending explosion in a cinematic display. The aura of both the individual and the blade surged dramatically. In the next instant, Alex performed an astonishing act that left everyone bewildered. He forcefully struck the katana down against the ground. What was he doing? Why was he assaulting the earth amidst such fierce combat? Had he succumbed to fervor and lost his senses? Countless questions raced through the minds of the observing mutants. But Alex remained oblivious to their inquiries. Even if he had heard them, he would not respond, for the truth would reveal itself. Divine crying flow, dragon slash. Boom. The moment the Edmund alloy blade met the ground, an explosive sound erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the earth within a radius of several meters around Alex. The location where Weapon 11 stood was also firmly within the range of this powerful assault. What? Duck down, don't get caught in it. Ah! The shockwave of the massive explosion radiated outward, sending the nearby mutants reeling like a solitary boat on the tumultuous sea, at risk of being engulfed at any moment. Just as the mutants were gripped by horror and Weapon 11 struggled to maintain its footing, Alex suddenly swung his long blade, targeting the fragments of earth and stone that had been sent flying. Divine crying flow, secret sword, whirling dust. With a sharp command, the Edmund alloy sword in Alex's hand began to whirl chaotically, the dense blade light rendering even Weapon 11 unable to discern the sword's trajectory. The blade struck the scattered fragments with precision, imbuing them with lethal force as they hurtled towards Weapon 11. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Amidst the chaotic dance of blade light, countless fragments, large and small, were struck, transforming into streaks akin to shooting stars, racing toward the location of Weapon 11. The divine crying flow, secret sword, whirling dust is a projection technique capable of launching multiple projectiles simultaneously by infusing them with sword energy. Any object can be substituted for a sharp weapon, with the potency entirely dependent on the sword energy and force applied. In the anime, the heroine used unsharpened disposable chopsticks, yet still managed to accurately hit her 8 targets, with enough power to pierce a tin can. Now, as Alex unleashed this secret sword technique, both his strength and sword energy, spirit energy, far surpassed those of characters in the anime, resulting in a correspondingly monumental destructive capability. In a stunning display, under the might of Alex's robust elven power and exceptional swordsmanship, the fragments unleashed a force far surpassing that of ordinary bullets, exhibiting tremendous potency. Even a superlative sword master, equipped with dual blades capable of deflecting a barrage of powerful projectiles, would find it impossible to emerge unscathed from such a relentless and terrifying onslaught. Just as the thought began to form, the joy that had briefly illuminated Alex's face was swiftly replaced by disbelief and gravity. Confronted with the ferocity of Alex's impending strike, the weapon designated as 11 had already discerned, at the very moment of Alex's attack, that this move was beyond his capacity to withstand. Thus, as the fragments hurtled toward him, he refrained from any overt action, instead casting a penetrating glance at Alex's position. In the next instant, his form vanished without a trace, only to reappear behind Alex in a heartbeat, his dual blades descending fiercely toward Alex's vulnerable back. Fortunately, though taken aback by the suddenness of his maneuver, Alex's keen instincts, sharpened by his ghostly vision, allowed him to react swiftly. He stomped his right foot firmly against the ground, propelling himself forward with the force of the recoil. Just as he bolted from his original position, a fierce attack struck where he had just stood. With a swift adjustment, Alex regained his footing and turned to see 11's silhouette materializing exactly where he had just been, his blades deeply embedded in the earth. It was clear that had he not reacted with such alacrity, he would now be the one pierced by those twin blades. The revelation that this adversary possessed the ability to teleport was astounding. In that moment, both Alex and the gathered mutants could not suppress their astonishment. It is well understood that mutant abilities stem from the X gene, often manifesting in singular forms, like those of Iceman, Fireman, and Cyclops. While there are mutants with dual abilities, their numbers are exceedingly rare. Among the countless mutants, no more than 5 are known to possess such duality. For instance, the present Diamond Woman boasts both telepathy and the ability to assume a diamond state. Yet, the existence of a mutant endowed with 3 distinct powers is an unprecedented phenomenon. 11 had never encountered such a being, and according to the principle that greater ability correlates with superior strength, 11 undoubtedly emerged as the strongest mutant on the field. Without question, with a swift motion, 11 withdrew his dual blades and cast a glance at Alex before vanishing once more, reappearing at Alex's side. His blades poised for a rapid strike. At the very moment 11's form dissipated, Alex, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly vacated his position, leaping several paces to the left. He swung his adamantium knife backward, channeling a substantial amount of elven energy into the blade, enhancing the potency of his strike. Clang! The figure of Weapon 11 suddenly clashed head-on with the Edmund alloy blade, the double-edged sword deftly parrying the strike. In an instant, Weapon 11 activated its teleportation ability, vanishing from Alex's sight once more. With a sharp sound, Alex barely had time to evade completely, and a deep gash appeared on his left shoulder. What an eerie teleportation. This fellow doesn't even seem to have a cooldown for its skills. Internally grumbling, Alex focused all his mental acuity on confronting Weapon 11. In a situation where his life could be snatched away at any moment, Alex became increasingly composed under the influence of the ghost eye. Impulsiveness would only hasten his demise. Under the pressure of life and death, his pores contracted, his attention heightened, yet a peculiar thrill surged from deep within his being. The latent warrior instinct within him boiled with fervor, and the underlying fervency hidden beneath his calm demeanor began to brew, signaling that the moment for a decisive strike was approaching. Chapter 16. The Interloper. Clang. 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 The sound of the Edmund alloy blade clashing with the double-edged sword echoed, sparks igniting in the air as Weapon 11's elusive form relentlessly pursued Alex with frenzied attacks. However, at this moment, as Alex wielded the Edmund alloy blade, a growing smile spread across his lips. Though Weapon 11's assaults remained fierce as a tempest, Alex, having gradually discerned the patterns of its attacks, found them increasingly manageable. He even came perilously close several times to countering Weapon 11 with lethal force. This was solely because he had identified the flaw in Weapon 11's teleportation. Teleportation refers to the ability of an object to move at such speed that the transition appears instantaneous. In truth, Alex was no stranger to this exceedingly convenient ability. In his past life, he had encountered this power in numerous Japanese anime he adored, such as Dragon Ball, Pokemon, and Saint Seiya. However, the work that left a profound impression on him regarding this ability was an anime titled A Certain Magical Index. In this anime, supernatural abilities were scientifically developed, and the manifestation of spatial manipulators bore a striking resemblance to Weapon 11 before him. Spatial manipulators computed their coordinates within an 11-dimensional space and then identified the corresponding coordinates in 3-dimensional space to execute their movement. Akin to folding 2 points on a blank sheet of paper to create a zero-distance connection, this encapsulated the principle of teleportation. Note, the space we inhabit is an 11-dimensional realm, yet our comprehension is limited to merely 3 dimensions. Spatial movement, the ability to instantaneously transfer objects or oneself. Coordinate movement, the capacity to relocate items without physical contact. Blind spot movement, the ability to position oneself behind another without a clearly defined target. And true instantaneous movement, which allows one to traverse vast distances in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage due to visual persistence. These are the 4 most common modalities of movement. Alex discerned that the instantaneous movement of Weapon 11 can, in truth, only be categorized as spatial movement rather than true instantaneous relocation. Nothing in existence is devoid of imperfection, and the ability to instantaneously move is no exception. Limitations exist regarding the conditions required for such movement. There is a necessary interval between uses, and the potential for random displacement. These conclusions were drawn by Alex after years of studying Japanese manga. This ability allows one to bypass any pathways and expend no time, facilitating a direct transfer from one location to another. However, to employ this power, one must first sense the target's location. Thus, it can only manifest where the user has established a sensory connection. Locations beyond this sensory reach are inaccessible to instantaneous movement, illustrating the constraints of its conditions. The term interval between uses refers to the requisite time that must elapse before the next application of instantaneous movement. Lastly, while it is possible to reach a desired location without requiring sensory input, the exact emergence point cannot be accurately determined. Consequently, this capacity for instantaneous transfer holds little practical value in combat, save for the purpose of retreat. Moreover, misfortune may lead one to be transported directly into lava or the line of fire. During the recent skirmish, Alex observed that Weapon 11 must first visually confirm its position prior to each instantaneous movement. Should Alex vacate his original location before Weapon 11 completes its transition, the attack will miss. Conversely, if the weapon strikes its original standing point, it will inevitably sustain damage upon appearing. Thus, the instantaneous movement of Weapon 11 is conditional spatial movement, with the most significant drawback being the prerequisites that must be met before activation. During this process, Weapon 11 cannot perform another instantaneous movement. Clang. Swiftly evading his initial position, Alex's long blade was effortlessly deflected by Weapon 11. At this juncture of their battle, further conflict appeared futile. If one possesses no other skills, preparation for demise is in order. Alex remarked to Weapon 11, who responded with yet another instantaneous movement, accompanied by a pair of menacingly sharp blades. The time has come. I shall see you on your way. As he spoke, Alex sprinted like a flash of lightning, sheathing his blade at his right rear side, his left forearm slightly extended, a poised stance for the imminent sword technique. Simultaneously, Weapon 11 had already utilized his keen vision and combat instincts to ascertain the position Alex was about to reach, activating his teleportation ability, causing his figure to vanish instantaneously from sight. Just as the two were on the verge of unleashing their fury upon one another, the presence of Sabretooth and Wolverine emerged from the adjacent room. Sabretooth's bone claws sank deeply into Wolverine's flesh, eliciting a pained howl from him. "Logan, you are too weak," taunted Victor Creed as he forcefully hurled Wolverine against the wall, resulting in a thunderous crash that left a gaping hole, sending Wolverine's body, along with fragments of brick and mortar, tumbling into another room. With a hearty laugh, Sabretooth swiftly leaped to Wolverine's side, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling across the floor. "Logan," Kara screamed, rushing into the room only to find the figure of her most cherished person. "Sister, you have escaped," exclaimed Diamond, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed to embrace Kara tightly. Meanwhile, whether by design or mere coincidence, Wolverine's body was propelled towards the very direction where Alex had just appeared. At that precise moment, Alex's sword had accumulated sufficient momentum for the technique to be unleashed. Weapon 11's figure also materialized beside this position, and Wolverine found himself positioned squarely between the two. What on earth is happening? Alex lamented in frustration at the unexpected figure before him. However, with his sword technique already primed to strike, he had no choice but to lower the trajectory of his adamantium blade, redirecting the assault towards the ground just ahead. Divine Cry blade technique. With the speed of lightning and the force of thunder, the blade struck the ground beneath Wolverine, sending a deafening roar reverberating through the air. Debris, propelled by the sword's energy, hurtled towards both Wolverine and Weapon 11. Yet, their remarkable healing abilities rendered them largely unscathed by the scattered blows. Just then, Weapon 11 unleashed his most formidable weapon, seizing the opportunity while Alex's line of sight was obstructed by Wolverine. Two beams of crimson laser erupted from his eyes, the searing rays slicing through the air with an acute sound that raised the ambient temperature dramatically in an instant. The power of these laser beams was immense, and their unprecedented speed ensured that Wolverine was struck head-on the moment they materialized. It must be said that Wolverine is indeed unfortunate. Not only was he kicked away by Sabretooth, but he was also struck painfully by fragments of stone shattered by Alex's sword. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was hit by two searing laser beams from Weapon 11, truly a stroke of misfortune. If an ordinary person were to swap places with Wolverine, they would have perished instantly. However, Wolverine, the indomitable force, remained steadfast, even as the laser beams from Weapon 11 approached with blinding speed. He instinctively raised his adamantium claws to shield himself. Coupled with his formidable healing abilities, he withstood the onslaught of Weapon 11 unscathed. Bang! Bang! Although the laser beams were blocked, their sheer force rendered Wolverine, suspended in midair, unable to resist. Thus, he was propelled backward, colliding with Alex, who had just unleashed a powerful strike. Both were sent flying as a result. What is this intruder doing here? Chapter 17. Escaping captivity regardless of the realm. Intruders are undeniably unwelcome characters. The thought flashed through Alex's mind, followed by a resounding crash. He felt an immense force and pain coursing through his body as he was hurled away by the laser-sustained Wolverine. Boom. The two of them were shot straight back by the laser beams emitted from Weapon 11, crashing violently against the large iron gate, which was left marred with deep dents. With Wolverine's robust form crashing into his chest and the recoil from the gate striking his back, Alex was caught in a vice-like grip of pain and was compelled to spit out a mouthful of blood. Feeling as if the blood within him had erupted like a volcano, his entire body grew weak, and even his adamantium knife was nearly slipping from his grasp. Hey, are you all right? Wolverine, sensing the blood pouring from Alex onto himself, turned with concern. I'm fine for now, but if you don't hurry and leave. I want TB, Alex retorted, irritation lacing his words. Wolverine felt a moment of relief upon hearing that Alex still had the energy for banter. He turned to face the relentless laser beams from Weapon 11, his expression one of resignation. It's not that I don't wish to leave, it's that I simply cannot. This kid's lasers are formidable. The moment I move away, you'll be in grave danger. Alex fell silent, recognizing the truth in Wolverine's words. The range of the laser beams was indeed the standard speed of light. The instant Wolverine vacated the area, Alex would be struck, the searing rays obliterating him in an instant. Without Wolverine's extraordinary healing abilities, he stood no chance against the laser's assault. Sabretooth watched quietly as Wolverine valiantly resisted the onslaught of the laser beams, his expression oddly detached, far from the satisfaction one might expect from witnessing an adversary in distress. Bang! Bang! The solid gold gate resounded with immense noise, its indented marks growing ever larger. The laser beams emitted from Weapon 11's eyes relentlessly advanced towards Wolverine. Relying on his adamantium claws and rapid self-repairing abilities, Wolverine managed to withstand the onslaught of laser attacks. However, Alex, positioned behind him, bore the brunt of the assault, as each laser strike that passed through Wolverine was absorbed by him, akin to being forcefully pressed into the iron gate. At this moment, he was engulfed in unparalleled agony. Damn it, at this rate, I'm bound to perish. Without hesitation, Alex swiftly switched his ghost eye to the Annihilation Eye, activating its rapid healing capabilities. In the next heartbeat, the accumulated spirit energy within him, painstakingly amassed over the years, was mobilized at an astonishing speed. His injuries, both internal and external, rapidly healed within mere seconds, though a significant portion of his spirit energy was expended in the process. That took me years to accumulate. Heartbroken over the substantial loss of spirit energy, Alex resolutely switched back to Ghost Eye mode, gripping the adamantium knife's hilt tightly once more. With a precise slash, the knife in Alex's hand vanished, replaced by a brilliant arc of electric light that shot backward, cleaving the iron gate into two equal halves. In that moment, Alex seized Wolverine and propelled them both outward through the now-split gate. Witnessing their impending escape from the laser onslaught, Weapon 11 hastily redirected its aim, adjusting the beams to pursue them. Amidst the thunderous sounds, the nearby base structures faced catastrophic destruction. The scorching laser beams acted as indomitable swords, slicing through buildings, leaving countless instruments and structures in ruin. Alex and Wolverine sprinted forward, ensuring their speed consistently surpassed that of the sweeping beams. Gradually, the distance between them and the lethal rays emitted by Weapon 11 widened. With a resounding boom, Weapon 11 exited the room, its crimson light swiftly targeting Alex and Wolverine, causing structures to collapse along its path. I'll distract him. You take the opportunity to rescue the mutants, Wolverine whispered to Alex. Without waiting for a response, he separated from Alex and dashed towards the towering dam that stood prominently on the island. Strangely, Weapon 11, which had fixated on Alex as its target, inexplicably shifted its pursuit towards Wolverine. Hey, I didn't agree to your plan. Alex stood momentarily bewildered, puzzled by the sudden change. Seeing Wolverine grow distant, he urgently called out to the unfamiliar figure. Hey, be careful. That thing has teleportation and rapid healing abilities. If you can't defeat it, just run. Don't try to play the hero. The swift silhouette of Wolverine did not falter at Alex's call, continuing its relentless charge towards the dam. Alex was momentarily unsure whether the creature had heard his words. Nevertheless, he resolved to heed his advice and rescue the mutants first. Shaking his head, Alex hastened toward the chamber where the mutants were confined. Upon entering, he beheld the figure that had burst into the room alongside the unfortunate Wolverine, Sabretooth, yanking a woman, Carla, by her hair as he advanced slowly towards the doorway, the floor littered with mutants. It was evident that a scene of overwhelming odds had just transpired within those walls. Those who abuse women are inherently despicable. They must be dealt with swiftly. Witnessing this atrocity without a trace of hesitation, Alex, influenced by the teachings of Lady Deathstrike and the Punisher, transformed his adamantium blade into a flash of white light, slicing through the air with a fierce, piercing sound, targeting Sabretooth's neck with astounding speed. Clang! Sabretooth's combat instincts were remarkably sharp. Even as Alex's strike reached an almost unimaginable velocity, he managed to parry the lethal blow. However, Alex's assault did not cease there. As Sabretooth deflected the initial strike, Alex deftly flicked his wrist, altering the trajectory of his katana, now aimed with lethal intent and speed at Sabretooth's left hand gripping Carla. Should Sabretooth refuse to relinquish his hold, he would soon find himself without a functional left hand. Damn it! Sabretooth cursed in frustration, hastily releasing Carla and retreating. Yet, while his reflexes were quick, Alex's counter was equally swift. With a powerful swing of his katana to the ground, a resounding clang echoed as his body inverted, delivering a sudden kick to the unsuspecting Sabretooth's chest. Chapter 18. Sabretooth Boom. Sabretooth was sent reeling from the force of the blow, but his extensive combat experience was not to be underestimated. He executed a nimble flip in midair, landing gracefully on the ground a short distance away, his claws extended and eyes locked onto Alex with a menacing glare. "You insolent brat! How dare you interfere with my affairs? Are you eager for death? You certainly have a bold tongue," Alex retorted nonchalantly, twirling his blade with ease. "I owe that fellow, Wolverine, a favor, and I cannot allow you to harm his woman." During the final confrontation with Weapon 11, Wolverine's unexpected intervention had thwarted Alex's swordplay, but had also shielded him from Weapon 11's most formidable attack, the lethal laser beam, effectively saving Alex's life. From this perspective, it was clear that Alex indeed owed Wolverine a significant debt of gratitude. The woman, Kara, unmistakably displayed a look of concern as he was sent flying. It was highly probable that she was the romantic partner of that fellow, Wolverine. "I cannot allow her to perish before me. I, Sabretooth, shall eliminate anyone I desire." With that declaration, Sabretooth, Victor, swung his bone claws and charged fiercely towards Alex and Kara. "Uft, you think you can talk big like that? Don't make me laugh." Alex scoffed, glancing at the oncoming Sabretooth, and abruptly unleashed his katana in a sweeping motion. The sound of the katana slicing through the air resonated sharply. Sabretooth, with keen peripheral vision, fixated on the approaching blade, his entire focus honed in. As the katana hurtled towards his head, he swiftly dodged to the side. In one fluid motion, he separated his hands. One claw deflected the katana while the other lunged viciously toward Alex's throat. Huh! In the face of Sabretooth's ferocious assault, a faint smile graced Alex's lips. A surge of ethereal energy coursed through him, significantly amplifying his speed. He yanked his katana free from Sabretooth's grasp and, with a decisive strike, aimed for the creature's neck, disregarding the claw aimed at his own throat. Sabretooth's eyes widened in alarm. At this rate, his claw would scarcely graze Alex's throat before his own head was severed. Though he possessed the ability to heal rapidly, it did not equate to invulnerability. Realizing the peril, he swiftly abandoned his initial plan and evaded the blow. Sabretooth turned with fury to face Alex, only to discover he had vanished from his previous position. "Cursed be my slow reflexes." At that moment, Alex's voice echoed behind him. Sabretooth's pupils dilated as he instinctively lowered his head, just in time to hear a sickening slice. The edge of the adamantium blade tore through Sabretooth's back, carving a horrific wound deep enough to expose bone. Gritting his teeth, Sabretooth glared at Alex with malice. Under the influence of his rapid healing ability, the grievous wound had already closed without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Yet, his expression was one of frost and humiliation. He, who had once dominated the battlefield during the Great War, was now bested by a mere youth. How disgraceful! I have fallen to this little brat. I warned you. You have no right to boast in my presence. With that, Alex raised his adamantium blade once more, preparing to strike at Sabretooth. Divine Thunder Strike. Before the words left his lips, the adamantium blade transformed into a streak of white light, swift as lightning and fierce as thunder, descending upon Sabretooth with the force of 1,000 storms. Clang! The saber-toothed tiger instinctively raised its claws in defense. However, the immense force from above propelled its entire body backward, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. With a resounding thud, it collided with the wall behind, which, unable to withstand such tremendous pressure, shattered into pieces. The deafening crash of bricks and concrete rained down, burying the saber-toothed tiger beneath the debris. "Oh dear, it appears I may have exerted too much force," Alex remarked insincerely before approaching Carla. "Hey, are you all right?" Carla gradually stood, her face etched with concern. "I'm fine. But that man, Logan, who intervened in your fight, where did he go?" "Ah, he mentioned he would distract that fellow, Weapon 11, and then ran off to the other side," Alex replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Originally, he had intended to defeat Weapon 11 and absorb its energy with his Annihilation Eye, as such a creature would undoubtedly provide a substantial amount of spirit power. Yet, with Wolverine's unexpected interference, his plans had been thoroughly derailed. It was only natural for him to harbor some resentment. Boom! Just as Alex and Carla were conversing, the debris burying the saber-toothed tiger was suddenly pushed aside, and the creature emerged unscathed. Not a single scratch marred its body, had it not been for the dust coating its clothing and hair. Even Alex might have doubted it had just crawled out from beneath the rubble. Another rapid healing ability. It seems this power is all too common, Alex lamented with exasperation. First Weapon 11, then the meddlesome Wolverine, and now this saber-toothed tiger. In a single day, he had encountered 3 mutants with extraordinary regenerative capabilities, leaving Alex momentarily speechless. The saber-toothed tiger strode out from the debris, halting not far from Alex. "You may not be large in stature, but your pettiness is remarkable. I underestimated you earlier. But this time, fortune will not favor you. I shall defeat you and subject you to torment, transforming you into a wretched abomination, neither human nor beast." "More empty threats? You truly never learn," Alex retorted, not backing down. He then turned to Carla and said, "You should take these people and leave. I need to have a thorough discussion with this fellow." Recognizing that her companions could not assist Alex, Carla wisely acquiesced to his suggestion. "Very well, but do take care. He is formidable." "Indeed," Alex replied with a light chuckle, indicating his understanding. Carla nodded solemnly, moved to the mutants, and helped each of them to their feet as they all staggered toward another passage in the room. "Do not even think of escaping." As Kara attempted to depart peacefully from his presence, the Sabretooth would not allow her to escape so easily. With a thunderous roar, he leaped forward with the swiftness of the wind, declaring, "Your opponent is me, stand your ground." Just as Sabretooth launched himself into the air, Alex, who had been prepared for this moment, swiftly positioned himself in Sabretooth's path and, with a swift motion, struck him back, forcing him to retreat. Frustrated, though unwilling to concede, Sabretooth could only watch as Kara gradually moved farther away. Suddenly, a thought struck Alex, who was still confronting Sabretooth. He called out, "Friend holding my belongings, please do not misplace them. Those items are meant as gifts." Even in such dire circumstances, his concern for material possessions was striking. The mutants, including Diamond Girl, were left in an amusing yet exasperated state, and one male mutant, clearly overwhelmed, remarked, "Rest assured, I am taking good care of your things. I will not lose them." Upon hearing this response, Alex sighed in relief. "Now I can relax. You all should leave." Despite their bemusement, the group of mutants and Kara quickened their pace, eager to escape. After the chaos caused by Weapon 11's laser beams, the room was showing signs of imminent collapse. If they did not vacate the premises promptly, they risked being buried beneath falling debris. Chapter 19. Enraged once he confirmed that Kara and the others had vacated the area, Alex curiously inquired of Sabretooth, "I have a question for you. As a fellow mutant, why do you assist humans in conducting experiments on your comrades?" To Alex, it seemed clear that since Wolverine had instructed him to rescue the mutants, Sabretooth, who opposed Wolverine, must surely be an accomplice in the human enslavement of mutants. As a non-human mutant himself, Alex was intrigued by Sabretooth's motivations for aiding humans in such endeavors. Unbeknownst to Alex, Sabretooth had once been a trusted subordinate of Stryker, alongside Wolverine, and had captured many mutants for him. Later, Wolverine had turned against Stryker and Sabretooth, and after Silver Fox's apparent demise, he infiltrated the island to settle matters once and for all. Sabretooth shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "There is no particular reason. I do this merely to ensure a better existence for myself." "Simply for your own benefit?" Alex inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, what is wrong with that?" Nothing at all." Alex chuckled lightly. "So, for your own comfort, you would shamelessly assist humans in exploiting your own kin. Sabretooth, you truly are a morally culpable individual." The saber-toothed tiger scoffed disdainfully. "The human experimentation on mutants is indeed a sin. However, does it not constitute a crime when mutants exploit their abilities to harm humanity? In truth, every being that exists in this world, mutants, humans, and all creatures, harbors sin. There is no shortage of the guilty, yet who pays heed to such matters? For all are tainted by guilt. No, some do take notice. What if you are guilty, you are dead?" Upon hearing this proclamation, the saber-toothed tiger momentarily paused, taken aback. And after a lengthy silence, he regained his composure. "You actually know that lunatic, the Punisher. It's no wonder you dare to venture in here alone." The Punisher, as mentioned by the two, is a rather formidable figure. As an ordinary human devoid of superhuman abilities, he relies on his military training, combat skills, and the interrogation techniques acquired in special forces, coupled with a ruthless methodology toward eliminating the criminals he targets. This has rendered him a figure feared by many. Unlike superheroes, the Punisher shows no mercy toward wrongdoers. He executes all criminals without exception. Recklessly employing various assassination techniques, he often resorts to overwhelming firepower to annihilate entire gangs. Consequently, in the eyes of both superheroes and supervillains, the Punisher is regarded as a madman not to be trifled with. "I dare to enter here not because I know him, but because I am stronger." With that declaration, Alex struck without warning. He grasped his katana with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade, and with a swift, decisive motion, he unleashed the divine resonance blade. In an instant, as Alex swung his sword, a spiraling torrent of sword energy erupted from the edge of the adamantium blade, moving with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible, creating a cacophony of slicing air that encircled the saber-toothed tiger from all directions. Boom! The razor-sharp spiraling energy, upon its explosive emergence, obliterated half of the ground where the saber-toothed tiger stood. The fierce gusts of energy slammed against him, making him feel as though he were caught in the grip of a Category 10 typhoon. Experiencing the sheer force of Alex's strike, the saber-toothed tiger dared not feign strength any longer. He roared as he shielded his vital points with his bony claws and charged away from Alex with great force. Bang, 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 swoosh, swoosh. The sounds of spiraling sword energy clashing with the bony claws resonated amidst the cries of the saber-toothed tiger as blood spurted and his garments billowed wildly, followed by his anguished screams. After enduring severe injuries across his body, the saber-toothed tiger finally stumbled out of the range of the iron slash attack. Simultaneously, his rapid healing abilities were faithfully at work, mending his wounds at an astonishing pace. In less than 5 seconds, the injuries on the saber-toothed tiger had completely healed. "Is this truly all the power you possess?" Suddenly, Alex reappeared beside the saber-toothed tiger, and as the tiger turned to face the sound, he found a blade perilously close to his head. "Do not underestimate humanity, you scoundrel." Faced with such a dire threat of death, the saber-toothed tiger erupted with fury. His speed surged dramatically as he effortlessly deflected Alex's longsword with his right claws, while his left claws lunged forward with a piercing rush, aiming directly for Alex's heart. Caught off guard, Alex was momentarily startled by the tiger's explosive reaction, causing him to hesitate. By the time he regained his composure, the saber-toothed tiger's claws were nearly brushing against his attire. Reluctantly, Alex had no choice but to retract his sword and retreat, narrowly evading the tiger's fierce counterattack. Observing Alex's withdrawal, the saber-toothed tiger did not pursue. Instead, he stood resolutely, eyes narrowed in an intense glare at Alex. "Prepare to receive my ultimate attack." Could this fellow truly unleash beams of energy from his eyes? Recalling the devastating power of the laser beams emitted by Weapon 11, Alex was momentarily taken aback. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily retreated in a zigzag pattern, striving to reach the safety of the obstacles behind him. The speed of the laser was indisputably that of light. If he did not prepare in advance, he doubted his ability to evade it. With all his might, Alex executed evasive maneuvers, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages on the battlefield. However, curiously, after safely reaching the cover of the obstacles, there was still no trace of the saber-toothed tiger's ultimate attack. What is going on? Alex wondered, peering out to see the saber-toothed tiger bolting away. It seemed that he deemed his escape insufficiently swift, occasionally leaping with feline agility, vanishing from Alex's sight in the blink of an eye. Alex stared blankly at the empty space before him, feeling as though 1,000 mythical creatures were galloping wildly within his mind. At that moment, he sensed that somewhere nearby, a crow was undoubtedly cawing at him. Baka! Baka! How outrageous! The saber-toothed tiger had shamelessly fled. Who would have thought that the saber-toothed tiger, who had seemed so audacious just a moment ago, proclaiming his ultimate attack, would so swiftly turn and run without hesitation? The saber-toothed tiger, recognizing its own limitations against Alex, cunningly played a trick on him. However, the unfolding of this scene can also be attributed to Alex himself. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Had it not been for Alex's fear of the laser beams from Weapon 11, the saber-toothed tiger's rather simplistic ruse would not have been executed with such ease. It is worth noting that the saber-toothed tiger never explicitly stated that its ultimate attack was the laser beam. It was purely Alex's own imagination that instilled fear within him. This humiliation is akin to being ambushed under the pretense of observing a flying saucer during a brawl. While it may not inflict physical harm, it directly assaults one's spirit and intellect. You stand right there, saber-toothed tiger. I will ensure your demise. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Alex could almost hear the hissing steam escaping from his ears, his cheeks flushed with an abnormal crimson. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he roared and leaped from behind the obstruction, brandishing his Edmund alloy knife, charging fiercely towards the direction in which the saber-toothed tiger had vanished. Having always been the deceiver, the adventurer found himself deceived by another. If I do not slay you, how can I still call myself an adventurer? Chapter 20. The confrontation at the dam. Where the hell has that wretched scoundrel run off to? In a fit of rage and embarrassment, Alex unleashed his full agility, disregarding the depletion of his ethereal power, solely intent on locating the saber-toothed tiger that had wounded his tender spirit. Boom. After searching the entire base several times without a trace of the saber-toothed tiger, Alex, in frustration, cleaved a military vehicle in half with a single stroke. If I catch you, I will slice you into pieces. Clang, clang, clang. As Alex seethed with thoughts of how to deal with the saber-toothed tiger once he caught it, he suddenly heard a faint metallic clashing sound emanating from above. Looking up, he beheld Wolverine engaged in a ferocious battle against Weapon 11 at the edge of the towering dam. Both mutants possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, as blades clashed against their bodies. Not a drop of blood was shed before their wounds healed instantaneously. Thus, emboldened by this resilient ability, they engaged in an absurdly relentless skirmish, trading blows with one another in a fervor. However, overall, Wolverine did not hold the advantage. The 11th weapon not only possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities, but also wields the powers of teleportation and laser emission. Wolverine, in the midst of combat, must remain vigilant against the 11th weapon's sudden and stealthy assaults, while simultaneously guarding against the laser beams shooting from its eyes. In this chaotic confrontation, Wolverine finds himself in a state of disarray, nearly tumbling from the towering dam on several occasions, causing great concern for Alex, who watches anxiously from below. Unable to locate Sabretooth, Alex resorts to venting his frustration on Wolverine, relentlessly attacking him from above. The 11th weapon, with a sinister grin, swiftly turns and races toward the base of the dam. Meanwhile, the infuriated Sabretooth has already reached the vessel he prepared by the seaside, a contingency plan for a swift escape from the island, which has now proven to be invaluable. Logan, and that unknown brat, I shall personally kill you both the next time we meet. Within the island's base, despite engaging in only a few brief skirmishes with Alex, Sabretooth has narrowly escaped death at the hands of his opponent several times. A veteran of countless battles, he has been thoroughly intimidated by the ferocity of his enemy's swordsmanship. As he vows to eliminate his foes next time, he secretly wishes for their paths never to cross again. Seated in his boat, Sabretooth Victor casts a reluctant glance back at the island before steering the vessel away toward the nearest continental shoreline. On the other side, the towering dam stands as the highest point on the island, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. The fierce winds howl in one's ears, making it a place where only the bravest dare to stand. Clang, clang. The clash of claws resonates as adamantium claws collide with adamantium blades, producing brilliant sparks that illuminate the air. In the escalating battle, Wolverine, swift and astute, lands a claw on the left shoulder of the 11th weapon, creating a horrific wound deep enough to expose bone. Next time, it will be your head, he thinks with a surge of exhilaration, quickening his attack as he aims for the weapon's throat. Regenerative ability does not equate to the resurrection of severed limbs. A severed head will still lead to death. However, the 11th weapon disregards Wolverine's assault entirely, abruptly executing a teleportation maneuver and vanishing, only to reappear behind Wolverine. In midair, it performs a rotation that would put gymnasts to shame, then, leveraging its own momentum, delivers a powerful kick that sends Wolverine sprawling to the ground. Before Wolverine can regain his footing, the 11th weapon has already lunged forward, forcing both knees onto Wolverine's back, completely denying him any chance of standing. Uft, uft. A cacophony of cries erupts. Two sharp blades pierced through Wolverine's back with a brutal force, eliciting a piercing cry of agony from his lips. Despite his rapid healing abilities ensuring his survival, the pain was undeniably excruciating. Wolverine's anguished cries grew louder as Weapon 11 deliberately withdrew the dual blades from his body, intent on tormenting him psychologically to the greatest extent. Once the blades were completely extracted, Weapon 11 expressionlessly positioned them in an X shape, resembling a pair of scissors, and aimed for Wolverine's head. As previously mentioned, rapid healing does not equate to the regeneration of severed limbs, nor does it guarantee immortality. A severed head would render even the strongest healing abilities futile. Desperately, Wolverine struggled against his restraints, but no matter how extensive his combat experience or how refined his skills, he could only helplessly watch as the blades descended toward him. Just as the blades were about to graze the skin of his neck, Weapon 11 poised to deliver the fatal blow. A distinct sound of slicing air reached his ears, indicating an approaching attack. Being a master swordsman himself, he recognized the threat. Someone was attempting to strike at him with sword energy, targeting his head. With no time to finish off Wolverine, Weapon 11 instantly moved aside, turning to face the figure of Alex appearing in the distance. I've finally caught up. Alex panted, approaching Wolverine while keeping a watchful eye on Weapon 11's movements. After witnessing the situation below, Alex had dashed through the passage beneath the dam, climbing stair after stair due to the inoperable elevator. Had it not been for his superior physical condition, he might have collapsed from exhaustion rather than merely gasping for breath. Hey, old man, you're not dead yet, are you? No, why would I be? Wolverine replied as he struggled to his feet, addressing his newfound companion. Even after the deliberate torment inflicted by Weapon 11, his body rapidly returned to peak condition, with not a drop of blood staining his clothes. One must admit, his healing ability was indeed quite formidable. Ignoring Wolverine's complaints, Alex remarked, considering you can still make such demands, it seems you are in decent shape. Hey, Wolverine chuckled, deciding to abandon the discussion about politeness. Your presence here signifies that the children have been rescued, right? That should be the case. Alex smiled nonchalantly, saying, I let your horse cough. No, rather, it was your girlfriend. I had her escort them away. Given the current security situation here, there is no longer any force capable of preventing their departure. So, rest assured, they should be safely making their way to the seaside now. Wolverine felt a wave of relief wash over him, his focus sharpening on Weapon 11 before him. Defeating this adversary was the key to their escape. My goal is to devour him, Alex thought coldly, though his expression remained inscrutable. As Wolverine conversed with Alex, Weapon 11 remained still, but as they assumed their combat stances, it swiftly brandished its dual blades, an intense battle fervor flickering in its eyes. It seemed that not only did Wolverine and Alex wish to vanquish Weapon 11, but the latter also sought to confront its opponents head-on. Whether this boldness stemmed from the pride of a super swordsman or confidence in its own prowess was lost on Alex. All he knew was that this time, the foe must be eliminated. Here we go, Wolverine bellowed wildly, charging at Weapon 11, which mirrored his advance with equal fervor. Uncle, you've let your blood run hot, Alex remarked with a slight curl of his lip, trailing closely behind Wolverine, both intent on clashing with their adversary. The final battle was set to unfold upon this dam. Chapter 21. The Shift Clang. Clang. Wolverine and Weapon 11 collided without reservation, their dual claws and blades crafted from adamantium clashing in a fierce confrontation, sending sparks flying in every direction. The force of their impact was considerable, causing both combatants to lean back slightly from the recoil. Now is the moment. Alex's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity, launching a vicious thrust with his adamantium blade aimed directly at Weapon 11's vital chest. However, despite the swift and forceful thrust, it did not catch Weapon 11 off guard. Just as the blade was about to pierce its form, the weapon vanished entirely. TCH, another teleportation. Alex cursed inwardly, his strike missing its mark. He deftly adjusted his wrist, driving the blade into the dam beneath him, producing a ringing sound as he propelled himself to the side. Meanwhile, having nearly discerned the flaw in Weapon 11's teleportation, Wolverine quickly vacated his previous position as soon as he witnessed the move being executed. Whoosh! The silhouette of Weapon 11 emerged, yet to the astonishment of the two, it did not materialize in any of the locations where they had just stood, but rather appeared high above them in midair. After casting an impassive glance at the pair, Weapon 11 activated its instantaneous movement and vanished entirely. Wolverine, perturbed, let out an annoyed grunt and resumed his charge, while Alex remained steadfast in place, awaiting a potential attack from Weapon 11. In truth, the very moment Weapon 11 disappeared, Alex's muscles had already tensed, and his senses were heightened, rendering the surrounding scene vividly clear to him. This was not due to mere coincidence, but rather because Alex had replaced his ghostly vision with his farsight technique. Alex's farsight did not merely possess the function of long-distance vision. It also included X-ray vision, night vision, and a comprehensive, multi-angular observation of his immediate surroundings, embodying the power of the farsight technique. In essence, his farsight was a more advanced version of the wide eye, with a visual range that extended beyond several meters around him. Upon switching to farsight mode, every detail within that vicinity became manifest to his gaze, leaving no blind spots. Buzz. The moment Alex transitioned to farsight, Weapon 11's figure materialized from the air, positioned directly behind him, its dual blades plunging swiftly toward his back. With the advantage of his farsight, Alex could discern each of Weapon 11's movements. Even the smugness in its eyes was laid bare before him. Haha. Upon witnessing this, a confident smile graced Alex's lips as he raised his right hand without turning his head and executed a swift, decisive slash. In farsight mode, although he could not yet employ the divine resonance swordsmanship, his physical prowess was undeniably substantial, untainted by any pretense. It could be asserted that Alex's strike, in terms of both speed and strength, was on par with that of the suddenly appearing Weapon 11. Only through confrontation could the victor be determined. However, contrary to Alex's expectations, Weapon 11 opted against a direct confrontation. Just as their blades were poised to collide, it vanished in an instant. In the next moment, it reappeared directly before Alex, thrusting its dual blades with fierce intent towards his heart. Though its movements were rapid, they did not exceed Alex's farsight capabilities. The instant Weapon 11 emerged, Alex's Edmund alloy blade was already in position, meeting the dual blades head-on in a clash of equal force. Clang! Weapon 11, swift as a whisper, made its move without hesitation following the failed assassination of Alex. In an instant, it materialized behind the distracted Wolverine, plunging two blades into him with a swift thrust. As Wolverine, reeling from the pain, retaliated, Weapon 11 reappeared before him, its claws piercing directly through Wolverine's chest. At that moment, Alex arrived just in time, determined to prevent Weapon 11 from launching further assaults on Wolverine. With all his strength, he unleashed a powerful strike. However, unwilling to engage Alex directly, Weapon 11 swiftly withdrew its dual blades, delivering a forceful kick to Wolverine's chest that sent him hurtling away. To make matters worse, Wolverine's landing spot was perilously close to the edge of the dam. Should he fall from that height, he would experience the harrowing sensation of bungee jumping without a cord. Meanwhile, witnessing Wolverine being kicked away, Weapon 11 swiftly redirected its attention to Alex, its blades whirling with a menacing whoosh, relentlessly closing in on him. Its intention was unmistakable, to thwart Alex's efforts to rescue Wolverine. In a fleeting moment, Alex and Weapon 11 clashed over a dozen times, with Alex having no opportunity to extend a hand to Wolverine amidst the relentless obstruction. Cursed be this wretched foe. Wolverine, suspended in the air and experiencing the thrill of free fall, could not suppress a curse, though his expression was not one of fear. The question of whether he would survive the fall was secondary to whether he could avoid plummeting altogether. As Weapon 11 and Alex engaged in a fierce melee, Wolverine began to take action. Positioned a short distance from the dam, he knew that if the dam's walls were perfectly vertical, he would be out of options. However, the dam's conical structure provided him with a remarkable chance to escape the fate of being splattered upon impact. Seizing the moment, Wolverine descended rapidly, driving his claws into the dam's wall. Against the sharpness of his adamantium claws, the wall crumbled as if it were mere tofu, allowing him to pierce through. Yet, the very sharpness of his claws meant that his descent did not slow significantly, and he continued to plummet downward. Nevertheless, even so, Wolverine had evaded a disastrous fate and had effectively achieved a miraculous resurgence. As he slid downwards, Wolverine glanced up at the dam's summit, murmuring to himself, "It seems I will have difficulty reaching the top quickly. I hope that lad can survive." Meanwhile, Kara and Diamond Lady led a group of mutants swiftly through the base, their destination set towards the seaside at the outskirts of the facility. After a bloody massacre orchestrated by Alex, the number of surviving soldiers on the island has dwindled, and those brave enough to fire at the mutants are exceedingly rare. Even when someone recklessly pulls the trigger, they are swiftly annihilated by the combined might of Diamond and the young Cyclops, posing no genuine threat as the group advances smoothly. In the midst of their escape, Diamond turned to Silver Fox, Kara, and inquired, "Sister, should we procure some boats? Without them, we cannot possibly leave this island." Kara nodded, concern etched on her face. "Indeed, we must hasten our departure. Such a significant upheaval has occurred here. The Canadian military has certainly been alerted. I fear it won't be long before they dispatch troops to hunt us down. If we do not leave promptly, none of us shall survive." Boom. Upon hearing Kara's words, the mutants present were struck with panic, having just escaped the base only to confront the imminent threat of a military onslaught. Their youth rendered this harsh reality difficult to accept. "We mutants are human too. Why must they treat us like this?" A girl cried out. Humph. In their eyes, mutants are mere refuse, pests they wish to see eradicated. They would revel in our total annihilation. How could they ever regard us as human? A nearby boy retorted. This declaration plunged the mutants into silence. They had been forcibly abducted to this place, subjected to cruel experiments, and their nascent powers left them unable to mount an effective resistance. Yet, within their hearts, seeds of discontent towards humanity had begun to sprout. One day, when those seeds blossom, it shall be humanity that reaps the bitter consequences. Let us set aside these thoughts until we have escaped. Our immediate priority is to find a boat. Noticing the despondency among her companions, Kara sought to redirect the conversation. "I am not familiar with this area either. Should we split up to search for a boat?" "No need for that. I have already prepared the vessels." Just as Kara and the others were about to separate in their search, a voice imbued with magnetic resonance echoed in Kara's mind, imbued with an irresistible, intangible force. "Who are you?" Kara, aware that a fellow mutant was communicating with her telepathically, mentally retorted, as one endowed with special abilities, "I sense you are here to assist us. However, I must ask, who are you?" "I am here to help you. Do not inquire too much now. Follow my instructions to find me. The Joint Secret Forces of Canada and the United States are closing in." The voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Secret Forces? Kara's heart raced. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately chose to trust this mysterious ally. Heeding the instructions, she urged her fellow mutants to move swiftly. What a remarkable ability. Diamond, running alongside Kara, narrowed her eyes, observing her sister with a mix of intrigue and apprehension. Chapter 22. The final strike. The howling winds echoed all around, drowning out the metallic clashing sounds between Alex and Weapon 11. On the towering dam, over 100 meters high, their battle raged on. The figure of Weapon 11 flickered in and out of sight, its dual blades striking at Alex with the ferocity of a tempest. Yet, fortified by the 1,000-mile technique, Alex's defense remained impenetrable. No matter how skillfully Weapon 11 executed its instantaneous movements, it could not inflict even a scratch upon him. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Faced with an opponent capable of teleportation, every strike Alex attempted was effortlessly evaded, relegating him to a position of passive defense rather than active offense. Endowed with 3 mutated abilities, luck was on my side. It felt like a stroke of immense fortune. I must eliminate this adversary today and consume him whole. With this thought in mind, Alex let out a resolute shout as he parried Weapon 11's dual strikes once more with his Edmund alloy blade, retaliating with a counterattack. The outcome was apparent. Weapon 11 disregarded Alex's response entirely, reappearing elsewhere in an instant to launch another assault. Damn it, this could go on indefinitely. Alex felt a growing irritation as he deflected another attack from Weapon 11. Although he had yet to show signs of defeat, the prolonged nature of this combat would surely devolve into the drawn-out struggle he loathed the most, placing him at a severe disadvantage. Moreover, Weapon 11 had yet to unleash its most formidable laser beam attack. Should he inadvertently fall prey to it, the consequences would be dire. A strategy must be devised. Just then, Weapon 11 emerged from another location, sensing that Alex remained stationary in anticipation. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes, and with an indomitable will, it launched a brutal strike against Alex, determined to obliterate him. The competitive spirit and innate combat prowess of Weapon 11, a super swordsman, erupted in full force. This is it. Observing the fervor in Weapon 11's gaze, Alex's eyes brightened with inspiration. A sudden epiphany struck him. In the next moment, he lunged forward, raising his Edmund alloy blade to intercept Weapon 11's dual assault. With a resounding clang, their weapons collided, and to Alex's shock, his Edmund alloy blade was sent flying. Once a swordsman loses their weapon, they are as ineffective as a firearm without ammunition. This is a fundamental truth of the martial discipline. Deprived of a suitable weapon, their strength diminishes drastically, especially when contending with equals, a perilous predicament indeed. In other words, without the Edmund alloy blade, Alex had become a tiger stripped of its sharp claws. Visually impressive, but ultimately impotent. The Edmund alloy knife spun higher and higher, completely eluding Alex's control. Seizing the opportunity, the 11th weapon's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Its form leaned back slightly as it absorbed the recoil, and then it surged forward with ferocious intent, its dual blades thrusting menacingly. Allow me to teach you a lesson. I shall not be bound by conventional reasoning. Faced with the relentless assault from the 11th weapon, the unarmed Alex felt no inkling of danger. Instead, he recklessly charged forward. Boom. The gentle spirit energy within Alex erupted violently, a potent aura ascending skyward. Simultaneously, a vast amount of spirit energy coalesced into his right fist. Subsequently, Alex unleashed one of the most renowned techniques from the dimensional realm against the rapidly approaching 11th weapon, the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. This technique, imparted by the venerable Tong Hu to the Dragon of the Purple, concentrates all bodily strength into the right fist for a decisive strike. It is a quintessential one-hit knockout move. Executing this skill requires the ignition of one's entire cosmos, revealing a celestial dragon along the back, a spectacle of grandeur. The power of the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike is astonishing. Even the Bronze Saint, the Dragon of the Purple, could reverse the flow of the Lushan waterfall with it. And later, he managed to repel the Golden Cancer Saint, Dismask, who donned the golden armor, despite not having grasped the seventh sense. Naturally, Alex lacked any cosmic energy to ignite, and even the technique itself was a mere imitation from a comic, rendering its might incomparable to that depicted in the original. However, with the augmentation of his spirit energy and his inherent superhuman strength, this punch possessed sufficient power to launch a several-ton vehicle, let alone the human-formed 11th weapon. Bang! As Alex executed this thunderous strike, his right fist, moving at blinding speed, connected with the unsuspecting 11th weapon's abdomen, lifting it off the ground and propelling it skyward. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Before the 11th weapon could regain its senses from the sudden blow, Alex swiftly pivoted, positioning himself head down and feet up towards his opponent. The goddess cry flowing cloud cherry blossom burst. Witness the swift kicks from his feet, akin to a scorpion's tail, tightly ensnaring the head of the 11th weapon, converting its upward momentum into lateral movement, and executing a complex 633-degree rotation in midair. With this momentum, he forcefully smashed the 11th weapon's skull against the solid dam below. Bang! A spine-chilling sound reverberated as the 11th weapon's head created a cracked indentation in the dam, yet astonishingly, it remained intact. The self-healing ability activated instantaneously upon impact, sparing the 11th weapon from the brink of death. Nevertheless, despite this, his consciousness began to scatter uncontrollably due to the ferocious impact. This was the long-awaited opportunity that Alex had been yearning for. While the consciousness of Weapon 11 was still ensnared in the confusion of the vibrations, Alex's eyes suddenly manifested a pair of crimson crosses, and his left hand grasped tightly around the neck of Weapon 11. Annihilation Eye, devour. As the words left his lips, an invisible force surged forth from Alex's Annihilation Eye, enveloping Weapon 11. In an instant, Weapon 11's body convulsed violently, disintegrating from its limbs and rapidly spreading to the rest of its form. Even the weapon's rapid self-healing abilities proved futile against this transformation, leaving it helpless to resist the change. Sensing the alterations overtaking its body, Weapon 11's consciousness abruptly revived. Upon witnessing its own form collapsing at an alarming rate, it decisively redirected its gaze towards Alex's head. Hiss! A pungent odor of scorched air filled the atmosphere as two searing laser beams, imbued with intense heat and unparalleled destructive power, sliced through the air, striking the distant dam with precision. With a thunderous roar, the laser beams penetrated the dam's sturdy walls, causing steel and concrete to explode violently. However, it ultimately failed to strike the true target. Weapon 11's head detached entirely from its body, tumbling through the air towards the dam below, while the lethal laser beams, which had not yet executed their deadly intent upon Alex, continued to shoot towards the dam's wall. Simultaneously, the fragments of its body were entirely absorbed into Alex's eyes, as he gripped a bloodied, sharp dagger in his right hand. It turned out that just as Weapon 11 prepared to eliminate Alex with the laser beams, Alex had already launched a counterattack. He swiftly drew the Edmund alloy dagger, hidden in his right pocket, executing a rapid strike that severed Weapon 11's head cleanly before the laser beams could be unleashed. Clang! At that moment, the Edmund alloy dagger, having been knocked away by Weapon 11, landed upon the dam with a crisp sound, standing defiantly against the wind. Swift. Indeed, it was astonishingly swift. Everything that had transpired happened in the blink of an eye. The Edmund alloy dagger was deflected by Weapon 11, which unexpectedly countered with a makeshift version of the Lushan Ascending Dragon Strike, followed by the application of the Shouting Flow's Floating Cherry Blossom, causing its consciousness to unravel. Subsequently, Alex consumed the opponent with his Annihilation Eye and severed its head with the dagger, all within the span of mere seconds. The entire sequence of events unfolded in under 5 seconds. However, within that brief span of 5 seconds, Alex not only reversed the tide of battle but also executed a fatal blow, directly vanquishing the 11th weapon, which possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. Boom. At the moment Alex consumed the 11th weapon, the annihilation energy surged wildly from his eyes into his body. In the blink of an eye, the vast amount of energy he had expended was replenished, continually advancing toward a higher realm. Soon, when the energy within him ceased its tumultuous boiling, its capacity had more than doubled. Moreover, through the automatic enhancement from the Annihilation Eye, his physique underwent further fortification. His muscles and bones became more robust, and his explosive power intensified. Feeling the change, Alex sensed that each strike of his could easily surpass 5 tons of force, with his speed attaining a quarter of Mach, 80 meters per second. It could be said that after devouring the 11th weapon, Alex experienced a tremendous breakthrough in strength. Once he familiarized himself with this newfound power, his offensive capabilities would surge several-fold. Most importantly, Alex could distinctly perceive a peculiar sensation emanating from the Annihilation Eye, as if it were heralding the birth of a new ocular technique. It had taken him years to cultivate the two techniques, the distant sight and the ghost eye, and to think that merely consuming a mutant had brought about such significant progress was truly astonishing. Embracing the changes within his body, Alex resolutely decided to seek out criminals endowed with special or mutant abilities to engage in combat, hastening the emergence of new ocular techniques. He eagerly anticipated what new techniques might manifest. Perhaps the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, the Eye of Distortion, or the Eye of Death would come to fruition. Contemplating this, Alex casually discarded the garments left behind by the 11th weapon and strolled over to the Edmund alloy knife, drawing it from its resting place. Chapter 23. The curtain falls. I thought you wouldn't be able to defeat him. Just as Alex lifted the Edmund alloy knife, a voice echoed from a short distance behind him. Turning around, he saw Wolverine climbing the dam, his claws embedded in the wall. Alex shrugged and remarked, "It turns out he wasn't as formidable as I imagined. Speaking of which, I thought you would be reduced to a pulp. I'm surprised you could still climb up. You underestimated me." Wolverine chuckled heartily, finally reaching the top of the dam and standing tall, admiring. "You're quite impressive. When I was your age, I wasn't even half as formidable." "Of course, Alex retorted nonchalantly, yet in his heart, he mused, with these eyes capable of constant evolution, if I cannot surpass you, it would be a disgrace to all traversers and anime aficionados. You're quite confident, aren't you? Wolverine chuckled heartily, feeling a surge of fondness for the young boy before him. This sentiment arose not only from their shared experiences in battle, but also due to the boy's character, which resonated well with his own. Were they in a different setting? Wolverine would undoubtedly have invited Alex to a nearby hotel for a few drinks, reveling in a night of indulgence. The thought of sharing a drink with him after leaving this place filled Wolverine with a sense of regret for the current circumstances. Confidence was as natural to him as breathing. As he mused, Alex wiped the blood from his still-dripping dagger, sheathing it meticulously before placing it back in his pocket. He then grasped the handle of his adamantium blade firmly. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from beneath the dam where they stood, the structure itself beginning to crumble. Massive chunks of the wall detached and plummeted down like relentless raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. Weapon 11 exhibited an extraordinary resilience. Even when its head was severed, it fought on, refusing to succumb. As its decapitated head tumbled from the dam, it continued to emit fierce beams of laser energy. These powerful rays cut through the sturdy walls of the dam, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the expensive edifice, which could not withstand such relentless destruction, leading to its violent collapse. As the violent tremors surged upward, threatening to unbalance them, Alex and Wolverine exchanged a glance of urgency. "Run!" they shouted in unison, leaping off the dam almost simultaneously. Standing over 100 meters high, the fall would surely obliterate any ordinary human, or even typical mutants and superhumans. Yet, at this moment, neither Alex nor Wolverine was an ordinary being, so they were spared from such a grim fate. With a swift motion, Wolverine drove his adamantium claws into the wall of the dam, using them to slide downwards safely and rapidly. Meanwhile, Alex employed his feet and the blade of his weapon to deftly touch the surface of the wall, gradually mitigating the force of his descent. Matching Wolverine's speed as they plummeted, the dam continued to collapse with alarming speed, chunks of the structure crashing down around them. However, both were remarkably agile, easily evading the falling debris with fluid movements. Their descent remained unimpeded as they navigated through the chaotic storm of crumbling materials. Boom, boom. The terrifying laser beams have finally vanished, and the dam has completely collapsed. The walls and structures crashing down create ripples in the ground, reminiscent of an earthquake, stirring up billowing clouds of dust that even the relentless sea breeze cannot disperse, obscuring visibility beyond 2 meters. However, just before the dam's total collapse, Wolverine, Logan, and Alex safely reached the ground. They exchanged a hearty laugh and, without pausing, dashed towards the horizon. Heavy debris continued to rain down from above. Remaining stationary in such a perilous situation was a fool's choice. "Your girlfriend is in that direction. Follow me." Alex nearly misspoke, but quickly corrected himself, extending an invitation to Wolverine. Upon hearing Alex's words, Wolverine did not respond immediately. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right." Though puzzled by Wolverine's reluctance, Alex chose not to pry, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets, and excessive inquiry only breeds annoyance. Moreover, delving too deeply was not in Alex's nature. In truth, Wolverine Logan's hesitation stemmed not from any trivial matter, but from Alex's mention of his girlfriend, Silver Fox Kara. Silver Fox Kara had once feigned her death to deceive Wolverine, an act of betrayal that he found utterly intolerable. At the moment Alex spoke, Wolverine even felt an urge to flee, to temporarily escape from Kara. Yet, being a resolute warrior, he ultimately cast aside his doubts and confusion, steeling himself to confront Kara and clarify everything. Alex easily kept pace with the speedily advancing Wolverine Logan. For someone capable of reaching 80 meters per second, it was a trivial feat, much to Wolverine's quiet astonishment. The youth's exceptional swordsmanship and rapid speed hinted at an unfathomable strength. Thus, the two figures raced swiftly towards a coastal area on the island. Meanwhile, 2 small military vessels, laden with soldiers and advanced weaponry, appeared on the surface of the sea, cutting through the waves towards the island. The prominent stars and stripes clearly indicated their affiliation with the United States military. Awaiting their arrival at the shore was Major S.H.I.E.L.D, dressed in a white lab coat, a representative designated by the American government. Through his equipment, S.H.I.E.L.D witnessed the decapitation of Weapon 11 by Alex, who absorbed its entire body. And he also observed the saber-toothed tiger's hasty retreat. Damn it, I never expected Weapon 11 to be so ineffective. As he beheld the arrival of his allies, a tempest of fury surged within Stryker. The weapon he had placed immense hope in, number 11, had been vanquished. Faced with the seemingly indomitable Alex and Wolverine, Stryker astutely recognized that with merely the Edmund alloy bullets in his possession, he was no match for them. In pursuit of his relentless mission to eradicate all mutants from the world, he forcefully suppressed his resentment and anger, altering his original plan and contacting American soldiers for assistance. One day, I shall eradicate all mutants, without fail. The sea breeze tousled Stryker's hair, pressing it close to his scalp, yet his gaze remained resolute, the unwavering determination in his eyes nearly materializing into substance. Mutants pose a threat to humanity's safety. They must be eliminated. Chapter 24. Charles. Logan, we are here. Over here. Buddy, the boat is this way. The scent of the ocean filled the air as Alex and Wolverine arrived at the shore, greeted by the jubilant cheers of Silver Fox Kara and the other mutants. At that moment, Kara and her companions stood on the deck of a small cruise ship, their faces illuminated with smiles and excitement, perhaps due to their imminent departure from this hellish island. Upon noticing Alex and Wolverine, they waved enthusiastically, and Alex even spotted someone brandishing the knife he had entrusted to them. All right, let us go. Understanding their sentiments, Alex and Wolverine shared a knowing smile and hurried towards the cruise ship, successfully boarding amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. Hooray! 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 They are safely back. Wonderful. We can leave this place. As soon as they stepped onto the small cruise ship, Alex and Wolverine were met with a hero's welcome. Looking around at the throngs cheering for them, the two could not suppress their smiles. This is your knife. I didn't lose a single one. Amidst the cheers, a young boy laughed as he pushed through the crowd, stepping forward with the Edmund alloy knife Alex had entrusted to him during the battle with Sabretooth. Thanks. Glancing at the knife in the boy's hand, Alex noted that the dagger he had used to cut through the iron cage was not among them. But he did not mind. After expressing his gratitude, he casually accepted the knives. That dagger would serve as their keepsake. With that thought, Alex hoisted the rope, securing the Edmund alloy knives at his back, a gift intended for Domino and the Punisher. He certainly could not afford to lose them. Virum. At this moment, the small cruise ship beneath everyone's feet jolted suddenly and began to glide slowly away from the nearby waters of the island, prompting a chorus of calls from the crowd. Apologies, I am heading over there. Wolverine Logan murmured to Alex before striding off in the opposite direction. Upon turning, Alex spotted his girlfriend, Kara, standing there, and it dawned on him. Ah, so he is off to meet an old flame. Young man, may we converse? Just as Alex was contemplating Logan and Kara, a resonant male voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he encountered a man seated in a wheelchair. A lovely girl was gently pushing the wheelchair closer. The man, neither strikingly handsome nor unattractive, sported a bald head and donned a meticulously tailored suit that seemed rather ordinary. Yet, there was an undeniable charisma about him, a charm that emanated from within, a true embodiment of personal magnetism. Blue dye? As the smiling figure approached, Alex's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of Aizen Sosuke, the initial major antagonist from Bleach. Although Aizen was a villain, his every gesture exuded an allure that rendered him impossible to despise. Even across dimensions, Alex could sense this captivating essence. The man before him evoked a similar impression as the Aizen of the anime, inciting within Alex an irresistible urge to follow him. However, he pondered whether this individual's modus operandi mirrored that of Aizen, potentially concealing a powerful persona beneath a calm exterior. With the girl's assistance, the wheelchair slowly came to a stop beside Alex. The man looked up at Alex with a smile, prompting Alex to regain his focus and regard the newcomer with curiosity. You are Charles Francis Xavier. The man in the wheelchair chuckled lightly, exuding a rare air of refinement characteristic of Western gentlemen. That is my name. You may call me Charles. Alex, my name is Alex. What do you wish to discuss? Alex politely introduced himself, his curiosity piqued. If you don't mind, shall we find a quieter place to converse? Certainly. Observing the surrounding revelry of boys and girls, Alex nodded in agreement. The raucous environment was hardly conducive to their conversation. This way, the girl behind Charles cast a curious glance at Alex as she guided the wheelchair toward a quieter section of the deck, and Alex followed suit. This is my student, Jean Grey. Upon reaching their destination, Charles maneuvered the wheelchair to face Alex. Yet instead of diving directly into the subject matter, He chose to introduce the girl accompanying him. "Hello, Mr. Alex." "Greetings, Miss Gray." The two men exchanged nods, courteously greeting one another. Then, Alex turned to Charles and stated directly, "I am someone who values honesty and straightforwardness. If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. Those who are forthright are the most esteemed." Charles offered a gentle smile before responding, "What I wish to discuss with you pertains not to anything else, but rather to the matter of mutants." Upon hearing Charles's words, Alex paused momentarily, quickly processing his thoughts. With a singular notion arising, does this man regard me as some sort of mutant? Do you imply that I am a mutant? Contrary to Alex's expectations, Charles immediately shook his head. "No, I am well aware that you are not a mutant, and what I wish to discuss does not revolve around that issue." "That's a relief," Alex exhaled lightly, yet he could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "By the way, I still have yet to grasp the definition of mutants. What distinguishes them from superhumans?" Charles, with a slight smile, replied, "In terms of external appearances, mutants and superhumans are indistinguishable, both being humans endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, fundamentally speaking, superhumans merely possess special capabilities, while mutants represent an evolved race emerging from humanity, a new breed of human." "New humans?" Alex gazed at Charles in astonishment. He had encountered numerous superhumans with unique abilities, yet mutants were a recent revelation. Could it be that mutants possess greater potential than superhumans? Indeed, they are the new humans. One day, the new humans will supplant humanity, and the latter will become a relic of the past. Charles maintained his smile. Yet Alex felt an increasing resemblance to a formidable adversary. Could this man also be a formidable foe? Chapter 25. Belief: every human undergoes intermittent genetic mutations from the moment of birth, yet whether such mutations are beneficial or detrimental is something humanity can predict and comprehend. However, there exist individuals who possess inherently unpredictable genetic mutations, known as the X gene. Those endowed with this gene are naturally gifted with extraordinary abilities, each capable of manifesting powers beyond human imagination. This life, entirely distinct from humanity, is the new breed of humans, mutants. Seated in his wheelchair, Charles elaborated on the origins of mutants for Alex. Mutants are essentially evolved humans. Would you agree with this interpretation? Alex furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully before responding. That seems to encapsulate the essence. Charles replied with a smile. Alex nodded and inquired further, what about those with superpowers? How do they differ from mutants? After attentively listening to Alex's question, Charles paused for a moment to contemplate before responding earnestly. Superpowered individuals can be regarded as acquired mutants. They do not inherently possess the extraordinary X gene. Rather, external environmental stimuli have catalyzed changes in their cellular structures or deep-seated genes, endowing them with remarkable abilities. In essence, it delineates a distinction between innate and acquired traits. "Ah, I see," Alex remarked thoughtfully. Since learning of the existence of mutants, he had been immensely curious about the differences between mutants and superpowered individuals. Now, with Charles's elucidation, his confusion had dissipated. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned back to Charles. Is it also because of this that humanity readily accepts superpowered individuals while harboring animosity and persecution towards mutants? Indeed, at this juncture, the smile on Charles's face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. People possess a considerable degree of tolerance towards superpowered individuals who acquire their abilities due to various circumstances. They perceive it as an accident, a calamity that no one can avert. Hence, they regard these superpowered individuals as their kin and hold them in high esteem. However, mutants are viewed differently. Due to their innate possession of the X gene, many mutants inadvertently reveal their powers from a young age. The unconscious display of such abilities can be exceedingly perilous. Alex sighed again, recalling a scene from Bleach, where Toshiro Hitsugaya, the captain of the 10th Division, nearly froze his grandmother to death with his uncontrolled spiritual pressure before he became a Soul Reaper. Had it not been for his future lieutenant fortuitously passing by, he would have borne the guilt and sin of his grandmother's death for eternity. While the powers of mutants may not necessarily rival Hitsugaya's at that time, their abilities are diverse and unpredictable, posing a risk of inadvertently harming their loved ones and neighbors. If such unfortunate events were to occur, it is not difficult to envision the subsequent ostracization, abuse, and even inhumane persecution they would endure from humanity. Charles sighed as he gazed out at the distant sea. Unbeknownst to them, A number of boys and girls had gathered around, attentively listening to the discourse between Charles and Alex. In this world, rife with hatred and prejudice, humanity has deemed mutants as aberrations, a group of monsters donning human facades. Some fear and despise them, refusing to accept their existence, intent only on expelling them from human sight. Others covet their abilities, seeking to mold them into mere instruments of destruction, much like the individuals on that distant island. As he spoke, Charles gestured towards the island far off in the distance, indicating they belonged to the latter group. Alas, we did not voluntarily become mutants. Why must we be treated this way? What wrong have we committed? Upon hearing Charles's words, the recently escaped mutants from the island erupted into lamentations. Their youth and innocence starkly confronted with the harsh realities of the human world. After a moment of silence, Alex too felt a pang of sorrow for the plight of the mutants. He lifted his gaze solemnly to Charles, inquiring, "And what of you? What kind of person are you?" Alex's eyes were filled with gravity, a subtle flicker of lethal intent simmering beneath the surface. His right hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his Edmund alloy knife. These mutants were his responsibility, and he would not permit anyone to harbor ill intentions towards them. Should Charles prove to be a man with ulterior motives, Alex would not hesitate to sever his head with a single stroke. At such a close range, Alex was confident in his ability to eliminate his adversary. This was the unwavering self-assurance of a supreme swordsman. While Alex's movements went unnoticed by the young mutants, they did not escape the keen perception of Diamond, who was adept at telepathy. Upon sensing Alex's demeanor, Charles displayed no change in expression while Diamond stealthily approached Wolverine's position. And Jean prepared to confront him directly. "Jean, hold your ground." To Alex's surprise, Charles intervened, regarding him with an approving gaze. "I am gratified. Your vigilance towards me is entirely due to these children. Alex, you are a youth deserving of commendation." With a slight blush, Alex was taken aback by this unexpected praise. Yet his focus remained unwavering on Charles, who had yet to respond to his inquiry. "A friend of mine firmly believes that mutants and humans can never coexist peacefully, asserting that mutants should rightfully be the future rulers of this world. However, I do not share this view." Charles regarded Alex earnestly. "The number of mutants will continue to increase, and their ascendancy over humanity is an undeniable truth. Therefore, I have always believed that humans and mutants are equal and should coexist harmoniously. For soon, they will discover that their friends or descendants shall be one of us." Equality between humans and mutants. Alex observed Charles with a peculiar expression, yet found no alteration in his gaze. His subconscious whispered to him that Charles spoke the truth. He genuinely believed in the equality of humans and mutants. How foolishly he had worried. Realizing this, Alex relaxed his grip on the knife's hilt. He had great faith in his intuition, for it had saved his life on numerous occasions. If Charles could indeed deceive his subconscious, then he would have no choice but to concede. In truth, while Alex did not fully endorse Charles's idealistic approach, he harbored a deep respect for their steadfastness. Shiroamiya, Naruto, and Su Huanjin share a common ambition that often contradicts the prevailing consciousness of the world. Yet, undeterred by this, they resolutely pursue their goals. One may not agree with their ideologies, but one cannot deny their unwavering strength. In contrast to those with feeble wills who shift their positions with the breeze, they are indeed commendable. If Charles belongs to their ilk, then Alex need not worry about the fate of these mutants. Once his concerns were alleviated, Alex resumed his previous carefree demeanor. "How do you intend to accommodate these individuals?" Upon hearing this, the mutants present displayed anxious expressions, for Charles's subsequent words would directly impact their future survival. "My companions and I plan to establish an academy specifically dedicated to teaching mutants, a sanctuary for those who are homeless or struggle to control their abilities. If they so desire, they are welcome to join the academy I am founding in New York," Charles remarked with a smile. "By the way, Jean is one of my early students." "Wonderful." Upon hearing Charles's words, the mutants erupted in cheers. During their harrowing days on the island, subjected to human experiments, they had forged deep bonds with one another. The thought of separation was unbearable. Now, with the prospect of joining this so-called academy, they could remain together while ensuring their freedom and safety. How could they not rejoice at the mention of the X-Academy? Murmuring the name of the academy, Alex chuckled nonchalantly. These matters were internal to the mutants, and it was not his place to intervene. He was merely enjoying a moment of leisure. Just then, he looked up to find Jean glaring at him with wide eyes, seemingly still mulling over his recent actions. Even Charles himself is unperturbed. What could you possibly be concerned about? He mused. Women can certainly hold a grudge. Amused yet bemused. Alex shot her a sidelong glance and resolved to disregard the matter. Once they reached shore, he would promptly return to New York to reunite with his long-lost friends. Chapter 26. Vanessa Alley in New York, the heart of the metropolitan area, stands as America's largest city. To distinguish it from the state of New York, it is often referred to simply as New York City. Nestled in the northeastern part of the East Coast, it is the most populous city in the United States and a vibrant tapestry of diverse ethnicities. On this 789 square kilometers of land reside immigrants from 97 nations and regions, speaking over 800 languages. Arriving in this grand metropolis often blurs the lines of one's identity within America. In summary, New York is an undeniable metropolis. New York remains as grand as ever. Gazing at the familiar visage of the city, Alex uttered a meaningless sigh. However, the greatness spoken of is not the population of New York, nor the myriad of nearly 100 ethnic groups that inhabit it, but rather the astonishing number of superheroes residing within this singular city. According to the Punisher, it appears that thousands of superheroes make their home here, and when one considers the multitude of concealed supervillains lurking in the shadows, the figures multiply exponentially. What a staggering realization this is. At this moment, Alex finds himself aboard a speeding bus. Gazing through the glass of the left window at the city he has not seen for several months, and the vehicles bustling by. After his conversation with Charles, the majority of the mutants he rescued from the ship chose to follow Charles to the yet-to-be-established X-Academy he spoke of. Wolverine, seemingly having resolved misunderstandings with his beloved Silver Fox, Carla, has grown weary of conflict and opted for seclusion, rejecting Charles' goodwill alongside Carla and her sister, Diamond Girl. Upon reaching the nearby shore, Wolverine and his companions bid farewell to Alex, leaving him amidst the lingering glances of several mutants, their figures receding into the distance. Following Wolverine's departure, Alex became aware that Charles and the others were headed towards New York, where the X-Academy is situated. Coincidentally, Alex's residence in the United States is also in New York. Thus, despite his lack of intention to join Charles, he nonetheless found himself aboard the same vessel to the port of New York. After parting ways with Charles at the harbor, Alex took a vehicle towards Queens. As he departed alone, he never anticipated returning with company. With this thought, Alex let out a deep sigh. Turning to glance at the individual seated beside him, a delightful young girl with golden hair, her excitement palpable as she gazed out at the scenery. Her golden ponytails, tied at either side, cascaded down to her knees, swaying gently with her movements. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age, radiating joy. More importantly, she was the very girl whom Alex had saved in the alley. Her unexpected presence took Alex by surprise. It was through Charles' narrative that he came to understand her appearance on the ship. It turns out that as Alex pursued the white man, she had been trailing him from behind, unable to match the speed of either Alex or the car racing ahead. Relying solely on her innate abilities, she lagged behind until she reached the coastline, where she found herself helpless before the vast expanse of the sea. By chance, Charles happened to pass by at that moment, and upon discovering she was a mutant with aspirations of reaching an isolated island, he kindly invited her aboard his vessel. It is likely that Charles's innate charm played a pivotal role, as the little girl boarded the ship without hesitation, ultimately reuniting with Alex, who was also on board with Wolverine. Upon first encountering the girl, Alex felt a mixture of surprise and joy, astonished by her presence and elated that she had finally found a companion among mutants, sparing her from a solitary existence. However, this initial elation was soon overshadowed by a profound bitterness. The girl showed no interest in Charles's Xavier Institute and was entirely focused on following Alex. While Alex was certainly pleased to have a girl insist on accompanying him, he was less than enthusiastic about the prospect of being pursued by a small child. He was not one to indulge in such whims. Consequently, Alex attempted to persuade her otherwise, but his efforts proved fruitless. In response to Alex's pleas, both Jean and Charles joined the effort to convince her, yet their attempts yielded little success. The little girl seemed resolute in her determination to stay by Alex's side. Though she did not cry or complain, her unwavering insistence was apparent. Ultimately, the kind-hearted Charles, recognizing the girl's steadfast resolve, turned to Alex and encouraged him to make the decision to take her along. Faced with the unwavering will of this young girl, Alex found himself at a loss. He could not simply disregard her persistence. Sighing, he resigned himself to the idea of adopting her as his own. With another deep breath, Alex gazed out the window, reflecting on how, in just a couple of months since his departure, New York had transformed so dramatically. New York City, nestled by the Atlantic Ocean, comprises 5 boroughs: the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. With its ever-growing population, the city's economic significance and status have soared. Under the dual influences of the federal government and affluent merchants, New York's development has been nothing short of rapid, evolving at an astounding pace. During the journey, Alex observed numerous newly established or under-construction buildings and public facilities, as well as a marked increase in vehicular traffic on the streets. "Brother, is this New York? Is this the metropolis?" The little girl tugged at Alex's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed up at him, her other hand pointing out the swiftly retreating scenery beyond the window. "Indeed, this is the grand metropolis of New York." Alex nodded, a gentle smile illuminating his face. "From now on, you will live here, Vanessa." The girl, now known as Vanessa, nodded enthusiastically, her face beaming with joy. Vanessa Amelia, such was the name bestowed upon her by her parents. It is said that her parents were also mutants. Fearing their powers, the villagers secretly drugged the entire family and drenched their home in gasoline, as flames threatened to consume them. Her parents exerted every ounce of their strength to send her miles away, ultimately succumbing to the inferno. A young girl, who had never left her home and was only vaguely aware of her abilities, found herself wandering aimlessly throughout Canada, enduring hunger until she encountered Alex in a narrow alley. Upon learning of the girl's tragic background, Alex could no longer entertain the thought of driving her away. It would be utterly heartless to abandon someone with such a sorrowful past. Moreover, given that she had narrowly escaped being abducted by human traffickers, the thought of her being sold into a life of despair after leaving Alex was something he could never forgive himself for. Chapter 27. Chinatown at high noon. Warm sunlight streamed down. The bus ambled through the streets of New York, where a steady flow of traffic filled the wide avenues and throngs of pedestrians navigated the bustling sidewalks, occasionally interrupted by the ringing of traffic lights. The rhythm of life here was swift. Even walking was markedly quicker than in other places, with many rushing past in a hurry. As the bus continued its journey, the steel jungle gradually receded, giving way to a scenery that replaced the city's usual coldness with warmth, as if the sun had returned to the earth. This transformation signified their entry into Queens. Wow, wow, wow. Since entering Queens, Vanessa's exclamations of delight had not ceased, and the other passengers on the bus, rather than reproaching her, responded with understanding smiles. It was hardly surprising. Newcomers to Queens often reacted this way, and even longtime residents occasionally found themselves marveling at the sights. The beauty of Queens was simply breathtaking and enchanting. Among the 5 boroughs of New York City, Queens is the most stunning, embodying nobility and charm. Particularly in its suburban areas, it resembles a paradise on earth, inspiring countless individuals to yearn for its allure. During holidays or weekends, throngs of people drive to the suburbs to revel in the picturesque landscapes. Queens is not only the largest administrative district in New York, but also the most ethnically diverse county in the United States. With white residents making up about half of the population, the proportions of Asian, Hispanic, and African American inhabitants all exceed the national average. Among the Asian community, Indian, Chinese, and Korean populations are notably prominent. Major commercial hubs, such as Flushing and Elmhurst for Asians, and Jamaica for Latinos, reflect this vibrant multicultural trade, giving Queens a rich cultural tapestry that feels akin to a journey around the world. In a vibrant tapestry of diverse ethnic enclaves, one can truly immerse oneself in a plethora of cultures. In Astoria, Greek restaurants rival those found in Athens. The streets of Jackson Heights are adorned with a kaleidoscope of colorful Indian saris. The pervasive sounds of Spanish in the air evoke a sense of being transported to Spain. In Flushing, an array of delectable Asian cuisines awaits, while in Chinatown, the rich cultural heritage of 5 millennia of Chinese history beckons. Furthermore, Queens is renowned for its assembly of emerging and distinctive artists, as well as hosting significant sporting events, ensuring that whether one is an artist or a sports enthusiast, there is something to cherish here. Undoubtedly, Queens epitomizes the highest quality and sophistication, with its legacy of reverence and grandeur dating back to the 19th century, rendering it a commercial, residential, cultural, shopping, and tourism hub of New York today. Additionally, The number of superheroes residing here ranks second highest in all of New York. As Vanessa gasped in surprise, Alex chuckled, unfazed. After all, his first encounter with Queen scenery was scarcely less awe-inspiring than hers. Outside the car window, a multitude of dapper gentlemen in suits and elegantly dressed ladies, clutching briefcases, flowed in and out of the towering edifices, presenting a portrait of refined, fashionable American modern life. Upon entering Queens, the vehicle noticeably slowed, allowing passengers to appreciate the rich tapestry of foreign cultures along the streets. Soon, the bus arrived at its final destination, Flushing. Alex took Vanessa's small hand, and together with several other passengers, they alighted, standing beside the street on their left. Before them, the three Chinese characters for Chinatown boldly captured their attention. Indeed, Alex and Vanessa had arrived at the most illustrious Chinatown in Flushing, the one that most closely mirrors the essence of contemporary China in all of New York City. This is it, let us go? With that, Alex grasped a slender wooden box in his left hand, a keepsake he had procured at the port, containing the spoils of his conquest from the island, dozens of knives crafted from Edmund alloy, while his right hand held Vanessa's, ensuring she didn't stray as they ventured deeper into Chinatown. Alex, long time no see, you're back from your travels. Along the way, numerous Chinese shopkeepers greeted Alex warmly, their friendliness directed at this foreigner who shared their understanding of Chinese culture. Yes, I just returned from Canada, Alex replied with a smile, leisurely making his way home, his demeanor betraying none of the madness of the man who had once wreaked havoc on the island. Ah, Alex, have you found your long-lost half-sister? As the two were walking, a robust young man with black hair emerged from a nearby shop, greeting Alex with enthusiasm. However, upon noticing Vanessa behind Alex, he momentarily froze, then donned a knowing expression, leaving Alex feeling both amused and exasperated. In this world, I don't even have a father, so how could I possibly have a half-sister? Grumbling internally, Alex maintained a stoic face, gazing at the newcomer. Zhang Yafen, your imagination is growing increasingly vivid. The man, identified as Zhang Yafen, laughed heartily, waving his hand. My apologies, I was merely joking, don't take it to heart. By the way, he said, pointing at Vanessa who was hiding behind Alex, please don't tell me she is someone you picked up during your travels, or I might have to call the authorities. Humph, do you think that would intimidate me? Alex scoffed, pulling Vanessa forward to introduce them. This is my troublesome friend, the Chinese-American Zhang Yafen, and this is Vanessa, whom I encountered during my travels. Due to certain circumstances, her guardian has entrusted me with her care for the time being. Alex's explanation about Vanessa's background was a blend of truth and half-truth. Charles had mentioned arranging for his associate, an FBI agent, to secure the necessary identification for Vanessa. Once those documents arrived, Alex would be her legal guardian, and until then, he maintained a consistent narrative for external communication. Oh, I see. Zhang Yafen scratched his head, then smiled warmly at the shy Vanessa. I am the owner of this restaurant, so feel free to seek me out whenever you crave Chinese cuisine. Vanessa remained silent, drawing back slightly in fear. Only after catching a glimpse of encouragement in Alex's eyes did she timidly nod, her voice barely audible. Ah, still a shy little one. I see. Zhang Yafen chuckled kindly, then turned to Alex. Come over to my place tonight for a drink to celebrate your return from travels. Sure, Alex readily agreed. Although he outwardly appeared as a typical Westerner, his essence was that of a reclusive individual who had spent 2 decades in China. It was only in Chinatown that he revealed his true self. Oh, by the way, you should head home soon. The manager mentioned that 2 unruly characters have taken up residence at your place, causing quite a ruckus and nearly demolishing your mansion. Zhang Yafen said, a mischievous glint in his eye as he looked at Alex. The unruly rascals stirred something within Alex, who began to deduce the origins of the 2 individuals. Feeling a pang of apprehension, these 2 troublemakers were no less than he, and their presence in his abode surely boded ill. He could only hope they would not bring upon him any unwelcome troubles. Clinging to this slim chance of 1 in 10,000, Alex swiftly bid farewell to Zhang Yafen, hastening home with Vanessa at his side. Chapter 28. At the doorstep. Chinatown, also known as Huabu or Chinatown, is a vibrant enclave where the Chinese community congregates in foreign cities. The genesis of these neighborhoods lies in the early waves of Chinese migration, as they formed a minority group in their new surroundings, banding together for mutual support. Thus, most Chinatowns stand as living testaments to the history of overseas Chinese. Wandering through Chinatown can evoke a sense of disorientation, as one is surrounded by signs adorned with Chinese characters, an array of authentic Chinese restaurants, and shops brimming with traditional handicrafts. Supermarkets offer everything from large Chinese-made furniture to the smallest sewing needles, catering to every need. For those of Asian descent, shopping or dining here provides a taste of the warmth inherent in Chinese culture. When purchasing chives or dried tofu, vendors often add a little extra. And if one happens to share the same yellow complexion or hails from the same homeland, it is common for the proprietor to gift a generous bowl of soup. For the Chinese diaspora, Chinatown represents a nostalgic homage to their homeland, while for foreigners, it serves as a microcosm of China, a gateway to understanding the rich tapestry of Chinese culture. Slurp, slurp. Inside a Chinese restaurant, Vanessa awkwardly wielded her chopsticks, enthusiastically shoveling noodles into her mouth, her face illuminated by unbroken joy since she began her meal. Sighing in resignation, Alex, who had finished his bowl of noodles much earlier, reflected on how both Americans and Canadians often struggled with the chopsticks so quintessential to Chinese dining. Observing Vanessa's clumsy attempts, he summoned a Chinese waiter and requested a fork, which he casually passed to her. If you can't manage the chopsticks, use this instead, he suggested. Vanessa paused momentarily before accepting the fork, setting aside her chopsticks. Undoubtedly, her pace of eating noticeably quickened thereafter. After parting ways with Zhang Yafan, Alex had intended to return home with Vanessa promptly. However, after taking just a few steps, the unmistakable rumble of Vanessa's stomach echoed through the air, reminding him that neither of them had yet partaken of lunch, and he was uncertain if the two individuals at his home had left any food for them. Wrapping his head in self-reproach for his lack of foresight, Alex led Vanessa into a nearby Chinese restaurant, ordering a bowl of noodles for each of them. With a fork that felt familiar in her hand, Vanessa's speed in consuming the noodles noticeably escalated several levels. After a bout of ravenous eating, she contentedly set down her fork and gently patted her belly, her face radiating sheer happiness. Alex, observing her, couldn't help but be astonished. For Vanessa's bowl of noodles was equal in quantity to his own. "I'm full," she exclaimed. "All right, let's go," Alex replied, rising only after receiving her nod of agreement. He settled the bill, and together they exited the restaurant, continuing their journey toward Alex's home. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a lavishly adorned mansion. The residence was a stunning example of German architecture, occupying approximately 2/3 of the lot, roughly 1,000 square meters. In front, a meticulously maintained, beautiful lawn sprawled, accompanied by a generously sized swimming pool. Anyone knowledgeable about the local real estate market would instantly recognize the mansion's worth, categorizing Alex as a discreet, wealthy individual. Due to the proximity of an airport in Flushing, building heights were restricted, preventing the construction of skyscrapers akin to those in Manhattan's commercial district, allowing only for row houses. Moreover, with the rapid increase in property prices in Queens in recent years, $300,000 would merely secure a sturdy, yet aesthetically unpleasing, row house. In other words, to acquire the entirety of Alex's mansion, one would need at least $3 million, which translates to over 10 million in Chinese currency. Disregarding the so-called security features, Alex reached for the door, jesting that those two individuals had brazenly entered his home, and if the security measures were effective, it would indeed be a miracle. As expected, the security system showed no signs of activation. Sighing, Alex felt his momentary hope dissipate completely. He could easily envision the current state of his home. "Come on in. This is my home, and it will be yours from now on," he stated, guiding Vanessa into the house. "This is my home," Vanessa whispered softly, her eyes slowly welling with tears. It was a poignant moment, as memories of her deceased parents surfaced. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed her expression, and his heart softened. He gently placed his hand on her small head, assuring her, "From now on, we are family. Should you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. There's no need to be shy." Tears began to trickle from the corners of Vanessa's eyes as she gazed into Alex's, nodding earnestly. "Good girl," he praised, wiping the tears from her cheeks before striding directly into the house. Upon arriving at the threshold of the house, he did not proceed directly to open the door. Instead, he drew Vanessa behind him, instructing her to remain there, urging her not to emerge under any circumstances. Observing the serious expression etched on Alex's face, Vanessa nodded, retreating timidly behind him, her small hands clutching the fabric of his clothing. "That's right," Alex affirmed, extending his hand to unlock the door. Whoosh! The moment the door swung open, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and two agile objects darted forth from within, hurtling towards Alex, who stood by the entrance. Always resorting to this trick. How utterly predictable. He sighed, his movements unfaltering as he flicked his fingers, producing two distinct thuds as the projectiles were deftly intercepted, embedding themselves into the right wall. With a resounding crack, debris erupted from the wall, revealing the objects lodged within, two gleaming blades. When did they become such covert weapons? Alex mused. These blades, a favorite among melee enthusiasts, made for a striking entrance while delivering lethal precision, epitomizing the pursuit of a swift demise. Among those he knew, the only one who reveled in such weaponry and possessed an arsenal was the notorious assassin, the violent little girl known as Hit Girl. Thus, the identity of the assailant was all too evident. Before Alex could unveil the identity of the attacker, a petite figure suddenly darted towards him, seizing his right arm with both hands, intent on executing a shoulder throw. Enough of this, Alex exclaimed, forcefully breaking free from her grasp. Before she could react, he caught her shoulder and flung her backward. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have played along, but today, with Vanessa behind him, clutching his attire, he could not allow her to be harmed in such a manner. Whoosh! Just as he hurled the diminutive form away, a fierce gust of wind rushed past him, a blade aimed directly at his throat, its momentum unwavering. Faced with this fierce assault, Alex remained still, a wry smile gracing his lips as he addressed the newcomer and the menacing edge of the knife. Frank, enough of this. There's a little one behind me. Strangely, the moment his words fell, the advancing blade came to an abrupt halt a mere foot from Alex's throat, suspended in midair, before being retracted and sheathed. All right. We shall save the fun for next time. How dreadfully boring. A heavy and a light sound emerged almost simultaneously, as two figures, one tall and one short, gradually stepped out from the shadows into the view of Alex and Vanessa. Before their faces could register in the eyes of the two, Alex, with a smile, exclaimed, "Long time no see, Frank, Hit Girl." In the 29th chapter of a significant event, Alex gazed warmly at the two individuals emerging from the house. The first to catch his eye was a petite girl with purple hair, clad in black leather and a dark trench coat, her eyes concealed by a black mask. It would be hard for outsiders to believe that this seemingly cold yet adorable girl was none other than the fearsome assassin, Hit Girl, who instilled terror in the hearts of countless villains. The other figure was a tall Caucasian man, his robust physique entirely encased in tactical gear, emblazoned with a large skull on his chest. It was unlikely that anyone else in all of New York, or even the entire country, would sport such an appearance as the Punisher, Frank Castle. "You two have become exceedingly formidable," Alex remarked with a hint of playful reproach as he observed the approaching duo. "Come on, it's not like we could kill you anyway." Hit Girl shrugged nonchalantly, striding forward to remove something from the wall, her gaze landing squarely on Vanessa behind Alex. "You are." Vanessa shrank back, intimidated by Hit Girl's piercing stare, gripping Alex's clothing tightly. All right, you're going to scare her." Alex noticed Vanessa's unease and quickly nudged Hit Girl aside, guiding Vanessa into the house. "TCH." Hit Girl scoffed disdainfully before turning and entering the hall. "Go on in," Alex softly urged Vanessa, shutting the door behind them. He led her into the living room, seating her on a nearby sofa, and poured a glass of orange juice, setting it before her. "Now, tell me why you two are staying at my place," Alex said leisurely, glancing at Hit Girl and the Punisher as he casually placed a box containing an Edmund alloy knife set on the sofa beside him. The Punisher, Frank Castle, cast a curious glance at the box, but refrained from inquiring further. "We're here to enlist your help for something significant." "A significant matter?" Alex raised an eyebrow at the serious expressions on their faces, jesting, "Are we going to blow up the Pentagon or storm the White House?" "Count me in if that's the case." "Alex, we are not joking with you," Hit Girl exclaimed in frustration, grabbing a nearby cushion and throwing it at his head. "Frank and I genuinely have an important task that requires your assistance." All right, I get it. Just stop." As the formidable assassin, known as the Killing Machine, brandished her weapon once more, Alex quickly begged for mercy. Although her demeanor appeared cold and ruthless, she possessed a fiery temperament. Should he continue to resist, she might very well resort to violence. "Speak up, what grand scheme do you have in mind?" With their playful skirmish momentarily halted, Alex turned to the Punisher, "Frank, we are old friends. If you require anything, do not hesitate to express it. I have located Howard St. Alex." Frank's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on the distance. Yet beneath his calm exterior simmered a ferocious intensity akin to a volcanic eruption. Alex understood that Frank's demeanor belied the turmoil within. Frank Castle had once served in the Marine Corps and later in the FBI. After becoming weary of a life entwined with death, he sought solace in a pastoral existence with his wife Maria and son Will. However, during a final undercover operation to apprehend arms traffickers, an unforeseen turn of events led to the tragic death of a young man named Bobby Saint. Bobby's father, Howard Saint, a wealthy and influential businessman, presented a facade of respectability while secretly engaging in nefarious dealings. The loss of his son ignited Howard's wrath, and he vowed to exact vengeance on Frank at any cost. In the aftermath, Frank's family was completely obliterated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Upon recovering from his injuries, Frank utilized his intelligence network to identify the culprits behind his family's demise and sought justice through legal means. However, the perpetrators evaded punishment through various loopholes. And disillusioned with the judicial system, Frank resolved to take matters into his own hands, employing lethal force against any criminal he encountered. While Frank, under the guise of the Punisher, executed his relentless campaign against the criminal underworld, Howard Saint, evading Frank's wrath, fortified his own illicit arsenal, preparing to eliminate the hunter. In the 2 months since you left New York, Frank has dismantled numerous criminal hideouts, inciting the ire of the city's underground kingpin. That bastard Saint seized the opportunity to launch an ambush. Had I not arrived in time, Frank would have been brutally dismembered. They are still covertly tracking our movements. The killing machine concluded, casting a wry smile towards Alex. Now I see. Alex nodded in understanding. Both Frank and the killing machine were ordinary individuals devoid of superhuman abilities. Although they possessed combat skills that far surpassed the average person, they remained mere mortals, and against the formidable forces rallied by Kingpin and Saint, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. Indeed, Alex found it somewhat astonishing that they managed to evade their pursuers and appear before him unscathed. So, what do you intend to do? Without further inquiry, Alex directly posed the question regarding Frank's plan to deal with those audacious enough to pursue his friends. They could not be allowed to continue existing in this world. For a friend, he would willingly face peril, a principle that constituted one of Alex's few guiding maxims. Howard and Kim had united to maximize the efficiency of recruiting allies, and they were scheduled to convene in a factory in Brooklyn in 2 days. At this juncture, Frank, with a stoic expression, could not suppress a grin that appeared quite fearsome. I planned to catch them off guard at that time. With a cheeky whistle, Alex clapped his hands. Cool. Let us proceed as such. In 2 days, we shall act together and send them fleeing in terror, blood flowing like a river. Thank you, Alex. Frank gazed at Alex with gratitude, aware that with Alex's extraordinary abilities, his chances for vengeance would multiply significantly. Hey, I'm also here to help you. Don't you think I deserve a thank you too? The young girl, known as Hit Girl, chimed in with indignation from her seat. Oh, then I thank you as well. Frank promptly acknowledged her, viewing the 11-year-old Hit Girl as endearing as his son, who had tragically lost his life. In her presence, he often exhibited rare warmth. Yet his tone, clearly dismissive, only served to exacerbate her annoyance. TCH, lacking sincerity, Hit Girl muttered, choosing to withdraw from the conversation between Alex and Frank, her attention subtly shifting to Vanessa, who sat nearby. At that moment, Vanessa was blissfully sipping orange juice through a straw, entirely oblivious to the discussion among the three. Hey, don't set your sights on her. Just as Hit Girl was about to speak, Alex preemptively interjected to divert her focus. He picked up a box from the sofa and placed it on the coffee table before them. This is a souvenir I specially brought back for you. Come take a look. With that, Alex opened the box and revealed a collection of knives of various sizes, displaying them before the two. What is this? Upon seeing the array of blades, Frank and Hit Girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they reached for one to examine. As masters of close combat and enthusiasts of cold weaponry, they were not strangers to such implements. Feeling the texture and the chilling edge of the knives, they immediately recognized their exceptional value. Where did you acquire these items? Frank asked, skillfully wielding a katana, delight evident in his gaze as he looked at Alex. In comparison to his usual cold weapons, this sword was nothing short of magnificent. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Hit Girl showcased her extraordinary prowess with a katana, revealing that her fondness for such weaponry was not merely a mythological fascination. These are trophies I seized from others, Alex replied, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he produced a sheathed katana and a dagger, gesturing toward the remaining items. Please, do not hesitate. Take whatever you desire. However, I believe it prudent not to take too many, as the materials of these items remain unknown, and their hardness is unparalleled. Moreover, their sharpness and durability surpass all weapons I am familiar with. They are indeed the epitome of close combat armaments. Splendid, Hit Girl exclaimed, reaching for another katana, while Frank selected a dagger and a grappling claw. His specialized training in the military allowed him to make far more strategic choices than Hit Girl, opting for items that would be exceptionally useful in combat, each one practical in its own right. Here, take one as well, Alex offered. Noticing the abundance of items on the table, Vanessa, standing nearby, unexpectedly displayed a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Moved by her expression, Alex handed her a dagger. In the United States, the regulation of knives and firearms is not as stringent as in China. In fact, it is common for households above the 8th floor to possess firearms. In a perilous city like New York, it is not unusual for families to own multiple weapons. This serves to protect oneself and to strike back against evildoers, making instances like Vanessa carrying a dagger entirely commonplace. Chapter 30. The Meeting, Brooklyn, New York. This borough is the most populous administrative region in New York City, boasting the only central business district aside from Manhattan. With its rich tapestry of diverse cultures, social dynamics, and ethnicities, along with an independent artistic flair and architectural traditions, Brooklyn's economy is rapidly evolving, with population growth second only to Queens. As a result of its burgeoning population and swift economic development, Brooklyn has become a prime target for various organizations, viewed as a lucrative opportunity waiting to be exploited. Numerous factions have established their presence here, reaping substantial monthly profits, and violent confrontations occur almost daily in pursuit of even greater gains. Thus, the meeting between Jean and Howard was arranged in an inconspicuous, ordinary factory. Howard Sant is one of America's most prominent businessmen, wielding immense influence and operating in both legitimate and illicit realms. In contrast, Jean Bing stands as the undisputed monarch of the underground, with every dismantling of a drug lab or thwarted smuggling operation in the United States often linked to his machinations. Statistics reveal that nearly 80 of criminal activities in America can be traced back to him. The impending meeting of these two titans is undoubtedly a momentous occasion. At this moment, the two formidable figures, Jean Bing and Howard, convene in the safest corner of a factory, while their subordinates, clearly not of virtuous character, form two distinct factions to secure the premises rigorously. The four leaders among them stand in close proximity, their demeanor polite, yet their presence exuding an unmistakable aura of power and capability. Two of these individuals are mercenaries hired at great expense by Howard, while the other two are elite members selected by Jean Bing from his ranks. All four are unparalleled masters of combat, marksmanship, stealth, and other skills, with a notable number of CIA and FBI agents having fallen victim to their prowess, certainly no fewer than 80. With 4 elite operatives and a large contingent of armed henchmen outside, coupled with the lethal assassins that both Jean Bing and Howard consider their trump cards, one must ponder the fate of any unremarkable individual who dares to approach them. Lacking extraordinary abilities, such a person would inevitably be reduced to mere pulp before even encountering the main players. The four engage in casual conversation, their tones light and cheerful, discussing matters with an air of superiority that suggests they regard no one as their equal. It's quite extravagant for Sant to expend such resources on a mere soldier. One of the mercenaries scoffed. Indeed, the boss seems rather excessive. If that fellow Cass dares to show up, I would dispatch him with a single shot. Another mercenary chuckled. Yet, it is precisely the boss's exaggerated concerns that allow us to command such a handsome fee. If it weren't for our reputation as a mercenary company, I might have considered eliminating the boss myself to claim his riches. The mercenary ended with a sly laugh, prompting a knowing grin from his companion, while the two elite operatives under Jean Bing merely shrugged at the banter. In the world of mercenaries, marked by violence and cunning, those who cling to notions of loyalty and kindness are but a heartbeat away from meeting their demise. In truth, were it not for Jean Bing's formidable intellect and the unwavering loyalty of his devoted followers, figures like him would have long been overwhelmed and eliminated by a coalition of adversaries. While Cass may not appear particularly formidable, we must not underestimate him. One can never be certain if he possesses allies with skills akin to his own, one of Jean Bing's subordinates remarked. That is a valid point. The other three were simultaneously taken aback. The last time they had managed to encircle the unsuspecting cast, just as they were about to close in. Their plans were thwarted by a petite girl armed with dual pistols, whose language was peppered with words beginning with F. Consequently, their subordinates had suffered significant losses, with several dispatched in a single encounter. Following this debacle, they had each received a stern reprimand from their bosses, Jean Bing and Howard, leaving them thoroughly humiliated. This time, if Cast dared to show up again, they would ensure that he would meet his end here. After a brief moment of frustration, the four exchanged confident smiles, their faces radiating assurance. The two bosses had convened here specifically to lure Cast out. Once he made his appearance, it would be their turn to strike. At that point, who could seize the glory would depend solely on their respective skills. An elite member of Jean Bing's crew spoke confidently, brimming with anticipation, completely disregarding the formidable combat prowess and marksmanship of the Punisher. It's settled then. I find myself reminiscing about the thrill of dispatching those foolish FBI agents. I believe the CIA agents are even more naive. Those fellows think donning a police uniform makes them heroes of justice. It's utterly laughable. The memory of their agonized cries fills me with genuine excitement and exhilaration. As they reminisced about the agents they had eliminated. A myriad of topics flowed among the four, as they eagerly exchanged their respective techniques and insights on killing, creating a moment of harmonious camaraderie. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communicator, laced with panic. Not good, boss. Something's wrong. What is the matter? Speak clearly. What is happening? There are intruders outside. They've come to our door. The communicator fell silent, abruptly replaced by the violent sounds of gunfire, anguished cries, and the sharp clatter of bullets striking metal. The expressions of the four hardened fighters shifted simultaneously. Their extensive combat experience allowed them to discern the source of the screams. It was their own men. Just moments ago, they had been strategizing on how to deal with their adversaries, and now, they found themselves under siege. Damn it, it must be that bastard Cast. He actually dared to show himself. A mercenary's face twisted with malice as he swiftly drew two pistols, brandishing them with glee. It's been a while since I encountered such delightful prey. I hope Cast doesn't disappoint me. Another mercenary was even more straightforward. Not only did he draw his weapon, but he also strode purposefully toward the factory's exit, exuding murderous intent as he declared, "Today, I shall stuff Cast's head into his own rear." That remains to be seen, chuckled two elite members of Jean Bing's crew, as they too unsheathed their pistols and rushed outside. In their eyes, the Punisher, Frank Castle, had become nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 31, Carnage. A deafening crash echoed from afar as the iron gate buckled under immense force. Accompanied by a harrowing scream, a figure was violently thrust into the gate, leaving an indelible imprint of a human form upon its surface. "Open fire," commanded a burly man clad in black, directing his comrades to unleash their weapons upon the intruder. No sooner had he issued the command than he perceived a silhouette hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch his comrade. Yet, upon contact, he was met with an unimaginable force emanating from the figure, a terrifying recoil that shattered his arms and crushed his sternum, sending both him and the figure flying backward. "What?" exclaimed John, witnessing the robust man, akin to a bull, being effortlessly tossed aside by the intruder's sheer strength, lifeless and beyond saving. The once mocking expressions of the black-clad men transformed into shock. This individual was undoubtedly a superhero endowed with extraordinary abilities. As one of the mercenaries recruited by Howard, Sam aimed his pistol at the youthful figure emerging from the entrance and shouted, "Who are you?" "I've come specifically looking for trouble," Alex replied with a light chuckle. Stepping through the shattered doorway and into the spacious factory grounds, his gaze sweeping over the mercenaries and thugs assembled before him. Mercenaries, thugs, half of them already here. It seems I shall have a splendid feast. "Stop right there," Sam ordered, his gun trained nervously on the relaxed and unperturbed Alex. "Don't move. Hands behind your head. Otherwise, we will open fire." Alex merely chuckled nonchalantly, dismissing them entirely. In a swift motion, he charged towards Sam, who had issued the command. "Sam, be careful. Underestimating me." "Are you?" Sam's eyes gleamed coldly as he fired his weapon repeatedly. However, Alex evaded each shot with ease. Despite this, Sam remained unperturbed. Throughout his mercenary career, He had encountered many skilled individuals who relied on speed or peculiar movements to dodge bullets, and Alex's displayed prowess did not exceed his expectations. As Alex closed in, Sam's icy resolve deepened. He hurled his spent pistol at Alex's face as a makeshift projectile while simultaneously drawing a dagger strapped to his thigh. He lunged forward, the blade striking like a venomous serpent aimed directly at Alex's heart. I have mastered this dagger fighting technique at a significant cost in China, and today, I shall put it to the test against you. Before he could utter the word die, Alex, whose speed was only comparable to that of special forces or mercenaries, suddenly accelerated, effortlessly evading the handgun and dagger thrown by Sam. With a swift horizontal slash, at the moment he drew his sword, his speed reached an astonishing level, fully showcasing Alex's physical superiority that far exceeded that of an average person. Swift as the wind, rapid as lightning, whoosh, in a flash. Before Sam's expensive dagger fighting technique could even display its might, his entire head was severed by the force of that single strike, rolling grotesquely to the ground. Oh God! The last image imprinted in Sam's eyes was that of Alex's crimson cross. Decapitation. An immediate execution. Witnessing this scene, the other mercenaries and thugs were finally struck with fear. They had initially believed their opponent to be merely Frank Castor, formidable but just a man, only to discover that they were confronted by a formidable demon, an elite among mercenaries, who could be decapitated in a single round. Quick, quick, notify the boss. Panic ensued. They were all in disarray. The mercenaries and thugs present were all notorious criminals, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims. Among the many desperate souls, they were renowned figures, with no fewer than 80 lives claimed at their hands. They were always the ones instigating trouble, crushing the forces of others. But now they found themselves besieged by a mere youth. Moreover, in a single encounter, their infamous comrade John was decapitated, his head severed, leaving no trace of his body. A superhero, this boy must possess superhuman abilities. Fool, have you ever seen a superhero who revels in slaughter? Amidst the chaos, Alex's figure flickered swiftly among the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his face, yet his strikes were devoid of mercy. Ruthless, fierce. Open fire, shouted one of the members. Though he is formidable, he is still just a man. We need not fear him. A bullet will surely bring him down. With fervor, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Alex while coordinating their counterattack. Remaining calm under such circumstances, they displayed the composure befitting Golding's subordinates. Men, we advance. Before us, even a superhero must meet his end. Another mercenary leader barked, swiftly regaining composure and directing his men to organize a fierce counteroffensive against Alex. However, no sooner had his fierce shout fallen than a dazzling beam of sword light astonishingly cleaved through the air, brutally severing his throat and causing blood to spurt forth as his head rolled away. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Alex's form whirled with the swiftness of a phantom, his sword sweeping in a merciless arc, the lethal glint of the blade slicing through the waists of several individuals. The sound of the sword sang and howled, pure might emanating from his physical prowess, cleaving through the bodies of those unable to evade his wrath. A scream erupted from one unfortunate member, who, witnessing this scene up close, was paralyzed with terror, his heart quaking in fear. Seizing this opportunity, Alex continued his relentless assault, the sword's edge crashing into the ribcage of a nearby foe with the force of 5 tons, shattering his ribs, one of which pierced directly through his heart, ensuring that as he staggered back, coughing blood, he succumbed on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Following the demise of this ill-fated member, Alex leapt, soaring like an eagle in flight, narrowly evading a volley of bullets that struck from the side. Before these assailants could redirect their aim, he surged forward at a staggering speed of 80 meters per second, his blade slicing through their throats with unerring precision. 1 word, swift. 2 words, exceedingly swift. 3 words, extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, another dozen burly men fell, clutching their necks, the blood gushing from their fingers like an uncontrollable fountain. Without employing any intricate sword techniques from the divine resonance or utilizing formidable elven power, nor relying on the enhancements of any magical eye, Alex's swordsmanship at this moment was epitomized by one singular quality: speed. Unassailable speed. An unstoppable swiftness. With a physique far surpassing that of an ordinary human and a terrifying mental acuity, combined with the rare Edmund alloy blade, Alex embodied the essence of speed to an unparalleled degree. In the mere span of a few meters, at the velocity of 80 meters per second, the distance was trivial. Each strike of his blade reached a realm beyond the comprehension of the mercenaries and members, leaving them utterly unresponsive. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light danced, and blood flew. In an instant, Alex had unleashed a veritable massacre at the factory entrance. Within mere breaths, 20 to 30 of Gold and Howard Sand's subordinates had perished at his hands. The air thick with the acrid scent of blood, so potent that it provoked a wave of nausea. Run, run. The formidable power displayed by Alex shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining members and mercenaries in an instant. Upon realizing that their adversary was beyond their capacity to resist, they abandoned all else and fled towards the windows and doors in a panic. Alex chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue them. Instead, he leisurely consumed the flesh and blood scattered on the ground, absorbing it into his annihilation eye, transforming it into a substantial amount of pure ethereal energy. With a surge of this energy flooding into his body, Alex felt his strength increase significantly, and the reservoir of ethereal power within him rose impressively. He hoped for the success of the two individuals engaged in their mission. A faint smile graced his lips as he shifted his gaze to activate his far-seeing vision, instantly revealing the silhouettes of Hit-Girl and the Punisher. Fully armed, Hit-Girl and the Punisher had successfully infiltrated the factory, cautiously evading the enemies rushing out to support their comrades and mercenaries, and stealthily advancing deeper into the facility. From the outset, Alex had acted as the bait to draw enemy fire according to the Punisher's plan, while the Punisher and Hit-Girl were to target Kingpin and Howard directly. Given Alex's unparalleled strength, he was perfectly suited for the role of attracting animosity. In truth, with his current capabilities, he could effortlessly annihilate these foes. However, Howard was a sworn enemy of Frank Castle, and failing to defeat him personally would leave Frank with a lifelong regret. Eager for his friend to rid himself of this vendetta, Alex willingly accepted the task, relishing the opportunity to absorb more ethereal energy in the process. Meanwhile, numerous reinforcements emerged from within the factory, particularly 4 individuals at the forefront, who exuded a presence that felt even more formidable than the Punisher's. Should Frank Castle recklessly confront them, it was likely that his name would vanish from the annals of history. In Chapter 32, a resounding triumph unfolds. Alex felt a shiver in his heart, his feet shifting with grace as the power within him was perfectly controlled, allowing him to move with such speed that his seemingly ordinary step surpassed the frantic escape of others by several folds. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted a member attempting to flee through a window. Before the member could utter a cry for mercy, Alex's left hand swiftly pressed against him, and with a hum, his body disintegrated into countless minute fragments, vanishing into Alex's blood-red eyes. Witnessing this, the remaining survivors were gripped by terror, their hearts racing as they lamented why their parents hadn't given them additional limbs to facilitate their escape. Capable of wielding a terrifying sword to take lives and devouring individuals whole, what manner of dreadful being have they provoked? At this moment, a bold soul hastily exclaimed, "Cease. Cease. My friend, what is it that you desire? We can discuss this amicably. Why resort to such brutality?" Beneath Alex's calm demeanor lay a silent, yet profound mockery, as the speed with which he claimed lives showed no sign of abating, dispatching yet another mercenary who dared not flee. "Go inquire with Jean Bing and Howard." No sooner had the words left his lips than Alex had lunged forward, closing the distance to a member. Yet, as he extended his hand, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through him. Sensing danger, Alex deftly sidestepped a few meters. Bang! Just as Alex regained his footing, the sharp crack of a gunshot reverberated nearby, a bullet zipping past the exact spot where he had just stood at supersonic speed. Were it not for Alex's quick reflexes, the projectile would have surely found its mark. To his astonishment, a marksman of such caliber was present. "Reckless fool, how dare you stir trouble here?" Just as Alex was momentarily startled, a haughty voice emanated from the direction of the gunfire. Turning, he beheld 4 distinguished men brandishing firearms, flanked by a throng of thugs wielding submachine guns. "Brother Smith, boss guys, you are doomed, utterly doomed. Once my brothers arrive, your fate is sealed." The remaining mercenaries and members, upon seeing these familiar figures, were instantly infused with overwhelming joy, akin to drowning victims catching sight of a rescue yacht, filled with hope for life. However, before their smiles could fully blossom, before they could continue hurling insults, a cold snort escaped Alex's lips. With a swift flourish of his blade, he dashed forward, moving as though he had multiplied into a dozen figures, suddenly appearing beside those who had ceased their flight. The glimmer of his sword flashed, blood spattered, and anguished cries erupted only to be abruptly silenced. In the next moment, Alex's form came to a halt, and those who had just glimpsed the glimmer of hope collapsed, life and blood rapidly vacating their bodies. At this instant, aside from Smith and the other three, along with the reinforcements who had just emerged from the factory, not a single member or mercenary remained alive on the field. Damn it, everyone, open fire. Witnessing Alex's formidable prowess, the four were collectively taken aback, casting aside their pride to urgently command their subordinates to shoot first. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under their orders, over 40 submachine guns roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that tore through the air, hurtling towards Alex's vicinity with blinding speed. In the face of such formidable vigor, even an elephant would undoubtedly be reduced to a sieve at the very first encounter, meeting a fate most dire. Thus, at the moment of firing, the chaotic scene conjured by Alex's erratic gunfire had already emerged vividly in the minds of all present, a subtle, barely concealed smile creeping onto their faces. Yet, before the mirth could fully blossom, it was swiftly eclipsed by a profound astonishment. Before them, amidst a hail of bullets, Alex stood unyielding, neither retreating nor evading, but rather, with remarkable calmness, he drew his sword. In that fleeting instant, the blade's brilliance was wielded with such superhuman swiftness that it transformed into an impenetrable veil of sword shadows, dense and overwhelming. At that moment, Alex concentrated all his attention, activating the 1,000-mile-eye technique, and suddenly his perception of the surrounding air currents surged to an unimaginable zenith. A faint hum resonated in the air, and the world, through Alex's eyes, became astonishingly clear. This exquisite control over his external environment enabled him to perceive every change within a radius of several dozen meters. Each bullet, not only its trajectory, but also the swirling air currents created as they pierced through space, vividly materialized before his gaze, with no detail overlooked. In the next heartbeat, the sword shadows collided with the bullets. The cacophony of metal striking metal erupted, a relentless chorus reverberating within a meter of Alex's form. Yet not a single bullet found its mark upon him. In that exceedingly brief moment, he astonishingly unleashed 108 strikes, each one a precise hit on a bullet that could have struck him, without a single miss. As reality sank in, the onlookers beheld the scattered bullet casings around Alex and the marks left on the ground from the missed shots, their expressions frozen in sheer disbelief. Quick, fire. Fire. Continue firing. He must be courting death. Smith, a capable subordinate of Kim, barked orders, urging the dazed men to resume their relentless barrage. They could not fathom that their adversary could withstand such sustained gunfire. However, just as the command was issued, Alex swung his katana with ferocity, sending one of the scattered bullet casings soaring away. Divine wind of the secret sword. In the next instant, a sharp whoosh echoed as the bullet soared through the air. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted forth, and anguished cries filled the air. With a terrifying lethality and power, the projectile struck Smith squarely in the forehead, a crimson arrow bursting forth from the back of his skull. The immense force propelled his body backwards, and after stumbling a few steps, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The towering figure hit the earth, producing a distinct sound upon impact, as his twin firearms clattered to the ground. A pool of red and white fluid spread around him. Even in death, Smith's eyes remained wide open, incredulous that he had been so effortlessly slain by a youth in the presence of dozens wielding real firearms. Brother Smith. No, this cannot be real. Smith's companions and the henchmen behind him were thrown into chaos, their gazes fixed on Alex, filled with unparalleled dread and panic, as though they were confronting a demon. Whoosh. Thud. Without allowing his adversaries any opportunity to react, Alex's blade once again dispatched a bullet, eliminating a mercenary leader beside Guy's. Bang. Blood erupted. The body fell lifeless to the ground. How could you? Guy's began. Fury and disbelief etched across his face, but before he could finish, Alex's katana sliced through the air with barely a whisper, sending a barrage of bullets flying forth, their speed and force rivaling that of any gunshot. In an instant, 20 bullets were unleashed, with many more to follow. The henchmen and mercenaries, still reeling in disbelief, were caught off guard and suffered devastating losses. Over 20 fell in the initial onslaught. Scatter quickly, Guy shouted in alarm, his mind racing as he failed to devise a counterattack with his weapon, instead succumbing to panic and fleeing in disarray. Ah! Under Alex's precise strikes, several unfortunate souls met their demise on the spot, while over 20 others were left wounded. Thus, the confrontation between dozens of gunmen and a single swordsman concluded in a resounding victory for the swordsman. Chapter 33, Annihilation Whoosh. Thud. Bullets whistled through the air, blood splattered, and lives were extinguished. The moment Edmund's alloy blade met a bullet, it sealed the fate of the unfortunate soul who could not evade it. A total of 108 bullets were countered by Alex's skillful swordplay, the secret technique of Shunming Flow, claiming the lives of over 30 individuals in a single, chaotic dance of death. After effortlessly sending all 108 projectiles flying, Alex's relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the horror-stricken expressions of Guy's and his companions. With a sigh of relief, Alex ambled leisurely, nonchalantly evading the sporadic counterattacks launched by those fortunate enough to have survived, exuding an air of ease. Is he truly human? Observing Alex from a distance, a mercenary accompanying Guy's gulped audibly, questioning whether an ordinary human could have performed such feats, slicing through bullets with a katana without missing a single one. What a ridiculous notion. Brother, we've fallen for that scoundrel Howard's trick. What now? Another mercenary growled, attempting to conceal his frustration. That damned Howard had the audacity to deceive us. How could he assure me with such confidence that Castor lacked any supernatural abilities? Catching sight of the lifeless bodies of his comrades, grotesquely absorbed by Alex through some inexplicable means, Guy's eyes blazed with fury, his expression contorted in rage. These were his brothers in arms, yet they had perished due to Howard's misinformation, leaving them with nothing but a fragmented fate. Witnessing his comrades, who had conversed with him just yesterday, now lying cold and lifeless, their very forms obliterated, one mercenary felt a surge of wrath. Brother, let us fight him. He could no longer contain himself, ready to leap from cover with a grenade in hand, prepared to engage in a final confrontation. Stop. Guy's quick reflexes restrained him. Even if you detonate that grenade, it won't kill him. You would only be sacrificing yourself. Are we to merely stand by as our brothers are reduced to unrecognizable remnants? Certainly not. A glint of ferocity flashed in Guy's eyes as he coldly asserted, the enemy is far too powerful. Our brothers' bodies are beyond saving. Therefore, we must not allow him to revel in his victory. His gaze fell upon the grenade in his hand. On the count of 3, we will all throw our grenades and then retreat. Understood. Even if we cannot kill him, we can ensure he does not claim our brothers' bodies. The mercenaries quickly concurred, retrieving all their grenades, awaiting Guy's command to launch their desperate assault. Seeing that his comrades were prepared, Guy cautiously peered out, locking eyes with the brazenly standing Alex, and whispered, 1, 2, 3, throw. As his words fell, the mercenaries swiftly disengaged the fuses and hurled their grenades towards Alex, oblivious to the peril they were courting. As the grenades rapidly approached Alex, who was consumed by the corpses and showed no interest in seeking out the living, he suddenly turned with a sinister smile. Alarmed by the sight of Alex's grin, Guys, who had long danced with death, felt an ominous premonition and cried out in a panic, attempting to flee from his position. Alas, it was too late. At the moment Alex's smile emerged, he deftly flicked the tip of his sword, sending one grenade hurtling back at an even swifter pace. Subsequently, his figure darted forward, and with swift strikes of his katana, he struck down a dozen grenades, sending them racing back like arrows to their original master. With a soft chime, the grenades reappeared before a few mercenaries who were attempting to retreat, the distance between them scarcely exceeding 20 centimeters. Are we to perish? This thought raced through Guy's and his companions' minds simultaneously. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, enveloping them in a deadly wave of shock and metallic shrapnel. The wretched cries, reaching a ghastly peak, abruptly ceased. The roar of explosions and the billowing smoke soon dissipated, leaving behind only a few dismembered corpses. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds punished. Those who would do anything for the sake of wealth, having unknowingly amassed countless sins, finally faced retribution, perishing beneath their own specially crafted high-powered grenades. They brought this upon themselves. Alex, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at the corpses, his eyes still crimson with the hunger of annihilation. As he walked past, Each body was swiftly transformed into pure ethereal energy. Just as Alex was engulfing the last of the corpses, he stifled a grunt, feeling a sudden tingling in his eyes. As if something within them had shifted, the ocular technique, the demon eye, had only recently manifested, so it couldn't be a new ocular technique developing. This sensation, it must be an evolution of the previous ocular technique. The roar of submachine guns resounded throughout the factory, bullets raining down upon a makeshift cover, leaving chaotic traces and debris flying, completely suppressing both the Overkill girl and the Punisher behind the barricade. Having successfully evaded the forces of Smith and Guise, the two stealthily ventured deeper into the factory. However, upon entering a workshop, they were ambushed by enemies who had long been lying in wait. Despite their remarkable marksmanship and ample weaponry, they were gradually overwhelmed by the sheer numerical advantage of their adversaries. Damn it, these bastards have hidden so many men here, clearly waiting for us to walk right into their trap. The petite figure of the Overkill girl curled up as much as possible to avoid the bullets, cursing under her breath. Jean Bing and Howard were wealthy and powerful. It was only natural that they would have many willing to serve them, and with so many here, it was to be expected. As the Punisher responded, he surveyed the surroundings. Damn you, Kingpin and Howard. The enraged Deadpool cursed. When I get my hands on you bastards, I will make sure to shove bullets right up your asses. Hearing her crude words, the Punisher couldn't help but feel a moment of exasperation. How had her father raised her to become such a fierce woman? After a brief moment of contemplation, the Punisher swiftly redirected his focus to the current predicament. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, making any attempt to break free utterly futile. To make matters worse, the cover in front of them had become pockmarked from the relentless barrage, teetering on the brink of collapse. If they didn't escape this perilous situation soon, their fate would be sealed. Chapter 34. Grievance will throw our clothes out to divert their fire and seize the opportunity to counterattack. After scanning the area for a considerable time, the Punisher could not devise any alternative solution to their crisis and reluctantly shared the simplest yet most perilous method with Deadpool. This approach was straightforward, often seen in various action films, but precisely because of its familiarity, the likelihood of being detected was exceedingly high. One might say it was a gamble between life and death. All right, let us proceed. Deadpool readily accepted the Punisher's suggestion. Having accompanied her father through countless shootouts and dangers since childhood, she had long since lost her fear of death. At that moment, confronted with such an intense crisis, she felt a surge of excitement. Very well, let us prepare together. Deadpool nodded, swiftly shedding her cape, tearing it forcefully in two, and extending one half towards the Punisher. Thank you. The Punisher expressed his gratitude as he took the piece of cape. He was clad in specialized combat attire designed to deflect bullets, which was far less flamboyant than Deadpool's outfit. If she had not lent him a portion of her cape, he would have had to remove his combat gear to divert the enemy's attention, a thought that filled him with embarrassment. Charge! With the cape in hand, the Punisher and Deadpool simultaneously tossed their garments to the sides, propelling themselves upward. For handguns fired incessantly towards the enemy. After successfully suppressing Deadpool and the Punisher for an extended period, the gunmen, while exhilarated, inevitably felt a surge of irritation. Suddenly, upon seeing figures darting from behind cover, they were filled with surprise. Their spirits jolted, and their guns swung towards the sides, fingers tightening on the triggers, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. The outcome was predictable. The rain of bullets they unleashed struck the cape, and before they could react, Deadpool and the Punisher's bullets were already speeding towards them, catching them off guard. Ah! The cries of anguish echoed, each shout signifying another gunman rendered powerless. Both Hit Girl and the Punisher are exceptional marksmen, their dual-wielding prowess a hallmark of their deadly performance. Under the relentless assault of 4 handguns, these gunmen were swiftly dispatched, with 7 or 8 falling in a mere moment. Witnessing the dire situation, the remaining gunmen hastily sought refuge, scrambling for cover while retaliating with gunfire. Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire echoed as Hit Girl and the Punisher moved with remarkable speed, their bullets finding their marks with precise accuracy. One, an elite soldier, the other, a cold-blooded killer. Under their coordinated and ferocious onslaught, the gunmen, relying on their automatic weapons, found themselves unable to mount a proper counterattack, reduced to a state of desperate defense. This is what you get for your arrogance. Prepare to die. Hit Girl exclaimed as she alternated her shots, swiftly reloading whenever her ammunition ran low. leaving her adversaries lamenting in agony, finally experiencing the intensity of her earlier onslaught. "Hit girl, be careful," the Punisher cautioned as he observed her exhilaration, but she was too enraptured in her fervor to heed his warning. Click! The sound of the spent cartridge from her left-hand pistol echoed, and as she reached into her pocket, she was startled to discover that her magazine had been emptied in a fervent display of firepower. Seizing upon this opportunity, the remaining gunmen rejoiced, one group fiercely opening fire to restrain the Punisher from reaching Hit Girl, while another aimed their weapons directly at her, pulling the triggers. This was a grave miscalculation. Realizing her predicament, Hit Girl lamented briefly before sprinting towards the nearby cover, the outcome uncertain in that fleeting moment. Just as the gunmen prepared to unleash their shots, a thunderous explosion erupted. The wall crumbled, debris flying everywhere. Accompanied by a resounding boom, a figure burst through the wall, and in the next instant, the glint of a blade gleamed like a beacon in the night, a dazzling display of lethal elegance. Swish! The air crackled with the force of the blade, and several heads were sent soaring, followed by a fountain of blood. With one swift stroke, the figure did not linger, spinning effortlessly to deliver another devastating slash. A display of sheer might. The remaining gunmen, still reeling from the sudden collapse of the wall, felt a chill as their surroundings rapidly inverted, consciousness plunging into darkness. Impossible. Just 2 strikes. They gasped, realizing that the mere 2 slashes had obliterated all of them, who had previously held Hit Girl and the Punisher at bay. "How do you fare? Still alive?" The voice resonated in the ears of the Punisher and Hit Girl. "Why didn't you wait for us to perish before making your entrance?" The formidable assassin gazed at the newcomer with palpable resentment, calling out his name, the unreliable Alex. Indeed, the one emerging from the shattered wall was Alex. After devouring all the corpses, Alex's eyes felt numb. While he had not developed a new ocular technique, he had significantly enhanced his previous 3. Take, for instance, the long-distance vision technique. Previously, it could only perceive objects within 2 kilometers, but now its range had expanded to an astonishing 5 kilometers, a 1.5-fold increase. Upon observing the situation of the assassin and the Punisher with his enhanced vision, Alex charged in recklessly, cleaving through walls and obstacles with a single sword stroke, thus arriving in the nick of time to rescue the assassin. However, Alex was clearly unprepared for the fact that the very person he had saved would express dissatisfaction towards him. Indeed, it is often said that it is difficult to please women and petty individuals. Confucius was truly a prophet. Alex mused inwardly, while the Punisher stood by, equally perplexed, increasingly curious about the one responsible for training the assassin. At that moment, the bodies of the gunners Alex had slain trembled violently, transforming into countless minute particles before the astonished eyes of the assassin and the Punisher. These particles, akin to iron filings attracted by a magnet, swirled through the air, rapidly converging around Alex, crashing into his blood-red, cross-marked eyes. Moments later, Alex tilted his head slightly, and every last particle was consumed, leaving not a single trace behind. "What on earth is happening?" the assassin exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she regarded Alex. The Punisher, equally intrigued, listened intently, eager for an explanation. As frequent allies in the fight against evil, they were well aware of Alex's ability to absorb living beings through touch, and had long grown accustomed to his habitual actions. What truly bewildered them was that Alex had not physically touched those corpses. Why then did they autonomously enter his gaze? With a gentle smile, Alex softly elucidated. "It's quite simple, really. My eyes have just been unexpectedly enhanced, allowing me to automatically seize my targets." In that moment of transformation, all 3 of his ocular techniques had received varying degrees of amplification. The enhancement of the annihilation eye had altered the prerequisite of physical contact to merely inflicting a wound with spirit energy. In other words, as long as Alex inflicted harm with his spirit energy, the annihilation eye would automatically and forcibly seize everything within the target's body, converting it into spirit energy for consumption. Truly, it was a case of death by mere proximity. Previously, Alex had secretly lamented the necessity of physically confronting the lifeless bodies after each encounter. However, with the advent of automated extermination, he found himself relieved of that burden, much to his delight. "Your abilities have grown stronger." Both Lady Deathstrike and the Punisher gazed at Alex with a hint of envy. For ordinary individuals like them, who frequently faced fierce battles, Alex's extraordinary powers were a source of great yearning. In a situation like the one they had just encountered, If they possessed even a fraction of his abilities, there would be no need for Alex's intervention. Yet, their longing remained confined to their minds. Such powers were innate, and envy could not summon them. Moreover, they were not the type to lament their fate. Whether such abilities existed or not was of little consequence, and they did not dwell on it. After all, Alex was their friend, and the stronger he became, the more secure they felt, sharing in his glory. Let us attend to the matter at hand, Alex said with a light laugh, steering the conversation away. The room they were about to enter was where Kingpin and Howard were meeting, and they were currently inside, guarded by 4 individuals. Once we enter, I will handle those 4 along with Lady Deathstrike. While Punisher, you focus solely on your vendetta. Thank you. Knowing that this was an act of support from 2 friends, the Punisher condensed his profound gratitude into a single, solemn statement directed towards Alex and Lady Deathstrike. Don't mention it, Alex replied with a smile. Indeed, you are being overly sentimental, Lady Deathstrike added with a hearty laugh, casually tossing her gun aside and drawing the weapon strapped to her leg. Combating evil has been my pursuit since childhood. Observing the mature demeanor and overly serious tone of Lady Deathstrike, Alex couldn't help but think to himself, you are still quite young. At merely 11 years of age, Lady Deathstrike was undeniably a quintessentially adorable little girl. All right, let us proceed, the Punisher declared, stepping forward towards the room Alex had indicated. Alex and Lady Deathstrike quickly followed, with the Punisher taking the lead as the central figure of this encounter. Bang! The dilapidated iron door emitted a dull thud as they confirmed their safety. The trio, led by the Punisher, slowly entered the room, revealing themselves to the occupants within. Frank Castle, is that you? By the gods, you are still alive, Howard S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment upon recognizing the lead figure. As he faced the murderer of his son, Howard's teeth clenched in rage. Yet his gaze betrayed an unmistakable hint of fear. He was terrified of the Punisher. Among those present, none possessed a deeper understanding of the terror embodied by the Punisher. Frank Castle. He had undergone rigorous training with the Navy SEALs, underwater demolition teams, and long-range reconnaissance, mastering various combat techniques and equipped with an arsenal of conventional weaponry, all complemented by an exemplary combat record. In pursuit of vengeance, he would employ the knowledge amassed over 2 decades, rendering him capable of challenging an entire battalion. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Howard S.H.I.E.L.D could not help but feel a tremor of fear. Howard S.H.I.E.L.D, you shall not escape today. The air crackled with tension as the Punisher's deep voice resonated, his gaze fixed intently on his nemesis, burning with a desire to swiftly exact revenge for his wife and children. Just then, a towering figure arose, leaning on a cane. His imposing physique resembled a small mountain, demanding attention. You are the one who has slain my men, Punisher, he declared, revealing himself to be Kingpin, the sovereign of America's underworld. But this is rather disappointing. Before the Punisher could respond, Kingpin, having assessed him with a few glances, turned away in disillusionment, addressing a bald man with a scar resembling a target on his forehead. I do not wish to see him in the newspapers again. You handle him. With that, Kingpin cast a glance at Howard and proceeded to a concealed door in the wall, stepping through it and vanishing from sight. This cunning individual had even ensnared Howard S.H.I.E.L.D as bait to lure the Punisher. Remarkably, despite being ensconced within a heavily fortified factory, he had prepared an escape plan. Wait, take me with you, Howard S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed as Kingpin's figure disappeared and the hidden door sealed shut. Realizing his folly, he dashed to the wall, frantically searching for a way to reopen the door. Useless fool, the bald man, known as Target, scoffed coldly at the hapless Howard, whose demeanor had utterly collapsed. The disdain in his eyes was mirrored by the other 3 men present, who regarded Howard with equally unfriendly glances. Lacking the requisite intelligence yet daring to conspire with the boss, he was clearly courting disaster. Kingpin's departure did not incite any action from the Punisher or his companions. The Punisher's focus remained solely on Howard S.H.I.E.L.D. In that moment, Kingpin's existence was inconsequential. Revenge was the only imperative. As for the deadly assassin, having lost her weapons, she felt no position to speak and entrusted the situation to the more powerful Alex and the more experienced Punisher. Alex, for his part, deliberately ignored Kingpin's exit, not out of a principle against killing, but because this was not the opportune moment to eliminate Kingpin. The man ruled over the underground world of America, commanding countless subordinates. Should Kingpin be dispatched, Those under him vying for power would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Alex and turn upon each other. Seeking vengeance, Alex feared nothing. For every adversary that dared to confront him, he would eliminate without hesitation. However, what truly troubled him was the inevitability of their mutual slaughter. These individuals, in their relentless pursuit of power, would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. Once the conflict erupted, countless innocent lives would inevitably be caught in the crossfire, resulting in the tragic demise of thousands. Though Alex relished in vanquishing those who sought their own destruction, he bore no ill will towards the innocent. Therefore, without an opportune moment, he would not hastily strike down Jean. Chapter 36. What a pity for Frank Castle. The bullseye no longer paid heed to the crumpled Howard Saint, but instead regarded the Punisher with an air of condescension and pity, stating, "You should not have offended our boss. I despise your gaze." The Punisher replied coldly, unfazed by the words. "Humph." Bullseye smirked icily, and at that moment, his three accomplices, as if commanded, drew their firearms, directing them towards the heads of the trio. "You should not be here. Enough of your prattle. Commence the slaughter." The Punisher did not respond, but it was Alex, standing behind him, who interjected. In an instant, he lunged forward with the swiftness of an arrow, appearing beside the three men. In the next moment, his katana moved with astonishing speed, a brilliant flash cutting effortlessly through their throats, claiming 3 lives in a single stroke. Quick, too fast. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Bullseye's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his 3 subordinates, now lifeless before him. He could hardly fathom the scene before him. The trio he had painstakingly nurtured had perished in an instant. Despite having devoted his full attention to guarding against Alex and his companion's ambush, he had failed to perceive how the strike had been executed. "Chatter on, and come forth to meet your demise." Alex brandished his sword, performing a flourish as he turned towards the once arrogant Bullseye. As blood erupted from the throats of the 3, the annihilating force of the Punisher unleashed its power simultaneously, their bodies disintegrating into particles that spiraled into Alex's eyes. Die. The trio of formidable assassins had met their end. While witnessing the devilish visage of Alex, Howard Saint's mental defenses crumbled instantly, rendering him unable to control his bodily functions in sheer terror. "Howard Saint, today is your day of reckoning," the Punisher uttered, advancing slowly towards Howard. Bullseye yearned to intervene, but found himself paralyzed by fear. The strength of Alex was overwhelming, instilling within him an instinctive dread that deterred any thought of confrontation. Throughout the countless missions undertaken in his life, the target had encountered numerous formidable adversaries. Yet none had instilled in him a sense of dread as profound as the youth before him. It felt as though, should the boy so desire, he could effortlessly dispatch him with a mere glance. This sensation was both unfamiliar and unsettling, prompting the target to refrain from any rash actions. However, his reluctance to provoke Alex did not imply that Alex would spare him. In the next moment, Alex's voice resonated like a death knell, causing the target to involuntarily take a step back. "Do you prefer to take your own life, or shall I do it for you?" The target's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze betraying an overwhelming fear and a desperate hope for survival as he stammered, "As a mutant, are you not afraid of the boss and the government joining forces against you?" The tremor in his voice revealed his palpable tension, rendering his earlier bravado utterly vanished. "Fear them?" Alex scoffed, a derisive smile creeping across his face. "Even if they were to unite, they would lack the authority to instill such an emotion in me." This assertion was not mere bravado, but an undeniable truth. With his existing 3 ocular techniques, Alex stood invincible. Employing a strategy of sheer numbers would only amplify his power, as he absorbed vast amounts of energy. To truly eliminate him, the government would have to resort to the indiscriminate use of destructive weaponry or summon superheroes with extraordinary abilities to hunt him down. Firstly, the former option was utterly impractical. Even the most reckless government would refrain from such a foolish approach. As for the latter, Alex truly doubted that the American government possessed any superheroes capable of subduing him. Since the deterioration of relations with mutants, it was likely that even the mutants would refuse to assist them. What could they possibly use against him? "You." The target trembled, his lips quivering in disbelief as he gazed at Alex. It was the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to utter such audacious words, and it might very well be the last. "Now, tell me, which do you choose?" Alex observed the target with a leisurely demeanor, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. In that moment, the target finally grasped the sentiments of those who had fallen to his own hand. Meanwhile, the character known as the female Punisher, unimpressed by Alex's manipulative antics, curled her lip in disdain. Boring. What a disgusting pastime. With that, she exited the room, leaving Alex with the target. Still unable to decide, Alex regarded the target with amusement, his tone deliberately unhurried yet insistent, effectively cornering him. I choose. In the face of Alex's inquiry, the target resignedly lowered his head, his words barely above a whisper, compelling one to lean in closer to catch his murmured confession. I choose your death, you bastard. With a sudden, thunderous roar, the sharpshooter swiftly drew two gleaming silver pistols, unleashing a barrage of bullets, each one aimed with deadly precision at Alex's heart and head. How utterly mundane, how exceedingly tedious. Just as the sharpshooter retaliated, Alex seemed to have anticipated his every move, lunging forward with a swift, horizontal strike of his blade. With a sickening sound, a head soared into the air. The body, now headless, crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, swiftly disintegrating into countless fragments, devoured by the Annihilator's gaze and transformed into the purest essence of spirit energy, which was then absorbed into his being. Death. The sharpshooter, the most capable and esteemed general of King Bing, was thus dispatched. What a pity. Alex sheathed his blade, returning the sharpshooter's evaluation of the Punisher, though alas, the sharpshooter would never hear it again. The human body comprises 206 bones. Fear not, for in your first encounter, I shall merely break 103. It will not cost you your life. The Punisher regarded Howard Sant with a facade of gentleness, yet his tone was laden with a dread that could plunge one into despair. Even Alex felt a chill run down his spine at the Punisher's unsettling demeanor. Hastily exiting the room, you cannot treat me this way. I am a lawful citizen of the United States, and I contribute to the nation annually. Howard Sant's pleas for mercy were abruptly cut short as the Punisher took action. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the room, followed by a piercing scream that reverberated throughout. Sighing heavily, a reluctant Alex closed the door, muffling Howard Sant's agonized cries behind it. The girl with 1,000 kills rolled her eyes, casting a glance at Alex. Why don't you try to reason with him? Alex rubbed his cheek and sighed. The deaths of his wife and child are the greatest burdens on Frank's heart. If he is not allowed to express his grief, he may very well go mad. Despite this sentiment, Alex had never been one to counsel others in his 2 lifetimes. Even if he wished to offer words of comfort to the Punisher, he found himself powerless and devoid of direction. Oh, the girl with 1,000 kills nodded in an understanding yet naive manner, despite her extensive combat experience. She remained merely an 11-year-old child, ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of adult emotional entanglements. Once vengeance is exacted, will the Punisher still remain the Punisher? The anguished cries of Howard Sant echoed in his ears, prompting Alex to sigh once more. With the debt of revenge settled, what awaited would be an abyss of emptiness and solitude. In such moments, a person is most susceptible to folly. Alex was genuinely concerned that the Punisher, after eliminating Howard Sant, might succumb to thoughts of suicide, overwhelmed by remorse and longing for his wife and child. As one of his few companions, Alex fervently wished to avert such a tragic outcome. If he truly wishes to act foolishly, should I intervene? Just as Alex found himself ensnared in this profound dilemma, time swiftly passed. The Punisher emerged from the room, ultimately refraining from the reckless actions Alex had feared. Thankfully, a wave of relief washed over Alex as he and Hit Girl turned to him, only to find his eyes reddened, evidently having just wept, perhaps overwhelmed with joy after avenging his family. As Hit Girl prepared to speak, the distant wail of police sirens drew closer, signaling the arrival of the ever-persistent law enforcement. Let us depart. The three exchanged knowing smiles and left with purpose. Chapter 37. An early start. The alarm clock rang incessantly, its piercing sound jolting Alex from slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he silenced the clock, revealing it was 7:30. Stretching languidly, Alex slipped on his slippers and made his way to the bathroom. The cool water splashed against his face, instantly banishing the remnants of sleep and invigorating his spirit. Standing before the mirror, he assessed his reflection. Approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a somewhat youthful visage, yet undeniably handsome, embodying the charm of a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Coupled with the astonishing wealth he had amassed from the underworld during his travels, he could easily be deemed a quintessential wealthy young man. Having never experienced affluence in his previous life, he now relished the taste of a life of luxury. With a playful grin at his reflection, Alex dried his face and exited the bathroom to awaken the young Vanessa Amelia, who was sleeping in another room. After an exhilarating night of action with Hit Girl and the Punisher, they had finally avenged the Punisher's family. Upon returning home, the Punisher and Hit Girl had left post-haste, with scarcely a moment to celebrate. The Punisher was preoccupied with his relentless pursuit of criminals, while Hit Girl had been summoned back by her unreliable father. Thus, after a thrilling escapade with his two friends, Alex found himself bidding them farewell. However, their primary activities would remain in the vicinity of New York, so he had no doubt he would see them again soon. Consequently, the vast house was left with only Alex and the newly arrived Vanessa Amelia. Eager for her to acclimate to her new surroundings, Alex, typically one to rise no earlier than 11, forced himself to awaken early. Uncertain if it was the unfamiliar environment that disrupted his sleep or if he was simply a light sleeper, Alex knocked gently on the door, and Vanessa's voice responded from within. Shortly after, she emerged from her room, looking neat yet disheveled, her eyes bearing the shadows of a restless night. "Good morning." Vanessa greeted Alex with a nod before making her way directly to the restroom to freshen up. Alex smiled, choosing not to inquire further about her condition. From Vanessa's recounting, it was evident that since her escape from the village, she had been leading a nomadic life, alternating between hunger and satiety, jolted awake at every rustle, fearing that someone might wish her harm. Under such dire circumstances, even her sleep was fraught with the necessity to flee at a moment's notice. The notion of quality sleep was far removed from her reality. Indeed, humanity often proves to be more terrifying than demons. Whenever Alex recalled the suffering Vanessa endured throughout her childhood, a surge of anger would course through him, a fierce desire to reduce those who persecuted her to mere pulp. How could they lay hands on such a charming young girl? Are they truly human? They had best pray they never cross my path. Otherwise, I shall ensure their demise. After harboring such fierce thoughts, all Alex could do was strive to provide her with a safe and tranquil environment, allowing her to gradually return to a semblance of normalcy. When Vanessa emerged from the restroom, she appeared as a lovely, bashful girl with golden hair styled in twin ponytails, a vision of a quintessential anime heroine. Satisfied with this transformation, Alex took his wallet, concealed the Edmund alloy dagger in his pocket, and led Vanessa out of the house, ready to indulge in a breakfast outing. As a lazy individual and devoted otaku, Alex had never cultivated the habit of preparing breakfast, and given Vanessa's past as a wanderer, she was equally unskilled in culinary endeavors. Thus, it was clear that neither of them was suited for the task of cooking. However, with Alex's ample resources, he could easily afford to dine out and explore a variety of meals. After all, a wealthy man need not fret over such trivialities. Exiting the house, Alex took Vanessa's small hand, and they soon found themselves on a bustling street. The thoroughfare was alive with a throng of people and a continuous stream of vehicles, the traffic lights flashing red and green, amidst the cacophony of shouts and the resounding melodies echoing through the alleys. For the first time in her life, Vanessa surveyed the world with a gaze untainted by fear or desperation, the joy of discovering a new world eliciting an exclamation of delight from her lips. Alex smiled gently as he continued to guide her forward. Chinatown truly lived up to its name, showcasing Chinese culture in all its glory. Beyond the Chinese restaurants, the streets were adorned with an array of signs in Chinese characters and shops owned by the Chinese community, with the majority of the shoppers being of Asian descent. The supermarket was brimming with fresh vegetables and fruits, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese morning market. Regrettably, while this place retained the vibrancy of Chinese prosperity, it also inherited some less pleasant aspects, such as overcrowding, numerous shops, and chaotic signage. The disorderly nature of the crowd and traffic perhaps stemmed from the deeply ingrained notion that prosperity equates to liveliness, and that liveliness is synonymous with a bustling populace. Along the street, Alex swiftly located his target. Behind the glass window appeared a delightful array of takeaway food, prominently featuring steaming hot buns. This was the place. Upon reaching the entrance, Alex stepped inside with a companion. The moment they entered the quaint eatery, a rich essence of Chinese culture enveloped them. Soy milk, congee, spicy soup, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, dumplings, and pot stickers. Nearly every common breakfast fare from the homeland across the ocean was available, all at remarkably affordable prices. Even cheaper than current prices back home. "Good morning, Alex." "Good morning, sisterly." As Alex settled at a table, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman of Chinese descent immediately approached him with enthusiasm. This woman, known as Sisterly, was the proprietor of the breakfast shop, often stepping in to assist when her staff was overwhelmed. Alex frequented this establishment, and over time, he had developed a familiarity with her, their interactions resembling those of long-lost compatriots. "This is," Sisterly inquired, glancing curiously at Vanessa. Noticing her unease, she instinctively exuded a maternal warmth, her face breaking into a kind smile, attempting to alleviate Vanessa's tension. "This is my distant relative's child. Let's just say she's my cousin," Alex replied with a smile. Then turned to Vanessa. "Go ahead and say hello to Sisterly." Perhaps it was Sisterly's nurturing smile that eased Vanessa's apprehension, or perhaps Alex's presence bolstered her courage. She tentatively greeted Sisterly. "Hello, I'm Vanessa Amelia." "Ah, still a shy little girl," Sisterly chuckled, perceiving Vanessa's demeanor not as surprising but rather as characteristic of a bashful young one. "In light of this, little one, your breakfast today is on me." "Thank you very much," Alex responded cheerfully. He had learned that many Chinese teachers he knew enjoyed treating others, and although he didn't mind the expense, he graciously accepted their kindness, understanding that rejecting such gestures could harm their camaraderie. "Thank you." Vanessa, having gained confidence from her first interaction, managed to speak up without Alex's encouragement this time. "This little one is quite shy." Sisterly smiled kindly, whispering to Alex. Alex chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. He casually ordered a few breakfast items and handed the list to Sisterly. "Please wait a moment. I will bring it to you shortly." With a glance at the order, Sisterly smiled and turned to leave. As Alex observed the still somewhat reluctant Vanessa, he gently placed his hand upon her head and softly remarked, "Vanessa, you will be living here from now on. It is essential for you to become familiar with your surroundings." With a slight nod, Vanessa began to lower her guard, her apprehension gradually dissipating. This was a positive development for Alex, who felt a flicker of reassurance within him. Although she was not yet fully acclimated to her new environment, he believed that, little by little, he could help her transition back to a normal way of life. Alex was prepared for a prolonged endeavor. Chapter 38. The Dilemma of Education. Should Vanessa be enrolled in school? After enjoying breakfast, Alex and Vanessa strolled back home. Along the way, he observed the little girl beginning to exhibit a bit more vivacity, prompting him to ponder the situation. Generally speaking, a child of Vanessa's age ought to attend school, where she could acquire valuable knowledge and forge friendships with peers, thereby accelerating her integration into her new environment. However, due to her status as a mutant, Alex was hesitant to permit her entry into a traditional school setting. On one hand, Vanessa's past experiences had instilled in her a profound mistrust of humans, making it unlikely for her to form friendships with them. On the other hand, she was likely still unable to properly control her abilities. To place her in a school while her mental state was unstable would be akin to tossing a bomb into a classroom, an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of any benefit. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she had adjusted to her surroundings before inquiring about her willingness to attend school. With a deep sigh, Alex began to formulate a plan. Even if Vanessa could not assimilate into a human school, he could always send her to the X Academy founded by Charles, which posed no significant issue. That said, at just 16 or 17 years of age, Alex himself was also at the right age to be in high school. Yet, firmly believing that the more one knows, the greater the potential for societal harm, he adamantly rejected the conventional path of education that countless peers were obliged to follow. To him, schooling was merely a means to achieve a better life. Since he was already living well, there seemed little point in attending school. In his previous life, he had pursued education solely to gain admission to a university, secure a good job, and earn a living. In this life, however, he had already amassed considerable wealth through his abilities, rendering the significance of schooling negligible. Consequently, while he enjoyed the conveniences of a wealthy lifestyle, he had completely forgotten about the notion of attending school. If it weren't for Vanessa, he might not have even considered the matter at all. Arriving at his doorstep, Alex casually retrieved the newspaper that had been delivered earlier. Noticing Vanessa's bewildered expression, he turned on the television in the living room, allowing her to occupy herself. "This is troublesome. I hardly know any children. How can I help Vanessa swiftly adapt to a normal life?" Watching Vanessa engrossed in the television, Alex began to feel a headache coming on. Allowing her to accompany him, a reclusive individual, would only lead her to become a homebody, further deepening her introversion and shyness. It appears that Alex's expectations of Vanessa were misguided from the very beginning. Sigh, what a predicament. Shaking his head, Alex resolved to temporarily set aside these thoughts. believing that time would allow her to adjust on her own. In recent news, Dr. Reed, a scientist whose ambitious plans were thwarted by the government's relentless budget cuts, is set to revive his space experimental program with the financial backing of Dr. Victor Von Doom. Dr. Reed and his team will embark on a journey into space aboard a spacecraft, where they will gather a wealth of data to unravel the mysteries of human genetic inheritance and ultimately benefit mankind. As Alex opened the newspaper, he was immediately drawn to the lengthy article, which featured photographs of both Dr. Reed and Dr. Victor, along with images of the spacecraft. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of journalists in this world, as well as the leniency of related policies. Had this been in Alex's previous world, the reporter covering such a story would likely have faced imprisonment. These scientists, who claim to be devoted to the betterment of humanity, seem to only benefit a select few. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Alex turned the page, uninterested in the sensational reports that followed, detailing various scandals involving celebrities and officials alike. The highly provocative images elicited a mix of admiration for the openness of Western society and a desire to scrutinize them closely. Suddenly, the melodic chime of his favorite ringtone filled the living room, startling both Alex and Vanessa. It was then that Alex remembered his phone was still on the sofa, where he had left it the previous day. Upon checking, he discovered that the caller was none other than the Punisher, who had just departed the night before. He answered the call with a chuckle. "Old friend, you just left last night, and now a reporter is calling me? Please don't tell me you've left something behind at my place. I'm not dealing with that. How could that be? Have you ever seen a warrior forget their weapon?" "Alex, I must say your sense of humor is lacking by our American standards," came the Punisher's voice from the other end. "Is that so? I'll take note of that. But tell me, Punisher, what prompted your call?" "I know you don't seek me out for trivial matters," Alex inquired. "No, this time I have crucial information to share. You need to be cautious in New York." The Punisher replied, his tone unexpectedly grave. Taken aback by the seriousness of the situation, Alex straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of focus as he regarded the phone with sharp eyes, his voice now laden with gravity. "What is going on?" The Punisher did not immediately reveal the truth to Alex. Instead, he unexpectedly posed an entirely unrelated question. "Alex, are you familiar with vampires? Are you referring to those supernatural beings that sustain their existence by consuming the blood of humans or other creatures?" Alex replied, his expression peculiar as he held the phone. His perception of vampires was largely shaped by the distorted and endearing representations in anime. Moreover, during his travels across various countries, he had never encountered a genuine vampire, and thus he possessed little understanding of the authentic vampire lineage of the Western world, even questioning their very existence. "Is your warning related to vampires?" Suddenly, Alex connected the dots, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. "Why do I sense your enthusiasm?" The Punisher inquired, perplexed, before issuing a grave warning. "This is perilous. Alex, do not act recklessly." "All right, my friend, I understand my limits. Please, continue." Alex dismissed the Punisher's concerns, urging him to proceed. "I sincerely hope you truly comprehend your boundaries." The Punisher continued. "In recent years, under the leadership of the Elders and their leader, Fortis, vampires have flourished and become increasingly brazen. Each year, numerous young girls are abducted. Their presence infiltrates every stratum of mainstream society, especially among those who are part human and part vampire, whose numbers are rapidly swelling. It is their nefarious actions that have shrouded vampire crimes in secrecy, making our victory elusive." At the end of his statement, Alex even heard a sudden crash and a high-pitched female voice crudely greeting the Punisher's family. Thus, their influence appears quite formidable, Alex thought, astonished by their ability to silently permeate human society. Their methods should not be underestimated. "But what does this have to do with me?" Alex queried, bewildered. "I have received information from my intelligence network that Fortis and his followers intend to confront the vampire hunter, Daywalker, in New York. Numerous vampires from across the country are heading to New York," the Punisher began, but Alex interrupted. "So that's it. You fear I might provoke the vampire elders and the entire vampire clan, which is why you called to warn me." "Precisely. As long as you refrain from venturing out at night, they will not easily seek you out. Listen to me, Alex, you have Vanessa with you. Do not incite those beings lightly. Their vitality is formidable, and they reign supreme in the darkness. Even you should not engage them recklessly. I do not wish for my experiences to be repeated in your case, my friend." The Punisher's voice resonated from the phone, imbued with an indescribable sense of nostalgia and regret. I understand. Alex empathized with the Punisher's sentiments, choosing not to divulge his own intentions. Instead, he gently replied, "Thank you. I know what I must do. God bless you." The Punisher uttered these words before promptly ending the call. God, Alex chuckled softly, aware that the Punisher had long forsaken his belief in the divine. His invocation for divine protection merely indicated his understanding that the choices Alex was about to make were beyond his control, much like Alex's profound comprehension of his friend's thoughts. Nearly 2 decades his junior. As he hung up, Alex smiled lightly. Such audacity. A vampire. How intriguing. Chapter 39. The vampire. It was the height of summer, and the nighttime temperature remained uncomfortably warm, with a faint breeze offering little respite. "Brother Alex, do return soon," Vanessa sweetly urged from the doorway, as Alex prepared to step out into the night, changing his shoes at the entrance. "Stay home and do not venture out, understood?" Alex said earnestly, locking eyes with Vanessa until she obediently nodded. Satisfied, he closed the door and instructed her to secure it, though he had already ensured that all windows and doors were tightly locked. After receiving the Punisher's warning earlier that day, Alex's initial impulse to confront the vampire had been significantly tempered, primarily due to concerns for Vanessa's safety. However, this did not imply that Alex would heed the Punisher's advice to remain indoors during the night. On the contrary, he resolved to wander through Chinatown after dark. Vampires regarded humans, particularly young and beautiful maidens, as sustenance, while Alex perceived both them and the sinners as a similar resource. If they chose to remain absent from Chinatown, so be it. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to ensure they frequently experienced the taste of being preyed upon themselves. Ah, what sweltering weather. Exhaling, Alex slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely across the estate's courtyard, stepping beyond the gates. He did not carry the Edmund alloy sword, opting instead for a dagger of the same material. The katana's conspicuous size would draw unwarranted attention, even in the relatively lenient regulatory environment of the United States. The streetlights outside the house shone brightly, illuminating the quiet surroundings, devoid of any passersby. A gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a haunting wail reminiscent of a banshee's lament. With a soft chuckle, Alex dismissed the sound and continued on his way, gradually distancing himself from the eerie ambience. By 8 or 9 in the evening, the streets were bustling, with bare-chested men gathered in small groups, enjoying barbecue delights and sipping beer, creating a lively scene. Observing the festive atmosphere, Alex frowned and turned towards a dimly lit alley in the impoverished district. Although vampires possess formidable powers that surpass those of humans and are indeed supernatural beings, they dare not openly reveal themselves in a world dominated by humanity. Undoubtedly, their favored haunts are the dimly lit and poorly policed areas, where the likelihood of encountering these predatory creatures is significantly heightened. As Alex strolled through the increasingly deserted streets, he gradually sensed a silence steeped in unease. The night deepened, the lights along the street dimmed further, and the darkness thickened around him. Wandering aimlessly, Alex eventually reached the end of the avenue and turned into a narrow alleyway. Upon entering this passage, he discovered that the light was even fainter than outside. The buildings flanking him were ordinary brick structures, sturdy yet devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Furrowing his brow, Alex grew impatient with this method of searching. He decisively activated his supernatural sight, intending to conduct a broad search from his vantage point. As soon as his vision was enhanced, he spotted a dim alleyway about 100 meters ahead, where it appeared a woman was cornered by a group of individuals. Raising an eyebrow, Alex quickened his pace. The thugs of the world who accost women typically seek either money or lust, yet these individuals clearly fell into a different category. They were after blood, specifically, the blood of an innocent maiden. As he approached, even without the aid of his enhanced vision, Alex could discern the situation clearly. A group of men clad in designer attire stood there, grinning sinisterly as they surrounded a trembling young Asian girl crouched on the ground. The fangs protruding from their lips unmistakably revealed their true nature. They were vampires. These creatures were precisely the prey Alex sought. As he drew near, it seemed they had lost interest in terrifying the girl. Their patience dwindled, and the leader of the group extended a hand with a menacing grin. Alex revealed a bloodthirsty smile and swiftly stepped forward, advancing toward them. "Your blood," suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted, startling the vampires and momentarily alleviating the tension in the air. The abrupt appearance of Alex visibly startled the vampires. The Asian girl, previously ensnared by the vampires, lifted her gaze to Alex, her eyes filled with fear. Yet they also betrayed a profound yearning. She was silently pleading for salvation. Alex stood there with his arms crossed, addressing the vampires. How dare you disrupt this place? Are you so impatient for death that you wish to meet your progenitor, Cain? One of the vampires immediately reacted, realizing that Alex's understanding of their kind was shallow at best. He replied fiercely, "Kid, are you seeking death? Ignorance must have its limits. Our true progenitor is the magnificent Lilith, not some Cain." This revelation left Alex astonished. His knowledge of vampires was derived from various anime and other sources, which frequently referenced Cain as their forefather. Why, then, did these vampires reject such claims? Unbeknownst to Alex, while Cain was indeed cursed by God in the Bible, there was no explicit mention of him transforming into a vampire. Thus, the notion of Cain as the vampire ancestor was entirely a fabrication of internet novelists, akin to fanfiction writers conjuring up their own fantastical narratives. In this world, it appeared that only Lilith was acknowledged as the true progenitor of vampires. Lilith, originally a Babylonian demoness, was Adam's first wife. After being cast aside by Adam, she became the queen of demons and a figure associated with Satan, known for her insatiable thirst for the blood of infants and her ability to drain the vitality of sleeping young men. You don't even know the history of our bloodline, yet you dare to call yourself a vampire hunter? Several vampires laughed at Alex, clearly dismissing him. In contemporary society, the only humans aware of the existence of vampires and unafraid of them were vampire hunters. However, a competent vampire hunter would be a scholar of their kind, never making the egregious error of misidentifying their progenitor. To the vampires, Alex's blunder marked him as a novice, unworthy of their caution. TCH, Alex huffed in annoyance, not because of their derision, but due to the realization that he had been misled for so many years, feeling simply dismayed. "Kid, I'll give you a chance." The leading vampire stepped forward, his handsome face breaking into a sinister grin. "If you pledge your allegiance to us, we will graciously allow you to join the illustrious bloodline, granting you immortality. What do you say? To never see the sun again?" Alex retorted sarcastically. "You bastard, damn you." Alex's words struck a nerve with several vampires. As they had mentioned, while vampires were immortal and possessed extraordinary strength and speed, they suffered from a fatal flaw. They were unable to endure sunlight. A mere ray of sunlight could reduce them to ashes in an instant. Thus, deprived of sunlight, they could only emerge at night, suppressing their yearning for light deep within their hearts. Now, with a single remark from Alex that pierced their emotional scars, these vampires were instantly enraged, howling as they sought to seize Alex and drain him of his blood. Even the encircled Asian girl was momentarily forgotten. "I shall drain your blood, granting you a swift demise." Their crimson lips revealed sharp fangs, and their elongated nails extended ominously from their fingertips. The vampires charged towards Alex with blinding speed, their hands showing no mercy. Chapter 40. Slaying the vampires. Vampires are supernatural beings that sustain their existence by consuming the blood of humans or other creatures. They typically possess strikingly handsome features, alabaster skin, and ruby-red lips, coupled with incredible speed and extraordinary strength. Except for their fatal weaknesses, they fear no attacks. Their immortal essence, combined with superior intellect, leads them to perceive themselves as a race above humanity. To them, humans are merely food suppliers, akin to pigs and dogs in the eyes of humans. Now, in this dimly lit alley, Alex encountered these legendary supernatural beings for the first time. Whoosh! The speed of the vampires was astonishing. At such close quarters, ordinary eyes could hardly discern their movements. The girl merely perceived a blur before those terrifying figures materialized beside the young man. Their handsome appearances could not conceal the savagery etched on their faces, and their bloodshot eyes glinted with a thirst for blood. In their eyes, Alex was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Who would meet their demise remained uncertain. At a critical juncture, Alex suddenly sprang into action, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging forward. Boom, boom, with two resounding crashes. Alex pinned two vampires to the ground, causing the rudimentary surface to crack and cave in significantly. Wawa, two anguished cries erupted as the vampires spewed blood, their breaths shallow and labored, momentarily rendered powerless to even twitch a finger. Alex casually shook his hands, rising to his feet, his gaze fixed on the terrified vampires before him. The force he had exerted was sufficient to weigh at least 5 tons, enough to incapacitate these vampires thoroughly. However, these vampires were, after all, worthy of their supernatural designation. Upon closer inspection, Alex observed that the two severely injured vampires were rapidly recovering. Although their speed paled in comparison to the formidable Weapon 11 of the past, it was still several times faster than that of an ordinary human. In a brief span, signs of their ability to rise again began to manifest. The group of vampires stared in astonishment at Alex, particularly at the crimson cross reflected in his eyes. Although they, who claimed to be of the bloodline, were not as terrified of the cross as depicted in novels or films. The deep-seated memory of being hunted by the church since the 14th century instilled in them an instinctive dread of the symbol. Remarkable. No wonder there are so many of the HYDRA clan in society. Alex paid no heed to their astonishment, but instead observed with keen interest the two individuals rising from the ground. The HYDRA clan refers to humans who willingly choose to become vampires, dedicating their loyalty and everything they possess to the vampires in exchange for the initial embrace and the transformation into true vampires. To expand their influence, vampires deliberately recruited a large number of HYDRA, infiltrating every aspect of human society. In a sense, the so-called HYDRA are even more contemptible than traitors, for they betray all of humanity. Kill him. We must kill him. Though nearly defeated by the blow, the two vampires, instead of retreating in fear, recklessly charged forward again. Without exception, the other vampires summoned their courage and followed suit. Recently, the vampire clan had infiltrated every level of human society, their power unprecedented, to the extent that even the superhumans, endlessly lauded by the press and humans alike, dared not provoke them lightly. Over time, the entire vampire clan developed an invincible mentality. A mere boy could not intimidate them. Excellent. I relish the prospect of battling those who are oblivious to their limits. Alex grinned with delight as he prepared to strike. The more reckless they were, the easier it would be for him to engage in a fierce battle, thus providing him with abundant experience to strengthen himself. After all, Alex had no reason not to relish such an opportunity. He was eager to sample the essence of the vampires, pondering whether their latent magical power rivaled that of the 11th weapon. The vampires moved with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of humans. However, to Alex, they resembled ants in their movements. He focused on the first vampire charging at him and decisively launched his attack. Divine Resonance Technique, Cherry Blossom Moonlight. Concentrating his magical energy in his palm, he swiftly struck the vampire's chest. With a resounding thud, the energy surged into the vampire's body like a mighty river, instantly obliterating all vitality within. A mysterious tremor resonated in the ears of the remaining vampires, leaving them dumbfounded. Their kin had transformed into countless minute particles, absorbed by the gaze of their adversary. Quick, run! The leading vampire exclaimed in terror, turning to flee. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit, fleeing in panic. They had witnessed Alex's strike clearly. It had not targeted the vampire clan's fatal weakness. However, that single strike claimed the life of a fellow kin. What does this signify? It indicates that the youth before us possesses extraordinary means to eradicate the vampire lineage. Realizing this, the astute vampires dared not linger. They immediately exerted their utmost speed to convey this revelation to the Council of Elders and their leader. Yet, upon absorbing a vampire, Alex astonishingly discovered that the spiritual energy provided by this vampire equated to a quarter of the power of weapon number 11. In other words, as long as there were sufficient vampires for Alex to absorb, his eyes would swiftly undergo evolution. Thus, how could he allow the vampires to escape? Let them all stay. Alex laughed heartily. His gaze turned to the heavens, the crucifix in his eyes swiftly concealed, leaving only a profound crimson hue. With a sharp sound, his dagger was instantly unsheathed, wielded like a sword. Divine Blade, flourishing petals slash. The dagger glided down, unleashing a razor-sharp sword aura that effortlessly traversed several meters, striking where the vampires had just appeared, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, raising clouds of smoke several meters high. A few vampires, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, were instantly reduced to a gruesome mess, collapsing onto the ground. More critically, the spiritual energy inflicted considerable harm upon the vampires' bodies. The sword aura, designed to vanquish demons and monsters, inherently countered the vampiric essence. Under the relentless assault of the spiritual energy, their recovery from injuries was significantly hampered. To rise again would be an impossible feat for at least a couple of hours. What a pity. Following the successful strike, Alex swiftly reverted to the Annihilation Eye mode, disregarding the astonished gaze of the Asian girl nearby as he approached the fallen vampire. The lamentation he expressed was not for anything else, but for the sword technique he had just employed. The flourishing petal slash was a linear attack that infused both chi and magical energy into the blade, toppling the enemy with immense power. The mere aftershock of the sword aura was strong enough to send petals swirling around. Moreover, since petals danced in the air when this technique was executed, it was aptly named the flourishing petal slash. Alex felt regretful, for the absence of flowers around him hindered the flawless execution of this blend of elegance and might, leaving him dissatisfied. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of similar vibrations resonated, and aside from the one vampire beneath Alex's foot, all others were transformed into spiritual energy, absorbed into the Annihilation Eye. After completing this, Alex gently crouched, playfully tapping the dagger against the fallen vampire's face, then swiftly transitioning the blade to rest against his pale throat. The vampire's eyes widened in horror, filled with trepidation as he gazed at Alex. I trust you shall impart the answers I seek, correct? Feeling the chill in his throat, the vampire experienced for the first time the taste of impending death. In this moment, all the glory of his bloodline was cast aside, leaving only a fervent yearning for life. Thus, he nodded vigorously, fearing that Alex might, in a fit of impatience, put an end to him. Amused by the vampire's docility, which rivaled that of a grandson, Alex chuckled softly. Chapter 41. The Slaughterhouse. The vibrancy of New York City at night rivals that of the day. The pressures of urban existence render the days increasingly tense, compelling individuals to seek outlets for their stress as a nightly ritual. As a global metropolis perched on the western shores of the Atlantic, New York boasts a crime rate that is alarmingly high. Yet, this does not deter the nocturnal revelry of its inhabitants, who continue to thrive in its bustling nightlife. The night is still young, is a phrase commonly uttered by New Yorkers. For these night owls, the city, a blend of antiquity and modernity, tranquility and fervor, grows ever more enchanting as the hours advance, leaving them yearning for more even after a night of wild festivities. At this very moment, a sleek sports car sped down the road. Inside, a pair of young individuals occupied the seats, a young man, whose details are of little consequence, and a striking young woman in the passenger seat, who captivated the eye with her stunning beauty and alluring figure, embodying the essence of temptation. Look at that gorgeous woman, the young man remarked, extending his chin towards a sight that caught his attention. The young man grinned with pride. That's my heat-seeking missile. Wow, it must be quite something, she replied, reaching out to touch it. The young man gasped as she withdrew her hand, and while steering the car, he inquired, where are we headed? Patience, a surprise awaits you. She smiled enigmatically. Under the flickering lights, her smile took on an eerie quality, though the young man, focused on the road ahead, remained oblivious. I absolutely adore surprises, he exclaimed dramatically, his gaze roaming over her figure with fervor. With a hearty laugh, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the sports car forward at an even greater speed. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at a secluded slaughterhouse. The woman opened the door and strode inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, the young man, consumed by his own thoughts, followed her eagerly, closing the door behind him as he joined her in the dimly lit establishment. The scale of this slaughterhouse is quite substantial. Upon entering, one is immediately confronted by rows of carcasses hanging from hooks, illuminated by bright lights that send a chill down the spine. The staff clad in white coats glance back at the unexpected arrival of a woman and a young man. Yet not a single word is spoken as the woman leads the young man deeper into the facility. Oh heavens, what brings us here? The woman does not respond to the query. The young man, unfazed, turns to greet the staff they pass, only to receive no acknowledgement in return. What on earth is happening here? Confused, he follows the woman, turning a corner just in time to dodge a large cart being pushed by a staff member. To his astonishment, he catches a glimpse of something that sends shockwaves through him. Instead of the expected animal carcasses, the cart is laden with bodies that bear an uncanny resemblance to human figures. Feeling a sudden chill, the young man instinctively steps back, intending to call the woman to leave, only to find her engaged in conversation with a rather stylishly dressed man, speaking in a language unknown to him. A wave of irritation washes over him at the sight of her conversing with another man, and he momentarily dismisses his desire to leave, stepping forward to inquire, What are you discussing with him? Unexpectedly, the woman does not answer his question. Instead, she suddenly grasps his head, leaning in to press her lips against his, her tongue slipping forth like a serpent. In that instant, all traces of doubt and fear dissipate from the young man's mind, as he becomes fully engrossed in responding to her fervent affection, emitting a series of muffled sounds. Nearby, the man observes this scene and can't help but smirk, pushing open a towering soundproof door beside him. Instantly, the raucous sounds of electrifying music and cheers flood into the air. A party is underway inside. With curiosity piqued, the young man is pulled by the woman, grasping his wrist as they step through the door. Heh, the doorman chuckles, seizing the handle to shut the door behind them. The resounding thud of the door closing sends a jolt through the young man. Yet, the deafening music, the exuberant cheers, and the presence of the stunning woman beside him cause him to instinctively brush aside any lingering fears. As they pass through a smaller door, he enters a vast room from which the cacophony of noise emanates. The pulsating sounds of heavy metal percussion invigorate the atmosphere, as countless men and women dance wildly, moving their bodies in sync with the rhythmic music. Wow! The young man exclaims in amazement, spotting a man lounging on a sofa in the corridor, engaged in increasingly intimate antics with two strikingly beautiful women, causing his breath to quicken. The woman shed her outer garment and thrust it into the young man's hands. Striding unhesitatingly into the throng of dancers, the youth turned to gaze after her, only to find himself surrounded by numerous alluring women, their enticing figures flickering in and out of view amidst the crowd, igniting a fervent blaze within him. With an exhilarated gasp, he swiftly plunged into the sea of revelers. As he navigated closer to one of the enchanting maidens, before he could seize an opportunity, she forcefully shoved him away, sending him sprawling 2 meters back with a thud. "Hey, miss," he exclaimed, struggling to regain his footing, yet the captivating woman paid him no heed, continuing to sway rhythmically, exuding a wild sensuality. "Oh, dear God," he sighed, wisely refraining from further provocation and redirecting his search for new prey. Elsewhere, outside the slaughterhouse, 2 figures stood a few meters apart, one tall and one short, one dark and one light, scrutinizing each other. The towering figure, a man clad in distinctive gear, was a black man draped in a crisp black leather coat. The shorter individual was none other than our protagonist, Alex. At this moment, Alex bore a resplendent sword sheathed in an ornate scabbard on his back, and curiously, he wore dark sunglasses, seemingly oblivious to the night. In a curious twist, the imposing black man also sported sunglasses. As he assessed Alex from head to toe, he slowly lifted his leather coat with his right hand, revealing specialized firearms concealed within, alongside an array of silver daggers strapped to his thigh. "Vampire," he asserted, challenging Alex. With a light chuckle, Alex shook his head, recognizing that the weaponry the man possessed was designed for slaying vampires. Clearly, he was the daywalker spoken of by the Punisher. "You are the daywalker vampire hunter," the black man remarked, his suspicion easing slightly upon witnessing Alex's lack of fear associated with vampires. His right hand lowered cautiously. "If possible, I prefer to be called Blade." "As you wish, greetings, Blade," Alex readily acquiesced, adopting the new moniker. Blade nodded politely before tentatively inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "You may call me Alex. Like you, I am also a vampire hunter," he declared. "A vampire hunter?" Blade responded, puzzled, continuing to scrutinize Alex. In the realm of vampire hunters, the name Alex was unfamiliar. He had never heard of a vampire hunter so youthful. "Are you not going in?" Alex disregarded Blade's confusion and turned towards the slaughterhouse. "I am prepared for an exhilarating battle." "So am I." Blade grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "It would truly be a shame if you did not audition for a toothpaste advertisement." Alex inwardly scoffed, yet wore a polite smile towards the Blade as he turned and made his way into the slaughterhouse. After learning from an unfortunate vampire the previous night that a revelry would soon unfold here, Alex had instructed Vanessa to retire early while he ventured forth alone. The essence of a vampire was imbued with extraordinary elven power. A single ordinary vampire was equivalent to a quarter of Weapon 11. If he could hunt down more vampires, his vision would evolve at a swifter pace. With such aspirations, Alex arrived here with the intent of annihilating the vampires. As for the compliant vampire who had divulged information, Alex had already dispatched him to another realm to meet their esteemed Lilith. The Blade tilted his head slightly and followed him into the slaughterhouse. Chapter 42. The blade enjoys his flair. The thunderous music and raucous cheers reverberated incessantly as men and women in the dance floor lost themselves in fervent movements. Under the flickering lights, the room was imbued with a lively yet eerie atmosphere. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Amidst the crowd, a young man searching for beauty suddenly felt a liquid drip onto his face. He touched it with his hand and brought it to his eyes, discovering it was fresh. Crimson blood. The young man glanced around, noting that the dancers were engrossed in their revelry, oblivious to this occurrence, and there was no visible perpetrator around him. Curiously, he looked up and saw that the ceiling was adorned with lotus heads, from which the blood was dripping down upon him. What is this? Before the young man could ponder further, the lotus head suddenly erupted, spewing a viscous liquid that drenched him in a torrent of blood. No, 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 no. The young man shrieked in a frenzy as blood cascaded down like a relentless waterfall. The dancers around him were instantly electrified, shrieking with excitement and caressing one another. With a feral growl, sharp fangs revealed themselves as blood-soaked figures encircled the young man. Their eyes glinted with a peculiar light, instilling terror within him. These beings, no? These monsters were all vampires. Oh God, no! The young man screamed in madness, realizing that vampires truly existed and that he had been wandering amidst them all this time. God, have you forsaken me? Perhaps displeased by his screams, or perhaps driven by an inherent predilection of their kind, the surrounding vampires sneered and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Bang, 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 bang. A mere ordinary youth could hardly stand as a match against the vampires. He was swiftly and decisively overwhelmed, subjected to a series of brutal kicks and blows. Hiss, thud, clash. 3 distinct sounds resonated in quick succession, as the sharp sword energy darted through the air faster than a silver bullet, striking the guarding vampire before it could futilely embed itself into the wall. Impressive. Observing the silver bullet lodged in the wall, Blade remarked to Alex with admiration. After efficiently eliminating all the workers in the slaughterhouse without missing a single one, Blade and Alex approached the guarding vampires simultaneously, unleashing their silver bullets and sword energy in unison. Ultimately, it was the opponent's sword energy that first felled its target. Buzz. The familiar vibrating sound echoed, and the struck vampire suddenly disintegrated into countless particles, swirling like weary birds returning to their nest, rushing toward Alex and spiraling into his eyes. It seems you are not an ordinary human, Blade exclaimed. Could a mere mortal be a vampire hunter? Alex responded with a smile, casually hanging his sunglasses from the pocket of his jacket. Indeed, Blade nodded in agreement, reflecting on his own nature. He was no ordinary human. His mother had been attacked by a vampire before his birth, resulting in his unique hybrid blood, both vampire and human, making him a remarkably rare species. A daywalker unafraid of sunlight, yet endowed with vampiric abilities. Let us proceed. Without lingering on Alex's identity any further, Blade stepped forward and pushed open a small door in the wall, strutting in with an air of pretentiousness. This fellow is exceedingly ostentatious. Does he not realize the adage that boasts of the perils of arrogance? Watching Blade's flamboyant gait, Alex could not suppress his inner mockery. Upon entering the raucous room, Alex and Blade beheld a youth, bloodied and battered, being mercilessly assaulted by vampires, shrieking as he crawled on the ground. Wow, you look quite disheveled now, my friend, Alex remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Is it him? Oh heavens, it is him. Suddenly, the blood no longer poured from the lotus flower in the ceiling, and the raucous music ceased. The vampires in the room stood frozen, their gaze fixed on Blade. Even the one engaged in a rather indecorous display on the sofa abruptly rose, oblivious to his own embarrassing exposure. Their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation, and those closer instinctively began to retreat as Alex observed their trembling legs. My friend, your reputation certainly precedes you. Alex chuckled softly. Upon hearing the words, Blade smirked coolly. You truly are oblivious, aren't you? Just a newcomer, I see. Alex rolled his eyes, having never encountered such brazen individuals as Blade. The illustrious master of drama, Shakespeare, once penned, to be silent is to perish, or to erupt from silence. As Blade advanced, brandishing his weapon, a vampire finally succumbed to the tension. A muscular vampire leaped forth, shouting, "Come forth, Daywalker," while raising his firearm to aim at Blade, ready to pull the trigger. However, Blade was swifter. Before the vampire could fire, Blade's gun had already unleashed a bullet, the silver projectile striking with tremendous force, sending the vampire crashing backward into a wooden rack. The items atop the rack cascaded to the ground, while the vampire rapidly disintegrated into ash before the naked eye. As the gunfire erupted, chaos ensued. The audacious vampires surged towards Blade, intent on launching an attack, while others shrieked and scattered in panic. Ironically, the bloodsuckers who deemed themselves superior to humanity reacted to danger in precisely the same manner as the humans they preyed upon. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with those daring to oppose him, Blade showed no mercy, dispatching one vampire after another with ruthless efficiency, eliminating over a dozen reckless foes in an instant. "How dare you encroach upon my territory?" Alex lamented internally as he witnessed the vampire's blade had fell turned to ash, each one a precious source of ethereal power. Without hesitation, he activated his Annihilation Gaze and brandished his blade. With a force akin to several tons, the Edmund alloy sword proved indomitable. A single stroke cleaved through 7 or 8 vampires, severing them in twain. The Annihilation Gaze engaged automatically, instantaneously converting those vampires into pure ethereal energy, which Alex absorbed without a second thought. He unleashed his full form, the katana transforming into a blur of motion imperceptible to the naked eye, and with each pass, a vampire fell. "Quite impressive, my friend." Observing Alex reveling in his prowess, Blade, enamored with the dual display of skill, was unwilling to be outdone. Just as he expended his last bullet, a vampire took aim at him, and without hesitation, he hurled his firearm like a club, sending the vampire hurtling backward. With a graceful turn, Blade drew his pistol, targeting the vampires with unerring aim. The silver bullets, upon contact, inflicted fatal damage, rendering precise targeting of vital points unnecessary. The bullets rained down like a tempest, and though these vampires possessed the ability to swiftly heal, they were utterly defenseless against silver objects. A silver bullet piercing any part of their body would lead to their swift demise, reducing them to mere ash. Naturally, this reckless act by Dalfong provoked Alex's ire, who longed to rush over and inflict some wounds upon him. "For heaven's sake, could you not be a tad more discreet? That is precious elven energy being squandered. Such waste, truly intolerable." What further vexed Alex was that upon noticing him glance in his direction, Dalfong misinterpreted it as a challenge, responding with a confident smile that exuded certainty of victory, and then hastened his actions anew. Chapter 43. Vulnerable. The precise gunfire mingled with the glimmering dance of blades, and within moments, the vampires who had not yet managed to escape were completely eradicated by the collaborative efforts of Dalfong and Alex. The particles forming from the vanquished vampires swiftly swirled, coalescing into a stream resembling a graceful ribbon, spiraling as if returning home, and seamlessly flowing into Alex's Annihilation Eye. As the crimson hue in his eyes intensified, Alex could distinctly feel his body being reinforced once more. A casual strike from him now bore the force of no less than 10 tons, while his unenhanced speed intuitively reached half the speed of sound, approximately 160 meters per second. With the augmentation from the Annihilation Eye, his velocity would approach, if not surpass, the speed of sound itself. Just as Alex reveled in his newfound prowess, Quinn, the vampire orchestrating this scene from the shadows, appeared with a dozen oblivious subordinates. There they were. Quinn, with his disheveled appearance and boisterous demeanor, brandished a knife, pointing it at Dalfong and Alex. "Everyone, attack. Let us dispatch them. I shall relish in dismembering you." As Quinn excitedly declared this, his subordinates, each wielding weapons, began to close in on Dalfong and Alex. Observing the approaching foes, Dalfong coldly drew a long sword from his back, and to add flair, he theatrically traced the ground with the blade's tip. Alex, regaining his focus, glanced at the advancing enemies and then at the ostentatiously composed Dalfong, unwittingly arriving at the same assessment. Fools. With the ghost eye, Alex was a master swordsman of the Shining Spirit style, and even without it, he retained the keen perception and experience of a super swordsman. Albeit unable to fully unleash the unique power of the Shining Spirit swordsmanship. At this very moment, one could discern from the posture of the sword wielding and the arrangement of his limbs that this individual had barely scratched the surface of swordsmanship. To compare him with a swordsmanship virtuoso like Alex is a grave injustice. Even the 11th weapon, prior to undergoing the mutant fusion capability experiment, could effortlessly eliminate him. What audacity possessed him to call himself Blade? While Alex scoffed inwardly, Two vampires armed with iron rods lunged forward to attack Blade. With a swift duck, Blade evaded their strikes, simultaneously swinging his longsword with a fierce flourish. A sharp sound pierced the air as the two vampires, unable to evade in time, were instantly injured, only to swiftly disintegrate into ash, vanishing without a trace. A sight most unworthy. Alex shook his head, critiquing Blade's swordsmanship. Just then, seizing the moment when Alex was momentarily distracted, the two vampires let out a furious roar and leapt high into the air, descending with tremendous force towards Alex. Do you fancy yourself a sister of style? Without turning his head, Alex let out a cold laugh, delivering a horizontal slash with his katana. The brilliant blade illuminated the space, cleaving the two vampires in half as they fell to the ground. The swift demise of their comrades instilled no fear in the remaining vampires, who surged forth from a nearby small door, several clad in black and wielding submachine guns. With sinister grins plastered on their faces, they aimed at Alex's position and swiftly pulled the triggers. Clumsy fools, unable to wield their weapons effectively. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a dazzling arc of blade light materialized in the space, followed by the anguished wails of vampires and the resonant buzz of their bodies swiftly etherealizing. How utterly tedious. Murmuring this, Alex took a sudden stride forward, appearing behind several vampires who stood frozen, as if paralyzed, while those he effortlessly surpassed remained motionless. Only as Alex slowly departed did fine lines of blood begin to manifest on their necks. These lines were so delicate they were nearly imperceptible with the vampire's regenerative abilities. It seemed they would recover swiftly. Yet, Alex knew these vampires were doomed. Such astonishing speed. The remaining vampires were thoroughly intimidated. This youth, merely a human, possessed a velocity that even they could not match, utterly shattering their worldviews. Vampires have proven to be a great disappointment. Alex advanced step by step towards Quinn, the tip of his katana kissing the ground, sparking with embers, the blade untouched by blood. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Blade would scarcely believe that this very sword had claimed the lives of dozens of vampires. The progenitor rises again. Quinn gasped in astonishment. Alex's seemingly casual strides appeared to him as if the Grim Reaper, scythe in hand, was drawing nearer, an unparalleled sense of death's approach enveloping him. A vampire standing before Alex attempted to flee, but with a swift hiss, his movement abruptly ceased. A crimson line emerged from his brow and extended down to his groin, cleaving him in two with a single stroke of the sword. As he drew closer, his body swiftly transformed into countless particles. "Who are you?" Quinn gasped, startled yet compelled to maintain his composure, a feat rendered possible by the pride of his vampiric lineage. He fixed his gaze on the distance, where Alex approached leisurely, his pace unhurried and reminiscent of an ordinary human stride. Yet, each step resonated audibly, an unstoppable harbinger of impending doom. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Quinn was certain he had never felt such fear before. The humans, who had always been mere prey, so frail, so foolish, so cowardly, had they transformed into something so formidable, so dread-inducing? With a series of sharp flashes, blades illuminated the air, and after the sound of steel-piercing flesh, apart from Quinn and the half-vampire Blade, not a single vampire remained alive. With calm eyes, Alex advanced slowly, sword in hand, its tip scraping against the ground, producing a delicate sound that sparked countless tiny embers. "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me," Quinn stammered, retreating while pleading for mercy. However, Alex paid no heed to Quinn's desperate entreaties. He continued to step forward. As one of the principal architects of this slaughter, Quinn was destined to meet his demise. Simultaneously, Alex's heart brimmed with disappointment. Upon discovering the existence of vampires in this world, he had imagined them to be formidable foes, yearning for the thrill of battle. Alas, the reality was far removed from his fantasies. Though these vampires possessed an abundance of ethereal energy, their capabilities were woefully inadequate. Even Blade, with his lackluster prowess, could send them fleeing in terror. How could they provide Alex with the exhilarating combat he desired? Since they were of no use, they might as well accept their fate. With a steely gaze, Alex resolved to waste no further time. He lifted his blade and strode forward, each step seemingly causing the ground beneath him to undulate. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Quinn. The blade descended. Suddenly, the sword veered to the side. "Hey, buddy, hold on a second. I still have something to say to him." Blade, believing he had called out too late, exclaimed, only for his voice to morph into an incredulous scream in the next moment. The sharp edge of the sword halted just shy of Quinn's throat, the skin beneath it quivering. A mere inch further, and blood would flow, leading to his complete transformation. Thud! Escaping death, Quinn crumpled to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Wow, my friend, you truly possess remarkable skills. Blade approached, admiration evident in his gaze directed at Alex. While his strength may falter, his perception certainly does not. Alex curled his lip, deftly sheathing his katana into the scabbard behind him, the motion smooth and elegant, instantly captivating Blade's attention. Impressive, Blade marveled again. Leisurely strolling to Quinn's side, and with two swift motions, Quinn was pinned to the ground. In pain, Quinn roared in a strange tongue, evidently cursing Blade's female relatives, and possibly even including Alex in his invective. Alex's expression turned icy, his right hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, his piercing gaze fixated on Quinn, causing him to hastily shut his mouth in fear. Foolish creature. Alex scoffed disdainfully, retracting his hand from the sword's hilt. Imbecile, Blade muttered with a sense of schadenfreude, then glared at Quinn. Tell me, where's Fortis? I don't know. Upon hearing Quinn's response, Blade's expression darkened. Quinn, I have already struck you until my hands are weary, and I do not wish to engage in such games any longer. However, this time I desire a change in flavor. How about burning you instead? Ignoring Quinn's reaction, Blade tossed a lighter onto him, and with a loud whoosh, flames erupted, accompanied by his agonized screams. Blade paid no heed to his cries. Instead, he coolly smirked at Alex. Now, we shall patiently await his disclosure of Fortis's whereabouts. Your bravado lacks any foundation of strength. Silently critiquing in his mind, Alex stood aside, allowing Blade to take the lead. Uncovering more vampires was something he welcomed, since Blade was an expert in dealing with them and brimmed with confidence. It was best to let him handle it entirely. Chapter 44. Pursued. Initially, the burned Quinn wailed loudly, but gradually his cries diminished. Suddenly, a bloodied youth burst forth from a corner, and Blade, quick as lightning, pinned him to the ground, forcibly inspecting his neck for any signs of vampirism. Not a vampire. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the small door was kicked open, and a throng of police officers surged in, each brandishing firearms and shouting as they entered. While these officers posed no threat to Alex, he was not inclined to provoke them at present. They represented the power of the state, and inciting their ire would lead to his own troubles. Thus, to avoid complications, they must depart swiftly. TCH, consider yourself fortunate. Blade glared resentfully at the charred figure. Alex, filled with disdain, cast a sharp glance at Blade. Ignoring his escape, he leaped up to the ventilation shaft. With a resounding crash, he forcefully kicked a large hole in the wall and swiftly made his exit. You possess remarkable strength, my friend. Blade marveled at the sizable hole created by Alex's kick, unable to fathom how someone so slender could wield such power. Quickly, the police hurried to Quinn's side, extinguishing the flames engulfing him, while others surveyed the surroundings with furrowed brows. My heavens, has a massacre occurred here? The floor and walls of the room were smeared with blood, yet oddly, apart from a charred corpse and a stunned young man, only tattered clothing lay scattered about. Blade snorted and hastily dashed through the gaping hole. Exiting the slaughterhouse area, he spotted Alex walking ahead and called out, Friend, shall we head to the hospital? That fellow is not so easily dispatched by flames. Go by yourself, Alex replied curtly, not looking back. Observing Alex's retreating figure, Blade felt a twinge of frustration. He had finally encountered a formidable ally, yet his eccentric demeanor rendered him inscrutable. Shaking off Blade, Alex strolled down the street, lost in thought. The police had arrived far too swiftly. Surely, there must be members of the HYDRA clan among them. In both reality and cinematic narratives, the police are invariably the last to make an appearance, a truth that now felt alarmingly out of place given their prompt response. Something was amiss, and Alex was acutely aware of it. Coupled with the Punisher's prior mention of the HYDRA clan, he was beginning to connect the dots. The HYDRA clan had infiltrated the police force. Who could they be? He murmured softly, employing his enhanced vision to scrutinize the police officers regrouping at the slaughterhouse. The HYDRA clan aspired to become vampires, their outward appearances and organizational structures mirroring those of ordinary humans. They could only be identified by the distinctive vampire family insignia imprinted on the back of their necks. Once recognized by a vampire, they would receive a unique mark from their vampire master. With his enhanced sight, Alex quickly scanned the officers, ultimately discovering similar totems on the necks of two Caucasian policemen. While Americans often sport tattoos and various markings, the peculiar nature of a mark measuring a finger's length on the back of the neck was indeed unsettling. If predictions held true, it must be them. Having identified these two individuals as members of the Gaze tribe, Alex firmly etched one of their appearances in his mind while his gaze fixated on the other, closely trailing him. The strategy of waiting idly for an opportunity pales in comparison to casting a wider net for a grander catch. The police officer whom Alex scrutinized was a middle-aged man of fair complexion. After returning to the precinct with his team, he casually concocted an excuse, leading a squad of officers, suspected to be of the same tribe, to depart from the police station. Before their exit, they deliberately procured ample ammunition and an arsenal of firearms, exuding an air of impending confrontation. What could their intentions be? Alex pondered with a hint of curiosity, leveraging his speed to effortlessly shadow the officers of the Gaze tribe. Before long, these officers halted their vehicles at the entrance of a hospital. Upon stopping, they meticulously inspected their equipment, firearms, ammunition, and body armor, resembling a band of assailants poised to storm the hospital. It was Blade. Unbeknownst to Alex, his gaze shifted towards the interior of the hospital, where he unexpectedly spotted the vampire hunter, Daywalker Blade, whom he had recently parted ways with. It dawned on him that this hospital was the very place housing Quinn's remains. No wonder they were awaiting Blade's arrival. Through Alex's eyes, Blade, clad in black tactical attire, strode purposefully towards a certain floor, which was already in disarray and chaos. The vitality of vampires is indeed formidable. Quinn, having been nearly reduced to cinders and subsequently vivisected, was still vibrantly alive. He first drained the blood of the male doctor who had performed the dissection, then pursued and sank his fangs into the neck of a nearby black female doctor, causing the pandemonium that ensued on that floor. The hospital erupted into chaos, with nurses, doctors, and patients shrieking in terror. Quinn's guttural growls reverberated as he clamped down on the neck of the black female doctor. Desperate and futile, she struggled, but could not escape Quinn's grasp. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing, she caught sight of Blade, the imposing black figure, striding towards her. "Hello there, you bastard," Blade exclaimed, as if greeting an old friend, yet his approach was anything but cordial. With a swift movement, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Quinn's head. Caught off guard while indulging in his sanguine feast, Quinn was sent sprawling several meters back, colliding with a medical cart, and the black-clad female doctor, previously held captive, instinctively broke free. "I knew you wouldn't go down easily, Quinn. I've come to the hospital to find you," Blade declared with a cool smirk, gradually advancing towards the disoriented Quinn. "Get away, you monster," Quinn roared, having suffered enough at Blade's hands. In his frenzied state, he recklessly lunged at Blade, but the latter effortlessly dodged, severing a portion of Quinn's forearm in the process. The swordsmanship displayed was utterly deplorable. One could not help but wonder who had imparted such skills to him. From a distance of 100 meters, Alex could not contain his scathing remarks as he observed the smug demeanor of the Blade. Quinn has once again fallen victim. The courage that had once burned brightly within him vanished without a trace, prompting him to flee. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At that moment, the police officers in the vehicle sprang into action. Exiting their car, they swiftly ascended towards the floor occupied by the Blade. Yet, to Alex's astonishment, the Blade lifted the fallen African-American female doctor from the ground before pursuing Quinn. Even at this juncture, was he still preoccupied with women? A peculiar thought crossed Alex's mind as he prepared to enter the hospital, but hesitatingly, he halted, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation with keen eyes. Although the officers were well prepared and had evidently plotted their course of action, they might still struggle against the half-vampire Blade and the transforming African-American doctor. Should they prove unable to contend with the police, Alex could only express his regrets. "If you cannot even withstand these officers, Blade, you truly lack the merit to be a vampire hunter." Under Alex's scrutiny, the officers' bullets failed to penetrate the Blade's armored attire. However, burdened by the woman he carried, the Blade opted against engaging them and relentlessly pursued Quinn, who was now frantically fleeing within the hospital. In a moment of desperation, Quinn dashed towards a window. In the 45th chapter, a black object plummeted from above, landing in an ambulance that had just passed below, causing the woman inside to scream in panic. Quinn, in his frenzy, stood up, glanced around, and disregarded the terrified woman's cries. Once the ambulance came to a halt, he promptly pushed open the door and darted into a nearby alley. Yes, now he truly resembled a vampire. Observing Quinn's frantic escape, Alex nodded in relief. The exaggerated recovery abilities finally afforded them a semblance of the legendary vampiric essence. Just as Alex prepared to chase after Quinn, a chilling scream echoed from above. Looking up, he saw that the source of the commotion was the African-American doctor bitten by Quinn. Following closely behind, a shadowy figure leapt from the window, dramatically following the silhouette ahead onto a pile of debris across from the hospital. Without a doubt, the figure was the ostentatious daywalker, the Blade. What impressive leaping ability. Alex could not help but offer a casual commendation as he pried a few fragments from the nearby wall and deftly hurled them towards the window from which the Blade had just emerged. At the shattered window, several armed police officers had already appeared, their weapons trained on the still-falling Blade and the recently landed African-American female doctor. They raised their guns, ready to fire. However, at that moment, the fragments of stone shot forth from Alex, striking them down before they could act. Alex harbored no mercy for these wretched creatures. They were more despicable than the traitors of the Chinese resistance, for they betrayed all of humanity. These fiends, intent on becoming vampires, had forsaken their own kind. Good luck, Blade, Alex murmured, casting a gentle smile in the direction of the Blade before swiftly pursuing Quinn, who was fleeing. In this brief span, Quinn had already sprinted several hundred meters, frantically searching the surroundings for humans, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. If Alex did not follow soon, needless sacrifices would be inevitable. Quinn gasped as he dashed through the dimly lit alleyways, fearful of being pursued by the Blade. He chose desolate paths, devoid of human presence, his appearance resembling that of someone nearly scorched, instilling dread in all who might encounter him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a drunken, long-haired vixen staggering from a side alley, swaying towards him. "You are the one," Quinn exclaimed in delight, rushing forward like the wind. The inebriated vixen, her sight momentarily blurred, found herself confronted by a grotesque figure whose repulsive hands gripped her shoulders tightly. In that instant, the drunken girl's intoxication evaporated, replaced by sheer terror as she let out a shrill scream, struggling against him, her heart crying out, "Oh God, have you forsaken this faithful follower? Today, heartbreak was not enough. I have encountered this." As a vampire, Quinn possessed great strength, far beyond what an ordinary woman could resist. He laughed heartily as his sharp fangs drew nearer to her delicate neck. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past, and a soda can flew swiftly towards him, striking with a resounding crash. Quinn was knocked off balance, sent sprawling. "Damn it! Who dares to interfere? Show yourself!" he bellowed, quickly rising to his feet, his eyes blazing in the direction from which the can had come. The long-haired vixen looked towards the source of the commotion and saw a blonde youth clad in casual attire, wearing sunglasses even in the night, approaching with a resplendent sword bag slung over his shoulder. "Damn it, it's you again," Quinn roared. Yet his voice was permeated with an unmistakable sense of panic and dread, for the youth who had appeared was none other than Alex, the very architect of his current miserable state. "Why aren't you leaving?" Alex disregarded Quinn and directed his attention to the long-haired girl, who stood gaping in astonishment. Thank you." The girl snapped back to reality, stammering her gratitude to Alex before hurriedly fleeing the scene. "Why don't you escape? Aren't you afraid of death?" Alex gazed incredulously at Quinn, who at that moment showed no inclination to flee. Instead, he panted heavily, fixing a fierce glare upon Alex, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Will you spare me?" Quinn asked, rather than inquiring whether he could elude capture. "It seems you possess a modicum of wit." Alex chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I won't take your life just yet. I shall grant you ample time to flee, so run as far as you can. You want me to lead you to more vampires, don't you?" Quinn spat bitterly. "Indeed, that is my intent," Alex admitted candidly. "If you wish to survive, you had best escape quickly. Should I change my mind, you will have no chance of survival. You will regret this." Quinn cursed vehemently before turning on his heel and sprinting away. Though he seldom exercised his intellect, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. If Alex sought to lure out more vampires, Quinn too harbored thoughts of gathering a horde to eliminate Alex. Moreover, even if the vampires failed against Alex, he could seize the chaos of the battle to slip away unnoticed, thus avoiding falling into the enemy's grasp once more. Run faster, even faster." The prospect of potentially escaping Alex and returning to his former, more comfortable life filled Quinn with renewed vigor, propelling him towards the nearest vampire stronghold. Selfishness, indeed, is the inherent nature of all beings. Observing Quinn's frantic dash, Alex smiled faintly and followed at a leisurely pace. Despite knowing that his goal was to slay more vampires, Quinn rushed unhesitatingly towards the stronghold. What schemes brewed within his mind was evident to Alex, who could easily surmise he was either attempting to divert the danger while stealthily escaping, or he sought to play into Alex's hands, intending to orchestrate a massive assault against him with a multitude of vampires. True strength is the foundation of safety. I hope you do not disappoint me. Having learned from prior experiences, Quinn was acutely aware that Alex would never permit him to drain human blood while fleeing. Thus, he resolved not to entertain thoughts of harming humans, but instead devoted all his strength to his escape. As long as he could reach the stronghold before Alex caught up, he would have a chance at survival. Under the pressure of impending death, Quinn moved with remarkable speed, traversing a street and arriving at the grand entrance of a luxurious hotel within half an hour. Not yet pursued, he thought, glancing back to find no trace of Alex. Elated, he believed he had successfully eluded him and hurriedly slipped into the hotel, which served as one of the strongholds for vampires. Simultaneously, hundreds of meters away, Alex let out a soft chuckle. With his clairvoyant vision, he observed Quinn's every move, recognizing that there was no need for close pursuit. Dawn was approaching, and he resolved to return tomorrow night instead. Gazing at the starry sky, Alex dismissed the notion of confronting Quinn immediately, as acting during daylight might incite panic among the citizens and attract the attention of government authorities, which he wished to avoid. Earlier, he had determined that, barring extraordinary circumstances, he would not reveal himself in broad daylight. Moreover, the sunlight posed a lethal threat to vampires, which would result in a considerable loss of his ethereal energy, an unwise trade-off. Thus, Alex tempered his excitement and turned towards his home in Flushing, Queens. I shall return tomorrow night. Quinn, be prepared. Chapter 46. Dialogue. If a list of the world's greatest fools existed, Alex believed he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. Despite having confirmed the previous night that Vanessa Amelia was sound asleep when he left home, upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the little girl slumbering on the living room sofa. This clever child must have pretended to be asleep to deceive him, remaining in the living room to await his return until now. Truly, what a little fool. Alex sighed softly, feeling both affection and self-reproach. She had just escaped a life of constant flight and was still struggling to adapt to her new surroundings. In such a vast, empty house, it was only natural for her to feel lonely, prompting her to wait for him. Noticing the time was around 5 o'clock, Alex approached and gently lifted Vanessa from the sofa, carrying her to her bedroom on the second floor. No, she cannot remain cooped up at home. She needs to make some new friends. After leaving Vanessa's room, Alex contemplated his next steps and rummaged through his phone for the contact number Charles had given him. Dialing it directly, after a few rings, a soft feminine voice answered. Hello, this is Xavier School. How may I assist you? I would like to speak with Charles. Please inform him that Alex is calling. Alex replied politely. Oh, you are looking for Principal Charles. Please hold on. Upon learning of Alex's purpose, the other party spoke politely and transferred the call to the principal's office. Before long, the magnetic voice of Charles echoed through Alex's phone. Alex, my dear young friend, what brings you here? Alex rolled his eyes slightly, wishing Charles would drop the endearment. Could you please drop the little friend part, Principal Charles? Chuckling lightly, Charles responded, all right. My friend Alex, what is it that you seek? If it pertains to Vanessa Amelia's identification, you may have to wait a few more days. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Alex couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. In a world rife with superheroes and supervillains, the absence of identification for Vanessa could easily attract unnecessary trouble, which left Alex feeling anxious. Do not be alarmed, Alex, Charles promptly reassured him. Nothing adverse has occurred here. Without waiting for Alex to inquire further, Charles began to explain. The federal government has recently encountered numerous complications, and the federal agents assisting me with mutant issues have been reassigned to different departments. Consequently, the processing of mutant identification and placement must be temporarily postponed. However, there is no need for concern. Once this situation passes, matters will be resolved. I see. Hearing this, Alex let out a slight sigh of relief, but he couldn't restrain himself from asking, what exactly has the federal government encountered that is causing such distress? This situation is quite troubling. Charles elaborated. A male journalist informed the police that a giant python was poised to attack a young girl. And this incident relates to the safety of the entire universe, prompting the police to intervene swiftly. Are you certain he is of sound mind? Alex questioned, astonished. The police initially believed so, but on the same day, a zookeeper reported to the authorities that a giant python had swallowed 5 elephants whole and nearly consumed him as well. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that 5 elephants had indeed vanished from the zoo without explanation, and they discovered peculiar scales at a nearby construction site. Therefore, the federal government has enlisted the agents to intervene in this matter, Charles explained. Goodness, Alex gasped, unable to suppress his shock. To swallow 5 elephants in one go. That python must be colossal. He vaguely recalled that the largest python scientifically recorded, the titanoboa, had long since become fossilized. They measured 15 meters in length and weighed up to 12 tons, truly formidable. However, the python described by the zookeeper paled in comparison, rendering the titanoboa quite insignificant. If what the zookeeper and journalist claimed is indeed true, the American government would have every reason to be concerned. Contemplate for a moment the notion of a colossal python, whose size remains an enigma, residing within the confines of America, poised to consume itself at any unpredictable moment. Such a thought is indeed unbearable for anyone. After engaging in idle chatter for a while, Charles eventually recalled the matter at hand and inquired, by the way, Alex, what brings you to seek my counsel? I nearly let the important matter slip my mind. Alex, unable to suppress a light tap on his forehead, responded, I called to discuss whether Vanessa could attend school on your end. Is that feasible? Without a moment's hesitation, Charles readily acquiesced. Of course, she is always welcome here. I would be delighted to have Vanessa join us. Upon hearing Charles's reply, Alex exhaled in relief. Well then, I shall take her over today. Such haste. Alex sighed. I scarcely have anyone here with whom I can genuinely converse. If Vanessa continues to accompany me, she may never have the chance to lead a normal life. Very well. We will prepare accordingly. Just come directly to Westchester in New York, and I shall arrange for Jean and Scott to collect you, Charles replied. After a moment's contemplation, Alex stated, Okay, I am currently in Flushing and shall reach you shortly. I shall await your arrival at the school with great anticipation. I am equally eager to see the institution you have established, Charles. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Alex ended the call, only to discover that Vanessa had awakened at some point and was standing at the bedroom door, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Brother Alex, are you really sending me away? Vanessa asked, her face awash with sorrow, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Her ponytail drooping lifelessly. Absolutely not, Alex replied, crouching down to meet her gaze, his voice gentle. Since the moment you entered this home, you became my family. How could I possibly send you away? Moved by his words, Vanessa looked at Alex, yet still questioned through her sniffles. But didn't you just mention sending me to some Westchester place? Alex chuckled softly, playfully tapping her pert little nose. I meant for you to attend school there. To make friends, not to hand you over to someone else. You misunderstood. Really? Vanessa exclaimed with delight, quickly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Alex nodded solemnly. Indeed. I am merely sending you there to study and meet peers your age. We can see each other whenever we wish. But I can't bear to part from you, Vanessa lamented, her reluctance palpable. Upon witnessing the genuine reluctance and attachment reflected in Vanessa's eyes, Alex, who had lived a solitary existence since his journey began, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His eyes moistened slightly as he began to earnestly contemplate a solution. Finally, he said with gravity, Well, since you can't bear to part with me, I shall purchase a residence near the school, so you can see me every day. What do you think? To acquire even a modest abode in Westchester would require a substantial sum, likely in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This illustrates the lengths to which Alex was willing to go to ensure Vanessa's peace of mind. However, as the adage goes, one does not feel the sting of spending money that is not their own. The funds Alex possessed were acquired through less than conventional means, and he spent them without a hint of hesitation. Brother Alex, you're the best. Vanessa, blissfully unaware of the financial implications, was overwhelmed with emotion, her tears giving way to laughter as she leapt into Alex's arms, her small head joyfully nestling against his chest, though delighted by her embrace. Alex couldn't help but engage in a bit of self-deprecation, pondering, am I truly expending hundreds of thousands of dollars merely to see this little one smile? Perhaps I am not as immune to the charms of youth as I believed. Chapter 47. Farewell, Charles on the highway from New York to Westchester. A silver silhouette raced towards the distance, swiftly vanishing with a whoosh. This was Alex, driving towards Westchester. Vanessa Amelia gazed excitedly out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, her face alight with eager anticipation, as if she wished to extend her head out of the car to relish the sensation of the rushing wind. Brother Alex, this car is incredibly fast. Indeed it is, Alex replied with a proud smile, brimming with confidence in the sports car he was currently piloting. The silver body, crafted from aluminum and carbon fiber, was both luxurious and exquisite, housing an 8-liter, 16-cylinder, quad-turbo engine capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.5 seconds, reaching 200 km per hour in 7.3 seconds, and attaining 300 km per hour in a mere 16.7 seconds, ultimately achieving a top speed of 407 km per hour within 1 minute. This was the epitome of the world's premier supercars, Bugatti Veyron, renowned for its unparalleled speed and power, as well as its exorbitant price tag. The very supercar Alex was driving was an ultra-limited edition, one of only 5 in existence worldwide, the Bugatti Veyron per se. Each of these magnificent vehicles commanded a price of €1 million, a testament to their opulence and value, snatched up on the day of their release. It is noteworthy that Alex acquired this extraordinary automobile without significant expense. It was a trophy from a conquest against a powerful family whose influence spanned both the underworld and legitimate enterprises. Certainly, the process of transportation and various other trivial formalities inevitably consumed a considerable amount of money, and there were several instances where they narrowly escaped being swindled. However, all these expenditures were worthwhile. The allure of luxurious cars and beautiful women is a dream for every man. To possess such an exquisite supercar, Alex would endure any hardship. Vanessa, once we arrive in Westchester, be sure to interact well with others, Alex advised, as he drove the supercar at full throttle, leaving all the cars behind. His superhuman reflexes and mastery over the vehicle allowed Alex to navigate the powerful machine with remarkable finesse, gracefully avoiding obstacles on the road like a fish swimming through turbulent waters, captivating the drivers he surpassed, who nearly lost focus and caused accidents. Ha 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 ha. Observing in the rearview mirror the other cars that attempted to chase him but were left increasingly distant, Alex and Vanessa shared a triumphant smile as they sped away. A few hours later, upon entering Westchester, Alex and his companions were warmly greeted by Jean and Scott, who had come to welcome them. After exchanging pleasantries, the two led the way in their vehicle, prompting Alex to reduce his speed to match theirs, much to his discontent. After more than an hour of driving, they traversed a serene lane and arrived at what was evidently a school transformed from a grand estate, Xavier's School, as referred to by Charles. The spacious grounds were adorned with a row of modest white buildings, and a lush green sports field was filled with children joyfully playing. Alex marveled, astonished at the number of young mutants already thriving in Charles's institution. As he stepped out of the car alongside Vanessa, he turned to Jean, expressing his awe. The professor had initiated this endeavor years ago, rescuing these children, most of whom were unfortunate orphans abandoned by their parents. Scott, wearing peculiar glasses, approached Alex, expressing gratitude. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet for rescuing me from the island. Alex paused for a moment, then recalled, Oh, I remember now. You were one of the mutants imprisoned on the island. My name is Scott Summers. You may call me Scott, he replied with a hint of formality. Do not be too tense, Scott. We shall be friends from now on, Alex chuckled, giving Scott a reassuring pat on the shoulder to ease his unease. Come now. Professor Charles is waiting for you in his office, Jean Grey interjected, leading the way to a nearby academic building. Vanessa turned back and called out, but received no response. Curious, Alex glanced over and noticed that Vanessa was entirely oblivious to their conversation. Instead, her gaze was fixated on the children playing in the playground, her eyes brimming with evident envy and joy. Witnessing her current demeanor, Alex became even more convinced of the necessity for her education here. He approached and gently ruffled Vanessa's hair, awakening her attention. No need to envy. Soon you shall join them in play. At his words, Vanessa's eyes sparkled with delight as she happily nodded at Alex. The two followed Jean and Scott into the educational building, arriving at the room designated as the principal's office, where Charles awaited their arrival in his wheelchair. Upon seeing Alex enter, Charles greeted him with a warm smile, wheeling himself forward. Welcome, my friends, Alex and Vanessa. It is a pleasure to see you. Hello, Charles. Alex responded with his customary politeness, while Vanessa, under Charles's gaze, appeared somewhat shy, timidly hiding behind Alex. Oh, it seems you are still a bit reserved. Charles chuckled lightly, turning his attention back to Alex. We have completed all the necessary procedures for Vanessa's dormitory, and she will soon be able to join this family. Thank you. Alex nodded sincerely in gratitude. No need for thanks. Caring for mutants is a responsibility I willingly embrace. Charles replied earnestly. You've embarked on such a challenging dream. Charles, you are indeed a true idealist, Alex remarked, somewhat astonished. Were it me, I would have no interest in a goal I knew to be unattainable. Honestly, have you ever regretted this decision? Regretted? Charles murmured, with Jean and Scott leaning in to listen intently. Rather than regret, I prefer to describe this feeling as confusion. Everyone experiences moments of uncertainty, myself included. Sometimes I ponder whether mutants can truly coexist peacefully with humanity, and whether my efforts hold any significance. However, once that sentiment passes, I regain my resolve. I remind myself that if I do not take action, who else can we expect to step up? If I do not strive for this, how can we ever hope for peace between mutants and humans? Whenever I reflect on this, my spirits are renewed, and I commit myself to continue fighting. Professor. Jean and Scott exchanged glances, astonished. They had not anticipated that the ever-kind and seemingly unwavering professor would also experience moments of doubt. Alex sighed, refraining from commenting on Charles's idealistic aspirations. The clash between overly ambitious dreams and harsh reality was inevitable. Whether Charles could lead the mutants to coexist peacefully with humanity, or if reality would shatter their dreams, remained to be seen. Jean, you and Scott should take Vanessa to familiarize her with the surroundings, Charles suggested, alleviating the room's oppressive atmosphere. I still have matters to discuss with Alex. Go on. Alex looked down at Vanessa and encouraged her. Yes, Vanessa, goodbye. Vanessa hesitated for a moment, then nodded, her expression reluctant as she departed the room with Jean and Scott. You should nurture her sense of independence more, Charles remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is my oversight. Alex nodded, a hint of frustration evident on his face. A life of luxury could not ease the vigilance that Vanessa had cultivated over the years. Transforming her into a child akin to ordinary humans would undoubtedly take considerable time. Chapter 48. The X-Men Initiative. Alex shook his head, casting aside his regrets and displeasure, then turned to Charles. So, what is it that you need to discuss that requires everyone else to leave? Alex, do you realize that this world is far larger than you can imagine? Charles replied, sidestepping Alex's question with an unrelated statement. Alex nodded, silent. Indeed, this world harbored not only superheroes and supervillains, but also mutants and those with extraordinary abilities. Even mythical creatures like vampires existed within this reality. Alex couldn't help but concur with Charles. This world was vast, beyond human comprehension. Seeing Alex's acknowledgement, Charles smiled gently. When I was younger, I became aware of my differences from other humans. You may find it amusing, but when I first discovered my abilities, I once exploited them to cheat, becoming the top student in my school's history, garnering considerable attention. At this, Alex chuckled knowingly. Anyone possessing power beyond the ordinary would naturally wish to showcase it, regardless of whether such displays attracted attention. Alex could fully understand Charles's actions in moments of idle fantasy. He too had envisioned how he might have fared during his school days with his own extraordinary abilities. After graduating, I traveled across various countries, encountering numerous mutants and individuals with unique powers. However, I also came to recognize a grave issue. Charles's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Extraordinary powers can incite jealousy and disdain among humans, leading to toxicity, and they can also attract the covetous gaze of the ambitious, posing unimaginable threats to the world. Realizing this, I began to contemplate how to enhance the lives of mutants and liberate them from the grasp of those with ambition. Ultimately, after several unsuccessful attempts to persuade human politicians and witnessing the innocent suffering of many mutants, I came to understand that to protect them, I must possess a power that instills fear in outsiders. Thus, I embarked on this endeavor several years ago. Indeed, the words of great leaders ring true. Power is born from the barrel of a gun. With such reflections, Alex gradually became intrigued by Charles' words. And then, I invented a unique tool to locate mutants worldwide. Subsequently, when humanity began to consciously resist mutants, I reached an agreement with agents of the federal government. wherein I would shelter mutants, safeguard their privacy, and provide them with training. This is also the reason why this school has garnered governmental support. However, politicians are driven by self-interest and lack credibility. I cannot guarantee when they will abandon their pursuits. Nor can I ensure that they will not find new pretexts to harm these children, or worse, turn their weapons against them. Thus, I need the strength to protect these children. Alex, will you assist me? This unexpected request left Alex utterly astonished. Charles desired him to join in the protection of mutants. He hesitated to refuse, but was interrupted by Charles. Just as humanity encompasses both good and evil, so too do mutants harbor ambition. Some fantasize about using violence to establish a dominion over humanity, while others seek to annihilate the world entirely. To safeguard ourselves and facilitate the acceptance of mutants by others, I plan to train a select few among them, empowering them to master their abilities, enabling them to coexist within society without endangering others, and to combat various threats that jeopardize both mutants and humanity. By fighting crime, we can reshape the perception of mutants in the eyes of the public. Therefore, I require your assistance. Alex responded non-committally, urging Charles to continue. While I can devise intricate mechanisms and continually train our team, I cannot compensate for their shortcomings in practical combat. Thus, I wish for you, a master of combat, to instruct them. Of course, you need not train them to your level. Merely equipping them to handle basic combat will suffice. After speaking, Charles gazed earnestly into Alex's eyes. Alex, your combat skills are exceptional, and I sincerely hope you will aid me. To Charles' surprise, without a moment's hesitation, Alex readily agreed. Of course, I would be delighted to help them become competent warriors. Charles gazed at Alex with surprise. On the island, he had previously utilized his abilities to observe Alex's combat prowess. Although he did not condone Alex's brutal methods of killing, he could not help but admire the remarkable combat skills and fighting instinct Alex exhibited during battle. He was undoubtedly capable of instructing the students. Charles had always held a fondness for Wolverine. As a fellow mutant, he would have easily integrated into their close-knit family. Alas, Wolverine and his beloved Laura chose seclusion, leaving Charles with a tinge of regret. What shall I begin training them with? Alex inquired eagerly. Ever since awakening his ghostly ocular technique, he had yet to engage in a full-fledged battle. Since he could not indulge in combat, he thought it permissible to vent his frustrations through teaching the students. Thus, he harbored considerable anticipation for the pupils he was to mentor. Not yet, Charles replied, shaking his head, visibly displeased. I have only selected 2 members for now. I intend to wait until I have gathered 3 before allowing them to receive your tutelage. You must understand, my primary goal is to instill in them a sense of unity and the ability to cooperate in combat. Cooperative combat? What a troublesome endeavor. Alex sighed, realizing that having him, a solitary fighter, teach them the art of collaboration would firmly position him as the adversary. Why would it trouble you if it weren't a task for you? Charles chuckled lightly. I appreciate your candidness. Alex, with his thick skin, readily accepted Charles's compliment, betraying no hint of embarrassment. Once you have assembled 3 students, give me a call. I shall be awaiting your summons. Do you require me to prepare a faculty dormitory for you? Charles shook his head before posing the question. Well then, would you like me to prepare one for you? Yes, that would be splendid. It would save me both the time and money of purchasing a property here, Alex replied thoughtfully. Will you be staying here today? Charles asked, observing Alex. I believe it would be beneficial for you to witness the teaching conditions at the school firsthand. Alex smiled and declined. No. I have some matters to attend to in New York. Once I have settled those affairs, we can discuss this further. That is acceptable, Charles nodded. Just as he was about to take his leave, Alex suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, by the way, I haven't inquired yet. Since you are presenting the students as a team of warriors, you should assign them a striking code name. I have already chosen one, the X-Men. What do you think of this name? Charles replied, a hint of pride in his smile, clearly pleased with his choice. The X-Men, quite a formidable title. Alex nodded in agreement. The name X-Men is not only strikingly cool, but also subtly alludes to the unique X gene that characterizes mutants, revealing their true identity as mutants, thus serving a dual purpose. To conceive such a name that is both stylish and meaningful, Alex was certain that Charles must have exhausted numerous brain cells in the process. Since there was nothing more to attend to, he bid farewell to Vanessa before departing on his own. Alex was preparing to leave, fully aware that a horde of vampires awaited his reckoning in New York. Very well, Charles nodded in assent. Farewell then. Alex acknowledged with a nod and exited the room. He found Vanessa, who was attempting to engage with a group of mutant children, and directly conveyed his situation to her. After they made a pact for his swift return, he was able to take his leave. The engine of the supercar roared to life, and Alex sped away, heading straight for New York. Vampires, here I come. Chapter 49. Fortis, New York, 10 o'clock at night. The bustling nightlife was just beginning to unfold. Alex, with a sword bag slung over his shoulder, approached a bar. He casually ordered a bottle of red wine at the counter, pouring himself a glass while quietly observing the other patrons within the establishment. This was the hideout where Quinn, believing he had evaded Alex's pursuit, had chosen to conceal himself. The bar was teeming with vampires, accompanied by numerous humans fawning over them in hopes of receiving the coveted embrace they so desired. After careful scrutiny, Alex discerned that there was not a single normal human in sight. By the time he finished the bottle of red wine, it was 11 o'clock, and the number of patrons had doubled. Most were leering at the scantily clad singer in the center of the bar, while others lounged on the sofas, unabashedly indulging in their excess of hormones. A few individuals cast strange glances in Alex's direction. Have you realized I am neither a vampire nor one of the ghouls? Finishing the last sip of wine, Alex slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, a group of strikingly handsome men and women stealthily approached, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. The leader of the group drew near Alex, grinning sinisterly. Well, where did you come from? I've never seen you in this bar before. Unfazed, Alex regarded the group with an impassive demeanor. Ha ha ha. The vampires erupted in laughter at Alex's words, while the nearby ghouls wore expressions of schadenfreude, silently witnessing the unfolding drama. Indeed, we have come to stir trouble, one vampire taunted, as the others displayed their bloodthirsty smiles in unison. I do not seek you out, yet you dare to trouble me. How absurd. Alex's voice seemed ethereal as he lowered his head, obscuring the expression on his face. How foolish. As the last three words escaped his lips, Alex suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes gleaming with a cruciform light before the astonished vampires. Before the vampires could react, Alex swiftly drew a samurai sword from its sheath and, with a decisive swing, unleashed a brilliant arc of light. The swift blade sliced through the air, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. In an instant, the bodies of the vampires were cleaved in half, disintegrating into countless minute particles, entirely absorbed by Alex's annihilating gaze. The sudden, horrific wails echoed throughout the bar, leaving both vampires and halflings in shock as they beheld Alex wielding his blade. The bartender, witnessing the scene up close, momentarily froze before hastily lowering his head to retrieve a firearm from beneath the counter, aiming it at Alex. However, before he could discharge a single bullet, Alex's sword had already preemptively severed his hands, and with a swift motion, he cleaved the bartender in two. The chaos erupted as horrified screams filled the bar, patrons scrambling in disarray toward the front and back exits. Now you wish to flee? Too late. With a cold snort, Alex leaped into the air, his samurai sword transforming into a dense shadow of blades, mercilessly targeting the throngs of frightened souls. The blade carved through the crowd, sending forth a spray of crimson, limbs and bodies flying in every direction, the cacophony of screams blending into a symphony of terror. In a mere moment, the once bustling bar had transformed into a hellish battleground. With formidable physical prowess and a speed rivaling half the speed of sound, Alex became the very embodiment of death, claiming the lives of numerous vampires and halflings with each strike. Soon, not a single vampire or halfling remained alive within the bar. The floor was littered with tattered garments and various trinkets. Under Alex's relentless onslaught, not a single soul managed to escape. They were all annihilated beneath the edge of his sword. If one does not court death, one shall not perish. How could you not comprehend this? Alex harbored no pity for the halflings who fell by his hand. In their pursuit of becoming true vampires, these halflings had undoubtedly aided their sinister kin, some even using their connections to shield the vampires' heinous acts against humanity. For such treachery, Alex vowed to show no mercy. After vanquishing the vampires and the ghoul clan, Alex felt a resurgence of his elven power, his strength having escalated to a staggering near 12 tons, while his speed also saw a significant enhancement. With a flourish, he sheathed his katana into the scabbard strapped to his back and strode purposefully towards the bar's kitchen, arriving at the freezer door. As he swung open the freezer door, an unexpectedly deep and shadowy passage revealed itself. The vampires had evidently exerted considerable effort to conceal their tracks, yet to Alex's keen sight, their attempts were utterly trivial. With a faint smile, he stepped into the corridor. Along the dimly lit walls, bulbs illuminated his path at intervals. After traversing a considerable distance, he reached the end of the passage and entered a small door, finding himself in a narrow, dimly lit room. Inside, there was an extraordinarily corpulent creature, whose size was reminiscent of anything but a human. In comparison, even the most rotund of pigs would seem emaciated. On a nearby table, several laptops were operatively engaged. And to Alex's astonishment, the creature's dexterity on the keyboard surpassed that of even the most elite human hackers by several magnitudes. It was bewildering how such a massive figure could possess such nimble fingers. Upon noticing Alex, the grotesquely overweight vampire abruptly ceased his typing and shouted towards the screen, "Fortis, a human has arrived here. Come to my aid." "What?" A voice, filled with incredulity, emanated from the laptop. Alex turned the camera towards himself, revealing a strikingly handsome yet sinister-looking Caucasian man on the screen. "You are the vampire leader, Fortis," Alex remarked. The man in the image momentarily faltered before regaining his composure. "Human, you know who I am." "Perhaps," Alex replied nonchalantly, shifting his gaze to the rapidly changing screens on the other laptops. "What unsavory dealings are you engaged in?" As he spoke, Alex rested his hand on one of the laptops, aware that with merely a gentle squeeze, he could render it utterly useless. "Hey there, buddy. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, I want to spare you." Fortis's demeanor shifted dramatically upon witnessing Alex's actions. "If you are willing to divulge what you are up to, I might consider refraining from any further action. However, if you persist in merely threatening me, you shall soon discover the dire consequences of your folly." Alex responded with an air of indifference. Fortis, enraged, quickly subdued his fury, contemplating the stakes at hand. With a grim expression, he said, "We are investigating the legend of the Blood God." "What is this Blood God? It sounds formidable," Alex inquired, filled with curiosity. "The Blood God is the most powerful legend of our vampire clan. Not only does he possess immortality, but he also wields extraordinary powers that no other vampire can claim. When the Blood God descends, the entire world shall be conquered by our kind." As he spoke, both Fortis on the other side of the computer and the corpulent vampire beside him wore expressions of fervent excitement. "Humph." Alex scoffed at the tales of the Blood God, yet refrained from mocking them. Instead, he pondered quietly, arriving at a resolution. In light of their earnest cooperation, he would spare their lives this time, hoping that when they next meet, the Blood God they spoke of might indeed save them. With that thought, Alex cast a lingering glance at Fortis before turning to depart. On the other side, Fortis muttered a harsh curse under his breath, then turned to the portly vampire. "Pearl, I will ensure your protection. Listen closely. If you fail to unravel the Blood Goddess secret, you will witness the magnificence of the sun by the seaside." His voice dripped with menace. "You had better heed my warning." With that, Fortis abruptly ended the video call. Gasping at the thought of vampires being scorched by the sun, the rotund Pearl trembled violently, sweat beading on his forehead as he hastened his typing speed nearly twofold. Chapter 50. The Stone Man leaving the bar, Alex strolled along the street, a glimmer of hopeful anticipation gracing his lips. "The Blood God of the vampire clan, please do not let me down." It seemed that the world ahead would be increasingly thrilling. As he contemplated the imminent battle, he felt as though the very blood within him was boiling with excitement. Ever since he had acquired the Eye of the Demon and engaged in a fierce battle with Weapon 11, Alex's perspective had transformed from indifference to an eager yearning for combat. His current mood mirrored that of Kenpachi from Bleach, longing to encounter worthy adversaries and thirsting for battles against the strong. A tranquil existence only bored him, rendering life dull and insipid. It was only through exhilarating combat that he could savor the thrill of life and the power of his abilities. Author's note: in reality, this is merely the manifestation of a typical delusion that arises in those who have recently gained power. As Alex wandered the streets at a pace of several meters per stride, he suddenly spotted an enormous imprint deeply embedded in the asphalt, pointing straight down the road. The imprint indicated that it had come from the direction of Manhattan, New York, and appeared to lead toward Brooklyn, the most populous administrative district in the city. Intriguing. With a sense of exhilaration, Alex licked his lips, lightly pushing off the ground. Unleashing half the speed of sound, approximately 600 to 612 kilometers per hour, and darted after the footprints like a bolt of lightning. In the swift and breathtaking rush, Alex's figure flickered like a ghost, momentarily startling countless lovebirds engaged in clandestine encounters in the alleyways. Soon, Alex arrived in the Brooklyn district, tracing the footprints to a residential area, where the owner of the tracks was furtively concealed beneath a small sapling, peering curiously at a room across the street. On the balcony of that room, a middle-aged woman clad in white pajamas was hastily descending, rushing out of her home. The owner of the footprints, draped in an oversized trench coat and wearing an incongruous large hat, revealed glimpses of skin resembling orange-hued rock through the seams of his clothing. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this individual was not merely a man, but rather a humanoid stone figure. Alex felt a stirring in his heart upon recognizing the figure and discreetly positioned himself on a nearby platform to observe the unfolding events. After a while, the woman in pajamas approached with joy, calling out the stone man's name. Ben. Ben, where are you? I'm here. The stone man revealed his deliberately concealed body. What are you doing hiding here? Why haven't you returned home? The woman asked playfully as she stepped closer. However, upon seeing Ben's current appearance, she gasped in horror and cried out in panic. Ah, you are Ben. How have you become like this? Darling, please don't react this way, he implored. But the sight of his beloved in such distress pierced his heart, and he hurried towards her, hoping to prevent her from retreating further. Unfortunately, his approach only intensified her fear, causing her to flee even faster, nearly being struck by a speeding car as she crossed the road. Ben stood in stunned silence. Watching her depart, the panic etched on her face, inflicting a deeper pain within him than the moment he first realized his transformation. The anguish he felt was profound, more intense and haunting than before. Repeating his beloved's name in a daze, the stone man wandered aimlessly. At that moment, a patrolling officer, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Spotting the unmistakable figure of the stone man, he commanded, "Stop. You there, halt." Startled, Ben snapped back to reality. In his current state, he could only imagine the terror he would instill in an ordinary person. With that thought, he took off, swiftly evading the diligent officer. Such is the fragile nature of love. After the malicious onlookers dispersed, Alex shook his head as he exited the platform. The woman, unwilling to even listen to the reasons behind the stone man's unexpected transformation, truly did not deserve to be associated with the notion of love. This stone man had been married to her, and from her words, it was evident that he had only recently undergone such a change, suggesting he was an individual with superpowers resulting from a genetic mutation. With this thought in mind, Alex unhesitatingly suppressed his speed significantly and swiftly pursued the direction in which the stone man had fled. Soon he caught up with him. Yet Alex had no interest in conversing. Instead, he simply trailed behind the stone man, wandering aimlessly through the streets. It was clear that the stone man was deeply affected by his beloved's reaction, meandering without purpose until he ascended a bridge over the sea and found a place to sit. Did he intend to jump into the ocean and end his life? Upon witnessing this, Alex felt a twinge of surprise. Given the stone man's formidable physique, even a leap from a considerable height would unlikely result in death. Sensing that continuing to observe would yield no further surprises, Alex approached from a distance, effortlessly leaping to the stone man's side, and said, "Hey, buddy, are you planning to jump into the sea? Aren't you afraid of me?" The stone man gazed at the audacious youth who had suddenly appeared before him, astonished that he showed no fear. "Do you think I look frightful?" he inquired. Alex chuckled dismissively, casually sitting beside him. "Isn't it ironic? Just imagine the panic that would ensue if a humanoid stone figure appeared on the streets." "Hey, buddy, you're viewing your situation too tragically." Alex smiled gently, leaning against the metal structure behind him. "The reason for your pessimism is that your understanding of the world is far too limited. You have yet to grasp the reality of this existence." "What do you know?" the stone man bellowed, but then realized that such a display might frighten away the only human brave enough to speak with him, so he quickly lowered his tone. "A normal human encountering a transformation like mine would face unimaginable discrimination and hardships, which is something you, a mere youth yet to step into society, cannot possibly comprehend." "No, I understand completely." Alex's response took the stone man by surprise. "In fact, I not only fully grasp your feelings, but I also possess insights that run deeper than yours." "How could that be?" The stone man made an exaggerated expression of astonishment. "You, a kid who hasn't even graduated high school, what profound insights could you possibly have?" Feigning profundity, Alex replied, "As I mentioned, Your suffering stems from your failure to recognize the true nature of this world. Upon hearing Alex's ambiguous self-assessment once more, the stone man could not help but feel a surge of irritation, prompting him to question loudly, "Very well. Enlighten me about the true nature of the world." "Oh, it seems you are quite indignant." Alex feigned surprise, his tone laced with mock astonishment. "Indeed, unless you clarify your stance, I shall remain skeptical of your words. Furthermore, I may very well take it upon myself to teach you a lesson about the perils of youthful deceit." As he spoke, the stone man deliberately clashed his hands together, producing a resounding crash akin to boulders colliding with great force. What tremendous strength! Hearing the deliberate noise, a chill ran down Alex's spine. The sound of the air being cleaved and the impact suggested a force no less than 5 tons. It appeared that the stone man's abilities were predominantly manifested in strength and resilience. Realizing this, Alex found himself increasingly intrigued by the stone man's prowess. Chapter 51. Terrifying progress at the confluence where the Hudson River diverged, a colossal suspension bridge, a magnificent feat taking over a decade to construct, stood proudly. At either end, elegant and robust Roman arches towered majestically. This was the Brooklyn Bridge. Above the elevated structure, a fierce, biting wind howled, while below, vehicles zipped by, creating a fleeting blur as they raced towards the opposite side. Unbeknownst to those rushing beneath, 2 entities, which could hardly be classified as human, engaged in conversation atop the iron framework of the bridge. "Then tell me, what is the true essence of the world?" The stone man regarded Alex with a hint of irritation, his rocky skin glowing with an orange hue under the interplay of bright lights and moonlight. Seeing is believing. Under the stone man's gaze, Alex smiled softly. "What?" Before the stone man could regain his composure, Alex seized his wrist, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a child, and leaped from the bridge. In a flash, they sped away like the wind, in the whirlwind of motion. The stone man looked at Alex with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. His entire body, composed of rock, weighed several thousand pounds. Yet this seemingly frail Alex had effortlessly lifted him and was running at nearly twice the speed of an ordinary sports car. Had he not experienced it firsthand, the stone man would have deemed such an occurrence utterly fantastical. This fellow truly is extraordinary. If Reed were to meet him, he would undoubtedly be beside himself with excitement to study him. This thought abruptly surfaced in the stone man's mind. Half an hour later, Alex and the stone man arrived at the outskirts of the city, standing before an abandoned factory. Upon entering, Alex gently set the stone man down in the spacious area within. The stone giant stood firmly on the ground, gazing intently at Alex. "Who are you?" "I have told you, the real world has never opened its doors to you." With a nonchalant smile, Alex abruptly advanced, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the stone giant's head. This strike was deliberately restrained, akin to a typical brawl. Even a common thug would easily fend it off, let alone the robust stone giant. Though puzzled by Alex's sudden aggression, the stone giant instinctively raised his arm to block the blow. Upon impact, a resounding crash echoed as the ground beneath them sank several inches, while intricate cracks resembling a spider's web spread out within a 2-meter radius. "Come on, let's have a match." "All right, I'm ready." With these words, the stone giant suppressed his confusion, determined to unleash his pent-up frustration. He roared, launching a massive fist composed of rock, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, aimed ferociously at Alex. Alex sensed the formidable force behind the stone giant's punch. However, rather than retreating, he remained composed and countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The 2 fists collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the ground, which instantly shattered beneath them. A visible gust of wind erupted outward, scattering debris in all directions. According to the logic of an ordinary human, Alex, significantly smaller than the stone giant, should have been sent flying by such a blow. Yet, astonishingly, at the moment of impact, Alex remained steadfast while the stone giant staggered back several steps, leaving deep footprints lined with cracks in the earth. "Your strength must exceed this. Come again." Hearing Alex's challenge, the stone giant felt a flicker of irritation and charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour upon Alex. Undaunted by the stone giant's ferocious onslaught, Alex smiled and met the challenge head-on, engaging in an intense close-quarters battle. Thud, thud, thud. The arena erupted with a continuous cacophony of powerful collisions. Each impact sent tremors through the ground, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Despite the formidable physique of the stone man, whose stature is twice that of Alex. He finds himself at a temporary disadvantage against Alex's nearly 13 tons of strength. However, the Stone Man, being what he is, possesses a terrifying resilience that almost renders him immune to Alex's physical assaults. Perhaps due to the recent acquisition of his powers, his strength is escalating at an extraordinary pace. Initially, both combatants exhibited a strength of approximately 5 tons. Yet, as the Stone Man's might surged, so too did the intensity of their conflict, escalating to 6, 8, and then 10 tons, culminating in the current 12 tons. Remarkably, the Stone Man's progress is astonishingly rapid. At this very moment, while Alex engages the Stone Man with vigor, his inner composure belies the tension he feels. His own physical limit hovers near 13 tons, while the Stone Man's strength is swiftly climbing, now reaching 12.5 tons. At this rate, it won't be long before he eclipses Alex's power. With a thunderous clash, their fists collide, sending both fighters staggering back several paces. This time, the outcome is a draw. A deafening boom reverberates as the ground beneath them sinks half a meter, and swirling air currents erupt like a tornado, tossing debris into the air. The thought of being bested by a newly empowered human is unbearable. Resolving this in his mind, Alex pushes off the ground with ferocity, darting forward like a gale, and appears directly behind the Stone Man. With no mercy, he delivers a crushing blow to the Stone Man's back, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, a nearby factory is reduced to ruins. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Alex acknowledges that while the Stone Man's strength is fearsome and rapidly increasing, his combat experience pales in comparison, allowing Alex to confront him without employing additional tactics. With a resounding crash, the Stone Man clears debris from above and emerges from below, exclaiming with excitement, "Fantastic! Let's go again." He charges at Alex like a tank. The previously despondent Stone Man has not only vented his frustrations, but has also discovered the joy of combat, relishing the experience. "Goodness, you've become addicted to this," Alex thinks. Yet he does not shy away from the challenge. With a sharp exclamation, he charges forward, meeting the Stone Man's fist head-on. The impact is indescribable. Alex's body transforms into a meteor, hurtling backward as his feet carve 2 deep imprints into the earth, each a half-foot deep. In the moment of foreboding, Alex instinctively prepared to dissipate the force of the impending blow. Thus, when confronted with the ferocious punch of the stone giant, he emerged somewhat disheveled, yet unscathed. Nevertheless, the display of strength from the stone giant was sufficient to catch his attention. Goodness, this fellow's power is increasing at an astonishing rate. Just moments ago, when he had sent the stone giant flying, Alex had been acutely aware that the creature's strength was comparable to his own, estimated to be within the range of 12 to 13 tons. However, upon exchanging blows, Alex was taken aback to discover that the stone giant's force had exceeded his own maximum capacity, reaching a staggering 13.5 tons. Was he perhaps following the principle of breaking to rebuild? At that moment, Alex felt a sense of disarray. Chapter 52 draws to a close. Bang! Just as Alex was propelled back several meters by a single punch, the stone giant, newly acquainted with combat, suddenly exerted his legs against the ground. With a thunderous impact, countless fissures erupted beneath him as he propelled himself forward, rapidly pursuing the retreating Alex. In the next instant, his right fist swung like a hammer, striking out with tremendous force. "You learn quite swiftly," Alex remarked, as he absorbed the immense power into the ground, simultaneously executing an elegant leap into the air to deftly evade the stone giant's hammering blow. Boom! The force exceeding 13 tons crashed into the earth, unleashing an indescribable might that shook the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide. "Don't dodge," the stone giant roared in frustration, picking up 2 fist-sized bricks and hurling them towards Alex, who was suspended in midair. 1 ton equates to 2,000 pounds, 2 tons to 4,000. Thus, 13 tons amounts to an astonishing 26,000 pounds. With such overwhelming force, the destructive potential of the 2 bricks surpassed that of ordinary artillery shells by several magnitudes. Any ordinary person struck by them would surely meet a gruesome fate. Yet, in the face of these menacing projectiles, Alex merely chuckled, refraining from a verbal response. He gracefully shifted his body mid-air, effortlessly avoiding the incoming bricks. As Alex descended, the 2 bricks, having traveled several dozen meters, were finally rendered to naught by the friction of the air. This battle was nearing its conclusion. As his feet touched the ground, Alex did not wait for the stone giant to react. He surged forward like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, he appeared behind the stone giant, his right hand lightly pressing against the creature's back. Concurrently, he concentrated the force within himself at a single point, unleashing it with the ferocity of a flood breaching a dam. Heart Moon Flow, no blade, touch. Boom. Caught off guard, the stone giant was abruptly brought to the ground, its violent force causing the earth within a radius of several meters to be riddled with numerous cracks, both large and small. The minuscule fissures were as slender as chopsticks, while the larger ones exceeded half a meter in width, the most significant crack being created by the stone giant's own head. Now you should be subdued, Alex remarked, clapping his hands to shake off the dust that clung to him, and then leisurely gazing down at the stone giant, who was crawling face first in the deep pit. To Alex's surprise, the stone giant did not lose consciousness nor abandon the thrill of battle. Instead, it swiftly pushed itself off the ground and, with remarkable strength, lifted a large concrete slab measuring several meters across, hurling it towards Alex, who stood not far away. Cherry Blossom Moonlight. Observing the enormous concrete block hurtling towards him, Alex, unwilling to engage further with the stone giant, decisively resorted to his elven power, employing a fundamental technique from the divine echo stream. With a resounding thud, the concrete block was cleaved in two by Alex's palm. At that moment, a colossal figure lunged forward, the sound of rushing wind swiftly approaching Alex. It turned out that while the stone giant threw the massive concrete block, it seized the opportunity of being obscured from Alex's view to charge at him unexpectedly. Unfortunately, despite the stone giant's age vastly surpassing Alex's, it lacked the combat experience and timing that Alex possessed by leaps and bounds. What chance did such a rudimentary strategy have against Alex? As the stone giant's eyes gleamed with pride and its enormous fist drew closer, Alex revealed a prepared smile, causing the stone giant to sense impending doom. All martial arts arise from the rising dragon. Receive my Lushan, Rising Dragon Wave, Alex shouted, unleashing a powerful move that reverberated through dimensions, channeling all his strength into a singular point, erupting like a volcano. The potency of the Lushan Rising Dragon Wave was formidable. Even the Bronze Saint, Pegasus Saya, could use this technique to swim against the currents of the Lushan waterfall, and later, even without grasping the seventh sense, he managed to repel the golden-clad Cancer Saint, Dismask, with this extraordinary skill. Thus, when Alex employed this technique against the stone giant, who was merely physically stronger, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. The stone giant, unprepared for such a powerful blow, was sent hurtling away like a meteorite falling from the heavens. Thunderous crashes echoed as it soared into the distance, reverberating through the air. In the distance, the factory buildings collapsed with the force of a bowling ball striking a pin, producing a cacophony of sound. The stone figure morphed into a projectile, reducing two already abandoned structures to rubble, while its own form was entirely obscured by the cascading debris and the clattering walls, vanishing from sight. Surely, this must be the end. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Alex paused, intending to wait for the stone figure to emerge from the heap of clutter before engaging in a more earnest conversation. However, as time passed, he found himself waiting in vain, the ruins remaining eerily silent. Could it be that I have inadvertently ended its life? A wave of unease washed over Alex as he hastily activated his clairvoyance, scrutinizing the wreckage. Soon enough, he discovered the stone figure, already submerged in a state of unconsciousness. It turned out that the force of Alex's strike had rendered the stone figure senseless amidst the destruction of the two factory buildings. Fortunately, its body, composed of rock, possessed formidable resilience. Otherwise, it would have been crushed to death under the heavy debris. What a blunder. Realizing how close he had come to unintentionally causing the stone figure's demise, Alex glanced around nervously. Thankfully, no one was in sight. Otherwise, he would have wished to dig a hole and hide himself. To have inadvertently rendered the very being he sought to persuade unconscious and potentially crushed would surely be the subject of ridicule. I cannot afford such disgrace. Shaking his head vigorously, Alex strode purposefully to the spot where the stone figure lay buried and commenced the urgent task of excavation. While the stone figure's remarkable resistance to impact ensured its safety beneath the clutter, it could not guarantee its survival indefinitely, as it required oxygen to breathe. Standing above the site of the stone figure's entrapment, Alex steadied his breathing, deftly unsheathing his katana from his back, while simultaneously activating his spectral vision technique. Then, With a decisive strike, he unleashed the divine Thunder-S mastery, the rock-slicing sword. With a sharp whoosh, the blade cleaved through the air like a streak of light, its fierce energy bisecting the obstacles before him and clearing a path to reveal the still unconscious stone figure below. Under the enhancement of his spectral vision, Alex had truly become a master swordsman of otherworldly caliber. This sword cut precisely through the debris above the stone figure, exposing it unscathed. Gazing closely at the stone figure, Alex could not help but marvel. Its resilience was remarkable. Even after such a calamity, it bore not a single wound. Consider this the price for your theatrics. Who prompted me to provoke such a formidable being? With a bitter smile and a sigh, Alex stepped forward and hoisted the stone man up, surveying the surroundings. He noted that the factory, long rendered unusable, had been utterly flattened by the aftermath of their fierce battle. No structure stood intact, leaving behind a hefty sum for demolition. The distant wail of police sirens grew louder, likely triggered by the commotion caused by Alex and the stone man's skirmish. They could not linger here. It was best to depart swiftly. With no intention of encountering the authorities, Alex concealed his katana back into its sheath and strode purposefully out into the darkness, carrying the stone man with him. Chapter 53. The Truth in Manhattan, New York. At the Baxter Building, the stone man shot Alex an irritated glance, grumbling about being knocked unconscious during their fight. Such behavior was utterly uncouth and lacking in awareness. All right. As compensation, I did wake you up and bring you here, didn't I? Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. A man who nitpicks is hardly endearing. Alex waved his hand dismissively. At this, the stone man chuckled, albeit with a sardonic edge. Waking a comrade, you say? Pray tell, how does one awaken an unconscious individual with a hand weighing several tons? He leaned his large head closer to Alex, glaring at him menacingly. Ha! Alex turned his head away, laughter tinged with embarrassment. There was no denying the absurdity of the situation he had orchestrated. After departing from the ruins of the abandoned factory with the unconscious stone man, Alex wandered aimlessly down the street, only to realize suddenly that he had no idea where the stone man could find refuge. Moreover, the distance to his home in Flushing was excessively far. By the time he arrived with the stone man, daylight would surely break, and he certainly did not wish to frighten the early risers among his neighbors. Thus, Alex had no choice but to rouse the stone man. However, the latter's resilience was formidable. After gently tapping his face several times to no effect, Alex had no option but to increase the force of his attempts. Ultimately, it was only after applying significant pressure that the stone man began to stir, but unfortunately, Alex, caught in a mechanical rhythm, failed to halt in time, delivering a mighty slap that could easily exceed 10,000 pounds to the newly awakened stone man. The sweat. Thus came the stone man's grievances towards Alex. Let us ascend, shall we? Noting Alex's averted gaze, the stone man fell momentarily silent, leading Alex into the elevator of the Baxter Building and pressing the button for their desired floor. In the opulent elevator, Alex curiously inquired, "What were you doing in such a magnificent building?" The stone man pondered seriously before responding, "Well, I, along with several classmates and friends, was conducting research here. To be honest, the reason I have become like this is due to the solar storm experiment that took place earlier today." I seem to recall something about the solar storm experiment. Upon hearing the stone man's words, an unusual sensation surged within Alex, as if he had heard about it somewhere before. It is only natural that you remember, considering our experiment was extensively reported by numerous newspapers prior to its commencement. A subtle hint of pride tinged the stone man's voice, revealing an ineffable sense of satisfaction regarding the experiment that transformed him. "Oh, I remember now. You are part of Dr. Reed's team." Following the stone man's revelation, Alex suddenly realized why he felt a sense of familiarity. He had indeed read articles about their experiment in the newspapers. Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and the two arrived at their desired floor. Exiting the elevator, they were met with the building's uniform decor. As they ventured further, their vision expanded to reveal an extraordinarily spacious floor that seamlessly blended high-tech experimentation with private living. "Wow, it seems you are quite wealthy to have acquired this place," Alex exclaimed in admiration. "In fact, it is quite the opposite." The stone man, leading the way, explained with a hint of exasperation, "Merely renting this space has drained a significant portion of our funds, and our neighbors constantly complain about the noise. The mayor of Manhattan has also expressed intentions to reclaim this area. To be honest, Even I am uncertain how much longer we can remain here. Huh. Alex sighed in disbelief, reflecting, it truly resonates with the saying, every family has its own difficulties. Even scientists have their own struggles. Reed, Susan, Johnny. The stone man called out the names of 3 individuals, yet none responded. After a prolonged wait, they concluded that there were no others present besides themselves. It appears they are not here at the moment. The stone man shook his head and turned to the corner of the living room where the bar was located. There are chairs over here. Please make yourself comfortable. By the way, would you like something to drink? Perhaps not. Choosing a chair. Alex had initially contemplated a glass of red wine, but upon witnessing the stone man's actions, he promptly abandoned the idea. What was intended to be a simple opening of the bar's glass door turned into a dramatic act as the stone man yanked it open forcefully. Momentarily taken aback, he cautiously reached for a bottle from the refrigerator. Alas, with a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, spilling its contents across the floor. Damn it! The stone man, filled with rage, cursed under his breath, contemplating the idea of grabbing another bottle but hesitating for fear of crushing it. For a moment, he found himself standing in front of the refrigerator, vexed. He had only recently transformed into this form and had yet to familiarize himself with his new body. After a fierce altercation with Alex, his strength had surged to an alarming degree, leaving him even less adept at controlling it than before. Just moments ago, he had nearly sent the refrigerator flying, a consequence of his careful attempt to gauge his strength. There's no need to rush. You simply have yet to master your newfound power. While the stone man seethed in solitude, Alex approached, retrieving the drink the stone man desired and picking up 2 glasses from beside him. Thanks, mate. The stone man expressed his gratitude, and together they returned to the living room to take a seat. Alex poured a glass for the stone man, chuckling as he observed the stone man cautiously handling the glass. Despite his utmost care, the glass was already marred with fine cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment under the stone man's grip. With a loud crack, the glass finally broke. The stone man raised his hands in frustration, ultimately resigning himself to the notion of not attempting to pour another drink. He turned to Alex, inquiring, "Now you must reveal to me the truth about the world you mentioned, right?" "Of course," Alex replied with a gentle smile, pouring himself a glass before continuing. "You see, this world is not solely inhabited by humans and flora and fauna. There exist other beings as well." "You mean to tell me there are aliens?" the stone man retorted humorously. Alex shook his head with amusement, replying earnestly, "Not aliens, but a new breed of humanity." New humanity? Despite his inherently blunt nature, the stone man sensed he was about to hear something extraordinary from Alex, causing his breath to quicken instinctively, due to either natural or artificial causes. The genetic makeup of certain humans has been forcibly altered, endowing them with a myriad of extraordinary abilities, self-healing, teleportation, and the ability to morph their physical forms. Those who possess powers beyond human comprehension are what I refer to as the new humans. By the way, just before I met you, I had just vanquished a horde of vampires. Alex said with a light chuckle. "You mean there are many others like me in this world?" the stone man asked incredulously. "Not exactly," Alex clarified, shaking his head. "Individuals with innate genetic mutations are termed mutants, whereas those whose genes have been altered through experimentation or radiation are accurately referred to as empowered individuals or acquired mutants. Across the globe, the number of mutants is likely no fewer than tens of thousands, while the latter are exceedingly rare. Is everything you say true?" The stone man fixed his gaze on Alex, astonished to learn that so many others shared his plight. It was utterly beyond his understanding. "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" Alex gently sipped his drink and mentioned a school specifically designed to shelter children with extraordinary abilities. "What do you think? Should we take a look?" The stone man was in a state of indecision. Everything Alex spoke of clearly transcended his long-held understanding of the world. If any of this were true, he had truly never witnessed the authentic world. Just contemplate it. Those superheroes frequently featured in newspapers. Could it be that their heroic deeds were merely to save humanity? Surely, no amount of training could enable a mere human to achieve such feats. Alex's light chuckle only deepened the stone man's belief in his words. Becoming a superhero is the dream of every young person. Even the stone man, who had long since crossed into adulthood, still harbored such aspirations. However, he never imagined that when he finally had the chance to embody a superhero, it would be in this grotesque form. Chapter 54. Ben's friends. Just as the stone man was enveloped in astonishment, a handsome man entered, his face alight with surprise as he gazed at the stone man. My goodness, where have you been? I've been searching for you all night. Following closely behind him were a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure, while the man was ruggedly handsome, albeit with an unmistakable roguish air. As the woman stepped forward, she looked at the stone man in shock, exclaiming, Ben, oh my, you're all right. Thank God. Reed, Susan, I apologize for causing you concern. The stone man shrugged, his tone filled with regret. Before he could finish, Reed and Susan rushed to his side, their expressions brimming with emotion. I never expected to see you like this, they said, their hearts heavy, having just received distressing news from the stone man's wife. They believed their dear friend must be suffering immensely and in need of their support and comfort. Thus, they gazed at Ben with sorrowful faces. However, contrary to their expectations, the stone man turned to console them. Guys, this isn't your fault. You need not feel so down. I'm actually doing quite well, truly. Perhaps it was the knowledge that many others faced similar predicaments, or perhaps his recent tussle with Alex had alleviated some of his inner turmoil. But the stone man's mood was not as dismal as Reed and Susan had imagined. In fact, he felt an inexplicable calmness enveloping him. Ben, you astonish me, Susan exclaimed, gazing at him in disbelief at his current composure. How could he remain so serene in light of such a transformation? Rest assured, my friend, Reed said earnestly, meeting Ben's gaze with determination. I will find a way to restore you to your former self. Thank you, my friend. The burly Ben, moved by emotion, attempted to pat Reed on the shoulder, yet hesitated, fearing that he might inadvertently harm him, and thus reluctantly withdrew his hand. At that moment, Johnny, wearing a mischievous grin, approached, surveying Ben from head to toe, and jested, Wow, Ben, look at what you've turned into, a stone man. Hey, if you keep commenting on my appearance, I swear I'll flatten you. The irritable stone man glared at Johnny. His naturally honest and blunt demeanor rarely meshed well with Johnny's frivolity. Hearing what sounded like a taunt, anger surged within him. Had it not been for Johnny's connection as Susan's brother, he would have already demonstrated the strength of his fists. Johnny, Susan admonished her brother sternly. Ben is our friend. Mind your words. Noticing the serious expressions on Susan and Reed's faces, as well as Ben's readiness to retaliate, Johnny shrugged in surrender. All right. I'll be careful. His gaze then shifted to Alex, who was calmly sitting and drinking. Hey, buddy, who are you and how did you end up here? Yes, who are you? Reed and Susan turned to Alex, just realizing his presence. Have you finally noticed that I'm still here? Alex quipped, standing up lightly and smiling at the trio. Hello, I'm Alex, and I suppose I can be considered a friend of Ben. Ben, is he your friend? Reed asked, regarding Ben with curiosity. Upon receiving a nod from Ben, he relaxed and extended a friendly hand to Alex. Hello, I'm Reed Richards, a friend of Ben S. Susan Storm, Johnny Storm. The three greeted Alex and then settled down together. Having relayed Alex's words to them, Ben's friends felt entirely at ease discussing their respective abilities without reservation. Our physical transformations are undoubtedly the result of the cosmic storm experiment. Coupled with what Alex has said, we have reason to believe that the genes within our bodies have been forcibly altered by the storm. If we wish to return to being normal humans, we must address the cosmic storm experiment itself, declared the most knowledgeable among them, Dr. Reed. What does that mean? It means we still have the possibility of becoming human again. Reed, is that true? The carefree Johnny, the solemn Susan, and the astonished Ben all fixed their gazes on Reed, eagerly awaiting his response. I still don't know. Reed shook his head and offered a somewhat disappointing response, stating that he required further research before he could determine whether a reversal was possible. Ben, Susan, and Johnny, I need some time to provide you with an answer. I understand, Reed. Ben, the most severely affected among them, was the first to express understanding towards Reed. I believe I can patiently await the results of your research. Thank you for your consideration. Reed patted Ben's large hand and spoke sincerely. I will do everything in my power to restore you to your former self. Trust me, Ben. You know I have always supported and believed in you. Is there some sort of hidden agenda between these two? Alex mused, observing the striking beauty of Susan sipping coffee nearby. While they neglect such an enchanting woman, these two men are being utterly ridiculous. Unable to contain himself, Johnny turned to Alex and directly inquired, Hey, Alex, could the genetic mutations pose a threat to our lives? Alex pondered for a moment before replying, generally speaking. If the extent of genetic mutation is accompanied by side effects or after effects, it would manifest immediately in your bodies. Conversely, If there are no apparent harms, then the mutations are unlikely to endanger your lives. So, even if we don't revert the genetic changes, it won't be a significant issue? Johnny asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Generally, yes. As Alex answered, he instinctively glanced at Ben across from him. Ben's transformation into a stone being was entirely different from the experiences of the other three. In the team involved in the space storm experiment, Susan could mysteriously vanish and reappear, Reed's body had become elastic like rubber, and Johnny could transform into a blazing inferno. Their abilities, although still unrefined, allowed them to regain their human forms. Yet Ben alone was permanently altered into an orange stone creature. This unjust treatment and experience would undoubtedly inflict significant emotional pain on Ben. Even with Alex's attempts at reassurance, Ben would still grapple with his situation. Alex silently hoped that Reed could assist him. Alex held a considerable fondness for the resilient and highly potential stone man. Had he been in the mood for a serious fight today, he would have gladly engaged with him. However, he understood Ben's desire to revert to humanity. After all, it was undeniably challenging for someone in his current form to gain acceptance. Thus, Alex's feelings at this moment were indeed quite complex. On one hand, he yearns for the stone man to remain in his current form and continue to evolve. On the other hand, he harbors a desire for Ben to fulfill his wish and reclaim his former mundane existence. Caught in this dilemma, Alex ultimately relinquishes the choice to Ben, recognizing that he is the true protagonist of this narrative. Unbeknownst to Alex, who had never held an interest in American comics in his past life, in a world teeming with mutants and superpowered beings, where malevolent villains abound like stars in the sky, Ben is destined to be a stone man for eternity. The bonds with his companions and his concern for vulnerable humanity are chains that will forever tether him to his stone man identity. Chapter 55, Counterattack as Dawn Broke. The city of New York awakened with boundless vitality. Breathing in the fresh morning air, Alex strolled leisurely through a park, feeling invigorated. 20 minutes later, he settled comfortably on a bench, gazing at the sun as it slowly ascended on the horizon. In this moment of solitude, his mind was blissfully blank, and he reveled in the simplicity of the scene. Meanwhile, Ben and his friends remained in the Baxter building, striving to assist Reed with his research. Last night, the pragmatic Reed had begun his studies in earnest to expedite Ben's transformation back into a human, with Ben and Susan offering their utmost support. Only Alex and Johnny, both indifferent to high technology, appeared utterly helpless. Eventually, the exuberant Johnny invited Alex to join him for the extreme motorcycle show scheduled for later that day. However, Alex politely declined, as he was not fond of crowded places. After bidding farewell to Ben and leaving the Baxter building with Johnny, he made his way to the park for a walk. As Alex was on the verge of dozing off in comfort, the gentle sound of a babbling brook suddenly broke the tranquility. His phone was ringing. He retrieved his phone to find it was a call from Charles. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 6 o'clock, prompting him to frown instinctively. Why would he be calling so early? Could something have happened to Vanessa? With that thought in mind, Alex hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Charles, is something wrong with Vanessa? No, don't worry. Vanessa is perfectly fine, Charles's voice reassured him. I called for a different reason. Relieved, Alex leaned back against the bench. What is it you wish to discuss? Do you remember the giant python I mentioned to you previously? You mean the one capable of swallowing 5 elephants in one gulp? I do recall it, primarily due to its immense appetite and size. Indeed, that's the one, the colossal serpent reputed to have the power to obliterate the universe. Upon hearing this, Alex could not help but be taken aback. Could it be that the federal agents had indeed discovered an enormous python? Humanity possesses a plethora of abilities due to genetic mutations. Could it be that serpents, too, have undergone such transformations? However, upon reflection, Alex found this notion quite plausible. Given the increasing destruction of Earth's environment by humankind, it was not entirely unthinkable that 1 or 2 pythons might have experienced genetic mutations or even a reversion to ancestral traits. You would say that because you haven't seen last night's emergency news, came the voice from Alex's phone, revealing Charles's blend of exasperation and jest. Alex, upon hearing Charles's words, was not particularly concerned, but his eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly inquired, So, there truly is such a gigantic python? Indeed, Charles replied, just as we received earlier reports. This python seems to have been pursuing a girl, and Los Angeles is now in utter chaos. Alex exclaimed in disbelief. How could the military be so inept as to be unable to handle a mere python? The situation appeared to be troublesome. This massive python resembled a monster from Korean mythology, impervious to conventional firearms, let alone capable of being killed. The mention of a monster from Korean mythology left a peculiar tone in Alex's voice. The Koreans were notorious for distorting the truth when had such formidable mythical creatures emerged. What did you say? Charles asked, having not quite caught Alex's words and instinctively probing for clarification. Oh, it's nothing, Alex replied, regaining his composure, and then questioned. Why are you telling me all this? It shouldn't concern me, should it? Well, Charles cleared his throat. This python is evidently not something the military can handle casually. If they insist on taking action, Los Angeles would be devastated. Consequently, the relevant federal departments have turned their attention to you. Last night, they sent someone to consult me, suggesting that you should take the lead in resolving the python issue. Why would they consult you regarding my involvement? Alex asked, intrigued. The last time you dismantled the experimental island established in Canada, the Canadian military sought accountability from the U.S. government regarding your actions. I advocated for you under the pretext of rescuing our mutant brethren, leading the government to mistakenly believe you were under my command. Hence, they approached me last night to discuss this matter. Upon hearing this, Alex suddenly understood. No wonder he had not encountered any pursuers from Canada. Charles had leveraged his influence to suppress the issue. He then jested, so that is how it is. I was previously puzzled as to why the Canadian government hadn't sought me out. It turns out you shielded me. I suppose I owe you a thank you. I do not assist you for the sake of your gratitude. By the way, I clarified to them last night that you are not under my command. I believe they will seek you out today, so be prepared, Charles remarked with a smile. Yes, I understand. Now, I must hang up, Alex nodded. Just as he was about to end the call, when a solemn voice from Charles interrupted him. Alex, if you can defeat the Great Python while ensuring your own safety, I hope you will not hesitate to comply with their requests and join them in Los Angeles to confront that serpent. Alex was not unwilling. Rather, he instinctively questioned, why? Please explain your reasoning. Charles replied gravely, Alex, do you know the population of Los Angeles? It is 4.5 million. Listen closely, 4.5 million. If the military and the Great Python truly engage in battle, the destruction of the city is a minor concern. The real tragedy lies in the loss of lives. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. We cannot even fathom. However, if we can avert such a catastrophe, I believe we must take action, do we not? Upon hearing this, Alex fell silent. Charles was indeed correct. If hundreds of thousands were to perish in this disaster, even if Alex did not wield the blade himself, he would forever live with regret. This was not a frivolous outburst of righteousness, nor was it a quest for glory or self-aggrandizement. It was simply a matter of human duty. As an ordinary human, he might feel fortunate not to be in Los Angeles. But as someone capable of preventing such a tragedy, he could not stand idly by. I understand. I know what I must do, came his equally solemn reply. Ending the call, Alex's expression bore a mix of annoyance and amusement. The mythical creature from legends wreaking havoc on American soil. Was this a prelude to Korea's counterattack on the United States? Alex exhaled deeply, placing his phone into the left pocket while resting his sword bag across his lap, leaning back against the bench with slightly squinted eyes. Since the government agents were coming to find him, he might as well take a break and let them come to him. It would also allow him to witness firsthand what American agents were like. With this thought, Alex closed his eyes, pretending to doze off on the bench. As it turned out, American agents were remarkably efficient in their domestic operations. Within 15 minutes, a black sedan swiftly entered the park, halting before Alex. The car door swung open, and two men clad in black trousers and sunglasses stepped out, their expressions cold as they approached Alex. Are you Mr. Alex? Taken aback, Alex realized this was the first time someone had addressed him as Mr. I am Alex. You seek me for the Great Python of Los Angeles. Upon hearing Alex's admission, the two agents could not suppress their delight. One of them exclaimed, I trust you have heard about the Great Python from Mr. Charles. If you are willing to assist, the entire populace of Los Angeles will be eternally grateful to you, Mr. Alex. We implore you, Mr. Alex. Chapter 56, Departure. We beseech you, Mr. Alex. Please accompany us to Los Angeles. The two impeccably dressed agents, exuding an air of cold sophistication, stood before Alex, earnestly requesting his cooperation. Isn't it said that agents are formidable? Could the rumors be erroneous? In his previous life, although Alex held little affection for American comics and cinema, He could not escape the pervasive narratives of American agents depicted in films, often portrayed as arrogant and disdainful. Yet now, witnessing these two agents imploring him, he felt a sense of bewilderment and skepticism, even beginning to doubt if they were genuine or merely imposters. However, Alex was overthinking. The reason these agents displayed such humility in their appeal, rather than issuing commands with an air of authority, was due to their previous encounters. They belonged to a government division specifically tasked with liaising with superheroes. Initially, their demeanor was indeed quite arrogant. But the formidable personalities of the superheroes led to several confrontations where the agents found themselves on the losing end. Thus, they learned to adopt a more respectful posture in the presence of such extraordinary beings, resulting in the scene Alex now observed. Setting aside his confusion and doubt, Alex slung the sword bag over his shoulder and rose, stating, "Let us proceed. I trust you have arranged for transportation." His unexpected willingness took the agents aback momentarily, but they soon regained their composure, exclaiming in delight, "Mr. Alex, you are willing to accompany us. No time for idle chatter. Let us be on our way." Alex replied with impatience. "Yes, yes," the agents responded, bowing slightly in deference. One agent hastily retrieved a communicator and whispered into it, while the other expressed his gratitude, saying, "On behalf of all the citizens of Los Angeles, I thank you, Mr. Alex." Noting the sincerity in the agent's gratitude, which seemed devoid of pretense, Alex inquired, "Are you from Los Angeles?" The agent sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled softly. "Indeed, sir. That explains it. Mr. Alex, the helicopter is en route to this location. We will depart in 5 minutes," announced the other agent responsible for communications. Alex nodded, standing still in quiet anticipation. Before long, a military helicopter approached swiftly from the distance, landing on a nearby clearing before the trio. The gusts generated by its rotors stirred up clouds of dust around them. Passers-by in the park, engaged in leisurely strolls or fitness routines, instinctively covered their mouths and noses, retreating while casting reproachful glances at the three, their gestures filled with indignation. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation, as one of the agents explained. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Alex nodded, and the three proceeded toward the helicopter. The colossal serpent from Los Angeles could emerge at any moment, potentially inflicting unimaginable devastation. Hence, haste was of the essence, rendering these trivialities insignificant. As they drew closer to the helicopter, an unsettling sense of crisis surged within Alex. Without a moment's thought, he activated his heightened awareness, scanning the surroundings. In an instant, 3 high-velocity sniper bullets materialized in his line of sight, slicing through the air with deadly precision, aimed directly at the hearts of him and the 2 agents. "Watch out," Alex exclaimed, gripping the shoulders of the 2 agents and swiftly guiding them to sidestep half a step to the left. Before the startled agent could voice his astonishment, the sharp sounds of bullets striking the ground interrupted him. As seasoned operatives, they immediately recognized that they had become targets for a sniper. "Stay still," Alex cautioned in a hushed tone, raising his gaze towards the direction from which the bullets had come. There, a man wielding a sniper rifle was taking aim from a vehicle 100 meters away. This was Dyer. Observing Alex effortlessly evade the lethal sniper attack, the marksman's expression darkened. In a split second, he instinctively fired at the helicopter's fuel tank, then, without a glance at the outcome, hastily tossed the sniper rifle into the back seat and sped away. At this moment, the trio was not far from the helicopter. If the fuel tank were to explode, they would undoubtedly be caught in the ensuing blast. "Quite decisive, aren't we?" Alex mused with a faint smile, springing forward with a swift motion, his fingertips lightly striking the bullet's tip. In that instant of contact, the sniper bullet ricocheted at several times its original speed, carving a fiery red trail through the air. After soaring nearly 200 meters, it struck the fuel tank of the sniper's vehicle, resulting in a resounding explosion that engulfed both man and machine in a fiery inferno. Fortunately, no other vehicles or pedestrians were nearby, sparing them from harm. 2 agents gazed in astonishment at the explosion that erupted in the distance. Though they could not discern the details of Alex's actions, they could surmise what he had accomplished. Witnessing how effortlessly he could cause a vehicle to detonate from hundreds of meters away filled them with both dread and newfound confidence in their ability to deal with the colossal serpent. After completing this feat, Alex approached with an air of nonchalance. "Let us depart. I am eager to confront that massive serpent in Los Angeles." The 2 agents nodded in agreement, and swiftly boarded the military helicopter, leaving the matter of the explosive sniper to be addressed later with the relevant authorities in New York. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter ascended, swiftly changing its course and racing towards Los Angeles. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in Manhattan, several men and women congregated, some lounging on sofas savoring exquisite red wine, while others stood by the window, looking down at the passers-by below, their lips curling into sardonic smiles. These individuals, seemingly youthful, donned opulent attire adorned with rare and valuable accessories, exuding an air of affluence. Their expressions varied, some radiated confidence, others cruelty, elegance, or composure, each countenance distinct and unerringly captivating. Despite their differences, they were united by a singular organization. According to the latest intelligence, fewer than 3 superheroes could make their way to Los Angeles. "Our objective has been achieved," remarked a man leisurely sipping wine on a sofa. "3 superheroes still remain. Who are they?" inquired a flamboyantly dressed woman, her tone laced with surprise. "Surviving our organization's assassination attempts indicates considerable prowess. I wonder if they will disrupt our plans." The man elegantly savored his wine, brimming with confidence, replied, "There is no need for concern. I have made all necessary preparations. The superheroes heading to Los Angeles are destined for a fate from which few return." "Wow. I hope your preparations will truly prove effective," chimed in a young man dressed in an unconventional style, grinning as he addressed the former with a sarcastic tone. "Humph." The man scoffed lightly, falling silent. "By the way, is that colossal serpent truly as formidable as to threaten the destruction of the entire universe?" The beautiful woman inquired with curiosity. "Ah, my dear lady, do you not yet grasp the nature of these pretenders?" The unconventional youth exclaimed dramatically. "Aside from boasting, they serve no real purpose. The notion of annihilating the universe is laughable. I would wager anything that his grand creation couldn't even devastate half of America." As his words echoed, uproarious laughter erupted among those present. Indeed, they merely engage in grandiloquent speech, devoid of any practical value. No one is willing to partake in this gamble, regardless of whether they can obliterate America, as long as they incur losses and calamities. "Our plan shall be deemed a success." The man on the sofa rose and approached the window, gazing toward the direction of Los Angeles, his eyes flickering with a tempestuous desire to annihilate the world. Ultimately, dominion over the world shall belong to us. Chapter 56. Departure. "I implore you, Mr. Alex, please accompany us to Los Angeles." 2 impeccably dressed agents, exuding an aura of cold elegance, stood before Alex, earnestly beseeching him. Is it not said that agents are exceptionally formidable? Could the rumors be erroneous? In his previous life, despite his lack of affection for American comics and films, he had inevitably absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge regarding cinematic affairs, particularly the portrayal of American agents in Hong Kong cinema, often depicted as arrogant and disdainful, embodying the archetype of the world supreme. Yet now, confronted with these 2 agents who implored him, Alex was engulfed in confusion and skepticism, even beginning to suspect they might be imposters. However, Alex's suspicions were unfounded. The humility displayed by these agents was a reflection of their learned experience. They belonged to a governmental department specifically tasked with liaising with superheroes, and their initial demeanor had indeed been quite haughty. Yet, after several confrontations with superheroes, whose personalities proved far more tenacious, the agents found themselves on the losing end. Consequently, they had learned to adopt a more deferential posture in the presence of individuals of superhero caliber, resulting in the scene Alex now observed. Dismissing his confusion and doubt, Alex slung the sword bag over his shoulder and stood up. "Let us depart. I trust you have made arrangements for transportation." Alex's unexpected acquiescence momentarily stunned the 2 agents, who quickly regained their composure, exclaiming in delight, "Mr. Alex, you are willing to accompany us. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us move swiftly." Alex interjected impatiently, Yes, yes. Of course." The 2 agents bowed their heads in acknowledgement, and one hastily retrieved a communicator, whispering instructions, while the other expressed heartfelt gratitude. "On behalf of all the people of Los Angeles, I thank you, Mr. Alex." Noticing the sincerity in their appreciation, which seemed genuine rather than feigned, Alex could not help but inquire, "Are you from Los Angeles?" The agent sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled softly. "Yes, sir." "No wonder. Mr. Alex, the helicopter is en route and will arrive in 5 minutes. We shall depart shortly," announced the other agent responsible for communications. Alex nodded, standing still and awaiting their arrival. Before long, a military helicopter swiftly approached from the distance, landing on an open space not far from the three individuals. The swirling winds generated by the rotor blades sent dust and debris swirling into the air. Passers-by in the park, who were leisurely strolling or exercising, hastily covered their mouths and noses, retreating to a safe distance while casting disapproving glances at the trio, their fingers gesturing in indignation. In light of the urgency of the situation, one of the agents explained, "We cannot afford to linger." Understanding the gravity of the moment, Alex nodded affirmatively, and the three of them advanced towards the helicopter. The colossal serpent lurking in Los Angeles posed a potential threat, capable of unleashing unimaginable devastation. Thus it was imperative to act swiftly. This minor distraction was utterly inconsequential. As they drew nearer to the helicopter, an unsettling sense of danger surged within Alex. Without a moment's thought, he activated his heightened senses to scan the surroundings. In an instant, 3 high-velocity sniper rounds appeared in his line of sight, slicing through the air with deadly intent, aimed directly at the hearts of him and the 2 agents. "Watch out!" Alex shouted sharply, grasping the shoulders of both agents, urging them to shift leftward in unison. Just then, the sounds of the bullets striking the ground reverberated around them, interrupting the astonished agents' words. Being seasoned operatives, they immediately realized they were under sniper fire. "Stay still," Alex cautioned in a hushed tone, raising his gaze towards the source of the shots. There, a man wielding a sniper rifle was crouched in a vehicle 100 meters away, aiming intently in their direction. This was Dyer. Realizing that Alex had effortlessly evaded the lethal sniper fire, the marksman's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he fired a shot aimed at the helicopter's fuel tank, then swiftly abandoned the scene, not bothering to witness the outcome of his shot. At this moment, the distance between Alex and the helicopter was minimal. Should the fuel tank be ruptured, an explosion would undoubtedly ensnare Alex and his companions in its catastrophic aftermath. "Quite decisive, I see," Alex remarked with a subtle smile, deftly propelling himself forward, appearing in the path of the incoming bullet. With a mere flick of his finger, he lightly struck the bullet's tip. In the instant of contact, the sniper round was propelled back at several times its original speed, slicing through the air and leaving a fiery crimson trail in its wake. After soaring nearly 200 meters, the bullet struck the fuel tank of the sniper's vehicle with precision, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed both the man and his car in a conflagration. Fortunately, there were no other vehicles or pedestrians in the vicinity to bear the brunt of the blast. 2 agents gazed in astonishment at the explosion that erupted in the distance. Though they could not discern the specifics of Alex's actions, they could surmise the nature of his deeds. Witnessing Alex's effortless ability to incite an explosion in a vehicle hundreds of meters away filled them with both fear and newfound confidence in their ability to confront the formidable serpent. After accomplishing his task, Alex approached with an air of nonchalance, exclaiming, "Let us depart. I am eager to meet that great serpent of Los Angeles." The agents nodded in agreement and swiftly boarded the military helicopter, leaving the matter of the sniper responsible for the explosion to be addressed later with the relevant authorities in New York. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter ascended from the ground, swiftly altering its course towards Los Angeles at full speed. Meanwhile, within a lavish hotel in Manhattan, several men and women congregated, some lounging on sofas savoring fine red wine, while others stood by the window, casting disdainful glances at the pedestrians below. These individuals, appearing relatively youthful, adorned themselves in opulent attire, complemented by exquisite limited edition accessories and timepieces, all extravagantly costly. Their expressions varied from confidence to cruelty, elegance to composure, each visage evoking an unsettling sense of foreboding. Despite their stark differences, they were united under the same organization. According to the latest intelligence, fewer than 3 superheroes were capable of reaching Los Angeles, and our objective had been fulfilled, remarked a man leisurely, sipping wine on the sofa. 3 superheroes still remain? Who are they? Inquired a strikingly dressed woman, her tone tinged with surprise. To survive our organization's assassination attempts, they must possess considerable strength. I wonder if they will disrupt our plans. The man elegantly sipped his wine, exuding confidence as he replied, "There is no cause for concern. I have already made the necessary preparations. The superheroes heading to Los Angeles are destined for a fate of life or death." "Wow, I hope your preparations prove effective." chimed in a quirky young man, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Humph. The man merely scoffed, choosing silence thereafter. By the way, is that serpent truly as formidable as claimed? Capable of annihilating the entire universe? The beautiful woman inquired with genuine curiosity. Ah, dear lady, do you still lack understanding of these pretenders? The quirky youth exclaimed dramatically, casting a bewildered glance at her. Aside from boasting, they serve no other purpose. The thought of destroying the universe is laughable. I would wager anything that his grandiose creature could not even obliterate half of America. Laughter erupted among those present at the youth's words. Indeed, they merely engage in grandiloquent rhetoric, serving no purpose beyond that. No one is willing to partake in this gamble. Regardless of their ability to obliterate America, as long as they incur losses and calamities, our plan shall be deemed a success. The man on the sofa rose and approached the window, gazing towards Los Angeles, his eyes shimmering with an almost apocalyptic fervor. Ultimately, it shall be we who dominate the world. Chapter 57, Nick Fury, Los Angeles, noon. A military helicopter soared swiftly above the city, descending towards a spacious venue where several sleek black sedans awaited its arrival. As the helicopter touched down, its rotor blades gradually ceased their whirling motion. From each sedan emerged several burly men, standing resolutely in the open space before the landing zone, braced for action. The hatch opened, and Alex along with 2 agents disembarked. The agents followed closely behind, while Alex was the first to step off the helicopter, discreetly surveying his surroundings. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the creme de la creme of the agency. Their prowess far surpassed that of the soldiers Alex encountered in Canada. Equipped with some of America's unique high-tech weaponry, a single agent could easily take on 6 or 7 soldiers. Dressed in standardized black uniforms, their expressions were icy, exuding an unmistakable aura of professionalism. Leading them was a tall, imposing African-American man, bald and one-eyed, radiating the charisma of a true leader. Even at rest, he commanded attention. In his presence, the surrounding agents appeared as mere shadows, accentuating his formidable stature. Welcome to Los Angeles, Mr. Alex. Perhaps I may address you simply by your name. The one-eyed man approached with a commanding presence, standing before Alex. Sensing the weight of the pressure emanating from his counterpart, Alex merely smiled, unfazed, dismissing the gravity of the situation. No matter how imposing the aura, could it truly obstruct his blade? Of course, it is merely a name for others to use. He chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. It seems you are quite amiable. The one-eyed man, noting that his intimidation had not subdued Alex, bore no trace of surprise on his face. Indeed, Alex's nonchalance seemed to please him further. If he could not even assert his dominance over Alex, how could he possibly contend with the great Python? My name is Nick Fury. You may also refer to me as Nick. During this operation in Los Angeles to expel the great Python, I hope you will heed my command. To assert such authority upon their first encounter, this man's desire for control was rather pronounced. Alex silently scoffed, yet his countenance betrayed no sign of dissent. Had this been a prior occasion, he would have already delivered a punch. However, this time is different. His objective is solely to eliminate the great Python while simultaneously enhancing his elven powers. Moreover, he intends to collaborate with the other party only this once, as a sacrifice for the lives of the 4.5 million inhabitants of Los Angeles. Of course, I am not particularly familiar with Los Angeles, so having you to guide me is certainly no issue, Alex remarked with a composed smile. In response, Nick Fury nodded, regarding Alex with newfound respect. He extended his hand to shake Alex's, expressing gratitude for his understanding and hoping for a pleasant and successful collaboration. Individuals of superhero caliber often develop varying degrees of consciousness due to their immense powers. Alex's willingness to obey commands from someone he has met only once undoubtedly places him above those arrogant superheroes in terms of stature. At that moment, a thought silently emerged in Nick's mind, the desire to recruit Alex into his organization. What do you know about the Great Python? Alex inquired straightforwardly. Nick glanced around before responding, It's not safe to speak here. Let us discuss it in the car. With that, he led Alex toward a sedan. Alex had no objections. He had just prepared to board a helicopter when someone attempted to take his life. It was evident that there were those who did not wish for his presence in Los Angeles. The most likely motive for preventing his arrival was the desire to unleash chaos in the city through the Great Python, ideally resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. This line of thought left him wary of further ambushes. Once inside the vehicle, several cars moved ahead to clear the way for Alex and Nick, while others followed closely, providing a formidable protective escort. Are you concerned about an attack? Alex casually asked, glancing back at the vehicles trailing them. Indeed. Surprisingly, Nick admitted, his expression darkening. To be frank, we invited a total of 20 superheroes, including you. They all agreed. Yet only 3 managed to survive and arrive in Los Angeles. The others, along with our dispatched agents, were assassinated. Alex pondered, instinctively recalling his own assassination attempt. The ability to swiftly eliminate over a dozen superheroes indicated that their adversary was formidable indeed. Do you know who is responsible? He asked. There are numerous organizations capable of such feats, but only our old nemesis, HYDRA, can execute it with such precision. Nick's face darkened, almost dripping with intensity. The atmosphere inside the car became heavy, with the driver daring not to utter a word. Curiosity piqued, Alex asked, "What is HYDRA? Are they powerful?" Nick hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Well, their strength and influence are beyond your imagination. Let us discuss them later. Our primary mission this time is to deal with the great python lurking in this city. The grievances with them shall be settled in due time. Hearing Nick's implication of withholding the identity of their adversary, Alex, though piqued by curiosity, refrained from further inquiry. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of letting the matter rest. Those who dare to trouble him would certainly not be spared. Should Nick choose not to disclose the particulars, Alex would not hesitate to investigate himself. For a hunter, the thrill of the chase surpasses the act of slaying, and he would relish the opportunity to assume the role of a predator. Throughout their journey, Alex and his entourage encountered no hindrances and, after approximately 20 minutes, arrived safely at the makeshift stronghold. Given the pressing concern for the safety of 4.5 million lives in Los Angeles, their schedule was meticulously tight. After a hasty lunch, Nick ushered Alex into the operations conference room. Inside, they were met by 2 men who exuded an air of arrogance. Upon Nick's entrance, they offered no greeting, lazily assessing Alex from their seats. It was evident they were the 2 superheroes who had made it to Los Angeles alive. Here are the details regarding the matter at hand. Peruse them at your leisure, Nick remarked, disregarding the rudeness of the duo. Once Alex had taken his seat, Nick extended a document toward him, which Alex accepted and began to scrutinize intently. His reading ability was exceptional, allowing him to absorb information with remarkable speed. And soon he had finished the document. In summary, it detailed that Ethan, a reporter from GGN, and a girl named Sarah, who worked at a gym, were being pursued by a massive serpent known as Bunaki from North Korean mythology, seeking to transform into a true dragon, a rather tiresome myth. With a look of disdain, Alex cast the document back onto the table. The notion of becoming a true dragon was preposterous. Everyone knew that the sovereign state of North Korea, prior to its division, claimed descent from dragons. Yet it was surprising that a nation so fond of kimchi harbored such rebellious aspirations. Furthermore, it was curious that a mythical serpent from an Eastern culture bore the westernized name Bunaki. Could it be that they were subtly suggesting that Western culture originated from them? Indeed, it was a rather dull myth. But according to our investigations, the serpent was indeed quite substantial, aligning closely with the descriptions found in North Korean lore, Nick noted. And what of the male and female leads in this affair? Have you not detained them? Alex squinted his eyes, casting a somewhat malicious glance at Nick. Regrettably, Nick exhibited no signs of concern, at least not a flicker of emotion gracing his visage. To prevent Bunaki's forces from discovering our presence prematurely, we are merely shadowing them and ensuring their safety. Thus far, Bunaki has been consciously evading human notice, attracting minimal attention. What shall I do? Simply sit here and await the appearance of Bunaki? Alex furrowed his brow. No, certainly not. Nick shook his head. According to our investigations, Bunaki seems to have pinpointed Ethan and his associates' whereabouts, and we can expect significant developments this evening. Thus, we should attempt to make contact tonight and explore the possibility of reconciliation. If a resolution can be reached, so be it. If not, we fear no challenges. In that moment, Nick emanated an aura of authority, embodying the indomitable spirit of a warrior. Chapter 58. A business takeover. The weather tonight is splendid. Standing in the middle of a road at an inopportune time, Alex wistfully remarked on the pleasant weather, casting his gaze toward the 2 men behind him. What do you think? Brother, if you say it's good, then it is undoubtedly good. The weather tonight is delightful. The 2 men, dressed in a cool, fashionable manner, yet bearing bruised faces, nodded eagerly, their expressions filled with obsequious smiles, showing not a hint of defiance toward Alex. Satisfied with his assessment of these two so-called superheroes, Alex turned his attention toward the distant end of the road. The reason these two superheroes harbored such fear of Alex traces back to an earlier encounter. After lunch, Alex had met them in the conference room. For reasons unbeknownst to him, they had the audacity to provoke him following Nick Fury's remarks. Given Alex's notoriously short temper, he could not allow their insolence to go unchecked, and he promptly subdued them. In the end, the two superheroes swore an oath to heed Alex's commands in the future, which was why he decided to relent. As for their presence in the middle of the road at such a late hour, it stemmed from recent news that Bianchi had brazenly revealed himself in the bustling city, leaving a hospital in ruins. Enraged, Nick Fury discarded any notion of reconciliation, demanding that Alex and his team retaliate. Since Bianchi's target was the girl, Sarah, it became imperative for Alex and his team to ensure her safety and eliminate Bianchi. Upon noticing that Alex had ceased to acknowledge them, the two superheroes simultaneously exhaled in relief, exchanging glances that reflected a hint of bitterness and regret. How could they, as superheroes, find themselves in a position where they needed to watch their words out of fear? Yet, the architects of their predicament were none other than themselves, leaving them utterly speechless and without complaints. Who could blame them for their reckless provocation of Alex? Get ready. Stay alert. Yes, brother. Upon hearing Alex's words, two superheroes, clearly much older than Alex, immediately rendered a salute, their posture so precise that it would put many active-duty soldiers to shame. The duo lifted their gazes toward the distant road, but found no vehicles in sight. However, having witnessed Alex's extraordinary abilities, they harbored no audacity to question his words. Thus, they subdued their emotions and patiently awaited what lay ahead. In Alex's view, a yellow sedan was swiftly approaching. "What on earth is that?" exclaimed a hefty man, seemingly oblivious. "I told you it was enormous," Ethan replied, anxiously glancing at the rear of the vehicle. In the back seat sat a beautiful girl named Sarah, equally anxious. A side note, the actress in the film hardly appears to be in her 20s. It's rather unsettling. "You mentioned it was large, but you didn't specify it could swallow an entire car." The hefty man continued to shout at Ethan, before finally recognizing Sarah. "You must be Sarah." Just as Sarah was about to respond, an eccentric old man, dressed in a flamboyant manner, suddenly dashed towards the front of the car, seemingly intent on colliding with it. "Oh my goodness, what is happening? Watch out." In the midst of their panicked cries, the sedan collided with the old man, propelling him several meters forward before he landed with a thud on the road. Strangely, upon impact, the old man's head swiftly transformed, morphing from a human visage into a bizarre, helmet-like structure. Ethan exclaimed in shock, "I've seen him in a dream at Jack's shop. He has one of the Naki. We need to get out of here, quickly." "All right, I heard you." The hefty man, initially inclined to exit the vehicle to assess the situation, immediately abandoned the thought and attempted to restart the car. Unfortunately, the sedan faltered, failing to ignite multiple times at a crucial moment. "Quickly, let us go," Ethan and Sarah urged anxiously, kicking the hefty man from the driver's seat and taking control of the vehicle themselves. Meanwhile, the unfortunate individual who had been struck finally rose to his feet. He swiftly approached the sedan, yanking the tightly shut door open, and then reached in to unceremoniously toss the hefty man out of the car. He then extended his hand towards Sarah in the back seat. "Get away from me, you scoundrel! You wretched fiend!" At that moment, the hefty man and Ethan, who lay sprawled on the ground, both swung their fists at the flamboyant assailant. However, their attacks did not breach his defenses. Instead, they recoiled in pain, their fists reddened from the impact. "Foolish men." The foolish man wore a cold smile, effortlessly waving his hand to send two individuals tumbling to the ground. He then seized Sarah from the back seat of the car, dragging her away. "Mate, are you attempting to steal our business?" At that moment, a flippant voice echoed through the scene. The three individuals present, caught off guard, turned to discover three men, one young and two middle-aged, standing nearby, all wearing amused expressions. Their smiles evoked the image of tourists observing monkeys in a park. One of the middle-aged men pointed at the figure who had been struck by the car and declared, "That girl is the one we seek. If you know what is good for you, release her immediately and surrender." Before he could finish, a sharp slap resounded against his head. It was none other than Alex, the one who had just dealt him a beating. "Boss." The middle-aged man looked at Alex with a hint of grievance, perplexed as to why he was being struck. Even the other middle-aged man appeared equally bewildered, utterly clueless. Upon hearing this, Alex delivered another swift blow, exasperatedly stating, "We are soldiers. He is a thief. A terrorist at that. Why show him any courtesy? Do you really think he will willingly let you take him away to prison? Listen closely, if we are to fight. Do not hesitate. Only the strongest prevail. Understood?" Although the two superheroes harbored some dissent in their hearts, they dared not voice their objections to Alex, and simply nodded in agreement. With a gesture, Alex pointed to one of them, and then to the flamboyantly dressed opponent. "Very well, give him a good thrashing." Yes, the man, already intimidated by Alex, had no choice but to comply. Upon receiving Alex's command, he dashed toward his adversary like the wind. "You dare to act the hero before General Aatrox?" The man shouted in anger, conjuring a sword from thin air to strike at the approaching superhero. The result was a solid punch, sending him flying several meters away. The reason the superhero was so easily overpowered by Alex was not due to a lack of strength on his part, but rather the overwhelming prowess of Alex. He was an enhanced individual, gifted with the ability to instantaneously augment his speed, strength, and reaction time. However, the enhancement could only manifest in a single aspect at a time. For instance, if he increased his speed, his strength could not be simultaneously boosted. Tragically, he encountered Alex, whose abilities in speed, strength, and every other regard far exceeded his own, making his defeat entirely inevitable. However, comparison brings forth distinctions, though he may not triumph over Alex. He certainly proves formidable against the so-called General Aatrox, delivering precise blows that leave his opponent in utter disarray. "You shall await my return," he declares, casting aside the notorious villainous proclamation. In an instant, his form vanishes without a trace, leaving even Alex bewildered as to how he disappeared. Simultaneously, his silhouette materializes in a certain part of Los Angeles. Consumed by the indignities he has suffered, his ire mounts, prompting him to bellow, "Awaken, my warriors." His voice reverberates, sending waves of sound cascading outward, whereupon dark currents of energy surge forth from every direction, converging before the general. Our era has arrived, the great Bunaki. The night in Los Angeles breeds crisis from the shadows. Chapter 59. Preparations for War in an Ancient Korean Myth. Humanity is said to be safeguarded by a serpent race known as the Emogi. Every 500 years, the deities of the upper realm select the most worthy Emogi to bestow upon it a Dragon Ball. Possessing this orb might transform the serpent into a true dragon, endowed with divine powers to bless the earth and ascend to heaven. Yet among the Emogi, one malevolent serpent named Bunaki has long coveted the Dragon Ball, and his ambition has led him to the brink of madness. In a spacious chamber, Sarah, accompanied by Ethan, recounts her restored memories of a past life, along with tales of the great serpent Bunaki. Seated across from her are the solemn faces of Nick Fury, Alex, and his two loyal subordinates. To safeguard the Dragon Ball, the deities resolved to transfer it to the mortal realm. In the midst of Korea's mid-Joseon period, the daughter of a village chief was chosen for this fate. Under the monk's guidance, the chief learned that when his daughter turned 20, she would merge with the Dragon Ball and the chosen Emogi, ushering in 5 centuries of peace for the world. Powerless and enraged, the chief could not defy the will of the gods. Furthermore, the monk dispatched a young warrior to vigilantly guard the chief's daughter until the day of her destiny arrived. However, on the eve of her 20th birthday, the malevolent serpent's Aatrox forces descended upon the village, slaughtering nearly everyone. The monk was gravely injured, and at the pivotal moment, the warrior, unable to abandon the girl he had fallen in love with, leapt into the sea alongside her to escape the serpent's tyranny. As time passed, 500 years later, Bunaki awakened, seeking the Dragon Ball once more, discovering that I am the reincarnation of the chief's daughter, and they come to claim my life. Having narrated the events, Sarah bowed her head and wept. Truly, the myths birthed by the Koreans are rife with tragedy and love. Alex mused silently. As the journalist Ethan comforted her by patting her shoulder, he anxiously observed Nick and his companions. The menace of Bunaki loomed large, and the only way to confront it was to summon the divine python. However, such an action would lead to Sarah's disappearance. Was it possible that Bunaki sought to acquire the Dragon Balls to become a true dragon, necessitating the capture of Sarah, the reincarnation of the Dragon Balls? Thus, the simplest way to defeat Bunaki would be to eliminate Sarah. In doing so, Bunaki would be temporarily deprived of the opportunity to become a true dragon. forced to wait another 500 years. By then, with the advancement of human technology, it would undoubtedly be vanquished. Yet, all of this hinged on Sarah's sacrifice. Upon hearing Ethan's words, Sarah immediately ceased her sobbing, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Nick, the leader. "Do you intend to kill me?" In response, Nick's poker face broke into a strained smile. "Madam, we are national defense personnel. It is our duty to ensure the safety of every citizen in our nation. We would never casually sacrifice any of our people. But why? If not to confront Bunaki directly, would we not simply take you out to resolve the issue swiftly?" Interjected little brother one. "Indeed, we have come specifically to tackle that monstrous beast," added little brother two, eager to contribute. Alex shot a disapproving glare at the two, irritated that they had stolen his thunder. "I'll deal with you later." However, despite the surprise shared by Ethan and Sarah, the seasoned journalist maintained a degree of vigilance. "But why? If you can easily resolve the crisis by killing Sarah, do you insist on confronting Bunaki head-on? With our current technological capabilities, it would be a formidable challenge, especially given its formidable subordinates. Are you suggesting that we should kill Miss Sarah?" Nick retorted. Ethan quickly shook his head, offering an awkward smile. "No, of course not. I am merely curious, as the gap between us and them is quite significant. It's the instinct of a journalist." Nick nodded in understanding and then stated earnestly, "I have always believed that each generation bears a responsibility and obligation that should not be passed on to the next. Since we have encountered Bunaki in our time, it is our duty to resolve it." "You underestimate humanity," Alex chimed in with a light laugh. "If it and its Aatrox forces decide to show themselves, we will obliterate them completely." Ethan glanced at Alex, skepticism evident as he curled his lip in disbelief, deeming the younger man as merely boasting. Nevertheless, he wisely refrained from disparaging Alex. Should Nick and his team be swayed by his words and turn to eliminate Sarah, the situation would become dire. Alex, unperturbed by Ethan's evident distrust, merely smiled lightly, dismissing the need to engage further. After all, a combat power of 5 was hardly worthy of his concern. "Miss Sarah, could you elaborate on the situation regarding the Aatrox forces? We need to strategize our response to the enemy's capabilities," Nick inquired, turning to Sarah, who had ceased her weeping. "Certainly," Sarah replied, taking a moment to contemplate. "The Aatrox army predominantly consists of ferocious monstrous beings, slow-moving yet colossal beasts, swift and agile dragon riders, impervious ironclad warriors, and soaring serpents that glide effortlessly through the skies. Their numbers are staggering, and coupled with Bunaki, they could easily obliterate a small nation in a remarkably short span of time." A gasp escaped the lips of those present as they absorbed Sarah's words. Nick's expression shifted dramatically, and even the audacious Alex was taken aback. The saying "a single fist cannot contend against 4 hands" rang true, despite Alex's confidence in one-on-one combat. The sheer scale and formidable composition of the Aatrox forces, along with the unknown magnitude of Bunaki, posed a dire threat to the world. It was conceivable that after this battle, Los Angeles could vanish entirely from the global map. "Is it impossible to contact other superheroes?" One of the younger members ventured to ask Nick. "Not feasible." Nick shook his head in resignation. "Many superheroes have opted to conceal their identities, and we cannot reach them in such a short time. Moreover, there are clandestine organizations working to thwart our efforts, and they will undoubtedly obstruct our actions. Thus, we may have no choice but to rely on military assistance." Despite their reluctance, the two younger superheroes understood the gravity of the situation. When they had expressed their willingness to come to Los Angeles, they had faced fierce opposition. Had it not been for their quick reflexes and formidable abilities, they might have found themselves in the morgue by now. Given Alex's connections, the only allies he could think of were Charles and the Thing. Deadpool and the Punisher were mere mortals and would be of little use. However, Charles, due to his physical limitations, was preoccupied with caring for the young mutants at his school and could not be here. As for the Thing, having just acquired his powers, he was embroiled in an internal conflict regarding his transformation back to human form, leaving him with neither the time nor the energy for this crisis. Furthermore, his conspicuous size would make him an easy target for enemy snipers. If he were to fall, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, Alex concluded that his network of relationships would prove ineffectual. "We have no alternative but to draw the battlefield to a remote valley outside Los Angeles. It is uninhabited, providing us the opportunity to confront Bunaki and his forces effectively." Nick stood, approaching the wall adorned with a map of the surrounding area. indicating a valley adjacent to Los Angeles, and outlined their operational intentions. Therefore, we must escort Miss Sarah to the valley first, otherwise, Bianchi and his minions will not reveal themselves. You cannot do this. It is far too perilous. Ethan protested, rising to voice his objections. However, Alex and Nick entirely disregarded his protests and continued to deliberate their battle strategy. Let us three take responsibility for safeguarding Sarah's safety. Once we lure out the Bianchi, we shall retreat and coordinate with military firepower to annihilate them, Alex proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Nick nodded. That seems reasonable. The Bianchi's target is Miss Sarah. Only she can compel them to act recklessly and seize without regard for danger. Wait a moment. Isn't this plan overly perilous? The second subordinate interjected, pointing at himself and the first subordinate. We lack the prowess to emerge unscathed from a sea of foes. Moreover, we must protect an ordinary woman. I doubt even our formidable leader can guarantee success. Indeed, both Nick and Alex fixed their dangerous gazes upon the two. If you're afraid of dying, just say so. Why drag me into this? The first subordinate, quick to seize the moment, thumped his chest and feigned a spirited demeanor. Fear not, boss. I shall not be a hindrance. For the world, for America, for the 4.5 million citizens of Los Angeles, I vow not to flee in cowardice. I too shall not falter. I swear by my father's name. Upon witnessing his teammate's defection, the second subordinate swiftly altered his demeanor. Very well, it is decided. We three shall protect Miss Sarah and draw out the Bianchi. Ultimately, Alex made the decision, and Nick expressed his agreement. Chapter 60. A sniper encounter on the highway from Los Angeles to the suburban valley. A sleek black sedan sped along. Inside the vehicle, there were 5 passengers, including the driver, Ethan. Driven by a fervent love, Ethan insisted on accompanying Sarah, declaring he would remain by her side even at the cost of his life. Thus, Alex and the others had no choice but to acquiesce. Alex occupied the front passenger seat, cradling his sword bag, while his newly appointed subordinate sat in the back, with Sarah, the pivotal figure of this operation, positioned between them. At that moment, Sarah gazed out the window, her face etched with worry and fear, as the others failed to soothe her unease. The second subordinate cautiously turned to Alex. Hey, boss, may I ask you something? What is it? Do you truly have confidence in your ability to protect Miss Sarah amidst the onslaught of ironclad warriors, dragon knights, flying cobras, and the beast army? Upon hearing this, the attention of all in the car shifted to Alex, eagerly awaiting his response. Since Alex possessed the greatest strength among them, his confidence was directly tied to the safety of the others. Sensing their tension and anticipation, Alex feigned an enigmatic smile and replied, You know, what I fear most is not a multitude of adversaries. The more foes there are, the stronger I become. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Alex with delight, and the 2 younger superheroes exclaimed with excitement. So, Chief, you are not afraid of any group battles at all. Alex laughed heartily, patting his sword bag. Of course. What is there to fear? Given enough time, I alone can vanquish them all with just my sword. Truly worthy of being the chief. The 2 young companions gazed at Alex with sincere admiration, their eyes filled with respect. When they were beaten up, Alex had not even drawn his sword, which implied that they were not even worthy of provoking him to draw it. Although this realization initially made them uncomfortable in the present moment, it was an entirely different story. The stronger Alex became, the more secure they felt. If possible, they would wish for Alex to be powerful enough to pierce the heavens. With Alex's strength as their backing, the atmosphere inside the car noticeably lightened, and a warmth returned that starkly contrasted with the previous tension. As the car sped along the street in silence, suddenly, Alex felt a surge of anxiety. Upon instinctively activating his clairvoyance technique, he clearly saw an armor-piercing round hurtling towards their vehicle at an alarming speed, aimed directly at the fuel tank. Once again, someone sought to obstruct me. Almost simultaneously with the discovery of the round, a cold smile crept across Alex's face. He reached into the car's coin box and retrieved a coin, flicking it out the window. Boom. A faint explosive sound resonated as the coin shot out at supersonic speed, creating a distinct ballistic trajectory as it tore through the air, colliding with the armor-piercing round mid-flight. What was that sound? The metallic clang echoed within the car, startling the others. Upon witnessing Alex's actions, the 2 younger companions quickly realized they were under sniper fire again. Damn it, how did they know our plans? The first junior companion growled. Their operational plan and route had been finalized with Nick. If the individuals in the car were not playing with their lives, then someone at Nick's end had leaked information. As this realization dawned, both Alex and the two companions felt a deep-seated rage. Knowing that their tormentors were intent on harming the innocent in Los Angeles, such nefarious puppeteers were utterly despicable. Once this is over, I will eradicate you completely, Alex vowed fiercely. Chief, don't forget about me. I'll join you in taking them down, declared the first junior companion. And me as well, chimed in the second. Both were resolute in their desire to eliminate those who dared to bring them trouble, fully intent on avenging the injustices they faced. We'll deal with this after it's all over. Alex cast a glance at the visibly anxious Sarah and Ethan, yet refrained from offering them any words of comfort. Instead, he reached into the coin box and gathered all the coins in his hand. Just drive your car. I will handle whatever comes our way. Upon hearing Alex's words, an inexplicable surge of trust welled up within Ethan, prompting him to nod in agreement. He then fixed his gaze ahead, fully concentrating on maneuvering the vehicle. As anticipated by Alex, the hidden sniper, frustrated by his failure to hit the target, took another shot. The intended targets included the car's fuel tank, the driver Ethan, and even Alex himself. However, Alex was well prepared. He calmly deflected the bullets with the coins, leaving the sniper in utter disbelief. With Alex's interference, the sniper's attempts were rendered futile, and under Ethan's unwavering focus, the car sped away from the street towards the suburbs. Damn it, the mission has failed. The sniper seethed as he watched the car slip out of his range through the scope. He begrudgingly stowed away his sniper rifle and activated his communicator. Captain, the mission has failed. The opponents are too formidable. Understood. Return to base. Others will handle the situation from here, came the captain's response. Roger that. Following the captain's orders, the sniper carefully secured his weapon and blended into the bustling crowd. After waiting for a while, without any further bullets flying their way, Alex let out a slight sigh of relief. He glanced into the distance. The sniper had vanished without a trace. The adversary was willing to expose a spy at Nick's location to impede him, indicating that their tactics were far from over. Remaining vigilant, Alex expanded his observational range, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a suspicious figure approximately 300 meters ahead. A muscular black man appeared to be standing there casually, beside a luxurious red sports car, occasionally casting glances in Alex's direction. The audacity to confront him directly suggested that this opponent was of superhero caliber. Retrieving his gaze, Alex turned to his first subordinate. Not far ahead stands a robust black man. He is likely the instigator of this wave of attacks. You will go down and intercept him while we continue forward. Understood. The first subordinate readily agreed. To prevent any carelessness that could lead to their downfall, Alex solemnly cautioned. Remember, if you cannot overpower the opponent, flee towards our destination. We are not far from the combat zone, and with your speed dedicated to escape, you will surely manage to evade him. The first subordinate, under the watchful eyes of the others, looked at Alex with exasperation. Boss, I am a superhero too. Could you at least grant me a modicum of respect? In the blink of an eye, they traversed the 300 meters, swiftly arriving beside the imposing figure of the black man. At that moment, the imposing African-American man spotted the rapidly approaching target, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his leg and struck the luxury car before him. With a resounding crash, the vehicle soared into the air, hurtling towards the passing cars of Alex and his companions. A foe of sheer strength, how delightful. Witnessing this, the first subordinate grinned widely, swung open the car door, and leaped out, delivering a powerful punch to the undercarriage of the airborne vehicle. With a loud thud, he sent it hurtling back along its original trajectory. The first subordinate's ability lay in the singular enhancement of a specific physical attribute. After augmenting his strength, his punch bore the force of 6 or 7 tons, making it effortless to send a car flying. Seeing that the target's speed remained unchanged, the muscular man was consumed with rage. He grasped a nearby lamppost and yanked it from the ground, preparing to hurl it like a javelin. However, at that moment, the car struck back, having been sent flying by the first subordinate. Cursing under his breath, he swept the lamppost towards the approaching vehicle. The lamppost collided with the car, the immense force causing it to veer off course and crash into a nearby greenery, while the lamppost in the man's grasp twisted under the impact. I am your adversary, Behemoth, the first subordinate declared as he lunged toward the muscular man. Prepare to be struck so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. The African-American man discarded the mangled lamppost and engaged in combat with the charging subordinate. Chapter 61. The battle commences in Los Angeles. The command center buzzed with urgency. Nick Fury tirelessly dialed numbers, connecting with prominent figures such as the mayor of Los Angeles, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, and a major general from a specific task force. As Nick relayed his directives, the perimeter of Los Angeles was immediately secured by prepped police personnel. Roads leading to the valley were closed off, while the Air Force and Army swiftly assembled, encircling the combat zone. Hundreds of armored tanks and armed helicopters stood ready, alongside thousands of soldiers armed to the teeth, poised for action. Finally, the arrangements are complete. Nick sighed in relief after concluding his calls. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to his aides. By the way, have Alex and the others reached the designated location yet? Not yet, came the response. Frowning at this news, Nick inquired, "What's the delay?" They departed an hour and a half ago. Why haven't they arrived at the operation site? According to reports, they encountered an interception. A superhero is currently engaged in combat with the adversary in the outskirts of Los Angeles, and Alex and his team are still en route to the valley. How far is the battle site from the designated location? Nick pressed further. After a moment's contemplation, the aide pointed to a display screen on the wall. This is the location of the confrontation, approximately 4 kilometers from the operation site. The distance is not great. It appears they are nearing their destination. Director, should we rush to provide support? No need. After a moment of contemplation, Nick solemnly regarded the man before him. Phil Coulson, I am entrusting you with a task that you must accomplish. Speak, Director Fury, the man named Phil Coulson replied, his demeanor shifting to one of focused attentiveness. While we engage in combat with Bianchi, I need you to discreetly investigate who has been leaking intelligence from our agency. I must know their identities. Nick spoke with palpable resentment. During the previous operation to rescue superheroes in Los Angeles, he not only suffered substantial losses of elite agents, but also mourned the deaths of several superheroes. A devastating blow indeed. Nick had always directed his gaze outward, believing the enemy lay hidden in the external world, oblivious to the dangers lurking right beneath his nose, where spies had infiltrated his organization without his knowledge. This represented a profound irony for a man in charge of intelligence, and indeed, for the entire intelligence community. The slap in the face was resounding. One must ponder, how could a man as arrogant as Nick ever humble himself? I understand, Director, Phil Coulson replied. Moreover, the only ones capable of such a feat are our old adversaries. Exercise caution during your investigation. Nick cautioned. I will be vigilant. Coulson nodded before departing to commence his inquiry. How audacious they are, to extend their tendrils even here. Watching Phil Coulson's retreating figure, a cold smirk flitted across Nick's lips. Phil Coulson possessed formidable organizational skills and action-oriented capabilities. He was one of the few Level 8 agents in the agency, a paragon among American operatives, with exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities. Coulson was sure to uncover the traitors lurking within the organization, which gave Nick considerable reassurance. His only concern was that Coulson was merely an ordinary man, lacking effective means and capabilities to protect himself in a world rife with supervillains. He hoped Coulson would exercise utmost caution. Meanwhile, Alex's right-hand man, John Smith, was embroiled in an intense battle with the formidable Black Brute, a confrontation that had reached a fever pitch. One, a superhero capable of enhancing a singular physical attribute, and the other, a supervillain who augmented strength, endurance, and reaction speed. This clash was destined to be fiercely contested, with fists and feet flying. The air was charged with the fervor of male rivalry, each delivering blows that echoed with raw energy. With a resounding crash, the collision of fists reverberated through the solid pavement, creating deep fissures, while visible gusts of wind surged forth in all directions. The supervillain, Frenzy, staggered back a few steps, leaving imprints upon the asphalt with each retreat. His enhancement of abilities bore a striking resemblance to that of John Smith. However, while John's augmentation focused solely on strength, Frenzy's enhancements were comprehensive. In a direct confrontation of might, he would undoubtedly fall short against John. Yet, his swiftness and reflexes surpassed those of John, rendering him not entirely outmatched. Damn it! Frenzy cursed under his breath, charging once more towards John. This time, he had learned from his previous encounter and refrained from engaging John in a contest of strength. Instead, he leveraged his speed to dart behind John, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, Frenzy's figure vanished from John's sight, and his extensive combat experience immediately informed him of the impending attack from behind. Without hesitation, he executed a powerful leap forward. With a whoosh, Frenzy's punch met only air, creating a mere ripple in the atmosphere. Almost immediately, John pivoted to pursue Frenzy. But the latter had already exploited his speed advantage, reappearing behind him. With a resounding thud, John was propelled forward as if struck by a vehicle. Having failed to evade Frenzy's blow, which landed with considerable force, the ground beneath John crumpled into a depression, fissures radiating outward from the impact. While John lay sprawled on the ground, disoriented and covered in dust. Fortunately, his ability to enhance his strength correspondingly bolstered his resilience, or else that singular punch would have left him incapacitated for years. Spitting out the debris he had inadvertently swallowed, Frenzy shook his head, invigorated, and swiftly rose to his feet. His battle with John was far from over. With a triumphant grin, he cracked his knuckles and gazed at John with a smug expression. "You see, my friend, you are no match for me. Do yourself a favor and flee. Arrogant fool, defeat me first," John retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Frenzy. "This is a consequence of your own choices, my friend," Frenzy replied, bearing a gruesome smile. In the next moment, his speed surged dramatically, and he appeared before John, delivering a swift kick. However, John, now prepared, swiftly crossed his arms defensively across his chest, intercepting Frenzy's right foot. With a resounding impact, an immense force erupted from their clash, sending John sliding backward several meters, leaving deep grooves in the solid pavement. Nevertheless, thanks to his arm's defense, the kick failed to inflict any harm on John whatsoever. Rubbing his arms together to regain composure, John steeled himself for yet another round with Frenzy. Despite Frenzy's superior speed and reflexes, John's resolve to fight remained unshaken. Once, Alex had dealt a significant blow to him, yet at this moment, the berserker was more formidable and swifter. There was no reason for him to flee in fear. Meanwhile, Alex and his companion's vehicle approached the designated combat zone. While not far off, in another valley, the general who had once been sent fleeing by Alex's right-hand man, John, now stood resolutely before a row of armored warriors, delivering a rousing pre-battle speech. "We must acquire the dragon pearl that resides with the girl. We have awaited 5 centuries for this chance to alter our destinies. Failure is not an option, absolutely not. We must seize that girl and place her upon the altar, allowing the Bunaki to transform and ascend. Our Bunaki shall dominate the world." Cheers erupted from the ranks of the armored soldiers, their voices rising in unison, a resounding chorus that stirred the general's blood and ignited his spirit. "Dragon Squadron, locate that girl." No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of winged, bipedal lizards, each several meters in length, burst forth from the nearby cave, soaring skyward with fierce roars. Chapter 62. Telekinesis. While John engaged in a fierce battle with the berserker, Alex found himself in dire straits. Bang! Although the air ahead seemed transparent, Ethan's vehicle collided as if it had struck an iron wall, the immense force crumpling the front half into a heap of twisted metal. The occupants were thrown forward violently. Had it not been for Alex and his second-in-command's timely intervention, Ethan and Sarah would have surely perished instantly. To make matters worse, the vehicle, unable to withstand such a brutal impact, was on the verge of explosion in Alex's keen vision. "Get out!" Alex shouted urgently, yanking Ethan's seatbelt free, and, almost simultaneously, he and his second-in-command kicked open the doors, pulling Ethan and Sarah with them as they leaped from the vehicle. Just as they cleared the car, it erupted in a violent explosion. An immense roar echoed as flames enveloped the vehicle, the shockwave scattering debris in every direction, creating a world engulfed in fire for several meters around. Had Ethan and Sarah remained inside, they would have certainly met a gruesome fate, first crushed by the impact and then obliterated by the explosion. Fortunately, thanks to Alex and his second-in-command's protection, they emerged with only pale faces and cold limbs from the shock, unscathed otherwise. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you." Ethan, still shaken, gazed at Alex, as the events unfolded with alarming suddenness, leaving him utterly unprepared. The abrupt collision had rendered his mind blank, and by the time he regained his composure, he found himself pulled from the car by Alex, just moments before it erupted in flames. This rapid sequence of events bewildered him, leaving him grappling to comprehend what had transpired. "Brother," the second-in-command said nervously, watching Alex intently. "There is no doubt about it. This is telekinesis. It appears we have drawn someone's attention." Alex scanned the surroundings carefully, a grave expression overtaking his features. Telekinesis, often referred to as psychokinesis or mind power, is the ability to influence the movement of objects through mental focus. During a visit to Charles's school, he had heard of the myriad abilities possessed by mutants. Yet the capacity to cause such an incident with a moving vehicle was a hallmark of telekinesis, common yet notoriously difficult to master. This ability amalgamates convenience, speed, and stealth, making it one of the most formidable forces to contend with. However, every advantage bears its drawbacks. Telekinesis, while potent, inherently possesses limitations that cannot be overlooked. According to Charles, the strength of telekinetic ability is innate and cannot be augmented through practice. Some mutants may only manage to bend a teaspoon with their minds, while those with greater power can twist a steel rod of a few centimeters in diameter. Conversely, causing a car to meet such a fate indicates that the adversary is a highly skilled telekinetic. Faced with such a master of assassination, Alex knew he had to exercise caution. Yet, it was not fear of the foe that troubled him. Rather, he was deeply concerned for Sarah's safety. If she were to perish, Bunaki and his minions would remain hidden for another 500 years, a scenario neither Alex nor Nick wished to witness. They had exerted immense effort and energy to eliminate Bunaki entirely. Failure due to Sarah's demise would render their previous endeavors utterly futile. Leave that girl to me. Under the watchful eyes of Alex and his companions, a blonde woman materialized from thin air, her icy gaze fixed intently on Sarah, disregarding the others entirely. Concealing her form with telekinesis, her strength was evident to Alex. What do you intend to do? Ethan interjected, shielding Sarah protectively. I believe we should discuss this. You wouldn't want millions in Los Angeles to fall victim to Bunaki, would you? Regrettably, that is precisely the outcome we desire, the blonde retorted with a chilling smile. Her cold, heartless words rendered Sarah and Ethan speechless, their disbelief palpable as they exchanged incredulous glances, never having anticipated the existence of such a ruthless individual. Then you shall perish here. Suddenly, the second subordinate let out a furious roar, his body swelling dramatically, solid muscles expanding to double his size. The specially crafted attire clung tightly to his skin, outlining the ever-changing contours of his physique. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering giant, nearly 4 meters tall. This extraordinary enlargement was the essence of Arsen's power. By inflating his physique, he proportionally enhanced his defense, offense, and reflexes. His size multiplied, augmenting his capabilities tenfold. Theoretically, the larger his form, the stronger his abilities. However, it must be noted that he could not expand indefinitely due to practical constraints. Die! Arsen bellowed as he charged toward the blonde woman. With each stride, he deliberately stomped the ground, his weight and force creating shockwaves that reverberated through the earth. The surrounding terrain trembled, wild grasses and flowers swayed violently in response, and the blonde woman gazed at him in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Arsen leaped high into the air, descending like a divine warrior, his fist poised to strike the woman's head with the force of a colossal hammer. The momentum was terrifying, the air whistling around his fist as it sliced through, generating a visible gust that whipped the woman's golden hair into disarray. This woman is unexpectedly beautiful. Upon catching a glimpse of her features, Arsen's focus momentarily wavered, but he quickly regained his composure, his fist descending mercilessly. The foe intent on wreaking havoc upon the citizens of Los Angeles could not be spared. With his body expanded, Arsen's physical prowess was now tenfold that of his previous self. Coupled with his imposing height, his presence was formidable beyond imagination. One punch from him carried a force of at least 2,000 pounds, equating to a ton of power. Should it connect with a mere human skull, it would shatter like an egg thrown against a stone. Foolish. As Arsen charged forward, the blonde woman remained utterly unperturbed. With a low utterance, an invisible wave surged forth from her, radiating with astonishing speed. Bang! Arsen felt as if his fist had struck an impenetrable sheet of tempered glass. An indescribable pain coursing through his hand as he widened his eyes in shock. To his disbelief, his punch had not struck the blonde woman's head. Instead, it was halted mere inches from her, unable to advance even a centimeter further. Witnessing this, Sarah and Ethan were nearly paralyzed with fear. Oh, God. She can actually block the giantess punch. A woman. Alex squinted, realizing that Arsen was indeed a dim-witted fool. A person capable of withstanding a speeding car could surely withstand a punch weighing merely a ton. It seemed that rigorous training was imperative for him moving forward. Get out of my way. At that moment, the blonde woman let out a piercing shout, an unseen force unexpectedly heavy, striking S.H.I.E.L.D with the ferocity of a colossal hammer. With a thunderous crash, S.H.I.E.L.D was propelled backward, ultimately colliding with a street lamp behind Alex and the others. The tremendous force warped the lamp into a C shape. And then another surge of power erupted, resembling a cannonball unleashed, striking S.H.I.E.L.D with relentless force, sending both him and the street lamp flying 5 meters away. Despite enduring 2 telekinetic assaults, S.H.I.E.L.D suffered minimal harm. However, his abilities were now exhausted, and in an instant, his body shrank back to its normal size. Oh heavens! Ethan and Sarah were paralyzed with fear, trembling as they hid behind Alex, lacking even the courage to glance again at the blonde woman. She looked triumphantly at Alex, exclaiming, "Did you witness that? This is my power. If your intelligence exceeds 80, you should know how to choose wisely." Observing the confident blonde, Alex suddenly smiled. "My little brother has been so thoroughly beaten. As the elder, I cannot simply stand by." Chapter 63, Encounter. "You have seen my strength, and yet you dare to resist? Have you lost your mind?" The blonde woman regarded Alex with a hint of surprise, astonished by his audacity to challenge her. Alex chuckled softly. Confidence is commendable, but excessive confidence can lead to arrogance. Die. Upon hearing Alex's words, rage flickered across the blonde's face as she extended her index finger, pointing menacingly at him. Telekinesis. Full force. Boom. Waves of invisible ripples surged through the air, rapidly advancing towards Alex as if a massive tank were barreling straight at him. The solid asphalt crumbled beneath the weight of the unseen force, spreading towards Alex's feet with a velocity rivaling that of a speeding bullet. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Alex's reactions were swift. Concealed within his right hand was a coin, which he launched with 10 tons of force. Under such tremendous power, the coin soared at nearly 3 times the speed of sound, a true embodiment of thunderous motion and lightning swiftness. As the coin was propelled, a beam of orange light sliced through the air like a laser, its might capable of gouging the concrete surface it traversed. Following this, with a resounding boom, a fierce gale erupted, the sheer force of the residual wind surpassing that of an ordinary adept. Boom. In the moment when the frenzy of coins clashed with psychokinesis, the air erupted with a thunderous roar, a violent collision of the tangible and the intangible, unleashing unimaginable shockwaves. The turbulent currents of air lifted fragments of the shattered ground, sending earth and stones flying like cannonballs, and the entwined forms of Ethan and Sarah were hurled away by the force. Smoke and dust engulfed the sky, obscuring the sun. Amidst the thick haze, the blonde woman was propelled backwards as if struck by a vehicle, a mouthful of blood spewing into the air. Damn! How could he be so formidable? In the recent skirmish, her fully unleashed psychokinesis was pierced by the coin, and the relentless offensive bore down upon her. Had she not foreseen the impending danger and conjured several robust defensive barriers of psychokinetic energy before her, she would have undoubtedly been impaled by the coin, meeting her demise. Let's go? Realizing she was no match for Alex, the blonde woman made a swift decision. Without waiting for her body to hit the ground, she summoned a massive wave of psychokinetic energy to envelop herself, forcibly propelling her away in flight. Trying to escape? Alex sneered, casually gripping another coin, ready to flick it forth, when a sudden rush of wind, accompanied by searing heat, pierced his ears. Furrowing his brow, Alex abandoned the thought of intercepting the blonde woman, leaping instead to the side of the groaning Ethan and Sarah, lifting them and placing them next to Yazan. Boom. A blazing orange fireball struck the very spot where Alex had just stood, the incredible heat and flames erupting forth, creating a 1-meter-wide crater in the asphalt beneath. It was the flying python, the aerial forces under Buniki, signaling that Buniki was on his way. Glancing up at the source of the incoming fireball, both Sarah and Ethan's expressions shifted dramatically. Hundreds of flying bipedal lizards had appeared in the sky, densely packed and hovering ominously above them, their cold, merciless gazes fixated on the group, revealing sharp fangs aimed directly at everyone below except for Sarah. There was no doubt. The fireballs had been launched from their gaping maws. So many of them. Before he could fully grasp the extent of Alex's power, Yazan was paralyzed by the sight before him. Given his current condition, a single volley from the adversaries could easily turn him to char. "We must retreat immediately," Sarah stammered. "No, we are still too close to Los Angeles. If we turn back here, Buniki and his forces will certainly launch an attack on Los Angeles, resulting in catastrophic casualties, Alex responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ethan furiously pointed at the flying pythons above, exclaiming, "Are you insane? Amidst the multitude of flying pythons, do you think you can handle them? In my opinion, we should swiftly retreat to Los Angeles and let them ravage the city." Alex cast a cold glance at Ethan, while Yazan's gaze beside him was equally menacing, as if he would tear Ethan apart should he dare utter another word. Feeling the chill emanating from Yazan and Alex's eyes, Ethan's heart froze, and he found himself at a loss for words, unable to express even a single syllable in his desire to flee this place. "Boss, what shall we do now?" Yazan inquired. Hearing this, Alex weighed his options and asked, "Are you still capable of moving?" "Absolutely. Although I may not be at my peak, I can still muster a 5-fold increase in strength. I will not be a burden to you, boss," Yazan proclaimed with bravado, thumping his chest. Previously, when Alex had defeated him, he had merely submitted outwardly while secretly plotting revenge. However, after witnessing the blonde woman who had sent him flying being effortlessly subdued by Alex, he relinquished thoughts of retaliation and sincerely admired him, willingly becoming his subordinate. "That's good. Listen to my orders and head to the designated location as planned. I will hold off the flying python squad while you run ahead," Alex decisively commanded, casting a glance at the python troops. "Boss, can you withstand them?" Yazan asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Rest assured," Alex replied confidently with a smile. "These flying pythons are merely an appetizer. They are not formidable enough to render me powerless. Just keep running." "All right, I trust you, boss," Yazan exclaimed. Me too. Seeing the unwavering confidence radiating from Alex and Yazan, Sarah was inspired and decided to go all out. Following her lead, Ethan also expressed his willingness to fight with all his might. Alex nodded, retrieved his sunglasses from his pocket, and discreetly switched to annihilation mode. After preparing himself, he lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the flying pythons were impatiently swooping down, their gaping maws wide open, descending upon Alex and his companions like a torrential storm. "Run!" With a single command, Yazan, Sarah, and Ethan surged forward, while Alex maintained a steady pace behind them, vigilantly guarding against the impending onslaught of the flying pythons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon seeing Alex and the others flee, the python squad immediately launched their assault, hurling dozens of fiery projectiles from above, hurtling toward their position. Sarah and Ethan could not contain their screams upon hearing the whistling sound overhead. "Do not stop, keep running." Alex let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed on the 3 fireballs that would converge upon their quartet. With a flick of his wrist, he forcefully hurled the last 3 coins. And after a resounding series of explosions, the fireballs were shattered on the spot. But that was not the end. The relentless coins surged forward, their orange glow instantaneously obliterating 3 flying pythons. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds echoed as the fallen carcasses of the pythons crashed to the ground, creating 3 deep craters. Their remains then disintegrated into a torrent of minute particles, merging into Alex's eyes and transforming into pure ethereal energy. The moment this energy entered Alex's gaze, a jolt surged through his body, simultaneously enhancing his physical strength and energy reserves. Meanwhile, Nick Fury observed this scene from the monitor. "Director, the adversaries have mobilized. Should we commence our attack?" one of his subordinates inquired. "Not yet," Nick replied. "Alex is right. Their current location is still too close to Los Angeles. We shall wait until they venture farther before we strike." He instructed also, "Inform our soldiers that no attacks should be made within 30 meters of any area where the monitor signals are received. That is where Alex is positioned." "Understood." His subordinate nodded and swiftly began to make the necessary calls. Chapter 64, Mobilization Boom. The sound of fists colliding resonated like thunder, leaving the ground within a 30-meter radius ravaged and in disarray from the violent shockwaves. Ha! The 2 combatants, after a fierce exchange, stood 2 meters apart, panting heavily as they gazed at one another. John and the berserker locked eyes, their abilities and stamina severely drained, leaving them standing only by sheer will after delivering their last powerful blow. "Never have I encountered such a tenacious opponent. You have my respect," the burly man remarked, eyeing John, who continued to stand firm against him. "You're not so bad yourself," John retorted. The adage of fighting breeds understanding rang true, as their prolonged battle had fostered a mutual recognition even a budding camaraderie between them. Why are you intent on obstructing us? John asked earnestly, fixing his gaze on the berserker. Don't tell me you're unaware of what will happen to Los Angeles if you succeed. The berserker chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming teeth. I do not concern myself with the fate of Los Angeles. What I care about is disrupting your plans. You scoundrel. John gritted his teeth. Someone once called me that. Do you know what became of him? The berserker looked at John with a sinister gleam. Continuing without waiting for a response, he perished. I shattered every bone in his body, and he wailed for over half an hour before he succumbed. You wretched fiend. Remember, you may also meet a similar fate. With those words, the berserker cast a glance at John, then turned away, striding off with deliberate slowness. In the spot he left behind, a blonde woman stood vivaciously awaiting his arrival. Observing the berserker's departure, John could not restrain himself from stepping forward to pursue him. However, with a resounding crash, the moment he took a step and uttered a word, it felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him head-on, sending him tumbling backward for several meters. Thud! As he came to a halt, writhing on the ground, John immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing violently. You've broken 2 of my ribs, you bastard. When we meet again, I shall certainly fulfill my promise to eliminate you. The berserker's voice echoed from afar. Remember my name. Berserker, the man destined to end your life. Who knows who will ultimately prevail? John retorted defiantly, enduring the pain in his chest. Ha! Upon hearing John's reply, both the berserker and the blonde woman exchanged indifferent smiles, dismissing his bravado. They then continued on their path toward Los Angeles. Gasp! Just as John attempted to rise, the movement aggravated his injury, causing him to draw a sharp breath. Forget about aiding the boss. I can hardly manage to return to Los Angeles. This is troublesome. Meanwhile, Alex and his companions were progressing remarkably well. Under Alex's full-speed guidance, despite the numerous flying pythons and their relentless fireball assaults, not a single strike managed to harm Asen and his companions, who were focused solely on moving forward. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs relentlessly struck the ground around the trio, creating explosive craters and showering them with flying debris. In this critical moment, the 3 could afford no distractions. They simply followed Alex's lead, entrusting their safety to him. Naturally, Alex did not disappoint them. With the enhancement of his Annihilation Eye, his speed was now nearly supersonic. When he unleashed his full power, an ordinary person could scarcely perceive his movements. His silhouette flickered in and out of existence as he appeared between the fireballs and the flying pythons rushing toward them, effortlessly shattering fireballs with a palm strike and dispatching pythons with a punch, swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pythons vanquished by Alex disintegrated into countless minuscule particles, which spiraled rapidly into his Annihilation Eye. Upon entering Alex's eyes, a fraction of these particles transformed into an intangible force, surging through his internal organs and permeating his limbs. These intangible forces permeated Alex's body, swiftly integrating and augmenting his physical form, while simultaneously amplifying the spirit energy within him. What a thrilling sensation! As his body instinctively absorbed these particles, Alex couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To his delight, he discovered that the spirit energy contained within these flying pythons surpassed that of the vampires, who lacked the legendary prowess of Yore by several folds, filling him with immense joy. Upon deeper reflection, Alex deduced the underlying reason for this phenomenon. These flying pythons were directly associated with the mythological entity Bunaki from Korean folklore. In other words, their attributes were far more aligned with the Annihilation Eye's required spirit energy than those of the supernatural vampires. Moreover, due to relentless breeding and extensive hunting by vampire slayers, the vampires had long since lost the glory of their ancestors, rendering them inferior in spirit energy compared to these flying pythons, an unfortunate reality. With a resounding thud, a fireball aimed at Ethan's head was effortlessly shattered by Alex, the searing flames dispersing without singeing a single thread of his clothing. Seizing the opportunity while Alex blocked the fireball, a flying python lunged downwards, its talons aimed at Sarah's shoulders, the gust from its wings nearly propelling Ethan away. Leave her be. Suddenly, Alex materialized in front of the python's claws, unleashing a titanic force with a swift strike directly to its forehead. The sound of a light crack echoed as the python's head shattered like a watermelon dropped from a great height, blood and brain matter shooting backward like arrows. Having accomplished this, Alex vanished once more, darting around the trio to extinguish every fireball and flying python that threatened them, ensuring their safety. A torrent of minute particles surged into Alex's eyes, a continuous stream of power being absorbed and rapidly integrated into his being. As this ceaseless energy flowed in, Alex's internal organs were fortified. His cells, bones, muscles, organs, and brain were all undergoing enhancement. Even his sensory faculties were rapidly improving. He could distinctly perceive the dust dancing in the air, the sensation of air currents brushing against his body, the faint sounds reaching his ears, and the peculiar scents wafting into his nose, all vividly indicating that his sensory functions had been elevated to a level comparable to that of a typical adept. With the demise of each flying python, Alex's body underwent relentless fortification, growing ever more formidable. Though outwardly unchanged, Alex could distinctly sense that each strike he delivered now wielded an astounding weight of at least 16 tons. His physique has become increasingly supple, robust, and resilient. Although it harbors unparalleled explosive power and strength, such attributes are entirely concealed from outward appearance. Without the need for first-hand experience, Alex can ascertain that he is now impervious to bullets, even when fired from close range. Moreover, the enhancement of his body continues unabated. When he next encounters the Stone Man, he is determined to unleash his strength upon him. While contemplating matters entirely irrelevant to the current battlefield situation, Alex remains vigilant in safeguarding the safety of Yazan and his companions. Everything occurring on the battlefield is being transmitted flawlessly to the large screens in the Operational Command Center in Los Angeles. When Alex casually seizes a flying python and wields it as a weapon to swat away 2 other flying pythons and several fireballs, Nick Fury is left astounded. Others are equally astonished, with the military representatives present standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes fixated on Alex's actions on the screen, seemingly deep in thought. "Director, they have arrived at the operational site," one of Nick's subordinates suddenly announces. After a moment of surprise, Nick swiftly regains his composure and gives the order. "All right. Notify all units. The operation commences." Meanwhile, the armored general gazes in delight at the flying python before him, exclaiming, "The Dragon Ball is not far from us. Excellent. The moment to alter our fate has finally arrived. Let us proceed." Chapter 65. The Arrival of Bunaki Honk. Honk. What is the holdup? Why are we still not being allowed through? I have deliveries to make. The road leading from Los Angeles to an undisclosed location is choked with a long line of vehicles. The cacophony of horns and the irate shouts of drivers leaning out of their windows create an incessant clamor. "I apologize, but all routes through the suburban valley area are now closed. You'll need to take a detour," states the traffic officer at the end of the line to the irate driver at the front. "Closed? Why didn't you announce this earlier? You wait until I need to visit my ailing father before shutting down the road. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me?" the bearded driver retorts, growing ever more disgruntled. The good-natured officer can only offer a resigned smile. According to their protocol, any road closures should be announced the day before via television or radio. However, this closure has been abrupt, and they received the order only upon arriving at work today. "Clear the barriers. I'm running out of time." "Exactly. Let us pass." The drivers collectively berate the traffic officer, with some impolite individuals resorting to vulgar insults directed at the officer's female relatives, inciting a wave of irritation in the already patient officer. He cast a fierce glare at the detestable drivers, then pointed dismissively to a spot not far behind him. "Your words are futile. Do you not see? They are the primary force blocking the road. Even if I were to grant you passage, do you truly believe they would allow you to pass?" The drivers turned to look in the direction indicated by the officer, and an immediate silence enveloped them. Their attention had been fixated on the officer in front, rendering them oblivious to the presence of others standing a short distance behind him. Upon closer inspection, their indignation evaporated. 2 robust men stood quietly, clad in formidable tactical combat attire, with communication devices at their ears and sharp weapons in hand, unmistakably signaling to the drivers that they were elite members of a special forces unit. What astonished them further was the insignia they bore, an eagle grasping a rifle and a harpoon, encircled by an anchor. This was the emblem of the Navy SEALs. As one of America's most revered military divisions and among the world's top 10 special forces, the Navy SEALs hold a pivotal role in the hearts of American citizens. Nearly every American is aware that the primary mission of the SEALs is to confront external adversaries. Thus, Their conspicuous presence among civilians signifies that they are engaged in counterterrorism operations, encompassing direct actions against terror activities and preventive measures to safeguard citizens and military personnel. Hey, buddy. The previously belligerent drivers, who had been vocally berating the officer, now donned a sycophantic demeanor as they gazed at him. Are you here for a mission in the valley? Do tell. Please, enlighten us. The officer, harboring thoughts of disdain for their earlier arrogance, merely shot them a contemptuous glance, showing no intention to answer their queries. In truth, he was just as oblivious to the specifics of the situation. A similar scene unfolded on all roads traversing the valley, as the illogical actions of local governments drew the attention of local newspapers and media outlets, prompting journalists to spring into action with fervor. In no time, officials from various government branches found themselves besieged by reporters, with the mobile phones of department heads in Los Angeles nearly overwhelmed by incessant calls. However, the pressing concerns of these officials bore no relevance to Alex, who was wholly engrossed in a fierce battle with the fearless Python unit. At this moment, Sarah and her companions had already arrived at their designated operational position, having distanced themselves sufficiently from Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, situated in the command center far away in Los Angeles, commenced mobilizing the troops. Concurrently, the nefarious forces under Bernanke received reports from the Python unit and began their aggressive advance towards Alex and his team. As the battles with the flying Python troops intensified, Alex found himself slaying an increasing number of these creatures. With each victory, the magical energy he absorbed, both for his own enhancement and the fortification of his physical form, grew substantially. In a remarkably short span of time, his internal strength surged from a formidable 16 tons to an astonishing 25 tons. This augmentation continued to escalate in tandem with Alex's relentless combat. However, this influx of power was not without its drawbacks. The excessive enhancement rendered Alex's mastery over his own abilities akin to the rudimentary stage he experienced upon the awakening of his ocular powers. The most straightforward consequence of this was that executing the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike became increasingly arduous. In fact, he had reached a point where he could no longer perform the technique at all. With a resounding thud, a single punch from him obliterated a flying python that had swooped down from the sky, propelling its carcass several meters away with an astonishing force of several tens of thousands of pounds. Incredible. He is truly human. The leader is indeed astonishingly powerful. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, Ethan, Sarah, and Yazan gazed at Alex with expressions brimming with excitement, the first two harboring boundless confidence in him. Yet, the very Alex who had caused such a spectacle was far from elated. The excessive surge of power severely hampered his control over his own strength. Otherwise, that punch would have reduced the flying python to mere fragments. If Bernanke were to appear at this moment, it would spell considerable trouble for me. Just as this thought crossed Alex's mind, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the nearby valley. Hiss, approaching with a thunderous crash. A small hill was flattened in an instant by a dark shadow, which swept through the air with a howling wind towards Alex. This massive creature, adorned with dark, scaly skin, bore a pair of menacing eyes locked onto Alex and his companions, its gaping maw wide open as the python Bernanke lunged forward. Goodness! Does it have to choose such a moment? Alex exclaimed in frustration, swiftly extending his right hand to grasp the tail of a nearby flying python. With all his might, he swung it around and hurled it towards Bernanke's enormous mouth. Before his ambush could connect, Bernanke was unexpectedly struck by the flying python, its head recoiling with a resounding thud. You three, get away from me, Alex urged Yazan and the others. I will hold off Bernanke until our reinforcements arrive. Then I'll ensure your safe departure. Be careful, boss, Yazan replied, swiftly pulling Ethan and Sarah close as he harnessed 5 times his usual strength to dash away to safety. As they distanced themselves from the Grim Reaper, Alex, the flying serpents that had only dared to hover in the air immediately swooped down, launching scorching fireballs towards Asen. Simultaneously, they descended with alarming speed. Their sharp claws aimed viciously at Asen's chest and abdomen, seemingly intent on eviscerating him. Yet, one must not forget, I am here. With a light chuckle, Alex stomped his foot on the ground, causing countless fragments of stone to be violently propelled into the air. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a series of powerful kicks, sending the airborne debris hurtling towards the descending serpents. A cacophony of sounds erupted as dozens of dark silhouettes shot towards the attacking serpents. Regrettably, Due to a significant decline in his control over power, Alex's kick obliterated half of the fragments, while many of the remaining pieces fell harmlessly into the void, with only a scant few striking 2 or 3 unfortunate serpents. The barrage from the other serpents, however, remained unabated. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D reacted swiftly. In a moment of peril, he leapt forward, clutching 2 individuals, narrowly evading the fate of disembowelment. Chapter 66. The Rhythm of Destruction. The grand battle commenced. Whoosh! Dozens of military helicopters and bombers ascended from various locations, racing towards the mountainous regions on the outskirts of Los Angeles, while armored tanks and special forces mobilized on the ground. The air was filled with the sound of chaos as the Air Force clashed with the serpents circling above. Fiery projectiles and small missiles exchanged in a fierce exchange. Amidst the thunderous roars, serpent corpses and aircraft wreckage plummeted from the sky. However, in the grand scheme, the fallen serpent bodies were more numerous and densely packed, as the Air Force ultimately relied on their sharp weaponry and superior striking capabilities to gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, the commanders on the ground remained transfixed, gazing at the serpents in the sky. Is this the aerial force of Bunaki's serpent army? It seems we must re-evaluate Bunaki's strength. Nick's expression grew slightly grave. Suddenly, a related personnel shouted in a panic, his face ashen as he stood frozen, pointing at the screen ahead, unable to utter a word. What is happening? Nick's heart raced. Bunaki's forces have emerged, and they are advancing towards the combat zone. His flat, emotionless words sent a tremor through the hearts of the commanders present. Display the satellite imagery, Nick commanded coolly, his demeanor and reaction exuding the essence of a seasoned warrior hardened by battle. In the expansive display ahead, the valley region adjacent to Los Angeles has been meticulously standardized. Within the image, armored soldiers wielding swords and daggers form a circular encirclement around the area where Alex is situated. Towering above, a battalion of monstrous beasts advances with heavy footsteps, while in the forefront, dragon riders astride creatures resembling tyrannosaurs prepare for confrontation. Calming his racing thoughts, Nick inquired, "What is the current status?" Approximately 200 dragon riders serve as the vanguard, followed by over 100 beasts, with thousands of armored soldiers providing support from the rear. At their current pace, the dragon riders are poised to encounter Alex and his group within 5 minutes. Additionally, satellite imagery has captured aerial activity, revealing that the flying serpents are engaged with the Air Force, rendering them incapable of aiding the ground battle. The analyst trembled. How many troops have we mobilized this time? Nick clenched his fists, forcefully suppressing his body's involuntary reactions. This battle could be deemed the greatest crisis the agency has faced. Around 500 special operations soldiers, 50 armored tanks, and a total of 40 aircraft, including helicopters and bombers. Moreover, there are hundreds of police officers from Los Angeles assisting with logistics. We had not anticipated such a formidable military assault, and the information received from Miss Sarah was far from comprehensive. At this point, the analyst's body and mind quivered with apprehension. The 500 special operations troops will likely be obliterated upon their first encounter with the enemy. Though Nick's demeanor appeared calm, his palms were slick with cold perspiration. The combination of special operations forces, formidable air support, and tanks could facilitate a significant engagement. However, facing an adversary impervious to blades and bullets, peril was unavoidable. Chaos erupted within the command room. Silence, Nick bellowed in anger, regaining control of the situation as the panicked personnel gradually settled down. How many weapons do we possess? I mean, tank shells and Air Force missiles, Nick pressed, anxiety creeping into his voice. We have ample ammunition, capable of saturating the battlefield for an entire day, the analyst responded. Understanding Nick's intent, his spirits lifted slightly. Preparations in other areas are also robust. If necessary, other cities and military districts can swiftly provide logistical support, sufficient to match their firepower. Excellent. Once the enemy forces enter range, all armored tanks shall initiate a concentrated bombardment. The special operations troops will be tasked with safeguarding the tanks and supplying ammunition. Inform nearby cities and military districts to request support, particularly in terms of ammunition and air power, to ensure our resources are abundant. As Nick spoke, he made his way toward the exit. You intend to join the fight? The analyst exclaimed incredulously. Why not? I, Nick Fury, am precisely suited for this role. He replied with a smile. You are the commander of this operation. Why would you risk your life on the front lines? You cannot fathom the danger involved. The analyst's expression was one of astonishment. Upon hearing this, Nick paused momentarily before swiftly resuming his stride. When the populace we are sworn to protect faces peril, we must be the first to charge forward. What distinguishes a leader from a soldier? Indeed, the commanding officers present nodded in agreement, smiling. And aside from a few indispensable communicators, everyone followed Nick, hastening toward the front lines of battle. Very well, it is time for us to demonstrate our capabilities. The analyst exchanged knowing smiles with a few remaining colleagues before plunging into their intricate tasks. Meanwhile, the events unfolding here remained unaffected by the situation across the valley, where anticipated occurrences quietly took shape. Within the valley, the dragon riders, armed with razor-sharp weapons, advanced with swift precision, their gazes devoid of emotion, resembling a horde of mere automatons. The most terrifying of combat instruments lay concealed, as the snipers nestled in the mountains awaited in silence, aware that their quarry would soon present itself. The precision rifles poised before them also lay in wait, anticipating the moment to unleash their fury. In the rear, armored tanks progressed with deliberate slowness, hindered by the rugged terrain and the necessity to maintain distance, given their lack of self-defense capabilities in close combat. Meanwhile, Alex found himself the focus of Bunaki's attention. The seemingly diminutive Alex made a formidable display, provoking Bunaki's pride. In a single gulp, Bunaki swallowed the unfortunate flying python whole, then swung its elongated body with force, resembling a rapidly advancing wall, barreling toward Alex. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as Bunaki passed, shattering earth and stone, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and chaos. Damn beast, just because you're larger doesn't mean I fear you, Alex shouted, exerting tremendous force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to yield, forming two massive craters. The recoil propelled his body into the air, soaring 30 feet, effortlessly evading Bunaki's sweeping attack. In a fluid motion, he seized a flying python that passed nearby, securing it firmly upon his back. Glancing down, Alex noticed that Yazin and the others had already distanced themselves from Bunaki's attack range, racing toward a military helicopter that had lowered a rope ladder. With the cooperation of the helicopter and bombers, they successfully boarded the aircraft, soaring toward Los Angeles. Sensing their safety, Alex breathed a sigh of relief. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the flying python beneath Alex's feet suddenly twisted in midair, attempting to throw him off its back to his demise. However, Alex had already anticipated this maneuver, firmly grasping the skin on its back with his left hand, standing steadfast without even a quiver. The python's efforts were utterly futile. Disobedient, indeed. Observing the creature's relentless rolling, trying to dislodge him, Alex felt a flicker of irritation. He cautiously calibrated his strength and delivered a punch to its head. Yet, despite his careful control, the force behind that blow was formidable enough to launch a small car weighing around 2 tons into the air. Bang! The python's head was struck with the same ferocity one would expect from a seasoned pugilist, rendering it momentarily dazed. After rolling forward for several meters, it finally forgot to flap its wings due to its disorientation, plummeting like a bird with broken wings from a height of over 100 meters. As the ground rushed up to meet him, Alex couldn't help but curse. What a reckless endeavor. Chapter 67. The New Eye Technique Hiss. A thunderous roar erupted as a shadow shot upward, resembling a dragon or serpent, its massive body almost unbelievable as it lunged at the helicopter hovering above. Inside the helicopter sat its long-awaited target, Sarah. After 500 years of anticipation. Fire. A bomber aircraft, tasked with covering the military helicopter's retreat, sped forward. The pilot, quick-witted and agile, launched 2 small missiles at the ascending Bunaki. Boom, boom. The twin explosions resonated almost simultaneously, followed by a resounding crash, as the unparalleled force of the blast sent Bunaki crashing from the sky. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area, rocks shattered, and the spot where Bunaki was struck turned charred, leaving one to wonder the extent of its injuries. With a successful strike, the pilot refrained from taking unnecessary risks, executing a graceful maneuver to veer away, smirking, "My aim is impeccable. You must be feeling that." Hiss. Bunaki let out a furious roar, its body expanding, causing the ground around to tremble and crack, its gaze fixed menacingly on the rapidly retreating bomber. A dragon has its scales. Touch them and invoke its wrath, and it shall retaliate. A pseudo-dragon is still a dragon. Do not mistake volume for strength. skillfully navigating the bomber to evade the onslaught of flying pythons. The pilot adeptly pulled the control stick, executing a flawless spin to avoid several whizzing fireballs. Just as he was basking in his triumph, Bunaki suddenly sprang into action, darting forward at an astonishing speed, its tail snapping like a steel whip, striking the bomber with a resounding crash. In an instant, the aircraft, along with its pilot, was engulfed in flames. Hissing with satisfaction, Bunaki then turned its attention to the military helicopter carrying Sarah, pursuing it with remarkable swiftness, surpassing even the helicopter's flight. In a mere moment, it had positioned itself beneath the helicopter, opening its jaws wide, and, with a fierce inhale, drew the helicopter down from the sky. Jump now. Realizing the peril, Yazin and the others swiftly leaped from the opposite side of the helicopter with the pilot's assistance. Their decision to parachute in the midst of the aerial skirmish with the Air Force was undeniably hazardous. A misstep could lead to instant obliteration by fireballs or small missiles. Yet, if they were to plummet to the ground with the helicopter, waiting below was Bunaki, ready to seize them. There would be little hope for them then. All aboard the helicopter leaped into action, a flurry of white parachutes blossoming against the sky. Observing this, Bunaki immediately ceased its assault on the helicopter and fixated its gaze upon the drifting parachutes, swiftly searching for Sarah's presence. Once it pinpointed her location, it would be able to snatch her up in one swift motion. Transforming into a dragon was within reach. Hey, if you don't wake up soon, you'll plummet to your demise. Alex, smoothing his tousled golden hair from the gusts of wind, delivered another slap to the flying python's head. Unfortunately, it seemed utterly unresponsive, as if truly unconscious. The creature was hurtling towards the embrace of the earth from over 100 meters high. TSK, useless creature. After another couple of slaps yielded no change, Alex glanced at the rapidly approaching ground, furrowing his brow as he prepared to leap from the python's back. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Alex's eyes, accompanied by a tingling sensation, as a new wave of information flooded his mind. This was a new ocular technique. Despite the discomfort, he couldn't conceal his excitement. He had evolved the spectral eye technique after years of accumulation, yet it had been less than a month since its emergence. And now another new technique had manifested. This was astonishingly swift. In truth, the rapid appearance of the new ocular technique stemmed from the immense spiritual energy Alex had absorbed during this period, far surpassing his previous years of accumulation. His recent slaughter of numerous vampires, followed by the extermination of several flying pythons, both of which contained far greater spiritual energy than Weapon 11, made such a rapid accumulation entirely plausible. The transformation of Alex's eyes was swift, as was its departure. By the time he fully absorbed the information in his mind and initially grasped the newly acquired eye technique, no more than 2 seconds had elapsed. So, this was the essence of the technique. Reflecting on the knowledge he had just assimilated, Alex leapt forward with remarkable agility. Swiftly positioning himself in front of the flying serpent, their gazes locking in an intense convergence. In the next instant, an extraordinary event unfolded. The serpent, its eyes almost displaying a spiral pattern, regained clarity and let out a thunderous roar. With remarkable finesse, it spread its wings and pulled its rapidly descending body upward, then dove sharply downward to catch Alex on its back, soaring back into the sky with a powerful rush. This bizarre scene transpired in mere seconds, during which Alex exhibited not a trace of panic. He crossed his arms, allowing the serpent to catch him effortlessly. It appeared he had anticipated this outcome, fully aware that the serpent would instinctively rescue and carry him. Yet, the question lingered. Why would a creature that was ostensibly his adversary come to his aid? The answer to this enigma resided solely with Alex, for this astonishing occurrence was entirely attributable to his newly birthed eye technique, the Enchanting Demon Eye. The Enchanting Demon Eye, a power possessed by the true ancestor, the White Princess, within the realm of Type Moon, wields the capacity to manipulate memory, read thoughts, imprison memories, erase recollections, transplant memories, amplify will, recreate thoughts, and transfer emotions, all manifestations of the mind. It also allows one to perceive the innermost thoughts of others, enabling control over humans or other beings through its ocular prowess. Furthermore, this versatile ability, akin to a Swiss Army knife, can effortlessly thwart the incursion of similar mental powers into the brain, establishing it as the nemesis of all psychically inclined individuals. The serpent's unexpected assistance to Alex stemmed from his simultaneous invocation of the serpent's consciousness and the modification of its memory fragments through the enchanting demon eye, wherein he supplanted the divine figure of Bunaki in the serpent's mind. Consequently, upon perceiving its deity in peril, the serpent instinctively endeavored to aid him. As they ascended back into the skies, Alex promptly directed the serpent toward the direction of Sarah and her companions. The other serpents, honoring their comrade, refrained from interference, and the aerial forces, upon spotting Alex atop the serpent, hesitated to launch any attacks. Thus, they swiftly approached the vicinity of Sarah's parachute, concerned for Sarah's safety. Yazan had been instructing the two to draw closer after jumping from the aircraft and deploying their parachutes. The three were not far apart in the air. At that moment, upon witnessing the fearsome serpent beside the fallen weapon, the trio gasped in astonishment. Yet, amid their exclamations, they suddenly beheld Alex standing atop the serpent, a sight that left them incredulous. Yazan then exclaimed with exuberance, "Ah, it's the boss, it's Boss Alex. Truly, my esteemed leader Yazan possesses remarkable prowess, capable of taming even the formidable flying python. How extraordinary!" Hiss. Witnessing Alex not only subduing his subordinate, but also positioning himself beside his target ignited a fierce rage within Bunaki. How dare he covet what I have set my eyes upon? Die! With a resounding roar, he leapt into action. In an instant, his massive body propelled forward, transforming into a shadowy figure that ascended rapidly, his enormous serpent head crashing towards the flying python beneath Alex like a bulldozer. "Huh, fool!" Amidst a laugh brimming with provocation, Alex effortlessly slashed downwards, his fierce palm winds severing the parachute lines of the three individuals. Simultaneously, the flying python lunged forward, skillfully catching the three who were shrieking in terror, then spiraling elegantly to evade Bunaki's onslaught. Phew, that terrified me. I thought my end had come. Perched upon the broad back of the flying python, the three survivors expressed their astonishment at their narrow escape. Chapter 68. Adversity Hiss. With his target snatched away by Alex, Bunaki unleashed a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot, and fixated menacingly on the flying python carrying Alex and the others. Any ordinary flying python would have been intimidated to the point of folding its wings and descending obediently at the mere gaze of Bunaki, ready to face punishment. Alas, Bunaki's glare had no effect on this particular flying python. Altered in its memories, it held no fear of Bunaki, only absolute loyalty to the deity Alex. Huh, stunned. Are we? Standing on the expansive back of the flying python, Alex nonchalantly smoothed his tousled hair blown by the gusts, then provocatively gestured towards Bunaki, extending a single middle finger. "Angry, are you? Frustrated? Infuriated? Come and bite me." Bunaki was momentarily taken aback by Alex's gesture, though he did not comprehend its meaning. He discerned from Alex's expression that it was decidedly not a friendly symbol. Thus, Bunaki emitted a deep growl, violently whipping his tail against the ground, creating a chasm dozens of meters long and several meters deep, sending plumes of dust soaring high into the air. Truly, a masterclass in provocation, even rousing a monster that has slumbered for 5 centuries. "Huh, are you angry, little one? Lead them away from here." With those words, Alex leapt down from the sky, declaring, "Bunaki, let us engage in battle." The three on the back of the flying python looked on in silence, while the python let out a low growl before obediently changing direction and soaring towards the battlefield's outskirts. Unless one possesses the ability to fly or relies on advanced technology, such as Iron Man, a human cannot freely change direction or act in midair. This understanding is shared not only by Alex, but also by the dragon-aspiring Bunaki, who, upon witnessing Alex leap from the flying python, cannot help but display a hint of human-like amusement in its gaze. The foolish little creature, observing Alex descending from the sky, Bunaki instinctively flicks its tail, akin to a human swatting at a fly, and fiercely lashes out at Alex's form. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air erupts, and the ensuing turbulence creates a violent disturbance, its destructive power rivaling that of a tempest. While formidable, it proves futile. Though a gale is indeed fearsome, it is insufficient against the current prowess of Alex. As Bunaki's tail sweeps towards him, Alex deftly slices through the oncoming wind with his palm, then swiftly adjusts his stance to land solidly on Bunaki's back. Realizing that Alex has audaciously taken a stand on him, Bunaki begins to thrash its tail violently to dislodge the uninvited guest. Yet it is too late. Like a bolt of lightning, Alex switches to his ghost eye technique and dashes towards Bunaki's head, simultaneously drawing his katana to strike at its massive body. Regrettably for this python, which has languished for 5 centuries, it cannot rid itself of Alex, who is more slippery than an eel. With a painful roar, Bunaki slams its tail against the ground, causing the flora to shatter, creating a scene of devastation. Initially, Alex intended to use his charming eye to control Bunaki directly. However, after locking eyes with the creature, he abandons this bloodless method. Bunaki, after all, is a mythical beast, and its defenses against mental assaults are far superior to its physical resilience. Moreover, Alex's ability with the charming eye is still in its nascent stage. To control this dragon-aspiring serpent, which has waited patiently for centuries, Alex would have to risk his life and expend all his magical energy. Otherwise, this technique would prove utterly ineffective. Thus, Alex resolutely forsakes the charming eye, opting instead for a direct confrontation using the ghost eye. Splurt. Fresh blood gushes from the wound inflicted by Alex, raining down like a crimson shower. However, while this injury appears horrendous to a human eye, it is but a trivial mark on Bunaki's colossal frame, which exceeds 100 meters in length. After all, being an exceptionally intelligent creature, as Alex drew closer to its head, an increasing sense of unease washed over him. Bunaki could faintly sense the dangerous aura emanating from Alex. This peculiar human possessed the power to bring about my demise. A chill coursed through Bunaki's eyes. The strength wielded by this human was imbued with an exceptionally potent antidemonic attribute, rendering it the nemesis of malevolent forces. Each time he was struck, a significant portion of his primordial energy was expended to mend his wounds. Were it not for this interference, he would have already acquired the Dragon Ball and ascended in transformation. It was this very individual who thwarted his metamorphosis into a dragon. Driven to fury by the relentless pressure exerted by Alex, Bunaki prioritized his transformation above all else, and thus, a cunning plan began to form in his mind. Suddenly, with a swift lunge, his massive body rolled with a speed that was almost blinding, crashing through countless objects in its wake. Meanwhile, as Alex dashed along Bunaki's form toward its head, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, and in an instant, he found himself flipped upside down, with Bunaki's colossal body descending upon him like an avalanche. Should he be crushed, it would spell certain death or grievous injury for Alex. Thinking swiftly, Alex leaped into the air just in time to evade Bunaki's tumbling mass, landing several meters away. Upon sensing Alex's departure from his body, Bunaki halted his roll and shot off like an arrow towards the direction where Sarah had gone. Once he transformed into a dragon, he would have ample time to deal with this human. Don't run. A glint of determination flickered in Alex's eyes as he pursued. The ghost eye would only bestow upon Alex the skills of the divine sound flow sword technique, without significantly enhancing his speed or other attributes. Thus, his current velocity was merely 3/4 of the speed of sound, approximately 240 meters per second, a result of the enhancement gained from his strength. Nevertheless, this astonishing speed was still insufficient to catch up with the fully powered Bunaki. Despite Bunaki's massive size, its movements were surprisingly agile and swift. Alex estimated that its speed oscillated between 3/4 of the speed of sound and the full speed of sound. Moreover, Alex had yet to master his own strength, meaning his actual speed fell short of the theoretical 3/4 of the speed of sound, making the likelihood of him catching Bunaki exceedingly slim. On another front, the defensive line composed of armored tanks and special operations troops clashed head-on with the dragon cavalry, magical beasts, and armored soldiers of the Aberran army, igniting a fierce battle. One side relied on outdated cold weapons, while the other wielded sharp firearms, making it evident to any observer that the latter held a decisive advantage. However, mere minutes into the conflict, the battlefield revealed an alarming outcome. The latter found itself at a disadvantage. Relying on their impenetrable advantage, the monstrous legion advanced step by step. The swift dragon riders broke through the resilient defenses of the tanks, plunging into the Special Operations Unit and unleashing a brutal massacre. Faced with their razor-sharp weapons, the soldiers, having undergone grueling training, fell as easily as paper, collapsing to the ground. After losing dozens of dragon riders, the monstrous legion successfully shattered the human defense lines, with the colossal beasts completely disregarding the artillery shells, advancing relentlessly. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for humanity. Thunderous roars echoed. At that moment, A swift shadow swept in from the distance, shaking the earth and snapping trees in its wake, an awe-inspiring force. Oh God, what is that? As the ominous figure approached, a wave of despair surged within the hearts of all present. The situation was already dire, and now this formidable entity appeared as if to hasten their demise. Chapter 69. The sword is drawn, kill. Nick Fury led the charge, guiding the Special Operations Unit forward. Bullets, propelled with tremendous force, momentarily suppressed the Dragon Riders' advance. Witnessing their comrades being slaughtered ahead, all soldiers roared in furious defiance. The instinct for vengeance and battle spurred them onward, undeterred. The massive beasts paid no heed to the soldiers' enraged cries, steadily advancing, flanked by Dragon Riders and armored warriors, who raised their battle blades high. Their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on the necks of the humans before them, resembling merciless beasts. Damn it, we are in trouble, Nick muttered under his breath. The adversaries showed no fear of bullets. While artillery could fell the mounts of the riders, it did nothing to harm the riders or armored warriors themselves. As for the colossal monsters, the shells from the armored tanks merely tickled them, utterly ineffective. Defeating the opposing legion seemed an insurmountable task. Thunderous roars. Bernacchi charged forward with unparalleled destructive force, targeting a flying serpent in the sky, not even glancing at the obstacles ahead before crashing into them. Boom, boom, boom. Although the sheer size of Bernacchi was astonishing, the gunners within the armored tanks, being well trained, accurately struck Bernacchi's massive head with their shells. Despite a barrage of cannon fire failing to breach the creature's scaled defenses, the force of the blast successfully thwarted Bernacchi's collision. Hisses. Infuriated by the pounding on its head, Bernacchi whipped around, sending several heavy armored tanks soaring into the air, propelled by sheer force. Thus stood Bianchini and his soldiers, dumbfounded, gazing at a creature capable of sending dozens of tanks flying with a mere swipe of its tail. Could we truly prevail against such a beast? Hisses. The ferocity ignited within Bianchini did not relent. It unleashed a deep roar and charged towards Nick, the closest target. Should it collide with Nick Fury, his demise would be inevitable. Fortunately, the vigilant artilleryman, poised and swift, fired several shells aimed at Bianchini's head. Yet, Bianchini was resolute in its intent to eliminate these obstructive humans. Heedless of the incoming projectiles, it bore down upon its target with unyielding determination. The speed of Bianchini's assault was staggering. Even if Nick wished to evade, escape was futile. "You vile serpent, dreaming of slaying before me." With a commanding shout, Alex materialized before Nick, brandishing his katana with a fierce strike, channeling a surge of ethereal power. Divine Strike of the Thunderous Blade. This formidable technique from the Thunderous Blade style, combined with Alex's might, culminated in an unparalleled force that violently struck Bianchini's massive head aside. With a resounding boom, the collision unleashed a visible shockwave, propelling Nick and the nearby soldiers into the air. In contrast, Bianchini's head, now deflected, smashed into an armored tank, reducing it to rubble, while Alex found himself driven into the earth, still poised with his drawn sword. Spitting out the dust, Alex slowly emerged, his visage marred by grime, and fixed his gaze upon Bianchini, who glared back with seething fury. Once again, this human. The flames of rage blazed within Bianchini. Alex's repeated provocations had finally ignited its wrath. In that moment, thoughts of transformation were cast aside, and the singular goal of annihilating Alex took precedence. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between armored tanks and the monstrous army raged on, with special operations soldiers coordinating in pairs to safeguard the tanks. Yet humanity found itself at a distinct disadvantage. "If you wish to slay me, come forth. Let us see if you can catch me." Alex, observing the disarray of the military, swiftly transformed into a shadow, darting into the ranks of the monstrous army. Thunderous Blade's iron cut. With an elegant stance and a hearty laugh, the fierce blade aura, shimmering with brilliance, erupted forth. The razor-sharp sword energy was unstoppable, cleaving through foes as if they were mere paper. Even the armored soldiers, impervious to bullets, fell like chaff before it, swiftly decimated. In rough estimation, Alex's strike claimed at least 10 armored soldiers in an instant. Ha! As one sword falls, another rises, and with Alex's terrifying speed, wherever he treads, the armored soldiers and dragon riders meet their demise, few escaping the lethal stroke. "Damn it, kill him!" the general shouted furiously amidst the ranks. Upon hearing this, the armored soldiers and dragon riders immediately converged upon Alex, showing no fear in the face of his fierce onslaught. A mere jester, easily vanquished. Alex scoffed at their advance. With a swift motion of his katana, a fierce wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving a dozen nearby, ironclad soldiers in twain. Alex's elven power, rooted in the primordial essence of life, when unleashed through the Ghost Eye technique and the Divine Resonance Blade technique, possessed the attributes to shatter demonic forces. Coupled with a katana forged from the world's hardest metals, these formidable foes appeared as helpless infants before him. Moreover, their speed was woefully inadequate. Alex could dispatch them with eyes closed, effortlessly weaving through their ranks. With flashes of his blade and a tempest of sword intent, wherever Alex passed. Both armored soldiers and dragon riders fell as if they were mere vegetables, crushed with ease, like entering a realm devoid of resistance. In less than half a minute, nearly 100 enemies lay dead beneath his sword, the swiftest dragon riders utterly exterminated, their corpses littering the ground. Hissus, the general, exasperated by the ease with which Alex had dispatched his minions, stomped his feet in fury, while Bunanki roared in rage, charging directly at Alex. It's futile. No matter how many times you come, Alex replied with a smile, accelerating to fivefold speed, his form flashing as he suddenly appeared beside the general, ending his life with a single stroke, much to the general's horror. Meanwhile, Bunanki's massive head crashed into the ground, creating a crater several meters wide, the shockwaves causing the earth to tremble. However, this fearsome impact fell into an empty space, as Alex had already evaded, leaving only Bunanki, dazed and disoriented from his own folly. At that moment, as Alex chuckled at Bunanki's clumsiness, a colossal shadow obscured the sunlight above him. Looking up, he was astonished to see a gigantic beast descending upon him with a mighty stomp. "I do not seek you, yet you come seeking me," Alex exclaimed, both furious and amused, channeling his elven power as he unleashed a secret technique of the resonance blade. The blossoming petals slash. As his sword descended, the razor-sharp energy struck the beast almost simultaneously, and with a sickening sound, its thick hide and sinewy flesh were cleaved in two, blood cascading to the ground. Those who had just risen from the earth beheld this incredible spectacle, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The usually stoic Nick exclaimed, "Wow, this guy is formidable." At that moment, a small missile suddenly streaked through the air, crashing to the ground with a deafening explosion that sent a dozen armored soldiers tumbling. The shockwave from the blast hurled nearby soldiers into the air. As the crowd looked up, their faces illuminated with joy, they shouted in unison, "The Air Force! Our Air Force has arrived." Indeed, the Air Force, with its formidable firepower and exceptional coordination, had successfully annihilated all enemy flying python troops and promptly rushed to their aid. As the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, Alex discreetly assessed the crater created by the missile. Given the extent of the destruction, it appeared unlikely that it could breach his defenses. Amidst the roar of engines, a fleet of battered bombers circled above the battlefield, with the largest and most conspicuous among them, the Bunak, becoming the primary target. Almost simultaneously, several missiles of the same model, trailing long white tails, were launched at high speed, hurtling toward the massive form of the Bunak. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions erupted across the ground, generating a dense fog of smoke that obscured the Bunak's colossal body, which gradually settled onto the terrain. The anguished roars of the Bunak echoed from within the smoke. And suddenly, a dark silhouette burst forth, stirring the air and scattering the smoke in all directions. Boom! The shadow struck an armored tank dead on, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal, and then flung the debris, crashing it into a bomber that exploded in a spectacular fireball. With the Air Force and tanks preoccupied, "Alex, focus on the monstrous horde." Nick's voice crackled through the communicator, urging Alex. Given the formidable size of the beasts and the Bunak, only Alex possessed the capability to confront them directly, while the aircraft and tanks could only provide slight diversion. Thus, Nick decisively commanded Alex to eliminate the ground-based monsters and armored soldiers, while the more daunting Bunak would be kept at bay by the tanks and planes. Understood. Time was of the essence. Every second could lead to significant casualties among the soldiers. Alex recognized that this was not the time to question Nick's stern orders. He acknowledged with a swift response and charged into the throng of beasts. Sword of Iron Flash. Sword of Iron Flash. Sword of Iron Flash. One strike followed another. Cascading spirals of sword energy surged forth like waves, crashing upon all armored soldiers within Alex's reach, tearing them to shreds. When confronted by the massive beasts, he summoned his elven power to unleash the secret sword technique, Floral Chaos Slash, cleaving them cleanly in two with a linear arc of sword energy, triumphantly vanquishing all in his path. Thud, 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 thud. The sword energy surged forth, and all the armored warriors caught in its wake fell like ripe wheat, one after another. In the eyes of Nick and the soldiers, two monstrous beasts, each towering higher than a two-story building, were swiftly cleaved in two, their crimson blood splattering into the air. The carcasses of the beasts crashed down, shaking the ground violently beneath them. Boom. In that moment, the sound of the sword resonated like thunder, and a beam of silvery sword light swept across the surroundings, the blade of the katana bursting forth with an overwhelming brilliance, leaving no rival in its path. Buzz. Alex moved with grace, covering dozens of meters in a single step, his movements as light as a feather. Yet around him, dozens of armored warriors suddenly froze, only to be torn apart, their flesh and shattered armor flying in all directions. The speed of the sword light was blinding, rendering Alex's actions nearly imperceptible. He charged into the ranks of the armored warriors like a fierce tiger among sheep, severing heads from bodies with every strike, regardless of whether they were warriors or colossal beasts. The shock was palpable. An overwhelming astonishment gripped Nick Fury as he witnessed Alex breach the formation of armored warriors, moving as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, entirely unfazed by the chaos of battle, yet no one could withstand a single stroke from his blade. This was the true extent of his power. Nick's gaze, filled with awe, also bore a hint of gravity. Although he could not discern the precise movements of Alex's strikes, he could keenly sense that Alex's swordplay was accelerating. In a bid to swiftly eliminate these unyielding armored soldiers and beasts, Alex focused entirely on mastering the spectral eye, a sudden inspiration flooding his mind. His control over this ability intensified with each flourish of his swordsmanship, the divine resonance sword technique becoming increasingly exquisite, unveiling profound sword arts that had previously eluded him. Understanding that this was a deeper manifestation of the spectral eye's powers, Alex willed it forth, and an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursed through him like a tidal wave. In a moment unseen by others, a fierce sword intent ignited in his eyes, and the once elusive sword light suddenly paused, becoming vividly clear to those around him. The divine resonance Thunderblade. In an instant, the katana's edge slashed forth, tracing an arc in the air, and brilliant blue and white sparks surged along the blade. The blue-white sword energy erupted forth, freezing the movements of the armored warriors, rendering them helpless, before shattering them into chunks of flesh. Boom! The dazzling blue-white sword light, infused with fierce electrical energy, shot skyward, deliberately restrained by Alex as it surged forward. With a deafening rush of wind, the sword light extended over 20 meters, sweeping across the ground, the blue-white lightning entwining around it, creating a blinding spectacle that was impossible to gaze upon directly, even with special glasses. Boom! The azure and white sword energy surged forward with remarkable speed, sweeping across the ground and leaving behind a formidable gash over 20 meters long. The earth on either side of this scar was charred black, more than a meter deep, a testament to the terrifying might of this strike. With a series of sickening sounds, within a 20-meter radius of Alex, over 100 armored warriors were cleaved in two. And even the two beasts met the same brutal fate, their forms reduced to mere fragments by the ferocious sword light. Ha ha! Alex let out a maniacal laugh, his figure undeterred as he continued to advance. With each step he took, he appeared to flicker in and out of sight, like a specter, manifesting in every corner of the armored warriors' formation. Waves of azure and white sword light flashed and intertwined, weaving a dazzling net of blades before them. The silvery sword energy, laced with blue electric sparks, unleashed a terrifying aura that ravaged the battlefield, engulfing every armored warrior and beast in its wake. Suddenly, all the sword lights vanished simultaneously, and Alex, sword in hand, stood silently to the side. In the next moment, the remaining armored warriors and beasts erupted, their bodies exploding into pieces, never comprehending how they had succumbed to an eternal slumber. Ha, 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 ha. I may have overdone it. Alex panted heavily, his sword resting on the ground for support. The extensive consumption of his elven power and spirit left him feeling more vulnerable than ever before. Under the influence of the ghost eye technique, Alex's swordsmanship was undeniably divine in caliber, and his physical attacks were currently unparalleled. Yet, his physical condition remained at its original level. Although this intense exertion had not depleted his stamina entirely, it had significantly drained his elven power and spirit. Were it not for his determination to hold on, he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Fortunately, he could still summon the Annihilation Eye. With a wry smile, Alex shook his head, crimson crosses appearing in his eyes. In an instant, countless tiny particles surged into a colossal torrent on the battlefield, converging into a terrifying stream. The essence of the armored soldiers, dragon knights, and beasts he had slain coalesced, swirling like a mighty river, as it spiraled into Alex's eyes. The river of minute particles surged forth, absorbed entirely by Alex's eyes, akin to a multitude of rivers converging into the sea. His gaze seemed to be an abyss, and as the terrifying torrent entered his vision, an array of fierce currents erupted around him, causing the ground to crack once more, deepening with each moment. An immense volume of ethereal energy flowed into his eyes, a significant portion being absorbed directly, while the remainder fortified his body and was stored within. Even this small fraction of ethereal energy was sufficient to exponentially enhance Alex's physical prowess. In that instant, every part of his being underwent a frenzied augmentation. Strength, speed, reflexes, and defenses all surged simultaneously. The violent transformation within him triggered a tumultuous flow of external air, culminating in a thunderous roar as the tidal wave raged with visible ferocity, causing the ground to sink several feet once again. Wow! Nick and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. One man, wielding a single sword, had effortlessly toppled their seemingly insurmountable foe. The dazzling sword energy was etched into the minds and hearts of everyone present, a memory forever engraved in their souls, one they would find impossible to forget. This was the power befitting a true superhero. Chapter 71. The Battle Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with several massive explosions, flames soaring high like fireworks, instantly capturing the attention of all those on the ground. Oh heavens! My God, it can fly! What can it not accomplish? A glance around revealed all present gasping in awe. There, soaring through the sky with astonishing agility, was the colossal Bianchi. The earlier explosions had been caused by its assault on the bomber aircraft. Having completed this, Bianchi coiled its elongated body, its massive, scaled serpent head descending from the heavens, its fierce eyes locking onto Alex below. Confronted by the enormous serpent head, Alex's expression grew serious. This creature can fly as well? It would be absurd for a member of the Amagic tribe, dwelling among the clouds, not to possess the ability to soar. Bianchi, a being from Korean mythology residing in the clouds, found flight as natural as fish do water. In the air, its movements were undeniably more agile and swift. Against such a versatile adversary, Alex, who was earthbound, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. My attack methods are perfectly countered by its agility. Alex felt a surge of anxiety. In the throes of a life-and-death struggle, agility outweighs strength, and speed becomes paramount. Had Bianchi remained on the ground, Alex could have leveraged his slight advantage to encircle and ultimately vanquish it, rendering any attempted counterattack futile. However, as Bianchi ascended into the sky, the dynamics shifted, turning his advantage into a liability. The colossal serpent, Bianchi, gazed down upon Alex with disdain, seemingly looking down upon him. Is it time to kill? Alex furrowed his brow, meeting Bianchi's gaze without flinching. Hisses! Bianchi roared with fury, its massive form darting through the air, as its enormous tail descended like a divine spear. Boom! The whirlwind generated by its tail surged above level 11, wreaking havoc and rendering Alex and his companions nearly breathless before it even reached them. You all stay back. We will handle it. Alex, with a slight frown, urged Nick and the others before suddenly transforming into a streak of light, charging towards the beast. You think just because you're big, you're impressive? Facing the enormous, flying Bianchi, Alex felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with an exhilarating fervor for battle. Engaging in a full-force confrontation with an adversary of unknown strength ignited a passionate flame within him. This was precisely the encounter he had been yearning for. As two beings of unimaginable power prepared to clash, Nick and the other warriors dared not linger nearby. Without needing a command from Alex, they fled towards the armored tank. the robust vehicle providing the perfect sanctuary from the chaotic aftermath of the impending confrontation. Hisses. With another furious roar, Bunaki lashed out its tail, accelerating towards Alex with astonishing speed. So fast, Alex was inwardly astonished, yet his movements remained unwavering, his spirit resolute. A faint white glow enveloped him as he summoned his elven power. Wielding the Edmund alloy blade, he dashed forward, the blade gleaming brilliantly in the light, its sharpness evident. Divine Echo, rock-splitting blade. As his sword swung forth, it drew upon the elven power within Alex, and amidst the hissing sounds, a slender blade of energy sliced through the air, targeting the rapidly approaching serpent's tail. Bang! At the moment of impact, Alex was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, his body crashing to the ground and rolling, leaving a long trench in his wake. Drip, drip, drip. Blood sprayed from the wound on the serpent's tail. But soon the flow began to slow, the immense gash visibly shrinking until it completely vanished. Phew! Alex leaped up from the ground, internally lamenting, "Damn, I'm losing control over the power within me." Meanwhile, Bunaki coiled its massive body, fixating its gaze upon the human boy, Alex, who had dared to injure it once more. Wounded, the great Bunaki deemed this act unforgivable. Suddenly, the colossal form of Naki lunged forward with astonishing speed, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. The sheer velocity at which it moved was evident as it shattered the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Alex, its head, the size of a small hill, crashing towards him. With a solemn expression, Alex planted his right foot firmly, and in a flash, his figure vanished from sight like lightning, while Naki collided forcefully with the earth. The ground trembled violently, sending tremors that split the terrain into countless fissures, stirring up clouds of dust that soared to great heights. Seizing the moment, a glint of determination sparked in Alex's eyes. Taking advantage of Naki's momentary entrapment in the ground, he launched an assault aimed at its vital points. With a swift motion, his katana transformed into a gleaming arc of light, followed closely by a spiraling wave of sword energy, its velocity and ferocity reaching a breathtaking pinnacle. Just as Alex's strike was about to land, Naki's form surged upward, propelled by a howling gale directly towards Alex. It seemed to anticipate Alex's intentions, countering his strike with a forceful collision against the blade and the accompanying energy. The impact reverberated through the air as Alex's assault was violently thwarted. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily invoked his defensive stance, the Sakura Moonlight technique. The clash of serpent-like body against blade resonated with a resounding clang, both Alex and Naki momentarily frozen in shock. In that instant, a menacing shadow struck from the side, catching Alex off guard and delivering a crushing blow to his chest. He coughed up blood, sent flying as if struck by a powerful baseball bat. With unyielding ferocity, Naki pursued, swiftly adjusting its position to attack Alex's descent. The speed was astonishing. Despite its massive size, it moved with unnatural swiftness. As he was propelled through the air, Alex executed a somersault, skidding across the ground for several meters. Clutching his chest, he felt the sharp pain of fractured ribs, but fortunately, he activated his Destruction Eye mode, allowing his formidable regenerative abilities to mend his wounds rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. Under the influence of the Destruction Eye, the broken ribs in Alex's chest healed almost instantaneously. Even the concealed injuries from his collision with Naki were completely restored. Grateful for his self-healing ability, Alex glanced at his chest with a lingering sense of dread. His clothing was tattered from the impact, and the fabric on his back and other areas was on the verge of tearing apart. It appears that before vanquishing Bunaki, his garments shall meet their demise first. Whoosh! Bunaki's colossal form surged forward like a collapsing wall, its speed astonishingly akin to lightning, with even the sound trailing behind in a frantic chase. Director, are we simply to watch as an agent stealthily approaches Nick? What do you intend to do? Nick Fury's singular eye flashed towards the individual. Do you wish to take Alex's place and confront it one-on-one? If so, I concur. What are you jesting about? The agent exclaimed, letting out a peculiar cry before awkwardly retreating from Nick's side. To challenge such an imposing Bunaki alone? That is a notion fit only for dreams. In reality, I am not yet ready to meet my end. Chapter 72, The Decisive Moment Approaches. Whoosh! Bunaki's elongated body lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Swift. Incredibly swift. Come forth. Alex fearlessly advanced, his katana slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Although Bunaki's physique was immense, its movements were astonishingly agile, sometimes striking or colliding with its head, at other times utilizing its serpentine body to whip or smash, and occasionally employing its tail for unexpected strikes, transforming its entire being into a weapon as it relentlessly pursued Alex with fervent aggression. Alex did not falter, displaying his swordsmanship with tenacity. On the expansive battlefield, they engaged in a furious exchange of blows, each clash akin to the shattering of mountains and the quaking of the earth, bolstered by the ghost eye technique. Every strike of Alex's divine sound flow swordsmanship should have transcended the realm of mortals, yet the swordplay he exhibited now was marked by raw ferocity rather than finesse. Having successively vanquished dragon knights, armored warriors, and monstrous beasts, and absorbing their ethereal energy, Alex's strength and speed surged dramatically. However, this very enhancement hampered his ability to masterfully control the power within him, rendering his divine sound flow swordsmanship far from its potential. Though his strength was ferociously overwhelming, his technique was lamentably lacking. A swordsman unable to perfectly harness their physical power would inevitably find their swordsmanship diminished. Thud! Bunaki's tail, as massive as a war chariot, struck violently against the katana in Alex's grasp, unleashing an unparalleled force that surged into Alex's body. In an instant, a wave of intense numbness and pain radiated from his right arm throughout his entire being, and despite the surge of power coursing through him, he was still forced to stagger backward from the impact. Perish! Alex was never one to accept defeat willingly. He suddenly unleashed a fierce strike with his katana, channeling a razor-sharp, demonic energy that sliced directly into Bunaki's tail. Splurt! The sword energy pierced through the body with a resonant sound, the fierce and demonic sword aura instantly carving a massive wound at the base of Bunaki's tail, the spiraling force relentlessly widening the gash, causing blood and shattered scales to scatter across the ground. Hissing in agony, Bunaki let out a pained cry, its body thrashing violently, shattering the earth beneath it and sending debris flying in all directions. What a brutal battle! Nick Fury sighed, and the warriors surrounding him wore expressions of disbelief, peering cautiously from behind the armored tank at the unfolding chaos. At this moment, Alex's upper garments were tattered beyond recognition, failing to conceal his physique, while his lower trousers were equally ragged, hinting at the possibility of surrendering his mission. Yet, his right hand, gripping the katana, remained steady as ever, and his gaze was sharp, as if it contained the brilliance of a gleaming sword. Bunaki was undeniably powerful, far exceeding Alex's current strength. Its body was as solid as steel, movements agile and swift, with force that was both fierce and formidable. In terms of strength, defense, speed, and agility, it surpassed Alex. His only reliance lay in the demon-slaying Shunming swordsmanship and the extraordinary four types of ocular techniques. The pressure Bunaki exerted on Alex was unparalleled, marking the strongest opponent he had ever faced. However, there was no trace of fear in Alex's eyes, only delight. Delight at encountering a formidable adversary. Even while at a disadvantage, even when temporarily outmatched by Bunaki, Alex felt not a shred of discouragement or despair. All he harbored was an unwavering determination for victory. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the joy in triumphing over them. Kill. Bunaki was undeniably strong, yet in Alex's eyes, it was not invincible. Its speed surpassed his, and its strength was superior. But there was one aspect where Alex held the advantage: his ever-growing potential and his ability to rapidly heal from injuries. The swiftly augmenting power and spiritual energy, though momentarily affecting Alex's control over his body, did not imply he would forever be unable to master them. In fact, throughout the skirmish with Bunaki, Alex could distinctly sense that his grasp over his power was becoming increasingly effortless and proficient. With nearly every encounter, his control was enhancing at an accelerated pace. At this rate, it would not be long before he regained the flawless state of mastery he had previously achieved. Bang, bang, bang. As the battle resumed, Alex continued to be hurled away by Bunaki's strikes, yet the distance of his displacements grew shorter, and the counter damage inflicted on Bunaki became progressively greater. This was not due to a diminishment of Bunaki's strength or an increase in Alex's power, but rather a testament to his improving mastery over his own abilities, allowing him to maneuver with greater ease. Furthermore, under the influence of the rapid self-healing ability accompanying the Annihilation Eye, Alex remained utterly unconcerned about the extent of his injuries. as long as the wounds were not fatal. He was entirely indifferent. Gradually, Bianaki became increasingly capable of inflicting damage upon Alex's body, yet paradoxically, the harm Alex caused to Bianaki escalated, compelling the latter to adopt a more cautious defensive stance. Hisses. The sword energy surged forth, fierce and overwhelming. All of Bianaki's assaults were effortlessly deflected by Alex, who, with each sudden strike, created deep craters in the ground. Though Bianaki's movements remained swift, they failed to inflict any harm on Alex's physique, while waves of sword light shimmered like mercury, forming a net of blades that inflicted continuous injuries upon Bianaki. After a prolonged battle, Alex finally let out a cry of astonishment. In the relentless clashes with Bianaki, Alex swiftly mastered all his power through the functionality of the Ghost Eye, restoring his swordsmanship to a state of perfect harmony, with no trace of flaw in his transitions and accumulations of force. In that moment, Alex's sword technique returned to the sublime realm of the divine. My swordsmanship. Bianaki, you are doomed now. A jubilant smile illuminated Alex's face. Hisses. A low, hissing growl emanated from Bianaki, embodying all its fury. Witnessing Alex's tenacity in surviving its onslaught enraged Bianaki, a proud member of the Amagic clan. How dare a mere boy from a race that seeks its protection defile the honor of the Amagic? In a fit of rage, Alex gazed at Bianaki with unbridled exuberance, completely disregarding the fact that he was on the verge of being left in a state of undress. Now I shall provoke you even further. Hisses. With a roar directed at the heavens, Bianaki lunged at Alex with wild abandon, becoming more frantic and swift, disregarding its own injuries. After numerous failed attacks resulting in repeated wounds, even in its severely weakened state, Bianaki was determined to eliminate the human who continuously provoked and thwarted its ascension into a dragon. Come now, big fellow, watch as I sever you. With a light-hearted chuckle, Alex summoned all his elven power, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent that caused the very ground around him to tremble and crack. The ultimate essence of the divine roar. The rock-splitting sword, second blade. With a simple horizontal sweep, the brilliant blade light seemed capable of cleaving space itself in two, a flawless amalgamation of speed and might. Invincible and without flaw. Just as the two were about to determine the victor in their confrontation, a man holding a phone stood several hundred meters away from the battlefield, his specially designed eyes faithfully reflecting the events unfolding in the arena. Let the games begin. Regardless of who prevails, it no longer holds significance. A cold voice emanated from the phone. Understood. The man ended the call and gazed up at the sun in the sky. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, and in an instant, the surrounding light seemed to be drawn into a black hole, irresistibly pulled into his mouth. An unceasing stream of light swiftly coalesced into a radiant sphere, pulsating with an aura so formidable it was beyond comprehension. Then, the man released the sphere towards the battlefield in a single breath. With a thunderous roar, a milky white beam of light pierced the air, reaching the battlefield almost instantaneously, targeting the fierce confrontation between Bianaki and Alex. The explosive sound was unparalleled. The man's mouth emitted a shaft of white light, traversing over 100 meters to reach the clash between Alex and Bianaki. This sudden shift seemed entirely unnoticed by them. As their most powerful strikes collided without flourish, a deafening crash erupted, and the ensuing white shockwave engulfed Alex, while Bianaki's intertwined form was rapidly obscured. The ground near the explosion began to vanish under the weight of Bianaki's roar. The terrifying waves of light surged outward, and within moments, the area within 100 meters of Alex and Bianaki was utterly affected. Countless clouds of dust were swept into the air, and a furious gust expanded wildly in all directions, forming a mushroom cloud above. Nick and the others, sheltered behind an armored tank, stared in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. No one uttered a shout. No one expressed astonishment. The sudden scene had left them utterly speechless. Everything transpired so swiftly that they had no time to ponder what had just occurred. Just moments ago, they had been fervently watching the battle between Alex and Bianaki, and in the next instant, their vision was engulfed by the sudden appearance of white light. As they beheld the mushroom cloud rising not far away, an absurd thought crept into their minds. Could it be that someone had used a nuclear weapon? Such overwhelming and rapid force, capable of producing a characteristic mushroom cloud, could only be attributed to the infamous nuclear bomb, an armament that had been employed in conflict only once, leaving an indelible mark on the world. Yet, the radiation from such a weapon was too severe and the aftermath too dire. Nations possessing nuclear weapons had declared they would not deploy them in warfare, reserving them solely as deterrents. In Los Angeles, one of America's largest cities, aside from the U.S. government, which nation or organization possessed the capability to launch a nuclear bomb here? As for the U.S. government itself deploying a nuclear bomb, that was clearly an impossibility. Complete the mission. A man, several hundred meters away, gazed contentedly at the scene through his specialized glasses. With an unwavering confidence akin to the force of a 100-ton strike, he believed he could easily eliminate his targets, Alex and Bianchi. "Leave now, lest you be caught by the local authorities," he exclaimed, casually discarding the unique glasses before turning away with an air of nonchalance. Unbeknownst to him, a figure emerged from a nearby ravine as he turned, only to rise after his silhouette had faded from view. This figure approached and picked up the discarded glasses. The dust from the explosion lingered ominously, chilling the hearts of Nick and his soldiers, who were solely concerned for Alex, the young man who had risked everything to save the people of Los Angeles. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted, sweeping through the area and dispersing the smoke that had shrouded the aftermath of the explosion. Before them lay a staggering, conical crater, plunging deep into the earth, its interior charred and still exhaling wisps of white smoke. At the bottom of the pit, a breathless Alex emerged, his eyes ablaze with a striking crimson cross. Strangely, the massive Bianchi, who should have been the first to be noticed, was nowhere to be found. Recalling how Alex had once absorbed an entire legion of monstrous beasts in a bizarre manner, Nick and the others surmised that Bianchi had likely met the same fate. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. "Fantastic!" Nick Fury shouted excitedly as he leaped from behind the armored tank. "Hooray!" cheered the other soldiers, eagerly following suit as they rushed to surround their heroic comrade, eager to celebrate his victory. "So, you took down Bianchi, right?" Nick inquired with enthusiasm. "Indeed. I did eliminate Bianchi, not even leaving a trace of his body," Alex replied with a bittersweet smile, his mind racing back to the harrowing encounter. When he had confronted Bianchi head-on, he had unleashed every ounce of his magical energy, striking a devastating blow. Yet, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, an unforeseen attack engulfed both him and Bianchi, unleashing an indescribable wave of terror that struck his body. In that moment of assault, Alex was horrified to discover that the shockwave entirely disregarded his physical defenses, wreaking havoc on his internal organs and tissues. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly activated his Annihilation Eye, hoping to harness its self-healing properties to mend his injuries. Yet, he soon found that the rate of his body's destruction far outpaced his ability to heal. Ultimately, had Bianchi not perished in that attack, the immeasurable power within him would have consumed Alex as well. "Splendid. Truly splendid," Nick Fury exclaimed in awe as he observed Alex's despondent demeanor. He promptly summoned a soldier, instructing him to escort Alex back to Los Angeles for recuperation. "We shall take care of the battlefield cleanup, Alex. You should return and rest properly. Rest assured, we will identify those who attacked you," Nick Fury solemnly declared. Alex nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments as he followed the soldier out of the pit, heading towards an intact armored tank. The tasks of cleaning the battlefield and pursuing the assailant were both arduous and intricate. It was indeed prudent to leave such matters to specialists. Although Alex yearned to personally apprehend the individual who nearly took his life, he understood the necessity of entrusting this responsibility to the capable Nick. "Sir, you appear unwell. Shall we make a detour to the hospital?" the soldier inquired with genuine concern, his eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable admiration. "No, thank you for your concern," Alex replied, shaking his head in refusal. Contrary to his appearance, he was in exceptional health, feeling stronger than ever. Based on his conservative estimations, he believed his casual strikes could exert at least 40 tons of force. As for his maximum running speed, he had yet to measure it accurately, but it was certain to exceed the speed of sound. Moreover, Alex was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable transformation in his vision after absorbing the colossal form of Bianchi. The reservoir of mystical energy within his eyes surged beyond imagination, allowing him to experience the awakening of his enchanting ocular abilities not once, but thrice in rapid succession. The pallor on his face stemmed from enduring the agony of his eyes undergoing evolution. "I never anticipated such a significant change after absorbing Bianchi," seated within the tank, Alex gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless waves of pain flooding his mind. Within just one day, awakening or evolving 3 new ocular techniques had seemingly imposed a considerable burden on his vision. The pain accompanying the evolution of his eyes was exponentially more intense than usual, causing even the steadfast Alex to clench his jaw until his gums bled, emitting muffled groans of discomfort. "Are you truly all right?" The soldier driving the tank glanced at Alex with concern before hastily increasing their speed towards a stronghold located on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Before long, they arrived at the stronghold, and the soldier quickly exited the tank. After exchanging a few words with Alex, he hurried inside the stronghold, returning shortly with a complete military uniform in his arms. Approaching the tank, he handed the uniform to Alex, saying, "Mr. Alex, I have brought you the clothing you requested." "Thank you." The torment brought on by his eyes had subsided. Alex, rejuvenated, expressed his gratitude and reached out to receive the military uniform. His attire had become tattered during the skirmish, and following a sudden, fierce assault, it was rendered utterly unwearable, thus reluctantly finding himself in a state of undress. He had no choice but to request a soldier to procure him a new outfit. "Come on, hurry inside. I want to indulge in a hearty meal." After changing into the uniform, Alex slung his katana over his back and proceeded toward the stronghold, accompanied by the soldier. "Mr. Alex, perhaps you should check things out first." All right, I won't go. Don't push me." The soldier's voice crescendoed into a scream as Alex, unable to restrain himself, inadvertently hurled him away. Had Alex not regained his composure swiftly, that unfortunate soldier might have met a dire fate. Troublesome. It seems I must adapt for a while. Chapter 74. A pleasant surprise burp. Burp, burp. After a frenzied feast within the stronghold, Alex contentedly belched several times, casually discarding the remnants of his chicken leg. Stretching lazily, he rose to his feet. "Sir, if you are weary, you may rest in the adjacent room," a nearby soldier said respectfully. "The director has instructed me to attend to you and mentioned he wishes to see you shortly." This outpost was situated on the outskirts of Los Angeles, comprising several houses previously leased by Nick Fury, making it an ideal place for Alex to recuperate. "All right, when he returns, please call for me in the room." Alex replied readily and turned to enter the nearby chamber, shutting the door behind him. His eyes had undergone a transformation, and although he had not had the chance to examine them earlier, now was the perfect opportunity to scrutinize the changes while awaiting Nick Fury's return. Comfortably reclining on the bed, the information regarding his ocular evolution flooded into his mind. Just a cursory glance at this information nearly sent Alex leaping from the bed in astonishment. Goodness, this latest evolution is remarkably powerful. From the insights that emerged in his mind, Alex discerned that the changes and advantages bestowed by his new eyes were primarily threefold. First, his eyes had finally evolved to manifest the first attack-oriented ocular technique, Petrifying Gaze. This ability could turn anything he beheld to stone and allowed him to manipulate whether the petrified subject would be shattered. Since the activation of this technique depended solely on the focus of Alex's gaze, even if the opponent did not meet his eyes, they could still be petrified. The sole counter to the petrifying gaze was to withstand it with one's own magical energy. Those with weak magic would be instantly petrified. Those of moderate strength would gradually turn to stone, and even the powerful would find their abilities suppressed by one tier. In a world where magical resources were scarce and previously unseen by Alex, the petrifying gaze could be deemed an unbeatable force. The only source of discontent for Alex was the fact that any creature turned to stone by the eye of Sinopec would remain petrified at the atomic level, forever beyond the grasp of the eye's absorption. Even Alex himself had no means to reverse the petrification. This meant that anyone unfortunate enough to be struck by the petrifying gaze could only lament their ill fate. Secondly, he had evolved a unique ocular technique specifically designed for analysis. However, before Alex could fully comprehend the capabilities of this technique, it seamlessly merged with the all-seeing eye technique, resulting in a new ocular art, supervision. This groundbreaking ability retained all the powers of the all-seeing eye while perfectly inheriting the analytical function, enabling Alex to dissect the composition of objects within his field of vision down to the atomic level. The direction of airflow, the flow of energy, and the structure of spiritual entities were all decipherable by these eyes, complete with detailed explanations and numerous charts, allowing Alex to scrutinize with remarkable precision. If humanity possessed such sight, what need would there be for microscopes and similar instruments? after conducting an experiment on a cup in the room to test supervision. Alex laughed joyfully. Thirdly, this change was the most gratifying for Alex among the three messages. All of his ocular techniques had become fully compatible. Henceforth, when he activated a particular ability, although his eyes would still manifest the corresponding signs, there would be no need for him to consciously switch techniques. The power would naturally be released. This transformation was immensely convenient for Alex. Previously, during his battle with Bunaki, he had to retract the ghost eye to switch to the annihilation eye in order to heal his wounds. However, from now on, he would not need to do so. He could employ any technique he desired at will. While he still could not wield multiple techniques simultaneously, this newfound freedom was far less burdensome than before. He could hardly believe that he had managed to evolve the Petrifying Eye this time. Finally, he possessed a means of striking fear into his foes. The thought of the Petrifying Eye's unpredictable effect brought a wave of satisfaction to Alex. Among all abilities, intangible forces such as gravity, magnetism, telekinesis, and ocular techniques were often the most challenging to defend against, as no one could foresee when or from where an attack might come, rendering it difficult to prepare or counteract. After reveling in his excitement, Alex regained his composure and decided to lie down on his bed for a while. However, as soon as he settled onto the bed, he suddenly sprang up. Oh no, I completely forgot about Yazan and Sarah. I wonder where that flying python has taken them. Frustrated, he slapped his forehead and dashed out of his room. Tell the captain when he returns that I'm off to find Yazan and Sarah. Once I locate them, I will return here with them, he instructed as he passed by a soldier. Without waiting to see if the soldier had comprehended his words, he rushed out of the base like the wind. Now, let me see where they have gone. Halting his steps, Alex lifted his gaze towards the direction indicated by the flying python, ultimately discerning the creature carrying Yazan and his companions in the air 10 miles away. At that moment, the devoted python circled obediently in the sky. Upon locating the target, Alex immediately sprinted towards it. Within 10 seconds, he arrived beneath the python, a gust of wind swirling around him. Little one, you may descend now. Roaring in response to Alex's call, the python glided down gracefully, landing before him. Excellent. Alex affectionately patted the python's head as it leaned in. Turning to Yazan and his companions, who were preparing to jump down, he reassured them. There is no need for you to descend. We are still 10 miles from the base. It is far more convenient for us to ride the python. After saying this, Alex leaped onto the python's back, commanding it to take flight once more, heading back towards the base from which he had come. Has Bunaki been defeated? On the python's back, Sarah and Ethan anxiously looked at Alex, fearing that if Bunaki had not been slain, it would seek them out again. No need to worry. Bunaki has been utterly vanquished. Alex replied. That is wonderful. Ethan and Sarah exclaimed in unison, embracing tightly and sharing a kiss. Meanwhile, Yazan gazed at Alex with admiration, exclaiming, Boss, I truly admire you. You defeated such a formidable python. Oh, it was nothing. Alex humbly waved his hand. The python soared swiftly through the air, and in no time, the 10-mile distance was traversed. Concerned that the soldiers at the base might not be aware that the python had been subdued and would recklessly open fire, Alex directed the python to land in an open area 100 meters from the base. He then led the trio and the creature on foot towards the base. Upon reaching the outskirts of the base, they encountered a considerable number of soldiers, all aiming their firearms at the python. Should it make any sudden movements, they would collectively fire, potentially bringing it down. Sensing the hostility from the soldiers, the python spread its wings wide, its massive jaws poised as if ready to unleash a fireball. Do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed. It has been tamed by me. Lower your weapons. After calming the python, Alex hurriedly approached the soldiers. The soldiers exchanged glances, one by one lowering their weapons. Having witnessed Alex's prowess, a quiet sense of admiration and trust blossomed within them. Though they found the notion of taming a python incredible, they ultimately chose to believe in Alex. Impressive. You have even subdued a python, came a voice as Nick Fury appeared, looking weary and flanked by a dozen elite Special Forces soldiers. Is the battlefield secured? Alex inquired. Not yet, but the subsequent matters are for the military to handle. We can withdraw for now. Nick Fury forced a smile, turning to Ethan and Sarah. In a moment, I shall arrange for a vehicle to transport you to Los Angeles. The threat posed by Bunaki has been neutralized, allowing you both the freedom to act as you wish. Additionally, we have already communicated with the newspaper. Ethan, you may continue your work there. Thank you so much. Ethan and Sarah nodded in gratitude repeatedly. No need for thanks, Nick replied, casting a glance at the imposing figure of the giant serpent before turning his attention to Alex. My friend, I believe we have much to discuss. Alex chuckled lightly. Indeed, it is time for a thorough conversation. Chapter 75, Rejection. The sensation of soaring through the skies was indeed unparalleled. Alex sat atop the serpent, marveling as they sliced through the clouds, flying westward from Los Angeles toward Chester. The view from above was breathtaking, yet Alex found his mind preoccupied with the recent conversation with Nick Fury. Having never encountered Nick before, Alex had not inquired too deeply into his identity until their candid discussion revealed that he was, in fact, the current director of the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D, one of America's most significant agencies. S.H.I.E.L.D, formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, derived its moniker from the acronym that signifies a shield. Through Nick's explanations, Alex gained considerable insight into the organization, which serves as a specialized unit of the U.S. government dedicated to liaising with and managing superpowered individuals, operating independently from military and civil authorities, under the aegis of select individuals. The reason for such a powerful figure seeking a private conversation with Alex was unmistakable. He wished to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. However, as soon as Nick expressed his intentions, Alex resolutely declined the offer. On one hand, he was disinclined to join a governmental organization. Past experiences had made the perils of political entanglements abundantly clear. Associating with those who lurked in the shadows to manipulate others would only invite unnecessary complications. On the other hand, Alex recalled vividly how Nick had asserted his authority during their first encounter. Working under someone with such a strong desire for control would inevitably confine him, a notion utterly intolerable to someone accustomed to a more carefree existence. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Alex rejected the proposal to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Nick Fury was somewhat displeased by Alex's refusal, he ultimately respected his decision. After witnessing Alex's formidable prowess, Nick Fury had long regarded him as someone not to be trifled with. Since winning him over was not a viable option, it was prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with Alex. In the event they encountered insurmountable challenges, they could rely on their amicable rapport to seek his assistance. The two subordinates he had subdued were gravely injured and required an extended period of hospitalization for proper recovery. Thus, after arranging to meet his two battered subordinates at Charles's school in Westchester, Alex mounted his Python and set off alone towards Westchester. I promised Vanessa I would keep her company every day. I wonder if she will be upset about my broken promise, Alex mused, running his fingers through his wind-tousled golden hair. He had once vowed to live with Vanessa at Charles's school. But a string of events, the vampire Foster evolving into a blood god, the stone man, and finally, Bianchi's desire to transform into a dragon, had severed his communication with her for nearly 2 days. He worried what that shy little girl might be feeling in his absence. Little one, speed up, we must return swiftly, he urged, giving the python a gentle pat on its head. The python roared in response, its wings flapping with renewed vigor, swiftly propelling them toward their destination. At Charles's school in Westchester, on the verdant lawn in front of the teaching building, a group of young children were joyfully playing. Except for Vanessa, who sat in a corner, visibly despondent. Vanessa, what troubles you? Are you unwell? A pretty girl of similar age approached her. Oh, it's Catherine, Vanessa exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. What is it with you? Catherine replied with a hint of irritation. You've been sulking for the past couple of days. Has something happened? Oh, it's nothing. Vanessa shook her head, her expression brightening slightly. I am just worried about my brother. He hasn't shown up for 2 days, and I fear he may be in danger. Your brother? Catherine inquired curiously, settling next to Vanessa. What does he do? How old is he? Is he handsome? Hey, are you conducting a census? Vanessa shot her a disapproving glance before responding. Not only is my brother handsome, but he is also incredibly powerful. A girl like you wouldn't catch his eye. So, I advise you to abandon any unrealistic notions. Humph. What do you know? Men's thoughts are quite elusive. Catherine, undeterred by Vanessa's remarks, exuded confidence. Perhaps your brother would prefer someone like me. Besides, we don't even know what he looks like. If he is unattractive, I wouldn't be interested. Vanessa looked at her mischievous dorm mate with a mixture of amusement and incredulity, wondering where she found such confidence. All right, stop sulking here. Let us go have some fun. With a playful smile, Catherine disregarded Vanessa's protests and pulled her into the lively group ahead. Perhaps due to their shared experiences, the children at Charles School were more welcoming to newcomers than those at other institutions. Although Vanessa had only been at the school for less than 2 days, she had already made several friends, both male and female. As she joined the group, her new friends greeted her enthusiastically, and they all began to play together joyfully. Time flew by during their delightful moments, and as the sports class came to an end, they were reluctant to leave. Suddenly, a boy shouted, "Hey, look up. What is that?" Everyone glanced skyward and saw a dark figure flying toward them from a distance. Due to the considerable space between them, they could not discern its true identity, but it was evident that it was not a technological marvel like a helicopter. It resembled some large, flying creature. Curiously, they watched the approaching shadow, and one exclaimed, "Wow, what a gigantic bird. It's coming towards us." "Jack, you fool. That's not a bird, it's a dragon." "A flying dragon," came a clear voice from a beautiful girl who pointed out the truth. "Can you see what it looks like?" Someone challenged. "Of course," she replied confidently. "It was too far away to see earlier, but now that it is closer, I can definitely make it out." "Yeah, right. How do we know you're not just boasting?" Another retorted. Just as the two were about to argue, Catherine quickly intervened. "Stop it. Is this really the time to quarrel? Dragons can be fierce and formidable. What will we do if it lands here? We wouldn't stand a chance against it. I think we should hurry to find the professor and let him handle this." "Indeed, Catherine is right. We should seek the professor," Vanessa agreed. Just then, someone shouted, "Hey, look, that creature is descending toward us." "What?" Everyone looked up at the sky and saw the dark figure rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it was hovering not far above their school. Those with keen eyesight could even make out the creature's menacing scales and fearsome head. "Wow, the dragon is coming to eat us. Run. Quick, everyone run. The dragon is here." Seeing the terrifying figure, the children were frightened, some turning to flee while others stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. "We must hurry," Catherine exclaimed, pulling Vanessa to escape. "Ha ha. Fear not, everyone. This is one of my subordinates. There's no need for alarm." A bright and cheerful voice suddenly resonated as a golden-haired youth peeked from behind the dragon, grinning at them. The sight of a figure atop the dragon left all the little ones in the vicinity utterly astonished. Wasn't the legendary dragon known for devouring humans? How could he possibly be perched on its back? Chapter 76, A Reunion. The young man who appeared riding the dragon was none other than Alex, returned from Los Angeles. "Fear not, everyone," he bellowed, laughing heartily as he leapt gracefully from the dragon's back, landing firmly before the crowd. The dragon, circling in the air, gradually descended, gently retracting its wings until it obediently settled behind Alex. "Brother, you're back," Vanessa cheered, rushing into Alex's embrace. "Indeed I am." Alex affectionately tousled the little head nestled in his arms, smiling tenderly. Catherine stared at Alex in a daze, and after a moment, she snapped back to reality. "Wow, not only is Vanessa's brother strikingly handsome, but he can also ride a dragon to school. He is handsome, powerful, and affluent. How incredibly cool. I'm completely smitten. Hello. I am Catherine, Vanessa's friend." The diminutive yet spirited Catherine composed herself and approached the gathering of Alex and Vanessa. "Hello. I am Vanessa's brother. You may call me Alex." Alex extended his hand amicably toward the little girl before him. Catherine reciprocated, shaking hands with Alex. "Alex, must you always make such an astonishing entrance to my school? Surely, you're not showing off?" came a gentle voice as Charles wheeled himself over from the side. "Ha ha." Alex laughed heartily, not bothering to refute the playful banter. This was his first visit to the school, arriving in an incredibly rare world-class sports car the first time, and now he had arrived riding a dragon. To onlookers, it might seem like a display of grandeur. Nevertheless, Alex understood that Charles was merely jesting, so he chose to let it slide with a smile. "So, Charles, have you located the members you were seeking?" Alex inquired about the mutants required for Charles's X-Men initiative. "Almost. We just need to wait for the final member to arrive before we can officially commence training," Charles replied with a light chuckle. "Is that so? You're rather swift." Alex narrowed his eyes playfully. "However, I must caution you. Once they appear in public, your standing will undergo significant alteration. No one can predict whether this change will be advantageous or detrimental. Are you prepared to face the challenges ahead?" "Absolutely." Charles nodded solemnly, smiling. Before proposing this plan, I endeavored to consider all potential developments thoroughly. Regardless of whether the ensuing changes are favorable or unfavorable, they represent a shift for us. Only through change can we seize the opportunity to transform our circumstances. Sensing the unwavering determination within Charles and his fervent desire to alter the plight of mutants, Alex could not help but smile gently, contemplating. Desperation breeds transformation, and transformation leads to understanding. Although Eastern and Western cultures differ, the underlying truths remain remarkably similar. Were Charles to have been born in China, he would undoubtedly be a renowned scholar. At that moment, Vanessa discreetly tugged at the hem of Alex's garment. Alex glanced down and noticed that Vanessa was subtly pointing to the side. Turning his head, he found all the children gathered nearby, their eyes sparkling with wonder as they gazed at the magnificent python behind him. They longed to reach out and touch it, yet fear of being devoured held them back. Their expressions a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Witnessing this scene, both Alex and Charles chuckled in unison. Since you wish to approach and touch it, then do so. I shall instruct it to be gentle, Alex declared. With that, he turned to the python, verbally assuring it not to harm the eager little ones. With a resounding roar, the python, fiercely loyal to Alex, responded affirmatively, signifying that it would never harm the curious children approaching it. Go on, dare to try. Do not be afraid, Charles encouraged, smiling at the still apprehensive students nearby. With Charles's encouragement and Alex's assurance, several brave little ones timidly approached the python, cautiously reaching out to touch it. They soon discovered that the creature posed no threat and did not roar at them. In an instant, all the children erupted in joyous cheers, surrounding the python, laughing and leaping with glee. If only they could remain this blissful forever. Charles sighed suddenly. One cannot be perpetually joyful. Alex replied earnestly. If life were solely filled with happiness and devoid of sorrow, if the world contained only virtuous souls without any wickedness, such hypotheticals are the greatest underminers of the human spirit. Charles, as a leader, such words should not escape your lips. Hey, I was merely expressing a casual sentiment. Must we delve into such a weighty topic? Charles complained, his discontent rare. Indeed, this joyous moment is certainly not the time for such discussions. My apologies. Alex scratched his head apologetically. Suddenly glancing around with curiosity, he inquired, by the way, where are Jean and Scott? Have they abandoned their duties to go on a date? Charles looked at Alex with a bemused expression. Are they a couple? Are they not? Alex replied with an equally perplexed look at Charles. Given their appearance as a pair, a perfect match, how could they not be lovers? The two fell silent for a moment, and then Charles quietly remarked. Both of them are currently in the training room undergoing various trials. They have no time for romance. Oh, I see. Alex chuckled awkwardly. Sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit tense, he quickly shifted the topic. You are familiar with Nick's leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D, correct? Indeed. Charles responded. Charles nodded. The agent I collaborate with is affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. I have met Director Nick Fury a few times. His demeanor is as formidable as his appearance. I believe he would have extended an invitation for you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. after witnessing your abilities. Indeed, I declined. Why? Charles looked at Alex in astonishment. You may disregard the salary of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, yet the privileges they offer should be enticing to you. Alex replied earnestly. Politicians are inherently a self-serving breed. They invite me now because I am of value to them. But the moment they determine I am no longer useful, they will act without mercy. This applies to S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. So, you simply choose to ignore them? Precisely. I have no interest in dealing with hypocrites. Charles sighed. You are too cynical about others. Yet, it is only in such a manner that one can find joy and freedom in this world, Alex retorted coldly. Having experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions before acquiring the eye of annihilation, the young Alex had developed a habit of ruthless decisiveness. His past life as a recluse had intensified his resentment towards societal injustices, leading him to perceive human nature as selfishness and depravity with greater clarity than Charles might imagine. The dark, graphic Japanese anime had taught him that politicians are unreliable, and S.H.I.E.L.D., being under certain influences, is best kept at arm's length. Let us change the subject. I have prepared a dormitory for you. When do you plan to move in? Charles redirected the conversation. Alex pondered for a moment and glanced at the exuberant Vanessa before finally saying, I will move in today. It is time I spend some quality time with Vanessa. He had promised her he would stay at this school, and he needed time to acclimate to his newfound strength. This period would allow him to accompany Vanessa while also reacquainting himself with his powers to avoid any inadvertent mistakes. "Come, I will lead you to your dormitory," Charles said, maneuvering his wheelchair to turn. "As the principal, should you be so leisurely?" Alex chuckled. Charles smiled faintly, "But I still have a secretary." Thinking to himself how cunning that was, Alex followed closely behind Charles to the nearby faculty dormitory. As for the python, it could entertain itself with the children for now. Ascending to the second floor with Charles, they paused outside a dormitory door. Charles announced, "This is the single room I have prepared for you. You may reside here from now on." Alex nodded in agreement. "Should you require anything, feel free to visit me in my office at any time." With that, Charles bid farewell to Alex and wheeled away. Chapter 77. Grades. The single room that Charles prepared for Alex was quite satisfactory, equipped with air conditioning, a television, a refrigerator, and a variety of furnishings, clearly reflecting Charles's thoughtful consideration. Content with the accommodations, Alex reclined on the bed and closed his eyes. Despite his unprecedented levels of energy and vigor following a series of intense battles, an inescapable sense of fatigue began to settle in his heart. Thus, as he lay down, he swiftly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that the sun, which had previously descended in the west, had now ascended from the east. Remarkably, Alex had slept for over an entire night. Ah, how delightful! Stretching languidly, he rose from the bed and was suddenly struck by a realization upon noticing the thin blanket draped over him and the meal laid out on the adjacent table. Someone had visited. To think that my vigilance had diminished so significantly. Shaking his head in self-reproach, Alex, as a solitary figure often embroiled in confrontations with criminals and relentlessly pursued by them, recognized that his alertness had sunk to a dismal low. Had someone taken advantage of his slumber to launch a surprise attack, he would likely have been oblivious to his own demise. I must remain cautious. With a quiet resolve, Alex straightened his military uniform and seated himself at the table, partaking of the meal. This uniform ought to be changed. Today is Saturday, and Charles's students should enjoy a 2-day holiday. Perhaps I could take Vanessa shopping for some clothes. As he ate, he mused. I have never bought Vanessa any clothes or shoes. I have truly failed in my duties as her guardian. Resolving to act, Alex quickly finished his meal. Contemplating, I will inquire with Charles about any good shopping centers nearby, and then I shall take Vanessa out for some enjoyable time over the next 2 days. Without delay, he rose to wash the plates and bowls, setting aside his katana. He was off to buy clothes, not to engage in combat, and carrying the sword would be impractical. Then, Alex retrieved a magnetic card from his pocket, chuckling as he exited the room. I'm fortunate that I took care to protect this card. Otherwise, acquiring even a single piece of clothing would be troublesome. Following the route etched in his memory, Alex made his way to the principal's office. Upon entering, he found Charles conversing with S.H.I.E.L.D and Scott. Seeing Alex, Charles paused, gestured for S.H.I.E.L D and Scott to leave, and then smiled, saying, It seems this recent affair has worn you out. You've slept for quite a while. I'm all right. Alex waved his hand dismissively, casually taking a seat and getting straight to the point. I'm here to ask if there is a holiday at school. I would like to take Vanessa out for a stroll. Charles replied with a grin. Certainly. The holiday commences every Saturday at noon and lasts until Monday morning. This brief period is designated by the school as a holiday, allowing students the freedom to choose whether to go out or remain on campus. However, for the safety of the students, those opting to go out must submit a relevant report to the school, while those staying on campus face no such complications. Indeed, it should be this way. Alex nodded in agreement, recognizing that the children at Charles's school were mutants still struggling to master their abilities. Should they venture out and cause trouble or fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals, it would spell disaster. Thus, although Alex found the process of leaving the school to be complex, he felt that Charles was entirely justified in his actions. Of course, if it were suitable for Alex to accompany you, then there would be no issue. I am delighted that you hold me in such high regard. He chuckled softly, with some time still left before the holiday. How about we delve into the matters concerning mutants and expand our knowledge? Just as Alex was about to decline, he abruptly halted his response. After all, Vanessa was also one of the mutants, and acquiring additional knowledge about mutants would be beneficial for caring for her. With this thought in mind, Alex changed his mind. If you are willing to share, I would be quite eager to listen. Very well then, let us commence with the classifications of mutants. Mutants indeed possess classifications? Alex expressed his surprise. Can their innate abilities truly be categorized into levels? Charles smiled faintly. While the abilities of mutants are inherently bestowed for the sake of better care, I have categorized them based on their potential and the magnitude of their abilities. This is quite reminiscent of other schools that assess students using grades. Charles chose to overlook Alex's jest and continued. First, there is the epsilon level, representing mutants who have failed in their evolution. They possess significant flaws and limited abilities, often lacking the appearance of ordinary individuals, yet they harbor immense strength. In my search for mutant companions, I discovered that approximately 20 of mutants belong to the epsilon level. Next is the delta level. These mutants have no significant flaws and resemble ordinary people, albeit with weaker abilities that can be controlled. This category comprises at least 50 of all mutants. Then, we have the beta level, which is nearly as powerful as the alpha level mutants. They possess the appearance of ordinary individuals and formidable, useful mutant abilities, yet lack complete control. This category encompasses about 10. Lastly, the alpha level represents the most powerful known mutants. They exhibit extremely potent mutant characteristics without significant flaws. Fewer than 10 of mutants are classified as alpha level. They possess the appearance of ordinary individuals and formidable, controllable mutant abilities, marking the strongest level of mutants that has been validated. Validated, meaning there might exist even stronger levels yet to be confirmed. Alex keenly noted Charles's choice of words. Since Charles employed the term validated, Alex could readily infer that he implied the existence of mutant levels beyond alpha that had yet to be substantiated. You are quite perceptive. Charles's expression suddenly turned serious. There exists the omega level, which is a classification yet to be confirmed. Theoretically, they possess the ability to manipulate matter and energy, thereby holding boundless potential and even the prospect of immortality. All omega-level mutants are classified as alpha level, yet not every alpha-level mutant can attain omega status. Furthermore, since this remains only a theory, I am uncertain whether such mutants possess any inherent flaws. Your previous assertion that this has yet to be confirmed stems from the fact that you have never encountered a mutant of this caliber, correct? Surprisingly, Charles interjected. Within this very institution, there exists an individual qualified to ascend to omega level, and within the X-Men team I am preparing to assemble, there may be 2 others with the same potential. You cannot be referring to that person in the school as yourself, can you? Alex chuckled. Charles shook his head. No, it is not I. While my abilities are formidable, I am limited to alpha level. The person I speak of is someone you are also acquainted with. Thinking back, Alex recalled that the only individuals he knew at Charles's school were Charles, Jean, and Scott. It can't be Charles, so is it Jean or Scott? Alex blurted out. It is Jean. She is the one possessing the qualifications to become an omega-level mutant. A sharp intake of breath escaped Alex as he realized that the girl who had nearly come to blows with him upon their first meeting harbored such a terrifying talent. According to Charles, omega-level mutants can manipulate matter and energy, possessing infinite potential and even immortality. If this is indeed true, Alex found it difficult to fathom just how formidable she truly is. The terrifying prospect of matter-energy conversion is akin to the fears surrounding nuclear weapons, which nations dread. Furthermore, omega-level mutants possess limitless potential. This led Alex's thoughts to the mythical serpent from folklore, capable of consuming the Dragon Balls and obliterating the entire universe. Having vanquished that serpent with a single strike, he felt a chill at the thought of an omega-level mutant, whose very existence filled him with dread. In comparison, he could not help but exclaim, "Now this is true cosmic annihilation." Returning from his reverie, Alex gazed at Charles with a peculiar expression. Having an omega-level mutant is undoubtedly advantageous. It could compel nations to accord basic respect to mutants and even pave the way for genuine peace between humans and mutants. Yet, why do you appear so grave when discussing omega-level mutants? You seem unaware of the inherent risks. Charles sighed with a wry smile. While Jean is qualified to become an omega mutant, her mental state has begun to waver under the weight of her immense potential, making her prone to instability and possible loss of control at any moment. At this revelation, Alex comprehended Charles's concerns. If Jean were to lose control, the consequences would be unfathomably catastrophic. It is akin to sleeping with a nuclear bomb. Chapter 78. A stroll in the mall. After hearing from Charles about the classifications of mutants, Alex found himself genuinely astonished by their formidable nature. Glancing at the clock in Charles's office, he realized there were less than 10 minutes until school dismissed, prompting him to conclude it was time to exit the principal's office. By the way, may I ask you one more question? Is there an upscale shopping mall nearby? Ah, yes. There's quite a nice mall about 5 miles east of the school. If you're looking to shop, that would be a good destination. Thank you. Alex casually expressed his gratitude, turned, and made his way directly to Vanessa's classroom. Previously, he had learned from Vanessa about the location of her class, so it took him only a few minutes to find it, just as the school bell rang. Perfect timing, Alex thought to himself as he waved over Vanessa, who was conversing with Catherine, a girl he had previously met. Today, dear sister, I have some free time. Let us venture outside for a bit, and I shall buy you a few things. What do you say? Sounds great, Vanessa replied eagerly. Upon hearing that Alex intended to take Vanessa shopping, Catherine's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, exclaiming, "That sounds fun. I want to go too. Vanessa's brother, please take me along." She feigned a pitiful expression, as if she would burst into tears if Alex declined her request. All right, no problem, Alex agreed cheerfully. Bringing Catherine along would allow Vanessa to relax and restore her normal demeanor. Wonderful. Finally, we can go outside and have some fun, Catherine cheered. Indeed, Vanessa smiled, albeit somewhat shyly. After the excitement, Catherine added, "Wait a moment. We must inform the principal. Without the teacher's approval, we cannot leave the school freely." "All right. I almost forgot." Vanessa tapped her head and stuck out her tongue. Alex chuckled. "There's no need for that. Given my rapport with Charles, I can simply inform him upon our return. Time is of the essence. Let us depart now." With that, he took hold of both girls' wrists, leading them out of the classroom without allowing for any further discussion, striding purposefully toward the school gate. Once outside, instead of immediately hailing a taxi, Alex guided them to a nearby upscale restaurant. With school typically dismissed at noon, it was the perfect time for lunch, and Alex deemed it essential to eat before embarking on their shopping adventure. After they were seated, Alex handed a menu to the two girls, encouraging them to order whatever they desired, while he picked up another menu to order a Chinese dish for himself. Having been a Chinese citizen for over 20 years, his culinary preferences remained steadfastly rooted in his past habits. After dining, we proceeded to the Eastern Shopping Mall, where you may indulge in any purchases your heart's desire. Consider this my treat, Alex remarked with a smile. Thank you, brother, Mr. Alex. Vanessa and Catherine chimed in unison. The upscale restaurant exhibited commendable efficiency, as the trio's orders arrived promptly. However, after merely tasting a bite, Alex furrowed his brow. The establishment's interpretation of Chinese cuisine left much to be desired. Yet, observing Vanessa and Catherine's delight as they savored their meals, he chose to suppress his discontent and refrain from further complaint. Upon finishing their meal, Alex summoned the waiter, settled the bill, and departed the restaurant. He withdrew a sum of dollars from a nearby ATM before leading Vanessa and Catherine directly to the east. The Westchester Trade Tower, a shopping edifice nearing the city center, boasts 23 stories and rises over 200 meters, ranking among the city's tallest structures. Inside, a plethora of merchants offered an abundance of goods. One could procure nearly anything, save for military arms and illicit substances. Situated a mere 5 miles from Charles's location, the trio arrived swiftly at the entrance of the trade tower via taxi. "Here we are, the Grand Mall. Let us head inside," Alex announced, leading the way as Vanessa and Catherine followed, their faces subtly alight with excitement. Possibly due to the weekend, the mall buzzed with a considerable crowd. Everywhere one looked, consumers carried bags, while many others perused items within various shops, particularly in the sections selling clothing, jewelry, and footwear. The throngs of customers were so numerous that the atmosphere could only be described as bustling. "There are just too many people today," Catherine exclaimed. "Well, it is the weekend." Alex chuckled, affectionately ruffling Vanessa's hair. "Although I've said you can choose freely, let us first finalize your clothing purchases. Afterward, you may indulge in whatever else you desire. Rest assured, as previously stated, I will cover all your expenses," he reassured them. "Yay," Catherine cheered, while the more reserved Vanessa offered a timid smile, gripping Alex's left wrist tightly. Noticing Vanessa's lingering hesitation, Alex sighed softly but quickly set aside his concern. Transforming one's wariness of the surroundings is no simple endeavor. For Vanessa, gradual change might prove more beneficial. With this thought, Alex smiled reassuringly. "All right, let us go." With one hand grasping each of theirs, he navigated through the crowd, guiding them into a dedicated clothing store. Matters of expertise ought to be entrusted to those well-versed in their respective fields. With this conviction, Alex entrusted Vanessa and Catherine to the care of a smiling attendant who approached to greet them, allowing her to assist in selecting elegant, well-fitting garments for the two ladies. Meanwhile, Alex selected several outfits he found appealing and promptly changed out of his military uniform. How much more comfortable it was to wear civilian attire. Once he donned the new clothes, a sense of relief washed over him, as the military uniform had always burdened him with an unwelcome sense of responsibility. Now, having shed the borrowed uniform, Alex felt invigorated, almost euphoric, as if he had taken a stimulant. Once clad in fresh attire, Alex settled into a chair to await Vanessa and Catherine's emergence, who had already retreated to the fitting rooms with a few selections, guided by the two saleswomen's recommendations. Soon, the transformed duo stepped out of the changing room, and it must be said, the saleswomen had an excellent eye for style. The well-fitted outfits accentuated the girls' beauty and charm, rendering them ethereal, akin to princesses stepping out of a fairy tale. At that moment, when they emerged, Alex was momentarily dazzled, almost convinced that the lighting in the store had intensified. Indeed, splendid. Alex nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that since they were already at the mall, they might as well purchase a few more items, as money was of no concern to him. With that thought, he turned to the two attentive saleswomen and smiled. Your choices are commendable, and the garments you selected are most suitable. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could assist them in selecting a few more appropriate outfits. Price is no issue. Furthermore, for your expert guidance, I shall reward you both with a generous tip. Thank you, sir. The two saleswomen's eyes sparkled at the prospect, and with joyful expressions, they ushered Vanessa and Catherine, who were preoccupied with their reflections, back into the fitting room. They then returned to the racks, gathering an array of fashionable clothing, jeans, dresses, anything they deemed suitable for the two ladies. Observing the two saleswomen bustling in and out of the fitting rooms with armfuls of stylish attire, Alex couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary power of wealth. Under the diligent supervision of these two experts, Vanessa and Catherine ultimately selected 5 outfits each. Though the prices were not insignificant, Alex brushed aside any concern, for he had ample funds. The saleswomen carefully packaged the remaining 4 outfits along with the originals, placing them into shopping bags and handing them over to Alex. He readily produced his card, settling the bill while also bestowing upon the two women a substantial tip as promised. Having completed the transaction, the trio departed, leaving the saleswomen casting longing glances after them. Having procured clothing, it was only fitting to acquire shoes as well, along with some delightful accessories that many girls adore. Oh, and a mobile phone. I recall that Vanessa currently lacks a phone. I should certainly purchase one for her. With both hands grasping the bags containing the garments of 2 individuals, Alex navigated through the crowd while conversing with them. Chapter 79, The Invitation. With the advent of mobile phones, even when we are unable to meet in person, we can maintain regular communication. Vanessa, you must take good care of this phone. In the brightly lit and spacious refreshment shop, the trio sat together. After taking a sip of soda, Alex turned to Vanessa, who was engrossed in playing on her phone with Catherine. Indeed, Vanessa nodded emphatically, her expression one of unwavering determination to protect the device. Alex chuckled wryly. Oh, it's not that serious. You silly goose. Catherine shot a playful glare at Vanessa before turning to Alex with a smile, reassuring him, Don't worry, brother Alex. I will look after Vanessa. After spending some time together, primarily due to Alex's willingness to spend, Catherine's affection for Alex had surged dramatically. She consistently referred to him as Brother Alex, regardless of his attempts to correct her. Eventually, exasperated, Alex resigned himself to this appellation. Well, thank you then, Alex replied with a smile. With me, you can rest assured. Brother Alex. Catherine confidently patted her chest, assuring him. Alex merely smiled faintly and remained silent. After a brief respite in the refreshment shop, Catherine unceremoniously pulled Vanessa towards the other stores in the mall. Although Vanessa was being dragged along, her face bore no signs of reluctance. Rather, she exhibited an eager expression. Skipping along cheerfully, it appeared that Vanessa's innate tendency to shop had been awakened prematurely. Is this a case of reaping what one sows? Alex thought to himself with a wry smile as he trailed behind the two. He now bore at least 20 shopping bags, filled not only with clothing but also shoes and accessories. Although his extraordinary physical prowess rendered him unaffected by fatigue, his movements were inevitably hindered. Over time, Alex even began to feel that this was more exhausting than facing off against a formidable opponent. Upon entering a specialty bracelet shop behind the two, Alex plopped down onto a nearby chair, observing the still enthusiastic and spirited Vanessa and Catherine with a sense of weariness. I should check in on Stone Man and see how he is faring. After resting for a moment, Alex retrieved his newly acquired phone and dialed the number that Stone Man had left him. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected, and Stone Man's distinctive voice came through. This is Ben. Who are you looking for? Why the brusque tone, Ben? Who has upset you? Alex laughed. On the other end, Ben paused for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, Oh, that voice is Alex. I'm so pleased to hear from you again. I thought what? Nothing. In any case, I'm delighted to hear your voice again. The voice of Ben was infused with an indescribable excitement. It was evident that he was genuinely pleased by Alex's communication. What just happened? Alex inquired. Oh my goodness. It was that wretched little Johnny. Ben vented angrily. That rascal has been tormenting me again while I was asleep. I've lost count of how many times this has happened. Alex, I assure you, one day I will turn him into a bloody pulp, preferably a mushy one. Don't be so furious, Ben. Johnny is still just a child. He doesn't understand yet. Oh, really? Have you ever encountered a child in their 20s? Still not understanding things. Should they wait until they are old and decrepit to gain wisdom? Voices from the phone indicated that Ben was speaking with another woman. Judging by her tone, it was likely Susan, Johnny's sister. Johnny, by nature, was carefree and irreverent, while Ben was inherently awkward, and with his current stone-like demeanor, their compatibility had diminished further. Ben frequently criticized Johnny's carefree attitude, while Johnny would play pranks on him while he slept. Ben's current anger surely stemmed from Johnny's incessant antics. All right, Ben, calm down. Johnny is accustomed to being carefree. You know that. Why let it get to you so much? Alex urged, hearing the escalating argument. Oh, fine. Let's not dwell on that for now. Ben mumbled, brushing the issue aside, then shifting to an excited tone. Alex, did you know that Reed has made progress in finding a solution for my condition? He claims that in the next few days, he will finalize the theory and construct the apparatus. Soon, I shall return to my former self. Upon hearing this, Alex sincerely congratulated him. Then congratulations, Ben. Thank you. Ben acknowledged Alex's congratulations. By the way, would you like to witness the moment I transform back into a human? Of course, if it doesn't disrupt your experiments, Alex nodded. The abilities they possessed stemmed from being affected by solar storms in space, altering the genes within their cells. Surviving such solar storms and inadvertently gaining superpowers was an occurrence with odds slimmer than winning the lottery. However, from what Ben just implied, Dr. Reed intended to harness technological prowess to replicate the majesty of nature itself. Even Alex, who typically showed little interest in science, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. I won't disturb you. Here's the plan. As soon as Reed confirms the experiment is ready, I will call you. And you must come, Ben declared emphatically. All right, I will await your call, Alex replied with a smile. Then goodbye. I'm off to confront that little rascal Johnny. Goodbye. With that, Alex hung up the phone. At that moment, Vanessa and Catherine approached. Brother, who were you talking to? Oh, just a friend from New York. Alex chuckled as he tucked his phone into his pocket, mentioning that he had invited me to witness an extraordinary experiment and requested that I await his call in the coming days. Indeed, Vanessa and Catherine, disinterested, turned away, engrossed in discussing the bracelets they had chosen. Alex shook his head with a light laugh, observing that the two had already selected their preferred bracelets. He then stood up to settle the bill at the counter. Upon exiting the store, Alex noted that it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. As he marveled at the swift passage of time, he couldn't help but admire Vanessa and Catherine's stamina. After spending so long in the mall, they still radiated energy, seemingly capable of shopping for several more hours. It's about time. We should head back, Alex declared. At his words, Vanessa and Catherine exchanged glances, revealing a hint of reluctance. However, upon noticing the numerous shopping bags Alex was carrying, they reluctantly replied, All right then, let us go back. Please, don't wear such a pitiful expression. We still have tomorrow to enjoy the holiday. Rather than lamenting over the mall, why not think about how to make the most of tomorrow? With Alex's encouragement, the girls' eyes sparkled like light bulbs, their previous melancholy swiftly replaced with excitement. Observing their animated expressions and silly grins, Alex was certain they were envisioning tomorrow's adventures, their imaginations clearly running wild. Amused by their antics, Alex playfully bestowed a light tap on each of their heads. You two silly girls, stop dawdling. Let us go. Ouch! Both girls exclaimed in unison. casting a pitiful glance at Alex, which momentarily melted his heart. Goodness, the feeling was akin to being charmed by a goddess from an anime. All right, let us depart, Alex said, suppressing his own exhilaration as he turned to lead the way, fearing that if he lingered too long, he might succumb to a penchant for youth. Come on, Vanessa, let us go back and plan our fun for tomorrow, Catherine exclaimed, grasping Vanessa's hand with excitement. Yes, Vanessa replied, equally thrilled and eager. The two followed closely behind Alex as they made their way to the mall's exit, whispering animatedly to one another, their laughter echoing throughout the corridor. Listening to their joyous sounds, Alex couldn't help but think. Indeed, friends of the same age have a remarkable ability to uplift one's spirits. Chapter 8. The Principles of the Experiment. The following day, Alex rented a car from a leasing company, taking Vanessa and Catherine on an adventure to explore all the delightful attractions the city had to offer. After a day filled with exuberant play, Vanessa's behavior had become increasingly akin to that of a typical child, mirroring the conduct one would expect. The nightmarish experiences that had once haunted her seemed to have lost their grip entirely. Alex, witnessing this transformation, smiled genuinely with heartfelt joy. Following the weekend, Vanessa and Catherine resumed their studies, while Alex took up residence in the faculty dormitory. Aside from occasional meetings with Vanessa, he dedicated his time to mastering his newfound physical prowess. Having undergone a significant evolution in his vision, he experienced a pronounced increase in strength. Yet the manipulation of this power had reverted to a rudimentary level, necessitating a relearning process. Time flew by, and before he knew it, for days had passed. On this particular day, as Alex was on the verge of mastering his surging strength and preparing to head to the cafeteria, his phone rang. "Hey, do you know?" exclaimed Reed, his voice brimming with excitement as soon as the call connected. "I have completed the experimental equipment. I am about to revert." Upon hearing this, Alex immediately congratulated him. "Congratulations. Your wish is finally coming true." "I am so thrilled, Alex. I'm finally going to return to my original form. Don't you want to witness the process of the experiment? Hurry over. I can hardly wait." "All right, just wait for me." With that, Alex ended the call, exchanged brief farewells with Charles and Vanessa, and swiftly departed the school, heading for New York. His majestic python was currently housed in an abandoned warehouse at Charles Academy. Having become a beloved companion to all the children at the institution, functioning as an unofficial mascot that could not easily leave the campus. Moreover, in a society dominated by technology, the existence of a dragon, which belonged solely to myth, was ill-suited for open display. Thus, Alex decided not to utilize it for his journey to New York. His supercar remained in the city, making it impractical to drive. Therefore, in a bid to reach New York swiftly, Alex abandoned all means of transportation and opted to run. After several significant enhancements, having begun to grasp the power within his body, he exhibited marked improvements in every aspect compared to before. He had privately tested his strength, discovering that each of his casual strikes could exert a force equivalent to 50 tons, and if he were to channel his energy fully, his strength could surge to an astonishing 70 tons in a remarkably short period. In terms of speed, his advancements were equally impressive. Previously, he could only sense that his velocity might have surpassed the speed of sound, but upon gaining initial control over his abilities, he realized that his earlier estimations had been significantly underestimated. Now, if he were to sprint with all his might, his speed could reach a terrifying 15 times the speed of sound, generating shockwaves powerful enough to obliterate structures in his path. However, as his speed reached its current extraordinary level, Alex encountered an exceedingly awkward predicament. His dynamic vision seemed to lag behind his velocity. In other words, when he sprinted at an excessive pace, his consciousness would falter, rendering him temporarily unable to control his body. While running in a straight line might be manageable, navigating a curve would undoubtedly result in him veering off the track, causing considerable destruction. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, or if his dynamic vision could keep pace, Alex would never recklessly unleash his full speed. For instance, this time, Alex refrained from sprinting, yet even so, his velocity was astonishingly rapid. Drivers in nearby cars merely caught a fleeting blur as Alex zipped past them, accompanied by the roaring wind, akin to a bolt of lightning racing toward New York. Supported by his almost superhuman physical prowess, Alex dashed into Manhattan without a hint of breathlessness, and not a speck of dust marred his attire. Upon entering Manhattan, he maintained his swift pace, heading directly for the building where Reed and the others awaited. Before long, Alex arrived at the entrance of the building. Due to the building's specialized security system, he could not access Reed's floor unaided, so he stood outside, contacting Ben upstairs with his phone to request his assistance. "Friend, you didn't take a plane, did you? How could you arrive so swiftly?" Ben, upon descending and spotting Alex at the entrance, wore an expression of astonishment. "Let's discuss that later. For now, let's focus on the experiment Reed is about to conduct." Alex subtly redirected the conversation. Ben, a large fellow, scratched his head, dislodging a cloud of debris. "We'll talk about it later. For now, let's head upstairs and let the expert Reed explain it to you in detail." Following Ben, Alex entered an elevator that was clearly modified for special purposes, and together they made their way to the lab set up by Reed and his team. "Hey, Alex, welcome." Upon Alex's arrival, Johnny, who was seated nearby and almost bore the expression of a carefree slacker, greeted him warmly. "Hello, Johnny," Alex replied amicably. "It's a pleasure to see you again." Johnny's stunning sister, Susan, approached and shook Alex's hand, while Reed remained absorbed in a multitude of instruments, his fingers flying over the keyboard with remarkable agility. With his rubber-like abilities, he extended his fingers to strike keys that were typically beyond reach. Johnny leaned in toward Alex and whispered, "Doesn't it make you feel a bit nauseous?" Although he was tempted to nod in agreement, Alex, catching sight of Susan glaring at Johnny, wisely chose to remain silent. "Johnny, I've warned you before, be mindful of how you speak." Indeed, Johnny faced Susan's stern criticism, though he nonchalantly paid it no heed. "All right, stop standing and come sit over here," Ben interjected, guiding Alex to the living room. At that moment, Reed finally extricated himself from his busy schedule, having prepared a cup of rich coffee, and took a seat opposite Alex with a friendly nod. "Reed, could you elucidate your experimental principles?" Ben inquired, eager to hear more. Alex shyly interjected, "Please don't make the explanation too complex or technical, as advanced science tends to bewilder me." "Let me think," Reed replied, a kind smile gracing his face as he pondered for a moment. "We will acquire superpowers due to the influence of solar storms. To revert Ben back, it is essential to eliminate these influences. Therefore, I will utilize instruments to simulate the corresponding conditions and absorb all the effects within him. Essentially, that is the crux of it. Do you comprehend?" Alex nodded appreciatively. "You articulated it quite clearly. I now grasp the essence of the experiment. May I ask if this experiment poses any danger to life?" "Indeed," Reed answered emphatically. "Depriving energy that has integrated into every cell is inherently perilous. Even the slightest error could result in the subject's demise. Thus, while the principle may not be complex, the execution demands utmost precision and caution. To ensure Ben's safe and successful transformation back, I must verify the accuracy of every datum." Alex cast a glance at Ben, remaining silent. Whether or not to revert to human form and proceed with the experiment ultimately rested on Ben's decision. If he insisted on undergoing the experiment, Alex felt he had no grounds to dissuade him. Without having experienced Ben's plight, one could hardly fathom his emotions. "Regardless of the outcome, Reed, I place my trust in you," Ben stated solemnly. "Therefore, to honor your trust, I must guarantee that every step is executed flawlessly." Reed affirmed. Johnny, ever unmindful of the gravity of the situation, casually surveyed the group and exclaimed, "Hey, folks, why do I feel like you're all delivering a eulogy? Ben, are you about to kick the bucket?" This fellow was bound to regret his words. Everyone thought simultaneously. Johnny looked perplexedly at the four, unable to comprehend why they regarded him with such pity. Chapter 81. The Reckless Sovereign. There is no doubt that Reed is a genius. From agreeing to help Ben revert to his original form to perfecting the experimental theory, the time taken did not exceed a week. According to Reed's estimations, with another 2 days of adjustments, the experiment could be precisely conducted. Knowing that his restoration was within reach brightened Ben's spirits like the sunshine streaming through the window. Approaching the refrigerator, he retrieved a bag of fruit and began to prepare freshly squeezed juice. Reed and Susan appeared to be a couple, engaged in cheerful conversation filled with words that Alex and Johnson could hardly comprehend, leaving the latter two feeling quite bored. "Since we have no business here, Alex, come with me to the extreme motorcycle show," Johnny excitedly invited, seizing the opportunity to showcase his motorcycle riding skills. "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Alex, who had long been unsettled by the dazzling display of Reed and Susan's obliviousness, promptly stood up and left with Johnny. "Johnny, remember, Alex is still a minor. Don't lead him astray," Ben called out loudly. Johnny, unfazed, waved dismissively while wrapping an arm around Alex's shoulders, entering the elevator without a backward glance. Only as the doors closed did he remark, "Ben, perhaps you should worry about yourself first." If this experiment fails, the rest of his sentence was cut off as the elevator doors shut, but Ben could easily guess what Johnny had meant to say. "Damn it," Ben exclaimed in frustration, slamming a large cup onto the table, which let out a final mournful cry as it shattered into pieces. His expression shifted as he noticed Reed and Susan's gaze upon him, leaving him speechless. Exiting the building, Johnny guided Alex with ease to the exterior of a large venue. Presenting his credentials to the security personnel, Johnny led Alex directly backstage. "Here is your ticket, front row. Make sure to admire my skills," he boasted narcissistically while skillfully donning his specialized outfit. Beside him stood a striking motorcycle that even the uninitiated would recognize as impressive. Lacking an affinity for motorcycles, Alex merely glanced at it before focusing on the seat number on his ticket. He casually mentioned it to Johnny as they made their way to the audience area. Upon stepping out from backstage, Alex was immediately taken aback by the spectacle before him. The expansive space was illuminated by bright lights, showcasing props that would terrify the average person. The audience area, shrouded in darkness, was already packed with a dense crowd, and not a single one of the over 1,000 seats was vacant. Even the aisles were crowded with spectators. There are indeed many thrill seekers. Alex mused as he traversed the backstage and found his designated seat in the audience. "Hey, buddy, I see you came from backstage. Do you know someone?" inquired a middle-aged man with dark skin seated next to Alex, wearing a curious expression. "Johnny is my friend," Alex replied candidly. "Oh my God." The audience surrounding Alex erupted in excitement. "You know that superstar motorcycle rider? How cool is that?" Johnny's fame was substantial, and Alex's revelation left those nearby in awe. "You didn't know? Let me enlighten you." The middle-aged man, completely disregarding Alex's feelings, spoke exuberantly and loudly, exclaiming that everyone here knows Johnny. That charming fellow specializes in undertaking the most perilous and challenging options, yet to date, each of his endeavors has concluded with perfection. Among those who frequent this place, at least half are his ardent admirers. I recall my first encounter, slightly distancing my poor ears from the middle-aged man's incessant chatter. Alex cast a cold glance at the props scattered around, suddenly realizing, "Oh, so Johnson is a professional daredevil." The term daredevil refers to an individual who, oblivious to the risks, engages in reckless behavior, often used in a teasing manner. If one does not act recklessly, one shall not perish. In all his memories spanning 2 lifetimes, Alex had never encountered anyone as audacious as Johnson. Observing the daunting chasm between the motorcycle tracks, devoid of any safety measures, he felt that Johnny had elevated recklessness to an art form, truly a sovereign of daredevils. How has he survived until now? At this moment, Johnny, blissfully unaware that he had just earned the title of sovereign of daredevils, rode his motorcycle onto the stage, occasionally lifting his hands off the handlebars to wave at the audience shrouded in darkness, his demeanor both arrogant and pompous. The crowd responded with fervent cheers, some incessantly chanting Johnny's name, creating an uproar that was nothing short of spectacular. Oh, Johnny, 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 Johnny. These people possess more sense than you." Immersed in the fervent atmosphere, Alex gazed at Johnny with a tinge of pity. Those who watch others engage in reckless behavior surely possess higher intelligence than the daredevil himself. How could Susan educate her brother without concern for his intellect? A few casual remarks echoed through the air as the lights dimmed one by one, leaving only a beam illuminating the track that Johnny was about to challenge. Having basked in the limelight long enough, Johnny donned his helmet and approached the preparation area. Gripping the motorcycle handlebars tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, Johnny concentrated fully, the motorcycle buzzing incessantly in response to his movements. "Go!" The challenge commenced, and Johnny's motorcycle surged forth like a predatory leopard, racing down the track before both man and machine soared into the air. Observing closely, the middle-aged man, with his dark skin, remained transfixed on Johnny soaring through the sky, yet he dutifully reminded Alex, "The rider and the motorcycle separate." "Yes, just like that. Spin. Yes, splendidly done." "Precisely so. You are so immersed." Alex internally scoffed. Nonetheless, he found himself affected by the pervasive fervor around him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Johnny's aerial maneuvers. Unlike others, Alex's attention was primarily focused on Johnny's safety. After all, although Johnny's intelligence may be lacking, it was imperative not to remain indifferent. As Johnny and the motorcycle soared into the air, he seized the moment to release his grip, resulting in a swift separation between him and the bike. Under the influence of inertia, the motorcycle traced a graceful parabola, while Johnny executed an elegant flip, both trajectories converging in the air. In an instant, the time for their reunion arrived. However, whether it was due to Lady Luck's fickleness or Johnny's uncharacteristic performance that day, Alex's greatest fear materialized. As Johnny completed his final flip and reached for the handlebars, he was alarmingly aware that the motorcycle was farther away than anticipated. This was a matter of life and death. Watching the motorcycle drift further from him, Alex's anxiety escalated. Though I can transform into flames, I still cannot fly. If one does not provoke danger, one remains safe. I knew it, with a tinge of hindsight. Alex's eyes turned a fierce crimson as he forcefully imbued the ground with two invisible forces. One distinctive feature of the Divine Sound Sword technique is that as long as one's mental cultivation is sufficient, the sword aura can penetrate obstacles and directly harm objects behind them, akin to the legendary martial arts of yore, perfectly suited for discreetly ensuring Johnny's safety. Of course, any psychological damage inflicted upon Johnny was entirely beyond Alex's concern. However, as the two hidden forces surged toward Johnny's impending landing spot, an astonishing transformation occurred mid-air that shocked the entire audience. He became a figure engulfed in flames. Moreover, he was a flying fireman. Boom. Johnny's entire body was enveloped in flames, and the intense currents propelled him sideways. With a resounding crash akin to a comet colliding with Earth, he plummeted into a mound of earth below, subsequently bouncing and rolling like a ball before finally coming to a halt, smoldering and motionless. Observing Johnny's eventual safe landing, Alex's first thought was, that must have hurt quite a bit. Hurry, hurry. Despite not comprehending why Johnny was ablaze, the rescue personnel on site promptly reacted, racing toward him with fire extinguishers in hand. Bang, bang. Unfortunately, two rescuers inadvertently triggered Alex's concealed forces, sending them several meters into the air, eliciting startled cries. In response, Alex could only cover his face. Chapter 83. Persuasion. After leaving the scene, he returned to the building in a huff, alone. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and as he stepped out, he was abruptly confronted by an unexpected figure standing before him, wearing an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. "Victor, what brings you here?" Ben inquired rather bluntly. Victor Von Doom, an alumnus of Reed, Susan, and their university, had already become the owner of a large publicly listed company at a young age, with wealth in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, he was also the benefactor of Reed's current space experiment, making his presence in Reed's laboratory quite reasonable. Incidentally, he was also Susan's current boyfriend, although with the increasingly close relationship between Susan and Reed, it was not inconceivable that Susan might discard him and rekindle her romance with Reed. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Victor retorted with a faint smile. "Never mind. Do as you wish," Ben muttered impatiently as he walked past Victor. Unfazed by Ben's coldness, Victor grinned slyly and strolled into the living room, casually inquiring, "You seem to be in a rather foul mood. Is something troubling you?" "That is none of your business." Ben glared at Victor fiercely. "You'd best leave here quickly, or I cannot guarantee I won't deliver a solid punch to your face." Victor remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Ben, I understand you harbor some resentment towards me, but I do not blame you. To be honest, I came specifically to find you." "What do you want with me?" Ben asked, intrigued. "I can help you return to your former self." Bang. Victor's simple statement rendered Ben momentarily dazed, and he crushed a specially made large tempered glass cup into fragments, with shimmering shards spilling across the floor. "What did you say?" "I said, I can help you revert to your previous form," Victor replied, his expression unchanged. "With my assistance, you will soon regain your original state, and perhaps even reconcile with your wife." "Reconcile?" Ben murmured in a daze. Quickly regaining his composure, he rejected. "I believe I do not require your assistance. My friend Reed has already found a way for me to restore myself, and I need not your goodwill." Despite still refusing Victor, Ben's tone had noticeably softened, indicating that Victor's earlier words had significantly alleviated his resentment towards him. "Don't dismiss my offer so hastily," Victor persisted, continuing. "You are Reed's closest friend and should understand his character better than anyone. As a good friend, you must realize that Reed would not proceed with such a dangerous experiment without investing considerable time in all the details. Moreover, his relationship with Susan is gradually mending." Do you truly believe that 2 days is the final deadline Reed would impose? Ben fell silent. Victor was right. Reed's indecisiveness often led to crucial moments slipping away. Otherwise, the woman who loved him, Susan, would have long since entered the sanctity of marriage with him, rather than being taken away by the loathsome Victor before him. Reed had repeatedly emphasized the importance of details for Ben's safety, as he did not wish for the tragedy of the space storm experiment to repeat itself. This behavior undoubtedly instilled a sense of gratitude in Ben, yet deep within, he harbored a fear that Reed would, as Victor had suggested, continually postpone the experimentation. He had grown weary of his current existence and yearned to return to his former self as swiftly as possible. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind as he stared blankly at Victor, failing to notice the flaws in Victor's words. After a prolonged silence, Ben finally inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Victor smiled knowingly, aware that Ben was on the verge of convincing himself there was not merely one Reed in this world, for he too was a scientist. Upon recognizing Ben's distress, he had promptly undertaken relevant research. Today, all experimental data had been meticulously adjusted, and if Ben consented, he could soon revert to his original form. However, Ben found himself in a predicament regarding Reed, as accepting Victor's assistance would feel akin to betraying their friendship. What are you hesitating for? Have you forgotten that the last space storm experiment went awry due to Reed's blunder? Victor's expression shifted slightly, revealing a menacing undertone as he observed Ben's indecision. During the previous space experiment, Reed had made a minuscule error regarding the speed of the cosmic storm, which resulted in their spacecraft failing to escape in time, ultimately transforming Ben into this grotesque stone figure. If one were to assess blame, Reed was indeed the architect of this tragedy. Furthermore, during Ben's altercation with Johnny, Reed's ambiguous stance, influenced by Susan, had left Ben feeling quite dissatisfied. Now, spurred on by Victor's provocations and his own fervent desire to reclaim his human form, Ben resolved decisively, "Very well. When shall we conduct the experiment?" Victor's grin resembled that of a cunning fox who had pilfered a hen, declaring that all necessary preparations for the experiment were already in place. As long as Ben was willing, they could proceed at any moment. "Then let us go," Ben replied eagerly, striding towards the elevator. Trailing behind, Victor's lips curled into a sinister smile, whispering to himself, "Just wait, Reed and Susan. I shall make you regret everything you have done to me." In a melodious backdrop, Johnny sat at the bar, grimacing as he chugged beer after beer, determined to intoxicate himself. Alex, seated nearby, offered no objections, sipping intermittently from his juice. Thanks to Johnny's recent fame from live broadcasts, he had garnered significant popularity in New York. Patrons in the bar discreetly observed him, hesitant to approach for fear of provoking the fiery man due to his current sour mood. As Johnny downed a large glass of beer and reached for another, Alex intervened, grasping his wrist. "Hey, if you drink any more, you'll be drunk. I certainly do not wish to carry you home." After several attempts to lift his wrist from Alex's grasp, Johnny reluctantly turned to face Alex and, somewhat tipsy, remarked, "It's perfectly acceptable to lean back on the couch when one is inebriated. After all, this establishment operates 24 hours a day and one tea throw patrons out. You can rest assured. I believe you ought to apologize to Susan. She is, after all, your sister." Yet, Alex remained steadfast, continuing to prevent Johnny from drinking. "It is precisely because she is my sister that I find this so vexing." Frustrated, Johnny relinquished his grip on the glass, gazing at Alex with exasperation. "It's one thing for others not to support me, but she is my sister. Can't she utter a few words on my behalf when I am being wronged? Stand by my side for once. I dare say, if your sister were to side with you, you would undoubtedly make a considerable stir." Alex stated candidly. Johnny scoffed. "How could that possibly be? How could it not?" Alex replied earnestly. "Your tone just now resembled that of a spoiled child complaining about their parents not assisting them in bullying others." "Hey, that is a bit too harsh," Johnny protested, displeasure evident in his voice. Alex continued, "You feel upset now because your sister hasn't considered your perspective, yet you typically lack the habit of considering others' feelings. You faced a bit of adversity and feel so aggrieved. But have you ever contemplated how Susan or Reed feel, who are often on the receiving end of your ire?" Johnny was momentarily taken aback by Alex's words, and after a pause, he scrutinized Alex with a strange look. "I must say, you truly are just a juvenile. How is it that I perceive you as more mature than myself? Rebellious youth hardly equates to maturity." Alex inwardly scoffed at the still self-absorbed Johnny, maintaining a silent smile. Surely, he couldn't reveal that he was, in fact, a time traveler. All right, Johnny finally nodded, as if making a significant resolution. Since it is my fault, I shall apologize to Susan when we return. Additionally, I will extend my apologies to Reed and Ben as well. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is the hallmark of a good character, Alex remarked. How infuriating. You've become quite addicted to lecturing me. Johnny grumbled through gritted teeth. Chapter 82. The Fantastic Four. A daring display featuring the Human Torch. The enigmatic figure. A superhero or a supervillain. A tense moment unfolds on the arena. The Human Torch has made his appearance. The events surrounding Johnny rapidly gained traction through the enthusiastic promotion of his fans, swiftly appearing in various newspapers and capturing the interest of all media personnel. Previously, the superheroes featured in the papers possessed strength surpassing that of humans, speed exceeding that of mere mortals, and reflexes sharper than those of ordinary individuals. However, this time, a being with capabilities entirely distinct from humanity has emerged. This revelation sent all journalists into a frenzy, racing to the scene as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. As long as they seize the first-hand information, their rewards are assured. When Johnny, who seemed unfazed after plummeting from the sky, managed to evade the throng of fans and discreetly approached the entrance of the arena with Alex, a swarm of journalists armed with cameras and notepads rushed forward, surrounding Johnny entirely. Concurrently, Alex found himself besieged by several reporters unable to penetrate the crowd, bombarding him with questions. While Alex struggled to handle these inquisitive journalists, he couldn't help but marvel at their remarkable ability to gather intelligence, surpassing even the FBI. Truly, being a journalist seemed a waste of such talent. In stark contrast to Alex's efforts, Johnny appeared remarkably at ease. Faced with a multitude of reporters and cameras, he remained composed, articulating his thoughts fluently while deftly addressing their inquiries. He exuded confidence, occasionally flashing a deliberately charming smile for the cameras, effortlessly stealing the spotlight. Alex had to concede that Johnny indeed possessed a captivating presence on screen. Desiring to avoid further entanglement with the reporters, Alex skillfully maneuvered, gently pushing aside the journalists surrounding him and gracefully extricating himself from their clutches. Mr. Johnny, you mentioned there are other superpowered individuals alongside you. Could you share more about them? Inquired a striking female reporter, her gaze fixed on him with intrigue. Certainly, Johnny replied, nearly disarmed by her allure. Apart from myself, my sister, along with two of her friends, also possess super abilities. I even came up with a rather cool name for our quartet. Miss, would you like to know what it is? Yes, I would love to know, the beautiful reporter responded, her excitement palpable. The Fantastic Four, Johnny declared, gesturing grandly. That is the name of our group, and henceforth, you may refer to us as such. Just as Johnny reveled in his moment of glory, Alex cast a casual glance into the distance, a sly smile creeping across his face. Beware of excessive joy leading to misfortune. May I inquire, Mr. Johnny, what abilities do the other members of the Fantastic Four possess? The same female reporter pressed eagerly, her expression brimming with enthusiasm. In response, Johnny flashed a radiant smile. My sister, Susan, has the power of invisibility. Her friend, Reed, is a rubber man, capable of stretching and elongating at will. The most amusing of all is Ben. You know him, right? That fellow transforms into an incredibly heavy and grotesque rock creature. It's utterly hilarious. Should I feel honored to be the subject of your amusement? Came an indignant voice, as Ben, the rocky figure, strode towards them with purpose, flanked by a visibly anxious Susan and Reed. Clearly displeased with Johnny's impulsive declarations and apprehensive about a potential confrontation. A peculiar figure approached, and the quick-witted reporters immediately deduced that this must be Ben, the Stone Man, referenced by Johnny. However, upon witnessing Ben's furious demeanor as he stormed forward, they wisely vacated the path, allowing for direct dialogue between him and Johnny. Hey, buddy, listen, Johnny began, but caught off guard by Ben. He felt a twinge of embarrassment despite his typically self-centered and reckless nature. You find me amusing? Rest assured, soon you won't be laughing at all, Ben declared as he strode purposefully towards Johnny, offering him no chance for rebuttal before delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Johnny's chest absorbed the blow, propelling him backward to crash against an advertisement affixed to the wall. Among a group of four, only Ben had transformed into this grotesque form, a reality that irked him deeply, compounded by the departure of his wife, who left due to his altered appearance after 2 decades together. Ben harbored an unresolved fury. Although Alex had attempted to soothe him, the anger remained largely unexpressed. The recent mockery from Johnny had ignited his rage, erupting like a volcano. Leading him to attack Johnny was hardly unexpected. Oh no. The scene of the stone man striking Johnny sent all the reporters into a frenzy. Those who relish a spectacle never shy away from amplifying the drama, and reporters are among the most zealous in this pursuit. With keen professional instincts, they swiftly pressed their buttons, immortalizing the confrontation in photographs and footage. Ben, don't be impulsive. Control yourself, my friend. Susan and Reed rushed forward, grasping Ben in an effort to restrain him. Together, they fervently pleaded, finally managing to temper the fury that had surged within him. If I see you act like this again, Johnny, I will surely flatten you, Ben shouted, pushing past Reed and Susan, turning his back and walking away. You won't have to wait. I can roast you right now. Johnny, feeling humiliated for enduring such a blow in front of witnesses, could no longer contain his frustration. With a fierce yell, he unleashed a fireball from his hand, striking Ben squarely in the back and erupting into a shower of sparks. Given Ben's resilience, Johnny's fireball did not inflict significant harm. However, it reignited Ben's fury, which had only just begun to simmer down. It seems you won't learn your lesson without a good thrashing, Ben retorted, as the two faced off with steely gazes. Ben raised his fist, resembling a heavy sandbag, while flames flickered ominously around Johnny's hand, both poised for an imminent clash. Stop, Ben. Johnny, as Susan, the sister of Johnny and a friend of Ben, hurriedly positioned herself between the two, it was evident that she was the most suitable mediator. Utilizing her influence, she attempted to separate them. Ben, I swear, this is the last time. He seethed, casting a fierce glare at Johnny before turning to leave. Reed glanced at Ben, then at Johnny, ultimately deciding to remain in place. Are you afraid? Weren't you supposed to challenge me? Johnny shouted indignantly. Unfortunately, Ben paid no heed to his provocation and walked away without a backward glance. Although Ben ignored Johnny, Susan could not. She reprimanded him sternly. Johnny, you are no longer a child. Stop causing trouble. What have I done? Johnny retorted, bewildered. You disclosed our matters to the reporters and mocked Ben in the process. Can't you recognize your own faults? I feel I did nothing wrong. Johnny replied defiantly. Susan was infuriated. At that moment, Reed interjected. Johnny, these abilities are unnatural. We must eliminate them rather than rely on them. No. You are mistaken. Johnny disagreed vehemently. These abilities are a gift from above, allowing me to live better and more comfortably. Johnny, listen to me, Susan implored. No, I want tea. Johnny shook his head, entirely unwilling to heed the counsel of Susan and Reed. If you want to eliminate these abilities, go do it with that stone man. Don't involve me. After saying this, Johnny exchanged a knowing glance with Alex, who had been watching from the sidelines, and briskly walked out of their sight. Johnny, Susan called out helplessly, but Johnny offered no response, continuing to distance himself. As Alex reflected on the troubles of ordinary individuals, he hastened to catch up with Johnny. Throughout this discord, he had not engaged in the dispute among the four. Their attitudes towards their abilities were governed by their own consciousness, something Alex felt he could not influence. Moreover, his relationship with the others was not particularly strong, and intervening recklessly might jeopardize even their friendship. Thus, in this minor conflict, Alex elegantly played the role of an observer. Chapter 84. Arrival in love. After Alex's few words of encouragement, Johnny resolved to return and apologize to Susan and the others. On their way back to the building, Alex, under Johnny's astonished gaze, averted an impending traffic disaster. A luxurious sports car recklessly barreled down the street, blatantly disregarding traffic laws. To make matters worse, for reasons unknown, the car was hurtling towards a small girl standing perilously close to Alex. Witnessing this scene, Alex could not stand idly by. With quick reflexes, he swiftly pulled the girl into his embrace, shielding her eyes, and then, pivoting, delivered a powerful kick that sent the two luxurious cars flying away. Boom. The luxurious sports car tumbled and soared through the air, crashing down onto the vacant lot at the street corner with a resounding thud. In an instant, the car's components were scattered across the vicinity, transforming it into a mere heap of scrap metal. As vehicles preparing to navigate the corner witnessed the car descending from the heavens, panic ensued, prompting drivers to slam on their brakes, leaving behind a series of black skid marks on the asphalt amidst the cacophony of screeching tires. At this moment, during the peak hour of post-work traffic. The sidewalks were bustling with pedestrians. Those who witnessed Alex's astonishing feat of kicking the sports car aside numbered in the hundreds, if not more. Each one as dumbfounded as Johnny, fixated on Alex with wide eyes. To kick a sports car aside with such ease, was that truly possible? Unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers, Alex lowered his gaze to the little girl in his arms and gently inquired, "Are you all right? Were you frightened?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, big brother." The girl's youthful voice chimed in, brimming with energy and showing no signs of having been startled by the earlier spectacle. "That's good to hear." Alex set the girl down, instructing her, "Make sure to stay with an adult when you're out, all right?" As Johnny regained his wits, he seized Alex's shoulder with excitement, exclaiming, "Alex, I never imagined your strength was so formidable. That was a sports car." "All right, Johnny, we need to go now." Alex interrupted Johnny's astonished remarks, bidding farewell to the little girl with a smile before swiftly leaving him behind, aware that lingering any longer would complicate their escape. "Can't you see the eyes of everyone around us are practically glowing with astonishment? Damn it, wait for me, Alex. We're almost there. You don't need to walk so fast," Johnny shouted as he hurried to catch up. "Goodbye, big brother." The little girl waved her small hand, watching Alex's retreating figure. Meanwhile, a sleek black sedan sped past. Johnny was indeed correct. Not far ahead lay a broad street. If they continued straight for 30 meters, they would reach the place that Reed had painstakingly rented. Upon exiting the elevator, Alex and Johnny encountered a visibly anxious Susan and Reed, who were pacing restlessly. "Were you worried about me?" "There was no need, for I have returned." Johnny chuckled heartily as he approached them nonchalantly. Susan shot him an exasperated look, retorting, "Who has the time to worry about you? We're concerned about Ben. He has gone missing and isn't answering our calls." "Alex, have you seen Ben?" Alex slowly shook his head, responding solemnly, "No, I left with Johnny. Since Ben departed alone, I have not laid eyes on him since." "Where could he have gone?" Reed paced back and forth, his anxiety palpable. "Come on, you're overreacting." Johnny interjected dismissively, "It's not like we can't reach him. Is it really worth making such a fuss? He is not an ill-mannered child. I sense that the situation is far more complex than it appears. Typically, given Ben's appearance and physique, he would create quite a stir wherever he goes. Yet, we have received no news regarding him thus far. Moreover, even if Ben were in a temper, he would at least inform me. However, I now suspect that he may have been taken by someone." "What do you mean?" Alex inquired curiously. "Look at these shattered glass cups. Only Ben possesses the strength to crush them in such a manner. Yet, upon our return, we found no trace of him." Reed pointed at the shards of glass on the floor, articulating his analysis with conviction. "Scaring himself, perhaps? With Ben's strength and build, anyone attempting to capture him would have to engage in a struggle. Yet, it appears as though a fight has occurred here," Johnny remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Johnny's observation held merit. Given Ben's immense power, if he had fought here, the room would surely be in disarray. However, the space was remarkably tidy. Save for the specially designed large glass cup that had been reduced to fragments, with no evidence of a struggle to be found. Even a wielder of mental control abilities should have left some trace behind. Contemplating this, Alex activated his enhanced vision, scanning the entire room. As his gaze swept across the space, detailed information and diagrams at an atomic level materialized before him, allowing him to comprehend everything at once. Suddenly, Alex's attention was drawn to a particularly concealed area of the room, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Reed, do you have any surveillance cameras set up here?" "No, we don't." "Why do you ask?" Reed and his companions looked utterly perplexed. In response, Alex strode purposefully to the well-hidden surveillance device and revealed it before the three of them. "Then what is this? How could this be?" Reed and the others exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions reflecting the shock of realizing their every move had been observed. Almost immediately, Reed's mind conjured the name of the mastermind behind this intrusion, and he blurted out, "It must be Victor. He is definitely involved." "Reed, there's no evidence." "Refrain from making baseless accusations," Susan admonished, visibly displeased. "I'm not making unfounded claims. He is the only outsider allowed in this lab. If it's not Victor, then who among us could possibly be monitoring ourselves?" Reed retorted, his anger palpable. "Reed, I simply wish for you not to jump to conclusions about others." As Susan and Reed's argument intensified, Alex discreetly held back the intrigued Johnny and whispered, "Who is this Victor? He seems to wield considerable influence." A look of intrigue, aptly named curiosity, flickered across Johnny's face as he excitedly remarked, I must tell you, Victor is my sister's current boyfriend in name, while Reed was her previous partner. Their breakup was partly due to Victor, and intriguingly, Reed and Victor were friends at that time. Wow. Alex, struck by this revelation, expressed his astonishment. He had always believed that Reed and Susan were a couple, only to discover that Victor was somehow entwined in their lives. The intricate love triangle among the three was reminiscent of a melodramatic plotline straight out of a primetime soap opera. How can it be so convoluted and dramatic? Alex pondered. No wonder Reed reacts so intensely whenever Victor is mentioned. Indeed, a rival's presence ignites fierce feelings. I do not wish to engage in an argument with you. I must see Victor now, hoping he is present. Reed interrupted his dispute with Susan and made his way outside. What do you mean by that? Susan furrowed her brow at his words and hurried after him. Though her relationship with Reed had blossomed, and they both still cherished their feelings for one another, Victor remained her nominal boyfriend and a fellow student. It was only fitting that she defend her boyfriend, both emotionally and logically. As Johnny glanced at the numbers descending on the elevator display, he turned to Alex with a grin. Should we pursue them? Yet Alex, with a mischievous smile, replied, I am far more curious about who would prevail if your sister and Reed were to engage in a brawl. I share your curiosity. They both chuckled heartily, their laughter resonating between them. Once the laughter subsided, Alex inquired, Do you have any idea where Victor might be now? Johnny contemplated seriously for a moment, then pointed in a direction. He should still be at his company. I recall it is not too far from here, roughly in that direction. Oh. Alex followed Johnny's indication with keen interest, peering ahead. In Chapter 85, Doctor of the Apocalypse, Ben had accompanied Victor to the top of a towering building. In the center of the room stood an unusual large apparatus, surrounded by numerous intricate auxiliary devices. To Ben's surprise, the machinery appeared identical to that which Reed had constructed. What is going on? Ben queried, pointing at the device. How can these instruments be exactly like Reed's? Don't tell me your ideas coincidentally align. You need not concern yourself with such matters right now, Victor replied dismissively, having no intention of elaborating further. He opened the apparatus's door and urged, Ben, step inside. The experiment is about to commence. No, Victor, you still owe me an explanation. Ben remained resolute, refusing to budge. Honestly, Victor laughed silently. I shall impart one crucial piece of information to you. Listen closely. The artificial storm necessitates an immense amount of electrical energy. Without sufficient power, one cannot attain the critical mass required to revert to 1's original form. Do you truly believe that Reed, with his meager financial resources, can provide the requisite energy for the experiment? Ben fell into silence. Victor was indeed correct. Reed was an unparalleled genius. Yet this brilliance was frequently hindered by a lack of funding, leaving him unable to conduct experiments independently. After a prolonged pause, Ben inquired, Can you? Yes, I can. Victor replied without hesitation, his face radiating confidence. Tell me, do you wish to become Ben Graham again? Ben gazed at his hands, now encrusted with rock, and, without uttering a word, resolutely stepped forward, striding towards the apparatus to express his desire through action. The door of the machine slowly closed behind him. Observing Ben within, Victor felt a surge of pride. Excellent, he exclaimed, as he pushed the switch to activate the power. The experiment commenced. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the experiment began, the room's illumination flickered dramatically due to the substantial drain of electrical energy, accompanied by strange noises, while the numerical values on the computer screen surged, indicating that everything was proceeding as planned. You have finally accomplished something, Reed, Victor said, his excitement mounting as he watched the icons on the screen peak. Without hesitation, he activated the apparatus designed to generate the cosmic storm, extending his arm into its depths. The cosmic storm rapidly engulfed Victor, its raging force intensifying while simultaneously inflicting indescribable pain. However, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, Victor gritted his teeth, enduring the torment while feeling the increasing strength within him. Joy and pride filled Victor's heart. Crack, crack, crack. Blue and white electrical currents erupted from the storm, twisting as they surged from the apparatus, igniting brilliant sparks wherever they passed. The experiment progressed swiftly, and before long, it reached its conclusion. The door of the device burst open, and Ben, restored to his original form, emerged with great difficulty. Gazing at his hands and body, he exclaimed with exhilaration, Look, Victor, I'm back. We did it. As he shouted, he grabbed a nearby blanket to cover himself, searching for Victor in the room. Everyone presumed I would be safe behind the protective shield. Victor stepped forth from the shadows, his face marred by horrific wounds that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Oh my heavens! Ben gasped in shock, realizing that Victor had also been affected by the cosmic storm. Then, with renewed delight, he remarked, "If this machine succeeded with me, it can surely heal you as well." "Indeed, Ben, it has been remarkably successful with me." Victor stood before Ben, his expression impassive. "All of this is your arrangement," Ben realized, recalling the earlier slip of Victor. "You know the experimental timeline Reed anticipated. You have been monitoring us. I have always yearned for power. And now I possess an inexhaustible source. Behold, Ben, this is what it means to be a man, to wield the power to alter fate." Victor, enraptured, closed his eyes, as if embracing something profound. Gradually, he opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on Ben. "Furthermore, I must remind you of one thing, Bang." Without warning, Victor struck Ben on the head with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the wall, where he immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. "Do not utter Reed's name in my presence." At that moment, Reed and Susan entered the room, witnessing the scene of Victor sending Ben flying. "Victor, what have you done? It truly was you." Reed glared at Victor in fury, while Susan wore a look of disappointment, regretting her defense of Victor before Reed, now realizing the true nature of the man. "Just perfect. I can eliminate all three in one go." Victor turned, grinning malevolently at Reed and Susan. Meanwhile, Alex observed the unfolding chaos, retracting his distant gaze, and turned to Johnny, who lay on the sofa. "Well, I think we should make our move now. What's the matter? If you don't mind Victor harming your sister, you may remain here." Without further explanation, Alex strode toward the elevator without glancing back. Upon hearing that his sister could be in danger, Johnny leaped off the sofa and hurried after Alex, entering the elevator together. "Hey, clarify this. What exactly is happening?" Victor also possesses superpowers. He has stolen Reed's research to revert Ben to humanity while enhancing his own abilities through the cosmic storm. "Now, your sister and Reed are likely captured," Alex succinctly explained. At this revelation, Johnny erupted in furious curses. "Damn it. If he dares to harm Susan, I will turn him into braised meat. I swear I will." "I doubt he will have the chance to become braised meat," Alex replied with a knowing smile. Exiting the elevator, the two sped off in Johnny's sports car toward Victor. At that moment, Victor, emboldened by his augmented powers, had defeated Reed and Susan, bringing them back to his office. After imprisoning Susan and Reed separately, Victor donned the iron mask he had long prepared and retrieved the formidable weapon he had painstakingly acquired from the Department of Defense. "The only targets remaining are Johnny and your little friend." "Ah, found them." Through the telescope above the instrument panel, Victor quickly spotted Johnny and Alex approaching, and a sinister smile flickered across his face as he resolutely pulled the trigger. Then, "Farewell, Johnny." Whoosh. The missile surged through the air, trailing an orange flame and immense destructive power as it hurtled toward its target. This weapon is the latest lethal invention from the Department of Defense, equipped with the most advanced identification technology available today. Once locked onto a target, there is no escape from its devastating fate. "Hey, a massive one is coming." At the very moment Victor pulled the trigger, Alex, who had witnessed the entire scene, warned Johnny, "Wow, that is indeed a massive one." Johnny, who was driving, spotted the missile racing toward them and promptly slammed the brakes, shouting that he needed to jump out of the sports car. "Fear not, for I am here. Charge forward." Alex shot Johnny a reproachful glance. "Don't be reckless. This could end badly for you." "TCH," Alex scoffed. The moment the missile, trailing a long tail of flame, approached them, the stone golem's eyes instantly fixated on its target. In the blink of an eye, the missile transformed from atomic form into a stone projectile, the fiery tail vanishing. And Alex swiftly seized the stone missile that continued its trajectory due to inertia. "Behold, this is how I handle it." He displayed the petrified missile before Johnny, casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin. "Impressive," Johnny exclaimed, revving the engine of the sports car. "If you had mentioned such remarkable abilities earlier, you wouldn't have startled me so. Please, it's your own cowardice that's the issue." Amidst their banter, they drove to Victor's company. Speeding along, they soon stood before Victor, who wore an expression of utter astonishment. "How is it possible that you survived the missile?" Victor exclaimed, his shock palpable. Confident in the capabilities of the Department of Defense's weaponry, he had not anticipated the outcome after firing the missile. Now, seeing Alex and Johnny suddenly appear before him, his surprise was understandable. Victor, you scoundrel. Johnny completely disregarded Victor's question, charging toward the securely bound Susan. As Johnny rushed past, Victor's proud voice rang out. Do not call me Victor. Please refer to me as... He aimed his left hand at Johnny. Bang! A surge of blue electricity erupted from his hand, striking Johnny and sending him flying. Apocalypse Doctor. Chapter 86. Confrontation. Your ability is to manipulate electricity? Quite an impressive superpower. Alex glanced at Johnny, now incapacitated and convulsing on the ground, before shifting his gaze to Victor, now self-styled as the Apocalypse Doctor. If convenient, could you elucidate your reasons for confronting them? I am quite curious. What special reason could possibly be needed to confront them? Dr. Doom glared at the three individuals sprawled on the ground, particularly fixating on the alluring figure of Susan. Those who betray me must face retribution. Although I comprehend your desire for vengeance, it poses a dilemma for me. They are my friends, and your actions place me in a precarious situation. Alex revealed an expression of discomfort. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Dr. Doom chuckled mockingly. This notion had never crossed my mind. Arrogance. With a sharp command, Dr. Doom unleashed a searing blue bolt of electricity that surged from his hands, racing toward Alex with blinding speed. The lethal force of this current was formidable. Should an ordinary person come into contact with it, they would surely be left charred and lifeless in an instant. Yet, Alex remained motionless, extending his hand to intercept the electrical surge. Of course, this did not imply that he could evade Dr. Doom's assault. In truth, prior to the attack, Alex could have easily altered his adversary's memory with his enchanting gaze. His decision to refrain from doing so stemmed solely from a desire to personally experience the power of the current, seeking thrill for himself. Zzz. The electricity coursed through Alex's right hand, spreading to his wrist, arm, and shoulder. However, whether it was the inadequacy of Dr. Doom's power or the fortification of Alex's physique, upon contact, Alex merely felt a fleeting sting, quickly replaced by a pleasant tingling sensation. It seems the electricity is rather invigorating. Alex mused inwardly. Noticing that Alex did not collapse like Johnny and the others after enduring the shock, Dr. Doom's heart raced, prompting him to unleash another surge of electricity. Zzz. The current surged forth, cascading in layers of blue and white. Yet this time, Alex couldn't be bothered to raise a hand in defense, allowing the electricity to envelop him. Is this all you are capable of? Alex taunted as he regarded Dr. Doom. Infuriated by Alex's scornful gaze, Dr. Doom shouted a curse and charged forward, aiming a punch at Alex's face. Engaging in close combat with me. Do you grasp the meaning of death? Alex chuckled as he watched Dr. Doom approach, and just before the fist connected, he retaliated with a forceful strike that sent Dr. Doom flying. With a tremendous impact, Dr. Doom was propelled backward, colliding with tables and chairs, not knowing how many were overturned before crashing violently against the wall. Dr. Victor, the harbinger of doom, is merely a wealthy magnate with a background in scientific research, utterly lacking in practical combat experience. While he may bully opponents utilizing his extraordinary abilities, engaging in close combat with Alex would only serve to validate the adage that one must not court death to avoid it. How profoundly disappointing. Can one so inept truly claim the title of the Apocalypse? Alex surveyed Dr. Victor with palpable derision, insinuating that the so-called apocalypse he referenced might indeed pertain to himself. In a fit of exasperation, Dr. Victor shouted angrily, grasping a nearby heavy bookshelf and hurling it towards Alex. Unfazed, Alex raised his right foot and stomped it against the ground, unleashing an invisible force that rippled outward, perfectly calibrated to lift Susan, Johnny, and Reed off their feet and send them soaring into the adjacent open space. Remarkably, they landed without sustaining any injuries, showcasing Alex's impeccable control over his power. Having executed this maneuver, the heavy bookshelf was hurtling through the air, yet Alex remained unperturbed, casually slapping his hand, resulting in the bookshelf splintering into pieces upon impact. At that moment, Dr. Victor's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Realizing that neither his abilities nor his strength stood a chance against Alex, the elation he felt from previously defeating Reed and his companions evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented fear. Acknowledging the dire nature of his predicament, he wisely chose to retreat, fleeing in haste. However, with a thunderous crash, the sturdy door tore from its frame and slammed into Dr. Victor, propelling him along with the door, crashing him into the opposite wall. This moment has been long anticipated, Victor. Just as the words left his mouth, Ben's imposing figure squeezed through the doorway, triumphantly gazing at the one embedded in the wall. In a bid to save his friends, Ben resolutely relinquished the human form he had painstakingly regained, leveraging the experimental apparatus left by Victor to transform back into a stone giant. "Ben, you rascal," Alex exclaimed. "This is a private matter between Victor and us. I hope you refrain from intervening." Ben looked at Alex with seriousness. "Very well, I anticipated your response." Alex shrugged helplessly and stepped aside, signaling that he would not meddle in their personal grievances with Victor. Seeing Alex's acquiescence, Ben turned back to the trio, cautiously attempting to rouse them. "Reed, Susan, Johnny, wake up." Gradually, the three began to regain consciousness, their eyes clouded with confusion as they gazed at Ben. He reached out to assist Reed to his feet, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. "I warned you to be cautious of Victor, yet you chose to disregard my advice. Reed, be more vigilant next time." Susan and Johnny suddenly screamed as they observed what transpired behind them. However, Ben had yet to comprehend the situation when he was abruptly enveloped by a powerful embrace, his body involuntarily colliding with the wall opposite them. With a thunderous crash, the two broke through the wall and plummeted from the height of 100 meters. Reed, Susan, and Johnny, filled with concern, shouted in alarm as they hastily rushed out of the room and took the elevator down. As they fell, entwined in a fierce struggle, Ben heard Victor's defiant voice in his ear. "Ben, you will never defeat me." "Not so fast," Ben roared, seizing the opportunity to deliver a heavy punch to Victor, who retaliated with a blow of his own. Thus, they exchanged blows mid-air, entangled as they continued their descent toward the rooftop below. "This is what you asked for, so do not blame me for not intervening." Alex stood motionless, observing their confrontation with his keen eyesight. In his stone form, Ben possessed formidable resilience. Even a fall from a greater height would not necessarily spell his demise. Therefore, as Ben and Victor grappled on their way down, Alex refrained from intervening, honoring Ben's request as he always respected his friend's wishes. Upon crashing onto the rooftop below, their struggle persisted, and they soon broke through the rooftop, crashing onto the bustling street below. With a resounding thud, their combined weight created a massive crater in the pavement, sending debris flying and causing nearby vehicles to screech to a halt, colliding chaotically. Victor, a being of extraordinary abilities, had absorbed the cosmic storm during Ben's transformation back to human, granting him strength and resilience comparable to that of the Stone Man. Emerging unscathed from the crater, he and Ben resumed their fierce battle. "You need to wake up, Victor." Susan's voice rang out suddenly, accompanied by an invisible force that unexpectedly propelled Victor backward, demolishing a nearby car. Just as Victor and Ben were locked in combat, Reed, Susan, and Johnny finally arrived at the scene. Chapter 87. Conclusion of the plan. The self-proclaimed Dr. Doom, Victor, was defeated. The defeat was unequivocal. Just as Victor had begun to gain the upper hand against the Stone Man Ben, he was abruptly hurled away by Susan's invisible force. Simultaneously, Mr. Fantastic Reed and Human Torch Johnny joined the fray. With Susan and Reed's strategic restraint, coupled with Ben and Johnny's aggressive onslaught, the coordination of their four extraordinary abilities was impeccable. Under the seamless collaboration of the Fantastic Four, Victor found himself overwhelmed, repeatedly on the defensive, entirely at their mercy. In a fleeting moment, he found himself overwhelmed by the coordinated efforts of four individuals, rendered helpless and in disarray. Ultimately, the scientist Reed and his companions successfully subdued Victor through a method of alternating temperature, culminating in Victor's incapacitation. Applause and cheers surged from the onlookers, who, despite their ignorance of the circumstances, appreciated the fervent display of effort put forth by the four. "Look, they are cheering for us. Our abilities are not to be feared, right?" Johnny exclaimed, surveying the crowd with an expression of triumph. This time, Susan, Reed, and even Ben affirmed Johnny's assertion. Indeed, they were being celebrated. "We have prevailed." They laughed together, raising their hands toward the jubilant throng. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, Alex's voice cut through the moment like a bucket of cold water. "If I were you, I would start contemplating how to explain the situation to the police, rather than naively celebrating." At his words, the four exchanged awkward chuckles. Although they had emerged victorious from their altercation with Victor, they were undeniably faced with a myriad of ensuing troubles, such as the wall demolished by Ben and Victor, the rooftop and street damage, the vehicles crushed during the scuffle, and the bewildered drivers of buses and trucks that collided due to the chaos. All these losses were inextricably linked to them. Should the police investigate, bankruptcy seemed inevitable. Winning the battle could lead to financial ruin. Contemplating this, the newly minted Fantastic Four's expressions turned grave as they exchanged silent glances. "You all can ponder that at your leisure. I am heading back to Westchester," Alex declared coolly, dismissing their calls as he turned away. His purpose for being there was merely to observe Ben's transformation back into a human. Having witnessed Victor's experimental process, he felt no desire to linger. As for how the Fantastic Four would evade police scrutiny, Alex harbored no concerns. Given Nick Fury's need for superheroes, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extend an olive branch. With the authority and demeanor of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, it was assured that regardless of the Fantastic Four's willingness to join, they would be offered assistance in resolving their troubles as a gesture of goodwill. As Alex prepared to return to Westchester, he suddenly recalled the vampire deity, Fortis, whom he had deliberately spared. I nearly forgot about the blood god of the vampire clan. Considering the time, he should have transformed into the blood god by now. Yes, I shall take the opportunity to assess his true power. With this thought, Alex surveyed his surroundings and turned to venture into a nearby shadowy alleyway. According to Fortis, the blood god has descended, and the world is destined to fall under the dominion of vampires. If such a statement holds truth, then one would expect vampires to be rampant. However, after an exhaustive search, Alex found not a single vampire in sight. Could it be that the blood god's powers have been exaggerated to the point of being mere fabrications? Pondering this, Alex, relying on his swift agility, darted through various neighborhoods and shadowy corners in search of the elusive creatures, yet encountered nothing but emptiness. No trace of even a half-vampire shadow. Had all the vampires been eradicated? Amused, he shook his head at the absurdity of it all. After a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of any vampires in the vicinity, he relinquished his pursuit and turned towards Westchester. The truth behind the sudden disappearance of vampires in New York was something Alex would only discover much later upon encountering Blade. It turned out that the blood god's arrival, as mentioned by Fortis, required the blood of the Daywalker, Blade, to serve as a conduit. In a ruthless bid to become the harbinger of the blood god, Fortis did not hesitate to eliminate the leaders of the vampire elders and capture other pure-blooded vampire elders alive. During the subsequent attempt to apprehend Blade, his mentor and benefactor, Old Way, met a tragic fate, and both Blade and the female doctor were taken captive. At this juncture, it could be said that vampire hunter Blade had suffered a crushing defeat. Yet, much like the protagonists of most hero tales, in a moment of peril, Blade consumed the blood of the female doctor and effortlessly vanquished Fortis, who was possessed by the blood god. Indeed, the so-called blood god that Fortis had boasted about turned out to be nothing but a sham. It was a disappointment for Alex, who had anticipated a grand confrontation. However, such matters would be discussed another time. As night fell, Alex unleashed his full speed, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, resembling a shadow racing towards Westchester. Drivers and pedestrians along the way merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a blur. Bewildered, they dismissed it as a trick of the light, unaware that someone had just zipped past them. With remarkable haste, Alex soon arrived outside Charles' school. Just as he was about to scale the wall to enter, he suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I be so forgetful? In his agreement with Vanessa to attend Charles' school, Alex had promised to reside in Westchester. Yet, with the pressing matters of the blood god, the stone man and his companions, the transformation of Bunaki, and the urgency of this experimental visit, he had neglected to take care of his property in New York. Oh well, I'll deal with that another time, he shrugged off, his typically optimistic and carefree demeanor swiftly allowing him to cast aside the concern. He easily vaulted into Charles' school, entering his dormitory without drawing the slightest attention. Upon opening the dormitory door, Alex was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Vanessa seated on the sofa within. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was nearly 9 o'clock. He casually closed the door behind him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Why aren't you in your own dormitory? Tomorrow is Saturday, and I need to seriously contemplate where to go for leisure." Vanessa raised the book in her hand, explaining, "This is the itinerary for our outing that Catherine and I devised. Though we have already explored all the enjoyable spots in Westchester, our last visit felt rushed and unsatisfactory. Therefore, we plan to go out once more." Alex's brow twitched slightly as he sat down beside Vanessa, grinning. "Let me see. parks, amusement parks, shopping malls. These are all bustling places. How about it? Would you like me to accompany you? Not necessary. To Alex's surprise, Vanessa shook her head earnestly. Catherine said that you have your own matters to attend to and shouldn't always be bothered by us. Vanessa is growing up. Alex affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling a mix of admiration for her maturity and a hint of peculiarity. What matters could I possibly have? However, he mused, idleness was not a sustainable state. It seemed prudent to seek out some pursuits. Indeed, one cannot deny that it is human nature to crave complexity. Alex had long harbored dreams of sleeping until naturally awakened and counting money until his hands ached, free from the burdens of life. Now, both aspirations were within his grasp. Yet he felt an inexplicable void within, a yearning to engage in meaningful endeavors to fill the emptiness. Although combat could alleviate this sense of hollowness, he could not possibly seek out fights every day. Moreover, considering his ever-increasing prowess, few could match him in a fair contest, and battles devoid of fervor would only exacerbate his sense of emptiness. Thus, for the first time since arriving in this world, Alex began to earnestly contemplate what he wished to pursue in the future, prompted by Vanessa's thoughtful remark. It seems I truly ought to find a job. Chapter 88. The return of the little brother. Inspired by Vanessa's offhand comment, Alex resolved to enrich his life by seeking employment. Consequently, determining what kind of work he could undertake became his foremost concern. In truth, rather than searching for a job, it was more accurate to say he was contemplating what jobs he might be suited for, as he lacked even a diploma and was thus barred from the majority of employment opportunities. Furthermore, once employed, he would inevitably encounter challenges posed by superiors or colleagues. Given his long-established straightforward nature, even Alex doubted whether he could endure such difficulties passively. He was confident that if faced with such a situation, he would not hesitate to retaliate with a direct punch. In summary, after much contemplation, Alex resolved to become his own boss, thereby freeing himself from the frustrations imposed by others. However, having made this initial decision, a multitude of questions soon followed. With countless professions existing in the world, it was imperative for Alex to determine which field he should pursue as an independent entrepreneur. After several days of grappling with this dilemma, he found himself still devoid of any clarity. Lacking formal education and adulthood, yet endowed with exceptional combat skills and various ocular techniques, he pondered his current predicament. Languidly reclining on the sofa, Alex raked his fingers through his hair and sighed despondently, lamenting the daunting nature of job hunting. It was no wonder that there were so many unemployed individuals in the world. Suddenly, amidst his turmoil, a gentle knocking echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the school security guard. "Instructor Alex, there are 2 men outside seeking your presence," the guard said with a hint of awkwardness. Although Alex was primarily responsible for the practical training of the yet-to-emerge X-Men members, he held the esteemed title of senior instructor within the institution, second only to Headmaster Charles. "Thank you, Mark. I shall attend to them shortly," Alex replied. "You are too kind. This is my duty," Mark responded, maintaining his customary reserve. Alex smiled, dismissing the formality, and, after tidying his disheveled hair, he closed the door and walked alongside Mark toward the school entrance. Reflecting on the middle-aged man named Mark, Alex felt a deep admiration. In Charles' School for Mutants, ordinary humans were a rarity, scarcely exceeding 5 individuals. Mark, serving as the gatekeeper, was one of them. His presence here was solely for the sake of his daughter, a mutant who awakened her abilities shortly after birth. In a bold move, he relinquished his previous job and relocated his entire family to Westchester to support her. Many of the children at Charles' School had been abandoned by their parents or had fled their homes to escape parental and neighborly abuse. In stark contrast, Mark and his wife chose to remain by their daughter's side, selflessly abandoning their lucrative careers. One guarded the gate while the other managed the cafeteria. This profound parental love stirred within Alex a genuine respect. As he approached the school gate, Alex's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he recognized the 2 figures before him. Standing outside were none other than his 2 recruits from Los Angeles, Yazan and John. "Surprise. Bet you didn't expect us to find you so soon," Yazan and John exclaimed in unison, their laughter ringing out as they reveled in Alex's disbelief. "These 2 are my friends. Please open the door and let them in." After gathering his emotions, Alex whispered to Mark. Mark nodded and opened the grand door, allowing the 2 to enter. "How did you arrive so swiftly? Were you not supposed to rest at the hospital for quite some time?" Alex inquired as he escorted them to the dormitory. John chuckled heartily and replied, "If we were receiving treatment in an ordinary hospital, we should still be confined to our beds. However, that fellow Nick Fury, to express his gratitude for our efforts in saving Los Angeles, leveraged his privileges to mobilize the government's most advanced medical equipment and specialists. Remarkably, just a few days later, we have nearly recovered. Initially, they wanted us to stay longer, but we found it exceedingly dull. Recalling our previous agreement with you, we decided to come to Westchester instead." "I see," Alex responded thoughtfully, guiding the two to their seats in the dormitory. Once settled, he expressed his excitement. "Your timing is impeccable. I am currently troubled by a predicament, and I would appreciate your input. What is it that could possibly trouble you, our esteemed leader?" John and Yazan inquired with keen interest, urging him to reveal the matter. "It is as follows." Alex articulated his work-related woes to them and concluded, "What sort of job do you think I should pursue? Is this a jest? You have been fretting over such a trivial matter for days." John exclaimed, staring at Alex in disbelief, his expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. "Is this the plight of the affluent?" Yazan echoed, equally astonished. Although they were hailed as superheroes locally, their home circumstances were rather modest, barely middle class. Outside their crime-fighting endeavors, most of their energy was devoted to working diligently and earning a living in a lawful and conscientious manner, particularly for John, who had a wife and daughter to support. Consequently, having lived a life of financial constraint, they struggled to comprehend Alex's desire to work merely for amusement and to alleviate an inner void. Feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny, Alex, filled with indignation, retorted, "What are you staring at? Focus and think seriously. If you cannot come up with an idea, each of you shall receive a punch from me." It must be said, physical intimidation is indeed a swift resolution to dilemmas. Upon witnessing Alex's fierce demeanor, John and Yazan instinctively recoiled, their minds racing to devise a solution. They understood Alex's temperament. He was resolute, and a misstep could result in a genuine blow, likely a significant one. "Having just emerged from the hospital, I certainly do not wish to find myself back inside." With this thought, John and Yazan's minds raced at full speed, and before long, they had actually conjured a rather commendable job idea. John exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Boss, you could establish a specialized agency catering to unique commissions, resolving troubles for others, and earning a profit. With your capabilities, you could undoubtedly expand the business significantly." Alex pondered over this idea, his mind suddenly conjuring the image of a protagonist from a certain comic. If memory serves, that character also operated an agency. What was it called? Ah, the all-purpose shop of a silver. Wait, was it a silver or a jean? Alas, time has dulled my recollection. If you decide to open an agency, we will wholeheartedly support you, even if it means working without pay. Yazan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly expressed his agreement. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." John hastily added. Through their brief interactions, they had come to understand Alex's approach. He would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Their declarations were merely an opportunistic display of loyalty. They were certain that should Alex establish the agency and they offered their assistance, he would treat them generously. Moreover, given Alex's nearly invincible prowess, coupled with their support, they would undoubtedly address all commissions flawlessly. Consequently, it would be challenging not to profit from the venture. The only lingering question was whether Alex was willing to embark on this endeavor. John and Yazan gazed at Alex with hopeful anticipation. Perceiving their inner thoughts, Alex feigned indecision, teasing them until he finally burst into laughter, declaring, "All right, let us open the agency. I shall be the boss, and you shall be my first and second underlings." "Yay, that is splendid," Yazan exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. John, meanwhile, envisioned a bright future and couldn't help but gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. Tears welling in his eyes. "Wonderful. My wife, my daughter, I now have the prospect of earning a fortune to support you both. Is such exuberance truly necessary? The one seeking employment here is your boss." Observing his two underlings more excited than himself, Alex felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chapter 89. The agency. The trio decided to establish an agency, yet due to the potential for their clientele to infringe upon American laws, they did not intend to legalize the agency. Thus, their primary task remained the selection of a location. After much deliberation, they ultimately settled on New York. On one hand, Alex owned a house and a car in the city, sparing them considerable expenses associated with choosing a site. On the other hand, as an international metropolis, New York teemed with billionaires, and behind its economic prosperity undoubtedly lurked countless unsavory dealings. Once Alex and his companions began accepting commissions, financial gain would be assured. For Alex, these wealthy individuals, whether as clients or adversaries, would undoubtedly present significant challenges, adding a touch of intrigue to his daily life. And so, they resolved to act. The three individuals, all of a fiery temperament, swiftly resolved their plans and immediately set their actions in motion. John and Yazan made phone calls to their former employer to resign, while Alex bid farewell to Charles and Vanessa. Charles expressed that as long as the training of the X-Men was not hindered, he harbored no objections, and the increasingly mature and independent Vanessa acquiesced, albeit with a condition for Alex to frequently visit her in Westchester. Having concluded these matters, the trio rented a large truck from a leasing company, loading the constrictor within, and then drove to Alex's residence in Flushing, New York. During the journey, John, who was at the wheel, inquired curiously of Alex, "What precisely are we being commissioned for?" "Boss." With the decision to join Alex's firm, he and Yazan had naturally become Alex's employees, rendering the title of boss quite fitting. Alex pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, primarily, I gauge my interest. If a commission piques my curiosity, I shall accept it. As for the two of you, you will undertake vengeance-related commissions, provided they do not involve assassinating good people, government officials, philanthropists, or similar figures. That hardly differs from our work as superheroes." Yazan interjected with realization, "This job pays, whereas being a superhero does not." "Essentially, yes." Alex responded nonchalantly, "Whether or not to charge, and how much, is entirely up to you. After all, I do not require you to remit your earnings." "It sounds promising. I hope we can make a splash in New York." John grinned. "Absolutely," Yazan affirmed. Alex merely smiled faintly and fell silent. The journey continued without further conversation, and the trio smoothly entered New York, heading directly to Alex's home nestled in the heart of Flushing's Chinatown. "Is this house not rather expensive, boss? Your wealth exceeds my imagination." John and Yazan exclaimed in astonishment as they gazed at the luxurious abode upon disembarking. Alex, with a hint of pride, remarked, "This is merely a trifle. Wait until you see the sports car I have parked in the garage, then you will grasp the extent of your ignorance." John and Yazan exchanged doubtful glances. Ignoring their skepticism, Alex approached and opened the grand door, instructing, "Stop dawdling. You two need to unload the constrictor, and one of you should return the truck and catch a ride back." "Why must we, boss? With your wealth, are you truly concerned about the truck rental? Just call and inform them we are purchasing it." Yazan retorted incredulously, "We neither transport goods nor undertake long hauls. What need have we for such a large truck?" Alex rolled his eyes. "Isn't there a flying python? We could modify the truck to create a cozy nook for it, so it won't be left without shelter and won't frighten our customers." John said, "All right, you two are just too lazy to make another trip," Alex remarked, piercing through their true intentions. With a resigned sigh, he added, "Let us proceed as you suggested. You both can contact the rental company. We will transfer the funds directly to their account." Caught off guard by Alex's insight into their ulterior motives, the two exchanged awkward smiles, hesitant to say more. One moved to the driver's seat, while the other went to the back to release the python. Roar! The pent-up python let out a furious roar as soon as it emerged, its wings creating a tempestuous gust. However, upon spotting Alex standing nearby, it immediately restrained its actions, affectionately lowering its large head to nuzzle against him. "Good boy," Alex said, patting the python's head with satisfaction. Due to its size and appearance, the python could not easily be shown to humans during the day. Therefore, Alex had to keep it in the warehouse or on the grounds of Charles Academy, which was a disservice to a creature that belonged in the skies. Had it not been for its loyalty to Alex, it might have rebelled long ago. Leading the python into his quaint estate, Alex opened a garage, pondering, "I wonder if this python possesses other skills beyond breathing fire and flying, such as altering its size, shape-shifting, or even speaking. When I have some free time, I must conduct a thorough examination with my supervision." With these thoughts in mind, Alex guided the python into the spacious garage while soothing its feelings of grievance until it finally settled down. "Boss, I've checked it out. The house is quite large. We could convert the living room on the first floor into a reception area, and with slight modifications, the other rooms could serve as VIP reception areas." John and Yazan approached eagerly as Alex exited the garage. "The second floor could be our living space. What do you think?" "That sounds good," Alex nodded. "This is not my area of expertise, As long as the office can operate smoothly, the rest is up to you too. John, full of confidence, patted his chest and declared, "Leave it to us. I once juggled multiple jobs to save for my wedding, so I can handle this." With that, he led Yazan back into the house with urgency. The enthusiasm of the two was palpable. Watching them depart, Alex smiled softly and ascended to the second floor. Since there was nothing more for him to do here, he decided to take a nap. It must be said that John's reputation as a diligent worker was well earned. After receiving Alex's authorization, he and Yazan took on all the tasks, bustling about with great fervor. Thus, a week later, the first floor had been completely transformed, evolving from a furniture showroom into a medium-sized office capable of accepting commissioned tasks. Completing these tasks is merely the beginning. Our next step requires promotion. John, with a decisive flourish of his arm, exuded an air of competence, asserting that only through robust advertising could our firm swiftly attract clients. "Don't tell me you're going to do it again," Yazan murmured with a hint of melancholy. Over the past few days, he had been toiling under John's demands like a beleaguered slave, worn out to the point that even his dreams were consumed by relentless labor. It could be said that this firm was entirely constructed upon his sweat and toil. From John's recent tone, it seemed he wished to take charge of the promotional efforts once more. Given the exhaustion Yazan had endured under John's supervision, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of grievance. With a bemused glance at Yazan, Alex chose to disregard him entirely. "By the look of you, it seems you've had experience in promotional work. How do you feel about it?" "Of course," John replied confidently, patting his chest. "Promotion is the simplest and most frequent task I undertake. I have always been quite self-assured in this regard." "Do you require Yazan's assistance?" Alex inquired mischievously. "Don't involve me. I've been utterly worn out these past few days and Haven T had a moment to rest." Yazan quickly interjected in alarm. John scrutinized him for a moment. "With that little ambition of yours, you hardly seem like a man. Say what you will, I absolutely refuse to heed your commands any further," Yazan declared resolutely, unmoved. John shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, one of me is enough. You can just stay here and rest." With that, he nodded at Alex and turned to leave. Chapter 90. Training in Flushing, Queens, New York. Within Alex's courtyard, two large stones were slowly being maneuvered up and down. Upon closer inspection, one could see beneath them two middle-aged men, their faces flushed, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. The stones were propped up by their hands. Yet the weight was too great for them to manage without straining their backs, as they exerted all their might to keep the stones from crashing down. These two individuals, bearing the immense stones and undergoing this trial, were John and Yazan, both subordinates and employees of Alex's firm. Whether it was John's lack of expertise in promotion or simply the tranquility of New York, since the establishment of Alex's firm, not a single client had graced them with their presence for 2 consecutive weeks. To alleviate the monotony, Alex devised a scientific training regimen for the two and personally supervised their efforts. The stones they currently lifted were not exceedingly heavy, weighing just over 200 kilograms. In a state of utilizing their extraordinary abilities, they would not even have to glance at them. However, Alex had restricted their use of superpowers, mandating that they lift the stones solely with their pure strength, and they could not relinquish their burden without his explicit consent. Boss John appeared on the verge of exhaustion, slightly lifting the stone, pondering the various methods to enhance strength, yet questioning the validity of this particular approach. "Indeed, I feel as though I am nearing my breaking point." Yazan supported the stone with both hands, mirroring John's precarious state. Not far from them, Alex reclined comfortably in a sun lounger beneath a large parasol, a chilled beverage from the refrigerator resting beside him, still radiating cold. A weight of over 200 kilograms could only be briefly lifted by elite weightlifters. Prolonged exertion would render them powerless. Although John's and Yazan's physiques had been somewhat enhanced through the use of their superpowers, making them significantly stronger than the average individual, they still fell short of the capabilities of top-tier weightlifters. Their ability to endure thus far was a testament to their remarkable resilience. Upon hearing their labored breathing, Alex leisurely stretched and propped himself up, glancing at them. "So, is this proving too much for you?" "Indeed, we are on the verge of collapse, boss. Please allow us to set down the stone." John and Yazan nodded eagerly, desperately hoping Alex would grant them a moment's reprieve. However, Alex had no intention of doing so. While he appeared to be enjoying himself, he was vigilantly monitoring their condition, employing his supervision to assess the state of their internal organs and even each individual cell. Under the scrutiny of his extraordinary sight, Alex could accurately gauge their physical states, ensuring that their training results were unparalleled in strength. This way, he maximized their physical conditioning while safeguarding them from injury. Clearly, they had yet to reach their true physical limits. Observing their pitiful expressions, Alex reluctantly explained, "Both of you rely on your physical prowess in battle. To grow stronger, you must first prioritize strength training. Only with power can you swiftly enhance your abilities. By focusing on your shoulders, arms, chest, waist, and legs, you can achieve a significant leap in your capabilities. Supporting the stone requires not just arm and back strength, but also the coordination of your wrists, waist, and legs, harnessing the full force of your body. Concentrate your spirit and unify your thoughts. Only then can you attain greater development." "B-Boss, your instructions sound simple, but how do we engage our wrists, waists, legs, and overall body strength?" John lamented. "What does it mean to unify one's thoughts?" Yazan echoed, equally perplexed. Both were native outsiders, utterly bewildered by the esoteric nuances of Eastern culture. Even with Alex's guidance, they remained at a loss. "What a hassle." Alex sighed. "John, lift your hands a bit higher. Yes, just like that. Move your feet slightly outward. Yazan, straighten your back a little, puff out your chest, bend your legs slightly. Yes, maintain this posture. Maintain your breath without haste, and follow the method I have imparted to you." Upon hearing these words, the two individuals adjusted their movements accordingly, inhaling deeply and gradually straightening their spines. The stone began to rise slowly, and they felt as if the weight of the stone had become somewhat lighter, making the act of lifting it a tad more effortless. Although the breathing technique Alex had taught them was peculiar and challenging to master, as time passed, they gradually discerned its underlying principles, becoming increasingly adept. With a deeper understanding of the breathing method, they sensed their muscular fatigue diminishing and their vitality gradually returning. Alex nodded in satisfaction. Through his supervisual ability, he could clearly observe the muscles of both individuals initiating a preliminary coordination, while they had yet to consolidate their strength into a singular force. Their progress was markedly superior to before. At the very least, the stone weighing over 200 kilograms no longer posed an immediate threat to them, an undeniable and significant advancement. In truth, the breathing technique Alex had just imparted was one he had surreptitiously acquired from a Chinese martial arts school in Chinatown. Amalgamated with the breathing method of the Shunming Lu swordsmanship and meticulously refined through his supervisual ability to create this ultimate version. Alex would not claim mastery over many things, but he was certain that this breathing method was no less effective than the so-called secret passed down for generations in the martial arts school. During his last encounter with Binaki, it was evident that another force was obstructing them. The fierce battle with John, the swift defeat of the golden-haired woman, Yazan, and the ambush by another individual, all were indicative of adversaries possessing extraordinary abilities. Following the battle in Los Angeles, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not take action against Alex and his companions. Although Alex had confidence in his own strength, he could not disregard the safety of those around him. This whimsical decision to train John and Yazan was driven by that very concern. Even Vanessa was included in his subsequent training plans. However, since Vanessa was currently residing at the mutant school under Charles's protection, Alex was not in a rush to incorporate her into the training cohort. "Boss, this is truly effective. You are incredibly powerful, boss." Feeling the gradual changes within themselves, John and Yazan exclaimed in delight, observing their newfound ability to converse freely and cheer. Even those unacquainted with their struggle could discern that they had become increasingly relaxed and their condition had markedly improved. As Alex had noted, both John and Yazan relied on their physicality for direct combat. One, like a Diga Ultraman, could effortlessly switch states, while the other enhanced his combat prowess through bodily expansion. Though their methods of ability differed, both were augmentations based on their existing physical foundations. In essence, the stronger their foundational strength, the more exponentially their power would increase upon utilizing their extraordinary abilities. The potential for advancement was undeniably vast. This session of strength training serves not only to enhance your physical power, but, more importantly, to teach you how to engage the strength of your entire body. Once the training begins to yield results, I will arrange for you to undergo training in technique and speed, so you may eagerly anticipate the arrival of those days. Alex reclined once more, coolly remarking. John and Yazan were significantly disheartened. One lost focus, nearly failing to support himself, risking a heavy stone to fall upon him. Merely a strength training session had left them feeling utterly drained, and the prospect of speed and technique training to come seemed nothing short of a death sentence. Oh, how they longed for the mysterious client to arrive. As John and Yazan passionately called out for assistance, time flew by, and a week swiftly passed. However, it appeared that both the goddess of fate and the goddess of wealth had little interest in the middle-aged man, and predictably, the number of commissions for the agency remained at an absolute zero, having effectively learned to mobilize their entire muscle strength. The next natural step was to discover how to wield this power. Thus, they found themselves facing the stone-splitting technique training that Alex had mentioned. They placed a stone the size of a human head before them, gathering all their strength into a single point, transforming their palms into blades to cleave the stone before them in two. This was Alex's improvised training course inspired by Demon Daddy. Chapter 91. The first commission. Excuse me, is this an agency that accepts any commission for a fee? I would like to make a request. Just as John and Yazan had been chopping stone for several days, their hands reddened and swollen without a single successful instance, an elderly man of Asian descent, his hair completely white and leaning on a cane, unsteadily entered Alex's yard and cautiously uttered words that sounded like celestial music to their ears. He was a client. The very first client since Alex's agency had opened nearly a month ago. Finally, someone had come to make a request. How splendid! John and Yazan cheered, casting aside the stubborn stone before them and rushing towards the elderly gentleman, joyously ushering him into the reception area. This training session concluded for now. They would resume once the task was complete. Just as John and Yazan felt they had emerged from the depths of suffering, Alex's cool remark instantly doused their excitement, plunging them into despair. Surely not. They both lamented in unison. With a sharp glare, Alex commanded, "What are you doing? Hurry and welcome the guest inside." "Why, yes." Terrified that Alex would seize the opportunity to further torment them, they hurriedly assisted the elderly man into the reception area, one accompanying him to the sofa while the other fetched tea. Alex, however, did not follow into the room, but remained calmly reclined in his chair. The duty of entertaining clients is a responsibility that employees must fulfill. Alex's role is merely to listen to the subsequent reports. He will only intervene if he finds the assignment intriguing or if the task proves to be particularly challenging. As for the rest, it suffices to have John and Yazan handle it. After all, they are renowned superheroes, are they not? Do you have any commissions or matters to discuss? An elderly gentleman, somewhat reserved yet lavishly adorned, took a sip of his tea, and John, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired with an urgency that surpassed even that of the client. Indeed, the elderly gentleman responded, setting his teacup upon the table. He retrieved a photograph from his breast pocket. "I wish to enlist your help in locating my granddaughter." As John accepted the photograph, he was momentarily taken aback by the woman depicted within. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with dark hair and a strikingly beautiful face that bore the ruggedness of Western features intertwined with the gentleness of Eastern ones, clearly a stunning example of mixed heritage. However, being a devoted husband and father, he quickly composed himself and handed the photograph to Yazan beside him. "Wow, she's quite beautiful." Yazan, still a bachelor, exclaimed in admiration. John shot him a disapproving glance, but maintained a pleasant demeanor. "Please, tell us more about your granddaughter. What circumstances led to her disappearance?" The elderly man, lost in recollection, began to speak slowly. "My granddaughter, Lin Ye, is a reporter for a newspaper. A few days ago, she mentioned having captured evidence of an organization's illicit dealings and was thrilled to share that the photographs would be published. She even promised to take me out for a grand meal afterward. However, 4 days ago, she left for work and never returned. The newspaper claimed she never showed up, and her friends said they hadn't seen her either. I immediately reported her disappearance to the police, but all I received were futile assurances. I fear something terrible has happened to her, which is why I sought assistance here. Please, you must find my granddaughter." As tears streamed down his face, he lamented, "This child lost her parents at a young age, and now I have no idea where she might be suffering. Oh, my poor granddaughter. Why must your fate be so cruel?" John and Yazan exchanged solemn glances, rendered speechless. A woman missing for 4 days, linked to some dark dealings. Given the notorious nature of such individuals, it was likely that the elderly man's granddaughter had already met a grim fate. After a moment's pause, John spoke gently to console him. "Please, do not despair just yet. May I ask if your granddaughter shared any details regarding the illicit dealings she captured on camera?" "Yes, she did mention it. Little Wei told me she was documenting a transaction involving the largest drug lord in Flushing. As for his name, I cannot recall. The elderly man replied. The largest drug lord? So it is someone of such notoriety. Did you inform the police about this? John inquired. I did. But they dismissed my claims outright, stating that I lacked evidence. Not a single officer was willing to confront that notorious drug lord. The elderly gentleman lamented bitterly. John patted the old man's shoulder reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, with a clear objective in mind, finding your granddaughter will be a simple task. Leave this matter to us. Yazan, brimming with enthusiasm, thumped his chest in agreement. The old man expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Regarding payment, you may settle it once we locate your granddaughter. John interjected. There's a strong possibility that your granddaughter has already met a tragic fate. If we are unable to rescue her or find her remains, I, as a father, have decided not to accept any payment from you. Thank you. Thank you. The old man said, tears streaming down his face in heartfelt appreciation. Now, we cannot afford to delay, Yazan declared, rising with urgency. For every minute we waste, Miss Li Wei's peril increases. We must set off immediately. Yes, please stay here, sir. We shall return swiftly, John reassured the old man. With that, John and Yazan dashed out of the reception hall and approached Alex. Boss, we understand the nature of this assignment without further explanation. We must hurry, they said. Lying on a recliner, Alex did not even open his eyes. Their conversation had transpired in the reception hall, where ordinary individuals would not have overheard. However, for Alex, whose senses were exceptionally acute, their words resonated like thunder. Impossible to miss. Understood, he replied. Upon receiving Alex's consent, John and Yazan were elated. They rushed into the parking garage, where they took off in one of Alex's luxury vehicles. These two, Alex chuckled playfully, reclining once more. From the inception of the agency, Alex and his associates had decided to utilize one of the luxury cars in the garage for transportation. Until now, due to a lack of assignments, John and Yazan had not had the opportunity to experience the thrill of driving such a magnificent vehicle. Now that the moment had arrived, they wasted no time in seizing it. Wow, this luxury car is truly exceptional. The driving experience feels entirely different, John exclaimed excitedly from the driver's seat. As the car started, it emitted no sound and vibrated not at all. This car is absolutely incredible, Yazan echoed, equally exhilarated, as he explored the various features from the passenger seat, wide-eyed with wonder. On the road, the two marveled at the prowess of the luxury car while occasionally glancing at the scenery outside, their vehicle heading straight towards the impoverished area of Flushing. Given that their suspect was the largest drug lord in Flushing, he would undoubtedly have a notorious reputation among drug dealers and unsavory characters. By locating these individuals, they would effortlessly gather intelligence about the drug lord. Naturally, the densest congregation of such individuals would be in the poorest and lawless regions. Driving swiftly, the two soon arrived at their destination. In the impoverished and lawless region of Flushing, two individuals had just parked their vehicle when they observed a group of disreputable ruffians surrounding a girl clad in peculiar attire, their lewd remarks echoing in the air. What a brazen group! John, standing to the left of Yazan, could not suppress a smirk as he strode towards the unruly gang, with Yazan following suit. To brazenly harass a young girl in broad daylight was an affront to decency, and it would be remiss not to confront them given their audacity. Hey kid, come play with us. We know how to have fun, and you'll be satisfied. As John and Yazan approached, they were met with the unmistakably suggestive words of the thugs, some of whom had the audacity to reach out and touch the girl's fair visage. Chapter 92. The terrifying young girl. Darkness and filth, much like poverty, pervade everywhere. This sentiment is equally applicable to the grand metropolis of New York today. For instance, on a street in Flushing, a group of thugs was enacting a scene of intimidation towards a young girl right before John and Yazan, a scene that might very well escalate into a more degrading spectacle. The unfolding drama was incited by the sheer beauty of the girl in unusual clothing. She was adorned in a pristine white ensemble, her feet clad in matching white shoes, and atop her head rested an adorable wide-brimmed white hat. Her long, straight hair cascaded down her back like a dark waterfall, with black glasses framing her strikingly large purple eyes, a delicate nose, and a petite pink mouth. Her appearance was mesmerizing. The graceful flow of her hair and her undeniably alluring figure indicated that she was likely a high school student or on the cusp of university. When these attributes were artfully combined, They produced a beauty potent enough to incite criminal behavior in the streets. In the presence of her stunning visage, even the likes of Cleopatra would seem pale in comparison. Alas, due to the surrounding thugs, John and Yazan could not behold her enchanting face. Otherwise, they would have dashed forward to enact their own heroic rescue. Come play with us. Overcome by lustful intentions, one thug, finding the verbal taunts insufficient, reached towards the girl's delicate face. Observing this, the others mimicked his actions and extended their hands as well. Trash. Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the air like a frigid wind from Siberia, rendering the thugs rigid with shock, even causing John and Yazan, who had intended to intervene, to freeze in place. The dimming light of the street intertwined with the scene, instilling an uncontrollable sense of dread within John and Yazan. Who on earth was she? The other party may merely be feigning calmness, perhaps emboldened by their own daring or the presence of bodyguards discreetly safeguarding them, thus exhibiting such spirited bravado in a perilous situation. Despite their internal reassurances, both John and Yazan are still engulfed by an overwhelming fear emanating from the girl, rendering them utterly immobile. Even the heroes, John and Yazan, find themselves daunted by the aura surrounding her, let alone the mere thugs who are rendered paralyzed by terror. At the very moment the girl unleashed her formidable presence, the thugs were left in a state of mental disarray, their pupils dilated, their bodies as frigid as those who have long dwelt in a morgue. She is smiling at me. Indeed, in the eyes of the thugs, this stunning beauty is flashing them a smile. Although their minds are clouded with confusion, they willingly succumb to the enchantment of her breathtaking smile, fixating their gaze upon her visage, for that is the only action left to them. Their movements are frozen in midair, as though encased in an eternal ice. Unable to speak or move, the girl's rose-tinted lips part slightly, emitting no sound, yet inexplicably, the thugs comprehend her message. She speaks of withering, does she not? Though her appearance remains strikingly beautiful, a profound sense of panic washes over the thugs at once. In the current context, the girl's smile carries ominous undertones, appearing rather fearsome. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering resonates repeatedly, fine fissures appearing upon the skin of several thugs, proliferating swiftly until their entire bodies, including their clothing and shoes, are covered. Then, a cacophony follows as the thugs, akin to expertly crafted ice sculptures, reach their limit and shatter into countless fragments upon the ground. This. John and Yazan's faces turn an ashen white, clearly horrified by the spectacle before them. Yazan, particularly shaken, stutters aimlessly, uttering nothing but this. The fragmented remnants of human limbs lie scattered, devoid of any blood, hard and lifeless, landing with a dull thud. The air even absent of a trace of sanguine scent. It is evident that these individuals have been frozen solid, inside and out, with not a single detail overlooked. Gulp. Both men simultaneously swallow hard, their expressions filled with dread as they behold the now revealed girl. How beautiful! This is their initial reaction. However, in the next instant, a wave of foreboding washes over them. Could it be that she intends to eliminate us as well? Unexpectedly, upon seeing the two, the girl merely offers a friendly nod before turning to stride towards the other end of the street. It is not until her figure vanishes from sight that they regain their senses, glancing down at the scattered remains of the thugs, their pallor deepening even further. The scene was disconcerting. The disheveled individuals had seemingly evaporated into thin air, their clothing and footwear vanished without a trace. On the sturdy asphalt, only fresh puddles remained. Oh, surely I must have been hallucinating. How could a human being simply disappear? Indeed, we did not witness any such ruffians, did we, my dear girl? In a bid for psychological solace, John and Arson each scratched their heads and let out hearty laughter, attempting to dismiss their recent experience as mere fantasy. Ah ha ha, ha ha. From the windows lining the streets, figures gazed with expressions of astonishment, pointing at John and Arson. Finally, John, with a look of defeat, conceded, "All right. I admit it. We have encountered formidable individuals. I confess, we must leave this place at once. My scheduled appointment should be imminent." With a wry smile, John and Arson turned and dashed towards the car, accelerating at full speed, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. John, have you figured out what just transpired? Arson, pale as a ghost in the passenger seat, trembled, his usually bold demeanor now shaken. I don't know. I truly have no idea, John replied, equally pale, his voice quivering. to silently eliminate so many individuals without either of us noticing how she executed it. This indicates that she is undoubtedly a genuine superhero, possibly possessing even greater strength than our boss. Since witnessing Alex's defeat, both John and Arsene had come to realize their previous ignorance. They were far from deserving the title of superheroes. Thus, they referred to those who surpassed them as true superheroes, and without question, the young girl they had just encountered possessed powers of a legitimate superhero caliber. As John uttered this term, a thunderous realization struck Arsene's mind, leaving him gasping in astonishment. Not only him, but John's heart also roiled tumultuously, unable to find calm. We must inform the boss about this. Once we conclude our current assignment, we shall relay everything in detail to him. With that, he veered the car towards a side street, hastening towards the area they had just left. Upon hearing this, Arsene nodded. The destructive potential of a superhero was indeed formidable. For someone like him, who deemed himself unworthy of the title, along with John, their combined strength resembled that of two elite battalions. The destructive capacity of a superhero far surpassing their own was evident. Indeed, the most impoverished and lawless areas of Flushing were aptly named. The two men soon discovered a gang assaulting a man in a narrow alley, beating him mercilessly. That's our target. Learning from the previous lesson, John parked the car, and Yazan immediately dashed forward, effortlessly dispatching all the robbers with a flurry of punches and kicks. Following that, he landed a series of powerful blows, successfully extracting information from a thug regarding the notorious drug lord Matthew, the most prominent figure in Flushing. They even learned where this drug lord resided, and with such clarity of the target's location, they were determined to strike decisively. The two faced each other, no longer hesitating, and promptly set off in their vehicle based on the thug's revelations. An hour later, their car came to a halt in front of an opulent building. Matthew seems to be living quite well, purchasing a house with the proceeds from his dealings, Yazan remarked. It's a pity he will no longer reside in such luxury. John echoed. Who are these bastards? Don't they know this is the home of Boss Matthew? They should leave at once. Upon witnessing someone brazenly parking in front of the entrance, several burly men clad in black emerged, cursing loudly. With a low chuckle, John and Yazan exchanged glances. And in the next instant, they lunged at each other with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. Chapter 93. Invincible, are you not sending anyone to support them? Why should we support them? In a sunlit courtyard, Alex squinted and retorted to the elderly man who had just stepped out of the house. The old man appeared anxious. Those individuals were armed, and they were merely two in number. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. Outnumbered, he feared they might come to harm. Rest assured, those two are far from ineffectual. Alex reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, gesturing for the old man to sit beside him. Relax and await the outcome here. The elder, seeing Alex's nonchalant demeanor, let out a quiet sigh of resignation and settled down nearby. Observing this, Alex smiled quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. The old man's lack of faith in John and Yazan stemmed from his ignorance of their true abilities. The duo were renowned superheroes, and while they may not possess the same formidable strength as Alex, they were certainly more than capable of handling ordinary drug lords or common foes. Moreover, under Alex's rigorous training, their capabilities had seen significant enhancement. If they could not accomplish their mission, it might be time for them to retire for good. An hour passed swiftly, just as Alex and the elder were lost in their thoughts, awaiting John and Yazan's return. A faint sound of footsteps, imperceptible to ordinary ears, suddenly reached Alex. The rustling sound caused a swift change in Alex's expression. An unprecedented sense of impending doom surged within him, causing his heart rate to spike alarmingly. Death. They could be killed. Alex's extraordinary sixth sense warned him of imminent danger, flooding him with a profound sense of dread. He abruptly rose, his voice tinged with urgency. Old man, for your life, you must leave here at once. The old man looked utterly perplexed. The sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer, escalating Alex's fear to a new height, to the point where he felt as if his heart might burst. Please, don't come out. Ignoring the old man's feelings, Alex roughly seized him and, utilizing a deft maneuver, hurled him safely across the room. Turning around, Alex was confronted by a figure who embodied his first true brush with death, a stunningly beautiful girl. Despite the formidable opponent before him, Alex was momentarily captivated by her beauty. Clad entirely in pristine white, her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Beneath her glasses, her striking violet eyes sparkled, complemented by a delicate nose, soft pink lips, and flawless skin. Alex was certain that the beauty of this girl, seemingly of his own age, surpassed any character from both the two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms he had ever encountered. Yet, Alex quickly shook off the enchantment of her allure. He had not forgotten that this breathtaking girl was also a formidable foe capable of bringing him peril. In that moment, an unprecedented resolve surged within him. His intuition screamed that this girl was far beyond his capacity to confront. To encapsulate his feelings with precision, she reminded him of a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball, specifically one at the pinnacle of power. "May I inquire as to who you are?" Alex managed to maintain a semblance of composure. The girl, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, giggled softly, her laughter reminiscent of an innocent child. "Ah, I've finally found someone intriguing. Who are you, and what brings you here?" Alex asked cautiously, furrowing his brow. Faced with such a dangerous and enigmatic figure, he felt compelled to tread carefully, praying she was not an adversary seeking conflict. While he relished the thrill of battle, it was only when facing opponents of comparable strength. Engaging in combat against someone of vastly superior power would not be valorous, but rather reckless. As long as it was not a necessary confrontation, Alex resolved not to overestimate his capabilities. After all, challenging a being of Super Saiyan caliber with his current strength would be tantamount to courting certain death. Reflecting on his situation, he wondered when he had provoked such an extraordinary character. With a heart full of doubt, Alex quietly summoned the spirit energy within him, prepared to strike at the first sign of trouble from his opponent. However, the girl seemed entirely unfazed by Alex's palpable tension. She merely laughed joyfully, then parted her delicate lips to say, "I'm coming to devour you." As she stepped closer to him, Alex's mind struggled to comprehend her words. Did she just say she was going to eat him? If she had uttered threats like "I'm going to kill you," or "I will eliminate you," Alex would not have been so taken aback. But "I'm going to eat you," was she akin to that creature, S.H.I.E.L.D, who absorbed the life of others to enhance his own power? Did she perceive him as mere sustenance? The girl's words momentarily distracted Alex. Yet they also dispelled any lingering questions in his mind, allowing him to regain his composure as she took her first step. He swiftly launched a fierce assault, aware that he faced an opponent far beyond his expectations. He could not afford to be careless. Stone gaze. As Alex summoned his thoughts, a petrifying ray shot from his eyes, striking the girl instantly. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. The petrifying light vanished upon contact with her, leaving no trace of its effect, not even on her clothing. The stone gaze had proven ineffective. The girl's magical resistance must be at least advanced, or her defensive capabilities were extraordinary, defying the laws often described in fantasy novels. Regardless of her situation, one undeniable truth emerged. This girl possessed strength that was indisputably on par with her appearance. In a moment of urgency, Alex had no time to ponder his astonishment. He quickly shifted his gaze to employ the enchantment gaze. As their eyes met, it felt as though his mind had been struck with a heavy blow. Not only did the enchantment gaze fail to take effect, but its backlash nearly caused Alex to lose consciousness, as if his head had collided with solid marble. Cursed be this high magical resistance and formidable mental defense. This was a recipe for invincibility. Resigned to his fate, Alex lamented how he had unwittingly attracted such a formidable adversary. Yet, he resolved to remain undeterred. If brute force yielded no results, he would seek out her weaknesses. With renewed determination, Alex activated his enhanced vision, and in an instant, intricate data and diagrams materialized before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, as he unleashed his ocular technique, the girl furrowed her brow, subtly quickening her pace. In the fleeting moment when the chart materialized, Alex could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It was no wonder that the petrifying gaze had proven ineffective. His opponent was a life form composed entirely of pure energy, inherently immune to attacks of an energetic nature. Moreover, upon observing the structural composition of her body, it seemed exceedingly probable that physical assaults would also be rendered ineffective against her. This revelation left Alex in a state of dismay. Immune to energy-based strikes, nearly impervious to physical attacks, and possessing a mental fortitude that even the alluring gaze could not penetrate, this girl was not merely on the path to invincibility, she had already achieved it. Alex would wager that if Bernacchi were to encounter her, he would surely be reduced to mere fragments in less than a second. The more Alex scrutinized the girl's data, the more apprehensive he became. If he continued to delve deeper, he feared he might lose even the courage to flee. Realizing this, he dared not linger any longer. A crimson cross swiftly manifested in his eyes, empowering him to unleash his abilities at a velocity exceeding twice the speed of sound. Without hesitation, Alex turned and dashed away. Boom! As Alex transitioned from stillness to motion, his rapid movements caused the surrounding air to explode, the sound of sonic booms echoing relentlessly. The 36 stratagems dictated that retreat was the wisest course. Just as Alex burst through the courtyard wall, a delicate, pale hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Turning in alarm, he was met with an enormous, gaping mouth. Chapter 94, Become Mine. Boss, boss, boss. Surely, I cannot meet my end like this. In a haze of consciousness, Alex seemed to hear someone calling his name. Yet an overwhelming sense of lethargy consumed him, extinguishing any desire to open his eyes. Perhaps a different approach would suffice. Hey, wait. Slap, 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 slap. With each crisp sound, waves of pain surged across Alex's face, igniting a furious indignation within him. How dare you strike my face? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Fueled by anger, Alex's awareness jolted back to life. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the familiar confines of his longtime bedroom. The scent of blankets and pillows wafted through his keen nose, and bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting soft rays into the room. The warmth of the bed and the sunshine was so inviting that the urge to remain nestled under the covers began to overshadow his desire to rise. However, before succumbing to the temptation of sleep, he resolved to deliver a sound thrashing to the one who dared to slap his face. Strike not the face. If this scoundrel wishes to treat me thus, he must be prepared to pay a grievous price. Boss, are you awake? Turning his head, Alex saw John and Yazan standing by his bedside, their expressions cautious as they regarded the irate glare he directed at them. Boss, someone just slapped my face. You can't be muddled from sleep, can you? Who here would dare to strike you? Indeed, who would dare to provoke the boss? Under the menacing gaze of Alex, John and Yazan smiled awkwardly, clearly attempting to divert the conversation. Someone just slapped me. That must be a mere illusion. John responded succinctly. Yazan swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, Boss, how did you faint in the courtyard, and why are you drenched as if you fell into a pool? Upon hearing this, Alex's attention was drawn to the events that transpired earlier. I recall speaking with the client in the courtyard when a dangerous individual approached. I instructed the elder to enter the house, he said, and as he thought back, a spark lit up in his eyes, connecting the memories. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Did you see a beautiful girl when you found me? Upon hearing those words from Alex, John and Yazan exchanged knowing glances and broke into lewd smiles. A beautiful girl. Boss, how could you not? Just by observing their expressions, Alex could deduce their thoughts, and his anger ignited as he rose to confront them. However, as he stood up, a wave of weakness washed over him. Alarmed, Alex quickly assessed his condition and found everything normal except for the complete absence of his magical energy. The earlier weakness was merely the side effect of the total depletion of his magical power. Alex gasped inwardly. How could my magical energy vanish completely? The energy he had accumulated over the years was immense, yet during his unconsciousness, it had dissipated like vapor. After a self-assessment, Alex concluded that if he relied solely on the Annihilation Eye to absorb the ambient magical energy, it would take at least a week to recover half a level. Moreover, during that week, he could not switch off the Annihilation Eye. In other words, if Alex refrained from devouring other beings, it would take him at least 20 weeks or longer to regain his peak power at level 10. The fact that his magical energy could be restored brought Alex a modicum of relief. However, he was perplexed by the girl who had suddenly appeared and attacked him, leaving him to wonder what she had done to cause the inexplicable loss of his magical energy. Reflecting on their earlier comments about him being drenched, he recalled seeing a mouth before losing consciousness. Could it be that he was consumed, his magical energy absorbed, only to be expelled afterward? Piecing together these clues, Alex remained calm yet insistent. I ask you, did you encounter a girl with black hair and purple eyes while I was unconscious? Boss, we did see her. She was the one who knocked you out. Before Alex could finish his words, John and Yazan eagerly interrupted, their expressions of bewilderment mirroring that of an ordinary person who had encountered a fearsome specter. How could you have seen her? Upon witnessing their expressions, a heavy weight settled in Alex's heart. The girl, who had completely stripped him of any resistance, had not departed after consuming his spiritual energy. Did she still intend to set her sights on him? The thought sent a chill down Alex's spine. That girl was terrifying, truly terrifying. As John and Yazan spoke of their encounter, their bodies trembled slightly. Alex's keen hearing even picked up the sound of their teeth chattering. Were you also attacked by her? Alex inquired, puzzled, though their demeanor hardly suggested they had been beaten. That girl John stammered. Are you talking about me? Just as John and Yazan hurriedly recounted their harrowing experiences to Alex, a sweet, melodious voice interjected, echoing in their ears. In an instant, all three stood frozen, mechanically turning their heads toward the source of the sound. A youthful maiden clad in pure white leaned against the doorway, grinning at them, a towering dessert in hand. Shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth. Gazing upon her unforgettable visage, John and Yazan instantly froze. The next moment, they leaped onto Alex's bed with the swiftness of startled rabbits, seeking refuge behind him. In contrast to their overt display of fear, Alex maintained a semblance of calmness, given that he had been effortlessly subdued by her in his prime. Any attempt at resistance now seemed futile. Thus, Alex resignedly regarded her, furrowing his brow as he feigned composure. What are you doing in my house? Trespassing is against the law. The girl paid no heed to Alex's words, stepping closer with an innocent, benevolent smile that exuded grace and poise. It seems you are beginning to recover. Recovering from what? Alex pondered, the tranquility in her tone, tinged with a hint of concern, inexplicably igniting a spark of doubt within him. Without hesitation, he confronted her. You are not eyeing my spiritual energy, are you? Oh, so you call that delectable power spiritual energy? The girl's eyes sparkled with interest as she regarded Alex. How amusing. She had indeed set her sights on his spiritual energy. A wry smile crossed Alex's face. He never anticipated that the spiritual energy he would need weeks to regain would attract someone's attention so swiftly. The girl swiftly finished the dessert and leaned closer to Alex, a delightful fragrance enveloping him. I still do not know your name, she said. I am Alex, and you? You may call me Janata, she replied, revealing a smile that could be deemed flawless. Then, she uttered a phrase that left Alex, John, and Yazan utterly astounded. Become mine. Alex, hearing the girl he had always regarded as an adversary utter such words, akin to a declaration of a lifelong bond, overwhelmed Alex and his two companions with a wave of bewilderment. Their minds momentarily blank, they grappled with the absurdity of how events had spiraled into this situation. In the chaos of his thoughts, Alex could not think clearly, with only the words why and how could this be endlessly swirling in his mind. He was baffled as to what misstep had led to this scenario. Was it truly due to the elemental power within him? Become mine, Alex, Janata repeated, oblivious to the turmoil her words had instigated in Alex and his companions. Chapter 95. A tragic turn. It soon became evident that Alex had misinterpreted the girl's intentions. Her phrase become mine was merely an expression of her desire for sustenance, akin to the common phrase let us eat in Japanese anime. The seemingly terrifying yet adorable girl had fixated on the elemental power within him. According to Janata, due to her unique constitution, she often experienced insatiable hunger, necessitating her to regularly consume energy to quell these urges. Prior to encountering Alex, she had satiated her hunger by consuming copious amounts of human food. However, she declared that she no longer needed to go through such trouble. She claimed that Alex's elemental power was exceptionally pure and possessed significant potency. A single consumption of his entire power would sustain her for a considerable period. In essence, Janata viewed Alex merely as a source of nourishment, akin to a farmer harvesting crops regularly. The thought of his status being reduced to that of mere produce caused Alex distress, prompting him to devise a strategy to dissuade her from her ill intentions. You know, there are many individuals in this world endowed with innate powers. Why not seek them out? If you wish for their addresses, I could provide them free of charge. Look, I have two right behind me. Boss, how shameless. John and Yazan, hiding behind Alex, shot him incredulous glares, aghast at his willingness to betray others for his own sake, even selling out his own subordinates in plain view. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Janata flatly rejected Alex's proposition. In stark contrast to the unbidden expressions of joy adorning the faces of John and Yazan, Alex wore an expression of sheer astonishment and helplessness. Reluctantly, he inquired why. I resolved long ago to never consume any humans or creatures from Earth. Janata replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Alex's face contorted into a look of disdain. You claim to abstain from consuming Earth's inhabitants, yet you devoured me at our very first encounter. I have observed that your energy is indeed recoverable. The abilities of those you mentioned, the ability bearers, possess a purity of power that is far too low and are not of the recoverable kind. They simply do not qualify for me to devour, Gonata stated, patting her impressive chest with utmost seriousness. In summary, you are unlike anyone else. This declaration, emerging from the lips of a remarkably enchanting girl, would undoubtedly stir the heart of any man, yet it failed to evoke any reaction from Alex, which he found utterly astonishing. Gazing at Gonata's exquisite visage, he found himself overwhelmed by the unwavering determination in her eyes. Faced with such an opponent, one he could neither best in combat nor outwit with words, what could he possibly do? With a bitter expression of resignation, Alex finally relinquished his futile struggle. Very well, there are plenty of rooms here. You may choose whichever you like. Boss. John and Yazan chorused in unison, their hearts resonating with a profound sense of empathy. To be in the company of such a formidable girl was infinitely more exhilarating than sleeping with a nuclear bomb. A girl capable of effortlessly taking down a boss was not someone they dared to toy with. Yea, I shall not hold back, Gonata exclaimed, her face blossoming into a breathtaking smile that even made the reluctantly compliant Alex admire her beauty. With a light-hearted turn, she ascended to the second floor to select her room. However, just as she was about to exit Alex's bedroom, she turned back and uttered a comment that left him utterly speechless. Oh, and don't even think about intentionally delaying your energy recovery. Otherwise, she waved her delicate fist in Alex's direction. I might just get angry. With that, Gonata skipped out of the room. Ha. Alex forced a wry smile, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What a calamity. How does she know what I'm thinking? Truly a marvel. When he had agreed to let Gonata stay, Alex had secretly contemplated deliberately stalling the recovery of his elven powers. Yet he never expected that this thought would be thwarted before he could even act on it. All thanks to her perceptive remark. Contemplating her combat prowess, which was evidently on par with her beauty, Alex resigned himself to his fate. In that moment, he began to understand the frustration John and Yazan must have felt when he had dominated them. Boss. Alex turned his head to find John and Yazan looking at him with concern, their expressions reflecting a struggle to find the right words of comfort. Bang. Bang. Enraged by the sight of the two individuals, Alex's forehead throbbed with veins, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist and sent them flying out of the window into the courtyard below. How dare you strike my face? How dare you leap onto my bed without removing your shoes? How dare you speak falsehoods? It was evident to Alex that Gonata was indeed in the room. Yet these two pretended as if they had never encountered her. To Alex, this was clearly an act of ill intent. If they wished to witness his misfortune, let them first become the jesters. A cold smile crept across Alex's face as he fixed his gaze upon the two individuals, now deeply imprinted in the ground of the courtyard. Although he had lost his magical energy, his physical strength still hovered around 50 tons. And coupled with his inherent skills and various techniques borrowed from Japanese manga, dealing with them posed no challenge whatsoever. What a tragedy. A glance at the dark footprints on the bedsheet elicited a sigh from Alex. He rose from the bed. Despite the fatigue coursing through his body due to the loss of his magical energy, it did not significantly hinder his movements. Moreover, with the activation of his Annihilation Eye, his magical energy began to gradually recover, allowing him to swiftly readjust to his physical state. The sensation of being alive is truly splendid. As he strolled into the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, Alex couldn't help but express his contentment. The crimson cross in his eyes activated automatically, drawing in the particles floating in the air and converting them into pure magical energy for storage. A sudden thought struck Alex. If there were indeed particles in the air of this world, could it imply that some individuals wielded magic? The particles Alex referred to were essential elements in a world where magic existed. The key for a mage to cast spells lay in the coordination and integration of these particles. Generally speaking, in worlds where such particles were present, one could undoubtedly perform magic or related skills. However, despite his prolonged stay in this world, Alex had yet to encounter anyone capable of such techniques. Previously, he had not recognized the peculiarity of this fact, nor had he taken the initiative to investigate the absence of magic practitioners. Now, as he found himself with leisure time to restore his magical energy, he suddenly comprehended this anomaly, marveling at the thought. Could it be that the advancement of science had led to the decline of magic? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Alex approached John and Yazan, who had become a pair of disheveled figures. In his earlier haste, he had forgotten to inquire whether they had completed the commission from yesterday. We have indeed finished. John replied, swaying slightly as dizziness clouded his mind. We ventured into Matthew's home only to discover that he was absent. The granddaughter of the client was confined in the basement. Those ruffians claimed that Matthew had a penchant for toying with such high-value captives, so they had kept her there, awaiting his return to handle the matter personally. We dealt with all of Matthew's henchmen and then brought the client's granddaughter back. The client has since returned home with her. Yazan added. Alex casually acknowledged with a sound, signaling his understanding, then fixed his gaze intently on the two individuals. What about the commission fee? Surely there should be one upon the completion of the task, right? At this, John suddenly became hesitant, stumbling over his words. Speak plainly. Alex interjected with an impatient snort. Well, boss. Yazan stepped forward with a look of resignation. I observed that their living conditions were rather modest. They simply cannot afford the commission fee. So, you took it upon yourself to waive the commission fee? Yes, boss. If you must assign blame, let it fall on me. Boss, I share the responsibility. Seeing the resigned expressions on their faces, Alex sighed in exasperation. I have made it abundantly clear that whether or not to collect payment is your prerogative. I shall not interfere. Moreover, to be frank, it was entirely within my expectations that running an office would not be profitable. At this juncture, Alex's gaze sharpened. However, you two imbeciles, if you do not collect from the client, will you not consider collecting from others? What do you mean? John and Yazan exchanged puzzled looks. If we do not charge the client, whom else could we charge? You two truly are dim-witted. Alex exclaimed with exasperation, his tone laced with disappointment. Do you not realize you can collect from Matthew? He is merely a petty drug lord. Why would you allow him to keep his money while he brazenly traffics in poison that harms others? Boss, are you suggesting a black eats black scenario? The expressions of the two brightened slowly. Upon hearing this, Alex's discontent surfaced. Fools, it is not black eats black. This is a case of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Do you not understand? Seizing ill-gotten gains from others to provide relief for those of us living in poverty. Do you grasp that? If not, go procure a bilingual dictionary and educate yourselves. Truly, you are lacking in culture. A bilingual dictionary? Boss, you even appreciate Eastern culture. John and Yazan's admiration for Alex surged once more, though they remained unclear about the concept of robbing the rich to aid the poor. However, this did not hinder their deepening respect for Alex's audacity and cunning. His nonchalance in appropriating others' wealth was truly commendable. He was indeed my boss. Chapter 96. The disappearance of Chin Gulay at noon. Alex, having painstakingly explained the concept of robbing the rich to aid the poor to John and Yazan, set out for a meal with his two subordinates and an untouchable young lady. After casually ordering their preferred dishes, they encountered a dilemma with Ganata. According to her, the food contained various energies that her body could fully absorb, subsequently storing them to alleviate her hunger pangs. Even with Alex's magical energy supporting her, she habitually ordered an extravagant quantity, food sufficient for 200 people. For a restaurant of this size and its operators, 200 portions were hardly a concern. As long as Alex could afford the cost, they could easily supply the order. Before long, the intrigued waitstaff pushed open the door to the VIP room, first presenting the meals for Alex and his companions, followed by an array of dishes sufficient for 30 guests ordered by Janata. The remaining 170 servings would be brought in batches after the initial 30 had been consumed, as the space within the VIP room was limited. Initially, Alex and his companions harbored doubts about Janata's ability to finish the 30 servings, but the evenly proportioned girl swiftly dispelled their skepticism. The ample food meant for 30 was devoured at an astonishing pace by Janata. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in a Chinatown restaurant, where a girl of striking beauty and physique dined in front of 3 astonished men, consuming serving after serving, first 30, then another 30, and yet another 30. Half an hour later, Alex and his friends bore witness as Janata, employing a most ordinary manner of eating, polished off 60 servings. The stack of plates surrounding her had already reached over a meter in height. In the midst of incredulous gazes, Janata continued to eat for nearly 2 hours, annihilating a total of 200 servings, before rising with evident satisfaction. What on earth was happening? Even the worldly Alex found the spectacle bewildering, let alone John and Yazan, who had not encountered many extraordinary events. When Janata finished the initial 30 servings, their mouths hung agape in astonishment, and they remained in a daze until she set down the final plate with a contented sigh. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Alex stared intently at Janata's still flat stomach, questioning where on earth all that food had gone. Even the hungriest of scions could hardly consume such a quantity. How could you possibly eat so much after absorbing my spirit energy? What is your secret? This amount is nothing at all. Janata chuckled to herself, thinking, I used to consume entire planets. This is trivial. Remarkable. Alex was thoroughly impressed. Ding dong ding dong, just as John took Alex's credit card to settle the bill. Alex's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and Charles's anxious voice came through. Alex, where are you? I need your help. The urgency in Charles's tone was a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor, making it clear to Alex just how distressed he was. What has happened? Take your time to explain, Charles, Alex replied hastily. There is no time for that. You need to come to the school right away, Charles urged from the other end. I'll explain everything on the way. All right, Alex responded with a nod, then turned to instruct Yazan to return to the office and retrieve the supercar parked in the garage. Once the supercar arrived, Alex motioned for Yazan to exit the vehicle, opened the door, and took his seat inside. Wow, what a cool car, I want to ride too. With eyes sparkling with excitement. Ganata followed Alex into the car and settled into another seat. Alex cast a glance at Ganata but did not ask her to leave. Her abilities were inscrutable. And with her by his side, Alex felt entirely at ease, despite having faced no fears previously. Yazan, you and John stay at the office. And make sure not to let that Matthew fellow slip away. After speaking, he turned to Ganata and said, All right, I'm about to drive. No sooner had the words left his lips than the supercar shot forward like an arrow. With Alex's exceptional reflexes as his secret weapon, the supercar, even at full throttle, could not surpass his mastery. The silver vehicle danced through the air like a flying sprite, disregarding traffic lights and other vehicles as Alex sped towards Westchester. On the way, Alex learned from Charles the cause of his agitation. Jean Grey had been captured. A few days prior, Jean had traveled to Scotland to collect a mutant child who was to attend Charles's school, but she was ambushed by malevolent mutants and had since gone missing. As one of Charles's earliest students and a candidate for Omega-level mutation, Jean was currently the focus of Charles's concern. Her disappearance undoubtedly weighed heavily on him. Moreover, Jean's powers were exceedingly dangerous, and if exploited for malevolent purposes, even Charles would be unable to protect her. Consequently, Charles, using specialized tools, was tirelessly searching for Jean's whereabouts. However, upon locating her, he was horrified to discover that she had been controlled. His calls to her fell on deaf ears. Due to his legs, Charles was unable to personally rush to Scotland to rescue Jean, and there were no mutants at the academy capable of taking on such a task solo. In desperation, he turned to Alex, who held the title of senior instructor, hoping that Alex could quickly journey to Scotland and save the controlled Jean Grey. While Alex was troubled about how to swiftly regain his powers, he immediately agreed to Charles's request upon grasping the gravity of the situation. As the supercar raced along the road, Ganata gazed at the fleeting scenery with great interest, while Alex focused intently on driving, his mind meticulously contemplating strategies to rescue Jean. According to Charles's investigations, the individual responsible for controlling Jean was a man known as the Master of Illusions, rumored to possess the terrifying ability to conjure illusions directly in the human mind. Alex knew he must remain vigilant against such a formidable and elusive adversary. It is important to recognize that even though Jean Grey's abilities are not yet fully matured, she possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly controlling her adversaries. One must not underestimate her. When it comes to manipulating illusions, it poses a challenge to discern the underlying principles behind her opponent's powers. In Alex's recollection from his past life, the topic of illusions inevitably evokes the memory of two significant figures, Aizen from Bleach and Itachi Uchiha from Naruto. The former wields his illusions through the initial release of his Zanpakuto, allowing him to manipulate the five senses of others at will, while the latter employs the power of his Sharingan to inflict illusions upon those who meet his gaze, achieving his goal of tormenting his foes. However, it remains uncertain how this so-called master of illusions conducts his manipulation. Generally speaking, in anime, the execution of illusions requires specific preconditions, and once these conditions are known, one can effectively guard against them. Yet, this world is not akin to the realm of anime, and Alex is uncertain whether there will be similar limitations on the ability to manipulate illusions here. Thus, despite possessing the enchanting demon eye, which is a nemesis to mental attackers, Alex must exercise caution to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. As for the safety of Ganata, Alex harbors no concerns. After all, She can directly negate both his enchanting and petrifying demon eyes, leaving him to ponder who on earth could possibly contend with her. The sleek sports car sped along, arriving at Charles Xavier's school in Westchester. Alex and his companion disembarked, and under the guidance of Charles's representative, they proceeded directly to a small aircraft parked on the school grounds. This is the latest warplane developed by an old friend of mine, capable of swiftly transporting you to Scotland. Once there, I will guide you in your search for Jean, Charles explained. Hello, Alex. Scott greeted with a nod. Alex returned the gesture and turned to Gonata, asking, I'm heading to Scotland to rescue someone. Will you join me? Of course. What if you run off without me? Gonata replied with an air of certainty. TCH. Alex found himself both amused and exasperated. Aware that time was of the essence, Alex, Gonata, and Scott swiftly boarded the aircraft. Charles signaled the pilot, indicating it was time for takeoff. Chapter 97. The search soaring through the skies. The trio quickly arrived in Scotland. True to Charles's connections, the newly developed aircraft outperformed commercial planes, effectively having their travel time. The plane landed at a secluded location closest to their target. Exiting the cabin in succession, Alex and his companions followed the timely instructions echoing in their minds from Charles, jogging forward with purpose. After a brisk half hour, they arrived at the entrance of an unremarkable apartment building. The apartment building appeared exceedingly dilapidated, looking as though a mere push could bring it crashing down. Situated on the outskirts of a bustling metropolis, it stood alone, devoid of any companions. This structure boasted a total of 15 stories, standing resolutely against the wind. What a pity it would be not to utilize this place for a horror film. Alex sighed wistfully. Mr. Alex, let us charge right in. Scott urged eagerly as they stood before the entrance of the apartment. At this, Alex wore an expression of curiosity. Charles had mentioned that this fellow had not been romantically involved with Quinn, yet such concern for her well-being seemed rather affectionate. Though his mind was rife with gossip, Alex recognized that this was not the time for such musings. Once Quinn Gray was rescued, there would be ample opportunity to indulge in idle chatter. Then let us proceed without delay. After careful consideration, Alex resolved to heed Scott's suggestion. With the enigmatic Gonata present, he felt little need for excessive caution. Exercise utmost caution. The master of illusions is not to be trifled with. Charles's voice echoed in Alex's mind as they entered the apartment. Do you possess detailed information on his abilities? Alex raised an eyebrow, mentally inquiring. Charles replied, Unfortunately, no. The intelligence at my disposal merely indicates that he is a mutant capable of manipulating illusions, and an evil one at that, making him quite formidable. Alex nodded. Those adept at illusion manipulation often led lives shrouded in mystery. This characteristic made the adversary particularly reminiscent of figures from Japanese anime. Inside the apartment, chaos reigned. Various household items lay strewn about, as if abandoned for an eternity, with dilapidated furniture piled in corners, suggesting a long period of vacancy. Contemplating the use of clairvoyance to ascertain their enemy's location, Alex ultimately dismissed the idea, considering the toll it would take on his ethereal energy. Charles, are you certain they are here? Absolutely. Both Quinn and the Master of Illusions are present. Given your unwavering confidence, I have little more to say. With that, Alex and Scott surveyed their surroundings cautiously, bracing themselves for an unexpected attack from either the Master of Illusions or Quinn, while Gonata exhibited an attitude reminiscent of a carefree tourist, showing no sign of trepidation whatsoever, as if oblivious to the looming dangers. In response, Alex could only express a mix of admiration and envy. Those with strength can afford to be so brazen. As time slipped by, an hour later, the trio had meticulously searched all the floors below the third, yet found no trace of their quarry. Let us split up and conduct our searches independently, Scott suggested, concerned for Quinn's well-being, deeming their current method inefficient. Very well, Alex agreed, stating that there remained 12 floors, with each of them responsible for 3. Gonata would oversee the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, while Scott would take charge of the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. The final 4 floors would be under his jurisdiction. Scott, should you encounter any adversaries during the search, your primary duty is to notify both of us. Understood, Scott replied, hastening up the staircase toward his assigned floors. Well then, are you willing to undertake the remaining tasks? If not, I can handle my 4 floors as well. Alex inquired as he entered the stairwell. Upon hearing this, Gonata flashed a charming smile and turned to ascend to the 4th floor. No need to worry about me. I find this quite exhilarating. You should hurry to your designated floors. TCH. A max-level expert rampaging through a novice village. It truly feels that delightful. Alex muttered to himself as he turned toward the 12th floor. Through his enhanced perception, Alex was certain that Ganada was an indomitable force, impervious even to nuclear strikes. It was perplexing that someone so powerful found joy in hiding. Surely, that was merely a manifestation of boredom. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Alex noted with interest that there were no signals from Scott or Ganada, which suggested that the Master of Illusions was still securely concealed. Turning the corner onto the 12th floor, Alex immediately realized that Lady Luck had smiled upon him. A dozen men clad in black suits stood at the staircase corner, brandishing submachine guns filled with ammunition. Upon spotting Alex, a bloodthirsty smile spread across their faces. "Open fire," commanded the leader, and in an instant, the submachine guns erupted in a furious chorus. The bullets rained down, clattering against the ground with a frantic rhythm. "You're courting death." Amidst the storm of bullets, Alex's voice rang clear. Unfazed by the onslaught, he charged forward with resolute strides, showing no inclination to evade. His strength had surged to 50 tons, equating to approximately 100,000 pounds. The defensive capability of his skin alone rendered these bullets utterly ineffective. As the bullets struck him, they ricocheted in all directions, scattering across the floor, leaving the black-clad men in stunned disbelief. Before they could regain their composure, Alex barreled into them like a stampeding elephant, sending them crashing against the walls with devastating force, reducing them to mere pulpy remnants, an utterly gruesome sight. Before Alex, they were as vulnerable as newborns. Coming to a halt, Alex absorbed the remnants of those he had just vanquished. Having absorbed a dozen men still hasn't brought me to the first tier. It seems the days ahead will be challenging. With a wry smile, Alex turned his gaze toward the adjacent corridor. In the corridor stood a strikingly beautiful girl, Jean Grey. Her eyes were devoid of life, as if she were entranced, and the aura she exuded instilled a subtle sense of danger in Alex, compelling him to remain vigilant. Jean had fallen under the control of the Master of Illusions. In other words, until the Master was defeated, Jean remained Alex's adversary. And he could not afford to be careless. A mutant endowed with telepathy and psychokinesis, Jean possessed the potential to ascend to an Omega-level mutant, making her a formidable opponent. At that moment, however, Alex found himself in a position of weakness, his powers diminished after being drained by Ganada, and he could hardly be certain of overcoming the fully empowered Jean. What troubled Alex most was the fact that he could not harm Jean, who was under someone else's control. Otherwise, his mission in Scotland would be rendered futile. To think you would be the one to confront me. What a predicament, Alex mused, maintaining a facade of composure despite his inner trepidation. Unfortunately, Jean, under the influence of the Master, showed no signs of acknowledgement to Alex's words. Her vacant gaze swept over him, momentarily flickering with an enigmatic hue. Just as the thought of taking action crossed Alex's mind, Jean suddenly sprang into motion. Boom! An invisible wave of psychic energy surged forth, causing the air around to resonate violently, the tremendous force akin to crashing waves barreling towards Alex. Crack! 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 The powerful psychic energy rolled through like a steamroller, shattering the corridor and the adjacent walls, with fine fissures rapidly expanding, threatening to tear the very structure apart. Dust rose in clouds, a testament to Jean's formidable potential as a future Omega-level mutant. Even the residual shockwaves from her initial strikes surpassed those of the blonde adversary Alex had faced previously. Chapter 98. The Master of Illusions. In the fleeting moment before Jean unleashed her attack, Alex sensed her movement, propelling himself backward just in time to evade the unexpected psychic onslaught. The force of her assault struck the ground with a resounding crash, fracturing the surface and creating a step-like pit that radiated outward from the spot where Alex had once stood. Telekinesis. No, it was psychic energy. Alex felt a chill of realization. Having previously clashed with the blonde adversary, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of such elusive powers. He quickly discerned the distinction between the two. The blonde's ability was undoubtedly telekinetic, while Jean's method of attack, although similar in appearance, was fundamentally a psychic force that compelled the formation of a telekinetic field, adding an extra layer of complexity to her already formidable abilities. However, the formidable mental prowess of Jean elevated her attack far beyond that of the blonde-haired girl. Boom, boom, boom. Under the control of the Illusion Master, Jean cast a cold gaze at Alex, her violent psychic energy manifesting as a series of telekinetic fields crashing toward him in relentless waves. You are doomed. The murderous intent in her eyes was unabashedly fierce. Alex swiftly comprehended the meaning behind Qin's gaze, an overwhelming tsunami of lethal intent surging forth, entirely devoid of any pretense or concealment. This signified that the illusion master, who lurked in the shadows manipulating Qin, was resolutely intent on eliminating Alex, the very one who had come to her aid. The telekinetic fields descended one after another, yet Alex, relying on his extraordinary agility and extensive combat experience, deftly evaded each assault, remaining remarkably composed. Even a foul rat, cowering in the sewers, dared to exhibit such audacity. As he moved, Alex delivered a powerful punch against the wall beside him, a surge of tremendous force emanating forth. Yet curiously, not even a fragment of the surface was disturbed. Boom. Suddenly, a section of the wall adjacent to Qin detached and hurtled toward her like a cannonball. This maneuver was a clever variation of the renowned Shinming sword technique, akin to the legendary ability to strike a cow across a mountain, rendering defenses nearly futile. Bang! In the next instant, Qin's vast mental energy swept through, sending the incoming debris flying, shattering it into fragments that ultimately disintegrated in midair outside the apartment. Meanwhile, as Qin diverted her focus to fend off the wall debris, Alex's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, the resulting gusts wreaking havoc upon the adjacent wall once more. At a speed nearly that of sound, Alex reached Qin's side almost instantaneously, his right hand poised like a blade, delivering a carefully measured strike toward her neck. Regardless of how the illusion master manipulated Qin, if Alex could successfully incapacitate her with this blow, he would temporarily sever her connection to the adversary. Yet bang! An invisible barrier manifested mere inches from Qin, perfectly intercepting Alex's strike. The ensuing gust of energy was likewise unable to escape its shattering fate. Such a swift reaction. Just as Alex found himself momentarily distracted, an immense, intangible pressure descended upon him, pinning him to the ground on one knee. It turned out that as Alex had meticulously prepared to deliver his incapacitating blow, Qin's combat experience, honed under Charles's rigorous training, came into play. She had managed to conjure a protective shield with her mental energy just before Alex's strike could land, effectively nullifying his attack. Not only that, but she also adeptly employed her immense psychic power to create a telekinetic field, unexpectedly immobilizing Alex's body. To his surprise, Alex had inadvertently fallen into the trap set by his opponent. This has become intriguing. Sensing the air currents coalescing into a conical shape, Alex, kneeling on one knee, could not help but smile, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, before the clash between Alex and Qin, Ganada, having entered the fourth floor, effortlessly found a clean bench and leisurely seated herself, displaying no intention of searching for adversaries. Her captivating gaze was directed upwards, seemingly admiring some fascinating spectacle on the ceiling of the fourth floor. On the upper levels, Scott's expression was fraught with anxiety as he swiftly searched through various rooms. Since encountering Qin on the cruise ship, he had harbored an indescribable feeling towards the enchanting girl. Following their time together, their relationship had blossomed rapidly, reaching what is commonly referred to as a passionate romance. Had it not been for Qin's sudden disappearance, he would likely have met her family by now. Thus, Scott was particularly tense about her disappearance. After all, the missing person was his girlfriend. Not here, nor here. Qin, where on earth are you? Through the lenses of his quartz glasses, Scott hurriedly scanned each room within the floor. Just as his anxiety grew increasingly palpable, a peculiar man suddenly appeared before him, observing the agitated Scott with a grin. The strangeness of this man was not due to his odd features or bizarre attire, but rather the very essence of his presence, which gave Scott a vivid sense of his existence, as if the man before him were a fleeting illusion destined to vanish at any moment. You are the illusion master controlling Qin. Scott reacted swiftly, perceiving the other's peculiarity, immediately adopting a defensive stance. He sternly demanded to know the man's identity while swiftly adjusting the switch on his quartz glasses, ready to retaliate with a laser beam at the slightest movement from the stranger. I am indeed the illusion master you seek, the man readily confessed his identity, unperturbed by Scott's impending aggression. If you wish to attack, then do so, for I am the one responsible for Qin's plight. Upon hearing this, Scott had no choice but to suppress his impulsive rage, coldly inquiring, "Where is Qin?" What have you done to her? Furthermore, why do you control her? Oh dear. You pose so many questions at once. Which one should I address first? The illusion master feigned distress, shaking his head in perplexity. Suddenly, a heated red shockwave surged forth, striking the ground beneath the illusion master and leaving a smoking crater. I wouldn't mind if the next one hits you. All right. You are rather impulsive, the illusion master conceded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, casting a meaningful glance at the bullet mark below. I will answer your questions. Speak. Well, you are quite impatient. First and foremost, I must inform you that S.H.I.E.L.D resides within this very apartment. Secondly, I have not harmed her in any way. As for my motives for capturing Master Illusion, he paused, a fervor suddenly igniting in his tone, for I wish to join a certain organization, and S.H.I.E.L.D serves as my passport for validation. You regard S.H.I.E.L.D as an object. Scott's anger flared, even prompting an impulsive desire to recklessly activate the quartz eye regulator and unleash a devastating blast upon this master of illusion. Ah, my friend, your ire stems from your ignorance of the advantages of joining that organization. If you were afforded the same opportunity, I dare say you would act as I have. Master Illusion dismissed Scott's disdainful demeanor, continuing with fervor, once I am admitted to that organization, I shall possess wealth, fame, status, and power, far more than my arduous solitary struggles could yield. Moreover, they have assured me that should I demonstrate sufficient capability, I could penetrate the organization's inner sanctum. So you intend to control S.H.I.E.L.D. Precisely, S.H.I.E.L.D is a favored individual within the organization. By controlling her, both she and I can gain entry and ascend to the pinnacle of global prominence. The mania on Master Illusion's face intensified. Scott, follow me. Together we shall join the organization. If you are willing, I can ensure your admission once I infiltrate the core, with S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance. Before Master Illusion could finish his sentence, a scorching red shockwave surged through his body, relentlessly piercing through the robust walls behind him. Scott's decisive action revealed his intent. Dream on. Chapter 99. Collapse. Scott's mutant ability allows him to unleash a red shockwave, infused with heat, from his eyes. Its energy is inexhaustible, and its might is unparalleled, capable of obliterating all in its path. However, Scott struggles to exert perfect control over these formidable eyes and must don specialized quartz glasses for assistance. Yet, Master Illusion, driven by his desire to join a core organization, recklessly sought to dominate S.H.I.E.L.D, igniting Scott's fury and amplifying the power of his laser shockwave several-fold. Boom, boom, boom. The red shockwave instantly penetrated Master Illusion's body, its relentless force piercing through every wall ahead, unstoppable in its advance. Yet, the Master of Illusion, seemingly impervious to the pain inflicted by the laser, stood firm, gazing with casual ease at the astonished Scott. Are you surprised that I remain unharmed? Scott's momentary astonishment faded, and he responded with calm resolve. No, it's not that. I comprehend that someone as timid and life-preserving as you would never dare to endanger your existence by urging me to follow you. Before I even laid eyes upon you, you must have already cast illusions upon me. What I struck was merely a tedious mirage of your own creation. Now, it is the Master of Illusions who finds himself astonished. Your exceptional combat awareness, composed and serene, reveals you to be a mutant of considerable potential. Do you not care for Jean Grey's safety? Eliminating you will naturally liberate Jean from your control, Scott stated coldly. Scott possesses a deeper understanding of his girlfriend Jean Grey's mutant abilities than most. Among her numerous powers is the capacity to resist mental assaults. Even if the Master of Illusions can temporarily dominate Jean's psyche, he cannot perpetually suppress her mental defiance. Once he can no longer maintain his grip on her mind, she will inevitably be freed. In truth, the Master of Illusions encountered significant difficulty during his confrontation with Jean. Had it not been for a sudden surge of immense psychic turmoil from her, he might not have been able to restrain her at all. Having grasped the peril inherent in the situation, the Master of Illusions felt his admiration for Scott wane, replaced by a chilling and silent intent to kill. Cold and obsessive, he declared, Scott, you should not have spurned my offer. Today, you are destined to meet your demise here, at the hands of me, the Mastermind. No sooner had he spoken than the Master of Illusions materialized before Scott, thrusting a sharp dagger toward his abdomen. Simultaneously, an unseen force enveloped Scott, rendering him completely immobile. His right hand could not adjust his quartz glasses, and thus, the laser beam remained dormant. A sense of dread washed over Scott, just as he recognized the imminent danger. His abdomen was violently pierced. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through him, threatening to topple his will. Meanwhile, Alex, caught off guard, found himself ensnared within Jean's telekinetic field. Kneeling on one knee under the weight of her power. Seizing the moment, Jean pressed her advantage, coalescing her psychic energy into a conical attack, intent on obliterating Alex in one fell swoop. Foolish to think this would suffice to contend with me. A smirk of derision crossed Alex's lips as he forcefully pressed his hands against the ground. The tremendous force reverberated through the earth, erupting beneath Jean's feet. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the apartment as the ground where Jean stood shattered, and the telekinetic field binding Alex dissipated without a trace. As soon as he was liberated, Alex surged forward with unbridled speed, a tempestuous force, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step, fissures radiating outward from his path. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself toward Jean, poised to strike with terrifying velocity. At the very moment when the force erupted beneath her feet, Jean summoned her mental prowess to create a formidable shield, successfully deflecting the violent energy surging upwards. Although she emerged unscathed, the immense force transmitted through the shield lifted her feet from the ground, propelling her uncontrollably backwards. At that critical juncture, Alex's swift assault coincided perfectly with the fleeting moment of her shield's disappearance. With a resounding crash, recognizing the peril she faced, Jean unleashed the entirety of her mental energy. An invisible force radiated from her core, expanding outward in all directions like a shockwave, tearing through the surrounding air with a piercing howl. The nearby walls and floor were the first to succumb, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Yet, the devastation did not cease there. As the shockwave continued to propagate, the affected ground and walls crumbled and disintegrated, causing the entire apartment to tremble violently, on the brink of total collapse. This was Jean's utmost effort. This was the full manifestation of her Omega-level mutant potential. The invisible, terrifying shockwave raced towards Alex, igniting a profound sense of crisis within him, as if the surging energy could claim his life. Indeed, she was a mutant of such caliber that even Charles felt overshadowed. Her power was formidable. Faced with this overwhelming force, Alex remained undaunted. He pressed forward, his body vibrating with tension as his muscles coalesced into a singular force, unleashing a palm strike imbued with 5 layers of might. The shimming flow palm technique, Void Slash. With a force exceeding 50,000 pounds, enhanced by the unique techniques of the shimming flow, Alex's punch coalesced into an extraordinarily potent palm strike, aimed directly at the invisible shockwave encircling Jean. With the battle escalating to such extremes, Alex had no choice but to confront the onslaught head-on, exercising restraint as best as he could. Boom! The two colossal forces collided in a direct confrontation, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that swept in all directions, producing a cacophony of anguished wails. The air shimmered with visible ripples, spreading chaos in their wake. Anything caught in the collision was mercilessly pulverized. Thunderous roars echoed as the titanic forces clashed, their terrifying destructive power rapidly dismantling the dilapidated apartment. The ground beneath them could no longer withstand the strain, beginning to crumble, while the surrounding walls followed suit, large chunks peeling away and plummeting downward alongside the two combatants. As they descended, Alex's gaze fell upon Scott, contorted in agony on the ground, curled up as a massive concrete slab descended towards him. Should such a weighty object strike him directly, it would undoubtedly crush his bones to dust, and from Scott's appearance, it was clear he had no means to evade it. This fool was courting death. With Alex's keen perception, he quickly discerned that Scott bore no visible injuries. The fact that he lay there in such a state without any wounds was nothing short of reckless. What an inconvenient fellow. Alex deftly adjusted his stance, his right foot landing upon a debris-laden wall, propelling himself forward with great force to rescue Scott from imminent peril. Just as Alex grasped Scott's body, moving away from the impending threat of a heavy object, an unexpected figure materialized out of thin air, thrusting a dagger menacingly towards Alex's left side. Simultaneously, a transparent fist, roughly the size of a person, suddenly appeared above Alex, descending upon him with the weight of a mountain. Realizing there were others in hiding, Alex felt a jolt of alarm, yet his movements remained unaffected. He raised his left foot, delivering a powerful kick towards the man wielding the dagger. while simultaneously bracing himself against the colossal fist with his left palm. Alex's swift reaction clearly caught the man off guard. He received a crushing blow from Alex's kick before he could properly respond. The sensation of impact resonated through both his palm and foot, and Alex suddenly halted, realizing this was merely an illusion. Observing the man still charging towards him, alongside the impending collapse of the apartment, Alex opted to evade. Leaping directly from the upper floor with S.H.I.E.L.D in tow, he landed gracefully on the ground, the force of his descent shattering the earth beneath him and sending debris flying in all directions. Once on solid ground, Alex carefully placed the pained S.H.I.E.L.D down. Suddenly, a red shockwave erupted from the crumbling apartment, aimed directly at the standing Alex. Frowning, Alex shifted his stance just in time to evade the oncoming red beam. The beam struck the ground beside him, creating a gaping crater, with wisps of white smoke rising ominously, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. Gazing at the crater, Alex furrowed his brow once more. This method of assault was identical to Scott's. Ah, so that is how it is. A glance at the incapacitated S.H.I.E.L.D cleared all doubt from Alex's mind. He looked up to see the man who had orchestrated the illusions, accompanied by the one who had previously attacked him with a dagger, approaching slowly amid the apartment's final collapse. "You are the master of illusions," Alex stated in a low voice, his inquiry imbued with a peculiar certainty. The man laughed heartily and replied, "Like Scott, you too are a mutant of remarkable potential. How about joining me? Since you do not deny it, then you must indeed be the master of illusions," Alex pressed further. "Indeed, I am what you refer to as the master of illusions," the man confirmed. The man, slightly taken aback, continued to entice Alex, asserting that wealth, fame, and status awaited those who followed him. Before the illusionist could finish his sentence, Alex, unabashed, retorted with scorn, "You, a mere rat from the sewers, have no right to recruit me." The illusionist, nearly choking on his indignation, exclaimed, "How dare you call me a sewer rat? You are doomed." Amidst his shrieks, the illusionist swung his hand forcefully, summoning a colossal block of cement that plummeted from above, descending upon Alex and S.H.I.E.L.D like a mountain crashing down. In the face of imminent peril, Alex remained utterly still. The illusionist sneered, "It is no great feat to perceive these as illusions. However, my illusions are far more intricate. Even if they are false, they will still have an impact." Before he could complete his statement, astonishment replaced his arrogance. He discovered that the illusion he conjured could not advance beyond 3 centimeters from the void above Alex's head, as if an invisible, sturdy wall obstructed the massive object. To his horror, he felt the very force preventing the object from moving forward emanated from himself. This situation resembled a normal person contemplating whether fire could indeed cause burns. And as they approached the flame with their hand, their rational mind intervened, creating a struggle between curiosity and reason, leaving their hands suspended in an indecisive limbo. Now, the heavy object descending from above was the manifestation of the illusionist's own hesitation. In other words, the illusionist had developed an internal resistance to attacking Alex. What on earth was happening? The illusionist was engulfed in confusion. As a master of mental attacks, he was certain he had not been subjected to any psychological assault. Yet a genuine sense of resistance had arisen within him, completely beyond his control, akin to a computer infected with a supervirus, rendering him defenseless. He could evoke sensations that led others to perceive non-existent entities through sight, sound, touch, smell, and taste. Thus, this was the reason behind his title as the Illusionist Master. Observing the astonished expression on the illusionist's face, Alex spoke calmly. "The illusions you create can only affect the mind. Thus, even if someone doubts them, their subconscious will still perceive them as reality, resulting in harm from the illusions. Am I not correct, Illusionist Master? How do you know this? Who are you?" The illusionist bellowed, his voice tinged with a palpable sense of fear and panic. As previously mentioned, masters who wield mental manipulation and illusion typically maintain an air of mystery. It is this enigma that fortifies their power. Once these mysteries are unveiled and understood, the prowess of those involved would significantly diminish, rendering them susceptible to even the most prepared of adversaries. It is from this perspective that the master of illusions finds himself in a state of utter panic. One must ponder, can a magician still be deemed a magician if all of his secrets are laid bare? Indeed, how could I possibly grasp such matters? With eyes as profound as the vast cosmos, Alex whimsically gazed upon the master of illusions, teasing him mercilessly. just as the Master of Illusions controlled his instrument. Alex employed similar techniques to counteract the Master's consciousness. The enchanting eye possessed an array of unforeseen abilities, among which was memory interference. Utilizing this power, Alex subtly influenced the Master's psyche as their eyes locked, instilling a sense of resistance within him, as if another persona were wrestling for control over his being. Initially, Alex intended to exert complete dominance over the Master, but upon attempting to wield his abilities, he realized that the Master's resistance to mental assaults was far beyond the ordinary. A reckless attempt at coercive control could potentially incite a direct confrontation. And in such a high-stakes clash, Alex would struggle to fend off the attacks from the instrument beside him. Thus, he resorted to the more subtle methods of memory interference and psychological suggestion. As a master of mental manipulation, the Master of Illusions quickly recognized the turmoil within his mental domain and clenched his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "You wretch, you possess the ability to interfere with my mind." Crack, crack. The heavy objects above emitted faint sounds of shattering, before collapsing in a cacophony, their fragments dissipating like bubbles, as if they had never graced the world. The sensation of having one's mind controlled is profoundly unsettling, a torment that renders one powerless. Alex fixed his gaze intently upon the Master's eyes, savoring the exquisite agony he was inflicting. As he spoke, the powers of the enchanting eye surged once more, and the Master, already struggling against another mental force, found himself ensnared once again, helplessly undergoing a transformation of his consciousness. In an instant, multiple conflicting identities emerged within his psyche, each vying for dominance over his body. Waves of pain surged through his mind, making the Master acutely aware that he was spiraling towards a catastrophic mental breakdown and fragmentation. If he did not act swiftly, the consequences would be dire. "Qin, we must leave at once." Recognizing the peril of his situation, the Master summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the burgeoning identities within his mind and issued a command to Qin. Boom. Upon receiving the command, Qin, who had been standing impassively, sprang into action. An invisible force erupted forth, causing the ground to fracture as if it had been crushed beneath a steamroller, advancing relentlessly towards Alex. Simultaneously, Qin grasped the Master's shoulder, enveloping both of them in a formidable wave of mental energy that transcended the bonds of gravitational pull. "Can you escape?" At the very moment when Qin employed her delaying tactics, Alex had already discerned her intentions with a single glance. With a swift motion, he struck decisively, cleaving the invisible force that approached him in two. As he closed in, Alex exerted tremendous pressure with his right foot, propelling himself forward at a velocity that exceeded the speed of sound, accompanied by a formidable shockwave that was visibly fierce. "Leave her to me." Thin wisps of ethereal energy clung to his right palm as Alex pierced through Qin's protective mental shield, seizing her ankle with a powerful grip and hurling her towards the ground. Boom! The solid mental force collided with the earth, resulting in mutual destruction. A deep crater was formed upon impact, while Qin's complexion paled. Her protective barrier disintegrated completely, causing her to involuntarily release her grasp on the Illusion Master, who was entangled in a struggle against the myriad consciousnesses of the mental realm, and he was sent flying. Success! Alex swiftly advanced, delivering a decisive strike to the nape of Qin's neck, rendering her unconscious. Chapter 101. Individual Plans with a Grunt. The Illusion Master clumsily rose from the ground, coughing and spitting blood. The force that had hurled him away had nearly shattered all his bones upon his collision with the earth. Had it not been for the unbearable pain pulsing in his head, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. Perhaps fainting would have been a better fate for the Illusion Master. At long last, the issue was resolved. Alex hoisted Qin from the ground and, with seemingly casual finesse, tossed her to the side, where she landed close to Scott, their bodies almost touching. "Let me ponder how to deal with you," he said, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he approached the Illusion Master. Suddenly, an energy distinct from mental force and telekinesis surged forward, as countless minute particles rose from the ground, forcing Alex to retreat. This invisible power was immensely potent. Under its influence, a multitude of tiny particles enveloped the Illusion Master completely. Then, this colossal humanoid figure defied the laws of physics, floating effortlessly into the air, delivering a resounding slap to the face of every physicist before shooting off into the distance. Alex's heart stirred, and he prepared to pursue. However, after merely 2 steps, he abruptly changed direction, rushing to Scott and Sheen's side, where countless particles were spreading towards them. Without hesitation, Alex executed a sweeping kick, the gust of wind howling as it sent all the particles that were encroaching upon the unconscious Scott and Sheen flying away. Upon turning back, he found that the illusion master had vanished without a trace. Oof, a feint. The assailant certainly had a knack for tactics. With a dissatisfied huff, Alex reluctantly abandoned the pursuit of the illusion master. The thought of chasing after the illusion master only to have Sheen and Scott abducted by someone else would be quite embarrassing. At that moment, the impeccably clean Ganada emerged from nowhere, teasingly remarked, "TSK, allowing someone of mediocre strength to escape right before your eyes. Don't you find that rather humiliating? I believe nothing could be more disgraceful than being devoured by you." Alex shot a glare at her, exasperated. To be fair, had you not consumed my spirit energy, I would have captured him without a hitch, and he wouldn't have gotten away. Huh. Don't blame others for your own shortcomings. Besides, what use is your meager power anyway? Surprisingly, Ganada's annoyance surpassed Alex's. Alex was taken aback, though his spirit energy seemed trivial before her. It was something he had painstakingly accumulated. Could you not be so dismissive? Seeing Alex's silence, Ganada grew intrigued and provocatively taunted. Why the sudden silence? Keck out your tongue. I wonder if you're coveting the spirit energy I just acquired. Alex's expression turned peculiar. He, caught off guard by Alex's blunt revelation. Ganada chuckled awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. I just saw you absorb someone's energy with your eyes, and your spirit energy replenished somewhat. Can you convert absorbed energy into stored spirit energy? Indeed. Alex shot another irritated glance at Ganada as he picked up Scott and Sheen, one in each hand, making his way toward the aircraft's landing spot. Whether it's biological entities or other forms of power, my eyes can absorb them, transforming them into energy and strength for my evolution. Oh, I see. Ganada followed alongside Alex, her eyes darting with curiosity, her expression contemplative as she seemingly concocted some mischievous scheme. Noticing her demeanor, Alex became vigilant. Let me make this clear. Do not even think about targeting it until I have completely restored my spirit energy. I still require it for my ongoing evolution. Huh. Look at you, what a pitiful sight. Ganada cast a dismissive glance at Alex. Rest assured, I shall not consume it again before your full recovery. I hope you keep your word. Not far from the collapsed apartment, a man of remarkable presence stood against the wind. His hair was entirely white, and his eyes were tightly closed, emanating an air of inherent authority that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Draped in a crimson and black cloak, he was clad entirely in dark attire. Even his boots were black, resembling an assassin in the night. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing ahead. A humanoid black object soared through the air, then gracefully landed on the ground before the man. Once again, my old friend. As the man's voice resonated, the black object began to disintegrate, revealing the illusion master ensconced within. Supporting his head with one hand and bracing himself on the ground with the other, he attempted to rise. After a brief respite, he gradually managed to suppress the resistance of other consciousnesses. Though the pain in his head persisted and a swift recovery remained elusive, he was sufficiently prepared to engage in conversation with his benefactor, who had rescued him from the clutches of Alex. Upon raising his gaze to his counterpart, the illusion master exclaimed in astonishment, "It is you, Magneto. You actually came to my aid." Such words wound our bond. We have been friends for a long time. Magneto chuckled softly, extending his hand to assist the illusion master to his feet. I know your character. Without sufficient incentive, you would never have intervened on my behalf. The illusion master scoffed. Speak plainly. What is it that you seek from me? True to form, Magneto replied candidly. I want you to join my brotherhood from this day forth and assist me in infiltrating the core of that organization. Impossible. Under normal circumstances, the illusion master would have immediately rebuffed Magneto's proposition. However, in the current scenario, where he was at a disadvantage, he could neither afford to dismiss Magneto nor dare to do so. Furthermore, Magneto was known for his ruthless determination to achieve his goals. The illusion master was certain that refusing his overture would mean forfeiting his chance to see the dawn of another day. Not long ago, he had been courting Scott and that young man named Alex. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of Magneto's recruitment. Truly, the goddess of fate relished in orchestrating such dramatic twists. With a self-deprecating smile, the illusion master, seeking to preserve his life and make a comeback, weighed his options, and ultimately accepted Magneto's offer. Very well, from this day forth, I shall be a member of the Brotherhood. I can indeed assist you in penetrating the inner circle of that organization, but you must promise me one thing. Otherwise, I shall not lend you my full support, Magneto. At this, Magneto released his tightly clenched fists, his face illuminating with a grand expression. Since you have joined the Brotherhood, we are brothers. Your affairs are now mine. I want you to help me eliminate Alex. The Illusion Master revealed a sinister expression, his eyes brimming with an unquenchable hatred, a depth that even the vastest ocean could not cleanse. Alex is that blonde-haired, red-eyed boy. Indeed, that scoundrel took advantage of my efforts to recruit him and betrayed me. In any case, he must die? The venom in the Illusion Master's tone intensified. Since awakening his powers, the Illusion Master had known nothing but success. He had never suffered such a grave loss. Moreover, due to Alex's treachery, he was now forced to endure humiliation under Magneto's command. This debt of vengeance, more significant than any blood debt, demanded retribution in blood, and the Illusion Master sought to reclaim his honor through the life of Alex. No problem, Magneto readily agreed, proclaiming, I shall allow you to personally sever his head. Very well, it's settled. Master Mirage responded, as long as you assist me in avenging this grievance. I will mobilize all my resources to aid you in entering the core group, I assure you. Excellent. Once you have fully restored your condition, I believe we can commence our endeavor, Magneto remarked with a smile. Master Mirage nodded and followed Magneto as they ambled forward. Alex, wait for me. We shall meet again. And when that time comes, humph. Chapter 102, The Anomaly Boom. The aircraft, engineered by Charles' friend, soared through the sky. Its target set on Charles' school in Westchester, America. Inside the cabin sat Alex, wearing dark sunglasses, alongside Ganata, who appeared deep in thought. Lying beside them were Scott and Jean, both in a state of unconsciousness. Alex donned the sunglasses to conceal the unique crimson cross of the Annihilation Eye technique beneath, opting to wear them frequently to avoid unnecessary complications, unless he could safeguard his inner spirit energy from being devoured by Ganata. However, considering the vast disparity in their powers, he surmised that these sunglasses would likely accompany him for an extended period. Seated quietly by the window, Alex contemplated his concerns. The infiltration of Charles' school was alarmingly profound. He wondered whether Charles had noticed. While intervening in Master Mirage's memories, he subtly perused the unprotected memories of the Master and discovered that his actions against Jean stemmed from an organization assessing Master Mirage's eligibility to enter their core group. When Charles established the School for Mutants, the organization behind Master Mirage had already begun its covert infiltration. The information regarding Jean's potential to attain Omega-level mutant status was disseminated by their infiltrators within the Academy. To seize control of this formidable asset, they dispatched Master Mirage, skilled in mental manipulation, to dominate Jean. Though Master Mirage successfully ensnared Jean and intended to return to headquarters to claim credit, he received word of Charles' agents attempting to rescue her. In a bid to showcase his prowess, he deliberately lingered in Scotland, planning to annihilate the mutants sent for Jean's rescue, thereby proving his worthiness to enter the organization's core group. His schemes rang loud and clear, yet they met the formidable obstacle that was Alex, who not only successfully liberated Jean, but also left Master Mirage teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. Truly, he had met with the utmost misfortune. Regardless of how you infiltrate Charles' Academy, should you dare threaten Vanessa's safety, I will personally ensure you experience the depths of hell. Alex emanated a palpable aura of menace. Vanessa is the family he has chosen. Anyone who dares or intends to harm her will undoubtedly face Alex's wrath, regardless of their background, status, abilities, or influence. He will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. A palpable aura of murderous intent permeated the air, yet Janata, seated nearby, remained oblivious. In stark contrast, the unconscious Scott curled up slightly, while in an unseen corner, the unconscious Jean suddenly opened her eyes. Strangely, her gaze was filled with desire, violence, and fury, these negative emotions radiating with an intensity far beyond what one could fathom. Amidst this overwhelming aura of menace, Alex was the first to notice Jean's anomaly. Horrified to discover that her body exuded a force capable of annihilating everything in its path. Before he could utter a sound of alarm, Jean abruptly sat up. In an instant, a tempestuous wave erupted from her, surging in all directions. At the eye of this storm, The objects surrounding Qin disintegrated instantaneously, followed by the metallic vehicle beside her, the floor beneath them, and the entire aircraft on which everyone sat. She was disassembling matter at an atomic level. This was dire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Alex wasted no time, seizing Scott, who was closest to Qin, and crashing through the aircraft's structure to leap down. As for Janata, Alex felt no concern for her. Who could say where her true limits lay? Perhaps even if the solar system were obliterated, she would still thrive. High in the atmosphere, thousands of meters above ground, the air was thin and the temperature perilously low. The rushing winds were not only fierce, but also bitterly cold. A normal person would surely perish in such an environment. Yet, there was a silver lining. The frigid air roused Scott from his stupor, causing him to shiver back to consciousness. "Ah, it hurts. What are you whining about?" Alex retorted loudly. "You fainted from just an illusion. You truly are useless. This is not the time for that," Scott exclaimed in panic, surveying their precarious situation. Due to inertia, they were not plummeting directly downward, but rather sliding forward at high speed. The violent rush of air had already left numerous fine scratches on the exposed skin of Scott. But luckily, his attire was a specially designed combat suit created by Charles for the X-Men, sparing him the embarrassment of becoming the first naked man to fly through the sky. In contrast, Alex found himself more perplexed. His clothing and shoes were mere designer brands, now tattered and torn from the fierce gales. Upon landing on the ground thousands of meters below, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly find himself in a state of undress. If fortune were to forsake him and he fell into a densely populated urban area, he would likely become the subject of urban legends as the naked man who fell from the sky. "Next time, I must don sturdy attire," Alex exclaimed loudly, utterly devoid of any sense of urgency. I retorted, "What time is it now, and you are still preoccupied with such trivialities?" "Surviving should be our utmost priority at this moment," Scott interjected with a loud scoff. "What can I do?" Alex shot him an exasperated glance, pleading, "Come on. We are thousands of meters in the air. Do you think this is just a street on the ground?" Turning to observe the state of the aircraft, he found it completely dismantled by Qin from the inside, leaving no trace of any component behind. The unfortunate pilot was likely doomed as well. Qin stood alone in midair, the rushing currents swirling around her only causing her clothes and hair to dance in the wind, yet they could not harm her in the slightest. At that moment, she appeared astonishingly powerful. Suddenly, a thought crossed Alex's mind. If she were to specialize in waste management, she would undoubtedly earn a fortune. He remained oblivious to the fact that his petrifying gaze was also an excellent means of handling refuse, no matter the stubborn waste. A mere glare from him would solve it perfectly. As if sensing Alex's gaze, Qin turned her eyes toward them and gracefully floated closer to Alex and Scott. Just by the overwhelming negativity radiating from her eyes, Alex felt certain she had no intentions of rescuing them. Meanwhile, Scott watched Qin's every movement in utter disbelief. At that moment, the force of inertia vanished, and Alex and Scott screamed as they plummeted downward. Swoosh! The sound of their rapid descent was accompanied by the unmistakable tearing of Alex's clothes and Scott's muffled groans of pain. Falling from such a height, the rush of air felt no less than being slashed by a blade. Scott, whose physical constitution was merely average, could hardly withstand such assault. "This fellow is surprisingly resilient," Alex thought, impressed. Without hesitation, he tore off his tattered clothing and wrapped it around Scott's unprotected skin, simultaneously activating his petrifying gaze to turn the garments into stone. This action would maximize protection for Scott's fragile body, ensuring he wouldn't perish before reaching the ground. As for Alex himself, he had no need for such precautions. A person capable of running at supersonic speeds would not be daunted by mere air currents. What a ridiculous notion! As they fell rapidly through the azure sky, akin to a celestial being from mythology, Alex lamented the lack of attire, which marred his appearance. Fortunately, they were high enough that if someone captured a photograph, it would undoubtedly go viral on the internet, making Alex a sensation. As Qin followed closely behind Alex and Scott, she descended not as a victim of Earth's gravity, but rather as a conqueror, deliberately embracing the fall. Though all three plummeted downward, their methods diverged dramatically. It was evident who triumphed and who was superior. Now, it was time to contemplate an escape. The vast expanse of azure stretched before Alex's eyes, prompting him to engage his mind in devising an escape strategy. As he drew nearer to the cerulean sea, he finally recognized the necessity of action. With a fierce glare, he activated the petrifying eye amidst the rapid descent, instantly transforming the surrounding clouds into solid stone, descending alongside him. Fortunately, despite having depleted his magical energy, he had maintained the obliteration eye mode, absorbing elemental particles from the air to replenish his powers. Coupled with the strength he had previously absorbed from several robust individuals, his magical energy reserves had barely reached a sufficient level, allowing him to employ his ocular technique multiple times. Upon being struck by the petrifying eye, the clouds inexplicably morphed into stone at the atomic level, plummeting rapidly towards the ocean's surface under the influence of gravity. Having completed this, Alex seized Scott behind him, and they were now less than 200 meters from the water's surface. At that moment, Alex twisted his body, pivoting skillfully, and landed forcefully on the stone cloud beside him, utilizing the rebound to slightly mitigate his descent. Without hesitation, he continued to leap from one stone to another, each serving as a makeshift springboard to alleviate the force of their fall. Boom, boom, boom. Under Alex's deliberate control, the stone blocks accelerated their descent, crashing into the sea and creating towering splashes that soared several meters high. Now was the moment. With his remaining magical energy concentrated in his eyes, Alex activated the petrifying eye once more, turning the splashing waves into solid rock. The suddenly stony waves formed a smooth, slanted tunnel extending several meters. And as they began to descend due to their weight, Alex's feet found purchase at the tunnel's apex. The smooth surface distributed his falling force, allowing him to glide into the water below. With a thunderous crash, the stone tunnel shattered under the force of gravity, but Alex and Scott had successfully navigated past it, emerging with only minor injuries. Plop, plop. Two resounding splashes echoed as they plunged into the water, sending up a massive spray. However, after a series of forced dissipations, the momentum of the two descending from the heights had already diminished significantly. With Alex's deliberate protection, Scott, who plunged into the sea, emerged unscathed. Although he was somewhat caught off guard by the sudden immersion, swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, which caused him to cough repeatedly. Alex, whose physical resilience was evidently far superior to Scott's, remained in a state of safety, aside from a minor jolt to his feet upon landing on the solid sliding pathway. He bore no other injuries. Surging up from the depths, Scott, with a face full of admiration, exclaimed to Alex, "You effortlessly navigated such a dire predicament. You truly are Mr. Alex." "Oh, you flatter me," Alex replied with a proud smile, though internally, he was irked to the core. Setting aside the perplexity of why S.H.I.E.L.D had suddenly exhibited such formidable strength and turned against their own, the fact that he had painstakingly restored his elven power to a level akin to the first tier, only to see it deplete once more, left him far from jubilant. Merely surviving is a blessing. One should not be too greedy, lest the whims of the fates scorn us. Alex consoled himself. Suddenly, Scott gasped in astonishment. "S.H.I.E.L.D, what happened to you?" Alex quickly looked up to see S.H.I.E.L.D, her hair billowing, gracefully descending from the sky, hovering a few meters above the sea, and then gliding towards them. In stark contrast to the harrowing escape experienced by Alex and Scott, S.H.I.E.L.D appeared utterly at ease, prompting Alex to reflect. Those who can fly are truly exceptional. If I could soar, I wouldn't need to resort to such perilous means. As S.H.I.E.L.D approached, Alex hastily composed himself and cautioned, "Scott, be vigilant. This S.H.I.E.L.D is not the person you once knew. She may very well turn lethal." I understand." Although reluctant to accept Alex's words, Scott could not dismiss the wild emotions reflected in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, compelling him to acknowledge that the current S.H.I.E.L.D was not the girlfriend he had once cherished. "S.H.I.E.L.D, what has happened to you? Please awaken," Scott called out fervently to his beloved. Yet, the response he received was a jubilant exclamation that left both him and Alex momentarily aghast. "Ha! After all these years, I have finally emerged." The second persona. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.'s exclamation, reminiscent of a demon breaking free from millennia of confinement, Scott remained bewildered, while Alex instinctively comprehended the gravity of the situation. During his previous conversation with Charles, the latter had spoken extensively about S.H.I.E.L.D, making Alex well acquainted with the events surrounding her awakening. According to Charles, S.H.I.E.L.D had suffered the tragic loss of a childhood friend in a car accident, an event that had triggered the awakening of her latent psychic powers. However, the young girl was unable to harness the immense power within her. Consequently, her parents sought out Professor Charles Xavier, hoping he could guide her in mastering her abilities. Through years of relentless training, With the professor's assistance, Jean gradually learned to control her powers. Yet, Charles recently discerned that Jean's abilities were far from stable. It remained unclear whether her power was inherently overwhelming or if the shadows of her childhood loomed too large. Her psyche often experienced tumultuous fluctuations. Although she had not wrought any catastrophic destruction upon the world, Charles remained deeply concerned for her inner turmoil. To subdue Jean, Mastermind appeared to employ a method of suppressing her self-awareness, which placed an immense burden upon her already unstable mental state, seemingly offering her inner demons an opportunity to surface. The most evident proof of this hypothesis was the sight of Jean, resembling someone unhinged, laughing maniacally. "Who are you? What have you done to Jean?" Scott shouted, seemingly believing that Jean's body had been overtaken by another entity. "Who am I?" "Huh. I am Jean Grey, and I am the Dark Phoenix." The girl cackled, waving her hand, causing a vast expanse of ocean to vanish into thin air. Alex's pupils dilated in shock. The disappearance of the water was not merely evaporation or relocation, but a genuine disintegration at a microscopic level. An adversary of such caliber was far beyond Alex's current capabilities. Without the synergy of his powers and techniques, he could not hope to penetrate Jean's defenses. Scott, with his laser beams fully activated, could attempt to intervene, but judging by his current dazed expression, it was clear he would be incapable of taking action. Destruction, ruin, death. This is what I seek. With terrifying brilliance in her eyes, the Dark Phoenix fixed her gaze upon Alex. "Let us begin with you," she declared, pointing at Alex, unleashing an invisible force that made the very fabric of space tremble. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the persona claiming to be the Dark Phoenix, Alex had no choice but to summon reinforcements, akin to the legendary Sun Wukong. "Help! Nada! If you don't show up, I'm done for," Alex cried out. No sooner had he spoken than Nada's radiant figure appeared, standing gracefully upon the surface of the sea. "Hey, don't you think this is rather unprincipled?" Nada's sudden arrival startled the Dark Phoenix, momentarily halting her gathering power. "What's the point of maintaining principles when one's life is at stake?" Alex retorted, fully justified in his reasoning. Before acquiring his abilities, he had faced numerous beatings and abuses. Had he been so principled, he would have long since met his demise. With a playful blink of her large violet eyes, Nada cheerfully replied, "I can help you, but you must agree to one thing." "All right. As long as it means I won't perish, I would agree to 10 such conditions." "That is what you said. Don't go back on your word." "Rest assured, I always keep my promises," Alex remarked, almost pounding his chest in assurance. "Then, she is entrusted to me." With that, Janata turned to face the vigilant Black Phoenix. Suddenly recalling something, Alex hurriedly shouted, "Wait, don't kill her. She is my friend." Chapter 104. Overwhelming victory on the boundless sea. Black Phoenix confronted Janata. One was an Omega-level mutant with an evolved persona, while the other was a stunning girl whose strength was inscrutable even to Alex. Observing the battle were Scott and Alex. Black Phoenix floated effortlessly in the air, while Janata casually stood upon the water's surface. This striking scene evoked a sense of envy in Alex. What a magnificent pose. Had I known, I should have practiced walking on water, like in Naruto, freely gliding across the surface, such a dream that many aspire to achieve in their lifetime. Until now, Alex had relied on the abilities granted by various ocular techniques. The only self-developed imitation move was the Rising Dragon Fist from Saint Seiya. He had seldom explored other avenues of power. With the convenience and formidable strength of his ocular techniques at his disposal, he had inevitably grown complacent. However, today was different. First, he was forced to leap from a height of several thousand meters, facing a near-death experience. Then, he was compelled by Jean's second persona to seek Janata's assistance, which filled Alex with shame, yet ignited a fierce motivation to strengthen himself. Coupled with Janata's keen interest in his elven powers, this feeling intensified. I have indeed grown lax. I must rejuvenate my spirit. On the battlefield, Black Phoenix scrutinized Janata intently. Humans, when danger looms, inherently receive warnings from their brains, albeit to varying degrees. As a being with extraordinary mental prowess, her sensitivity to such warnings was heightened, and she trusted them implicitly. At that moment, an instinctive sixth sense whispered to her that the girl before her posed an unparalleled threat. Caution was imperative. In stark contrast to Black Phoenix's anxiety, Janata wore a puzzled expression. "Strange, I can distinctly sense a higher dimensional aura emanating from you." Yet why are you so weak? Upon hearing Ganada deem her weak, Black Phoenix was instantly enraged, disregarding her sixth sense's warning. With a fierce gesture, she summoned a terrifying tempest, akin to a meat grinder. Hurtling towards Ganada, the winds generated by the storm exceeded any human-engineered tempest, lifting immeasurable seawater into the air. Impressive, this is the power of an Omega-level mutant. Alex exclaimed in awe. In his peripheral vision, however, he noticed Scott struggling to gulp down seawater, his form moving towards the storm with alarming speed. In the face of such a catastrophic force, Scott's frail body seemed incapable of even ensuring its own safety. With no other choice, Alex swiftly swam away, distancing himself from the battlefield where the Black Phoenix and Ganada clashed. As he darted through the water, a sudden joy surged within him, diving beneath the surface. He beheld countless small fish, each about a foot long, swimming below, their numbers unfathomable. Amidst the swarm, larger fish prowled, anxiously fleeing while simultaneously opening their massive jaws to devour the panicked smaller fish. Even larger creatures, such as whales and sharks, whose names eluded Alex, were relentlessly pursuing the sizable fish, enacting a dramatic tale of nature's hierarchy, the large consuming the small. Serves you right. With a casual flick, he hurled Scott hundreds of meters away onto the ocean's surface, then plunged into the school of fish, effortlessly dispatching a tiger shark that lunged at him. As the entire shark vanished, streams of ethereal energy emanated from his eyes, coursing through his body, ultimately accumulating within him. Come to me, all of you. Feeling the resurgence of his inner energy, Alex let out a jubilant cheer and boldly charged towards the fleeing fish. On the other side, a tempest of immense speed and destructive power rapidly approached Ganada. Faced with this formidable assault, Ganada furrowed her brow and plunged into the storm, effortlessly tearing it apart with a swift motion, splitting it in two. How peculiar. Your power level is rather low. You shall perish. The mockery in Ganada's words struck Black Phoenix like a cruel taunt. With a flourish of her hands, the storm reformed, and thick clouds gathered ominously on the horizon. Howling winds and crackling lightning filled the air as ominous thunder rolled in, creating an apocalyptic tableau. Your energy level remains insufficient. It seems you cannot unleash your true power. While others beheld this catastrophic spectacle with dread, Ganada merely regarded it with a light-hearted comment, which undoubtedly provoked Black Phoenix's ire. Triggered by Ganada's dismissal, Black Phoenix's fury surged to an unprecedented level, unleashing her full array of mutant abilities in a fierce assault against Ganada. Observing Black Phoenix's strength reach its zenith, Ganada remained unimpressed, deeming her adversary far beneath her, and thus lost interest in the confrontation. Adopting a demeanor of swift resolution, the disparity in our levels is too great. I shan't play with you any longer. No sooner had the words left her lips than she took a single step, her figure instantaneously traversing the distance between them and appearing before Black Phoenix, her speed surpassing even that of instantaneous movement. How can this be? Black Phoenix's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. The once palpable feelings of destruction and brutality vanished, replaced by a profound sense of terror. In this state, her power was capable of annihilating an entire state, perhaps even a nation, in an instant. Yet, before Ganada, such might seemed utterly inconsequential. Who was she, and what rendered her so formidable? Why could my strength not subdue her? A torrent of questions surged within the Dark Phoenix, leaving her in a daze. Bang! While the Dark Phoenix was lost in her thoughts, Ganada completely disregarded the protective barriers surrounding her. With a swift strike of her hand, she shattered the barrier, delivering a blow directly to the Dark Phoenix's neck. A muffled groan escaped her lips as her eyes rolled back, and she instantly lost consciousness. Without the support of her strength and awareness, Sheen's body plummeted into the sea below. Ganada, quick as lightning, caught her in her embrace. Simultaneously, the tempest brewing with terrifying power began to collapse, scattering in all directions as the Dark Phoenix's immense strength relinquished its control. The clouds dispersed with the wind, and the thunder ceased its rumbling. In a matter of moments, the apocalyptic scene vanished entirely. The battle between the Dark Phoenix and Ganada concluded with Ganada's decisive incapacitation of the former. Strangely, such a level of power ought to entail more than this. A flicker of doubt crossed Ganada's mind as she held Sheen and stepped into a realm several hundred meters away over the sea. Here, the buoyant Alex was engaged in the hunt, capturing fish of various sizes. In that brief moment, He had amassed nearly 2 layers of elven energy through his endeavors, albeit at the cost of numerous fish losing their lives. From the looks of it, you seem to relish the sensation of being unclothed. Ganada's voice resonated through the water, directly entering Alex's mind. When he looked up, he found her gazing unabashedly at his body, amusement dancing in her eyes. A flicker of panic crossed Alex's features as he surged to the surface, hastily covering his vulnerable areas with his hands, feigning anger. What are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome guy before. In his previous life, he had been a reclusive individual, devoid of even a female friend before his journey. Now, with wealth and ability, he still lived a languorous existence, lacking even a female companion aside from a woman more assertive than most men. For him, being seen naked by a woman, and one as stunning as Ganada at that, was a novel experience. As a novice in this arena, it was only natural for him to feel nervous and bashful. I've seen many handsome men, but none so shameless as you. Ganada smirked, gesturing to the unconscious S.H.I.E.L.D in her arms. What shall we do next? It was evident that Ganada's power far exceeded what Alex had anticipated. With a startled exclamation in his heart, Alex maintained a facade of composure as he pondered their course of action. Of course, they must hasten back to Westchester, delivering her and Scott to Charles. Oh, I see. That's quite manageable. With a look of sudden clarity, Ganada's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear moments later, now holding a drenched Scott in her other hand. I shall transport you to Westchester at once. Before he could express his astonishment at Ganada's abilities, Alex urgently shouted to halt her movements. Wait. However, the young woman seemed entirely disinclined to heed his words. With a snap of her fingers, Alex, along with the unconscious Jean and Scott, were instantaneously conveyed to Charles's office in Westchester. Naturally, Alex arrived in a state of undress. A gentleman of your caliber should not frighten the onlookers. Ganada chuckled heartily at the imagined scene of Alex appearing before Charles in such an embarrassing state. After a moment, she stifled her laughter, her gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of the sky. Delicious food awaits me. I must take my leave. With that, she took a step forward and instantaneously found herself in a realm billions of light years away. Meanwhile, Alex, now exposed, suddenly materialized before Charles, hastily covering himself with his hands and awkwardly greeting. Hey, Charles, how are you? Hey, Alex, your appearances never fail to startle me. Charles's expression lightened as he confirmed that Jean and Scott had safely returned, teasing Alex in the process. Alex could only manage a dry chuckle in response. Chapter 105. The Pursuit. The prison of the mind wailing sirens echoed on the highway leading to New York as a deformed police car sped ahead, pursued aggressively by several black sedans. From within the dark vehicles, individuals frequently leaned out, aiming handguns at the police car ahead, firing shots. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets struck the car, erupting into a dazzling shower of sparks. Feeling the turbulence reverberate through the vehicle and the sound of gunfire ringing in his ears, the police car accelerated with heightened urgency. In the driver's seat, a middle-aged officer glanced nervously in the rearview mirror and grumbled to the man in the passenger seat. Good heavens, what sort of trouble have you stirred up that even a police car dares to be pursued? Let us discuss that later. I'm on a call. The man replied apologetically, gesturing to the officer before the call connected. Hello, Director, this is Coulson. The voice of Nick Fury, the one-eyed leader, crackled through the line, laced with urgency. Coulson, where are you? Why haven't you reported the operational plan? Director, this is not the time for such discussions. Coulson interjected, his anxiety palpable. At this moment, several bullets pierced the air, striking the police car and producing a series of loud thuds that resonated through the phone, causing Nick on the other end to tense up. You are currently under attack, Coulson remarked with a wry smile. Realizing that the enemy's vigilance was far greater than he had anticipated, he had inadvertently revealed his presence. And now he was en route to New York with a well-meaning police officer, who was also hastily pursuing the vehicle from behind. What do you mean by well-meaning? You were the one who insisted on getting into my car and dragged me along. The officer thought silently, fully focused on driving. Coulson, listen carefully. Upon entering New York, you must head straight for Flushing's Chinatown, where Alex has established an office. They will assist you. What? Coulson was momentarily taken aback before realizing, Director, you're not in New York? Yes, we received a report yesterday indicating that agents had discovered the enemy's secret base in another region. We are currently conducting a search in the mountains, and nearly all personnel have been redeployed. Nick Fury's voice crackled with bitterness through the phone. It seemed they had deliberately released this bait to eliminate you, who was investigating their infiltrators. The infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. was alarmingly severe. Coulson sighed. As an agent tasked with uncovering enemy infiltrators, Coulson understood the current crisis within S.H.I.E.L.D. far better than Nick Fury. Hostile forces had dispatched numerous operatives long before S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, and after years of clandestine development, their influence had silently permeated the organization, making it exceedingly difficult to root them out. The reason he was being pursued this time was that information regarding his espionage investigation had been leaked by an insider. In the coordinated efforts of the enemy from both within and outside, his team had been completely annihilated without even encountering the adversary. Were it not for a teammate sacrificing their life to protect him, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. All the people I brought with me were sacrificed. Damn it. If I catch the one responsible for the leak, I will personally see to their end. Coulson vowed in a low but fierce tone. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury paused for a moment before responding. In any case, I will dispatch a team to proceed back and provide you with support. You must make your way to Alex's office. There are 3 superheroes there who will undoubtedly assist you. I understand, Coulson replied solemnly, nodding as he closed the phone. Officer, once we enter New York, we will head directly to Flushing in Queens. Only by reaching there can we find our salvation. Are you joking? The middle-aged officer exclaimed. In such circumstances, we should naturally run to the police station first. I refuse to believe they would dare to storm the precinct. Coulson shook his head firmly. That won't work. There is a vehicle behind us carrying supercriminals. If we reach the police station, it will only result in more casualties. Only superheroes can defeat supercriminals. You're not joking, are you? As a member of the police force, the middle-aged officer possessed some knowledge regarding supercriminals. Individuals with extraordinary powers that stand in equal measure to superheroes. Armed solely with the weapons at their disposal, the police were no match for such formidable foes. Defeating them would necessitate the use of weapons of mass destruction and the involvement of superheroes. However, where could they possibly acquire such weapons? Even if they had access to them, daring to use them within the confines of New York City was out of the question. The officer remained skeptical about the existence of superheroes in Flushing. Yet, there were indeed 3 such champions present, one of whom was astonishingly powerful. The mere mention of this superhero ignited a spark of admiration in Coulson's eyes, for this individual had single-handedly vanquished a creature capable of obliterating all of Los Angeles. The middle-aged officer was taken aback. The strength required to destroy an entire city was unfathomable. I have encountered him several times. If we can reach them, safety will undoubtedly be assured, Coulson asserted confidently. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once. The officer, with a determined resolve, heeded Coulson's counsel. As the police car entered New York, it promptly turned around and sped towards Flushing in Queens. Meanwhile, Alex, who was regarded by Coulson as a beacon of hope, found himself awkwardly standing in Charles's office, greeted by Charles's scrutinizing gaze. I expected it would take you at least a week to appear before me. I am surprised you have returned in just 2 days, Charles jested. Please. If it weren't for your request for assistance, I would not be here, Alex retorted, his face flushing with discomfort. Just 2 days prior, he had been unceremoniously delivered before Charles by Ganada, leading to a mortifying escape from the office. He had since secluded himself in his dormitory, avoiding all company. Had it not been for Charles's persistent pleas, he would not have ventured out to confront him. Casually taking a seat, Alex remarked, So, what do you require of me? I need your assistance, Charles replied. You are rather forward. Alex shot him a quizzical glance. By the way, you have yet to compensate me for rescuing Jean Grey. I believe I have already provided you with your reward. Charles smiled. Alex, astonished, pointed at his attire. You cannot possibly mean this outfit. Do you truly think it can compare to Jean? Charles chuckled. Of course, this garment pales in comparison to Jean. Nonetheless, it is a non-saleable item valued at tens of thousands of dollars, so consider it your fee for the commission. Besides, you do hold the title of a senior faculty member. Is it not a matter of course to rescue your own student? Alex is currently clad in attire gifted to him by Charles, a specially crafted combat uniform developed by Charles' friend for the X-Men. This outfit embodies the virtues of high-end fashion while also being remarkably durable, capable of withstanding ordinary bullet fire, resisting blade strikes, and impervious to both water and fire, rendering it an essential companion for both home and travel. Naturally, the more valuable the item, the steeper the price, as Charles aptly stated. The mere cost of this outfit amounts to several $100,000, and its intricate craftsmanship means that wealth alone may not suffice for acquisition. Charles was fortunate to obtain it at cost due to his association with a friend who specializes in uniform research. For Alex to possess such a treasure, he would have to resort to theft, as it is nearly impossible to obtain otherwise. With a sigh, Alex resignedly remarked, "All right, I concede your point. What do you need me to do?" "I wish to confine Jean's alternate persona within a mental cage, and I hope you can assist in temporarily suppressing her consciousness." Charles replied with a grave expression, gesturing towards Jean, who lay nearby. "Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Jean's alternate persona has nearly extinguished her primary identity. If we do not contain her, Jean may cease to exist entirely." "I understand. When shall we commence?" "The sooner, the better. Ideally, right now?" "Very well. I am ready to act at any moment." Upon hearing Alex's words, Charles let out a sigh of relief. "Then let us proceed without delay. I fear that if too much time passes, Jean's primary identity may collapse, and our time is running short." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us get to it." As they spoke, Alex and Charles swiftly approached Jean, employing their respective methods. Chapter 106. Chaos. The Dark Phoenix proved to be even more formidable than anticipated. Under the full force of their efforts, Charles ultimately succeeded in locking the Dark Phoenix away within a mental cage, albeit at the cost of both men coughing up blood on the spot. "I am beginning to understand why you regard Omega-level mutants with such trepidation," Alex panted. Collapsing onto the floor, his gaze lingering on the unconscious Jean, clearly marked by a palpable sense of dread. "This is precisely why I place such importance on Jean," Charles stated, his expression no less troubled than Alex's as he sat in his wheelchair. Being the architect of the mental cage, he bore the brunt of the Dark Phoenix's fiercest retaliatory attacks. Although they had successfully sealed away the Dark Phoenix persona, Charles' boundless psychic energy had been nearly depleted, leaving his face as pale as parchment. Charles sighed. Jean's second persona has only just begun to grow into an Omega level. She lacks the power to sustain herself. Should she evolve into a true Omega-level mutant, she could very well bring ruin to all of humanity on this planet. It is precisely for this reason that I place such immense value on mutants with the potential to become Omega-level. If the Omega-level mutants are indeed as formidable as you suggest, then you must exercise even greater caution. As it stands, your school has been infiltrated to a great extent," Alex remarked with irritation, "for the existence of Omega-level mutants has already been disclosed to outsiders. The Master of Illusions will undoubtedly target Jean, as there are those who wish to wield her as a devastating weapon. It is foreseeable that external organizations will intensify their search for mutants, and you must hasten your efforts." Driven by the desire for powerful weaponry, ambitious organizations, upon learning of the terrifying potential of Omega-level mutants, will surely exert great effort to unearth those hidden within human society, seeking to identify promising talents. Regardless of their methods, many innocent mutants will inevitably be caught in the crossfire, potentially facing persecution. This is undoubtedly a scenario that Charles wishes to avoid at all costs. To maximize the protection of mutants and to swiftly establish a peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, Charles's X-Men initiative must be implemented without delay. "I was remiss," Charles lamented for a moment before continuing. "I had assumed the existence of Omega-level mutants would go unnoticed, thus I let my guard down. After your words, it is clear that the X-Men should indeed be assembled promptly. Fortunately, I have already identified suitable initial members who are en route here. Once they arrive, we can commence training immediately. The members selected from a rigorous process must possess exceptional abilities." Alex sat up from the ground, scrutinizing Charles. "Aren't you going to discuss the situation with me, the one responsible for training them?" A mysterious smile spread across Charles's face. "Do not be so hasty. You will understand once they arrive. I assure you, they will undoubtedly astonish you." "Astonish me, unless they are all Omega-level mutants," Alex scoffed, waving his hand dismissively at Charles as he turned to leave the office. "The matter is settled. I shall take my leave. Contact me via phone if needed." Alas, I had intended to bid farewell to Vanessa, but regrettably, she is currently in class. Please convey my regards to her. "Very well, I shall do so," Charles replied with a smile. Exiting the school, Alex hastened towards New York, still preoccupied with Matthew's entire fortune. Meanwhile, John and Arson emerged triumphantly from Matthew's den. Upon learning that his lair had been destroyed An enraged Matthew rushed back, intent on enacting revenge, only to be intercepted by John and Arson. After a brief yet intense confrontation, Matthew and his criminal associates were swiftly subdued, their defeat absolute. Having uncovered various incriminating evidence within Matthew's hideout, John and Arson divided their tasks, one securing the bindings of all individuals present, while the other gathered all of Matthew's portable possessions. Upon completing these tasks, John expertly dialed the police department, leaving the evidence at the scene. By the time the police arrived to take control of the scene, the assailants had long since departed. The sheer volume of contraband hidden by a drug lord was staggering. It seemed that Matthew, that despicable scoundrel, had caused untold suffering. Inside the luxurious sedan, Yazan surveyed the heap of valuables and several suitcases brimming with cash in the back seat, his face betraying a deep-seated disdain. These were all items seized from Matthew's lair. The law would surely bring them to justice, John declared. Let us hope so. As the car sped along, it soon reached a crossroad, where a red light halted their progress amidst a line of vehicles. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the left street, accompanied by a cacophony of terrified screams. People, in a state of panic, surged toward their direction, heedless even of the oncoming cars that desperately tried to evade the chaos, all fleeing in a frenzied rush. In an instant, the street descended into turmoil, with cars jostling against one another, the blaring of horns merging with the din of the agitated crowd, leaving John bewildered about the unfolding events. What is happening? He mused, leaning his head out of the window. His gaze fell upon a muscular figure, a formidable black man charging toward them with menacing intensity. This individual wreaked havoc on everything in his path, tossing cars aside as if they were mere toys. The sounds of explosions, cries for help, curses, and wails from those caught in the fray only heightened the panic and ignited John's fury. Ahead of this rampaging figure, two shadows were desperately attempting to escape, weaving through the less crowded areas, clearly trying to divert him from the masses. Yet, the man remained undeterred, hurling vehicles into the throng with reckless abandon, showcasing an alarming level of arrogance and madness. It's you. Upon recognizing his adversary, John roared in outrage, kicking open the car door and leaping out, charging toward the destruction. With a surge of adrenaline, he accelerated, darting in front of a soaring car and, tapping into his strength, sent it flying with a single blow. Huh, you're still alive. The black man momentarily paused, a glint of recognition crossing his face, followed by a maniacal laugh. You dare confront me? Standing defiantly before the crowd, John glared at him with seething anger. Berserker, today I shall bring you down. Indeed, the very individual wreaking havoc in downtown New York was none other than the powerful Berserker, who had previously matched John blow for blow during the battle in Los Angeles. You failed to finish me last time. Now, I shall end this once and for all. Berserker sneered, casually grabbing a nearby car and flinging it toward a middle-aged police officer and Coulson. The formidable supervillain known as Rampage was relentlessly pursued. Witness today who meets their demise. John, quick on his feet, recognized the target, S.H.I.E.L.D, agent he had encountered several times in Los Angeles, before Rampage could hurl a car. He would not allow Rampage to succeed so effortlessly. At the very moment Rampage launched the vehicle, John retaliated by kicking a nearby car into the air. With a thunderous crash, the two vehicles collided mid-air, erupting into a fiery explosion as they plummeted to the ground. Upon realizing that his savior was an acquaintance and an unequivocal superhero, Coulson was filled with elation and momentarily abandoned his escape. He seized the arm of a middle-aged officer and shouted exuberantly, "Mr. John, take him down. This fiend has slain numerous agents. Eliminate him. Eliminate him." The bystanders who had suffered under Rampage's wrath momentarily paused, only to join in the fervent cries. You cannot disappoint the audience. With the crowd's fervor invigorating him, John's fighting spirit surged. He propelled himself off the ground, leaving a deep imprint in the asphalt as he harnessed the force of his leap. Like an arrow unleashed from a bow, he surged toward Rampage, delivering a colossal punch aimed directly at the villain's face. Chapter 107. The outcome revealed. Unfazed by John's formidable strike, Rampage raised his own fist in response. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, generating a shockwave that rippled outward. The air was visibly displaced at the point of contact, and the ground beneath them bore deep impressions, cracked and marred by their titanic clash. In their initial confrontation, neither combatant gained the upper hand. acknowledging the challenge presented by the other. They roared in unison and engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with unbridled enthusiasm, each attack more exhilarating than the last. Yet, the ground beneath them suffered grievously. The once sturdy road was reduced to a pockmarked and dilapidated state under the onslaught of these two superhumans. As the fearsome and powerful rampage was finally subdued, the chaos around them began to dissipate. Many uninjured individuals spontaneously rushed to assist the wounded, while others used their vehicles to transport victims to nearby hospitals or clinics, ensuring that the injured received the necessary care. At the New York City Police Department, every officer was mobilized, hastily exiting the precinct and boarding patrol cars, their expressions rife with tension and unease. An officer clutching a file trailed closely behind the chief, speaking rapidly. "Chief, according to reports from nearby officers, the casualty count has exceeded 100. However, with the arrival of the superheroes, that figure has stabilized. We are currently assessing the damage." "Understood," the chief replied. "Notify all departments to prioritize the evacuation of civilians to ensure their safety, while the remaining officers assist the superheroes in apprehending the criminals." Upon hearing the officer's report, the chief's pace momentarily faltered. The emergence of a superhero rendered the officer's duties significantly more manageable. Rubbing his temples to sharpen his focus, the chief continued with his orders, commanding, additionally, investigate the identity of the superhero. Prompted by the chief's directive, the officer hastily departed. How perplexing it was that these supervillains incessantly gravitated towards New York. The chief let out a deep sigh, settling into the car outside the precinct, and swiftly made his way to the scene. Meanwhile, the relentless fighter, known as Frenzy, felt particularly unfortunate that day. A seemingly straightforward task of pursuing an ordinary agent had unexpectedly led him to confront his evenly matched adversary, John. He had anticipated a moment of vengeance, only to discover that his opponent's prowess had quietly escalated. In their repeated encounters, Frenzy could distinctly perceive John's enhanced strength. In terms of sheer power, he was no longer inferior. Furthermore, John's movements had become markedly more decisive and agile. Initially, their battle had been evenly contested, but gradually, Frenzy found himself at a disadvantage. Thanks to Alex's training and guidance, John's strength had surged far beyond his previous capabilities. Each punch and kick he delivered bore a destructive force incomparable to before. To make matters worse, John's speed had also improved, leaving Frenzy in a position of reactive defense. In less than 10 minutes of confrontation, Frenzy's blows failed to inflict any harm on John, while he himself endured numerous strikes, racked with pain as if his very insides threatened to rupture. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Frenzy pondered the rapid enhancement of John's abilities. At that moment, under John's deliberate pressure, their battleground shifted away from the bustling segments nearby to a relatively spacious area. Here, even if Frenzy could toss cars around like toys, he would be unable to harm the distant, innocent bystanders. If this fight continued, escape would be impossible. While desperately evading John's powerful assaults, Frenzy racked his brain for an escape plan. Whether it was due to his habitual lack of mental engagement or an inherent deficiency in critical thinking, he failed to devise any viable strategy after considerable contemplation. With an opponent possessing greater speed and strength, it seemed there was no prospect of a successful escape. "Frenzy, this time you are doomed." With that proclamation, John charged toward Frenzy with great strides. At this moment, John's enhanced physique surged forward, resembling a bulldozer as he thundered against the ground, generating an ominous resonance. However, his speed had inevitably diminished. Boss's secret technique, Heart Moon Flow, perish. As John began to call out the name of the technique repeatedly emphasized by Professor Alex, he awkwardly realized he had forgotten the latter part of the name. Nevertheless, with the arrow knocked, he decided to strike first and think later. As John charged towards him, the berserker instinctively darted towards the open space, hoping to utilize the expanse of the area to evade John's onslaught. Boom! John's palm struck the ground, concentrating all his strength into a single point before erupting with a thunderous sound. A fissure, several meters long, cracked beneath John's hand, rapidly extending towards the berserker's feet. The gash was a staggering 20 to 30 centimeters wide, its edges remarkably smooth, as if carved by a colossal blade. "Good heavens!" the berserker exclaimed, swiftly turning to dash towards the side of the street. However, John, empowered by enhanced speed, was swifter still. Realizing the berserker intended to flee, John instantly accelerated, reaching the Berserker's side in the blink of an eye. Through a grueling regimen of hellish training with Alex, John had mastered the rapid transition of his abilities between speed and strength, requiring only a fleeting moment. With a powerful thrust, he launched his fists like cannonballs, aiming for the Berserker's back. "Don't underestimate me, John." In that instant, as the punch connected, the Berserker coughed up blood, yet flashed a cruel smile at John. Drawing strength from the force of John's blow, he propelled himself forward, rapidly gaining momentum. Upon reaching a nearby streetlight, he exerted all his might and uprooted the entire pole. "Let us descend into hell together," the Berserker bellowed, gazing at John, who was now approaching with a bewildered expression. With all his strength, he swung his arm, hurling the streetlight like a windmill into the air. However, his target was not the close-at-hand John, but rather the innocent bystanders watching from a distance. The streetlight, when thrown with such ferocity, was as destructive as a falling vehicle. A mere brush could prove fatal, and if this towering pole were to crash into the crowd, the consequences would be dire. The safety of lives takes precedence over defeating villains, a principle adhered to by nearly all superheroes, and one that supercriminals are acutely aware of. In dire situations that turn against them, their common tactic is to incite disasters among the innocent, thereby diverting the attention of superheroes and facilitating their escape. This strategy has proven effective time and again. The streetlight soared through the air at an alarming speed, leaving ordinary individuals with little hope of evasion. As it spun like a windmill, it posed a significant threat, seemingly sweeping away everything in its path. In the Berserker's eyes, John, as a superhero, would undoubtedly turn to intercept the streetlight's trajectory. He had even envisioned how to seize the opportunity to escape once John was preoccupied. Lost in his excitement, the Berserker's smile morphed into a more terrifying and sinister expression. Alas, he was gravely mistaken, an error of monumental proportions. John paid no mind to the lamppost. While the Berserker pondered his escape, John lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the Berserker's head, causing blood to gush forth. Seizing the opportunity while the Berserker was momentarily stunned, John swiftly knocked him down, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that rendered the Berserker unconscious. As for the lamppost, which the Berserker had hoped to utilize, it was effortlessly intercepted by a towering giant, ensuring that no innocent bystanders were harmed. It was none other than Yazan who intervened. While John dealt with the Berserker, Yazan quietly observed from the sidelines, both to accompany John back to the office and to guard against any potential ambushes. He was well aware that his boss had once been attacked unexpectedly during a confrontation with Bunaki, leading to a near-fatal outcome. Learning from past mistakes, Yazan was quick to react as the lamppost hurtled towards the crowd, effectively thwarting the Berserker's escape plan. Chapter 108. Fright. When Alex returned to New York from Chester, the city became aware of two new superheroes, John and Yazan, whose true identities were now known to the public. They emerged as the fifth and sixth superheroes in New York, following the Fantastic Four, and like them, they operated as a team. Following the fierce battle with the Berserker, John's name and visage rapidly made headlines across newspapers and television, and Yazan, who had intercepted the lamppost, could not evade the spotlight either. Once the Berserker was subdued, a swarm of reporters descended upon them, overwhelming the two with their incessant inquiries, leaving them feeling utterly harried. To their dismay, they could not resort to force to disperse the journalists, for who knew how they would tarnish their reputations in the ensuing reports. Fortunately, the chief of the New York City Police intervened, directing officers to escort the Berserker away at the highest alert level, while ensuring that John and Yazan were rescued from the throng of reporters. Otherwise, the two, lacking the skill to handle such situations, would have surely been thoroughly exposed, their privacy obliterated. And should they inadvertently reveal Alex's identity, a severe beating would be inevitable. I find dealing with reporters to be far more exhausting than battling the Berserker again. Agreed. Do you think the boss will give us a beating when he returns? Absolutely. Seated in the courtyard of the office, John and Yazan wore expressions of deep frustration, sighing in unison. Their true identities had been broadcast across numerous screens in New York, and the reality of their superhero status could no longer be concealed. Reporters and busybodies would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. It is easy to envision that their future will undoubtedly lack stability, and should they provoke Alex, it is they who will suffer the consequences. They could almost foresee the grim scenario of being ruthlessly beaten by Alex. Perhaps we should find a place to hide, one suggested. Where would you hide? Jean's proposal was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcome voice, causing their expressions to stiffen as they mechanically turned to face the source. Alex was regarding them with a bemused smile. "Boss, you're back. Why didn't you let us know? We could have come to greet you." With a forced smile that was more grotesque than a frown, Jean and S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to divert the conversation. Fully aware that their chances of successfully evading the situation were slimmer than winning the lottery. "You two fools. Don't you know that fighting will only land you in trouble?" Alex shot them a displeased glance, yet he refrained from the anticipated punishment, choosing instead to sit on an empty chair and collect his thoughts. Jean and S.H.I.E.L.D. awkwardly remained seated, the atmosphere thick with tension. Noticing their unusually unscathed boss, Jean and S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a shiver run down their spines, their nerves on edge, unable to comprehend why Alex had not dealt with them. "Boss, why didn't Miss Janata return with you?" After a prolonged silence, S.H.I.E.L.D. mustered the courage to speak, hoping to alleviate the somber mood. Yet it was evident that he was not the right person for such a task. As soon as he spoke, Jean shot him desperate glances, and before he could process the situation, two piercing gazes met him head-on. "Do you miss Janata?" Alex inquired, still wearing that unsettling smirk, which only intensified Jean and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fear, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. "No, of course not," S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly denied. "Boss, I can assure you." S.H.I.E.L.D. absolutely did not mean that. Jean hastily chimed in. Seeing their expressions of sheer terror, Alex felt an odd sense of empathy and chuckled. "Relax. I have no intention of punishing you. I was merely contemplating matters. If you have nothing pressing, you might want to check if the python is hungry and perhaps fix the car door." Upon hearing that Alex meant no punishment, Jean and S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a wave of relief wash over them. They eagerly agreed and hurriedly left for the garage. After Jean and S.H.I.E.L.D. departed, Alex sat quietly in the courtyard, his mind involuntarily drifting to the scene of Dark Phoenix and S.H.I.E.L.D. in action, setting aside the unfathomable power of Janata. Even the newly transformed Omega-level mutant, Dark Phoenix, possessed the ability to alter the very fabric of reality and devastate a state in an instant. It seemed imperative that I hasten the evolution of my own abilities. In order for Alex's eyes to evolve, they must absorb a sufficient amount of biological essence or power, transforming it into pure spiritual energy. The more formidable the creature, the greater the spiritual energy it can provide. Those supercriminals, endowed with extraordinary powers yet steeped in malevolence and unruliness, undoubtedly meet these criteria. However, supercriminals are often more deeply entrenched in human society than the superheroes themselves. Unless they actively engage in wrongdoing, they remain elusive. Among those known to Alex, it appears that only Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who specializes in tracking supercriminals, possesses relevant information about them. Following the conclusion of the Battle of Los Angeles, Nick Fury had previously extended an invitation to Alex to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but Alex, wary and cautious of the government, chose to decline. Nevertheless, Alex is certain that if he were to contact Nick Fury now, expressing his desire to join S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be met with utmost enthusiasm. However, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would mean submitting to governmental oversight, thus curtailing his freedom of action and speech, which leaves Alex in a quandary. Adding to his turmoil is the fact that there is another entity eyeing his spiritual energy, making the acceleration of his evolution all the more daunting. After pondering for an extended period without any clarity, Alex found himself increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, where could Ganata have gone? Surely she hasn't gotten lost. Just as Alex muttered to himself, Ganata's gentle voice unexpectedly emerged, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Are you hoping I will never appear before you again?" At that moment, Ganata materialized before Alex, her striking violet eyes fixated on him with a hint of displeasure. "Of course not. You are my savior," Alex replied with an awkward smile. Just as he spoke, his attention abruptly sharpened, his gaze fixated behind Ganata. Stammering, he inquired, "Pardon me, but who is the girl standing behind you? Please don't tell me she is your sister. I can hardly bear such a devastating blow." To his astonishment, behind Ganata stood a timid-looking girl. She appeared slightly older than Vanessa, perhaps around 14 to 16 years of age, and was securely hidden behind Ganata, revealing only glimpses of her hairstyle and clothing that indicated her gender. This revelation left Alex in a state of shock. One Ganata was already enough of a headache. If her sister were to cling to him as well, he might as well throw himself onto a tofu block. Seemingly reveling in Alex's panic, Ganata chuckled lightly, completely ignoring the deepening pallor of his expression. After a while, she finally ceased her laughter, assuring him, "Rest easy, she is not my sister. We share no blood relation." "So, she is not your sister, then?" Upon hearing this, Alex let out a significant sigh of relief. He quickly composed himself and inquired, "Then who is she?" "You kidnapped a girl?" Ganata shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "What do you take me for? Kidnapping a girl? Let me clarify. I rescued her when I returned to Earth, and out of compassion, I brought her back with me. So you're saying that during your absence from Earth, you managed to save this girl upon your return? My dear, you have transcended to a divine level. It would be best for you to leave Earth, as it cannot accommodate a being of your caliber." Alex regarded Ganata with a look of awe, having witnessed her effortlessly vanquish the Dark Phoenix. He was now somewhat more composed in the face of her formidable strength. Chapter 109. The Eye of Antiquity. According to Ganata, after escorting Alex, Chien, and Scott back to Westchester, she journeyed to a distant galaxy to indulge in a lavish feast. Alex remarked, "Indeed, this girl is remarkable." After satisfying her appetite, Ganata returned to Earth. Upon re-entering the solar system, she discovered a spacecraft belonging to an extraterrestrial species known as the Phalanx lurking in the cosmos. Casting covetous glances at Earth, through her investigations, Ganata uncovered that they had secretly captured numerous mutants to study how to integrate mutant genes into selected hosts as part of their invasion plans for Earth. Having already adopted Earth as her home, she could not allow these extraterrestrial beings to invade. Understanding their intentions, Ganata manifested and consumed all the Phalanx entities, subsequently returning the captured mutants to their homes on Earth. Among these mutants, one timid girl appeared to have nowhere to go, and her abilities piqued Ganata's interest. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ganata decided to take the girl back to Alex's office, reasoning that Alex seemed to be financially stable enough to accommodate another person without burden. As a result, an unsuspecting Alex was taken aback by Ganata's unintentional surprise. The girl's clothing bore numerous tattered marks, her hair was disheveled, and her face was smudged with dirt, indicating that she had suffered greatly aboard the extraterrestrial vessel. "At the very least, you should have her freshen up. Do you not know that girls care about their appearance?" Alex silently glared at Ganata in dissatisfaction. With a sigh, he called for Asen and John, instructing them to take the girl to clean up and purchase suitable clothing. Initially reluctant to leave Ganata, the girl ultimately agreed to follow Asen and John after their persuasion, glancing back hesitantly as she departed with them. As the three departed, Alex inquired with curiosity, "If you possess the ability to absorb energy from the cosmos, why do you fixate on my meager amount of spirit power? Surely, it pales in comparison to the strength you can absorb. While your spirit power may be modest, it is far more delectable than other forms of energy." "It is a rare delicacy that I cannot overlook," Ganata replied, her expression one of obvious rationale. In response, Alex retorted with annoyance, "Indeed, not only is it delicious, but it is also exceedingly precious. It takes at least several weeks to fully replenish." "I anticipated you would say that." Surprisingly, Ganata displayed a calm demeanor in light of Alex's grievances. With a cheerful smile, she produced a small milky white orb from behind her and placed it in the palm of his hand. "Here, take this. It is a special treat I procured for you, and I assure you, its effects will satisfy." "What is this?" Alex scrutinized the tiny orb, no larger than a baby's thumb. Though it appeared unremarkable, it exuded an inexplicable aura of ferocity. It is merely a leftover morsel from my meal, specifically saved for you," Ganata replied, tilting her head and adjusting her delicate glasses, pausing briefly before speaking. "You think I am a beggar, scavenging for crumbs? Sister, could you not phrase it more elegantly?" Alex exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. "Ha, my apologies. I am not particularly skilled with words." In response to Alex's critique, Ganata playfully tapped her head, sticking out her tongue in an adorably endearing manner. Thump, thump. Alex's heart raced unexpectedly, his inner nerd's pulse quickening erratically. Heavens! Am I truly losing my composure over a smile from the third dimension? Have I fallen under an enchantment? He cleared his throat multiple times to regain his composure, his face slightly flushed. "Although your phrasing leaves much to be desired, I can deduce that this orb contains the energy you left behind when you absorbed power. Specifically for my consumption, correct?" Ganata nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the energy within this orb is sufficient to restore your spirit power completely. By consuming it, You need not endure a lengthy recovery. I wonder, did you create this energy crystal merely to expedite the process of consuming spirit power? Alex asked, regarding Ganada with a bemused expression. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have saved energy for your consumption? Could you possibly be more tactful? Your words are quite embarrassing. Enough of this chatter, just consume it. Ganada glared at Alex, her gaze carrying a hint of insistence, as if to say, if you do not consume it, I shall take your energy myself. Huh, what is there to be so arrogant about? Just wait until I surpass your strength. Alex muttered to himself in a bid for comfort, reluctantly beginning the process of absorption. Buzz, the devouring power of the annihilation eye unfurled, causing the small orb in Alex's hand to disintegrate in an instant. A vast surge of energy erupted forth, surging towards Alex's eyes like weary birds returning to their nest. This force was ferocious and domineering, overwhelming to the extent that even with the annihilation eye as a barrier, it felt as though Alex's head were on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, the annihilation eye operated spontaneously when absorbing energy. Otherwise, Alex would have squandered a considerable amount of energy on the spot. Intense spasms and convulsions manifested in Alex's body due to the energy's impact, as an uncontrollable force spread and darted throughout him. An indescribable agony enveloped him, escalating until he suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. The minuscule crystallization of power, insignificant in the eyes of Ganada, was, for him, akin to the explosive force of a nuclear bomb. The two were not even in the same dimension of power. Alex fought to retain the last flicker of his consciousness, gritting his teeth as blue veins bulged from his forehead and hands. His teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes twitched uncontrollably, resembling a muscle in spasm. He could distinctly sense a formidable force brewing within his eyes, burgeoning and thriving. The pain was excruciating. Even Alex, who prided himself on having grown accustomed to the discomfort of his eyes evolving, found it almost unbearable. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, perhaps the sensation of pain began to wane, or perhaps he was simply adapting to the agony. Regardless, he could slowly release his grip on the ground and gradually regain his cognitive abilities. After an indeterminate passage of time, Alex exhaled deeply. The evolution of his eyes had finally concluded, and his body returned to normal. At this moment, the soil beneath him lay in ruin. The once lush grass now utterly obliterated, necessitating replanting. However, Alex paid little heed to this devastation. His focus was entirely consumed by his eyes. He distinctly felt the emergence of a new ocular technique within him, a pair of eyes that could only be described as extraordinary, the most potent ocular technique known to humanity. The eye of ancient inquiry. This sensation was marvelously peculiar, an exquisite feeling. Under this ocular technique, Alex could perceive every part of his body with clarity, perfectly controlling the rhythm of his heartbeat, fluctuations in blood pressure, the flow of blood, and the pulse of his veins. This sensation radiated from within, rendering the entire world devoid of any secrets before these eyes. The sights he beheld were akin to those before, yet fundamentally transformed, profoundly overturning Alex's previous understanding and perception of the world. The sensation was akin to discovering that the revered Newton's 3 laws of physics, celebrated as universal truths, were utterly inapplicable in the microscopic realm, an astonishing revelation that left one bewildered. As the concept of Jinji-gu surged to the forefront of Alex's mind, he meticulously dissected each fragment of information, and an unprecedented confidence blossomed from within him, rapidly permeating his entire being. In that moment, Alex felt an exhilarating urge to shout with joy. Chapter 110. Fanyi, you have also time-traveled. The Jinji-gu eye is a technique featured in the Japanese anime Katanagatari, and among the myriad of extraordinary ocular techniques. It stands as the epitome of invincibility, the mightiest eye technique known to humankind. Regardless of the subject, be it written text, weaponry, or various peculiar martial arts. Even the inherent traits akin to the genetic abilities of other races. Almost everything in the world can be mastered. Once observed, it becomes entirely comprehensible and can be wielded with proficiency. Within the expansive realm of the two-dimensional universe, only the character Shichika Yajuri possesses this unparalleled ability. Shichika's Jinji-gu eye is innate, while Alex's version derives from supervisual analysis and self-adjustment, resulting in a unique ocular technique. Consequently, Shichika's non-lethal injuries heal instantaneously, and his body possesses immunity to non-lethal toxins. In Alex's case, however, Non-lethal injuries also heal rapidly, and he can resist toxins, albeit with a noticeably diminished defensive capacity. Nonetheless, it remains an extraordinary ocular technique. After reviewing the information regarding the Jinji Gui, Alex began to assess the transformations within his body, only to be astounded to discover that his physical strength had surged to an astonishing 100 tons. The reservoir of his spiritual energy had more than doubled, and he found himself in a state of complete energy saturation, instilling in him the illusion that with just a bit more energy absorption, he could undergo yet another evolution. The mere existence of a minuscule energy crystal, no larger than an infant's thumb, had facilitated such a significant enhancement, leaving Alex in awe of the formidable power of the Gonada. To his surprise, the dramatic increase in strength and spiritual energy did not render him the slightest bit uncomfortable, as if his body had long since acclimated to these changes. Every muscle, every bone, and every trace of spiritual energy within him were under his complete control. With a mere thought, he could achieve perfect harmony. Under the influence of the Jinji Gui, he instantaneously mastered his body and its newfound power. Such is the prowess of the Jinji Gui. How remarkable! Hey, why do I feel that your spiritual energy has increased significantly? Nada was slightly taken aback, and her voice abruptly roused Alex from his surprise. With curiosity and confusion, she gazed at him, tilting her head and inquiring, "How did you manage to extract so much energy from that energy crystal when I clearly left only a fraction of it?" At the mention of a fraction, Alex couldn't help but elevate his tone in irritation. "The so-called fraction you refer to was nearly enough to suffocate me. I am well aware of your formidable strength, sister, but it would be prudent for you to assess the disparity in our abilities beforehand, wouldn't you agree?" Nada's cheeks flushed crimson at Alex's words. Indeed, she had continuously evaluated Alex's prowess from her own perspective. Even after intentionally reducing the power contained within the energy crystal, the vast gulf in their strengths had led to a near-catastrophic miscalculation. It was nearly the case that a single energy crystal could have overwhelmed him. However, Nada would never concede that this was her oversight. Besides, Alex had undeniably benefited greatly and insisted on using this to question her. Was this not a classic case of someone who reaps rewards yet feigns innocence? Humph, you can only blame your own lack of strength. Nada averted her gaze, unwilling for Alex to witness her flushed cheeks. It seemed this girl possessed a touch of arrogance. Alex couldn't help but smile inwardly. Yet he had to acknowledge the truth in her words. Her leftover morsels had nearly proven fatal for him. How could one deny that he was lacking in power? Not daring to provoke Nada further, Alex feared inciting her embarrassment and losing all his spirit energy in one gulp. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly noon. "Let us proceed to the dining hall for a proper meal." At his suggestion, Nada's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Ha, the little one you brought along is quite shy. I wonder if John and Ezen can take good care of her. I shall go ahead and check on them." Sensing Nada's change in demeanor, Alex hastily concocted an excuse and dashed out of the courtyard. "Let this be an apology for my oversight. I will settle the score with you in a few days." With a pink tongue gliding across her lips, Nada squinted at Alex's retreating figure. Alex successfully located John and the others. By this time, the girl Nada had brought back was freshly washed, donned in brand new attire and shoes purchased from the mall. Her hair meticulously styled, she radiated freshness and vitality, transforming into a remarkably beautiful young lady. Who could have imagined she had just moments ago appeared as a destitute beggar? After a brief period of interaction, the girl seemed to have grown quite familiar with John and Ezen. Her movements now devoid of the panic and timidity she exhibited upon first meeting Alex. "You've become so stunning with just a little bit of grooming. You are surely destined to be a heartthrob." Alex raised his thumb and exclaimed in admiration towards the girl. The girl, blushing, nodded silently. Just as he was about to beckon a few others to the restaurant for a meal, Alex suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the girl brought back by Ghana. Pondering, he thought, "How peculiar. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. Let me think." The girl's scorpion braid, interwoven with shades of dark purple, her deep green eyes, and pointed ears gave her an appearance reminiscent of the elven race in online games. A faint diamond-shaped mark adorned her forehead, and similar tattoo-like impressions graced the outer corners of her left eyebrow and the right side of her face, all harmonizing with her beautiful visage to evoke an alluring aura. However, it was not the girl's overall appearance that struck Alex as familiar, but rather the shape of her face and features. There was an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her on more than one occasion. The contours of her face lacked the distinctive traits typical of Westerners, leading him to conclude that she must belong to an Asian ethnicity. Despite his travels through Asia, Japan, Korea, and China, he could not recall having met anyone particularly memorable. As Alex contemplated, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. He had spent his previous life in his homeland, and it was then that he had encountered individuals. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, illuminating the reason behind his sense of recognition. Observing the girl's nose, eyes, and face, he increasingly felt that she resembled someone he had in mind. Aside from the difference in maturity between the two, their appearances were strikingly alike. With the confirmation of his thoughts, Alex could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this Fan Ye? Fan Ye, have you also traversed to this realm?" Indeed, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Fan Ye, a figure he had seen on television in his past life. The only distinction being that the latter was a mature woman, while the former was still a youthful girl. "What girl? What Fan Ye? Boss, are you foolish? Why call someone else Ye?" John interjected from the side. "If you don't want to get hit, then keep your mouth shut." Annoyed by John's comment, Alex shot him a glare, causing John to quickly silence himself, adopting a posture of feigned quietude. After John's interruption, Alex felt his earlier excitement diminish somewhat, and the girl, betraying a sense of timidity, suddenly spoke, "S.H.I.E.L.D. Ferguson." Alex was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of her statement. "What? S.H.I.E.L.D. Ferguson," the girl repeated, gazing steadfastly at Alex. "My name is S.H.I.E.L.D. Ferguson, not Fan Ye." It turned out she wished to prevent others from misidentifying her. As Alex grasped this, a tinge of disappointment washed over him as he realized that this girl merely resembled Fan Ye. She was not, in fact, the renowned figure who had also traversed into this world. Feeling the unwavering determination in the girl's eyes, Alex felt a stir within his heart, swiftly dispelling any remnants of disappointment. He then smiled and said, "You are S.H.I.E.L.D. Ferguson, correct? I shall remember your name. From this day forth, we are family. You may call me Alex." With a warm smile, Alex extended his right hand. S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated for a moment, gazing at Alex's outstretched hand, before slowly placing her own into his for a brief shake. "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to speak up." "I will, Mr. Alex," she replied. Alex frowned in displeasure, reminding her, "Did I not mention? You may simply call me Alex, for the age difference between us is hardly significant." "Very well, Alex," S.H.I.E.L.D. stammered, her words still somewhat hurried but yielding to his wishes. In her heart, a fondness for this Alex, whom she had met only twice, began to blossom. Chapter 111. The replication of superpowers. After a swift lunch, Alex bid farewell to those still dining and drove alone towards Manhattan. His destination was the Fantastic Four residing there. With the ability to perceive ancient knowledge, Alex could now instantaneously replicate the superpowers of other ability bearers, making the Fantastic Four a most fitting target for his experiments. Reed's rubbery abilities seemed rather unpleasant, and the Thing's rocky form would undoubtedly terrify an ordinary person. Thus, he decided to focus on Sue and Johnny, whose powers appeared rather impressive. New York's traffic was remarkably convenient, and Alex reached the base of Reed's building in no time. Upon entering, he sought out Sue and Johnny to explain his purpose. After a moment's contemplation upon hearing Alex's request, Sue and Johnny readily agreed. Following the previous encounter with Dr. Doom, their relationship with Alex had grown considerably closer. Although they did not communicate frequently, the bond of camaraderie was unmistakable. Naturally, they would not refuse Alex's modest request. Moreover, ever since they had embraced the existence of their superpowers, they had been diligently attempting to familiarize themselves with their abilities in order to perform at their best. However, whether due to flawed training methods or other reasons, while Reed, Ben, and Johnny became increasingly adept and powerful, Sue found herself limited to the ability to manipulate light waves to become invisible. Compared to the other three members of the Fantastic Four, Sue's performance was notably lacking, and her strength diminished. Therefore, when Alex proposed to replicate their abilities, Sue harbored the intention of discussing with him how to unlock the potential of these powers after he had absorbed her ability. After all, among her acquaintances, Alex was the only one who had delved deeply into the realm of superpowers, which defied the confines of science. The three individuals deliberated and promptly made their way to the training ground established by Reed and his team. Along the way, Alex gracefully declined the combat suit offered by Johnny, as the attire he wore was specially procured by Charles and was no less effective. Upon arriving at the training arena, the exuberant Johnny was the first to showcase his abilities. In the center of the training ground, A fierce blaze erupted unexpectedly from his body, the scorching heat radiating outward, swiftly elevating the temperature of the arena by several degrees. From a distance, Johnny appeared as a human-shaped flame. This was the essence of Johnny's power. His body could generate searing flames exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, allowing him to fly, unleash fire, and remain immune to flames. According to Reed's assessments, Johnny's internal temperature could reach that of a typical supernova explosion, approximately 550,000 degrees Celsius. Such temperatures could not exist within Earth's atmosphere, or else New York City would be reduced to mere ash in an instant. However, his flames had a natural limitation. They required oxygen to burn and could be extinguished by substantial amounts of water, which occasionally posed significant challenges to his capabilities. As the flames billowed upward, their dazzling light compelled Susan to shield her eyes. In contrast, Alex maintained his gaze fixed upon Johnny's fiery form, having activated his Eye of Antiquity before Johnny's demonstration commenced. When the flames erupted, Alex swiftly replicated Johnny's extraordinary ability through this power, which promised complete understanding and mastery of any observed phenomenon. Impressed by his own achievement, Alex called out to Johnny, who was still intensifying the flames, urging him to cease, as the temperature was already sufficient. Johnny's voice emerged from the flames, astonished that Alex had copied his abilities so swiftly. As the flames surrounding him diminished, a now normal Johnny approached, incredulously inquiring if Alex was jesting about his rapid acquisition of powers. In response to Johnny's skepticism, Alex smiled enigmatically. "I am not one to speak falsehoods." Just then, an explosion of flames erupted around Alex, the searing heat mirroring Johnny's flames perfectly. "Goodness, you truly can replicate others' abilities. How incredible!" Johnny exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the brilliant flames, genuinely congratulating Alex. "Indeed, it defies all scientific rationality," Susan remarked, her expression one of disbelief as she observed Alex. From a scientific perspective, these abilities are the result of mutations induced by cosmic storms that altered their genomes. Given the variability in each individual's powers, it is plausible that these genetic mutations are determined randomly or depend on their inherent physiology. Moreover, it is rather astonishing that Alex can flawlessly replicate their abilities merely by observing them. How about that? Not deceiving you, right? As Johnny and Susan came to realize the extent of their replicated powers, Alex concentrated and extinguished the flames that surrounded him. Upon glancing down, he noted that the uniform gifted by Charles remained intact, without a single blemish. "Now it's my turn." Susan stepped into the center of the training ground and began to showcase her superpower. Unlike the other three, Susan's command over her abilities was not as adept. Her developed applications were limited to invisibility and the creation of a resilient energy shield. After demonstrating these two capabilities, she approached, saying, "At present, I can only utilize my powers to this extent. Do you have any special suggestions?" "Well, I believe your mindset is somewhat conservative, and you possess misconceptions regarding your abilities. You have yet to uncover their true potential." Alex pondered for a moment before responding. "How so?" Susan's eyes brightened, prompting him for further clarification. "Your power lies in generating an invisibility force field. Invisibility and the energy shield are merely the most rudimentary applications," Alex explained. "You can adeptly manipulate the invisibility force field, enabling you to fly at great speeds, control objects through the air using the created force field, block enemy attacks, immobilize foes, or even execute long-range assaults. These are all extensions of your capabilities. With a little exploration, I am confident you will master them swiftly." "Indeed, those are indeed within my reach," Susan acknowledged, realizing her prior understanding of her powers had been quite superficial, leading her into a misunderstanding. Despite the multitude of flexible applications for her superpowers, she had only managed the most basic skills of invisibility and energy shield creation, which felt rather disappointing. "Thank you. With these suggestions, I can fully harness the power of my abilities." Susan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. With a meaningful glance at Susan, Alex replied with a gentle smile, "Is that so? I am truly glad to be of assistance." Although their interactions had been limited, Alex sensed that Susan was quite assertive and independent, embodying a strong woman-esque spirit. As a fellow member of the Fantastic Four, being relegated to a supporting role due to her underdeveloped abilities must have wounded Susan's pride significantly. Observing Susan's moment of enlightenment thanks to Alex's insights, the energetic Johnny could not help but invite Alex. "Hey, Alex, since you now possess the ability to fly, Why not experience it right away? With that, Johnny sprinted forward, leaping into the air, transforming into a blazing inferno as he soared into the sky. Go ahead. I will arrange for someone to return your car, Susan chuckled lightly. In truth, she was somewhat eager to test her abilities, to see if she could indeed master the dexterity that Alex had just mentioned. Hey, buddy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get up here. Johnny's voice echoed as he transformed into a swirling blaze, hovering in the air, awaiting Alex's ascent. Then I shall trouble you, Alex replied, acknowledging Susan with a nod. He turned, took a deep breath, and in an instant transformed into a sphere of flame, soaring explosively into the sky. Chapter 112. The reckless youth to be able to fly freely in the sky is one of humanity's greatest dreams. In an age of limited technology, ordinary individuals, constrained by their own limitations, could only entrust their aspirations of flight to fantasy or literature. Yet, the longing for flight has never diminished. With advancements in technology, humanity, through boundless ingenuity, created airplanes that could carry them through the skies, thus indirectly realizing their dreams of soaring. However, flying with the aid of tools is ultimately not the same as true flight. Since ancient times, few have genuinely achieved the ability to fly. Those who have are invariably endowed with extraordinary powers that transcend the ordinary, making flight a privilege reserved for the elite few. When Alex discovered that he too possessed the ability to soar, the first thought that crossed his mind was to experience it firsthand. Boom. Whoosh. Above Manhattan, two orange fireballs raced side by side at high speed, leaving behind long trails of turbulence. Within the flames, Alex embraced the rushing wind, reveling in the exhilarating freedom of flight. This sensation was one he had never before encountered in his lifetime. Ha ha ha. In sheer bliss, Alex erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Next to him, Johnny, also a fireball of joy, soared and twirled, exclaiming, "How does it feel to fly?" "Pretty cool," Alex shouted back, while experimenting with various whimsical aerial maneuvers, spinning and diving, thoroughly enjoying himself. It seemed that in this moment, he fully embodied the impulsiveness and exuberance characteristic of a 17 or 18-year-old. "Hey, look below." Just as Alex was lost in his delight, Johnny suddenly called out, halting midair, his expression one of excitement as he pointed downward. Alex halted his forward momentum, turned back, and swiftly flew to Johnny's side, curiosity piqued. "What have you discovered that's so interesting?" "You'll see for yourself." Johnny chuckled and pointed below, prompting Alex to follow his gaze. And soon he too couldn't help but smile. "Let's take a closer look," he suggested. With that, Alex conjured an invisible force field around himself and Johnny, rendering them completely undetectable, and together they descended into the air, hovering several meters above the rooftops below. Beneath Alex and Johnny, amidst a cluster of residential buildings spaced about a meter apart, a seemingly frail student was scaling a wall with his bare hands. His climbing technique starkly contrasted with those who relied on safety harnesses or equipment. He pressed his hands directly against the gleaming surface, moving upward with the agility of a spider. The reason for Alex and Johnny's amusement was entirely due to the student's expression, one of astonishment mingled with joy and a hint of incredulity. It was evident to them that this student was undoubtedly a novice, having just discovered his newfound abilities. As he ascended rapidly to the rooftop dozens of meters above, the boy gazed incredulously at his hands, then suddenly erupted into triumphant laughter, racing forward. Upon reaching the opposite edge of the rooftop, he shouted and leaped across the gap, landing on the rooftop of another building, continuing his fervent dash ahead. Johnny and Alex exchanged knowing glances, chuckling softly as they stealthily followed. It was a common occurrence for youths who had recently gained extraordinary abilities to exhibit a lack of emotional control, often engaging in what appeared to be foolish antics to onlookers. Having experienced similar moments themselves, Johnny and Alex felt a sense of camaraderie and unspoken admiration for the boy's exuberance. Under the watchful eyes of Alex and Johnny, the boy leaped higher and farther, his speed increasing and his jubilant cheers growing louder, exhibiting an explosive energy that surpassed the ordinary. Soon, he came to a halt before an expansive street, bustling with speeding vehicles and busy commuters. Directly opposite him stood a massive billboard, alongside a towering crane used for construction. Assessing the distance between himself and the street across, the boy glanced at his hands, his resolve hardening as his gaze ignited with fervor. He thrust his right hand toward the crane's dangling hook, exclaiming, "Go, Webb." Yet nothing happened. Embarrassed, he retracted his hand and attempted a different gesture, swinging it toward the hook with a fervent shout, "Fly! Whoosh! Come forth, my treasure!" After several attempts, each accompanied by various gestures, still, nothing occurred. The boy's initial delight faded completely. Glancing around and realizing no one was watching his blunder, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, somewhere above, Alex and Johnny, who had been observing his every move, were nearly in fits of laughter. How could someone be so oblivious? In that fleeting moment, Alex was reminded of a childhood friend from a previous life, who had saved his pocket money to buy an Ultraman transformation stick, only to cry in despair after days of fruitless attempts. Frustrated by his repeated failures, the boy let out an exasperated curse, prepared to abandon his endeavor and head home. Suddenly, with a soft whoosh, a long, slender white thread shot forth from his wrist, darting straight towards a crane several dozen meters away. At this sight, Alex and Johnny ceased their laughter, astonished by the boy's excitement. The boy gazed at the white thread emanating from his wrist, momentarily taken aback, before his face lit up with exhilaration as he decided to replicate the sensation. Whoosh! Another white thread was released, this time longer and faster than the last. As it reached its zenith, it was merely a few meters shy of the crane. Energized, the boy pressed on, launching yet another white thread. This one was even longer and swifter, swiftly adhering to the crane's body while the other end remained firmly grasped in his right hand. Quite an impressive ability, Alex mused silently. The speed at which the thread was fired surpassed that of an ordinary bullet. With continued practice, its potency would undoubtedly be formidable. Furthermore, the thread exhibited remarkable stickiness and resilience, making it highly versatile. When employed adeptly, its practicality was exceptional. Johnny nodded in agreement. Yet couldn't he help but compare it to his own abilities? It was indeed impressive, but utterly useless against my flames. Alex silently scoffed at him. This guy could obliterate New York at full power. How could there be any comparison? As Alex and Johnny conversed, the boy, brimming with eagerness, took a few steps back, gripping the thread tightly, and prepared to swing across. Well, should we commend his fearless naivete or his reckless bravado? With a triumphant shout to rally himself, the boy leaped, leveraging the elasticity and resilience of the thread to propel himself towards the rooftop across the street. However, it was evident that this impulsive action stemmed purely from a surge of adrenaline. Given his trajectory towards the billboard upon reaching the opposite rooftop, it was clear he had not contemplated how to manage the situation once he arrived. In a moment of impulsive bravado, one dares to gamble with their own life. Can you be any more reckless, young lad? Haha, I find this audacity quite endearing. Perhaps it is due to a shared appreciation for the perilous pursuit of recklessness that Johnny has taken a particular liking to this youth. As he spoke, he dashed forth, breaking through the invisible force field crafted by Alex, and seized the youth, who was helplessly hurtling towards a billboard, propelling them both skyward. Chapter 113. X-Men. The following morning, Alex sat in the makeshift living room on the second floor, watching a television program, one that was not of his choosing, but rather specifically selected for Sherry's. Nearby, Sherry sat upright on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. According to Johnny and the others, watching engaging programs could significantly alleviate Sherry's sense of disorientation and help her better integrate into their small circle. While Alex concurred with their reasoning, he believed it would be more beneficial to send Sherry's to Charles's academy. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. At this juncture, Alex could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Nat. After bringing Sherry's back, he had unceremoniously handed her over to be cared for by Alex and his companions, then vanished without a trace. Bored and listless as he watched the television, Alex had initially contemplated seeking Johnny for a stroll, but upon further reflection, he wisely abandoned the idea. Ever since encountering that audacious youth, Peter Parker, who shared the same penchant for thrill-seeking, Johnny had formed an immediate bond with him. Their friendship escalated rapidly, transforming in mere hours into a camaraderie reminiscent of longtime accomplices. To a degree that was almost alarming, Alex was certain that if he were to associate with them, New York would soon be home to yet another band of superheroes dedicated to recklessness. Moreover, if Reed, Charles, and Nick Fury were to discover this, he would truly be at a loss for words. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As Alex pondered how to pass the time, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Charles. Hearing the ringtone, Sherry's turned her head for a moment, and Alex offered an apologetic smile before answering. Hello, Charles. What brings you to call so early? The first batch of X-Men members has all arrived, and I would like to inquire when you will be able to return. Charles's voice emanated from the phone, brimming with pride. It seems you are quite confident in the group of X-Men you have gathered. Detecting the pride in Charles's tone, Alex couldn't help but tease him lightly, responding with a chuckle, I can head over any time. If you feel it's necessary, I can return to Westchester right now. It would indeed be delightful if you could make it back quickly. I am eagerly anticipating the astonished look on your face. Intrigued by his words, Alex felt a spark of curiosity. All right, I shall make my way there immediately. I am keen to see what kind of member inspires such confidence in you. Let us await the outcome. With a voice filled with mirth, Charles's laughter echoed, and Alex, smiling, ended the call. The prospect of a member from the original X-Men igniting such evident pride in the usually composed Charles only deepened Alex's intrigue. Are you heading out? Summer asked. Observing the still somewhat reticent Summer, Alex pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, I am off to the mutant school in Westchester. Would you care to join me? Absolutely. To Alex's surprise, Summer readily agreed without a second thought. He had anticipated her to shy away, unaware that even during her capture and the various experiments conducted by aliens, she had never forsaken her desire to connect with fellow mutants. Her apparent timidity in his presence was merely the result of their initial encounter. Though taken aback by Summer's response, Alex found himself quite pleased with this shift in her demeanor. He promptly stated, Very well, let us depart at once. Aren't you going to inform Uncle John and Uncle Ison? There's no need to inform them. After all, I am the one in charge. Besides, those two have been under the watchful eyes of reporters and media lately. If we were spotted, it would spell trouble. With a disdainful thought about John and the others, alongside his curiosity about the X-Men members, Alex took Summer by the arm and stepped onto the balcony. With a mere thought, an invisible force field enveloped them, propelling them skyward towards Westchester. This time, he employed not Johnny's fire abilities, but rather Susan's invisibility field. After all, it would be unfortunate if he inadvertently harmed Summer while in flames. Alex's speed of flight was remarkable, unlike running on the ground. Flying through the sky allowed him to focus solely on his destination. Once he entered flight mode, Alex and Summer soared at an astonishing speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, and this was not even his maximum velocity. Had he not been concerned that such rapidity might discomfort Summer, he could have easily increased that figure significantly. To Alex's surprise, Summer did not exhibit fear or astonishment at this state of flight. Instead, she gazed down below with a sense of excitement. Before long, Alex had transported Summer to Westchester. Originally, they could have arrived much sooner. However, this was Alex's first long-distance flight, and he was somewhat unfamiliar with certain nuances, nearly veering off course, which resulted in a delay. Upon landing on the school's playground, Alex immediately received Charles's telepathic message. Under Charles's guidance, Alex accompanied Charisse to a spacious hall where several individuals were already present, either seated or standing, awaiting his arrival. Among them were members of the esteemed X-Men, who approached Charles, nodding discreetly in acknowledgement, as they quietly conversed while Alex took the documents handed to him by Charles, meticulously surveying the individuals in the hall. Among the assembly, Alex recognized 2 familiar faces, Scott Summers and Jean Grey, who had assumed the fitting code names of Cyclops and Marvel Girl since joining the X-Men. In addition to Scott and Jean, there were 2 others. One, known as Iceman, a boy named Bobby Drake, who was roughly Alex's age, and the other, Storm, a striking girl with white hair named Aurora Monroe. To Alex's astonishment, Iceman was not included in the initial roster of X-Men, instead appearing as a reserve. Even more surprising was the presence of Vanessa and Catherine, Shadowcat, on the reserve list, along with others such as Anna Marie, Rogue, and Pyro. Aside from Iceman, no other reserve members were present. Since even the reserves have code names, why hasn't T. Vanessa been given one? And why was Iceman omitted from the primary roster? Alex inquired, pointing to Iceman's name. As Vanessa's guardian and nominal brother, I believe it is your responsibility to assign her a code name. As for Iceman's exclusion from the primary list, a closer examination of the character profiles will elucidate the matter, Charles replied with a knowing smile. As Alex perused the documents, he couldn't help but gasp. It was no wonder Charles was so confident about the initial roster of X-Men. He had managed to find so many Omega-level mutants. Aside from Jean Grey, who possessed Omega-level potential, both Iceman and Storm listed on the roster also shared this extraordinary capability. In other words, The future X-Men would include at least 3 Omega-level mutants. Furthermore, those on the reserve list were also formidable mutants, their prowess not to be underestimated. To Alex's slight surprise, he discovered that Vanessa possessed potential on par with Charles. Upon scrutinizing Iceman's profile, Alex came to understand the rationale behind his exclusion from the primary roster. All the Omega-level mutants present were older, with greater experience, heightened lethality, and destructive capabilities. Coupled with Iceman's insufficient mastery of his own powers, these factors sufficiently accounted for his omission from the list. Incredulous, Alex sighed. I can't believe you managed to assemble such a formidable combination. Are you surprised? Charles chuckled. Indeed, I was taken aback, Alex admitted, nodding with a sense of realism. He was genuinely astonished by Charles's ambitious endeavor. Who could have imagined that the newly formed X-Men would include 2 Omega mutants capable of rivaling the Phoenix? Chapter 114. The candidates. After meticulously reviewing the documents in his possession, Alex returned them to Charles and eagerly inquired. Now that the personnel for the X-Men have been decided, when shall I commence their training? There's no need to rush, Charles replied with a smile. Your training will be their final course. Before they can engage in your practical training, they must first undergo the scenario trials I have arranged for them. Only upon successfully completing these trials will they be ready to receive your combat instruction and become qualified X-Men. Does that mean I will be left with nothing to do? Alex expressed mild dissatisfaction. Heaven knows the difficulty of the scenario trials Charles had devised. If it took them a year or 2 to pass, he would be left in a state of idle waiting. It is unavoidable, Charles stated solemnly. If they cannot master their powers as perfectly as possible before engaging in real combat, I will not permit them to partake in your training. This is crucial for both you and them during missions, as well as for the safety of ordinary humans. It would be extremely perilous. True enough, Alex nodded in agreement. The danger of wielding uncontrollable power was far greater than mere weakness, especially in the heat of battle, where a single misstep could lead to casualties. This was a scenario neither Alex nor Charles wished to witness. Moreover, should they recklessly undertake missions without mastery over their abilities, engaging in combat with adversaries in urban areas, one could only imagine the terrifying capacity of the Phoenix to obliterate an entire city. Even Alex felt a shiver run down his spine. If such a situation were to arise among the X-Men members, Charles's dream of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants would be irrevocably shattered. Humanity would never allow such a perilous element to coexist among them. What am I to do then? Am I to wait indefinitely for them to pass the scenario trials? Alex sighed. Charles raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you quite idle these days? Indeed I am. Since evolving the Eye of Antiquity, Alex could instantly possess the superpowers of others, sometimes even surpassing the original wielders in capability. While this exhilarating sensation was undeniably thrilling, it also meant that the progression of his own strength had reached a relatively stable plateau. In order to continue his ascent, he needed to further evolve his eye and uncover additional capabilities of his ocular techniques. The latter can be effortlessly resolved with the discerning Eye of Antiquity, while the former necessitates the consumption of vast amounts of energy, devouring formidable beings, absorbing factors from the air, or harnessing cosmic energy. Among these 3 methods, the third is the most expedient yet also the least straightforward. The second is the slowest in efficiency, while the first poses even greater challenges. As those powerful entities possess an uncanny ability to evade detection, hiding within human society in a manner that Alex cannot easily uncover. In summary, due to various external and internal factors, Alex currently finds himself with an abundance of leisure time. Upon hearing this, Charles paused for a moment before suggesting, if you truly find yourself with nothing to do, you might fulfill your duties as a senior instructor by providing some basic training sessions for Vanessa and her fellow candidates. If I am not mistaken, you likely remain unaware of the nature of Vanessa's mutant abilities and what makes them special. Alex felt a flush of embarrassment at Charles' words. Since sending Vanessa to this school, he had hardly paid her any attention, let alone considered her mutant powers. Realizing his oversight, Alex acknowledged that he seemed to owe Vanessa quite a bit. With an awkward smile, he shifted the topic. Well, it is indeed time for some training. Please wait a moment. Once I lead them to the scenario testing room, we can discuss your teaching further. As Charles maneuvered his wheelchair towards the group, standing aside, he suddenly turned back and inquired, "Oh, by the way, while it is rather impolite to ask after such a long time, who is the girl accompanying you?" "Hello. You can call me Charisse. I am also a mutant," she interjected, stepping forward with a lively self-introduction. Having learned from Alex during their journey to the school that it is a haven for mutant children, she exhibited no signs of fear or timidity. "Oh, what a spirited young lady. On behalf of the school, I extend a warm welcome to you," Charles replied kindly. "Thank you." Charisse beamed. Charles nodded and gradually moved away in his wheelchair. As they watched Charles depart, Alex turned to Charisse and asked, "Have you ever attended school?" "No," Charisse shook her head, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. "I was too young when my powers awakened, and I accidentally harmed my peers, so I have been too afraid to attend school." Seeing the sorrow in Charisse's expression, Alex sighed gently and patted her head. "So, do you like the idea of going to school?" "I do," she replied eagerly. "Wonderful. Then you shall attend school here. All the students are mutants, and I believe you will make many wonderful friends." Alex spoke softly. Upon hearing that she could study here, Charisse's eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Really? Can I stay here to go to school?" "Yes, of course. I am, after all, one of the few esteemed instructors here. So it is not difficult for you to attend school in this place," Alex remarked with a smile. "My sister, Vanessa, is also studying here. I will introduce you to her shortly. You both share similar temperaments, and I believe you will become good friends." "Indeed." Cherise nodded enthusiastically, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It was unclear whether her joy stemmed from the prospect of attending this institution or the anticipation of forging a new friendship. Before long, Charles approached in his wheelchair. He had already guided the X-Men to their respective training chambers. "Now, let us discuss your teaching responsibilities in my office," he said, beaming as he led Alex and Cherise to the principal's office. Upon entering, Charles retrieved several documents from his desk and handed them to Alex. "These are detailed profiles I have compiled for them. You may wish to review them." Alex accepted the documents and, after seating Cherise, began to scrutinize them. Vanessa Amelia, female. Classification, alpha-level mutant. Abilities, telekinetic manifestation, telepathic detection, mental transmission. Paro, male. Classification, delta-level mutant. Abilities, fire manipulation, pyrokinesis. Catherine and Kitty Pride, female. Classification, alpha-level mutant. Abilities, phasing, levitation. Immunity to psychic attacks, combat, linguistics, dance, driving. Marie, female. Classification, beta-level mutant. Abilities, temporary absorption of superpowers. After perusing the profiles, Alex closed the folder and pondered for a moment before speaking. These candidates, once they master their abilities, should indeed qualify as true X-Men. I am particularly intrigued by Vanessa's telekinetic prowess. Perhaps I should prioritize her for one-on-one specialized training. Offering individualized instruction to select students is not typically advisable for an instructor. Charles chuckled lightly. Nonetheless, the foundational training for these candidates will be entrusted to you. I do not expect you to transform them into formidable warriors. Simply ensure they solidify their fundamentals and possess the potential to become genuine X-Men. That hardly seems like a lofty expectation, Alex retorted with a disdainful glance at Charles. I shall adhere to my commitment to fulfill my duties as an instructor. However, prior to that, I hope you can expedite Cherise's enrollment. She has not received systematic education since childhood, and I wish for her to study here. That is certainly within my purview. Allowing mutant children to live freely and joyfully has always been my aspiration, Charles replied with a smile, turning his gaze to Cherise. Welcome to our institution, Cherise. Thank you. Charles. Oh, I should say Professor Charles, Cherise exclaimed with delight. Charles nodded with a grin, glancing at the clock on the wall. The time is now. I have already made the necessary arrangements. In 20 minutes, you will have your first class. Here is the complete roster of the candidates. As he spoke, Charles handed Alex another document that had been meticulously prepared on the table, clearly indicating prior foresight. Should I commend you for your prophetic abilities? Alex remarked with an unusual expression. I prefer to call it wisdom, Charles replied, gesturing to his completely bald head with a smile. Alex's eyes flickered, and he chuckled in response. Indeed, you are remarkably astute. Chapter 115. A display of authority. Alex's inaugural lesson in life was about to commence. However, prior to that, he needed to discipline some unruly children. When the bell rang, Alex and Cherise arrived at the training room ahead of time, followed closely by the prospective members of the X-Men. According to Charles's document, the number of candidates was substantial, primarily consisting of younger individuals or mutants who had yet to effectively harness their abilities. Nonetheless, the candidates Alex was responsible for this time amounted to only 5, including Vanessa, Iceman, and Shadowcat. If Sherry's was included, the total would be 6. Alex scrutinized the neatly arranged individuals before him. Bobby Drake, codename Iceman, was the only one present with the potential to become an Omega-level mutant, a tall boy with a strikingly handsome and stoic demeanor, akin to Alex's age. Vanessa and Catherine, codename Shadowcat, along with Sherry's, were familiar faces to Alex. Although Vanessa and Catherine yearned to rush forward and cheer for Alex, they remembered the discipline required in class and instead exchanged excited glances with him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Alex shifted his gaze to the other 2 candidates. Pyro, codename Firestarter, was of similar age to Iceman and ranked the lowest among those present. Not only was this due to his fiery abilities, but his personality also contributed. He wore a sulky expression while being scrutinized by Alex, who regarded him with the eyes of an elder. Mary, codename Mischief, shared a similar age with Iceman and Pyro. A beautiful girl with long brown hair, accented by 2 long white strands framing her face. However, unlike the harmless abilities of the others, her mutant power was quite troublesome. She could swiftly alter others' memories through skin contact, usurp their abilities, or even their lives. Lacking the means to control her powers effectively, Mary feared that she might inadvertently harm her companions, leading her to wrap herself up tightly. Her ability was indeed a considerable challenge. Observing the gloomy aura radiating from Mischief, Alex felt a headache coming on. Her powers could easily be likened to the spontaneous skills of a certain character. And the most daunting aspect was that their abilities were not subject to personal control. Attempting to train Mary to manage her powers would be as formidable a task as facing down a formidable adversary. After a thorough assessment, Alex chuckled lightly. All right. I have reviewed your profiles with Charles. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alex, and you may refer to me by this name. From this day forth, I shall oversee your foundational training. He continued, do not be misled by my youthful appearance. I am a senior instructor at this institution, so rest assured. I am fully capable of guiding you. Throughout his speech, Alex's gaze remained fixed on the fiery individual, convinced that this mischievous boy would inevitably seek a confrontation. As anticipated, upon learning of Alex's status as a senior instructor, the other's eyes gleamed with intrigue, while the fiery boy appeared momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Sir, since you are a senior instructor, your abilities must be formidable. Please, demonstrate them for us. The training room fell into a profound silence. In this newly established school for mutants, aside from Professor Charles, who also served as the principal, most instructors were either junior or mid-level teachers. The few senior instructors present were rather lackluster, their capabilities not even matching those of the prospective members. Consequently, those who considered themselves capable had lost respect for the faculty. The fiery boy's request for Alex to showcase his abilities was not without a hint of intimidation. Observing the boy's ulterior motives, Alex smirked. In truth, I possess a multitude of abilities, and controlling fire is merely one of them. Would you like to see it? The fiery boy laughed heartily, thinking to himself, isn't that courting disaster? Knowing my code name is Fireman, yet daring to play with fire in my presence will surely lead to your humiliation. The others stood silently at the periphery, watching the unfolding drama. Vanessa, who harbored an almost blind admiration for Alex, regarded the unruly Paro with a look of disdain, believing he ought to receive a rather profound lesson for his reckless provocation of her brother. As previously mentioned, Fireman was a rather ostentatious character, his actions and demeanor often eliciting controversy. Within the school, he had garnered more detractors than admirers. It was only Charles, who exhibited an extraordinary tolerance for mutant children, that allowed him to remain. In any other institution, he would have faced disciplinary action countless times. Vanessa was among those who found him particularly irksome. With a sudden burst, Alex remained still, extending his right hand, which was soon engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, the temperature in the vicinity began to rise significantly, prompting those standing nearby to retreat a few steps. Can you manipulate them? Alex inquired, and as he spoke, the flames in his hand surged forth, rapidly coalescing above his head. In a swirling dance, they melded together, and in an instant, a dozen flaming swords materialized, hovering ominously above him, their sharp tips directed at the fiery boy, Paro. Upon witnessing the astonishing display, Paro's mouth fell agape. The revelation of Alex's ability to conjure flames was indeed awe-inspiring. Yet it was his mastery over the manipulation of fire that truly left Paro flabbergasted. Nay, more accurately, horrified. This individual, of a stature akin to his own, possessed a command over fire that surpassed his own capabilities. Though Paro was known for his brash demeanor, he was not devoid of intelligence or self-awareness. Observing Alex effortlessly divide flames into a dozen perfect, sword-like forms, he realized that the other's prowess in fire control was far superior to his own. Indeed, the title of Fire Dancer seemed more befitting of Alex. In contrast to the stunned fireman, the expressions of the other mutants present were imbued with excitement. They understood that the greater the strength of their instructor, the more they would learn, and consequently, their growth would accelerate. If all went well, they could soon join the ranks of the X-Men, freely traversing the outside world. Savoring the astonishment on Fireman's face, Alex expressed his satisfaction and casually inquired, "Can you control them?" "Not yet," Fireman replied bluntly, conceding his inability. Yet he was not one to surrender easily, retorting, "Just because I cannot now, does not mean I won't be able to in the future. I will surpass you soon." Such tenacity was commendable. "Excellent." Alex chuckled lightly, letting the flame sword above him dissipate into its original form, merging back into his being. He then turned to the others and remarked, "I trust you do not wish for me to demonstrate my abilities for each of you as I did for him, do you?" "Certainly not," came the cheerful response from the eldest among them, Iceman. "I am quite pleased to accept your tutelage, Alex. My name is Bobby Drake, but you may call me Bobby." A flicker of curiosity danced in Alex's eyes at the name. "Very well, please feel free to call me Iceman." Alex laughed, shaking his hand before exchanging a few words with Vanessa and Catherine. Little Mischief merely nodded at Alex, devoid of any physical contact. Alex took no offense, interpreting it as the highest form of goodwill, for he had no desire to personally experience the terror of Little Mischief's mutant abilities. "Now, allow me to introduce this young lady," he said, gesturing to the side where Sherry's Ferguson stood. "She is, for now, considered my sister. Yes, she is a new recruit, and I encourage you, as her seniors, to assist her as much as possible." He brought Sherry's forward with a smile. "Hello, everyone. You may call me Sherry's," she said, exhibiting a natural ease despite her new surroundings. The other mutants welcomed her warmly, though Vanessa, upon hearing the term sister, displayed a rather subtle expression. Now that everyone is acquainted, we can officially commence the lesson. Chapter 116. The first lesson, the inaugural lesson, officially commenced. After consulting with several individuals regarding their prior training, Alex pondered thoughtfully for a moment before devising a rough plan for their future training concerning their mutant abilities. First was the mischievous one, whose ability was exceedingly tricky. With mere physical contact, she could temporarily strip another of their superpowers, or even their very life, leaving her victim in a state of stupor. Thus, Alex decided to focus her future training on martial arts. As long as she could adeptly utilize her powers, the title of a close-quarter assassin would undoubtedly be hers. Next was the Phantasm Cat, capable of molecular mimicry, allowing her to traverse and blend into various objects, possessing the power to penetrate all matter. After utilizing the Eye of Insight to grasp the strengths and weaknesses of this ability, Alex resolved to concentrate her training on physical techniques and familiarization with her powers. With impeccable martial skills combined with mastery over her abilities, she would surely become a formidable adversary, rivaling even the masked man. Then there was the fireman, Paro, who was the most reassuring of all the mutants present. Although he could not conjure flames, he possessed a terrifying mastery over them. His training required adherence to previous methods. In other words, aside from enhancing his control over fire, he did not require training in other areas. This limitation stemmed from a genetic defect, a matter beyond Alex's reach. As for the Iceman, Vanessa, and Karis, Alex, having comprehended their abilities, devised suitably tailored training regimens for each. The Iceman, who harbored the potential to become an Omega-level mutant, was assigned to further hone his abilities. His primary course involved crafting various small objects using his ice manipulating power, such as ice roses and ice mirrors, thereby enhancing his control and creativity with ice, setting the stage for his future growth to be remarkably efficient. At this moment, the Iceman himself remained unaware of the extent of his powers. Generally, the creation of ice involves lowering the surrounding air temperature, causing moisture in liquids or the atmosphere to condense into ice. However, the Iceman's ability to fabricate ice was not solely reliant on this method. In addition to lowering temperatures to produce ice, he could conjure ice out of thin air, an ability that defies the laws of energy conservation, exhibiting no consumption limits. Theoretically, He could form ice within any object of his choosing, even disregarding physical conditions to create infinite ice, potentially shaking the very foundations of the universe. However, the Iceman's current capabilities were limited. Given his present state, he could neither disrupt the cosmic order nor even rattle the foundations of New York without exhausting himself. It can be said that the Iceman possessed immense potential, remarkably so, and it was this excessive potential that led to his classification as having Omega-level mutant potential. After guiding the Iceman in crafting ice roses, Alex began to instruct Vanessa. In Charles's records, it is stated that Vanessa possesses a range of abilities, including telekinesis. However, Alex's exploration of her powers through the use of the Eye of Insight revealed that Charles's documentation was not entirely accurate. To be precise, Vanessa's abilities transcend ordinary telekinesis. She possesses the rare skill of telekinetic manifestation. When she activates her powers, an invisible thread of telekinetic energy spontaneously materializes, allowing her to engage in information reconnaissance and image transmission. According to Charles's assessment, she is destined to become a highly reliable support figure in the future. Nevertheless, Alex has no intention of training her merely as a support character, as he has discovered that Vanessa is, in fact, a versatile talent. The telekinetic threads she creates are extraordinarily resilient, impervious to blades, and with adept manipulation, she can serve both offensively and defensively while providing crucial intelligence support for her teammates. From Alex's extensive knowledge of the anime realm, he recalls numerous characters who wield such threads with formidable prowess, and there are countless techniques suited to Vanessa. Consequently, he emphasizes that, in addition to honing her intelligence-gathering skills, she must also focus on mastering the control of her threads before she can progress to the next phase of training. Having resolved Vanessa's issues, Alex then turns his attention to Sherry's. Previously unaware of Sherry's mutant abilities, he is taken aback after employing the Eye of Insight. Sherry's power is astonishingly unexpected. It is known as interdimensional instant teleportation. In Alex's view, this ability allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, as well as escape, proving to be even more practical than Omega-level mutant abilities. When activated, Sherry's can conjure a portal by throwing a purple crystal, with control over the duration and size of the portal. Moreover, when the portal closes, the self-healing properties of space can sever any object, rendering even the toughest alloys, such as adamantium, powerless. Even more remarkable is that the portal can transport targets to any location familiar to the user, disregarding distance. In essence, Sherry's could effortlessly send an unwelcome intruder into the sun, with the outcome being all too clear. Additionally, she can utilize the purple crystal to teleport objects to designated locations, making it a simple task to obliterate enemies. After mastering Sherry's abilities, Alex cannot help but exclaim, "Mutants are indeed beings beyond the ordinary." With the likes of Iceman and Dark Phoenix showcasing extraordinary powers, Sherry's abilities are even more formidable, posing a grave risk of being sent into the sun, a fate that guarantees utter annihilation. However, as Alex harbored his apprehensions, a quiet sense of pride blossomed within him. Such formidable skills were now completely under his command. He could strike at will or withdraw at leisure, effectively thwarting any obstacles in his path. Upon careful inquiry, Alex discovered that Sharice's grasp of her powers was rather rudimentary. Her portals could only manifest in her immediate vicinity. Any attempt to transport herself further afield would result in failure, and even if she managed to open a portal, its stability was precarious at best, posing significant risks. Entering such a portal would be akin to courting disaster. Thus, Alex resolved to focus on training Sharice in the opening and closing of portals, followed by the simultaneous activation of multiple portals, and ultimately, the creation of long-distance portals. Once she mastered these techniques, she would wield the formidable strategy of multiple portals, ensuring that no matter how many adversaries approached or how powerful they were, they would all succumb before her. Moreover, should the foes prove excessively formidable, she could easily make her escape. After providing guidance to each of the prospective members, Alex concluded his first lesson. Noticing the time, which had already advanced to midday, he announced the end of the class and led Vanessa and Sharice, who had gathered around him, towards the school cafeteria. "Brother, do you really think I can become an all-round X-Men?" On their way, Vanessa cast a doubtful glance at Alex. Charles had categorized her as a support character, and her training had consistently aligned with that role. The sudden shift in her designation to a versatile combatant left her feeling somewhat anxious, prompting her question. In response, Alex smiled and affectionately ruffled Vanessa's hair. No problem at all. You will undoubtedly become a formidable X-Man. But my abilities. Vanessa hesitated, her words trailing off. You are simply yet to master your powers, Alex assured her. As long as you adhere to the training regimen I have devised for you, you will not fall short of others. Really? It seems I must restore some of your confidence. Alex chuckled lightly, gesturing towards a small tree nestled among the roadside bushes. Pay close attention. Vanessa eagerly widened her eyes to observe, while Charisse gazed on with curiosity. At that very moment, as the two turned their heads, Alex decisively activated his newly acquired telekinetic abilities. An invisible thread of psychic energy swiftly coalesced under his control into a slender, elongated cone, which he propelled with remarkable speed into the trunk of the small tree. In the next instant, the telekinetic thread unraveled at an astonishing pace, its resulting force tearing the tree into several pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, both Vanessa and Charisse were left speechless, astonished not only by Alex's possession of telekinetic powers, but also by the ease with which he executed such a feat. Look, as long as you embrace the training diligently, this level of power is hardly significant, Alex remarked with a smile. Vanessa remained silent, yet the glimmer in her eyes reassured Alex. Chapter 117. Return to New York. Xavier's school, training room. 5 prospective X-Men members along with an additional Sarah were engaged in their routine training. As Alex stepped inside, he was immediately met with an overwhelming heat akin to a volcanic eruption, in stark contrast to the chilly weather outside. The training room was ablaze with fervor. The 6 individuals were scattered throughout the room, engrossed in their respective exercises, completely oblivious to Alex's entrance. It was now the depths of winter, several months having elapsed since Alex's inaugural lesson. Under his guidance, the 6 had made remarkable strides in mastering their abilities. In the realm of ordinary humans, they could easily achieve feats of slaying hundreds, if not thousands. But in comparison to those adept at wielding their mutant powers with finesse, they still appeared somewhat juvenile. Over these past few months, Alex had honed the various abilities acquired from his Eye of the Ancients while amassing a substantial reserve of spirit energy. Following 2 instances of being consumed by Ganada, his spirit energy had, paradoxically, increased due to Ganada's compensatory actions, resulting in a capacity that was twice that of several months prior. However, after evolving the Eye of the Ancients, Alex discovered that the energy required for his eye's further evolution had escalated significantly. Despite possessing sufficient spirit energy numerically, his eyes remained unresponsive. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the spirit energy derived from the Annihilation Eye. It now split into 2 portions. 7 layers of spirit energy were absorbed directly by the glasses, while 3 layers were retained within his body, and his physical prowess was no longer enhanced by spirit energy. Nevertheless, should Alex employ related abilities to bolster his physique, his strength and speed could still be enhanced to a corresponding degree. Additionally, during these months, the official members of the X-Men had been undergoing various training sessions in the scenario training room established by Charles. Yet none had managed to pass the trials and receive Alex's guidance. Meanwhile, Alex's encounters with these future students could be easily counted on one hand. Clap, 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 clap. Alex applauded, signaling the practicing individuals to cease their movements. Let us conclude today's training here, he said with a smile once they had all turned their attention to him. Tomorrow marks a designated holiday by the school, and it is time for you to unwind. Clean up your training area, and you may return to your classrooms to await your instructor's holiday arrangements. The Xavier School is dedicated to educating mutant children, employing a teaching methodology distinctly different from that of other American institutions. The school enforces a notably stringent regime, seldom allowing students to return to their homes, assuming they have any. To provide these children with opportunities for unrestrained joy, Charles has adopted a rather unconventional approach. As November approaches its midpoint, the Xavier School transitions into a holiday mode, a period that persists until after the new year when other schools resume classes. During this interval, students with homes are escorted back by the school, while those without families enjoy a delightful holiday under the guidance of faculty members, celebrating Thanksgiving, embarking on travels, and partaking in Christmas festivities. Each instructor is assigned a number of homeless students, ensuring their safety throughout the holiday. With only 2 days remaining until Thanksgiving, the designated holiday period has finally arrived. Hooray! At Alex's exclamation, the room erupted in cheers. Even the usually stoic Iceman revealed a hint of excitement. not to mention the already exuberant Human Torch, who was ready to dash towards the classroom. In a flurry, the students tidied their belongings and cleaned up their training area. Once accomplished, several students departed the training room, leaving only Sherry's and Vanessa behind. They swiftly completed their tasks and then joyfully skipped over to Alex, their faces betraying their uncontainable excitement. After surveying the room, Alex nodded in satisfaction before leaning down to inquire, "Will you be spending the holidays with your classmates, or will you return to New York with me?" "Of course. Back to New York," the two girls chorused in unison. Upon hearing each other's response, they exchanged covert glances, their eyes clashing with a hint of sparks. Unfortunately, Alex was preoccupied with using his telekinetic abilities to secure the training room door and remained oblivious to their subtle interaction. Once the doors and windows were sealed, Alex gestured, and a portal large enough for three to pass through materialized before them. After months of development, Alex had mastered the art of instantaneous cross-dimensional teleportation, surpassing Sherry's in skill. Having meticulously studied numerous geographical texts, he could now teleport to any point on Earth at will. By the way, he had also privately explored a wealth of astronomical and cosmic resources, yet hesitated to venture beyond Earth due to concerns regarding the universe's perils. "How impressive! You're far stronger than I am." Sherry's gazed at the portal before her, feeling a surge of envy. As the master of interdimensional teleportation, she has tirelessly endeavored to enhance her abilities, yet she can only teleport freely within a radius of several hundred kilometers or simultaneously open two portals, albeit with limited stability. The casual act of Alex creating a portal for three individuals to New York is something she can only admire from afar for the time being. Vanessa, equally astonished by Alex's actions, refrains from expressing too much surprise. After months of companionship, they have grown accustomed to Alex's remarkable ability to instantly grasp the powers of others. "All right, I've already made arrangements with Charles. Let us proceed directly to New York." Upon reflection, she realized she had nothing to bring back, and both nodded in agreement. Stepping through the portal with Alex, vanishing from sight. Buzz. As their bodies melded into the portal on this side, they simultaneously materialized at the portal in New York. The moment all three emerged, the portals on both sides vanished without a trace. The ability to teleport across dimensions is a power that directly folds the fabric of space, allowing the portals to serve as conduits between two locations, enabling their instantaneous arrival in New York. Should this ability continue to be explored and refined, the day when Alex can traverse the cosmos freely will inevitably arrive. The trio found themselves at the center of the reception hall on the first floor of the office, startling John and Yazan, who were leisurely sipping coffee. The former, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "Boss, could you not appear so suddenly? You might frighten someone." "Apologies. I hadn't realized you were so timid." Alex's insincere remark left John momentarily speechless. Vanessa and Karis exchanged amused glances before greeting John and Yazan, then bounced up to the second floor, heading to their respective rooms. "Thanksgiving is approaching. Don't you plan to go home?" Alex inquired as she settled onto the sofa. Yazan shrugged. "I'm the only one in my family. No need to go back. I've already called my wife and asked her to bring our daughter to New York for the holiday." John set down his cup, proudly stating, "In the past few months, we've dealt with quite a few unsavory characters. The money I've earned is enough to buy a house here. I intend to relocate my family and settle in New York." Alex responded with a casual "oh," but then suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, where has Gianna gone? I haven't seen her." "I don't know," Yazan replied succinctly, shaking his head. John echoed the gesture, saying with resignation, "Gianna has been rather mysterious lately, frequently disappearing. With our limited abilities, we cannot keep track of her. She's always running off, likely to investigate some alien life form invading Earth." Alex pondered this matter with growing curiosity. He had once heard Gianna declare her solemn oath, vowing never to consume the creatures of Earth. Instead, when hunger struck, she would seek sustenance through the conquest of Earth or distant celestial realms. During her moments of satiety, she would merely recline at home, indulging in slumber. Her frequent excursions seemed to suggest that the likelihood of extraterrestrial invasion was the only plausible explanation for her behavior. After a moment's contemplation, Alex resolutely abandoned the thought. Given her formidable prowess, it seemed far more prudent to worry about the aliens who might cross paths with her. Chapter 118. Abduction Thanksgiving is a uniquely American celebration, occurring on the fourth Thursday of November each year. This occasion grants the populace a 2-day respite to express gratitude for the bountiful harvest and the assistance of the indigenous peoples. On this festive day, the nation comes alive with jubilance as individuals partake in traditional church services to offer thanks, while communities engage in parades, theatrical performances, and sporting events. Schools and shops observe a holiday as well. Children mimic the attire of the indigenous peoples, donning eccentric costumes, painting their faces, or wearing masks as they sing and trumpet in the streets. Families dispersed across distant lands return home to celebrate, gathering around the table to share a sumptuous feast of turkey. In America, Thanksgiving holds a significance that rivals even the New Year, comparable to China's Spring Festival. On this day, the dining table is adorned with apples, oranges, chestnuts, walnuts, grapes, as well as raisin pudding, minced meat pies, and an array of other delicacies, with the centerpiece being roasted turkey and pumpkin pie, dishes steeped in tradition and beloved by all. Traditionally, in the days leading up to Thanksgiving, homemakers prepare the requisite foods and fruits in advance. However, the ever-apathetic John and Yazan clearly had no intention of adhering to this custom. They had procured not a single item, and the most essential ingredient, a turkey, was conspicuously absent. Upon inquiry, John brushed off the preparations, insisting that it was his wife's duty to handle the Thanksgiving arrangements, to which Yazan dutifully acquiesced. As Thanksgiving loomed on the morrow, Alex, exasperated, took matters into his own hands. After delivering a sound reprimand to the two, he unceremoniously ejected them from the office, commanding their return only upon gathering all necessary items for the feast. Under the intensity of Alex's ire, the duo dared not utter a word, departing in a dejected silence. Once they had left, Vanessa and Charisse exchanged brief greetings with Alex before hastily departing the office. Thanks to Alex's guidance over the past few months, both had made significant progress in their abilities, capable of evading foes they could not defeat or holding their ground for a considerable time. With Alex's capacity to effortlessly perceive the entirety of New York and his ability to teleport across time and space, reaching them in an instant was merely a matter of moments, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Thus, Alex allowed them to go out and play. Alone at home, he began to arrange the second floor. Having been in this world for over a decade, Alex had long since adapted to life abroad. After experiencing a Thanksgiving celebration reminiscent of the Spring Festival, he felt a surge of motivation. Given Alex's current state, organizing the room was a remarkably simple task. Within a mere few minutes, he had completed the arrangement. While waiting for John and the others to return, Alex unexpectedly received a call from Johnny and Peter, both of whom warmly invited him to spend Thanksgiving with them. Although Alex graciously expressed his gratitude for their kindness, he politely declined their offers, as he had a large family to consider and could not simply go to someone else's home. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as Alex had declined Peter's invitation, his phone rang again. Who could it be this time? He sighed and answered the call. Hello, boss, something's gone wrong. The moment he picked up, he was met with Yazan's anxious voice, interspersed with the cacophony of honking cars and howling winds, making it quite noisy and causing Alex to frown. What on earth is happening? What are you and John up to? Boss, John just received a call and hurriedly drove off. I sensed something was amiss, so I took a car and followed him. You need to come quickly. We're heading to the beach. John almost ran over two men crossing the street. He's not usually like this. Something's definitely wrong. Realization struck Alex. This was not good. The only reason that could drive John to such madness would be related to his wife and daughter, who were on their way to New York. Ever since John and Yazan became exposed as superheroes, their whereabouts had become difficult to conceal from those with ill intentions. Targeting two superheroes who frequently spent time together was no easy feat, especially with Alex, a more formidable superhero, backing them. If direct confrontation was unlikely to succeed, then the best course of action would be to strike at those closest to them. Yazan had no family. Alex's identity was shrouded in mystery, making any relatives hard to trace. However, John's wife and daughter, who were not by his side, presented the perfect targets. It seemed that this year's Thanksgiving would be ushered in with bloodshed. Alex let out a cold, low laugh, his narrowed eyes glimmering with a sharpness akin to blades. If they dared to make a move, they must be prepared to face the consequences. The beach, you say? Hanging up the phone, Alex turned his gaze toward the seaside. The vision swiftly drew nearer to the distant scenery, and before the prowess of this ocular technique, John and his vehicle found themselves with no means of escape. In less than half a minute, Alex had already captured John's silhouette. What an unruly fellow, Do you not trust me, your boss? He sighed, observing John's anxious face. Taking a seat beside the sofa, Alex watched John's movements from afar, choosing not to act immediately. Since John had not called for help, he decided it prudent to remain still, awaiting clarity on the true identity and intentions of those seeking John. Soon, John arrived at the seaside port, halting beside a grand yacht. As he approached, two men clad in black suits and sunglasses descended from the yacht, guiding John aboard. Alex's gaze shifted towards the vessel, and he scrutinized its interior and exterior with keen insight. Upon completing his observation, a chill crept across Alex's lips. The yacht was laden with explosives, evidently intended to obliterate John and his family along with the yacht itself. Upon entering the yacht, John was led into a grand hall. Flanking the corridor were several men, similarly dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, their bulging waists betraying the presence of something illicit. At the center of the hall stood a large round table, behind which sat a man exuding calm authority, accompanied by a visibly distressed mother and daughter. It was clear that this pair was John's beloved wife and daughter. Eileen, Tina, are you all right? Upon entering the hall, John's gaze immediately fell upon his most cherished two, prompting him to rush towards them. However, as he moved, the two men leading him quickly grasped his arms. Get away, John bellowed in fury, instinctively preparing to unleash his supernatural abilities to cast them aside. I advise you to remain still, otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety, a distant voice echoed, causing John to halt his actions. His eyes widened as he beheld two men aiming guns at his wife and daughter's heads, with a mere word from the seated man. Their lives could be snatched away by the specter of death. Daddy, the 8 or 9-year-old girl, terrified by the weapons trained upon her, cried out for John. Meanwhile, her mother, disregarding her own safety, pulled her daughter into her embrace, whispering words of comfort. How about it? Have you calmed down? The seated man squinted at John. Do not fear, I will save you, John assured his wife and daughter before turning a fierce glare towards his adversary. You had me come alone without notifying anyone. I have complied with your demands. It is only fair you demonstrate your sincerity by releasing my wife and daughter. That can wait. The man chuckled softly, suggesting that before releasing them, they ought to engage in a meaningful discussion. What is there to discuss? John retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at his counterpart. The fact that you are capable of kidnapping others' family members indicates that you are hardly suitable partners for collaboration. The man, taken aback by John's refusal to even entertain the notion, prepared to issue a threat. However, a sudden, chilling voice resonated from behind him, imbued with an icy, penetrating coldness. What do you intend to do? Chapter 119 concluded. What do you intend to do? A sudden voice interrupted the man's threat, instilling a sense of shock and fear within him, for it was evident that this voice did not belong to any of his subordinates. An enemy lurked behind him. An adversary had stealthily appeared at his back. Truly, a person accustomed to perilous situations. Despite his astonishment, the man's unusual expression swiftly faded, replaced by a facade of calm. How did you come to be behind me? He inquired, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his voice. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at his motionless subordinates, only to discover, to his horror, that they had become completely immobile. A thin layer of ice had enveloped them. The terror etched on their faces prior to being frozen, betraying their utter astonishment and unpreparedness. Your gaze lacks conviction. I merely walked over, Alex remarked with a light laugh. Stepping forth from the portal, his keen eyes observing John nearby, whose countenance was adorned with an expression of intrigue. Boss, how did you end up here? John inquired, momentarily taken aback. With a nonchalant smile, Alex gestured toward the mother and daughter beside him, then indicated the portal adjacent to them. We shall discuss this later. For now, you should hasten to escort them away. Ah, understood, John responded, regaining his composure as he rushed to his wife and daughter, offering them quiet reassurances before leading them into the portal, which transported them directly to the office in New York. Once the trio arrived at the New York office, Alex promptly closed the portal. Having completed these tasks, he settled into a nearby chair, resting his chin on his hands as he curiously scrutinized the man before him. Now, speak. What is your purpose in seeking John? Our purpose is simple. We merely wish to meet you, his boss. The man had evidently regained his composure and, under Alex's scrutinizing gaze, revealed no trace of trepidation. Alex raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pray, do tell why you wish to meet me. We desire for you to join us. The man's tone was exceedingly sincere. He assured, as long as you are willing to join us, your status will undoubtedly not be inferior to mine, and the rights you will possess will far exceed your imagination. Wealth, status, and fame, everything you desire will be effortlessly attainable upon your accession. Do you not wish to seize the opportunity to rise above others? Alex displayed a clear disinterest in the man's entreaties. Rather, his curiosity leaned towards the nature of their organization. The man, mistaking Alex's demeanor for intrigue, replied with a hint of excitement. The history of our organization surpasses your wildest imagination. We have existed since the days of ancient Egypt. As we entered the 20th century, our influence expanded further, nearly dominating the entire world. To this day, wherever there are people, you will find our members. Dominate the entire world? A peculiar expression crossed Alex's face. In this world, anyone with a modicum of knowledge understands that the force that nearly ruled the globe in the 20th century was the Nazi Party. If what this man said were true, it would imply that the Nazis were either supported by their organization or perhaps that the Nazis were merely a rebranded version of their organization. Furthermore, an entity that has persisted since ancient Egypt and has endured for millennia is undeniably formidable. Indeed, our objective is to seize control of governments across nations and re-establish dominion over the world. At this juncture, the man's eyes sparkled with a fervent zeal. Such organizations are typically labeled as terrorist groups. Alex scoffed. Humph, history is written by the victors. The man huffed in discontent. Once we successfully grasp the reins of the world, they will inevitably yield to us unconditionally. Your words lead me to believe you are undoubtedly a member of the Nazis. Alex asserted with certainty. I might as well tell you, years ago, our organization merged with the Nazi forces, poised to dominate the world. Alas, just as we were on the brink of success, we were defeated by our arch-rivals, rendering all our efforts futile. Those damned individuals. We shall repay this humiliation tenfold. The man seethed with rage. Regrettably, you will not live to see that day. Alex suddenly sighed with a tone of melancholy. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened considerably, his voice turning grave. Even knowing the vastness of our organization, you insist on turning against me, against us. There is no notion of turning against or not. The term turning against applies only in the context of past amicability. In my recollection, our relationship has never been cordial. Alex rose, casting a cold gaze at the man. Those who dare to threaten my family should be prepared to face my wrath. It seems we shall have no opportunity to collaborate, the man replied, equally cold, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. What a pity, we are destined to be enemies from this point forward. Alex cast a surprised glance at the other man, sensing an audacity in his demeanor. Do you truly believe you have a future? Although it was regrettable that he could not persuade you to join our organization, this journey was not in vain. Under Alex's gaze, the man chuckled lightly as he rose to his feet, casually snapping his fingers with his right hand, and remarked, "My name is Donald. Remember it well. I hope we may have the opportunity to meet again in the future." As soon as he spoke, Donald's figure vanished like a fleeting bubble. After scanning the surroundings, Alex had to concede that he had committed the gravest error a villain could make. He had let his guard down and should have utilized his enhanced vision for analysis first. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away at the port, in a luxurious car, a man suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. His attire and appearance unmistakably matched that of Donald, who had just disappeared before Alex. "Thankfully for your presence, I would not have returned otherwise." Donald shifted his body and sincerely nodded his thanks to the woman seated beside him. "How is the mission progressing?" "It is not going well. The other party shows no intention of amicable engagement." Donald shrugged, expressing his exasperation, and added, "Moreover, their abilities are quite peculiar. The information we previously obtained is inaccurate, and it appears we need to gather intelligence anew." The woman pondered for a moment, stating, "Since we have embarked on this endeavor, we shall see it through to the end, allowing us to test his limits. Inform everyone, and let the plan proceed as scheduled." "Very well, you are the authority here. Your word is final." Donald sighed, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. He soon reined in his emotions, issuing commands while signaling for the car to depart. "Understood." Donald's voice resonated from over 100 meters away, as the man who had once plotted against Alex in Los Angeles stood tall atop a building, his gaze fixed firmly on the cruise ship beneath Alex. Then, he opened his mouth wide, and the surrounding light seemed to be drawn into him like a black hole, converging into his mouth. In an instant, a milky white spherical energy orb materialized. Boom! The man exhaled forcefully, and the energy orb erupted forth. a linear beam of energy piercing through the air, shattering the surrounding atmosphere with explosive sounds. The speed of this attack was astonishing, despite external factors like dust affecting visibility. Its velocity approached the speed of light. A distance of 100 meters was negligible. Almost instantaneously, the beam reached its target, resulting in a tremendous explosion that detonated the entire cruise ship's contents. The thunderous roar echoed repeatedly, and under the assault of the energy beam combined with the explosions aboard, the cruise ship was utterly obliterated. The shockwaves from the blast devastated several nearby vessels, sending waves crashing violently against the port. The sudden explosion threw the port into chaos, with thousands of people shouting and scattering in all directions. Mission accomplished, retreat. It turns out that the individual who ambushed me last time was you. Just as the man was reporting his satisfaction to his superiors, Alex unexpectedly appeared behind him, interrupting his report. The man, horrified, turned his head to see Alex scrutinizing him with narrowed eyes, a wave of unparalleled chill washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth. However, Alex did not grant him the opportunity to attack. At the very moment the man opened his mouth, drawing in the surrounding light, Alex swiftly absorbed his ability with his ancient insight. Before the energy sphere the man was forming could fully coalesce, Alex stepped forward, abruptly materializing in front of him, and seized the man by the throat with ease, lifting him effortlessly. With a soft chuckle, the crimson cross in Alex's eyes suddenly blazed, and both the man and the energy sphere he was conjuring were instantly annihilated, absorbed, and transformed into pure elven power. You excel at ranged attacks, but in close combat, you are utterly pathetic. Shaking his head in reflection, Alex closed his eyes to probe the man's abilities. After Donald inexplicably vanished before him, Alex did not leave immediately. Instead, he consumed the frozen individual on the spot. Little did he know that this delay would awaken a surge of vigilance within him. Instinctively, Alex utilized his ability for instantaneous spatial transfer to depart, and upon confirming the opponent's attack position, he struck back. What was initially intended as mere vengeance unexpectedly granted him such a precious ability. Indeed, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Opening his eyes, a faint smile graced Alex's lips. He opened a portal and stepped back into his New York office, swiftly bringing an end to the kidnapping incident that had left John anxiously distressed. Chapter 120. Superhumans under the guidance of John's wife, Erin. This year's Thanksgiving was particularly delightful. Although Donald's abduction had caused considerable fright for Erin and Tina, they were clearly women of remarkable inner strength, despite one still being too young to be called a woman. After John's soothing words, they quickly recovered from their shock and resumed their roles as homemakers. Erin directed John and Yazan in preparing for every aspect of the Thanksgiving celebration, while the young Tina frolicked about, led by her elder sisters, Vanessa and Charisse, hardly wanting to return home. True to her role as a homemaker, Erin's culinary skills were quite impressive. Under her careful preparation, the Thanksgiving feast became exceptionally delectable, particularly the turkey, which left everyone yearning for more. The lively Thanksgiving arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and before long, it was the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. The day known as Black Friday is not attributed to any sinister reasons, but rather to the fact that the day following Thanksgiving is marked by significant discounts in supermarkets and shopping malls, where high-quality goods are sold at remarkably low prices. People, eager to purchase these items, often brave the cold and form long lines outside the stores, which is the origin of the term Black Friday. Before dawn, John and Arson were roused by Eileen, who was evidently the second-in-command at the office, and they hurried outside to join the queue. Despite their repeated explanations that they were not financially constrained and did not require any discounted items, Eileen, accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, dismissed their objections without a second thought and compelled them to go along. Fortunately, Vanessa, who had played games until the early hours of the morning, along with Alex, the office owner and John's boss, managed to escape Eileen's grasp. Around 7 o'clock, Alex and the other three were summoned. Like countless ordinary families across the globe, the office commenced another day of life. As Alex entered the living room on the second floor, he found Eileen busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. John and Arson, appearing utterly drained, were slumped over the table. The office had typically relied on dining out or ordering takeout, but with Eileen's arrival, their dining habits were destined to change. Under her guidance, she took charge of all 3 daily meals. Alex had agreed to this arrangement, believing it fostered a warmer familial atmosphere rather than merely existing as a cold, lifeless building. "Are you tired?" Alex inquired, taking a seat at the table, observing John and Arson with curiosity. "I find this more exhausting than the training sessions you assign, boss," John replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. Indeed, Black Friday lived up to its reputation. In the presence of seasoned homemakers, he and Arson, despite their superhero personas, felt like mere novices, swiftly outmatched in the fray. Arson languidly echoed, agreed. Alex, with a hint of schadenfreude, mused to himself that it seemed not only was accompanying women on shopping excursions tiring, but accompanying them to supermarkets was even more so. Shortly thereafter, Vanessa, Charisse, and Tina entered the living room. The six of them gathered around the dining table. Eileen and Tina sat on either side of John, sharing their meals while playfully tossing light-hearted jabs, much to the envy of the still single Arson. Breakfast consisted of simple beef and egg sandwiches accompanied by a vegetable salad. Though lacking in extravagance, the meal unexpectedly evoked a sense of homely warmth for the two men. Seeing Arson, whose eyes seemed to radiate laser beams of envy, Alex couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. This was indeed the essence of home. If you're envious, why not find yourself a wife? There's no need to stare so intently at someone else's family. Shaking his head, Alex swiftly grabbed a piece of bread and finished his breakfast in no time. Upon noticing Alex preparing to leave the dining table, Vanessa, still engaged in her meal, could not help but inquire about his lack of appetite. The others turned their gazes toward him as well. Typically, Alex consumed a reasonable amount of food for a normal adolescent, but today's meager intake was a sight unfamiliar to Vanessa and the others. Was it possible that his reluctance to eat was due to me and Mother? The youngest among them, Tina, suddenly wore a gloomy expression on the verge of tears. Observing this, Aaron and John hastily set aside their meals to comfort the sensitive little one. Alex paused, turning his head in contemplation, and spoke with a hint of distress. "Little Tina, don't overthink it. I've been preoccupied with some matters lately, which has affected my appetite, but it has nothing to do with you." With this revelation, Tina's somber demeanor transformed into one of joy, and she resumed her breakfast happily. Nodding at Vanessa and Charisse, Alex descended the stairs slowly and made his way to the courtyard outside the office, settling beneath the newly risen sun. Ever since awakening the Eye of Antiquity, Alex noticed subtle changes within himself. As the energy within him increased, his appetite seemed to diminish, and his need for water and oxygen appeared to lessen as well. In private experiments, he discovered that even without utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he could hold his breath for nearly a week. In this regard, Alex felt he was transcending the limitations of humanity. To describe Alex's transformation as superhuman would be remarkably fitting. For instance, the piece of bread he had just consumed would suffice for at least 2 weeks without the need for further sustenance. If one were to factor in his current activity of sunbathing, that duration could be extended indefinitely. This transformation could be traced back to the energy-wielding adversary he had vanquished. Despite his poor close combat skills, that foe possessed surprisingly formidable abilities. For Alex, these abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. He had the power to absorb light and radiation, amplifying them within his body to create pure energy for emission. Upon mastering this ability through the Eye of Antiquity, Alex immediately recognized its immense value. By utilizing the Annihilation Eye to consume this enhanced power, he could continuously convert it into magical energy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. As the sunlight bathed his body, Alex felt an intense jolt, as if his form, parched like barren earth, was being revitalized by a nourishing rain. It felt as though he were a terrifying black hole, drawing in all visible but intangible light from his surroundings, absorbing it into his very being. Alex sensed that his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation, as the light absorbed within him was instantly amplified to an unimaginable degree, converging into a formidable energy that surged towards his mouth. It appeared as if this energy sought to coalesce into a sphere akin to its original master, ready to be unleashed upon his adversaries. Once this power amassed into an energy orb, managing it would become a daunting task for Alex. However, he was evidently well prepared for such an eventuality. Before the force could fully enter his mouth, a crimson cross materialized in his right eye, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull that swiftly drew this potent energy into his eye, devouring and transforming it into pure ethereal power. Under the governance of the Eye of the Ancient, Alex had attained the capability to simultaneously employ two ocular techniques through both eyes. Yet, in this particular scenario, the full potential of these abilities could not be realized. As it stood, utilizing both the Eye of the Ancient and the Annihilation Eye concurrently, the power he absorbed from the enhanced light and radiation amounted to only half of what the original master possessed. If the original master boasted a million-fold enhancement, Alex, in a single-eye state, could only achieve 500,000 times the amplification, resulting in a significant reduction in efficacy. Fortunately, this precisely matched the absorption effect of the Annihilation Eye. Otherwise, Alex would struggle to maintain the equilibrium of energy flow between the two techniques, leading to a fruitless waste. The light and radiation that his ability could absorb were exceedingly vast. As long as they existed, Alex could continuously garner an inexhaustible supply of ethereal power. As this process persisted, the ethereal energy within Alex swelled once more, with surrounding light being devoured by his body, causing the area around him to gradually dim, as if he were a black hole, ensnaring even the light itself. Chapter 121. A long-awaited call. The sun ascended slowly, casting its radiant orb across the expanse, showering the earth with its bright and gentle glow, generously illuminating countless homes. Alex reclined quietly in a lounge chair in the courtyard, his body instinctively drawing in the surrounding light. The light was boundless and ceaseless, yet Alex's capacity to seize and transform this light was limited. After a couple of hours, he reached the limits of his newly acquired abilities and had to retract them. Focusing his mind, Alex silently assessed his body. There were no changes in strength or power. It seemed that he could no longer harbor any illusions of transformation in these aspects. However, the alterations in his ethereal energy left him quite astonished. After a couple of hours of plundering, the ethereal energy within him had remarkably doubled, its efficiency rivaling the cosmic energy bestowed upon him by Gonadas. In summary, Alex's current rate of evolution was unprecedentedly swift. How splendid! I adore this power. Alex exuberantly cheered, filled with ample spirit power, an array of supernatural abilities, and extraordinary ocular techniques. With a robust physique, he felt unequivocally transformed into the legendary powerhouse. Just then, his phone rang, the sound piercing through his revelry. He glanced at the caller ID and was taken aback to see the name of an old acquaintance, the Punisher. Upon answering, an urgent voice echoed from the device. "Alex, you must come here quickly. I'm in trouble with Domino." The sound of rapid gunfire punctuated the urgency of the message. Frowning, Alex inquired, "Where are you now?" "We're in a small village in the western United States," replied the Punisher. "Hold on, I'll be there shortly. Please provide your exact location. The more specific, the better." All right." The Punisher hesitated before relaying a detailed address, including their precise coordinates. "Frank, this is not the time for dry humor," Alex exclaimed before ending the call. He swiftly accessed the geographical data he had previously gathered with his ocular technique, pinpointing the exact location before initiating his transdimensional teleportation to a rather desolate place. Regardless of whether it was instantaneous movement or any other spatial ability, the user must predefine the target. Without knowledge of the location, such as through text or imagery, one could not traverse to unknown realms. This was the reason Alex sought the Punisher's detailed address. In this era of advanced networks and information overload, any place on Earth could be researched online. Alex had previously dedicated time to compiling extensive geographical and astronomical data with his ocular technique. This meant he could materialize in an instant at any location on the globe or even beyond its confines. Stepping into a modestly prosperous village, the first sounds that greeted Alex were sharp gunshots, roars, shouts, and cries. As he surveyed the scene, he saw frozen pools of crimson blood, with lifeless bodies sprawled across the cold ground, their eyes wide open in death. Rage surged within him as he swiftly located Domino and the Punisher, who were taking cover. He inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" Startled by Alex's sudden appearance, Domino, engaged in a firefight with armed assailants, turned and gasped, "Oh my God. How did you arrive so quickly?" Alex nodded towards her, then turned to the Punisher, asking, "What transpired here?" "We're not entirely sure of the specific cause," the Punisher replied. The Punisher shook his head, recalling how he and the female assassin had encountered two factions of criminals while pursuing them. These thugs had brazenly stormed into the small village, armed and ready. Despite their prompt call to the police, it would take at least an hour for them to arrive. In the meantime, They had to take matters into their own hands. How could we have anticipated your swift arrival? The female assassin interjected bluntly. The adversary's firepower was overwhelming, and their preparations were meticulous. They planned to temporarily retreat and then follow the criminals, waiting for an opportune moment to strike when they regrouped. However, your capabilities have clearly exceeded our expectations. Alex nodded in understanding, his gaze shifting toward the village. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him. Since they had encountered these criminals, they could not remain passive. They needed to ensure these thugs paid a price for their actions. This is only natural. The female assassin and the Punisher chuckled, both brimming with combat fervor. Meanwhile, the fortunate survivors in the village were being herded by armed thugs towards a line of waiting trucks on the other side. Faced with the imminent threat of losing their lives, as had just occurred moments before, the villagers displayed expressions of helplessness and despair. In the face of overwhelming power, anger and hatred were swiftly subdued by a stronger instinct for survival. Move faster. Our time is limited. Anyone who dawdles will be shot on the spot, barked the burly, menacing leader who brandished an assault rifle. His subordinates, hearing his roar, hastened their actions, shoving more forcefully, with some resorting to striking the slow-moving elderly with their weapons. You will face divine retribution. You will surely descend into hell, cried an elderly man, clutching his wounds in agony, glaring with hatred at the thugs. To speak of divine retribution, you shall perish. The leader, enraged at his subordinate's inability to manage even an elderly person, kicked one aside in fury. With his rifle now in hand, he aimed it at the old man and fired. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as bullets erupted from the barrel, casting a shadow of death over the aged figure. Yet, moments later, as the gunfire ceased, both the thugs and villagers were astonished to see that the elderly man had not been shot. He stood there, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. What just happened? They all pondered, turning their gazes toward the old man's front. There, the air seemed to transform into a viscous, transparent substance. With the bullets suspended in midair, motionless, a handsome young man with golden hair had appeared, his icy gaze fixed upon the armed thugs. The sound of bullets clattering against the cold ground resonated like a chilling harbinger of death, instilling an overwhelming terror within the hearts of the thugs. All the miscreants stood frozen in disbelief, their minds grappling with the absurdity of the scene before them. They comprehended, in that harrowing moment, that this individual was a superhero beyond their grasp, one who could not be subdued by mere firearms, an undeniable truth acknowledged even by the most malevolent among them. Their eyes, once filled with bravado, now reflected sheer astonishment intertwined with profound dread. Paralyzed by fear, they trembled, their grip on their weapons faltering, devoid of the courage to pull the trigger. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Alex swiftly unleashed his flame-manipulating abilities. The frigid air around him surged with warmth, and suddenly, exquisite swords of fire manifested in the space surrounding him, radiating an intense heat that bore down upon the thugs, leaving no one unscathed. Death does not merely evoke fear. It can also ignite courage. Awakened by the suffocating aura of demise, the leader, in a frantic bid for survival, aimed his gun at a nearby woman. His voice hoarse with desperation as he shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her," emulating their leader's actions. The other thugs likewise directed their weapons at their captives. Alex, however, paid no heed to the expressions of the hostages. His gaze briefly met that of the leader, conveying an unspoken warning that rendered him paralyzed with trepidation. Yet, just as the thugs believed they had seized a lifeline, the fiery swords around Alex erupted forth, piercing through each of them with unerring precision. The tainted souls before him required the purifying embrace of intense flames. "For the sins you have wrought, descend into hell and atone," he proclaimed. The fiery onslaught descended like a torrential downpour, and the thugs, caught unawares and unable to evade, were struck down by the soaring blades of flame. In a thunderous explosion, the fire surged through their bodies, the searing heat instantly transforming them into the very filth they had always epitomized. They had not even the chance to utter a single cry before their end. The sequence of events unfolded with a swiftness that left no room for comprehension. From the moment Alex disregarded the safety of the hostages and launched his attack, to the flaming sword striking the bodies of the assailants, and culminating in their charred remnants consumed by searing flames, this entire sequence transpired in less than half a second. By the time those held captive regained their senses, the assailants had already been reduced to smoldering heaps. Only the deformed firearms scattered across the ground silently narrated the grim fate these villains encountered before meeting their demise. The cacophony shattered the tranquility of their once blissful lives, as the marauders who had brought death and sorrow upon them were abruptly annihilated. A collective sigh of relief swept through the villagers, yet sorrow soon overwhelmed them, leading to a chorus of tears. Some rushed to the side of their deceased loved ones, while others embraced their surviving kin in a bittersweet reunion, creating a scene of utter chaos. This is the lament of the powerless, witnessing the heart-wrenching spectacle of grief-stricken individuals. Alex felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, yet he gained a more profound understanding of the significance of strength. "You certainly know how to surprise us every time we meet," came the light-hearted jest of the Punisher from a nearby alley. Turning around, Alex beheld the Punisher and the hit girl approaching, their garments soaked in crimson, as if they had just emerged from a sea of blood. "Are you both all right?" Alex inquired, unable to restrain his concern upon seeing the bloodstains on their clothes. "We're fine. This is all the enemy's blood," Hit Girl replied, flicking her attire with pride. Dealing with these scum hardly required any effort. After surveying the area and confirming that no surviving assailants lurked in hiding, Alex proposed, "There's nothing more for us here. Perhaps we should take our leave." "Indeed, I was just thinking of heading to New York for a while to recuperate," the Punisher concurred. "It is time for a well-deserved rest." Unlike the Punisher's composed demeanor, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Hit Girl's eyes. "Alex, my father is dead. What on earth happened? Why didn't you inform me of such a significant event?" Alex exclaimed, clearly shaken by this revelation. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger at Hit Girl for concealing the truth. Despite his grievances toward her father, he would have come to her aid. "Let us discuss this later," the Punisher interjected, placing a comforting hand on Alex's shoulder, signaling him to temper his emotions and avoid further distressing Hit Girl, who was on the verge of tears. Feeling a softening in his heart, Alex sighed. The deceased was her father, and she was undoubtedly the most affected among them. In fairness and compassion, he realized he should not reproach her at this moment. "We shall return to this discussion later." With a swift motion of his hand, Alex summoned a portal, its surface rippling like water, revealing an enigmatic doorway that, though modest in size, was ample enough for a single person to traverse. The Punisher was profoundly affected by the sudden emergence of the portal, gazing in astonishment at Alex. Even the once tearful knockout could not help but widen her mouth in disbelief, momentarily forgetting her sorrow as she stared blankly at Alex. "This was the very reason I hastened my arrival here." Without allowing either of them to regain their composure, Alex seized their hands and gently propelled them into the portal. Upon his subsequent emergence from the portal, he was immediately greeted by the exclamations of the Punisher and Knockout. "This is New York. It's truly New York. My goodness, it's unbelievable." Shaking his head, Alex settled onto the couch. After a while, the Punisher and Knockout gradually regained their composure, seating themselves on the nearby couch while sipping freshly brewed exquisite coffee. "What on earth was that?" The question hung in the air. "That was one of my abilities, allowing me to instantaneously appear from one location to another." Alex took a sip of coffee, reluctant to elaborate on his powers. Instead, he redirected the conversation. "Knockout, you mentioned your father has died. The last time we parted, everything seemed fine. What truly transpired?" "Dealing with criminals often comes with unexpected consequences. My father was captured and used as bait to lure me in. By the time I eliminated the villains and found him, he could only utter a single phrase." Knockout shrugged, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance, but the unshed tears glistening in her eyes betrayed her. Both Alex and the Punisher fell into a contemplative silence, particularly the Punisher, who had endured similar experiences. His empathy for her plight ran deeper than Alex's. While battling evil, they must remain ever vigilant against its retaliatory strikes. A momentary lapse could lead to them being completely consumed by their quarry, even costing them their lives. The fate of Knockout's father served as a gruesome testament to their perilous vocation. After a brief silence, the Punisher spoke in a subdued tone. "What do you plan to do moving forward?" "I intend to seek out my mother, my biological mother." "Isn't your mother supposed to be dead?" Both Alex and the Punisher were taken aback, recalling that Knockout had previously stated her mother was killed by villains during her childhood. Where had this new revelation come from? Knockout suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. "Well, actually, my mother did not die. I learned from my father's will that she is still alive." It turned out that Knockout's father was a severe comic book addict who, for the sake of thrill and amusement, had taken the newborn knockout from her mother and subjected her to grueling training, grooming her to join him in his crusade against crime. The tales of a retired police officer seeking vengeance for his wife were merely ruses to manipulate Knockout into assisting him. In truth, Knockout's mother had not only survived, but had been fervently searching for her daughter for over a decade. That wretched scoundrel. Upon discovering the truth from the lips of the female assassin, Alex and the Punisher were immediately consumed by a singular thought: to exhume the wretch's corpse and execute it 100 times over. For the sake of mere thrill and amusement, he had placed his own daughter in peril, engaging in lethal confrontations with vicious criminals, while simultaneously inflicting years of anguish upon a mother. Whichever way one looked at it, he deserved to be subjected to the most brutal of fates. In that fleeting moment, the Punisher even entertained the notion that ridding the world of the female assassin's father would be an act of black heroism. Alex seethed internally, thinking, this scoundrel was merely fortunate to have died prematurely. Had I encountered him, I would have ensured he met his end by 1,000 piercing blades. I heard from my father before he passed that my mother resides in Manhattan, New York. I wish to find her, the female assassin declared. That is only right. You should go and see her, the Punisher replied, a rare tenderness gracing his features. She has awaited your return for so many years. It is time to grant her liberation. Do you have a specific address? I can take you there directly, Alex added with a smile. Yes. The female assassin paused briefly, then nodded slowly. With a detailed address that simplifies matters, Alex chuckled heartily, producing a credit card and handing it to the Punisher. Before you go, let us buy you both some suitable attire, and then you can escort her to meet her mother. Excellent idea. The Punisher hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement, accepting the credit card before hastily departing with the female assassin. When the newly refreshed middle-aged gentleman and the beautiful young woman reappeared, Alex waved his hand to open a portal, bidding farewell to the two with a gaze filled with blessings. Chapter 123. The Shadow Hand personally escorting the female assassin and the Punisher to her mother's residence. Alex casually shut the portal behind them. His intention in having the Punisher accompany the female assassin was to shield her mother from the harrowing truths of her daughter's childhood torments. Otherwise, the revelation might very well shatter her. To learn that her daughter, whom she had searched for over a decade, had been raised as a killer by that scoundrel would be unbearable for any mother. Indeed, it was all the fault of the female assassin's despicable father. It was fortunate that he had met his demise at the hands of evil. Seething with indignation, Alex seated himself, his mind conjuring vivid images of tormenting that wretch. As he slowly savored a cup of coffee, his phone suddenly rang. Alex retrieved his phone, glancing at the incoming call notification, which ominously displayed unknown caller. It was clear that it was not a friend reaching out. How could anyone know my phone number? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he answered the call. Alex, do you have any idea what you've done? The moment the call connected, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Listening intently, Alex pondered for a moment, and suddenly it dawned on him. My goodness! It was Nick Fury. Upon recognizing the voice, Alex replied, Do I really need to seek your permission for my actions, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? You are utterly lawless. Nick's ire flared once more at Alex's nonchalance. You think that possessing superhuman abilities grants you the liberty to harm others at will? I must inform you that your actions have grossly violated American law. I advise you to surrender to the authorities promptly. Otherwise, you shall become an adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Adversaries of S.H.I.E.L.D. You lot are hardly worthy. Alex scoffed at Nick Fury's words. Before acquiring the formidable Eye of Agamotto, he paid little heed to this government agency, but now, bolstered by his newfound power, he regarded them with even greater disdain. With his current strength, even a nuclear bomb would be ineffective against him. Why should he concern himself with them? What a farce. Nick Fury found himself momentarily silenced by Alex's blunt retort. Though infuriated, he rationally acknowledged that Alex's prowess was beyond the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. to confront. Employing devastating weaponry against someone residing in New York would necessitate obliterating the entire metropolis. As for a strategy of overwhelming numbers, that was futile. Alex was well aware that he could absorb energy from others. Before him, such tactics would merely serve to enhance his experience. After a pause, Nick Fury suppressed his fury and inquired, Alex, must you position yourself in opposition to humanity? Oh, so S.H.I.E.L.D. claims to represent all of humanity? What an enlightening perspective, Alex retorted with a hint of mockery before shifting the topic. Pray tell, what unlawful transgressions have I committed to incite such ire from a figure of your stature in S.H.I.E.L.D. that you would presume to speak on behalf of all humanity? Nick Fury disregarded Alex's sarcasm and pressed, did you visit a small village in the American West today? Although I am uncertain how you returned to New York so swiftly, you were indeed there, were you not? You track my location, I presume? That is quite standard. Alex replied, indeed, I was there and took the liberty of eliminating quite a bit of refuse. Did that offend you? Refuse? You dare refer to those villagers as refuse? Alex, you are utterly deranged. Do you possess not an ounce of humanity? Nick bellowed. What villagers? Alex paid little mind to Nick's vitriol, instead focusing on the language he used. Are you implying that I harmed the villagers there? Is that not the case? Nick retorted. When our agents conducted their investigation, the surviving villagers all claimed that there was only one perpetrator, and their descriptions matched yours exactly, as did the abilities employed. Had they not concealed themselves well enough, they too would have faced your wrath. Should I believe that all the villagers misidentified the assailant? Ah, so that is what the villagers alleged, Alex mused. Alex suddenly realized why Nick Fury had aggressively questioned him. It was due to accusations from the survivors. However, why were those villagers fabricating lies? He had clearly saved them. Yet they suddenly branded him a villain. Moreover, Punisher and Lady Deathstrike were present, yet the villagers had not mentioned their doubts. Flashing through his mind, Alex recalled the memories he had perused in the leader's mind. So that was it. Now he understood. A slight smirk played on his lips as his tone turned steely. Nick Fury, I forgive your recklessness this time, but should there be a next, I shall not spare you or S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you mean? HYDRA has nearly turned your S.H.I.E.L.D. into their own, yet you remain here flaunting your ignorance. Alex sneered. Go and investigate the true nature of this incident. If you fail to uncover the truth, I doubt you'll retain your position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You might as well relinquish it to HYDRA. Having delivered his merciless mockery, Alex decisively hung up the phone, his narrowed eyes glinting with a chilling light. The audacity to suggest that S.H.I.E.L.D. confront him. Should I commend your wisdom, HYDRA? Following Alex's accusations, Nick Fury was now certain that the shadowy organization HYDRA was the one behind the troubles that had befallen him. In the memories of the minor leader, HYDRA frequently engaged in acts akin to village annihilation, after which S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would pressure nearby residents to relinquish their freedoms in exchange for safety. An organization capable of infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. to such a degree and wielding such influence could only be HYDRA, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sworn enemy. Moreover, when Aaron and Tina were kidnapped, Donald had attempted to sway Alex, revealing palpable disdain and hatred towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Should a conflict arise between Alex and S.H.I.E.L.D., it was clear that the one to profit the most would be HYDRA. With so many overt and covert signs present, it would be nearly impossible for Alex to fail in identifying the puppet masters behind it all. It was time to make them aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath. With a cold smile, Alex's gaze flickered, his mind concocting plans. Meanwhile, in a highly secretive base, Nick Fury furiously slammed the phone down. Director, does Alex imply that he is responsible? Behind Nick, Level 8 Agent Coulson stood, visibly tense. It was no wonder he was anxious. Alex was not only accompanied by two superpowered allies, but also maintained close ties with Charles's School for Mutants. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to go to war with him, it would spell trouble. He neither confirmed nor denied the accusations. Coulson exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It seems there is still room for dialogue between us. There is no need for dialogue any longer. Nick rolled his eyes in annoyance. Although he had not said anything of substance, he had mentioned our old adversary, HYDRA. How could he possibly know about HYDRA? Coulson exclaimed, taken aback. As a global terror organization, HYDRA's stealth was unparalleled, and he doubted Alex could easily locate them. Nick speculated, since Alex brought up HYDRA, he must have had some contact with them. Judging by his tone just now, it seems he is not collaborating with them. Given HYDRA's modus operandi, Alex would undoubtedly become a target for elimination. Furthermore, considering HYDRA's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D., This situation could very well be a setup to frame Alex, aiming to incite animosity between us and him, perhaps even provoke conflict. Coulson quickly grasped the implications. Nick nodded, stating, "They are aware of your investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D. spies. Their intention is to instigate a confrontation between us and Alex, weakening our forces. Since they wish to exploit us, we can certainly turn the tables on them." After a pause, Nick continued, "You should share some of our intelligence on HYDRA with Alex. I believe he would be eager to deal with them." "Understood, Director." Coulson chuckled and turned to leave. Chapter 124. Gundam. The following morning, Alex received an anonymously sent package. Upon opening it, he discovered several reports concerning HYDRA, including numerous suspected locations of their bases. He was surprised by Nick's swift response. With a soft chuckle, Alex conjured a flame in his hand, incinerating the documents he had just read. The ability to trace HYDRA's movements and provide this intelligence without charge could only be attributed to S.H.I.E.L.D., HYDRA's long-standing rival. Regardless of whether Nick's actions were a form of compensation for questioning Alex or a strategy to encourage him to engage HYDRA, Alex resolved to accept this gift. HYDRA's repeated aggressions had severely tested his limits. Without demonstrating their formidable nature, they would continue to underestimate him. As he walked into the garage, Alex scrutinized the slumbering python. Ever since he had placed it there, its existence had revolved solely around eating and sleeping, and if one disregarded its appearance, it had become quite the glutton. "You really ought to exercise a bit," Alex sighed, summoning a blazing flame in his right hand. The moment the flame appeared, the sleeping python awakened. Its large eyes fixated on Alex, revealing a clear glimmer of desire. Greedy creature. Alex casually cast a flame towards the flying python, which opened its mouth wide and swallowed the fire whole, subsequently letting out a contented belch that released a flurry of scattered sparks. The ability to breathe fire undoubtedly categorized the flying python as a fire element magical creature. Previously, it had been dormant for 5 centuries under the command of Bunaki, rendering it pitifully weak, incapable of defeating even a standard combat helicopter. However, after being bonded with Alex and residing in the garage, it consumed a copious amount of food, leading to significant enhancements in its strength. Later, Alex conducted a thorough analysis of its body using supervisual perception, discovering that it required substantial sustenance and fire elemental energy to continue its evolution, growing ever stronger. Thus, after acquiring Johnny's fiery abilities, Alex frequently fed it flames reaching thousands of degrees, accelerating its evolution. After months of uninterrupted nourishment, the flying python's power and flight speed had increased several-fold, and the destructive capacity of its fireballs surged dramatically. Conversely, its size diminished continuously, shrinking from the original helicopter dimensions to less than 2/3 its previous stature, although it could revert to its former size when necessary. This ability to alter its physical dimensions was a remarkable skill acquired during the python's evolutionary process. Observing the python shrink subtly yet again, Alex opened the garage door, leaped onto its back, and signaled for takeoff. "Let us go. It's time for some activity. Our first destination is the mountainous region near Gormara." With an excited roar, the python spread its wings and soared from the garage, cutting through the boundless sky. Simultaneously, Alex cloaked himself and the python with an invisible force field and imprinted the location of Gormara directly into the python's mind using his image transmission ability. With a powerful flap of its wings, the python dispelled the air on either side and accelerated towards its target. Meanwhile, as Alex made his way to Gormara, a television channel in the United States reported on the situation there. A 15-mile trek to the outskirts of Gormara can only be described as a hellish journey. It stands as one of the darkest and most sinister places in contemporary society. On screen, the beautiful reporter expressed her sorrow and helplessness as shepherds and farmers were driven from their homes by a formidable force. This malevolent entity had seized their land, relying on a newly discovered energy source, leaving the villagers to seek refuge in the ruins of other villages or the remnants of an old smelting factory. As the reporter continued, the scene shifted to a chaotic locale where armed individuals were executing their tasks. Anyone who interferes with them is likely to meet a grim fate. There is no political assistance, no international intervention, and the hopes of the refugees remain bleak. Beside me, a woman implores for news of her husband, who has fallen victim to abduction. "We yearn to know, who can quell the children's incessant inquiries? Where are my parents?" The television broadcasts hauntingly tragic images. A handsome man violently flings a mechanism, shattering the nearby furniture into splinters. The man gazes in astonishment at his hands, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Moments later, a shadow cleaves through the void, hurtling toward Galmara at breakneck speed. The serpent of flight soars with exhilarating freedom, its velocity rapidly approaching the sound barrier. Shielded by Alex's cloaked presence, otherwise, they would have long since attracted the attention of military aircraft. In a brief span, the serpent bears Alex to the mountainous region near Galmara. Suspended above the mountains, Alex activates his ocular prowess, swiftly locating the armed personnel concealed within the rugged terrain. Armed individuals are scattered throughout the mountains. Some are engaged in training, others on watch, while a few tend to culinary duties, maintaining an orderly and disciplined base. It is they. Shifting his gaze, Alex recognizes the emblematic insignia on their attire, confirming that he has not erred. These are indeed the armed forces of HYDRA. Without further ado, Alex gently presses down on the serpent's back, signaling it to attack. He shows no mercy towards those who relentlessly plot acts of terror. With a fierce roar, the serpent swoops downward, the gust from its wings howling violently as it opens its maw, conjuring a fiery orange sphere that it unleashes with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Alex continues to hover in midair. Boom! The fiery projectile hurtles forth at astonishing speed, striking one of the armed men directly in the head, obliterating him into a gruesome pulp. Shock, terror, fear, witnessing the serpent's sudden emergence, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, and the horrifying fate of their comrade, all the armed men are thrown into disarray. However, these individuals are accustomed to a life steeped in bloodshed. They quickly regain their composure, raising their firearms in a frenzied assault against the serpent. At this moment, having been fortified by ample food and flames, the serpent's power has surged to unprecedented levels. Ordinary bullets ricochet harmlessly off its scaled hide, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Bolstered by its protective armor, the serpent disregards the armed men's gunfire, spreading its wings wide to unleash a gale that sends them soaring into the air, their bodies splattering upon descent. Subsequently, it unleashes a barrage of searing fireballs, incinerating the scattering foes. With unrelenting ferocity, invincible, in the face of the serpent's dramatically enhanced prowess, the armed men find their every attack rendered futile, left only to endure a relentless onslaught, utterly powerless to resist. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding explosion echoed as an orange fireball struck the ground, swiftly dispatching armed assailants with precision. After neutralizing all threats, the flying serpent, under Alex's remote command, obliterated the munitions cache hidden within the cavern. Upon completion, the serpent gracefully fluttered its wings and approached Alex, displaying an eager demeanor. Well done. Alex nodded approvingly, conjuring a blazing flame to toss towards the serpent. With the newfound ability to absorb light and radiation, transforming it into ethereal energy, Alex had grown somewhat indifferent towards this energy source. After basking in the sun for a mere hour or two, he could amass an abundance of ethereal energy, rendering the need for restraint obsolete. The serpent eagerly consumed the fireball, wearing an expression of sheer bliss. Alex noted that its internal cells were increasingly invigorated, enhancing its capabilities in various aspects. Leaping back onto the serpent's back, he chuckled, "We must hasten to our next destination." With that, an invisible force field enveloped the serpent once more. With a roar, the serpent took to the skies, flapping its wings vigorously as it prepared to soar towards the next appointed location. Suddenly, a swift shadow appeared on the horizon, trailing a long white wake, akin to a meteor hurtling towards Galmara. Alex's dynamic vision allowed him to discern the figure instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness, a real-life Gundam." In his previous life, every self-respecting otaku was well aware of Gundam. Since its debut in 1979, it had swiftly ascended to become the most renowned, enduring, and expansive series within the realm of Japanese mecha anime. Mobile Suit Gundam 0079, alongside Space Battleship Yamato and Neon Genesis Evangelion, was heralded as one of the three masterpieces of Japanese robotic animation. The fame of Gundam was widespread across the land. Though merely a product of two-dimensional fantasy, there existed various sizes of model kits in the real world. Alex had secretly acquired quite a few in his past life. However, these model kits were ultimately just toys. with their weapons being mere trinkets designed to deceive children, leaving one feeling increasingly hollow. Yet now, Alex found himself witnessing a genuine Gundam. A true Gundam. Moments ago, he had glimpsed the metallic form within the shadow that was racing towards Gormara. Despite the stark differences in color, size, and exterior appearance between the entity and the iconic Gundam from anime, the inherent disparity between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms is undeniable. Much like the endearing abilities of the two-dimensional character Luffy, which captivate the imagination, the capabilities of a real-life rubber man may evoke a sense of disgust. Nevertheless, these subtle divergences do not obscure the essence of both. Someone has successfully developed a genuine Gundam. Upon realizing this, Alex was instantly filled with excitement. Disregarding the HYDRA and any other targets, he leapt onto the back of the flying serpent, eager to pursue. He yearned to witness the genius behind the creation of such a fantastical machine. With a roar, upon receiving Alex's command, the flying serpent swiftly altered its flight path. Propelled by a fierce whirlwind as it chased after the Gundam ahead, known as Gormara. The scene was chaotic, filled with cries and shouts, amidst scattered limbs and dismembered bodies. The faces of the populace were etched with pain and sorrow, tinged with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The reality before them was far more harrowing than anything depicted on television. Within the ruins of a shattered building, a fierce-looking leader kicked aside a subordinate. Pulling the trigger of his machine gun, the bullets erupted forth, aimed at the man ahead. Clang, 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 clang. As the bullets tore through the air, the sound of their impact was not the faint thud of flesh, but rather the resounding crash against solid steel. The leader stood in stunned silence as a metallic giant appeared before the man, blocking the bullets with ease. Without uttering a word, the steel figure raised its arm, positioning its palms toward the leader. In an instant, a beam of white light shot forth, piercing through the leader's body. Boom, 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 boom. Before the other armed men could react, the steel figure raised its hands repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of white beams that accurately struck down the armed assailants one by one. Suddenly, the giant pivoted its shoulder, unleashing a flurry of bullets that swiftly dispatched several armed men attempting to take hostages. Moments later, the steel figure surveyed the surroundings like a divine being, and after eliminating a sneaky individual hiding behind a wall, all remaining armed men were effortlessly vanquished. Rushing towards the wall, the steel figure extended its right arm forcefully, crashing through the barrier. With a swift motion, it seized the neck of the hidden foe and dragged him out from behind. "You may deal with him," it remarked coolly as it tossed the man before the crowd. With a sudden surge of energy, the steel figure's palms emitted a gust, lifting its body into the air as it soared towards the sky. "Fight!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and in an instant, everyone surged forward, unleashing their pent-up frustrations and fears through fists and kicks. As Iron Man soared through the skies at an altitude of several thousand meters, he reveled in the thrill and pride of his recent flawless performance. However, an unexpected voice abruptly jolted him from this state of exhilaration. "What is it, Jarvis?" The man within the armored suit was startled to realize that someone had encroached upon his vicinity. He promptly commanded the artificial intelligence within the suit to scan the surroundings, and, simultaneously, he maneuvered to alter his flight path. "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded, swiftly employing the suit's technology to survey the area, yet reported, "Sir, there are no other life forms in the vicinity." Upon hearing Jarvis's report, the man felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. "Is it possible that I am imagining things?" In his experience, Jarvis's capabilities were infallible. If he stated that there were no other beings nearby, then indeed, there were none. Jarvis had no propensity for idle deceit, nor did it seem to possess the ability to mislead. "What is wrong with you? Have you malfunctioned?" Just as he pondered the possibility of auditory hallucinations, another voice resonated within his mind, imbued with a note of concern. Suddenly, Iron Man's body plummeted straight down, and it was only after falling 100 or 200 meters that he regained his composure, halting his descent and swiftly restoring normalcy. Subsequently, the man inside the suit, his expression darkening, fixed his gaze upon the screen. "Jarvis, you claim there are no other life forms present. Did you not hear that voice?" "Sir, I apologize. I did not detect any sound. I recommend you seek medical attention immediately. Are you suggesting that I am hallucinating?" He began to question Jarvis when he abruptly found himself at a loss for words, for he had just noticed the sudden appearance of a legendary creature, a dragon. To his astonishment, a golden-haired youth was gazing at him with wide eyes, sparkling with wonder. No, to be precise. The boy was fixated with fascination upon the Iron Man suit itself, much like a famished glutton who had just encountered a delectable feast after years of deprivation. Observing the boy and the dragon flying alongside him, reminiscent of a knight from a fantastical tale, he was struck by an absurd realization. Surely, you have wandered into the wrong scene. He had initially believed that creating the Iron Man suit and acquiring superhuman abilities such as flight was already a marvel of science. Yet he was now confronted with a reality even more fantastical. Even more bewildering was the fact that, despite soaring at speeds close to that of sound alongside the dragon, the boy remained effortlessly perched upon the dragon's back without any equipment. He could not help but question whether he was ensnared in a dream. How could the human body possess such resilience? Have I frightened you? After 2 consecutive inquiries met with silence, he watched as the other party executed a series of somersaults in midair, leaving Alex feeling somewhat at a loss. Driven by the impulse to witness a real-life Gundam, he hastily followed Iron Man without a second thought. Fearing that his words might be lost amidst the rush of high-speed flight, he even resorted to telepathic communication. Upon reflection, this considerate gesture not only failed to convey his intentions, but might have frightened the other party. In his eagerness to speak, he neglected to deactivate his invisibility field. Imagine, if you were intently driving and suddenly heard voices without seeing their source, it would be quite alarming. Realizing he may have startled his companion, Alex quickly offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I just used a special technique to conceal myself. Did I frighten you? Having faced grand challenges, the man known as Tony Stark swiftly regained his composure. Upon hearing Alex's sincere apology, he felt an unexpected sting of indignation, as if he were being underestimated by someone significantly younger than himself. Thus, he mustered his resolve and replied, "How could that be? I've known you were there all along." "Ah, so that's the case. Truly a genius capable of creating such a marvel," Alex exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. "Oh, please, ha ha ha." Stark chuckled, feeling a rush of embarrassment. He could almost feel the heat rising to his cheeks without needing a mirror. "If I had known of your presence earlier, I wouldn't have nearly been scared out of my wits." Chapter 126. Farewell at several thousand meters above ground. Alex and Stark engaged in lively conversation. Strictly speaking, they belonged to opposing realms, one rooted in science and the other in magic. However, their curiosity about each other's domains fostered a delightful rapport. Unfortunately, they were suspended in the sky rather than seated in a cozy cafe, which rendered their exchange somewhat less satisfying. After a delightful chat, Alex learned that this man named Tony Stark was the creator of the Gundam, which he referred to as the Iron Suit. Conversely, Stark became acquainted with the general circumstances surrounding Alex and the Flying Python, as well as the myriad secrets unknown to the average person in this world. Individuals with abilities and mutants truly exist. How astonishing, Stark exclaimed, marveling at the notion. Even the most profound genetic mutations should not permit humans to possess powers such as flight or super strength. It defies all scientific reasoning. To this, Alex merely shrugged and chuckled. "Stark, when you designed that iron suit, the very science you championed was thoroughly challenged." Indeed, upon reconsideration, Stark could not help but burst into laughter. As a scientist, he undoubtedly recognized the formidable capabilities of the suit of armor he had developed. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this suit exceeded other technologies by at least several decades, with certain designs within the armor far surpassing his initial expectations. In contrast to the fantastical figures of Alex and the Flying Serpent, Stark's armor seemed even more scientifically implausible. The thrill of scientific achievement was exhilarating. "Ha ha ha." Snapping back to reality, Stark exclaimed loudly, "Ha ha ha." While Alex and Stark shared hearty laughter, at a distant military base of the American government, 2 unidentified flying objects soared high in the sky. The CIA and Navy were on the line, demanding answers when a staff member suddenly shouted a report. "This is definitely not our doing." A man resembling a supervisor responded emphatically, instructing others to dispatch early warning command aircraft and Global Hawk reconnaissance drones to pursue and obtain clearer images, and to bring Colonel Rhodes to him. A staff member, upon being pointed at, nodded and swiftly departed. Before long, Colonel Rhodes entered the monitoring room. "We have the most advanced radar monitoring system in the world. Why didn't you detect them in advance? Are they cloaked?" A staff member quickly replied, "Sir, radar detection requires a minimal cross-section. Their size is too small for the radar to detect." We suspect they might be two unmanned reconnaissance drones. The supervisor anxiously inquired, Colonel, what should we do? Colonel Rhodes paused momentarily, refraining from issuing immediate orders, and instead pulled out his phone, saying, just a moment, I need to make a call. Target identified. Just as Colonel Rhodes was speaking, the reconnaissance aircraft had closely followed the unidentified flying objects, their silhouettes appearing on the large screen in the monitoring room. A humanoid robot entirely composed of metallic material, alongside a dragon that seemed to belong solely in myth. To the astonishment of the staff, a young man with blonde hair stood atop the dragon, cheerfully waving at them through the lens. Oh my God! The world has gone mad. The images reflected on the screen left everyone, including Colonel Rhodes, utterly dumbfounded, as their decades-long worldview was abruptly shattered. Hey, I think we've encountered a bit of a predicament, Stark remarked, glancing at the two reconnaissance aircraft behind him and addressing Alex, who was still cheerfully waving at the camera. Alex turned his head, grinning at Stark. Come on, it's clearly you who will have the trouble. As long as I remain concealed, they won't be able to find me. Alex, one cannot simply say that. You just greeted the camera, and they are bound to investigate your every detail meticulously. The troubles you face are far more significant than mine. Judging by Alex's tone, he seems inclined to detach himself, while Stark, shifting his stance, insists on dragging him into the fray. Compared to tranquil days, I find myself preferring when others seek to trouble me. A casual remark from Alex rendered Stark speechless, and with a hint of amusement at Stark's silence, he finally chuckled. However, out of our acquaintance, I shall reluctantly lend you a hand. One day, I shall return this favor to you with both hands. Upon hearing Alex's patronizing tone, Stark could not help but feel a surge of irritation, vowing internally to fully upgrade his iron armor upon his return. Nevertheless, regardless of Stark's fierce resolve, he found himself reliant on Alex's power. The development time of the iron armor was far too brief, and its technology was not sufficiently mature. Escaping two high-performance reconnaissance aircraft alone was exceedingly daunting. If he did not swiftly evade them, his identity would be irreversibly exposed. Hearing Stark's determination, Alex could not suppress his delight, and as he pressed his foot against the back of the flying serpent, he signaled it to head towards the next intended target. Stark, that day shall never come. Let us converse again another time. I must take my leave. With that, Alex discreetly cloaked Stark in an invisible barrier, while he swaggered away, turning to fly off. In the command room, the humanoid iron robot had vanished, eluding radar detection, while the remaining dragon shifted its flight direction to pursue the dragon and its rider. The pilot of the reconnaissance aircraft had just reported the situation on site when the command room transmitted the latest operational directives, prompting the two reconnaissance planes to immediately turn back and chase after the flying serpent. What an astonishing technique, silently concealing us. Jarvis, can you analyze the changes in our surroundings? Observing the reconnaissance planes chasing after Alex, Stark inquired curiously of the artificial intelligence. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied faithfully. The positioning around us has been artificially distorted, and the principles and processes of this distortion have been fully analyzed. Excellent. Upon our return, we shall embark on research in this area. Jarvis, let us accelerate and return at full speed. Stark commanded after glancing at the distant situation. Understood, sir. Upon receiving Stark's orders, Jarvis instantly increased energy output, dramatically enhancing their speed, and in the blink of an eye, they left the sound of their flight far behind. Boom. Surpassing the speed of sound, they created a white wave in the air, clearly visible. Had the reconnaissance aircraft still been nearby, they would have effortlessly located Stark's position. Alas, they had already been diverted by Alex, losing that opportunity. On the other hand, it had been a long time since the swift and exhilarating Python engaged in an intense aerial chase with two reconnaissance aircraft. Boom, boom. The missiles fired by the reconnaissance planes were effortlessly detonated mid-air by Alex. With Alex's protection at his back, the Python felt utterly secure, completely unconcerned by the lethal weapons launched by the aircraft. All it needed to do was focus on its flight. Under such circumstances, its speed increased exponentially, leaving the two planes trailing further behind, gradually widening the distance to several hundred meters. These persistent adversaries, observing the relentless pursuit of the reconnaissance planes behind him, Alex let out a resigned sigh and employed an invisibility field to conceal both himself and the Python. Under the influence of this field, the aircraft's radar failed to detect their presence. After circling for a moment without any success, they reluctantly returned to base. Having shaken off the entanglement of the two reconnaissance planes, Alex directed the Python straight toward the next designated target, a concealed armed base masquerading as a village. According to intelligence provided by S.H.I.E.L.D, the inhabitants of this village were members of the HYDRA organization. With the aid of his ocular technique, Alex indeed observed an extraordinary stockpile of weapons, even spotting several brand-new tanks in an underground garage of one of the homes. The tenacity of these individuals was truly unsettling. With a contemplative sigh, Alex patted the Python's neck, signaling it to remain airborne as he rolled off and jumped from the sky. This time, he intended to make a grand statement. Chapter 127. Sharp manipulating the invisibility field, Alex descended straight to the ground, landing precisely at the center of the camouflaged military base. The alarm system of this base was commendably efficient. As soon as Alex's feet touched the ground, piercing sirens erupted around him, followed closely by the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts. Quickly, act faster. Capture the intruder. Don't let him escape. The voices drew nearer, yet Alex remained unfazed. He surveyed the surrounding walls and structures, lamenting, "What a pity for such sturdy edifices. They shall cease to exist after today." Once he finished his musing, he suddenly activated his Rinnegan, transforming the invisibility field learned from Susan into a repulsion field, which erupted under the urging of his ethereal energy. Shinra Tensei. As his words fell, a powerful repulsive force emanated from Alex, radiating outward and sending all surrounding objects flying away. The walls and ground were the first to suffer the consequences. Shinra Tensei, one of the unique techniques bestowed by the bloodline limit of the Rinnegan, concentrated chakra to repel all objects in the vicinity of the user. This formidable technique serves both as an offensive weapon against adversarial groups and as a powerful means of defense, capable of repelling all attacks while simultaneously launching indiscriminate assaults on foes. It embodies a harmonious fusion of offense and defense. The repulsive force and area of effect of this technique are entirely at the discretion of the user, ranging from the minutiae of dust particles nearby to the vast expanse of an entire city. As long as chakra is supplied, its potential range is virtually limitless, and its power exponentially increases. In the original narrative, its most striking manifestation occurs when Pain utilizes this technique to annihilate the entire Hidden Leaf village in a single, devastating blow by targeting all chakra. Alex's decision to emulate this technique stems from its unique principle, which diverges from a mere shockwave. It is a remarkably distinctive form of omnidirectional repulsion. By harnessing Susan's invisible force field to create a repulsive stance, he can authentically replicate the essence of the original work. Under Alex's current mastery, its potency is undeniably terrifying. Imagine, at this moment, the thunderous repulsive field violently fractures the walls and the ground beneath, causing a rapid collapse, which is subsequently propelled even further by the relentless force of the aftershock. The sound of thunder erupts as the ethereal power drives the repulsive field forward, accelerating in all directions, leaving no armed adversary a chance to escape, devastating and unstoppable. In an instant, the earth and surrounding structures are uprooted, echoing like the cataclysmic roar of a tsunami, reducing the entire armed base to rubble. The resounding noise reverberates for miles as the clouds of dust, carried by the wind, soar hundreds of meters into the air, scattering in all directions outside the base. When the smoke finally clears, the armed base has been utterly obliterated from the face of the earth. A massive, inverted conical crater now occupies the former site of the base, with the circular edges forming mounds of earth towering 20 meters high, interspersed with bricks and metal debris. Among the earth are the bodies of the buried, and a tank, severely deformed and partially submerged in the earth, clearly rendered irreparable. Before the terrifying Shinra Tensei, not a single member of the HYDRA organization within the armed base survives. The results are impressive. Observing the destruction wrought by his own hands, Alex assesses his internal state and notes a depletion of nearly 1.5 layers of ethereal energy, nodding in satisfaction. With the task accomplished, Alex does not linger. He leaps into the air like a rocket, landing seamlessly on the back of the serpentine creature soaring above. With a hearty laugh, he departs. Following the same method, he systematically obliterates all locations provided by S.H.I.E.L.D before soaring back to New York on the Flying Serpent. After rewarding the creature with a few fiery bursts, he confines it back to the garage. As Alex ascends to the second floor, he finds Ganada, whom he hasn't seen in a long while, reclining on the sofa, turning to gaze at him. Hey, our busy individual actually takes a break. Alex cast a bewildered glance at Nat, turned on his heel, and settled onto another sofa. Feeling somewhat unwell, I must take good care of myself for a while. Nat reclined back on the sofa, presenting her perfectly sculpted form to Alex. At this moment, Alex was utterly astonished. Feeling unwell? When did pathogens become so formidable that they could conquer even her? It is well known that Nat possesses an unfathomable strength. Her defensive mechanisms at a level that defies belief. One could hardly expect her to be harmed, even standing still while being bombarded by nuclear strikes. If something could make her feel discomfort, it would surely astonish Alex. Such sardonic remarks. What makes me feel unwell may not necessarily be pathogens. Nat languidly shot Alex a glance, her tone tinged with annoyance. If it's not pathogens, then what is it? Alex inquired, perplexed. In Alex's case, while his strength may not yet match Nat's, his body's ability to self-regulate is sufficient to render him invulnerable to ailments and toxins. Even if he were to be exposed to some peculiar toxin, he could utilize his abilities to neutralize or expel it from his body. Thus, it should be even easier for someone with greater strength like Nat to achieve the same. With such formidable self-regulatory capabilities and defensive mechanisms, Alex found it difficult to comprehend how Nat could feel unwell. Could it be that even a woman of her extraordinary caliber must endure those unpleasant days each month? Alex regarded Nat with a curious glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Nat turned her head and questioned, "Why do I always feel as if you are emanating a sense of malice? You wouldn't be scheming against me, would you? How could that be? You're overthinking it." Alex, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and quickly changed the subject. "Would you like something to eat? I can prepare it for you myself. You can cook?" Actions speak louder than words. I shall dismantle your underestimation of my abilities with tangible proof. Alex feigned anger, half seriously calling out to Nat before swaggering toward the kitchen. Heaven knows how many culinary books he has perused since acquiring the eye of antiquity. Utilizing the advantages of his ocular technique and his extraordinary self-control, he has elevated his cooking skills to an astonishing level in a short span of time. At his current proficiency, if he were to claim to be the second best cook on earth, no one would dare to assert they are the first. Just as Alex entered the kitchen, harboring thoughts of showcasing his skills, a crucial meeting was underway in a rather clandestine room in America, one that would impact numerous lives. This is the last segment of video we received from the base. The following photographs depict the current state of the facility. Simply unbelievable. A man narrated as he projected the video and images using a device. Upon scrutinizing the photograph, those present at the scene collectively inhaled sharply. "Madam, what are your thoughts?" Donald, who once managed to evade Alex after a fleeting encounter, was conspicuously seated among them, his expression vague as he gazed at the woman beside him. This woman was indeed the one who had whisked him away from Alex's presence. "Have we discerned the nature of the assault?" The woman inquired, her visage devoid of emotion. "Our operatives concealed around the base have detected no external attacks. The intelligence relayed from the site suggests involvement from a superhero. However, we currently lack a definitive suspect." The man responsible for the briefing stated, bowing his head apologetically, beads of perspiration quietly forming on his forehead. "An unidentified superhero has instantaneously obliterated one of our military bases." "Humph," Donald scoffed coldly. "Our base is well concealed. Outsiders could not possibly locate it, let alone those superheroes with outdated intelligence. They could neither discover our stronghold nor venture beyond American borders to confront us." "Are you implying that aside from our longtime adversary, I cannot conceive of anyone else capable of tracing our whereabouts?" Donald retorted, adding, "Moreover, I have received word from my informant within S.H.I.E.L.D. that our information has been compromised. Does this imply that our old rival has taken action?" the woman queried. "Indeed," Donald affirmed with unwavering certainty. After a moment of contemplation, the woman declared resolutely, "In that case, you shall ensure they receive retribution. Our organization is not to be trifled with." "It is my honor, madam." Donald rose, bowed respectfully, and sauntered out of the conference room, a sinister smile adorning his face that could easily frighten a child. Boom. An hour later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, nestled in a confidential location, was engulfed in flames amidst a resounding explosion, disintegrating completely. Not a single soul among the 100 inhabitants survived. Chapter 128. Encountering wealth trouble is a phenomenon that only manifests when one is unprepared. Once necessary preparations are made, it ceases to be troublesome. Alex had originally anticipated that after revealing himself on the screen of a U.S. military base, relevant government departments would hastily seek him out for inquiries. However, after remaining at home for several days and politely declining an invitation from John and the others for an outing, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the so-called relevant authorities. The efficiency of the U.S. government is truly abysmal, Alex mused. Within the entire office, only Alex, Janata, and a python nestled in the garage remained. When Alex considered Janata, a peculiar expression crossed his face. A few days ago, ever since she uttered the unsettling words that left Alex in shock, the once voracious eater suddenly experienced a significant decrease in her appetite, consuming less at each meal than even Alex himself. It is worth noting that Janata's previous portions were astronomical, often 100-fold greater than that of an average person, while Alex now barely manages half of a typical serving. By rough estimation, her appetite had diminished to an astonishing 300 or 400 times less. Such an extraordinary deviation from her norm would certainly provoke curiosity in anyone, and Alex was no exception. Paradoxically, her health remained robust, brimming with vitality, leaving Alex perplexed about the underlying cause of this peculiar change. Consequently, he resolved to remain vigilant, lest he unwittingly attract misfortune. Striving to avoid provoking Janata, Alex proceeded to the garage to continue feeding the fire python. After several days of flame feeding, the python had once again shrunk in size, retracting its wings to a form comparable to that of a male lion on the African savanna. Should it continue to diminish in size, Alex contemplated the prospect of no longer confining it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as he exited the garage, Alex's phone erupted with a sudden ring. Upon glancing at the screen, he was met with the ominous words, "Unknown caller." He hoped this time it wouldn't be another interrogation. He answered the call, only to be greeted by a voice that took him by surprise. "Hey, Alex, did my voice startle you?" The voice belonged to none other than Tony Stark, a friend he had met a few days prior. Though startled was not quite the right word, Alex felt a degree of astonishment. He managed a faint smile. "To have found my number, you must possess quite the skill. I shall graciously accept that as a compliment." Stark chuckled heartily on the other end. "You certainly may accept it, as I intended it as praise. A man capable of independently developing an iron suit surely deserves recognition. Did I ever mention how much you enjoy speaking the truth during our last meeting?" Alex pondered earnestly before responding, "No." "Well, allow me to enlighten you. What you just said was the absolute truth," Stark exclaimed with exuberance. In response, a few lines of annoyance crossed Alex's forehead. With a hint of sardonic reflection, he remarked, "You truly are a man destined for invincibility." Stark erupted in laughter. "Ha, recognizing that speaks volumes about your potential, Alex." Listening to Stark's infuriatingly jovial laughter, Alex felt an overwhelming impulse to rush over and deliver a punch. Who would have imagined that a man capable of engineering a sophisticated iron suit could possess such a carefree and exuberant personality? Truly, it resonated with the age-old adage that one should not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a mere dipper. After exchanging a few casual words, Alex composed himself and suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Right, Stark, I presume you didn't call me merely for idle chatter, did you?" "Well, you've caught me," Stark replied, his voice taking on a more earnest tone. "Although it may seem a bit excessive, I would like to request your assistance with a small task. Since you already possess my phone number, I trust you are aware that I currently run an office. Just a friendly reminder, my appearance fee is not insignificant." Alex responded half-jokingly upon hearing Stark's words. "Hey, Stark, it seems you don't quite grasp my situation. At present, I am left with nothing but my wealth." Realizing he had underestimated Stark's financial resources, Alex reflected on the fact that anyone capable of independently developing high-tech Iron Man suits was certainly not merely affluent. Glancing towards the second floor of the office, he noticed Ganata absently watching a television program. Upon sensing his gaze, she languidly rolled her eyes in response. "All right. Since it's a request from you, the affluent tycoon, I shall reluctantly make my way over," Alex decided. After all, he had little else to do at home. "By the way, where should I find you? I still know nothing about your whereabouts." "I am currently at Stark." Stark cheerfully provided a detailed address, then added with concern, "If you require transportation, I can send my private jet to fetch you." It appeared Stark assumed Alex lacked the ability to fly, attempting to provoke him slightly. Unfortunately for Stark, his assumptions were misguided. Alex had no intention of revealing that his flying speed commenced at supersonic levels. Not to mention his formidable ability for instantaneous teleportation across time and space. Thank you, but no, Alex declined Stark's offer of a private jet with a hint of indifference, promptly ending the call. Quickly locking onto Stark's address in his mind, Alex activated his time-space teleportation, stepping out and appearing above the location Stark had provided, then gently descending. With Alex's capabilities, he could have directly materialized within Stark's residence. However, considering the rudeness of abruptly appearing in someone else's home, and given that his relationship with Stark was not intimate enough to disregard such etiquette, Alex chose to make a more courteous entrance from above. Ding dong. Just as the doorbell rang, the door swung open from within, revealing a tall, stunning woman. Her somewhat dull golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her mature, alluring visage exuded an undeniable charm. Clad in a well-fitted uniform that accentuated her impressive figure, she was none other than Stark's most trusted confidant, the renowned Pepper Potts. At this moment, however, Alex had no knowledge of her identity. As Potts observed the unfamiliar yet striking young man outside, she exhibited an exaggerated caution. Alex offered a gentle smile, unfazed. "Beautiful lady, you may address me as Alex. Stark summoned me to assist. We have just concluded our conversation." "Oh, so you are Mr. Alex. What a pleasure." Upon hearing Alex's name, Potts's wariness vanished. She exchanged a courteous handshake with Alex before leading him into the room. Upon entering the living room, Stark had already uncorked a bottle of exquisite red wine, clearly awaiting Alex's arrival. Seeing Alex enter alongside Potts, Stark promptly poured 3 glasses of wine, gesturing for them to raise their glasses. "Your arrival is quite unexpected, Alex. And your attire is equally surprising." Alex took a sip of the wine and replied with composure. Stark, now free from his iron suit, revealed a handsome visage that outshone most. Clad in ordinary garments, he bore a peculiar device on his chest. Noticing Alex's gaze, Stark chuckled nonchalantly, disregarding Potts's subtle disapproval, and boldly declared, "As you can see, my life depends on this device. Without it, I wouldn't last long." Potts sighed in exasperation, turning her head away in annoyance at Stark's casual revelation. What astonishing news, Alex thought, struck with surprise at Stark's words, yet he refrained from probing further. Developing a favorable impression of Stark. To candidly disclose one's fatal weakness, Stark was indeed a man worthy of acquaintance. Chapter 129. The Action Stark Industries is one of the most renowned arms manufacturers in the United States. Tony Stark, having inherited the position of chairman and the vast empire from his late father at a tender age, is undoubtedly a wealthy scion. Due to his noble lineage, he navigates effortlessly through the realm of women. Perhaps managing Stark Industries is a responsibility Tony must shoulder upon inheriting the Stark name. Aside from his penchant for romantic escapades, he is more passionate about invention. Despite his youthful appearance, resembling a typical rich heir living off his fortune, he is, in truth, a genius inventor recognized by the scientific community. Inventor, adventurer, billionaire, playboy. These titles accurately encapsulate Stark's essence. This is the life a tycoon ought to lead. Alex mused upon learning of Stark's identity. Subsequently, Stark elucidated the circumstances that led to his current state. Recently, while attending a demonstration conference for a new type of weapon, Stark ventured beyond the heavily guarded confines of America and, regrettably, fell victim to armed kidnappers. However, the armed assailants had no interest in Stark's wealth or assets. Their sole objective in abducting him was to coerce him into creating a highly destructive weapon. A man of Tony Stark's intellect would certainly not naively believe that their intent was merely for amusement. With the assistance of a fellow scientist in a similar predicament, he cleverly utilized his ingenuity and imaginative prowess to clandestinely develop the initial prototype of the Iron Man suit. Indeed, the suit enabled him to escape from captivity. Yet he was powerless to save the scientist, helplessly witnessing his demise at the hands of the enraged militants. Upon returning to the United States, Stark devoted the majority of his efforts to further refining the Iron Man suit. When he eventually upgraded the suit to its current state, he saw a report on television about the militants in Gomera, realizing they were the same group that had kidnapped him. Without hesitation, he donned the Iron Man suit and set off to confront them. Thus, he encountered Alex, who was on a mission to dismantle the HYDRA organization near Gomera. After learning of Stark's recent tribulations, Alex, aside from marveling at Stark's seemingly invincible luck, secretly admired his resilience and decided to offer his assistance at a modest price. So, what have you summoned me here for? If it's to join you in taking down the militants' base, I would be more than willing to help. No, no, no. I did not call you for that, Stark replied, shaking his head. There are individuals within the company clandestinely trading with criminal factions, and I need to procure evidence to accuse them. Upon hearing this, Alex's interest waned slightly, and he donned a bored expression. Well, if you've been detected, you must already have a plan. What do you intend to do? I have a suspect in mind. The remaining task is to gather evidence. The targets are high-ranking officials within Stark Industries, and our endeavor to obtain evidence will not be smooth, Stark elaborated. The Iron Man suit is not suited for public appearances. Although you can infiltrate Stark Industries undetected, you likely won't acquire such sensitive documents. Only Potts can retrieve them successfully. Therefore, for her safety, I would like you to accompany her to the company to seek the evidence. Stark underestimated him greatly. With Alex's capabilities, acquiring mere evidence should pose no challenge. However, he refrained from arguing, merely smirking and non-committally acknowledging the statement. Observing the unfolding drama from the sidelines was indeed an intriguing experience. At that moment, Stark's most trusted confidant wore a displeased expression. Tony, what you should focus on now is not gathering evidence, but finding a way to heal yourself. Potts, Stark interrupted her, speaking earnestly. I am aware that I have engaged in many foolish endeavors in the past, but this time I am certain of what I must do. You are the person I trust most. You must understand me as you always have and support me. Will you not? Let us hope your mind is clear. Stark's words, capable of stirring the hearts of all women, evidently touched Potts' tender soul. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she feigned annoyance, muttering under her breath as she reached for the hard drive on the table, then turned and strode away. You certainly have a knack for charming women, Alex remarked with a mischievous smile directed at Stark, his gaze sincerely conveying admiration, before he, too, followed Potts out. I can't shake the feeling that I've been looked down upon, Stark mused, watching Alex's playful departure, wiping his face in resignation. This newfound acquaintance seemed rather intriguing. Upon exiting Stark's residence, Pepper wore a stern expression, her demeanor less than amiable. Alex chose not to provoke her, walking quietly beside her. Under Potts' guidance, they swiftly arrived at Stark Industries, and due to her status, Alex encountered no obstacles along the way. Of course, he never considered these matters as troublesome. Not only was he buoyed by the company of a companion, but he also firmly believed that Stark would not choose a liability to protect himself. Potts displayed remarkable composure, showing no signs of panic. With confidence, they entered the corporate office, greeted warmly by the staff, to which Potts responded with polite nods, exhibiting no social faux pas. Following closely behind Potts, Alex observed her unflustered demeanor and couldn't help but marvel, pondering how Stark amassed such fortune to find such a capable woman. Before long, they reached Stark's office. Once inside, Potts swiftly approached the desk, seated herself, powered on the computer, connected the hard drive, and began searching for the file Stark had instructed her to copy. Meanwhile, Alex, entirely uninterested in Potts' actions, aimlessly surveyed the office decor, finding himself impressed by the lavishness typical of a large corporation. Just as Alex was succumbing to boredom, Potts suddenly gasped softly, her hands moving quickly as it became apparent she had located the necessary files. Finally, she had found the materials. What a relief. Noticing her animated movements, Alex perked up, raising an eyebrow with a sly grin as he concealed himself. What are you doing here? A deep male voice boomed from the entrance just as Potts was copying the files, startling her to the brink of exclamation. The office door swung open, revealing a bald man with a circle of white beard, none other than Obadiah Stane, the very target of Stark's suspicions. Upon witnessing the arrival of Obadiah, Alex mysteriously vanished, causing a momentary flicker of panic in Potts. However, she quickly regained her composure, mustering a feigned smile as she explained, I was just in contact with a client. The information they require is with Tony, so I came to inquire about the details. Miss Potts remained as dedicated as ever. Obadiah nodded in admiration, striding towards her with a glint of cold skepticism in his eyes, clearly unconvinced by her words. As Obadiah approached, Potts felt increasingly uneasy, her gaze darting to the computer screen displaying the copy progress, silently praying for it to expedite. Simultaneously, she lamented Alex's unreliability, wondering where he had vanished during such a crucial moment. As Obadiah drew nearer and the copying still lingered unfinished. Despair began to seep into Pot's heart. Obadiah's imposing stature made it evident that if her actions were uncovered, she would surely face dire consequences. It turned out that the client had specifically requested this particular weapon. Indeed, they possessed discerning taste. Upon noticing the weapon on the screen, Obadiah felt a wave of relief wash over him. Potts, startled by his comment, glanced at the copying progress before shifting her gaze back to the now relaxed Obadiah, her mind swirling in confusion about the situation. "You need not worry with me around." A voice echoed in her mind, Alex's. "He cannot see the copying progress. You can act without concern." Hearing Alex's reassurances, Potts felt an immediate sense of relief, realizing she had underestimated Tony's connections. Chapter 130, The Intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. With Alex's assistance, Potts' anxiety dissipated. Once the data transfer was complete, she seized the opportunity to discreetly unplug the hard drive while engaging in idle chatter with Obadiah, concocting a reason to exit the office. As she departed, Obadiah's expression darkened, scanning the office before hastily exiting without a backward glance. Just as he stepped into the elevator, another Obadiah emerged from around the corner, pushing open the office door and striding inside. "You need not be in such a hurry. With me here, there is no need to fear anyone," Alex remarked, concealed in invisibility as he traversed the corridors of Stark Industries. "Why do I feel as though you are anticipating someone to obstruct my path?" Potts inquired, hastening her steps. In response, Alex chuckled. "Oh dear, you've seen right through me. Well, although we are not well acquainted, I can roughly guess the thoughts of you young individuals with special abilities." The mature woman cast a disapproving glance at Alex, who seemed to have materialized from nowhere. "Just moments ago in the office, did you initially intend for Obadiah to take action against me, only to resolve the matter yourself? Your intellect is indeed as striking as your appearance." Alex expressed his admiration. Before Obadiah entered the office, he had already detected the man's presence. The reason he chose not to alert Potts and instead concealed himself was to allow Obadiah to reveal his true intentions, thus providing him with justification to strike the old man directly. However, upon witnessing Potts's visibly distressed demeanor, he felt compelled to manipulate Obadiah's perception. Given Alex's usual disposition, he would have dealt with Obadiah without hesitation, but this Obadiah was now an adversary of his newly acquainted friend, Stark, and he had resolved to eliminate him. Perhaps it was best to let him serve as Stark's debut opponent. Listening to Alex, Potts solemnly reminded him, "While these superpowers may grant you strength, one must not abuse them. Otherwise, you risk becoming a slave to power." "Thank you for your reminder," Alex chuckled lightly. "But I suggest you make a quick call to Stark to prevent him from worrying about you at home." "Ah, right, I almost forgot." At Alex's prompting, Potts exclaimed, hastily retrieving her phone to dial Stark's number. Soon, Stark answered, exchanged a few words with Potts, and they ended the call. As they exited the Stark Industries building, Alex discreetly revealed himself. Just as they were heading towards the underground parking lot, a steady voice called out from beside them, halting both Alex and Potts. "Miss Potts." "I am Coulson." A sharply dressed man approached, greeting Potts warmly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Alex standing beside her, and he exclaimed, "Mr. Alex, what brings you here?" "Coulson." "You recognize the approaching figure," Alex responded, somewhat astonished. This man was none other than Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the surprise on both their faces, Potts inquired, "Do you two know each other?" "I have had the privilege of meeting Mr. Alex on a few occasions and have been rescued by his associates." "I suppose we are acquaintances," Coulson replied, taken aback. Alex nodded, conceding to Coulson's statement. After a brief nod of acknowledgement towards Alex, Coulson turned to Potts. "Miss Potts, regarding the matter we discussed last time." Before he could finish, Potts interrupted him. "I consent to the terms. Come with me at once." With that, she swiftly led both men towards her car. "Mr. Alex, on behalf of the director, I apologize for the previous misunderstanding," Coulson stated as they settled into the vehicle. "Never mind, I am not such a petty person." Alex waved his hand, signaling Coulson to disregard the previous matter. After dismantling several HYDRA bases, his anger had mostly dissipated. "By the way, what business does S.H.I.E.L.D. have with Miss Potts? Is it not true that your weapons are supplied by Stark Industries?" "We are actually seeking Mr. Tony Stark, but he is currently not meeting outsiders, so we can only make contact through Ms. Potts," Coulson replied with a smile. For some reason, Alex noticed a fleeting awkwardness in Coulson's expression when he mentioned Stark's name. indicating that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. In fact, Alex's intuition was correct. Coulson's motives for seeking Stark were far from simple. Due to Alex's relentless actions, HYDRA had lost several bases, leading them to retaliate with a bold attack on S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters. Fortunately, that day, Director Nick Fury and Coulson were not present at the main base. Otherwise, they would have surely been caught in the explosion along with it. With the headquarters compromised, S.H.I.E.L.D faced significant embarrassment. An enraged Nick, after receiving a severe reprimand from his superiors, became even more determined to uncover the traitors hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. He personally took charge of the investigation and ordered his capable subordinate, Coulson, to reach out to 3 brilliant scientists, Stark being one of them. Mr. Coulson, I have relayed your request to Tony. He has expressed willingness to assist you and has a rough plan in mind. However, actual implementation will have to wait until the traitors within the company are dealt with. Additionally, he needs to discuss some details with the other 2 scientists. Potts interjected while driving. Splendid. Coulson's face lit up with unrestrained joy, and he quickly composed himself. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. can assist with dealing with the traitors in your company. What? We have already received wind of Obadiah contacting foreign armed forces to kidnap Mr. Stark. As long as you have evidence, we can apprehend them immediately, Coulson replied eagerly. Alex could see that Coulson seemed quite eager for Stark to expedite the plan with S.H.I.E.L.D. It was unclear what their aim was in involving 3 genius scientists. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Potts' eyes brightened. I have evidence. Just now, Mr. Alex and I obtained proof of Obadiah's collusion with foreign armed forces. With this, you will be able to arrest him. She reached into her bag and produced a hard drive containing the recently copied data, showing it to Coulson. Indeed, this hard drive contains irrefutable evidence. Alex affirmed with a nod. I will immediately mobilize personnel to apprehend Obadiah. With Alex's assurance and seeing the hard drive in Potts' hand, Coulson could no longer contain his elation and promptly retrieved his phone. Miss Potts, if you would be so kind, please pull over. I must hasten to rendezvous with my team. Upon hearing this, Potts acknowledged with a soft O, preparing to apply the brakes and park by the roadside. Just then, Alex interjected, halting Potts, and addressed Coulson. There is no need to stop. Simply inform me of your destination, and I shall escort you there. Based on recent intelligence, he had just visited Mr. Stark's residence and had now entered a clandestine laboratory, leaving our agents unable to access it. Coulson, without hesitation, promptly relayed the latest information regarding Obadiah. Upon hearing that Obadiah had sought out Stark, Potts' complexion drained of color. He has arrived at Tony's before me. He must have sensed something amiss and acted preemptively. Tony is in peril. With a cry, Potts immediately pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle, which had just begun to decelerate, surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Recognizing the precarious situation Stark was in, Alex swiftly employed his ocular abilities to peer ahead, only to find Stark crawling on the ground, a horrifying void where his chest once was. The energy reactor, a vital sustenance for Stark's life, had been removed. Without it, his demise was imminent, and how long he could struggle would depend solely on his fate. Realizing Stark's dire predicament, Alex wasted no time. You attend to Stark. I shall handle Obadiah alongside Coulson. With that, without waiting for Potts to respond, he thrust her into the portal, instantly transporting her to Stark's residence. He then quickly brought the vehicle to a halt and proceeded with Coulson to confront Obadiah. Chapter 131. Dismantling armor with bare hands as Stark, with Potts' assistance, was installing the energy reactor, preserved as a birthday gift, into his chest and donning the Iron Man suit to head toward Stark Industries. Alex and Coulson had already engaged Obadiah. Cool. Absolutely magnificent. Alex marveled, gazing at Obadiah Stane, who loomed before them in his colossal armor, resembling a monstrous figure. The advancements in technology showcased by Stark Industries were destined to resonate throughout the Earth. This iteration of the Iron Man suit bore a significant disparity from Stark's previous versions. Even the sheer size, which was more than double that of its predecessor, illustrated the distinction between the two. Mr. Alex, perhaps now is not the moment for commendations of our adversary? Coulson, hearing Alex's admiration for Obadiah's armor, could not help but smile wryly. Rest assured, Alex replied nonchalantly with a grin. The massive armored robot pointed at Alex and Coulson, along with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind them. And Obadiah's voice boomed through the speaker. "You fools have come to confront me. Indeed, I advise you to surrender swiftly," Coulson urged, emboldened by Alex's presence. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Obadiah erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Surrender? What a farce. With this armor adorning me, who in this world could possibly contend with my power?" Upon uttering these words, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Alex and the others, raising both hands and forcefully pulling apart the roof, resulting in a dazzling shower of sparks. Boom! Propelled by the thrusters beneath his feet, the armored robot ascended from the rooftop, causing the underground laboratory to begin collapsing with chunks of debris plummeting down. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, seized by panic, swiftly turned to flee towards the exit of the laboratory, leaving only Coulson and Alex standing their ground. "Why aren't you running?" Alex inquired, casting a curious glance at Coulson. "With Mr. Alex here, why should I be concerned for my safety?" Coulson replied with a gentle smile, lightly patting Alex's back. Flattery is universally appreciated, and Alex was no exception. Hearing Coulson's words, a smile broke across Alex's face. "Well said." With that, he grasped Coulson's shoulder and leaped in the direction of Obadiah's escape. Whoosh! As they landed, a fierce gust of wind bore down on Alex, prompting him to look up and discover Obadiah's armored robot hoisting a car, careening aimlessly towards him. Inside the vehicle, a family was frantically screaming, caught in this sudden and horrifying predicament. "How utterly inhumane," Alex coldly remarked to Obadiah as the car approached. Releasing Coulson's shoulder, he darted forward, swiftly closing the distance to Obadiah. With a powerful punch, he struck the enormous armor, sending Obadiah flying several meters away, causing him to relinquish his grip on the vehicle, which was then propelled into the air, plummeting straight down. The occupants of the car screamed as the ground loomed closer. Just as the vehicle was about to crash, Alex struck the car's body, unleashing a gentle force that dissipated its downward momentum, allowing it to land safely on the ground. "You bastard, I will make you pay," Obadiah bellowed, rising from the ground, momentarily taken aback by Alex's extraordinary display of strength. However, consumed by rage, he disregarded his astonishment and prepared to unleash his ultimate attack. Yet, his furious shout had already captured Alex's attention, and Alex offered him no opportunity to unleash his capabilities. This was the city, not a desolate wasteland. Boom! In an instant, Alex flashed forward, delivering a punch imbued with immense strength directly against Obadiah's armor. The 30-ton force propelled the massive mech upwards, bending its frame as it soared into the sky. While the increased size of the armor bore significant advantages, it also rendered it more susceptible to evasion from enemy attacks. Encountering Alex, Obadiah had indeed drawn the short straw. With a single punch, Alex's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for his formidable blow, imbued with the strength of 30 tons, failed to inflict significant damage upon Obadiah's armor. It merely left a distinct imprint upon the resilient exterior, a mere trifle compared to the imposing bulk of Obadiah's suit. Suspended in midair, Obadiah remained arrogant, proclaiming, "You cannot defeat me. Watch as I obliterate you." With a booming laugh, he maneuvered his armor and unleashed a powerful strike. Observing the chaotic assault of his opponent, Alex shook his head slightly. As the massive fist descended with great force onto the solid pavement, it struck with a resounding crash, creating a deep crater several meters wide. One could only imagine the fate that would befall an ordinary individual if such a blow were to land upon them, reducing them to mere pulp. With a swift motion, Obadiah opened the mechanisms on his arm, unleashing a barrage of bullets that whizzed towards Alex. In an instant, the vehicles surrounding him, the ground, and distant buildings suffered the wrath of the relentless gunfire, each bullet leaving its mark and sending debris flying in all directions. "Ha! Who can possibly stand against me?" Obadiah bellowed triumphantly, watching as Alex's form was obscured by the smoke created by the gunfire. "Fool, your arrogance is not backed by strength." Just as Obadiah reveled in his perceived victory, Alex suddenly burst forth from the smoke, low to the ground, sweeping his leg with precision and sending the armored robot sprawling. Following this, he delivered a fierce kick that sent Obadiah's massive frame soaring through the air. Before it could fully tumble away, Alex seized its right arm, prepared to be severed. Alex grinned wickedly, pulling with all his might, and with a resounding crack, he wrenched it free from the torso. Sparks erupted from the wound, accompanied by a sharp, acrid scent. Without pausing, Alex capitalized on Obadiah's moment of panic, grasping the other arm and replicating his earlier action, tearing it away with similar force. "You bastard! You bastard!" Obadiah shouted furiously from within the armor, realizing that the two arms housing the majority of his weaponry had been ripped away, rendering his iron suit nearly useless. "How dare you! Now you shall witness the destruction of what you so painstakingly acquired." With a sinister grin, Alex showed no mercy. After knocking Obadiah to the ground, he planted one foot upon the armor's body and with a powerful kick, he severed both metallic legs with the precision of a master swordsman, sending them flying. With all four limbs of the armor expertly dismantled, Obadiah gazed at the looming figure of Alex, his eyes ablaze with fury as he resolved to fight to the death. "You bastard, I will take you down with me." As soon as the words left his lips, the energy reactor at the chest of the armor erupted with a deafening crack, unleashing a destructive force comparable to that of a low-yield nuclear explosion amidst the bustling city. Such a mundane act. Observing Obadiah's reckless endeavor, Alex couldn't help but smirk disdainfully, fearlessly thrusting his right hand towards the surging energy emanating from the reactor. A pair of blood-red crosses gleamed ominously in his eyes. "Die together!" Obadiah shouted with glee, determined to perish alongside Alex. Yet, before he could utter another word, he was rendered speechless by the sight that unfolded before him. The colossal energy, which had not yet fully erupted, was consumed in an instant upon contact with Alex's right hand, vanishing with a hum as if all rivers were returning to the sea, leaving not a single hair on Alex unscathed. "Go to prison and repent for your sins," Alex uttered, dispensing with further pleasantries as he yanked Obadiah from the shattered armor and flung him at Coulson's feet. Upon witnessing this, Coulson promptly produced handcuffs and instructed the agents to escort Obadiah away. At that moment, the armored Stark finally arrived at the scene, exasperatedly complaining to Alex. "You dismantled such a formidable suit with your bare hands. Could you at least try to be a tad more scientific?" "Apologies for stealing your thunder," Alex shrugged, offering an insincere apology. "Not at all. I should actually thank you for your tremendous assistance." Analyzing the remnants of the armor left at the scene, Stark concluded that his Iron Man suit was no match for Obadiah. Had Alex not intervened, the likelihood of his defeat would have exceeded 80%. Chapter 132. A magical girl must be cultivated from a young age. Money makes the world go round. This is a universal truth. After aiding Stark in subduing the heavily armored Obadiah, Alex refrained from demanding the previously jested reward and instead requested something else. He sought Stark's assistance in locating books related to magic and alchemy. Incidentally, Stark, in a moment of peculiar impulse, publicly revealed his true identity at the subsequent press conference. Adorning himself with the rather ostentatious title of Iron Man, Alex's audacity to expose his true nature before the military stemmed from his formidable power. He had no fear of them seeking retribution and even provided them with an excuse to provoke him, purely for the sake of amusement. Stark's actions, however, diverged from Alex's. He was certain that Stark's desire for the limelight far outweighed his intent to intimidate criminals. Such a display for attention was befitting of a notorious playboy from high society. Nevertheless, Alex's pursuit of books on magic and alchemy was not merely a frivolous pastime. He urged Stark to undertake this endeavor solely because he wished to realize a plan that had long resided in his heart since his days as an introverted enthusiast: the cultivation of magical girls. Magical girls, a beloved idol group within the otaku community, embody the dreams of countless enthusiasts, both male and female. Unsurprisingly, Alex from his past life was no exception. Though he harbored this ambition, he had never acted upon it. His ability to traverse dimensions was an incidental gift, and all those he knew who wielded extraordinary powers had either been born with them or acquired them through external circumstances, with none having mastered superhuman abilities through sheer effort. Thus, he had never truly contemplated the execution of his plan. However, upon meeting Stark, Alex's perspective shifted. If even the most rigorous sciences could experience such radical deviations, what else in this world could be deemed impossible? The magical girl cultivation plan was officially set in motion. The first step involved Alex becoming an expert in magic. Without a magical adept or a familiar, how could he embark on the cultivation of magical girls? Thanks to Stark's vast financial resources, the search for tomes on magic and alchemy proceeded remarkably smoothly, and within a day, Alex received over 1,000 documents. These included texts on magic, alchemy, martial arts, and even a considerable number on dark sorcery. An eclectic array indeed. In today's technologically advanced and open-minded society, these invaluable records of ancient mystical forces had been reduced to mere scraps of worthless paper, easily amassed by those willing to pay. Over the following days, thousands more documents and books arrived at Alex's office, soon filling an entire room. After notifying Stark that there was no need for further searches, Alex, relying on his eye of antiquity that allowed him to instantly grasp knowledge through words, utilized the quiet moments in his office to tirelessly peruse all the texts, rapidly transforming himself into a theoretical master of the magical realm. Thus, the first step of the plan was successfully accomplished. The second step involved selecting a candidate for the magical girl. Among the individuals surrounding Alex, the only girl suitable for this role was John's daughter, who was merely 8 or 9 years old. The personnel in Alex's office included John and Arson, both superheroes, while Vanessa and Charisse were powerful mutants with sufficient abilities to protect themselves. Only John's wife, Erin, and their daughter, Tina, were entirely ordinary, lacking the means to ensure their safety in perilous situations. From the perspective of a theoretical master, Erin was too old and not particularly distinguished in wisdom. Unless her genes were forcibly altered like those of the Fantastic Four, the likelihood of her acquiring superhuman abilities approached zero. In contrast, young Tina, due to her tender age, stood a far better chance of harnessing extraordinary powers. Indeed, magical girls should be nurtured from a young age. The third step of the plan involves the creation of transformation devices for magical girls. As a magical girl, the transformation process is indispensable. Although there are magical girls who do not undergo transformations, Alex believes that Tina, who can transform, embodies the essence of a magical girl more fittingly. In a world rife with superheroes and supervillains, the mortality rate of ordinary people facing tragic misfortunes is alarmingly high. Therefore, Alex feels a moral and rational obligation to enhance Tina's defensive capabilities, offensive strength, and methods of attack. Naturally, fulfilling these criteria makes the creation of the transformation device quite a formidable task. Drawing upon his current understanding of magic and alchemy, coupled with the renowned magical artifacts from his memories, Alex resolves to combine the Heart of the Rising Sun and the Thunderlight Battle Axe to forge an exceptionally powerful magical artifact. In Alex's vision, this artifact will possess 3 modes. The Meteor mode of the Rising Sun boasts formidable long-range bombardment capabilities. The Thunderlight Battle Axe excels in close-quarters combat, while the remaining abilities will belong to the Versatile Support mode, allowing rapid adaptation to various unforeseen circumstances through swift transitions among the 3 modes. With existing magical artifacts for reference, Alex's next endeavor is to source suitable materials to shape the artifact's exterior through alchemy, construct an appropriate magical array based on his current magical knowledge, and finally, acquire a sufficient quantity of magical crystal energy to serve as the core for the artifact's activation. Upon successfully absorbing thousands of magical texts, Alex's theoretical understanding of magic has soared to unprecedented heights, making the construction of the corresponding magical arrays a straightforward task. Within less than a day, he has meticulously established all the necessary magical arrays, merely awaiting their inscription during the artifact's construction. Currently, the most pressing matter is to seek the materials required for the artifact. Upon accomplishing this task successfully, Alex breathes a sigh of relief and begins contemplating how to procure the materials for crafting the artifact. The materials needed are exceptionally unique, with excellent conductivity for magical energy being the foremost requirement, followed by stringent standards for ductility and sturdiness. Through experimentation, Alex has discovered that ordinary metals available on the market are utterly ineffective, and even the high-tech metals provided by Iron Man Stark fall short of his expectations. The only alloy that meets Alex's criteria is the Edmund alloy, which he has not utilized before. However, this alloy is notoriously difficult to melt, presenting a significant challenge in the crafting of the magical artifact. Wielding an Edmund alloy knife and contemplating its properties, Alex lets out a resigned sigh, realizing that he may need to seek external assistance. With that thought, his gaze shifts toward the living room, where Janata is languidly sprawled on the sofa, leisurely watching a television program. "Janata, could you lend a hand?" Alex calls out. Without even turning her head, Janata curtly replies, "No." "Hello. Could you at least listen to what I need help with? It's quite troublesome. I really don't want to move." Janata cast a languid glance at the overly dramatic Alex, remaining unperturbed. "Moreover, I'm not feeling well. I'm a patient." Alex was left utterly speechless by Ganada's words. Although he was infuriated, he felt utterly powerless. He could neither strike back nor voice his frustrations. Resigned, he thought, fine. I shall find a way myself. Departing from the living room in discontent, Alex gathered all the Edmund alloy knives and secured them together, lifting them with his left hand before decisively activating his time-space teleportation ability. With a single step, he found himself at the outermost layer of the sun. Indeed, Alex's ingenious solution was to harness the sun's searing heat to forcibly melt the Edmund metal. The temperature at the sun's periphery reaches several thousand degrees. Any ordinary being exposed to such an environment would be instantly obliterated by the intense heat. However, Alex appeared unperturbed by this reality. Thanks to the powers bestowed upon him by Johnny Blaze, he could transform into a mass of flames, capable of generating temperatures soaring to 550,000 degrees when fully exerting his abilities. Based on data gleaned through supervisual analysis, a temperature of 500,000 degrees would suffice to liquefy Edmund alloy, making it adequate for Alex to forge the core of a magical device. In truth, Alex could have melted the Edmund alloy on his own, but doing so would require him to unleash his full fiery potential. Given the Earth's environment, if he did so, New York would likely vanish from existence in an instant. Thus, he resorted to utilizing the sun's heat to melt the Edmund alloy. Chapter 133. The magical device. Upon reaching the sun's outer layer, Alex transformed into flames, cautiously navigating the searing depths with the Edmund alloy. Although he was not afraid of the sun's radiation, he was wary of its intense heat. The core of the sun boasts temperatures in the tens of millions of degrees. One miscalculation could lead to his tragic demise. The scorching temperatures and powerful radiation enveloped Alex, yet he remained indifferent. As he observed the Edmund alloy beginning to liquefy, he halted his advance. The fact that the alloy was melting indicated that the temperature here was at least 500,000 degrees Celsius, prompting Alex to proceed with utmost caution. Before long, all the Edmund alloy knives had been transformed into a viscous liquid, coalescing into a smooth, silver orb. Once the Edmund alloy had melted, there was only one chance for it to be shaped, and the construction of the magical device was exceedingly intricate. Should he fail, Alex would have to start the entire process anew. Focusing intently, Alex utilized his telekinetic abilities to gently manipulate the silver liquid, shaping it according to the envisioned design of the magical device. The fluid possesses remarkable malleability under the influence of telekinesis. Nearly 8 layers of silvery liquid are manipulated to form the shape Alex desires. However, Alex's work does not conclude here. He must meticulously examine whether the magical array constructed within the magical device is flawless. After all, the magical array is to the magical device what software is to a computer. Without software, a computer is utterly useless. After spending an hour or two on inspection and adjustments, Alex finally completes a thorough review of the magical arrays, rectifying all imperfections to achieve near perfection. Thus, the appearance of the magical device aligns entirely with Alex's initial vision. Completion. Feeling a sense of quiet pride, just as he prepares to depart and allow the magical device to cool naturally, his peripheral vision catches sight of the floating sphere of silvery liquid. An idea sparks in his mind. While maintaining the structure of the magical device with his telekinesis, he gently pushes it away from himself towards a cooler area. As the Edmund alloy moves away from the region of 500,000 degrees Celsius, it begins to cool immediately, transitioning from liquid to semi-solid. The greater the distance from Alex, the more solid it becomes. In no time, when it reaches approximately 400,000 degrees Celsius, the magical device is thoroughly solidified. Sensing the changes in the magical device through his telekinesis, Alex transforms his mental energy into strands to tether the device, preventing it from drifting away. He then refocuses his attention on the remaining silvery liquid. With a gentle motion of his will, he divides all the silvery liquid into 5 equal portions, 3 of which are shaped into hairpin forms, while the other 2 are molded into conventional badge shapes. Subsequently, Alex employs his telekinesis to engrave 8 distinct auxiliary magical arrays onto them. With this step completed, he can already consider it a significant achievement. It's not as challenging as I envisioned. Observing the 5 metallic objects floating before him, Alex smiles with a sense of accomplishment, then pushes them along with him towards the outer reaches of the sun. Upon arriving at the location where the magical device hovers, the 5 metallic objects have also fully solidified. With a swift motion of his left hand, Alex gathers all 5 objects, while his right hand reaches for the nearby magical device. This magical device has just been forged and lacks the magical energy to sustain its operation, thus retaining its most primitive form, a rather peculiar-looking weapon made entirely of metal. This device amalgamates the merits and appearances of several mainstream weapons, such as the Grim Reaper's scythe, longsword, and spear, rendering its odd appearance inevitable. Satisfactorily surveying the magical device in his hand, Alex contemplates. The magical device has been completed. All that remains is to seek a source of magical energy to imbue it. In Alex's vision, the magical power contained within the magical device serves as the source of the magical girl's formidable attacks and defenses, rendering the wielder's own magical capacity irrelevant. His deliberate choice to craft the device from Edmund alloy was driven by the desire to accommodate an immense quantity of magical energy, thereby facilitating the intricate high-level magical formations inscribed within. According to the analysis of his extraordinary vision, the magical device possesses the capacity to harbor more magical energy than I currently possess in my own spirit power, leaving me uncertain as to when it will be completely filled. Edmund alloy, renowned as the hardest material on Earth, exhibits remarkable conductivity and capacity for magical energy. Under the meticulous crafting of Alex, a master of rapid magical development, it represents a sublime fusion of science and sorcery. Wielding a potential that is utterly astonishing, one could only describe its might as terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Alex gazed upon the blazing, colossal fireball ahead. The intense radiance and potent radiation enveloped him, sparking an idea. Since I have no need for breath or sustenance, I might as well reside here for a time. Resolute in his decision, Alex decisively employed his ability to instantaneously traverse time and space, arriving at the periphery of Earth. He then summoned his full strength to absorb the light and radiation, converting the energy. While exerting this ability, he was compelled to focus, utilizing Johnny's fire immunity to shield himself from the surrounding heat, all the while wary of the potential dangers posed by proximity to the sun. Thus, he endeavored to maintain a considerable distance from it. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. As this ability operated at full throttle, Alex absorbed a staggering influx of light and radiation, far surpassing anything he could have encountered on Earth. Following a momentous assimilation and enhancement of this energy, he channeled every ounce of it into the magical device in his grasp, leaving not a trace behind. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot travel. Yet Alex sensed the transformation of the magical device through touch and sight. As this colossal energy surged continuously into the device, its pure metallic form trembled violently, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Hundreds of magical formations of varying sizes materialized simultaneously, enveloping the device entirely. These formations, densely packed alongside one another, spun with methodical grace, propelled by a soft lavender magical essence. Observing the device's metamorphosis, Alex nodded approvingly. The manifestations affirmed the exceptional craftsmanship of the magical device. Provided with sufficient magical energy, it could unleash a terrifying force. Within the device, Alex inscribed several advanced magical formations designed to absorb energy impacts. Whether faced with magical assaults or high-tech weaponry, the device could automatically convert them into its own energy. While the conversion rate may not achieve the perfect 100% of spirit power, an astonishing 85% conversion is nothing short of formidable. Under the infusion of several surges of immense energy, the magical array within the magical device began to glow softly, while the rotating array around it swiftly dissipated. Simultaneously, the elongated form of the magical device miraculously shrank, and amidst a dazzling burst of light, it abruptly trembled and transformed into a petite ring radiating a silvery hue. This ring represented the standby mode of the magical device, which, upon recognizing its master, could automatically adjust to an appropriate size and, in times of peril, would instantly activate to safeguard its owner. Indeed, as Alex scrutinized the ring, he casually probed the magical energy stored within, only to discover that although the array contained a substantial amount of magic, it was far from fully occupying its storage capacity. After a rough estimation, Alex concluded that he would need to exert continuous effort for several more days to completely replenish the magical energy. The reason it could sustain such a duration was due to Alex's limited abilities. In the current scenario of absorbing light and radiation in space, he could only maintain his powers for 1 to 2 hours at full capacity. Once that time elapsed, He would be unable to utilize this ability until after a brief interval. In simple terms, this ability was bound by both a time limit and a cooldown period. Naturally, if Alex were to channel all his spiritual energy into it, he could swiftly replenish the magical device completely. Yet it was evident that he did not intend to do so. Encouraging himself to persevere, Alex settled into the role of a charger amidst the cosmos. Chapter 134. Chaotic New York. In the vastness of space, where there is no rising or setting sun, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Over the course of several days, Alex remained in space to recharge the magical device. Once his ability's time limit was reached, he ceased the infusion of magical energy and, using telekinesis, arranged a magical array to transform the surrounding radiation and light, continuing the charging process. As each day passed, the magical energy within the device steadily increased, nearing completion, which not only lifted Alex's spirits, but also led him to chide himself for his foolishness. Since he could establish a magical array to replenish the device's energy, why not create one for himself as well, thereby rapidly enhancing his spiritual power? With this thought igniting excitement within him, Alex immediately took action. While employing the magical array to recharge the device, he simultaneously etched a larger transparent magical array alongside it using his telekinesis. This array was specifically modified by Alex. Its functionality mirrored that of his previous abilities. While it could not match the efficiency of his innate powers, it was certainly better than nothing. As the magical array took form and energy surged into it, the light and radiation nearby were swiftly consumed, and wisps of pale purple magic began to coalesce above the array. Upon witnessing this scene, Alex activated the half-powered Annihilation Eye, meticulously absorbing the generated magical energy. The Annihilation Eye possessed the ability to devour both magical power and spells. A momentary lapse in caution could lead to the inadvertent consumption of the magic circle arranged below, jeopardizing his meticulously devised plans. As he felt the ethereal energy flow into his body like a gentle stream, Alex quickly devised a plan. Resolutely surrounding himself with magic circles and embarking on the task of harvesting magical energy. Of course, Alex did not forget his original objective. Once the cooldown period elapsed, he replenished the magical energy within the magical device and continued to reap the concentrated energy. Thus, amidst the vast and boundless cosmos, Alex and the magical device, akin to two sponges, incessantly absorbed the ceaseless energy transformed from light and radiation. Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal energy within Alex had multiplied several-fold. Meanwhile, in the depths of space, while Alex tirelessly absorbed energy, one half of the reckless duo, Peter Parker, found himself in a profound state of inner turmoil. Ever since he had transformed into Spider-Man, his time had been consumed by academics, and, alongside his like-minded companion Johnny, they had roamed the streets of New York, combating the criminals they encountered. This behavior had significantly boosted his popularity among the citizens of New York, garnering him more fans than certain Hollywood stars. However, as Peter reveled in this newfound lifestyle, someone raised a substantial objection to his recent actions. His high school girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. Faced with Peter's sudden indifference, Gwen's dissatisfaction, which had been brewing for several months, finally erupted. She confronted Peter sternly, questioning whether he had lost interest in her and even threatening that if he continued to disregard her, she would have her father throw him into prison. It is worth mentioning that Gwen's father is the chief of the New York City Police Department, wielding considerable authority. Peter's turmoil did not end there. His close friend Johnny was temporarily unable to act freely due to his future brother-in-law taking on a mission with S.H.I.E.L.D. With his best friend absent and his girlfriend issuing ultimatums, Peter Parker found himself in a state of profound conflict. Moreover, with Christmas fast approaching, in order to procure a gift for his beloved Gwen, Peter had to join the throngs of workers seeking employment before the holiday. While this decision brought joy to Gwen and provided Peter with a source of income, it came at the expense of ordinary citizens residing in New York. The sudden disappearance of Spider-Man, along with several other superheroes, Johnny and others were still away on vacation, while the Fantastic Four and Stark were engaged with S.H.I.E.L.D. allowed the forces of evil to swell in confidence. The most direct manifestation of this was the alarming spike in crime rates across New York City, leaving the police utterly overwhelmed in a matter of days. For a long time, they have believed that superheroes overshadowed them, leading to their vilification by both the media and the public. Their disdain for superheroes is profound. They wish for their complete disappearance. Yet, now that superheroes have suddenly vanished, their hopes have been realized, but this has resulted in a surge of criminal activity, leaving them nearly exhausted. Now, they yearn for the return of superheroes. Just then, a few officers from a precinct, having just concluded their shift and discussing where to unwind, received an urgent command from the sheriff. 5 minutes prior, a small bank near the station had been robbed by a dozen assailants. The chief ordered all officers not engaged in critical duties to rush to the scene. Good heavens, not again. Can't we have a moment's peace? They lamented. How many bank robberies have occurred this week? Don't these criminals realize that robbing a bank is less effective than highway robbery? Despite their complaints, the officers swiftly sprang into action, hurrying to the site of the incident. Peter felt particularly unfortunate that day, as if the fates were conspiring against him. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, he had not yet fully recovered from his fatigue when Gwen burst through the door, dragging him out before he could even have breakfast. All while his aunt and uncle looked on with playful amusement. Accompanying a woman on a shopping spree is a daunting endeavor for nearly every man. It depletes both finances and energy. For Peter, being not particularly affluent, the prospect of shopping was especially daunting. However, to his relief, the strong-willed Gwen, a daughter of privilege, refused to let Peter play the role of the generous spender, insisting on paying for her own purchases. This behavior eased Peter's burden, but also left him with an unsettling sense of having lost something intangible. As they joyfully indulged in shopping, Peter found himself laden with numerous bags, while Gwen's wallet was soon emptied. To add to their misfortune, the credit card machine at the store malfunctioned, rendering them unable to pay with cards. Reluctantly, Peter accompanied Gwen to a nearby bank to withdraw cash. Unfortunately, as they entered the bank, a group of burly men barged in, seizing control of the entrance and brandishing firearms. Everyone stay still, this is a robbery. Under the threat of multiple machine guns, Peter and the other patrons, along with the bank staff, found themselves taken hostage. If only I were clad in my designed spider suit, I would undoubtedly take them all down, Peter mused, crouched beside Gwen, his heart filled with reluctant resolve. On the other side, under the duress of the robbers, the staff hastily stuffed bundles of cash into sacks, while the police outside, constrained by the presence of hostages, refrained from taking rash actions. Instead, they surrounded the bank tightly, shouting futilely through a megaphone, seemingly ineffective in their efforts. They must not succeed. Naturally, Peter, accustomed to the role of a superhero, could not stand idly by. He whispered a few words of comfort to Gwen, then suddenly crouched and lunged forward, seizing one of the assailants around the waist. What are you doing? The robbers were caught off guard by Peter's swift movements. Just as they were about to redirect their guns to eliminate this reckless individual, Peter lifted the assailant and hurled him toward them. With Peter's enhanced strength, the velocity at which the robber soared through the air exceeded the robber's capacity to comprehend, knocking several of them down upon impact. Without pausing, Peter swiftly advanced toward the remaining standing assailants, delivering a punch to each, incapacitating all the criminals present in an instant. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable rapidity. By the time the robbers were defeated, the hostages were still bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Peter. Gwen gazed at him with disbelief, her lips parted in astonishment, unable to reconcile the image of the usually unassuming academic Peter with the fierce prowess he had just displayed. Chapter 135, Chaos Above the Earth. Alex remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in New York. After days of effort, the magic circle within the magical device had reached its full capacity of stored magical energy. Instead of returning directly to Earth, Alex lingered in space, absorbing light and radiation. Under the alternating influences of the magic circle and his superpowers, an immense influx of energy continuously surged into his body, causing his innate magical strength to grow ceaselessly. However, a significant drawback was that despite absorbing such vast amounts of magical energy through his eyes, there was no sign of evolution, not even the faintest indication of progress. Ever since he had awakened the eye of ancient knowledge, his eyes had seemed like bottomless pits, consuming vast quantities of magical energy without so much as a reaction, leaving Alex extremely frustrated. Could you at least provide some response, even if it is a negative one? As Alex fervently absorbed light and radiation, the chaos in New York escalated further. The destructive impulses that had been suppressed by the existence of superheroes erupted like a volcano. with criminals exhibiting a level of madness that far surpassed ordinary imagination. In the vast expanse of New York, dozens of criminal incidents erupted daily, with offenders showing no fear of the approaching police, engaging in fierce confrontations. For a time, gunfire and malevolence seemed to envelop the entirety of New York. Moreover, this situation showed no signs of changing with the anticipated return of Spider-Man. Peter, who resides in New York, feels an unwavering duty to protect the city. Whenever he manages to carve out a moment, he dons his spider suit and ventures into the streets to uphold justice and combat malevolence. However, the criminals, driven by bloodlust, harbor no fear of Spider-Man. The vast expanse of New York is far too immense for a solitary hero to govern. Each time Spider-Man intervenes to thwart wrongdoing, there are always other wrongdoers who slip through the cracks. With such a brazen mindset, these criminals have become increasingly audacious. Encouraged by nefarious individuals, they have acquired ample weaponry and even devised meticulous plans of action, leading to a staggering rise in casualties among the city's law enforcement. In the face of this chaotic scenario, the concealed superheroes residing in New York spring into action, only to find themselves pitted against formidable supervillains who seek vengeance and harbor grievances. Consequently, these extraordinary beings engage in fierce confrontations throughout the city, escalating the turmoil to unprecedented levels. The predicament is exacerbated by the fact that these individuals blend seamlessly into the populace, making it exceedingly challenging for the military to deploy forces for effective suppression. Furthermore, when soldiers encounter these supervillains, they are rendered utterly powerless, akin to mere fodder. To compound the situation, S.H.I.E.L.D, having suffered the destruction of its headquarters, is preoccupied with other matters and lacks the capacity to manage the unrest in New York, especially with HYDRA's interference. Amidst this confluence of factors, the citizens of New York live in a state of perpetual anxiety, with many desperate to escape their dire circumstances. In Queens, at midnight, the Punisher and Domino emerge from the shadows, standing before the entrance of an abandoned factory, illuminated by the brilliance of a full moon. "Are you ready?" The Punisher inquires solemnly, initially believing that after finding her mother, Domino would settle into a peaceful life, far removed from violence. To his surprise, she reached out, requesting to join forces with him to combat the rampant criminals in New York, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "I am ready," replies the petite yet formidable Domino, turning to reveal a confident smile, her eyes devoid of doubt or fear, clearly a seasoned veteran of battle. "Let's go?" Regaining his composure, the Punisher exchanges nods with Domino. Under the cover of darkness, armed and alert, they stealthily enter the factory. Their reconnaissance reveals that a group of robbers, having recently pilfered a jewelry store, are taking refuge within. Seizing the night's opportunity, the Punisher aims to apprehend them all in one fell swoop. Suddenly, as the Punisher and Domino's figures vanish into the depths of the factory, the distant roar of motorcycles erupts, the engines growling like a furious beast. The tires carve a blazing line upon the sturdy asphalt, a stark demarcation between light and darkness, flames flickering and dancing along the fiery trail. What is even more astonishing is that the individual riding the motorcycle appears as a burning skeletal figure, clad in leather and burdened with iron chains, while the motorcycle itself is engulfed in flames. The flickering fire that dances in the wind, along with the fiery skull, seems to convey an indescribable, profound hatred. Surrounded by venomous flames and chains, his blazing eyes fixate straight ahead. The target of his gaze is none other than the abandoned factory that the Punisher and Domino have just entered. The vigilance of the criminals hiding within the factory is alarmingly low, with only 2 or 3 individuals tasked with guarding, their expressions dazed and on the brink of slumber. Noticing the lethargy of the guards, the Punisher and Domino, both seasoned from their special forces backgrounds, exchange silent signals and advance stealthily, swiftly dispatching the sentries one by one. Upon entering the lair of the criminals, they discovered these miscreants in deep slumber, with the stolen jewels carelessly strewn in a corner. Without hesitation, the duo executed their grim task, eliminating all the criminals in the vicinity. After completing their grim work, the Punisher retrieved his modified encrypted phone to notify the nearby police to handle the scene. Hanging up, he turned to Domino and remarked, "Let us go. The operation is concluded." Domino, still savoring the thrill, nodded in agreement, casting a final glance over the scene before following the Punisher as they headed towards the factory's exit. "Be careful." Suddenly, As they exited the factory, the Punisher's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang backward, forcefully pushing Domino several feet away. Although she was momentarily bewildered, her rigorous training kicked in. Propelled by the Punisher's shove, she performed a series of backward flips, landing several feet away. Coming to a halt, Domino gripped her dual pistols, mimicking the Punisher's stance as she crouched low. Just then, out of the darkness, a fiery iron chain was hurled towards them with astonishing speed. The chain sliced through the air where they had just been standing, creating a deafening sound as it passed, and had either of them been struck, it would have meant certain death. Boom. The chain, missing both the Punisher and Domino, collided with a nearby wall, causing it to explode violently, leaving a charred black mark where it had struck. The weapon was a flaming chain, and the assailant was none other than that individual. Realizing the identity of their attacker, the Punisher gasped sharply, instantly recognizing that he and Domino were no match for this foe. Without delay, he dashed in front of Domino, grabbing her and urging her to flee deeper into the factory without looking back. "What is happening?" Domino exclaimed in alarm. "Don't ask too many questions, just run." The Punisher replied without turning back. Possessing his own intelligence network, he was well aware that the assailants were superheroes whose methods mirrored his own, individuals who would never permit evil or crime to exist in this world. While the Punisher could communicate with other superheroes through dialogue, the prospect of engaging with someone of a similar disposition rendered such efforts nearly futile. To their kind, the Punisher and Domino, who dealt with villains without discernment, were regarded as criminals themselves, targets to be eradicated. Soon enough, the sound of roaring motorcycles reached the ears of the Punisher and Domino, heralding the arrival of a flaming skull figure riding a motorcycle and wielding a long iron chain. Who was this enigmatic being, human or specter? Domino, fleeing alongside the Punisher, glanced back in astonishment and exclaimed, "It was the Ghost Rider, a superhero active in other regions of America." The Punisher, pulling Domino out of the factory, darted into a nearby alley while explaining, from his appearance, "You should be able to discern that he possesses superhuman strength. We cannot contend with him. What shall we do?" Domino inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. "We must run to Alex. He is the only one capable of confronting this fiend." Chapter 136, Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider, a supernatural hero active in the western United States, is depicted as a flaming skeleton riding a ghostly motorcycle. Like other superheroes, he is dedicated to combating all forms of evil and avenging the innocent. With a striking and unforgettable visage, the Ghost Rider has earned the moniker of a dark hero, known for his sweeping, autumn-like approach to justice. It is worth noting that both the Punisher and Domino also belong to this cadre of dark heroes. Until now, the Punisher had only heard tales of the Ghost Rider, admiring his similar approach to justice. However, he never anticipated that their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. Whether the Ghost Rider viewed them as criminals or had come specifically to hunt them down, a fierce conflict was inevitable. Although both Domino and the Punisher had undergone specialized training, enabling them to achieve feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans, they remained within the confines of human limitations. Engaging in battle with a being as evidently supernatural as the Ghost Rider placed them at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. Thus, the Punisher had no intention of confronting the Ghost Rider head-on. Relying on his knowledge of the surrounding environment, he led Domino in evasive maneuvers, making their way towards Flushing. The Ghost Rider, on his Hellfire motorcycle, closely pursued the Punisher and Domino, unleashing his iron chain to obliterate any obstacles in their path. Some New Yorkers, who still roamed the night, observed the scene with an unwavering calmness, entirely unperturbed. In recent times, the clashes between superheroes and supervillains had become a common spectacle, rendering such occurrences mundane to them. The Punisher and Domino careened through the streets in a car, their reckless speed propelling them towards Flushing. Along the way, they had repeatedly fired bullets at their pursuer, the Ghost Rider, only to discover that even direct hits were utterly ineffective. In other words, their most formidable tactics were futile against the Ghost Rider, and they promptly discarded the thought of engaging him in close combat with their adamantium weapons, particularly given the flames engulfing him. Upon arriving in Flushing, the Punisher drove the vehicle straight towards the office run by Alex from his home. "Alex, come quickly. If you don't come out, we'll have to prepare for our own funerals." After a laborious journey to the office's exterior, they hastily exited the car and called out loudly into the office. However, there was no response within. It was only to be expected. Alex was currently off-planet, absorbing energy. while John and Jason were away on vacation, leaving only the ailing Gwendolyn and the slumbering Python in the garage. Whether this girl from another world and the Python would come to their aid was a mystery known only to fate. Never mind, let us get inside. With no information from the office and the roar of motorcycles growing ever closer behind them, the Punisher and Domino had no choice but to vault over the gate and leap onto the lawn outside the office. Suddenly, the Ghost Rider's vehicle arrived, and with a fierce sweep of its flaming chains, it effortlessly split the iron gate in two as it drove through. Damn, he has arrived far too quickly, the Punisher remarked grimly. It seems that Alex and the others are not home. What should we do? Domino's face betrayed a hint of panic as she glanced at the adjacent house, which remained dark and silent. Shouldn't we leave quickly? The Ghost Rider is impervious to bullets and physical attacks. We are utterly helpless against him. If we don't run now, it will be too late. All right, let us leave at once. Faced with the approaching menace of the Ghost Rider, the Punisher hastily concurred with Domino's suggestion, and together they dashed towards the opposite side of the office. Just then, the Ghost Rider's chain suddenly elongated and lashed out, spanning several meters and striking towards them like a slender flame. Dodge! The agile Punisher shouted, urging Domino to evade. He propelled himself a few meters away, while Domino, alert to the warning, swiftly leapt aside. With a resounding crash, the flaming chain struck the lawn, sending turf flying and leaving charred marks in its wake. The iron chain plunged deeply into the lawn, and before the Punisher and Domino could react, it was deftly manipulated by the Ghost Rider, sweeping low towards the Punisher. Quick to respond, the Punisher found his movements lagging behind the relentless chain. Even his attempts to evade were in vain. In a moment of desperation, he drew forth the Edmund alloy dagger gifted by Alex, bracing it against the oncoming sweep of the chain. In an instant, the two collided with a resonant clang, sending both the dagger and chain recoiling backward. The Punisher let out a muffled grunt as he was forced to stagger several steps back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his legs feeling unsteady beneath him. The force of the Ghost Rider's strike exceeded all expectations. Cursed be it. Witnessing the Punisher's faltering stance stirred the latent lethality within Domino. With a sharp sound, she unsheathed her Edmund alloy knife and lunged fiercely at the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider, with fiery eyes, cast a glance at Domino. With both hands, he split the chain. It ignited in flames, transforming into a colossal hammer that descended upon her. Though startled by the chain's metamorphosis, Domino's years of combat experience empowered her to make a swift decision. She darted in an S-shaped trajectory, narrowly evading the hammer's descent, drawing closer to the Ghost Rider. In a swift motion, she slashed at him. With a sickening thud, the long blade penetrated the Ghost Rider, neatly slicing through his leather coat, revealing the fiery skeletal form beneath, starkly exposed before both her and the Punisher. Even the battle-hardened Domino was momentarily taken aback. Is this creature even human? Don't dawdle, get out of there, the Punisher shouted from a distance. Yet, before Domino could regain her composure, the Ghost Rider retaliated fiercely. The hammer, still ablaze, transformed into a flaming spear in an instant. With a sweeping motion, the spear struck Domino, sending her hurtling away, blood spraying through the air. Thud! Upon landing, Domino slid several meters forward. The Punisher rushed to her side, and upon closer inspection, he found her unconscious, 3 ribs shattered, her alloy knife lost to the fray. Damn it! Seeing Domino grievously injured ignited a fierce rage in the Punisher. His eyes nearly sparked with fury. Yet he understood that he was no match for the Ghost Rider at that moment. The priority was to extricate Domino from the Ghost Rider's assault. Revenge could wait until he was certain of victory. In a decisive blow against the formidable femme fatale, the Ghost Rider transformed the lance in his grasp back into a chain. With his right hand raised high, he swung the chain, which rotated in a circular motion, reminiscent of the lassoing techniques employed by the most skilled cowboys of the West. The chain elongated continuously, spiraling above the Punisher and the deadly woman, expanding in its reach, indicating that the Ghost Rider intended to ensnare both of them in one fell swoop. At that moment, the femme fatale lay in a state of unconsciousness, utterly unable to evade the impending danger, and even with the Punisher's exceptional physical prowess, he could not carry her away from the chain's relentless pursuit. The notion of abandoning her and fleeing alone was never entertained in the Punisher's mind. He had always regarded the femme fatale as a daughter. If he were to forsake her and escape on his own, he would no longer be the Punisher. Just as the Punisher and the femme fatale were on the verge of being bound by the chain, a sudden, melodious voice broke the tension, startling both. Turning to investigate, they discovered a black stretch limousine parked nearby, from which emerged an adorable little girl with golden hair styled in twin ponytails. Her face flushed with indignation as she glared at them. Accompanied by several adults, she exclaimed, "Look at what you've done to our lawn. When Brother Alex returns, he will surely be furious." The individuals accompanying the girl were none other than Alex's subordinates. Upon hearing her words, the Punisher's eyes sparkled with recognition. Chapter 137. Danger in the vast expanse of the starry universe. Alex floated serenely in the space beyond Earth. With his superpowers operating at half capacity, a continuous flow of ethereal energy emanated from his eyes, flooding his being with an overwhelming surge akin to a torrential flood, significantly slowing his metabolic rate to a level that would undoubtedly drive countless Earth scientists into a frenzy if they were to learn of it. Suddenly, from the distorted space above Alex, a delicate hand emerged, delivering a swift punch to his head. Bang! The heavy and painful sound echoed, jolting Alex from his trance and nearly causing him to lose control of the surging energy within him, threatening to unleash chaos. Of course, in the vacuum of space, the sound could not propagate, and this impact resonated solely within the confines of his mind, as communication relies on a medium, after all. Ouch! Cradling his head with both hands, Alex grimaced in pain, feeling as though a meteor had struck him. With his current level of defense, he found himself utterly unable to withstand it. Shaking his head, it took him a considerable amount of time to alleviate the throbbing pain, and as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, the universe remained as profoundly serene and boundless as ever. While Earth continued to radiate its breathtaking beauty, the only change was the delicate hand hovering above him, extending from the distorted space. Without a doubt, if I do not beat you to the point that even your father fails to recognize you, I shall bear your surname. Upon witnessing that hand, Alex, filled with righteous fury, promptly activated his supervision for analysis. It is only natural for anyone to feel displeased when confronted without cause. And considering Alex's notorious reputation for being merciless, it is indeed remarkable that he refrains from provoking others. Yet here stands someone audacious enough to challenge him. The essence of this energy soon became clear. Upon completion of the analysis, Alex discovered that the owner of that hand was none other than his acquaintance, Ganada. The realization of their disparity in strength extinguished his anger like a tidal wave, as it dawned upon him that he was, in fact, no match for her. "Perhaps it is time you took my surname." Alex heard Ganada's voice resonating clearly in his mind, evidently having pried into his thoughts. With a sheepish grin, he retorted, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Did you not just proclaim that if I do not leave you unrecognizable, you shall take my name?" Ganada teased once more. "Did I indeed say that? I seem to have no recollection." Opting for a strategy of denial, Alex pressed on, unwilling to yield to her banter. He swiftly changed the subject, realizing that continued engagement would only lead to further entanglement with Ganada. "Speak, what prompted you to rouse me?" "Oh, I merely wish to inform you that if you do not hasten, your subordinates and friends may soon meet their demise." "What? How could this calamity befall me?" Hearing that his companions were in peril ignited Alex's fury. Without further ado, he activated a portal, stepping through and arriving at his office in New York simultaneously. Meanwhile, the ominous hand in the void gradually withdrew, and the distorted space began to regain tranquility. Upon entering the office, Alex immediately perceived the struggle occurring on the lawn. Without hesitation, he surged through the wall and emerged in the courtyard. On the lawn, John and Arson were being overwhelmed by the Ghost Rider. After revealing their identities, John and Arson took on the Ghost Rider's assaults on behalf of the Punisher, who seized the opportunity to escort the super soldier away from the battlefield. Joining Vanessa and the others, the Ghost Rider, engulfed in hellfire, wielded weapons that transformed endlessly, each imbued with the same searing flames. Leaving John and Arson, masters of close combat, reluctant to engage in melee. Their movements were cautious and restrained, and had it not been for their swift reactions, they would have surely succumbed to the Ghost Rider's onslaught. Observing this, Alex felt assured, though their situation appeared fraught with peril, they were not in immediate danger of death. Grateful to Ganada for awakening him, he pondered how dire the consequences might have been had she not intervened. With a slight relaxation of his mind, Alex raised his gaze towards the malevolent night, activating his enhanced vision to discern the true nature of this skeletal being. Soon, the analysis was complete. Firstly, regarding the entity's form, it appeared that its grotesque appearance was a result of the entanglement of various forces. It was evident that this creature was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of resentment, steeped in malice, undoubtedly cursed by a legendary demon. Furthermore, this curse seemed to grant it an unyielding immortality. However, the troubling aspect was that this creature appeared to possess an indestructible body. The flames that engulfed it were not mere fire, but rather the hellfire emanating from the depths of the inferno, capable of incinerating any material. It was not bound by the laws of nature. Water had no effect on hellfire. This infernal flame could serve as a ranged attack, striking adversaries from a distance, and could also cling to objects, altering their form. More importantly, the hellfire enabled the malevolent knight to regenerate and reconstitute its body, regardless of the intensity of the damage inflicted, rendering its immortality exceedingly formidable. On the lawn, the malevolent knight regarded John and Yazan, who showed no signs of resistance beneath its grasp, without uttering a word. The flame-enshrouded skull appeared particularly sinister in the eyes of little Tina. Raising its arm, the iron chains came crashing down. With a resounding crack, a dark mark marred the grass, wisps of smoke rising from the lash marks. At that moment, the lawn bore witness to a network of dark whip scars, eliciting a pang of sorrow from Alex. Damn, the ground you're damaging was purchased with my hard-earned money. Though displeased, Alex refrained from intervening immediately. He had recently observed a significant decline in John and Yazan's eagerness to hone their abilities. One was constantly frolicking outside, while the other languished in the joys of family life with his wife and daughter, their growth and strength stagnating markedly. If they were not imparted a profound lesson, they would remain oblivious to the significance of power. While dismantling armor with bare hands, Alex had already contemplated how to reinforce these two individuals. The supervillains wreaking havoc were growing increasingly formidable, and the pair's already modest potential was further stunted by their own complacency. If this continued, Alex would soon be tasked with retrieving their remains. Seizing this opportunity, Alex resolved to allow the malevolent knight to thoroughly torment them. The fierce battle raged on, with John and Yazan exerting their utmost to entangle with the knight. Although they had not been directly struck by the chains, their clothing and hair bore numerous scorch marks, rendering them quite disheveled. The most daunting aspect for them was the sheer intensity of the knight's flames, which rendered close combat impossible. Bang! Bang! The iron chains split into two, flanking from either side. John and Yazan, with no other option, leaped together, but their escape route was swiftly discerned by the malevolent knight, placing them in a precarious predicament. Although the Punisher was filled with anger and resentment, he could only helplessly gaze upon the scene before him, which had escalated to an inhuman level. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that he could no longer intervene in the clash of superheroes. As the Punisher simmered with unspoken rage, the Ghost Rider continued to wield his chains, creating a flurry of shadows and resounding clangs, ensnaring John and Arson firmly in place. Simultaneously, hellfire spiraled in the air under the Ghost Rider's control, forming a dense cloud of flames, which soon unleashed a torrential rain of fire. John and Arson widened their eyes in horror, watching the countless fiery projectiles, trailing long tails, hurtling directly towards them. Their faces turned ashen. Could they truly perish in such a humiliating manner? As the terrifying rain of fire drew closer, their minds went blank, filled with profound unwillingness. Outside on the lawn, the onlookers shared their anxiety, with Eileen and Tina reacting more fervently. Had it not been for the Punisher's rational intervention, they would have rushed headlong into the inferno. Indeed, as inexperienced novices, Vanessa and Charisse's ability to adapt was sorely lacking, as evidenced by their panicked screams, indicating they had a long journey ahead before becoming competent fighters. Chapter 138, The Confrontation. Watching the suddenly deteriorating situation, Eileen, the Punisher, and several others widened their eyes, their gazes fixed on the lawn not far ahead. Faces etched with disbelief and tension. As the firestorm barreled towards John and Arson, they felt their hearts leap into their throats. Under the relentless assault of hellfire, survival seemed nearly impossible. Boom, boom, boom. The rain of fire plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions on the lawn. Everyone outside the office could only witness the rampant red light and the flames bursting forth. Witnessing such a dire situation, their hearts sank, given the ferocity of the hellfire. It was inconceivable that John and Arsene could survive relying solely on their physical strength. An air of gravity enveloped the scene. Eileen and Tina's eyes quickly reddened, tears threatening to spill forth. Vanessa, Charisse, and the Punisher held their breath, eyes fixed on the battlefield where the flames gradually subsided. Had John and Arsene truly met their demise? The hellfire, under the Ghost Rider's command, swiftly dissipated, and around John and Arsene, the immense force of the inferno stirred up violent air currents, shrouding the surroundings in thick smoke. Those present were awestruck by the Ghost Rider's display of power. Completely oblivious to a peculiar detail, the office room closest to the firestorm bore not a single charred mark. With a strike of such formidable power, the Ghost Rider seemed convinced that John and his companions were doomed. His fiery eyes flickered as he turned his head, the chains in his hands dancing in the air. Though his leather attire was tattered and worn, the flames engulfing him showed no signs of diminishing, exuding a vitality that remained undeterred. John, father. The peculiar figure of the Ghost Rider failed to capture the attention of Eileen and Tina, who were fixated on the swirling smoke. Their pale faces, trembling lips, and tightly clenched fists spoke volumes of the tumultuous emotions brewing within them. The Punisher, with a grim expression, gazed at the billowing smoke, haunted by the thought that if John and Arsene were to perish, it would be indirectly due to his actions alongside the female assassin. Had we not come to this office, they would not have met such a fate. As the Ghost Rider cast his gaze towards them, Vanessa and Charisse, filled with indignation, promptly activated their abilities. Invisible strands of psychic energy and violet crystals materialized in their hands, bracing themselves for yet another imminent battle. However, unexpected twists often emerge. Even the omniscient cannot foresee all events, especially in a scenario where mere mortals are involved. With our protagonists present, it was hardly a simple matter for John and Arsene to find themselves on the threshold of death. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the first sight that met everyone's eyes was that of two intact male figures, followed closely by a silhouette that instilled a mountain-like sense of security. Upon witnessing the three familiar figures emerging from the haze, the previously distraught crowd erupted into joyous cheers. Eileen, who had been trembling, involuntarily adorned her face with a beaming smile, her eyes wide with surprise, while her right hand pressed firmly against her lips, suppressing her exclamations. The Punisher wore an expression of relief and elation, while little Tina, standing beside him, mirrored the excitement of Vanessa and Charisse, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. In stark contrast to their jubilation, the Ghost Rider's fiery gaze wavered upon spotting the youth who had thwarted his attack on his prey. Instantly, he felt a profound sense of threat wash over him, compelling him to summon every ounce of mental vigilance. Meanwhile, John and Arsene, having narrowly escaped death, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for their survival. "Thank you, boss, you saved our lives," they expressed sincerely, glancing at Alex, who looked at them with an air of smugness. In their hearts, they recognized that his timely intervention was no coincidence. He had undoubtedly been lurking nearby, observing their plight with a sense of twisted amusement. Alex accepted their gratitude with a smile, showing no hint of remorse. Observing the two individuals still shielded by the invisible force field he had conjured, Alex smirked. "To be so inept that two of you struggle against one. How arduous your plight must be." His words instantly transformed the expressions of John and Yazan, who had been reflecting on the beauty of life and the darkness within Alex's heart. Without hesitation, John retorted, "If it weren't for those peculiar flames safeguarding us, we would have reduced him to mere fragments long ago." "Brother John speaks the truth," Yazan concurred. "Fools, if you cannot close the distance, can you not employ your weapons?" Alex interjected impatiently, dismissing their protests as he effortlessly sent them flying towards Aaron and little Tina. "Daddy!" Aaron and Tina exclaimed in unison, diving into John's embrace, and the three formed a tight huddle. Having accomplished this, Alex turned his attention to the skeletal figure cloaked in tattered leather and engulfed in hellfire, the Spectre Knight. "You who have assaulted me and wreaked havoc upon my home, how do you intend to repay this transgression?" As he spoke, a grave intensity flickered in his gaze. His concern lay not with the Spectre Knight itself, but with the power residing within its form. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned two predominant forces emanating from the adversary, both of supernatural origin. One was a formidable protective force, while the other was a potent malevolence, astonishingly derived from the demons of myth and legend. According to the arcane texts, this demon's power was far from trivial. By demonic hierarchy, it was undoubtedly a lord-class fiend. Thus, Alex felt compelled to tread cautiously. The flames in the Spectre Knight's eyes flickered as two intangible gazes fell upon Alex, imbued with a sense of probing and scrutiny. In its perception, Alex was undoubtedly a vile being that warranted eradication. Just as both parties stood poised, the hellfire enveloping the Spectre Knight surged violently, forming a circle of flames that completely encircled Alex. In the next moment, before Alex could react, a rain of hellfire descended, crashing down upon him. Concurrently, the chains in the Spectre Knight's hands unraveled, transforming into countless small iron rings that, under the Knight's command, darted towards Alex like deadly projectiles. These rings were adorned with brilliant hellfire, prompting Vanessa and the others at the sidelines to silently fret for Alex's safety. A commendable tactic to test with multiple attacks. Alex mused as he faced the onslaught from above and all directions. In the next instant, with decisive resolve, he activated the Eye of Eternity, unleashing his extraordinary abilities. Divine Judgment. As the words fell, an invisible force field erupted with an undeniable intensity, repelling the hellfire and the iron ring projectiles that had been aimed at him, leaving nothing unscathed. With a crackle and a pop, under Alex's deliberate manipulation, every attack unleashed by the Ghost Rider was effectively deflected, all aimed back towards him. Following this maneuver, the grass beneath and around Alex remained untouched, a testament to his formidable control. The hellfire and iron rings, retaining their potency, were redirected back to the Ghost Rider, who remained utterly unfazed by what would have been a formidable assault for others. With a mere flicker of thought, the flying iron rings and hellfire halted abruptly, returning to the Ghost Rider like weary birds returning to their nest, the rings reassembling into a long chain. The Ghost Rider's prowess was evidently formidable. With a resounding crash, he swung the iron chain lightly, reigniting the hellfire into brilliant, blinding flames. Chapter 119, Look into My Eyes. The hellfire and iron ring attacks were rendered ineffective against Alex, leaving the Ghost Rider momentarily astonished, as Alex's performance exceeded his expectations. With a thunderous roar, the ghostly motorcycle beneath him revved incessantly. The Ghost Rider twisted the chain in his grasp, transforming it into a long soul spear, seamlessly merging man and machine as he charged fiercely towards Alex. Chain technique. This was the Ghost Rider's most frequently employed offensive tactic. The ghostly motorcycle surged forward at an alarming speed, leaving trails of hellfire in its wake. As the soul spear quivered, its sharp and terrifying tip lunged directly towards Alex's heart, a fierce assault indeed. A tiresome trick, Alex declared with an air of authority, extending his hand to grasp the approaching spear, seizing it effortlessly. The hellfire clung to his hand, yet he felt no pain. A closer inspection would reveal a thin yet remarkably sturdy layer of energy shielding enveloping his palm, preventing the hellfire from scorching him. The Ghost Rider, clearly noticing this, unleashed a tremendous surge of hellfire, the flames on the soul spear surging towards Alex's palm with renewed ferocity. Come down here. Before the hellfire could breach the energy shield, Alex exerted a powerful pull, yanking the Ghost Rider from his ghostly motorcycle and sending him crashing to the ground. Boom. The unprepared Ghost Rider was forcefully driven into the earth, the impact creating a massive, humanoid-shaped crater. Disoriented from the fall, the Ghost Rider's consciousness wavered, the hellfire flickering dimly upon his skull, and his grip on the soul spear faltered as Alex seized it with a single hand. Is this all you can do? Alex scoffed, holding the soul spear aloft, its tip directed menacingly at the fallen Ghost Rider. Buzz. Perceiving the shortcomings of the Ghost Rider, the hellfire motorcycle roared to life, seemingly imbued with consciousness as it charged toward Alex, intent on dislodging him from the vicinity of the Ghost Rider. Alex, however, did not flinch. Without so much as a glance back, he swung his soul spear with great force, striking the motorcycle with a resounding impact that sent it careening away. Damn it! The Ghost Rider, regaining his senses only to witness his beloved vehicle being flung aside by Alex, was engulfed by a surge of fury. With a thunderous clap of his hands against the ground, he began to chant incantations. Boom! As the Ghost Rider's palms struck the earth, hellfire erupted violently from his being, sweeping outward in all directions and enveloping Alex within its infernal grasp. Amidst the flames, grotesque little creatures began to coalesce, each wielding an array of bizarre weaponry, their shrill cries echoing as they converged upon Alex. Simultaneously, Alex felt an overwhelming heaviness weigh down his body, his consciousness growing hazy. akin to the fatigue of a weary individual who had spent days on end in a gaming cafe without rest. This sudden sensation caused him to stagger momentarily. In the past, Alex might have merely suspected he had fallen victim to a treacherous scheme, but now, as a master of magical arts, he was acutely aware of the peculiar sorcery at play. In an instant, he activated his Annihilation Eye, unleashing the innate devouring effect of his ocular technique, which consumed all the surrounding magical energies. In a heartbeat, Alex regained his normal state, while the cacophony of the little creatures dissipated, rendered powerless without the magic sustaining them. The demonic energies fueling the hellfire were swiftly absorbed, and Alex re-emerged, slightly astonished, as he regarded the Ghost Rider. You certainly possess considerable knowledge of summoning and curse magic. Upon witnessing Alex's actions firsthand, the Ghost Rider was taken aback. Although he seldom employed such abilities, he was confident in their potency. To see his powers not only fail to affect Alex, but be effortlessly absorbed was a source of profound astonishment. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, the Ghost Rider's actions remained resolute. With a wave of his hand, hellfire surged once more toward Alex's feet, while he lunged to grasp Alex's shoulders, his eyes, ablaze with fiery intensity, fixed directly upon Alex's own. "Look into my eyes," he rasped. Hearing the Ghost Rider's command, Alex nearly erupted in laughter. "Why not simply demand that I gaze into your righteous eyes?" he mused, maintaining his gaze firmly upon his adversary. For an ordinary person, the Ghost Rider's words would instinctively draw their eyes toward his, yet anyone with even a modicum of training would instinctively avoid meeting his gaze. Logically, the astute Alex, well-versed in combat techniques, would typically avoid a direct gaze with the Hell Knight. However, this time he resolved to strike hard. Utilizing the eye technique before me serves as fitting retribution for the harm inflicted upon my subordinates and friends. I shall vanquish you with the Eye of Judgment. In an instant, both adversaries, intent on defeating each other through their respective eye techniques, locked eyes, Petrifying Demon Eye versus Eye of Judgment. And the victor became clear in an instant. The Hell Knight clutched his head, crying out in agony as the Petrifying Demon Eye coursed through his being. His skeletal frame, ablaze, began to petrify from top to bottom, and amidst his tortured cries, he was quick to react, realizing the implications of the petrification. He immediately exerted his power, striving to expel the petrifying force from within. Yet Alex was not faring much better. He had underestimated the potency of the Eye of Judgment. This technique represented the Hell Knight's ultimate mastery over hellfire, directly incinerating the opponent's soul through his gaze, forcing them to relive the torment inflicted upon previous victims. Those steeped in sin would be slain instantaneously by the Eye of Judgment, while even those with lesser transgressions would suffer grievously. Given Alex's own dark history of numerous killings, he would undoubtedly be condemned to perish by the Eye of Judgment on the spot. Fortunately, Alex was quick to respond, acting with remarkable clarity. As the hellfire seared his soul through the eyes, he resolutely endured the inexplicable pain and activated the Annihilation Eye. Indeed, the effect of the Annihilation Eye was profoundly remarkable. Upon activation, it completely devoured the encroaching hellfire, instantly alleviating the torment upon Alex's soul. Damn! Having suffered such an unexpected setback, Alex seethed with indignation. Turning to observe, he realized that the effects of the Petrifying Demon Eye were being counteracted by the immense magical energy within his opponent's body. Let us change our venue. With a disdainful snort, Alex willed 2 portals, each the size of a person, to materialize beneath them. Before the Hell Knight could comprehend the situation, the ground beneath him vanished, and his entire being plummeted swiftly under the influence of Earth's gravity, completely absorbed by the opened portal. Simultaneously, Alex also departed. In an instant, the scene shifted, and when they reappeared, they had entirely vacated New York, arriving in the realm of space, a domain inaccessible to the ordinary. With the azure planet Earth rotating beneath them, the Hell Knight, upon surveying the surroundings, was clearly flustered. Although he possessed an undying form, he was not impervious to death. In this radiation-laden expanse, he could not survive for long without oxygen. At that moment, the hellfire still blazed fiercely upon him, having not extinguished due to the absence of oxygen, indicating that hellfire was not of natural origin. In the weightlessness of space, those lacking special abilities could not maneuver at all, even if the Hell Knight attempted to rely on his immortality to propel himself towards Earth. He would find himself utterly incapable. Moreover, Even if the Ghost Rider possessed the means to propel himself in a vacuum, Alex would intervene, thus compelling the Ghost Rider into a corner of despair. Such is the price of inciting my wrath. You shall languish here until your demise. Alex deliberately sneered. Upon his arrival, he keenly sensed several formidable forces searching for the Ghost Rider's whereabouts, and he could also perceive the energy entity within the Ghost Rider swiftly activating. To put an end to this once and for all, he aimed to eliminate the Ghost Rider entirely in this realm, impervious to ordinary mortals. Time cruelly slipped away. The flames of hell continued to blaze, yet the Ghost Rider began to lose consciousness due to insufficient oxygen. Meanwhile, Alex coldly awaited the outcome. You will not escape my gaze. Chapter 140. The Demon's Domain in the Vastness of the Cosmos. Alex observed the Ghost Rider's reactions with a detached eye. The tumult within the Ghost Rider's consciousness rendered him increasingly unable to maintain his skeletal form. The hellfire gradually dimmed, and he was on the verge of revealing his true human visage. In an oxygen-deprived environment, should the Ghost Rider revert to his normal human state, a path to demise awaited him. Suddenly, Alex, who had been an impassive observer, became alert. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his supervisual perception to its fullest extent, encompassing a vast area within several miles. Instantly, the space surrounding the Ghost Rider rippled visibly, and then a dark, claw-like hand emerged from the void, seizing the Ghost Rider and pulling him within. As the Ghost Rider was entirely engulfed by the rippling space, the surrounding waves swiftly ceased, restoring tranquility to the area. This was the manifestation of magical power. Throughout the process of the Ghost Rider being rescued, Alex remained motionless, watching the events unfold as if he were incapable of reacting. Suspended in the void, Alex's eyes suddenly gleamed with insight. Ah, I see now. The rescue is being executed from another dimension not belonging to Earth. Their power appears formidable. As Alex's mind rapidly processed the intricate information gleaned from his supervisual analysis and compared it with the magical knowledge stored in his memory, a surge of elven energy coalesced in his hands. Armed with this newfound intelligence, Alex forcefully tore apart the void before him. With the swift depletion of elven energy, the previously empty space abruptly parted, revealing a portal that starkly contrasted with a mere teleportation gate. Opening this passage has nearly drained a significant portion of my strength. I hope my opponent proves worthy of the encounter. A slight smirk played upon his lips as Alex took a step forward, crossing into the spatial portal. As Alex's silhouette entered the portal, the rippling space quickly healed itself through spontaneous repair, vanishing entirely. By analyzing the means through which the other party rescued their own, Alex intended to reciprocate in kind, directly confronting them in their lair. This was the true purpose behind Alex hurling the Ghost Rider into the void of space. Upon stepping through the spatial portal, Alex felt a brief disorientation, followed by a solid sensation beneath his feet. As he realized he had arrived at his destination with remarkable swiftness, fixing his gaze around him, Alex observed that he was now in an ethereal realm, a space imbued with fantastical colors and an air of insubstantiality. Had he not maintained a sharp sense of reason, he might have believed he was ensnared in a dream. You have truly found your way here, remarkable human. Just as Alex was surveying his surroundings, a deep voice resonated with surprise from the vicinity. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he focused on the source of the voice. Shifting his gaze, for figures came into view. Well, not quite figures in the traditional sense. More accurately, there was one human form and three non-human entities. The sole being resembling a human was a young man, currently lying unconscious on the ground. The other three figures included a spectral entity identical to the youth, while the two standing beside it were clearly not human. Their grotesque appearances left little doubt as to their true identity: demons. One of the demons, the one who had praised Alex, gazed at him with astonishment. The other demon appeared in a spectral form, albeit with a solidity far surpassing that of the young human. Upon hearing the demon's expression of surprise, both the youthful specter and the demon turned their attention towards Alex, equally bewildered by his presence. Undeterred by the gaze of the two demons and the human, Alex maintained an air of composure, his countenance adorned with a subtle smile as he advanced with measured steps. Unexpectedly, after taking only 2 steps forward, the human specter suddenly called out urgently, "Get away from here. They will harm you." No sooner had his words left his lips than one of the demons erupted into a sinister grin, forcefully knocking the youth to the ground and mercilessly kicking him, causing the boy to cry out in pain. Alex was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that they were not allies? Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Alex did not heed the youth's warning to retreat. He continued to approach, closing the distance until he halted several paces away. In my presence, you possess no right to assault a human. Stopping in his tracks, Alex declared fiercely. A slight stirring within him summoned a repulsive force that shot forth, colliding with the demon that was attacking the youth and sending it staggering back several steps. You insolent wretch! How dare a mere human exhibit such arrogance? The demon, incensed by the humiliation it suffered at the hands of its own kind, bellowed furiously, preparing to charge at Alex with the intent of engaging in a fierce battle. Yet, Alex displayed no trepidation. He summoned an invisible force field that swiftly transported both himself and the young man behind him, determined to shield him from the demon's wrath. With the Eye of Antiquity fully activated, Alex called forth the essence of the elves, extending a hand as the void behind him rippled with energy. Just as Alex was poised to clash with the demon, another demon interjected ominously, not to aid its kin, but to prevent a confrontation with Alex. It is quite impolite to engage in combat within another's domain. I implore you both to refrain from hostilities. Upon realizing it was obstructing him, the furious demon roared, "Nightmare! What is the meaning of this?" Witnessing the burgeoning discord between the two demons, Alex contemplated his next move, opting to remain cautious despite his inclination to strike. Zatanos, I must remind you that this is my territory, not yours. The demon spat defiantly, emphasizing the word territory with palpable disdain. In the demon's worldview, territory represented their survival and rightful domain. Within these bounds, they would not permit other demons to intrude or act against their will. Should any demon dare to defy this rule, the territorial demon would engage in a relentless battle until one of them perished. Alex understood this dynamic, and Zatanos was keenly aware of it as well. Hearing the word territory uttered by Nightmare, Zatanos begrudgingly suppressed his fury, vowing silently, "Cursed Nightmare, taking advantage of my recent memory restoration to belittle my authority. Once I regain my peak strength, I shall exact my vengeance upon you." Chapter 141. The demon's explanation. Having averted the imminent clash between Alex and Zatanos, the demon known as Nightmare turned its gaze upon Alex, its intent unmistakable. Understanding the unspoken cue, Alex gestured, causing the rippling energy behind him to dissipate entirely. With a nonchalant shrug, he remarked, "It is hardly too late to allow you both to finish your discourse before we engage in battle. Human, you possess remarkable confidence," Nightmare observed, casting a meaningful glance at Alex, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the young man and his spirit shielded behind Alex. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord Demon of this dimension, the King of Nightmares. This is my kin, the demon Zatanos. And you, human, what do they call you?" "Alex," he replied without hesitation, revealing his name to the two demons before turning to the young man behind him. "And you? What is your name?" Johnny Brace." The youth rose from the ground, casting a grateful glance at Alex. Alex nodded, turning his attention to the two demons ahead, and candidly stated, "Nightmare, speak your mind." Unperturbed by Alex's audacious use of his name, Nightmare continued, "What I wish to discuss pertains to the lives of the humans behind you and Zatanos. Do you not wish to rescue your kin, who have been transformed into malevolent knights, from their hellish existence? Or do you desire for their souls to remain eternally severed?" Alex furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the so-called malevolent knights referred to those he had cast into the void of space. However, he was entirely unfamiliar with the origins of these knights, and had no inkling of Nightmare's claims regarding the salvation of his kin and the eternal separation from Zatanos. Thus, he replied, "I believe you should first enlighten me about the origins of the malevolent knights before we discuss anything further." "You are unaware of the origins of the malevolent knights?" Nightmare was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Alex with a furrowed brow for an extended period. "You are not a member of the Blood Clan? What is the Blood Clan?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar term from Nightmare, Alex's frown deepened. It appeared that the malevolent knights were tied to something of great significance. The fact that a human outside the Blood Clan could attain such a level piqued his curiosity. With a grin, Nightmare deftly shifted the topic, kindly explaining to Alex and the youth behind him, while the other demon cast a sinister glare at Alex and the spectral figure of the youth, with a palpable aura of bloodlust. According to Nightmare, over 20,000 years ago, the Lord Demon Zatanos clashed with the then superhuman race known as the Blood Clan, igniting an unending war. The aftermath of this fierce conflict left the Blood Clan with but a few survivors, while Zatanos was sealed in a petrified state. As the ages passed, humans discovered the sealed Zatanos and liberated him. Upon his release, Zatanos was revered as a totem by the human tribes, and he remained with them to protect humanity. Under his guardianship, the tribe's strength and territory expanded, ultimately attracting the attention of a formidable demon named Mephistopheles. This demon, employing cunning, defeated Zatanos and enslaved him in the depths of hell, erasing his memories. In a bid for revenge against his former adversaries, Mephistopheles bound Zatanos' soul to the descendants of the Blood Clan through a unique curse, ensuring that Zatanos' essence would manifest in the firstborn of each generation, transforming them into malevolent knights. This curse has been passed down through the ages, and each human who inherited it would, under Mephistopheles' machinations, lead a life of solitude, as their spouses, children, and friends would suffer various misfortunes as a result of the curse's reach. Moreover, upon becoming a Ghost Rider, they are beset daily by the torment of their inner demons, their minds subjected to relentless anguish, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their possessions, careers, families, and all the hallmarks of a normal existence are obliterated. It can be said that each Ghost Rider is a tragically fated figure, condemned to endure an unending cycle of suffering without the prospect of reward, a destiny woven by Mephisto himself. Zarathos, the source of the Ghost Rider's power, can only repeatedly inhabit human vessels, stripped of any personal memories and bereft of the glory inherent to his demonic nature, leading a life devoid of purpose. In a bid to rescue his friend, Nightmare has been in search of Zarathos since he fell under Mephisto's dominion. After an arduous quest, he finally uncovers the whereabouts of Zarathos, now residing within a human form. However, every move Zarathos makes is under Mephisto's scrutiny, and the inadequately powerful Nightmare must bide his time for the right opportunity. That moment arrives when the Ghost Rider is hurled into space by Alex. Seizing the chance while Mephisto loses track of the Ghost Rider, Nightmare intervenes to rescue him, separating Johnny from Zarathos and restoring his memories. Upon reaching this point, Nightmare's expression shifts to one of admiration as he gazes at Alex. What astonishes me, he admits, is that you, as a human, possess the ability to enter my realm of dreams. Alex, however, remains indifferent to Nightmare's praise. What truly concerns him is discerning the veracity of Nightmare's words. How much is genuine and how much is deception? After all, to trust a demon's words entirely is as improbable as a novice effortlessly besting a seasoned warrior clad in full gear. Have you ever witnessed such an unscientific occurrence? Alex muses, contemplating Nightmare's explanation. A thought crystallizes in his mind, prompting him to inquire. You mentioned that you cannot permanently separate their souls, nor can you lift the curse Mephisto has placed upon Johnny's family. Am I correct in assuming this? Indeed, Zarathos interjects. While Mephisto holds a rank equivalent to us Lords of Demons, his power exceeds mine during my peak, not to mention that of Nightmare, who is somewhat diminished in strength. Moreover, if lifting the curse were so simple, Nightmare would not have taken so long to act. At Zarathos' admission of inferiority to Mephisto at his zenith, a flicker of coldness glimmers in Nightmare's eyes, though it is expertly concealed from others. He solemnly states, Mephisto possesses formidable strength and excels in employing deceitful tactics. Unless one is vastly superior, escaping his control is nearly impossible. Were it not for this dream dimension obscuring his perception of the magical bindings on Zarathos, he would have already come to trouble us. In other words, if we do not eradicate the curse here, once we depart, we will be relentlessly pursued by the formidable Mephisto. Am I correct? Alex inquired with a sudden grin. Indeed, the moment you leave this place, Mephisto will be able to locate you, and at that juncture, it will not only be Johnny and Zatanos who suffer, but both you and I will also be implicated. Nightmare regarded Alex, a flicker of malice and satisfaction momentarily glinting in his eyes. So what do you say? Shall we collaborate to eliminate the curse and confront Mephisto's pursuit? Certainly, we must eradicate the curse. Responding to the gazes of Nightmare and Zatanos, Alex subtly curled his lips, and in the next instant, a powerful strike was unleashed. Chapter 142. Why not just kill it? Of course, we must first eliminate the curse. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pentagram magic circle, radiating a sacred light, swiftly materialized beneath Nightmare and Zatanos. As magical energy surged into it incessantly, it suddenly blazed brightly. This is Zatanos, who had just regained his memory, exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the magic circle that had abruptly appeared beneath him. He instinctively attempted to flee, but it was utterly futile. Damn it! This is a demon restraining formation. In contrast to Zatanos' panic, Nightmare maintained a far more composed demeanor. He cast a fierce glare at the magic circle beneath him, and upon recognizing its origin, he immediately initiated a counteraction of commensurate strength. Demons are masters of magic, and ancient demons can easily accomplish such feats. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds echoed, and the ensuing smoke enveloped Zatanos and Nightmare, followed by their anguished cries piercing through the haze. What just happened? The sudden turn of events left Johnny, who stood behind Alex, bewildered. They had just been engaged in amicable conversation, and now, in the blink of an eye, violence erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures swiftly emerged from the smoke, distancing themselves from Alex. Upon closer inspection, one demon was seen grasping the other demon by the hand. Given the current power dynamics between Zatanos and Nightmare, it was evident that the former was Nightmare. After retreating several dozen meters, Nightmare halted, unceremoniously depositing the disheveled Zatanos onto the ground, and bellowed furiously, "Despicable humans, how dare you plot against us in silence? You humans are indeed untrustworthy, vile creatures, even worse than the filth of sewers." Alex paid no heed to Nightmare's furious tirade. He merely sighed. The demon restraining formation fails to vanquish you. Truly a testament to your nature as supernatural beings. The magic array Alex had just employed against the two demons was a secret exorcism technique passed down from the Crusades, specifically designed to counter the demon race. According to many accounts Alex had perused, this magic circle was among the most effective against demons, and its usage was remarkably discreet, which is precisely why Alex had resorted to this tactic to ambush the two demons. However, in terms of effectiveness, it is evidently not as formidable as recorded descriptions suggest. The Nightmare's body bore only faint, inky marks, barely qualifying as injuries. Fortunately, the relatively weaker Zatanos had sustained considerable damage from the anti-evil formation, sporting numerous wounds of varying sizes and depths, from which a green liquid continuously oozed. Zatanos' injuries finally instilled a measure of confidence in Alex regarding the magic he had learned. Damn human! I shall ensure your soul is scorched in the fires of hell for 1,000 years, rendering your existence more torturous than death. Zatanos glared furiously at Alex, wishing fervently to end his life. Do you not wish to lift the curse that Mephistopheles has placed upon that human? The Nightmare, perplexed, regarded Alex, pondering how cooperation would be mutually beneficial. Do you not care for the safety of your kin, or are you unafraid of Mephistopheles' wrath? Johnny glanced at Alex, his lips moving silently. Cease your deceitful tricks. Alex scoffed repeatedly, asserting that all sentient beings possess a selfish streak, and demons are no exception. Do you expect me to believe that demons would protect humans without ulterior motives? That they would wait for centuries or even millennia for the sake of so-called friendship? Or do you think I am oblivious to the immense power contained within Johnny? Zatanos and the Nightmare found themselves at a loss for words, acknowledging that demons possess no noble qualities. The Nightmare's previous arguments were riddled with flaws, and any mage with knowledge of demons would find them utterly unconvincing. As Alex spoke of breaking the curse, the two demons fell silent. With a swift motion of his right hand, the void behind him seemed to be swept by a frigid gale, causing the temperature to plummet. Soon, a flurry of sharp ice swords coalesced, hurtling toward the two demons with fierce intent. Just eliminate Zatanos. The audacious human's words ignited Zatanos' fury, erupting like volcanic magma. As he roared, a surge of powerful magic burst forth from his being, and he struck the ground with his claws. Boom! The earth beneath the two demons shattered, and streams of molten lava erupted from the fissures, filling every inch of space around Zatanos. In a flash, the rising lava met the ice swords summoned by Alex, colliding in a spectacular clash. Bang! The frigid ice swords and searing lava battled to a standstill, the cold momentarily stifling the molten rock, while the lava began to melt the icy blades, resulting in their mutual disappearance. A demon capable of manipulating natural elements. This was becoming quite entertaining. Observing Zatanos' reaction, Alex chuckled as he summoned more ice swords, resuming his assault. Ignorant mortals, do you presume to provoke the Lord Demon simply because your rank draws you near to us? Accompanied by some peculiar abilities? Go to the depths of hell and repent for your foolishness. Once Satanos makes his move, the nightmare shall not remain idle. As it roars, it will strike with ferocity. With a single gesture, the nightmare conjured a surge of powerful currents, the violently swirling force lifting fierce winds all around. Under the nightmare's command, these whirlwinds, far exceeding any wind speeds known to humankind, transformed into spinning blades, indiscriminately assaulting both Alex and Johnny. Simultaneously, the ice swords conjured by Alex vanished, leaving him vulnerable to the searing magma unleashed by Satanos. Midway through its trajectory, the magma fused with the gale, culminating in a formidable assault of wind and fire. Demons hold their territories in utmost regard, fiercely maintaining dominion over their realms, and the nightmare is no exception. In this dimension of dreams, the nightmare possesses unparalleled control over space and natural elements. Should it desire, Alex would have to expend several times, or even dozens of times, the energy and magical power to manipulate the elements, placing any sorcerer in a perilous predicament. Indeed, demons are true to their nature. The collaboration of Satanos and the nightmare shifted the tide unfavorably against Alex. Chapter 143. Alex. The great anomaly. The nightmare concealed numerous truths in its explanation to Alex, notably the fact that Satanos is a demon of natural elements. As a native elemental demon of Earth, Satanos wields an instinctual mastery over earth, wind, water, and fire. Though its current strength is but a shadow of its former glory, the attacks they unleash, with the nightmare's deliberate cooperation, remain terrifyingly potent. The very wind and fire magic they casually conjured possesses the capacity to annihilate an entire town in an instant. Now, this dreadful onslaught relentlessly advanced towards Alex and Johnny. What to do? Observing the overwhelming attack approaching, Johnny, who bore immense power yet was utterly untrained in its use, looked at Alex with fear. What is there to fear with me here? Faced with such a daunting assault, Alex exhibited not a hint of terror. Instead, he radiated an exhilarating spirit, brimming with anticipation. It had been far too long since he felt such invigorating fervor. It was truly exhilarating. With a gentle flick of his tongue across his lips, Alex extended his hand, and the essence of the elves surged forth, an icy aura enveloping him as he gripped a finely crafted ice katana in his right hand. Stay back. Do not get caught in the crossfire, he advised Johnny before dashing forward, bravely charging into the heart of the impending calamity. Be careful. Recognizing that his opinion was of little consequence to Alex, Johnny wisely offered a brief suggestion before retreating to a distance. The ghost eye technique was activated. Enveloped in ethereal energy, the ice katana proved remarkably sturdy and sharp. Although it could not rival the Edmund alloy blade, it certainly surpassed ordinary divine weapons. With a sudden burst of speed, Alex's figure appeared before the swirling winds infused with magma, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that wreaked havoc in all directions. In the next instant, he raised the ice katana and executed a diagonal slash. Divine thunder flow, rock-cutting sword. The spirit energy surged into the ice katana, and a razor-sharp sword aura ascended skyward. A ferocious strike cleaving the tempest in two. Boom. With one decisive blow, he created a gap between the hurricane and the molten lava. Alex propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust, his form shooting through the opening to confront the astonished Satanos and Nightmare. They would never have imagined that Alex was far from a conventional mage. The restrictions on Alex's manipulation of natural elements did not hinder his prowess. In a flash, he arrived beside the two demons, swinging his sword horizontally. The fierce sword aura split into two, targeting their heads with unerring precision. Let me feel even more exhilarated. The divine thunder flow swordsmanship, rooted in the principles of yin and yang, inherently possessed a demonic slaying attribute, making it a natural bane for demons. As the sword aura approached, the demons immediately sensed its perilous nature. That aura was infused with the essence of demon slaying. They quickly attempted to evade. Satanos warned Nightmare, while rapidly manipulating space to fold his form into another dimension, narrowly escaping the strike. Swoosh! The sword aura missed its mark, crashing into the ground and carving a terrifying scar several dozen meters long. While Nightmare managed to evade the assault using the advantage of its territory, Satanos was decidedly less fortunate. As the menacing sword aura approached, Satanos could only muster enough time to summon the wind elements to form a protective barrier around his body, only to be sent flying by the force of the sword aura. Crash! He landed heavily on the ground, unable to rise for a while. A horrific wound marred his head, blood gushing forth like an unrelenting stream, his eyes clouded with confusion. Had Alex not been preoccupied with pursuing Nightmare, Zatanos would undoubtedly have met his doom. Boom. Nightmare manipulated the space to vanish from its original position, causing Alex's downward strike to land on empty ground, resulting in another terrifying fissure. Cursed be this troublesome adversary who possessed demon-slaying power. He had miscalculated. As he shifted his form back and forth, Nightmare felt an inner turmoil of frustration. As its name suggests, the Nightmare possesses the uncanny ability to ensnare slumbering beings within the intricate web of its own dreamscape, where it wields absolute dominion, akin to an omnipotent deity. This implies that the Nightmare's most formidable moments occur when others are lost in their dreams. In terms of direct combat prowess, however, it regrettably ranks among the least competent of demons. When considering Lord-level demons, they are hardly as inept as the Nightmare, for they would not falter against Alex. Yet, Alex's singular combat capabilities are so astonishingly superior that the Nightmare, with its abysmal fighting skills, finds itself consistently outmatched. Take, for instance, Zatanos, who was recently sent flying by Alex's sword. At the height of its power, Zatanos could have matched Alex blow for blow. Unfortunately, its strength has waned, leaving it far from its former ferocity, rendering it powerless against the Nightmare, which is equally inept against Alex. Let us see how long you can run. Observing the Nightmare darting about like a frantic rabbit, Alex grew impatient. With a single hand, he swiftly conjured a series of dazzling portals in the surrounding space. What is this? Startled by Alex's actions, the Nightmare inadvertently granted him an opportunity to approach through a portal, resulting in a wound upon its shoulder. As it cried out in pain, the Nightmare instinctively manipulated the space to evade, only to have Alex utilize the portal to pursue it once more, narrowly missing a critical strike to its heart. This human possesses a rank nearly comparable to mine, yet his combat capability is astounding. What a truly monstrous individual. In the midst of its shock, the Nightmare cautiously surveyed its surroundings, only to discover the injured Zatanos sitting aside, silently recuperating, evidently lacking any intention to re-engage. Cursed scoundrel, it muttered under its breath. With Alex advancing once more, the Nightmare dared not waste a moment. It swiftly summoned its formidable magical energy, which surged forth like a tidal wave, causing ripples to cascade through the surrounding space, creating a tumultuous clash. The tremors of space incited a tempest of terrifying proportions. Even Alex, formidable as he is, dared not underestimate the spatial storm and took a step back to observe. Soon, the tempest dissipated without a trace. When Alex looked up, he found that both the Nightmare and Zatanos had vanished without a remnant. Even the distant observer, Johnny, had disappeared. Yet, Alex's instincts told him that they had not truly left this dimension of dreams, but rather concealed themselves within another layer of space. As he sensed two pairs of malevolent eyes incessantly fixated upon him, Alex became acutely aware of his precarious situation. In Chapter 144, the realm of dreams revealed itself as a territory of nightmares, one that would not easily relinquish its hold. Coupled with the ever-watchful malicious gazes, Alex surmised that the Nightmare had indeed employed his preferential operational capability within the dream dimension to cleave the original space into two, effectively separating him from them. In a covert attempt to activate the teleportation portal on the other side, he found the space unresponsive. His ability to traverse time and space instantaneously could not penetrate the severed realm. It appeared that the Nightmare had not only sliced the space, but had likely reset it as well. Otherwise, his instantaneous travel would not have been rendered ineffective. Contemplating this, Alex pondered anew, invoking the method he had previously utilized to access the dream dimension. A faint hum resonated as a pitch-black portal materialized before him. Utilizing his enhanced vision for analysis, he discovered that the open spatial conduit merely served as a passage from the dream dimension to the earthly realm, providing no access to the other side of the dream dimension. In other words, unless the Nightmare were to present itself before him, crossing over was unattainable. It was evident that the Nightmare, having endured a thorough thrashing at his hands, along with Zatanos, would not easily reappear before him. After all, they were hardly masochistic entities. Wiping the ice samurai sword in his hand, Alex gazed at the gaping portal, inwardly lamenting the predicament. Was he truly to return empty-handed? He had failed to vanquish the malevolent knight, Zatanos, who had mercilessly battered his allies and friends, while the deceiving demon, the nightmare, had escaped, and a human purportedly belonging to the Blood Clan had been captured by the adversary. Should he return to Earth empty-handed, Ganada would undoubtedly be in fits of laughter. In the midst of his dilemma, Alex, employing his supervision and the eye of ancient analysis, inadvertently scanned his surroundings and was astonished to find a cascade of detailed data and charts flooding his mind. This information was swiftly absorbed by the eye of ancient analysis, transforming into his own knowledge. Remarkably, his supervision was capable of analyzing the dream dimension, elated by the newfound knowledge blossoming within his mind. Alex recalled that after acquiring supervision, he had previously attempted to analyze earthly space but found that its analytical prowess was ineffective unless provoked by significant human or external disturbances. Conversely, any spatial alterations could be scrutinized through supervision. Yet, the complexity of spatial composition was daunting and ever-changing. Even with the extraordinary capabilities of his eye technique, he could not directly manipulate the information gathered. Aside from the time and space traversal ability learned from the eye of ancient analysis, he possessed no other means to control the fabric of space. Thus, faced with the nightmare's spatial severance, he felt no assurance that his supervision could analyze the present space. However, a mere unconscious glance revealed to Alex that his supervision had awakened, enabling him to analyze the spatial composition of this dream dimension, even in the absence of any significant fluctuations. In truth, the spatial structure of this dream realm was far from the perfection found on Earth. To draw upon a common trope in fantasy literature, the earthly realm could be likened to a vast universe, while this dream dimension resembled a smaller one. The supervision, hindered by the overwhelming complexity of the vast universe, found itself capable of analyzing the relatively simpler composition of the smaller world, thereby granting Alex indirect knowledge about the construction of such a realm. The nightmare, which had intended to dissuade Alex, could never have anticipated that its actions would yield such profound insights for him. With a flourish, Alex severed the spatial channel and eagerly awaited the completion of his analysis, simultaneously vowing with great seriousness in his heart, Zatanos and the nightmare. You two fiends should brace yourselves. Once I decipher the results, it shall be your turn to face judgment. Meanwhile, in another part of the dream dimension, Zatanos and the nightmare shivered in unison, a wave of foreboding washing over them. Strange, why do I sense that something ominous is about to unfold? I feel it too. They exchanged glances, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. This human has not departed. It appears he is determined to uncover our secrets. Indeed, the sensation emanating from that space is unsettling. It seems he is analyzing it in an unknown manner, and with considerable speed. The nightmare shook his head in bitterness, then turned to the soul of Johnny, now firmly grasped once again by Zatanos. Why do you still keep him? I cannot let him go. Zatanos grinned wickedly. I intend to leverage his soul and power to confront the cunning Mephistopheles. Moreover, before you intervened to rescue me, I sensed a familiar power on Earth. Now that my memory has returned, there is a being I must eliminate. You seek revenge? The nightmare frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Humph. I know precisely what you are thinking and what you desire. Rest assured, even as a self-serving demon, I shall repay you. Once I vanquish that nauseating puppet of Mephistopheles, I will bestow upon you a most considerable gift as recompense. That is all I need to hear. The nightmare huffed in annoyance, gesturing to open a portal to the earthly dimension. Should you dare to renege on your promise, you will come to understand my methods. Instead of boasting, you ought to contemplate how to deal with him. Zatanos retorted with a cold scoff, pointing toward Alex in another part of the dream dimension, before leaning his ethereal form against Johnny's soul, merging with him. Boom! The surging flames of hell billowed forth as Johnny awoke, transforming once more into the skeletal form of the vengeful rider. Before I repay you, be wary of being struck down. With that, the vengeful spirit stepped into the spatial portal, and in the next moment, he had materialized within the earthly dimension. You think a mere human can vanquish me, the king of nightmares? After the rider departed, the nightmare revealed a sinister grin. Upon closing the portal, he turned to gaze at Alex, who stood motionless in another realm, and a headache began to throb within him. This harbinger of doom seemed determined to eradicate us without respite. Should I consider retreating? This territory I would not relinquish even to my deceased daughter, let alone to an insignificant human. After a brief internal struggle, the nightmare swiftly quelled the thought. As previously mentioned, Demons place immense value upon their domains, and the nightmare, in particular, had fled into this dream dimension from a formidable adversary. If he were to recklessly venture out and encounter his former master, it would indeed spell disaster for him. Chapter 145. I shall return. The essence of the elves surged forth, flooding into his eyes, one for analysis, the other for mastery, working in harmonious collaboration, executing their tasks with precision. As the supervision continued its analysis, Alex, aided by the eye of ancient insight, deepened his understanding of this space. The elven essence flowed like a stream, gradually diminishing. When the essence dwindled to a fifth of its capacity, the supervision's analysis of the dream dimension reached its conclusion. Detailed imagery and data flooded into Alex's mind through the eye, elevating his comprehension of the space to its utmost zenith. Now I see. This is the secret of this realm. Shutting off the supervision technique, Alex smiled, his gaze piercing like a blade, eliciting a wave of unease within the nightmare, who was intently observing him from another part of the dream dimension. Before the nightmare could ponder further, Alex abruptly extended his hands forward, gently parting them to either side. The fabric of space tore asunder, and with a single step, he stood before the nightmare. Peering at your foe from the shadows, how delightfully peculiar your demonic inclinations are. Alex mocked, surveying his surroundings, but finding no trace of Zatanos or Johnny. His brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, where are Zatanos and Johnny now? Why don't you figure that out for yourself, Almighty One? The surprise on the nightmare's face swiftly faded, replaced by a veneer of disdainful mockery directed at Alex. In response, Alex shook his head lightly, unfazed. No matter. They have merely ventured to the earthly dimension. Once I dispatch you, I shall have ample time to track down Zatanos and eliminate him. However, you shall not live to witness that day. Arrogant. Humiliated by Alex, the self-proclaimed king of nightmares was instantly engulfed in fury. A surge of malevolence coursed through him, and terrifying magma erupted beneath Alex's feet with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, the air shrieked, and molten rock surged forth, filling every inch of space surrounding Alex. Yet, even after this display, the nightmare felt insecure. Drawing upon his immense magical power, he unleashed an onslaught of ice blades, fireballs, meteors, and hurricanes, hurling every conceivable attack into the magma where Alex stood, determined to annihilate him utterly. Such a tedious spectacle. Just as the nightmare reveled in his assault, Alex's voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. With a sudden, soft sound, a warm hand gently rested upon his shoulder, accompanied by a voice as chilling as death itself. The touch sent the nightmare into a frozen stupor. How had I not noticed his manipulation of space? Beads of sweat, akin to mung beans, trickled down the nightmare's forehead, one drop, another, and yet another. As a demon with dominion over the dimension of dreams, he comprehended better than anyone what Alex's actions signified. It implied that Alex, too, possessed the same authority over the dream dimension, and his power was no less formidable. Having been thoroughly outmatched in the dream realm, and now stripped of his trump card, the nightmare pondered what recourse he had left to negotiate with Alex. Although his astonished expression was concealed, Alex could vividly envision the scene. He spoke softly, uttering frigid, merciless words. Die? No sooner had the words left his lips than the nightmare felt an overwhelming force assail his body. This power was terrifying, akin to a black hole, rendering him incapable of resistance. Under its disintegration and pull, the nightmare's form and the magic within him rapidly transformed into minute particles, continuously drawn away, his body disintegrating piece by piece. I should have fled. As he grappled with his inescapable fate, the nightmare lamented inwardly, yet his visage bore no excessive fear. I will return. The human named Alex. I shall remember you. Until I come back, live well, and prepare to be dragged into hell for torment. Beneath the calm words lay a hatred and curse that no ocean could wash away. With that final utterance, the nightmare's form completely disintegrated, transforming into fine particles, all absorbed by Alex, who wielded the power of annihilation. Once the nightmare was fully consumed, Alex found himself echoing the ominous words spoken moments prior, his brow furrowing in concern. Will he return? Does this creature possess a conceptual form of immortality? If that is the case, my days of tranquility may be numbered. The so-called conceptual immortality differs from mere physical invincibility. The former represents true immortality in every sense. Taking the character of Ghost Rider as an example, his immortality, bestowed by the Hellfire, is is conditional and corporeal. It can be shattered and extinguished if one possesses sufficient power to vanquish him. However, the concept of immortality that concerns Alex is far more troublesome. As long as the notion of his existence as immortal persists, he remains an indomitable entity. For instance, should someone possess the ability to remain immortal as long as someone remembers their name, they could resurrect completely regardless of how many times they are vanquished before they are remembered. Moreover, the process of their resurrection is almost impervious to interference from others. Among the abilities known to Alex, only the mystic eyes of death perception wielded by S.H.I.E.L.D can eliminate such a troublesome conceptual ability. Imagine being covertly targeted by a Lord-level demon endowed with such a formidable ability. It would undoubtedly instill dread in anyone. While Alex can slay a nightmare repeatedly, it does not guarantee that those around him will survive the nightmare's treachery. Regardless, a man of honor must not harbor regrets once a decision is made. Shaking off his concerns, Alex meticulously scanned the dream dimension, confirming that neither Zatannos nor Johnny were present, and no peculiar occurrences indicative of the nightmare's revival transpired. He then opened a spatial portal and stepped into the earthly realm. Upon arriving in the earthly dimension, Alex found himself in the vastness of space. Without lingering, he swiftly descended to the Earth's surface, yet he could not sense any trace of the spiritual energy attached to Johnny or the demonic aura of Zatannos. It appeared they had thoroughly concealed their whereabouts. No matter, I have already noted the essence of Ghost Rider. Should he manifest, I shall hasten to his side. With a quiet sigh, Alex made his way back to the New York office. Chapter 146. A grand encounter awaits upon returning to the New York office. Alex proceeded directly to the second-floor lounge, where he found John and Arson in a disheveled state, fending off inquiries from the arriving police. Fortunately, their identities as superheroes lent credibility to their claim that they were victims of a malicious attack by supercriminals, leading the officers to quickly ascertain there were no casualties and depart hastily. The Punisher had already taken on the task of escorting the female assassin, and judging by her injuries, it would be quite some time before she would be active again. As the police left, the group convened in the lounge. After a fortnight of travel, the group bore a noticeably refreshed demeanor, particularly the three young women, whose spirits appeared significantly brighter than before. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among them, one might easily mistake them for a closely knit family. "Oh, it seems you all are intent on excluding me." Alex chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Vanessa and Sherry's immediately pouted in displeasure. One of them remarked, "You were the one who said you wouldn't travel with us. How can you now turn around and blame us?" The other added, "We even brought back numerous gifts for you. Had we known, we wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find these items." With that, they each retrieved several exquisitely wrapped gifts from their backpacks, clearly having put considerable effort into selecting them. "I also brought back a gift for Brother Alex," little Tina exclaimed joyfully, completely unfazed by the approaching dawn, eagerly urging Aileen to present her prepared items. Aileen shook her head, gazing at her affectionately. "You didn't rest properly during the journey, my dear. What you need now is to rest." Despite her words, Aileen could not resist Tina's pleading eyes and helplessly retrieved several beautifully wrapped, yet whimsical and childish trinkets from her suitcase. Indeed, these items perfectly aligned with the tastes of a girl of Tina's age, confirming they were personally chosen by her. All right, I admit I misspoke." Observing the gifts brought forth by the three girls, Alex felt a warmth in his heart and promptly offered an apologetic smile. "Not sincere." Both Sherry's and Vanessa simultaneously scoffed, though their expressions softened as they placed the gifts before Alex. Tina, however, was undeterred. She distributed one gift to Alex and set aside another for someone else, ensuring neither received more or less. "This is for Brother Alex, and this is for Sister Janata. By the way, where is Sister Janata? God knows where she is." Alex shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Your father is nearly being hanged by the Ghost Rider, and she hasn't shown her face. I suggest you don't bother giving her a gift. She is not worth it." Upon hearing Alex's words, little Tina's expression darkened, for in her heart, her father's significance far outweighed that of Alex and Janata. The others silently observed Tina, smiling without comment. Be cautious about speaking ill behind someone's back. You might find yourself thrown into the sun. Just as little Tina was about to make a decision regarding the gifts, Janata's displeased voice resonated from nearby, her piercing gaze directed sharply at Alex's back. Alex was taken aback. Janata approached and sat beside Alex, while little Tina looked at her with an expression of deep concern. unsure whether to give her the gift or not. Sensing Tina's dilemma, Janata immediately cast a fierce glare at Alex, as if contemplating throwing him into the sun without a second thought. "I'll head back inside. You all take your time chatting," Alex said hastily. Feeling overwhelmed by Janata's intimidating gaze, he laughed nervously and quickly retreated to his room. Upon returning to his room, Alex casually opened his computer and began to browse the web. The internet connected swiftly, and a plethora of news regarding the current state of New York flooded the screen. As he opened each article, Alex could not help but feel a profound shock at the chaos enveloping the city. The criminals, now devoid of fear and restraint, were undeniably formidable. Those who had long been suppressed by superheroes and law enforcement were now unleashing their full potential. They no longer regarded the deterrence of the police and superheroes, daring to confront them head-on with brazen audacity. Moreover, in such a vast metropolis as New York, teeming with citizens, it was impossible to ascertain the number of criminals and potential offenders lurking within its shadows, unless each citizen was meticulously scrutinized. Identifying all wrongdoers would remain an unattainable task. In other words, the situation in New York had spiraled into utter disarray. It was likely that even the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to maintain control over the chaos. As he opened each link, Alex slowly perused the articles, feeling a pang of anguish for the turmoil in New York, coupled with a rising anger toward the tragedies inflicted by these criminals. The battles between superheroes and supervillains had resulted in ambulances being unable to reach hospitals in time, with nearly 20 cases of emergency patients succumbing to their conditions. The casualties among officers and civilians had exceeded 50, with that number continually climbing. The online discourse against supervillains was overwhelmingly one-sided, with some radical individuals even condemning superheroes, attributing the current chaos in New York to their actions. Even the less well-known mutants found themselves under fire, facing intense backlash. If this momentum continued, it was likely that superheroes would soon find themselves on the list of those to be vilified by a populace growing increasingly agitated. When they next appeared before the crowd, they would likely be met not with resounding applause and flowers, but with lethal bullets and scornful shouts. It seemed that a grand spectacle was in order. Gazing at the shocking images displayed on his computer screen, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Alex's eyes, clearly plotting something. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his standby mode magical device and the last crafted trinkets, laying them out before the computer. Originally intended as Christmas gifts for little Tina, it appeared that when they were finally presented, they would instead serve as the catalyst for a world-shattering performance. The foolish criminals should prepare themselves. In 10 days, a grand surprise awaited them. Alex chuckled coldly, for 10 days hence marked the joyous occasion of Christmas. A performance destined to astonish the world was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 147. Santa Claus is dead on his first day back in New York. Alex did not instruct John and Yazan to deliberately patrol the streets to thwart criminals and supervillains. Instead, he allowed them to roam the city with their peculiar magical contraptions, directing them to bury these items in specially designated locations. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Charisse stayed at home, keeping company with the ordinary Tina and Aaron. As for Janata, she remained in a lethargic state, her energy seemingly sapped, leaving one to wonder what could have caused her to appear so despondent. Notably, the flying python, which had been languishing in the garage, had undergone a remarkable transformation thanks to Alex's intensive training. Infused with a significant amount of fire attribute magic power, it evolved dramatically. Now comparable in size to a helicopter, it could effortlessly shrink to a mere 20 centimeters and conceal its wings. In its diminutive form, the flying python resembled a charming plush toy commonly seen on the streets. With Alex's permission, it was no longer required to reside in the garage. Unfortunately, during its inaugural outing, it was spotted by little Tina, who was engaged in playful antics with Alex. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she clamored to hold the living mascot in her arms. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alex generously gifted the flying python to Tina, even bestowing upon it the honor of recognizing her as its master. He proclaimed that a magical girl must have a mascot, contract beast, to be truly remarkable. For the next 9 days, Alex first contacted Charles to obtain a comprehensive guide on distinguishing mutants from superpowered individuals. He then immersed himself in the crafting of peculiar artifacts inscribed with magical runes, using precious materials he had collected in the past, entrusting John and Yazan to bury them underground in New York. This routine persisted for 10 consecutive days. On the 11th day, Christmas Day, with all preparations complete, John and Yazan returned to the living room, weary from their labors. Observing their fatigue, Aaron promptly served them several glasses of restorative beverages. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Charisse busily adorned the office in cheerful decorations to welcome the arrival of Christmas. At this moment, less than a day remained until the distribution of Christmas gifts. Despite the pervasive anxiety instigated by criminals and supervillains, the residents of New York remained resolute, mustering the courage to venture out for shopping while sincerely praying for the swift defeat of the wrongdoers by the police and superheroes, hoping to restore the city to its former peaceful state. As evening approached, Alex, in a rare departure from his room, casually seated himself in the living room. Little Tina sat beside him, joyfully playing with the flying python, which had acknowledged her as its master and was adorably complying with her antics, eliciting peals of laughter from the delighted child. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the tinkling voice of little Tina, Alex's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he sat up, feigning a serious demeanor as he gazed at her. Little Tina, do you believe in Santa Claus? Of course. Tina responded eagerly, nodding vigorously. Every Christmas, I receive the gifts I desire from Santa Claus. He certainly exists. Although I have never seen him, I imagine he must be very kind and a wonderful person. A hearty laugh escaped John, who was resting nearby, as he overheard Tina's assessment of Santa Claus, leaving Yazan bewildered. Meanwhile, Aaron smiled warmly at her husband and daughter. It was evident that the Santa Claus who delivered gifts to Tina each year was none other than John, this middle-aged man. Doesn't big brother Alex believe in Santa Claus? Tina countered, echoing Alex's inquiry, just as he had anticipated. A sense of pride swelled within Alex, yet he maintained a solemn facade. Of course I believe in Santa Claus. Perhaps you are unaware, but Santa and I are good friends. Upon hearing Alex's words, those who had spent time with him sensed something peculiar and leaned in to listen intently to his exchange with Tina. Oh, really? Tina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Alex. Can I meet him? Faced with Tina's hopeful gaze, Alex assumed a grave expression. I'm afraid Santa Claus has passed away. What? In an instant, Tina's demeanor froze, reminiscent of a character turned to stone in an animated fantasy world. Indeed, Santa Claus has died. Alex managed to suppress his laughter. A notorious villain sought to eat Santa's reindeer, and when Santa refused, the villain threw him into the sea, where he drowned. Even that poor reindeer was roasted and consumed by the villain. After a moment, it seemed something clicked in Tina's mind, and she quickly exclaimed, But I saw Santa in the mall on television today. How could he be dead? Those are merely deceptions aimed at children, exploiting Santa's name to trick you. With a series of sounds that resembled shattering stone, Tina lowered her head, obscuring her expression from others, her petite frame trembling like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Honey, Aaron whispered to John, inquiring whether he should intervene to stop Alex from teasing their daughter further. After a moment's contemplation, John shook his head, knowing that Alex adored their daughter and treated her as his little sister, never intending to provoke her without reason. Thus, he thwarted his wife's intentions, preparing to observe what Alex intended to do with little Tina. Tina's body trembled incessantly, causing Alex to feel a twinge of guilt for his actions. Suddenly, infuriated, little Tina sprang to her feet, her voice resonating with indignation as she exclaimed that those despicable adults dared to deceive them simply because they were children. I will not let them get away with this. And that villain who killed Santa Claus and devoured the reindeer, I shall defeat you and avenge Santa. As she shouted, her hands clenched tightly, and her eyes sparkled with a fiery determination, her entire demeanor radiating an overwhelming aura of rage. Brother Alex, you will help me, won't you? Oh, this development is rather different from what I had anticipated. Alex expressed his astonishment. Chapter 148, Prologue Christmas. A day traditionally reserved for the illustrious Santa Claus to take center stage once a year, faced an unexpected challenge this year, as some restless supporting characters were determined to usurp his position. In the United States, within a heavily fortified military base, the renowned superhero Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic engaged in a heated debate, accompanied by another brilliant scientist. Before them lay a series of intricately drawn blueprints, adorned with prominent English annotations such as aerodynamic control tower, anti-gravity chamber, microcomputer room, and operations command center, filled with an array of perplexing technical jargon. Excuse me, gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting, announced Nick Fury, the dashing director of S.H.I.E.L.D., as he strode into the room, swiftly breaking up the trio's argument. I regret disturbing your work, but New York is facing a grave crisis, and the people require your strength. What has happened? Mr. Fantastic, Reed, inquired with surprise. Due to various circumstances, New York's superheroes had been largely absent, resulting in a surge of criminal activity that had escalated beyond the police's control. Fury's expression turned grave, his single eye gleaming with intensity. We must immediately deploy considerable force to quell the criminals' audacity. With the police unable to maintain order, it appeared that New York had descended into chaos. Good heavens, I had hoped to take a break this Christmas, Stark complained, though the brilliance and sharpness in his eyes revealed his concern for the turmoil still plaguing New York. Understood, I will lead my team at once, Mr. Fantastic declared, standing up resolutely to leave. Wait a moment, Dr. Reed. The woman behind Nick Fury called out to Reed, asserting that without the resources provided by S.H.I.E.L.D, it would be nearly impossible to easily identify the culprits. Moreover, among the criminals wreaking havoc in New York, many are supervillains. Thus, we must devise a tactical plan. After a moment of contemplation, Reed nodded, acknowledging that strategizing is indeed a forte of S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, it shall be your responsibility to formulate the battle plan. With that, Dr. Reed halted, turning to Stark, the newly emerged Iron Man among New York's superheroes. Seeking his decision with a glance, Stark sighed, surrendering with a gesture of raised hands, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Given that numerous employees from his corporation reside in New York, he felt compelled to contribute in some capacity. Very well. Let us now discuss the specifics of our tactical plan, Fury declared, unfurling the map of the operation and detailing the strategy. In a bustling skyscraper in New York, an invigorated elderly gentleman sat quietly in an elegantly adorned conference room. At the oval conference table, several individuals of varying demeanor occupied the seats on either side. Magneto, we have reviewed the materials you provided, and they are indeed remarkable, began a middle-aged man from the chair of the meeting. A glimmer of delight flickered in Magneto's eyes as he opened his mouth to respond, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. So, what you imply is congratulations, Magneto. From this day forth, you are one of the core members of our Hellfire Club, the middle-aged man replied with a light chuckle, rising to his feet and slowly approaching Magneto, extending his right hand in a friendly gesture. The others seated at the table also stood to welcome him. It is an honor to join the club, Magneto responded, rising to his feet, nodding slightly, and shaking the middle-aged man's hand, a knowing smile gracing his aged features. Meanwhile, in a bustling amusement park in New York, in a dark corner devoid of light, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. The solid concrete ground split open violently, and two hands with dark nails emerged from the fissure. Following this, a humanoid monstrosity, emanating a putrid stench, erupted from the ground with immense force, causing the surrounding earth to shatter. With a deafening roar, the foul creature kicked down a wall that obstructed its path and charged forward. Elsewhere, in an abandoned factory in New York, a massive pit suddenly collapsed in the ground, and astonishingly, a creature resembling an enormous pangolin emerged from the abyss. This creature was formidable in size, its bulk comparable to several compact cars, presenting a terrifying and grotesque visage. A multitude of peculiar creatures emerged from the depths of the earth, each more bizarre than the last, armed with archaic and oddly shaped melee weapons. They flailed their arms about, swiftly forming disordered ranks, standing in eerie silence, as if awaiting an inspection from a leader. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a diminutive, grotesque man stepped forth, standing before the array of these strange beings. He bellowed, "The people have forgotten the fearsome reputation of our subterranean kin. Today, we shall reclaim our glory. Let us seize New York. Seize New York. Seize New York." The chorus of creatures erupted in fervent, thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, a mere few streets away, a gang of armed criminals, grinning maliciously, stood boldly in the middle of the road. Behind them, a lavishly extended Lincoln awaited, from which a robust man, clearly surpassing human proportions, puffed on a cigar while conversing on the phone. "Understood. I shall fulfill the task," he declared before hanging up, stepping out of the vehicle, casually discarding his half-finished cigar underfoot, extinguishing it with a decisive stomp as he strode purposefully toward his compatriots. "Brothers, let us commence." Just as these factions were plotting and preparing for action, Alex presented his crafted magical device to the vengeance-driven little Tina, while also distributing hairpins and badges to Vanessa, Charisse, Tina, Aaron, and John, a group of 6. "Let us teach those deceitful Santas a lesson," Tina shouted fiercely, charging out of the office with an oblivious Vanessa and Charisse in tow, heedless of John and Aaron's attempts to restrain them. The curtain had been drawn. Let the cast upon this stage perform to their heart's content. Gazing up at the neon-lit sky, Alex's lips curled into a smirk, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 149. The Wild Party on Christmas Eve. Various factions stirred with anticipation. Ordinary citizens of New York cautiously purchased gifts, braving the bustling streets while envisioning the expressions of their loved ones upon receiving their presents. To navigate the chaos of New York City during the holiday season speaks volumes of the resilience of its inhabitants. At that moment, a voice resonated, audible to every resident of New York, echoing in their ears. "Ladies and gentlemen, and dear children of New York, the long-awaited time has arrived. Let us rejoice." The speaker's tone rose, as if calling out to the heavens. "Welcome to the wild Christmas party set against the backdrop of the entire city." Just as the populace struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, a sudden transformation occurred. Buzz! The air over New York began to tremble, the ground quivering slightly, as brilliant columns of light shot skyward from various locations throughout the city, piercing through the veil of neon lights. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these ascending pillars marked the very spots where John and Yazan had buried their magical artifacts. Waves of astonishing magical energy surged up these columns, bursting forth in all directions, connecting seamlessly to form a protective shield that enveloped the entirety of New York. This vibrant, multicolored magical barrier shimmered under the night sky, its brilliance undiminished even by the glaring neon lights below. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The protective shield, which enveloped the whole of New York, swiftly ascended from the ground into the air. Manifestations of magical energy rapidly coalesced within the vast expanse of this shield, taking shape. In mere moments, a magnificent and opulent illusory metropolis materialized above the city. A New York, born from magic, appeared above the real city. This breathtaking scene rendered all New Yorkers speechless. Even those accustomed to the extraordinary abilities of mutants and superhumans were left in awe, gazing incredulously at the grand, surreal city hovering above them. The so-called Mad Christmas Party was precisely as it sounded, a celebration pushed to the extremes. However, unlike ordinary events, the participants in this city were criminals, supercriminals, and superheroes. On this stage, they were not only the hunted but also the hunters. There were no restrictions on methods, nor were there specific rules to follow. They merely needed to seek each other out in the expansive streets and deliver lethal blows to their adversaries to succeed. As a consequence for disrupting the order of New York, these characters appeared in their true forms. Should they perish on this stage, their lives would come to a definitive end. In the midst of this, the vast city began to pulse with magic once more. And before the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless manifested buildings began to fade into illusion. Shadows materialized on a magical screen that had mysteriously suspended itself before the citizens of New York. Among them were notorious criminals, currently evading capture by the police, supercriminals orchestrating their nefarious deeds, and several familiar superheroes appearing on the screen, each bearing expressions of shock. These were the very individuals who disrupted the order of New York and safeguarded the populace. Today, they would present a captivating performance for us. The competition was time-limited to 4 hours. As long as the participants could endure this duration, they would emerge alive. Surely, everyone is eagerly anticipating this event. So let the party commence. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp chime signifying the commencement of the competition, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "The Christmas Madness Party is now underway." A thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating through the night sky of New York. Regardless of the announcer's intentions, witnessing the villains who had instilled fear in the hearts of many being drawn into this manifested city for a life-threatening contest was enough to ignite exhilaration among the crowd. While some voiced concerns for the safety of the superheroes, the majority were enveloped in a wave of excitement. At last, the event had commenced, and everyone was eager to witness the performance of the young contenders. With a peculiar grin, Alex gazed at the manifested city above. Suspended in the air were numerous magical screens designed to broadcast the live proceedings. As he observed the figures of Vanessa and her companions on one of the screens, a mischievous chuckle escaped him. "Let me see what you can do. Show the world your prowess." You expended so much magical energy and effort just to create a stage for them, Nada remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Alex. Not entirely, Alex replied, shaking his head. Beyond showcasing them, my primary objective is to eradicate the hidden criminals and supervillains lurking in New York City. However, I did not foresee the arrival of many peculiar individuals intent on causing chaos at this moment. I hope Vanessa and the others are not startled. Boss, why don't you let me and Arson join in? I fear for their safety, John suggested, concern evident in his voice as he looked to his wife for confirmation. John is right, Arson chimed in. Though Vanessa and Sherry's possess formidable abilities, their combat experience is lacking, and little Tina is far too young. What you worry about? I have already anticipated. Alex scoffed, noticing the disbelief on their faces. He continued with a smile, just wait and see, and don't be shocked by their performance. Seeing that Eileen still wore a worried expression, Alex softly reassured her, this manifested city is under my control, as long as I disapprove. No harm shall come to Tina and the others. With that, Alex suddenly noticed some odd characters within the manifested city. After a moment of contemplation, he opened a portal and decisively stepped inside. John and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Alex's intentions, and quickly turned their attention to the magical screen illuminating the three young girls, Tina, Vanessa, and Sherry's. Chapter 150. The battle commences. The manifested metropolis of New York was a grand spell crafted by Alex, combining his mastery of magic with the knowledge gleaned from the dimension of dreams. Although it has yet to attain the pinnacle of perfection in realism, the realm of magic exhibited here transcends the capabilities of any human sorcerer. In a civilization where magic flourishes, Alex, with this miraculous feat, would be revered by countless magicians, who would pledge their unwavering loyalty to him. Alas, in this world, the understanding of magic is profoundly limited, while the citizens may not fully grasp its significance. Their enthusiasm is directed towards the vibrant images reflected upon the magic screens. Go for it, Tina, Vanessa, Charisse, under the guidance of John and his wife Erin. The individuals within the office are entirely captivated by the three girls on the screen. Meanwhile, the little girl, burdened with her parents' great hopes and trust, wanders aimlessly down the vividly manifested streets, accompanied by her older sisters, Charisse and Vanessa. There is not a single Santa Claus to be found on the street, and little Tina, with cheeks puffed, scans the surroundings, determined to uncover those adults masquerading as Santa Claus to deceive the children. Unfortunately, within this city conjured by Alex, no such figures exist. It is a fair assumption that few wrongdoers would be inclined to don a Santa suit to amuse others during Christmas. Tina, what do you seek Santa Claus for? Charisse inquires with a hint of confusion. Vanessa nods in agreement, equally puzzled. Brother said that Santa Claus was killed by a super criminal, and the Santas on the street are merely imposters trying to trick children. I want to confront them on behalf of Santa. Upon hearing this, both Vanessa and Charisse can only smile wryly. Brother Alex is just joking again. Suddenly, the exquisite hairpins gifted by Alex to little Tina and Vanessa vibrate with urgency, erecting a thin yet formidable barrier capable of withstanding the explosion of a nuclear bomb, enveloping them in a transparent shield a foot away from their bodies. In the next moment, a series of sharp gunshots ring out, and several high-velocity bullets strike the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier shimmers with ripples as the bullets ricochet off, returning at a speed more than twice their original velocity. Soon after, distant cries of despair echo through the air. An ambush. Having undergone months of training under Alex's tutelage, Charisse and Vanessa react swiftly, setting aside their astonishment. Relying on the omnidirectional protection of the barrier, they summon their abilities. One weaves invisible threads of telekinetic energy, while the other conjures two small purple crystal daggers. They position little Tina at the center, focusing intently on the source of the anguished cries. Look over there. Why are their children appearing? Is it not said that only criminals, supercriminals, and superheroes exist within these confines? In the heart of New York City, many who caught a glimpse of Vanessa and her companions gasped in astonishment. However, the visage they beheld was not the true form of Vanessa and her friends, but rather the illusion conjured by their hairpins. Could there have been a misunderstanding? At that moment, those who had ambushed Vanessa and her companions emerged from the shadows, an unruly gang armed with firearms, their malevolent grins fixated upon the three girls. How dare they launch an attack on young women? Cursed be their audacity. Upon the enemy's appearance, and adhering to the battle principles imparted by Alex, Vanessa charged toward the adversaries, while Karis shielded little Tina, determined to prevent any further ambushes. Alex had previously informed them that the hairpins would only activate when an ambush was initiated, and she could not allow Tina to remain unprotected. Open fire. Eliminate her. The leader of the thugs sneered at Vanessa's reckless advance, commanding his henchmen to pull the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the girls. Conductor's Symphony Avalanche. Invisible strands of telekinetic force unfurled around Vanessa like a spider's web, layer upon layer. As the bullets struck these ethereal threads, their lethal momentum was effortlessly neutralized. Conductor's Symphony Needle Makeup. Once the bullets were disarmed, the woven web erupted violently. In an instant, countless wire-like strands shot forth like raindrops, piercing their intended targets with lethal precision. The assailants hardly had time to react before the invisible threads pierced through them. The unfortunate met their demise instantly, while others writhed in agony, impaled by numerous wire-like strands, bleeding profusely upon the ground. The scene was painted in vivid crimson, akin to a swift flow of water. Thanks to Alex's teachings, Vanessa and her companions exhibited no mercy. On the battlefield, showing leniency to one's enemies is a fool's errand. Alex would never allow his students to commit such a fundamental blunder. If one is to engage in combat, one must possess the resolve to eliminate the opponent without hesitation. I am not a child. Dodging Karis's hand that sought to shield her eyes, little Tina pouted and peered forward. For reasons unknown, she did not perceive the defeat of those vanquished by Vanessa as cruel. Rather, she regarded Vanessa's return with admiration. So cool. Meanwhile, the citizens of New York, observing the peculiar events through magical screens, were momentarily taken aback. As the first skirmish of this bizarre occurrence unfolded, a significant number of viewers, 6 levels in total, watched in awe as they witnessed thugs being decisively dealt with or severely injured. While a few felt disgusted by the brutality, the majority found a sense of vindication. Those who had bullied us finally faced their comeuppance. Hey, look over there. What is that? Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed at a screen and screamed loudly, causing everyone on the street to turn in haste. They beheld a grotesque, putrid creature resembling a humanoid figure, moving with incredible swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it encountered a thug armed with a submachine gun, and with a single claw, it tore the unfortunate man apart, resulting in a gruesome demise. How disgusting. What kind of monster is that? How could such a revolting thing exist in this world? It's terrifying. Simultaneously, a formidable army composed of nefarious criminals led by a supervillain, alongside subterranean creatures, was poised to engage in battle, intent on seizing control of New York City. Without hesitation, the mole-like leader commanded his forces to charge forth. Meanwhile, a colossal, armadillo-like beast clashed violently with the supervillain at the forefront, demolishing several buildings in the process. Not far away, Vanessa and her 2 companions were steadily approaching the battlefield. Chapter 151. The Arrival of the Magical Girls. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed through the materialized city as criminals, supervillains, and superheroes engaged in fierce combat, completely disregarding the safety of innocent bystanders. Boom, boom, boom. One towering structure after another crumbled under the overwhelming force beyond human comprehension, shattering into debris, while the once sturdy ground became a chaotic mess of fragments. Wow. The onlooking citizens of New York were astonished, unable to catch their breath as they witnessed a scene far more intense than any blockbuster film. They wished fervently to be part of the action. With their previous reservations cast aside, the superheroes unleashed dangerous techniques and strategies rarely used or previously deemed too perilous, causing the supervillains they once struggled against to falter and retreat, leaving the viewers at home with a profound understanding of the peril the heroes faced in their protective roles. Realizing this, even those citizens who had long harbored grievances against the superheroes felt an overwhelming sense of shame, vowing silently never to disparage them again. At that moment, the superheroes remained unaware that their performance was being observed by countless citizens, and their reputation soared exponentially in an instant. Amidst the chaos in the materialized city, Vanessa and her companions inadvertently stepped into the battleground where the criminals led by the supervillain clashed with the subterranean army commanded by the mole-like leader. The moment the peculiar subterranean creatures spotted the trio, they charged fiercely with their cold weapons. Play the strings of the heavenly spider. Vanessa reacted with remarkable swiftness. immediately summoning her telekinetic threads to weave an intricately tangled orb of silk. In an instant, this creation erupted, scattering in all directions like an explosion, accompanied by a whirring sound. A multitude of steel wires swiftly swept through the advancing subterranean creatures, tearing them apart and sending severed limbs and blood flying in every direction. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D flung a purple crystal towards one of the subterranean beasts, which abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear 100 meters above, plummeting downwards without any resistance. Amidst its anguished cries, the creature crashed to the ground with a sickening splat, reduced to a puddle of flesh. S.H.I.E.L.D conjured another purple crystal, deftly tossing it anew. Under the vigilant protection of Sherry and Vanessa, any subterranean creatures or criminals that dared to approach little Tina were summarily dispatched, leaving her entirely safe and unafraid. However, despite the diligent guardianship of her two elder sisters, Tina felt an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, you read that correctly. Little Tina's sentiment was one of discontent. She yearned to confront the villains just as they did. Observing the defeated creatures and armed criminals effortlessly handled by Vanessa and Sherry, Tina pouted in frustration. Just as her mood soured, Alex's voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Of course, you can too. Take out the charm I gave you, and try shouting magic armor activate. Alex! Tina exclaimed excitedly, her little head darting about in search of him, yet she found no trace of her brother, who had lapsed into silence after his words. Though a tinge of disappointment washed over her, she obediently removed the magical device from around her neck, resembling a crystalline charm in standby mode. Magic armor activate. Although Tina uttered the phrase with a hint of skepticism, the moment she spoke it, a gentle radiance emanated from the magical device. In an instant, pristine white ribbons materialized, completely transforming her attire into an exquisitely vibrant suit of armor. The soft fabric adorned with splendid golden embroidery, knee-high white stockings enveloping her long legs, a light short skirt cinched at her slender waist, and delicate gloves gracing her hands, embellished with beautiful flowers cascading from her shoulders. Clutching a wand of moderate length, her long golden hair unfurled, billowing in the breeze, before being swiftly styled into two elongated ponytails secured by special golden ribbons, now shimmering with a striking silver hue. Meanwhile, her eyes sparkled with a golden hue reminiscent of the sun. With a swift turn, her hair billowed around her as the magical girl confidently struck a pose and declared, "The magical girl of love and courage has arrived." Surprised by her transformation into an exceedingly adorable magical girl, Tina instinctively exclaimed in bewilderment at her own utterance, which, though nonsensical, felt undeniably embarrassing. The reactions of those witnessing this spectacle varied widely. "Wow, truly, this magical girl is as captivating as I imagined," exclaimed Alex, beaming with pride. "Tina is simply irresistible," cried Gonata, blood streaming from her nose as her eyes glimmered with an eerie light. Asen wore a rather peculiar expression, while a chorus of enamored admirers, besotted with Eastern comic heroines, murmured their adoration, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire to envelop Tina in their affection. Meanwhile, upon hearing Tina's declaration of the magical girl of love and courage has arrived, Vanessa and Karis felt a blush creep upon their cheeks, simultaneously scolding Alex for his peculiar notion, deeming it disgraceful to have young Tina utter such embarrassing words. "John, I think you and your wife should swiftly take Tina away," Asen earnestly advised. John, upon hearing this, fell silent, contemplating the image of Tina on the screen. "You make a valid point. However, I must admit that I find Tina's outfit quite charming." John's wife, Erin, gazed at their daughter with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed. John shivered slightly at the sight of his wife, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. Is it just me, or does it seem like she's awakened something peculiar? Chapter 152. Astonishment having transformed into a magical girl, Tina quickly emerged from her confusion, admiring her exquisite protective suit and the metallic magic wand in her hand. Her heart swelling with joy, a surge of knowledge regarding the manipulation of her magical device for combat flooded her mind, allowing her to instantly understand its operation. Eager to test the power of her magical device, the newly minted world's greatest magical girl, Tina, exclaimed with exuberance, "Lightning battle axe mode, photon spirit gun barrage." Before her words had fully left her lips, her magic wand swiftly morphed into the lightning battle axe, specifically designed for the two-dimensional magical girl Fate Testarossa. Immediately, The front end of the Thunderblade coalesced a golden sphere of lightning, and at the moment of its formation, beams of light suddenly shot forth from these orbs. Within the city constructed from manifested magic, underground creatures and human thugs were embroiled in chaotic combat, with each dangerous element succumbing to the beams before they even had time to react. Boom, 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 boom. As the beams struck their targets, they erupted with a thunderous explosion. Neither the bizarre underground creatures nor the armed human thugs stood a chance, instantly suffering devastating casualties, their ranks thrown into disarray. Simultaneously, the battleground was thoroughly baptized by this utterly unreasonable assault, transforming into a smoldering ruin shrouded in curling black smoke. Such formidable firepower. Not only was Tina, who had merely tested her capabilities, astonished, but also Vanessa, Sherry's, the human thugs, and the underground creatures were taken aback by this overwhelming might, casting an eerie silence over the battlefield. This magical device, from its design to its meticulous crafting, and finally to the replenishment of its magical energy, was entirely overseen by Alex. The magic circles engraved within the Edmund alloy device encompassed some of the most powerful spells known to him, excelling in attack, defense, and support effects. For instance, the most potent single-target attack spell he embedded within the device, even at reduced power, could effortlessly erase an entire town from existence. However, one must ponder the recklessness and irresponsibility of entrusting such a perilous artifact to a young girl who had received no proper training whatsoever. The diminutive and grotesque mole-like creature was clearly taken aback by the devastation wrought by Tina, its lips quivering as it gazed at the girl standing before it, inquiring, "Who are you really?" "I am a magical girl, you know. A magical girl," Tina declared proudly, puffing out her chest, uttering words she scarcely understood. "What is a magical girl?" The mole creature rifled through its memories, yet found no information regarding such a being, expressing its confusion aloud. "What? Are you insulting me?" The naive Tina, hearing this, immediately grew furious, her small face stern and clearly displaying an expression of impending consequences. Scythe form activate. With a swift motion of the Thunderblade, accompanied by a crack, the black lightning axe transformed instantly, its blade shifting to reveal a scythe forged from pure golden magical energy. Meteor wings. A pair of delicate wings extended from the edges of the girl's shoes, and with a gentle flap, she transitioned from stillness to motion, swiftly ascending above the fray of underground creatures and human thugs engaged in battle. Upon completing her movements, Tina slightly tilted the lightning battle axe in her hand, assuming a stance reminiscent of a powerful downward slash. Arc blade. With a vigorous swing, a golden crescent, composed entirely of pure energy, soared forth from the axe, spinning like a boomerang as it launched indiscriminate attacks upon the chaotic streets below. "This is bad. We must flee." Witnessing the girl's actions in midair, the subterranean creatures and human thugs embroiled in battle on the streets became utterly unsettled, abandoning their immediate foes and desperately scrambling in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the golden crescent, formed from pure energy, converged upon the ground, cleaving the very street beneath. A tremendous roar erupted as the crescent detonated upon impact, and the buildings flanking the street crumbled into ruins, collapsing in a synchronized manner. Tragically, those subterranean beings and human thugs who had not managed to escape were crushed beneath the debris, meeting a swift demise. At that moment, Vanessa and Karis showcased their respective abilities. One utilized telekinetic threads, while the other employed a cross-dimensional teleportation skill, safely transporting themselves beyond the explosion's reach. They could only watch in awe as Tina effortlessly obliterated an entire street with a single strike, both gasping in astonishment at the sheer magnitude of her power. Is it truly wise to allow such a young girl to wield such a terrifying weapon? In a similar vein of thought were John and Aaron, who sat in their office, observing their daughter's spirited display. The mere notion of their daughter unleashing such destructive capabilities in the real world prompted them to lament Alex's decision to entrust their daughter with such a perilous object, something akin to a strategic weapon, in the hands of an immature child. Particularly John, who, upon witnessing his daughter's ability to execute such formidable attacks with ease, felt a pang of envy. After all this time following the boss, "I've only acquired a single badge, while she S.H.I.E.L.D. There's truly no comparison." At this very moment, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., along with Iron Man, the Fantastic Four, and others stared in astonishment at the escalating battle unfolding above New York, each lost in their own thoughts. They were taken aback by the sheer number of criminals and supervillains present in the city, realizing that S.H.I.E.L.D's efforts had fallen short. Alex is quite the friend, not even informing me of such an exhilarating event, and that Peter fellow, reveling in the chaos while leaving me on the sidelines. The extraordinary effects witnessed could only be attributed to the long-lost magic of legend, a truly astonishing revelation that Alex possessed such rare abilities. The equipment worn by that little girl could undoubtedly rival the iron armor I have developed, perhaps even surpassing it in several aspects. This is the power of magic. If I were to collaborate with Alex to develop an entirely new suit of armor that amalgamates magic and technology, I wonder what magnitude of power we could achieve. Such anticipation fills me. Chapter 153, A Casual Blow. Boom, 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 boom. The air reverberated with a series of thunderous sounds as Alex strolled languidly along the street he had conjured, meticulously observing the discrepancies between it and the genuine thoroughfare. These manifestations were products of his magical prowess. However, in comparison to real objects, they exhibited numerous imperfections. It was evident that this spell required considerable refinement. After scrutinizing a building at the edge of the street for an extended period, Alex had discerned the shortcomings of his enchantment, and a faint sigh escaped his lips. Just as he exhaled, a sedan unexpectedly hurtled through the air, targeting Alex, who was fixated on the structure, appearing quite deranged in his concentration. With a deft touch of his toes, Alex nimbly retreated like a specter, narrowly avoiding the descending vehicle. Crash! The heavy car slammed into the ground, creating a crater several meters deep. Amidst the swirling smoke, a towering man, his physique adorned in shades of red and purple, approached with a sinister grin. His right hand clad in an oddly shaped glove. You don't come looking for me. Instead, you seek to trouble me. Life must be exhausting if you wish for my assistance. Stopping in his tracks, Alex placed his left hand upon his forehead, seemingly lamenting to his adversary, or perhaps murmuring to himself. Regardless, the consequence of his assault would be singular, a rebirth in another life. With that, he waved his right hand casually, conjuring a powerful invisible force field that suddenly struck a nearby parked car, propelling it directly towards his opponent. This man possesses extraordinary abilities. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in the man's eyes as he extended his gloved right hand, unleashing an unseen force that collided with the airborne car. Boom! In the clash of these two formidable powers, the vehicle was reduced to mere debris, exploding in the process. Alex furrowed his brow, his ears shielded by a magical barrier. As the adversary made his move, Alex's keen ears detected a cacophony of jarring sounds. Although he had successfully protected his hearing, a wave of nausea surged within him. An overwhelming urge to vomit. Realizing his discomfort stemmed from the adversary's sonic manipulation, Alex understood. This individual wielded sound waves as a weapon. It is inconceivable. How could sound waves not affect him? Observing that Alex remained unscathed by the sonic assault, the man who had attempted to ambush him was momentarily struck by disbelief. Just as he prepared to activate the mechanism in his glove for another sonic attack, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge through his body. Bang! The man was thrust backward with no resistance, propelled by an inexplicable, powerful invisible force, crashing into a small roadside diner. Ouch! The boss certainly dealt a ruthless blow this time. At the moment the man was unexpectedly hurled away by Alex, John, who was watching the spectacle at the New York office, couldn't help but wince, as if he himself had been struck. Simultaneously, citizens across New York, gathered to witness this grand affair, were captivated by the one-sided turn of events. That young man is remarkable. I've never seen him before. He must be a concealed superhero. It seems likely, for battles of such superhuman caliber rarely result in one-sided skirmishes, except in rare cases like Tina, who wields a weapon so sharp it borders on unfair. For instance, the ongoing clash between Spider-Man and the Corpse King has persisted for quite some time. However, the scene of Alex effortlessly sending a supervillain flying, establishing an undeniable advantage, is indeed a rare and attention-grabbing occurrence. With no sign of preparedness, Alex strode towards the ruins where the man had collapsed. Eyes narrowed as he looked down at the unconscious figure, having been struck down by the fallen structure. Activating his supervision, he discovered that this individual was merely a criminal scientist relying on high-tech weaponry to commit misdeeds, his physique inferior to that of an average person, utterly devoid of any value to devour. How dull. Casually, Alex removed the gloves from the man's hands, disregarding him entirely, turning away without a backward glance. These gloves, capable of absorbing sound waves and converting them into offensive power, appeared unremarkable yet possessed astonishing might. Had Alex not reacted swiftly, he surely would have faced some loss. He decided to gift this item to either John or Yazan for their amusement. With that thought, Alex tucked the gloves into his pocket, chose a direction, and strode away purposefully. Meanwhile, the standoff between Spider-Man Peter and the Corpse King persisted. The impasse arose not from a parity in strength nor from a display of superior tactics, but solely because Spider-Man Peter dared not recklessly approach the Corpse King. Heaven knows how this creature emanates such a horrendous stench, his decaying form repelling Peter, who, with his enhanced vision and sense of smell, refrained from drawing near. The Corpse King likely recognized his advantage, relentlessly pursuing Spider-Man in an attempt to suffocate his foe with his foul odor. Fortunately, Spider-Man's agility thwarted any attempts by the Corpse King to close the distance, while he skillfully utilized his rapidly deployed webbing to strike at the Corpse King, causing the latter to suffer repeated setbacks. Thus, a comical scenario unfolded, with the Corpse King in pursuit and Spider-Man deftly evading. Parker felt utterly unfortunate today. He had inexplicably found himself in this surreal realm, confronted by a humanoid corpse that he could not approach. Initially, he believed he could easily dispatch his adversary, only to discover that the foul stench emanating from the creature was beyond his tolerance. To his dismay, the creature's agility rivaled his own, forcing him to awkwardly rely on his web shooters in an attempt to fend off the assault, leaving him in a rather precarious situation. Regrettably, Johnny was absent. Otherwise, he could have incinerated this wretch without hesitation. For the very first time in his life, Spider-Man Peter felt an unrestrained urge to kill this putrid being. Roaring in frustration after missing Spider-Man repeatedly, the Corpse King seized a nearby car and hurled it at him. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter swiftly dodged, and the vehicle crashed into the wall he had just swung from, creating a gaping hole upon impact. Undeterred by his initial failure, the Corpse King picked up another car and launched it once more. Utilizing the buildings flanking the street, Spider-Man nimbly evaded the monster's relentless onslaught. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. The way this creature effortlessly hurled vehicles was akin to a normal person tossing bricks, and Peter had to concede that engaging in a war of attrition was decidedly disadvantageous. He needed to devise a strategy to neutralize his opponent swiftly. Chapter 154. The ambush in New York City. Citizens gazed upward at the magical screens, their faces illuminated with wonder. Vehicles stood still on the streets, and nearly everyone had paused their tasks to watch the spectacle above. While evading the oncoming cars, Peter's mind raced with potential solutions. The Corpse King's immense physical strength, putrid form, and nimble movements were daunting. The rancid odor, an unbearable stench that clung to the air, was almost beyond description. To say it was akin to a foul wind carrying its repugnance for miles would be a gross understatement. Roaring in frustration at Spider-Man's evasive tactics, the Corpse King halted his barrage of vehicles and bellowed at him, his already fearsome visage twisted further in rage, creating a sight that was both horrifying and intimidating. After his deafening roar, the Corpse King lunged towards Spider-Man with formidable strides. His grotesque form moved across the ground with the swiftness of a specter, a terrifying force that resonated with power. As the Corpse King charged at him, Peter instinctively climbed onto a nearby building, hoping to use the height to evade the creature's biochemical assaults. Yet, Spider-Man underestimated the true horror of the Corpse King, and significantly so. As the Corpse King observed Spider-Man ascending the building, a cruel smile crept across his grotesque visage. Without diminishing his pace, he swiftly uprooted a street lamp and hurled it with great force toward Spider-Man. In the blink of an eye, he dashed to the base of the building where Spider-Man was perched, launching himself upward like a rocket with a powerful leap. The piercing sound of wind filled the air as Spider-Man, in a moment of urgency, leaped aside, narrowly evading the lamp that pierced the wall behind him. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but gasp in relief, thankful it hadn't struck him. At that moment, the Corpse King ascended rapidly, closing the distance between them. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his right claw, believing Spider-Man to be an easy target. Yet, fate intervened, shattering his expectations. Just as the Corpse King's claw was poised to strike, Spider-Man executed a daring maneuver, arching his head back to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he He propelled himself with great force, sending the Corpse King hurtling through the air. Immediately, Peter shot forth several strands of webbing, ensnaring the Corpse King's limbs securely. Caught off guard by Spider-Man's cunning, the Corpse King plummeted to the ground, landing with a resounding thud that left the citizens before their magical screens unable to look away. "Well done, Spider-Man. Go for it, kid," cheered the citizens of New York, their voices rising in fervor as they witnessed Spider-Man's impressive triumph over such a fearsome adversary. Although they knew their cheers could not reach him, their enthusiasm remained undiminished by distance. A chorus of voices, varying in pitch and even language, filled the streets of Queens, embodying a collective spirit of support for their local superhero. In the scene, Spider-Man secured the Corpse King with his webbing, ensuring he was bound as tightly as an Egyptian mummy. After reinforcing the bindings with additional strands, he hoisted the Corpse King as he had done with other defeated foes. Boom! Just as Peter was about to turn away, a missile, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled rapidly towards him, striking the street nearby with tremendous force. Without a moment to react, Spider-Man was propelled by the explosive shockwave, his uniquely designed combat suit tearing apart in the air, unveiling terrifying fissures. When he finally landed, rolling several meters away, Peter's attire was in tatters, failing to conceal his injuries. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Several ribs were fractured, and signs of breaks were evident in his arm and thigh. This was dire. Dazed, he shook his head and struggled to open his eyes, peering in the direction from which the attack had come. Not far around the street corner, a group of armed thugs were sneering at the nearly incapacitated Spider-Man. "This spider brat has thwarted our plans more than once. Today we finally get our revenge," chuckled the bald leader, tossing aside the rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. Grabbing a submachine gun from one of his henchmen, he swaggered forward with his gang, confident that they could easily handle a Spider-Man who could barely stand. "Hey kid, weren't you quite the tough guy? What's wrong? Can't even get up to fight us?" One of his underlings approached Peter, wielding a metal rod, grinning wickedly as he raised it high, ready to strike. "Stop," the bald leader commanded, halting his subordinate's movement. With a sinister grin, he approached Peter, reaching for his mask. "Let's see what Spider-Man really looks like." Yes, we're quite curious about the face of someone who dares to oppose us." The other thugs voiced their agreement, eager to witness the unveiling. This criminal organization had long established itself in New York, and several members had recently fallen victim to Spider-Man's intervention, receiving severe beatings and lengthy prison sentences as a result. To avenge his comrades and solidify his own reputation, the bald leader sought out Spider-Man during the Christmas season, armed and ready for trouble. These thugs had unwittingly been brought into this corporeal city by Alex, and after inadvertently witnessing the battle between Spider-Man and the Corpse King, they had chosen to lurk in the shadows. Taking advantage of Spider-Man's moment of vulnerability after defeating the Corpse King, they had launched their attack, managing to severely injure Peter on the spot. Intruding on another's privacy is quite the ungentlemanly act. Just as the bald leader's hand was about to grasp Spider-Man's mask, revealing his identity to the onlookers, a gentle voice suddenly interjected from the side. Chapter 155. Sebastian. The voice that interrupted the bald leader's attempt to unveil Spider-Man's face belonged to a middle-aged man, whose demeanor radiated warmth yet hinted at an underlying sharpness. All the ruffians present stared at him in astonishment, for they had been utterly oblivious to his approach. He seemed to have materialized from thin air. In a world teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, only a superhero or a supervillain could achieve such a feat. And regardless of which faction he belonged to, they were certainly not of the same ilk. In other words, they were likely facing an entity that they could not confront directly. The bald-headed leader, equally aware of this reality, felt his lips quiver slightly as he struggled to suppress the fear rising within him. Who are you to impede my actions? My identity is of little consequence." The middle-aged man replied with a light chuckle. "What truly matters is that your actions are exceedingly despicable. As a gentleman, I cannot stand idly by and allow this to continue. Damn you and your despicable ways. If you dare to seek vengeance against us, you shall meet your demise." A hot-tempered underling spat, raising his firearm and taking aim at the middle-aged man, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang as the bullet tore through the air. To the astonishment of the assembled thugs, the man stood still, his expression unchanged, as if the bullet were inconsequential. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Upon striking the middle-aged man, The bullet did not produce the expected sound of impact, nor was it deflected with a superhero's power. Rather, it seemed to lose all momentum and drop lifelessly to the ground. Clink. The bullet hit the floor, producing a crisp metallic sound. What? All the ruffians were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes at this utterly unscientific spectacle. Ignoring both the crowd and the bullet, the middle-aged man continued to gaze warmly at the bald-headed leader. If possible, could you kindly hand over Spider-Man? Though his tone was inquiring, it bore an undeniable sense of pressure that left the leader feeling compelled to comply. Why, yes, of course. The bald-headed leader hurriedly stepped away from Spider-Man, allowing the man to approach him unimpeded. Just as the middle-aged man took a few gentle steps toward the weakened Spider-Man, a voice rang out in the distance, striking fear into the hearts of the ruffians. Dear little Spider-Friend, it seems you are quite injured. The tone was lighthearted, yet devoid of mockery or derision. It was evident that the speaker shared a good rapport with Spider-Man. Upon hearing this new voice, the ruffians fell into a state of disarray once more, scanning their surroundings with frantic eyes, not in search of the interloper, but rather seeking the best escape route. One after another, had an abundance of superheroes decided to emerge during this festive season? Allow me to firmly reject your address. Peter wore a bittersweet smile. Although his words protested, his expression radiated a sense of tranquility and liberation, and his entire demeanor visibly relaxed. The middle-aged man halted, following Spider-Man's gaze. Behind the assailants, Alex sat grinning in a car, observing the scene. You truly have audacity to beat our beloved superhero like this. It's Spider-Man's friend. We must flee. At these words, chaos erupted among the criminals, who, in a frenzy, scattered in all directions down the street. This was the Alex who had made the illusion master taste defeat for the first time. Show me your prowess. The middle-aged man remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on Alex's movements. Since you're here, why rush to leave? A hint of cold amusement flickered across Alex's face as he snapped his fingers, instantaneously transporting Peter out of the corporeal city of New York, while simultaneously launching a merciless assault on the fleeing criminals. Treasure of the Ice King. Magic surged forth, an oppressive chill in the air. Long swords forged of ice began to coalesce in the atmosphere, their number precisely matching that of the escaping assailants. These ice blades, akin to arrows released from a bow, shot forth with velocity. Whoosh, 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 as if preordained to target specific individuals. Each blade pierced through the fleeing criminals, impaling them with a chilling precision that rendered their frantic movements utterly futile. The frigid ice swords, upon penetrating their bodies, claimed their lives, an icy aura enveloping them as they transformed into lifeless ice sculptures, emanating a harsh, blinding light under the street's bright illumination. Capable of manipulating elements and interfering with memories, he was either a mutant with multiple abilities or a superhuman with an array of powers, lacking specific intelligence on his background. It seemed there was a pressing need to support Magneto's plan. Witnessing Alex effortlessly eliminate all the criminals, the only other living figure in the vicinity, besides Alex, felt a tumult of emotions stir within him. Alex regarded the lives of the assailants with such nonchalance, as if they were mere ants crushed beneath his heel. He descended from the car and approached the middle-aged man with measured steps, offering a cordial nod and a faint smile. In gratitude for your recent assistance to my friend, allow me to express my thanks on his behalf. It was hardly anything, the middle-aged man replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, it was of little consequence. Alex nodded sincerely, fully aware that this manifested city lay entirely within his grasp. Without his consent, no matter how audacious or clever a few marauders might be, they would never succeed in eliminating Spider-Man or any other individual here. Sebastian Shaw, that is my name. I trust you are familiar with it, the middle-aged man stated. In response, Alex did not reciprocate with his own name, but instead cast a meaningful glance at his counterpart before replying. Alex, I must say, that is a fine name. Sebastian Shaw readily acknowledged this, then smiled as he added, I hope we can have a proper conversation next time. A splendid idea. Until we meet again, formidable power wielder. Sebastian Shaw nodded in acknowledgement to Alex before turning and departing at a measured pace.